Chapter 1, Demon Resurrection, Ghosts Demanding Life. The first day of May, 2012 of the demon calendar, the sky was in chaos, the blood sun and red moon alternately rose to the sky, and the ghosts and monsters began to appear. At the end of the year 2012, in the midst of human panic, ghosts began to wreak havoc across the globe. More than a dozen small countries fell into a ghostly world, and millions of human beings were killed. Ghosts are raging, and humans have become blood food, resulting in a crisis of extinction. In the following year, transcendental forces emerged, countries quickly formed the Hazard Response Bureau, and transcendentalists became a powerful force in the fight against weirdness. In a dark room, only the computer emitted bright light, illuminating Qin Feng's dull face. What the hell is all this? Only after half a second did Qin Feng come to his senses, averting his gaze from the computer screen, rubbing his raw head and spitting. Stayed up late to play a game and crossed over, this world is simply turned upside down, ghosts, monsters and demons are all out. This is too exciting. It had been a while since he came to this world, and when he saw the message on the demons and devils computer, Qin Feng guessed that he had crossed over. After all, as an old bookworm, how could he not guess his situation? It was just a bit hard to accept. During this time he had stayed at home checking out the world on the internet. After spouting off, Qin Feng rolled his mouse to continue browsing through the messages and checking out this familiar yet unfamiliar world. A message began to enter Qin Feng's eyes. Although the transcendents possess transcendent powers, the bizarre powers are even stronger, recovering even more rapidly, and the entire earth has fallen into a ghostly paradise. Just as the human world is in danger, the gods have begun to revive. God's holy light came down on the Lighthouse Kingdom, and countless believers took control of the power of light. The Neon Islands worshipped the Yamanano Orochi, and Thor, the god of thunder, Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Shiva, the god of destruction, appeared in various places. With the power of the gods, the nations are finally able to fight against the demons. Only the Summer Kingdom has no trace of its gods, and only one god has been revived so far. Xia is the land of God's abandonment. There are no gods in Xia. When he learned this news, Qin Feng was directly dumbfounded. The Xia Kingdom has no gods? This was undoubtedly the biggest joke he had ever heard. Such a statement had even become the mainstream of the Summer Country. Looking at the well-known public figures on the internet who justifiably said that Xia was godless, Qin Feng couldn't help but want to smack them, but it was too dirty. Drip. Accompanied by a ringtone, Qin Feng's cell phone screen lit up. Picking up his phone, he opened the class group, and even though it was late at night, the group was very active. Have you seen the news on the internet? The Angel of the West has manifested again, and must have gotten rid of the big ghosts that are plaguing the party again. Long live the Lord, everyone should pray to the Lord as sincerely as I do, and soon we will surely be blessed by the Lord and become a transcendentalist. A message came to his eyes, and the most flirty one even ate the entire membership. Looking at the names at a glance, Qin Feng realized that he was familiar with them. Class President Tan Cheng, a silly drop with a cocky personality, love of showing off, and a great admirer of freedom. Tian was all high and mighty as if he was a man of the world, making Qin Feng disgusted to the core. He frowned and didn't pay any attention to Tan Cheng, wanting to make sure of one thing, he directly opened the list of names and found them to be one familiar name after another. Looks like I didn't soulware, it's just that the world has changed. Seeing the familiar people, Qin Feng had a guess in his heart. This made him feel somewhat at ease, although the world had become turned upside down, all sorts of human relationships were still familiar, he was still an orphan. Returning to the group is very lively, has been noisy. Code of, kneel down and eat for how long, nearly 10 years are all our forefathers' bloodbath, fighting with ghosts and monsters, you worship God did not help once. Someone directly cursed without mercy. Rat, still so hot-tempered. Seeing this message, Qin Feng was happy. The one who said this was his classmate and sworn enemy, who was equally disgusted with Tan Cheng. Shenhao, the reason the Lord didn't show his spirit is because there are people like you in the Xia Kingdom. If you ask me, you should follow the example of the Neon Island and raise your country to kneel down, you'll surely be able to get the Lord's mercy. Xia is what ancient country, thousands of years of inheritance, all fake, a deity or not, all by the various teachers on the internet hammered rotten. Tan Cheng replied, disdainfully. That's right, we should face up to history. No means no. Instantly a dozen or so people below began to respond as well. Seeing his reply, Qin Feng was speechless. Shenhao was clearly talking about the current state of Xia, where countless transcendents had thrown their heads and spilled their blood in exchange for peace, but Tan Cheng was trying to bring it hard towards the revival of the gods, desperately belittling Xia. He also raised the country to kneel and worship. How? Sadly there are too many. Those so-called teachers are. Qin Feng is also lazy to pay attention to the next, and directly turned off his cell phone. You can never wake up the person pretending to sleep. Xia, why is there no god reviving? This is Qin Feng now want to know the most things. The great summer, how bright, mythological heritage is like a star. Pangu opened the world, Nuwa created man, Fushi created gossip, Gong Gong angrily touched the Buzhou mountain. These great gods are fearless of any gods even if they awaken one. Now there was no information, not even a trace of the other gods. It was too bizarre. Turning on his computer again, Qin Feng began to look it up, rummaging through all sorts of information. As a result, but unexpectedly, the various myths and legends of the Summer Kingdom had become tattered and disfigured. Why has it become like this? Qin Feng was somewhat confused. Obviously a familiar world, but the myths had disappeared. It was surprisingly so bizarre. Just then, a pop-up window popped up on the computer. Do you want to understand the meaning of life? The page was reddish, as if it was reddened by blood, creepy. Suddenly appearing, Qin Feng was startled and almost jumped. Before he could react in a hurry, a strange change occurred again. Only to see that blood began to gush out of the computer screen, accompanied by an eerie aura that spread out. Bubbling. The more the blood came, the more the entire computer began to flow. The scene became more and more oozing. Qin Feng's body was freezing cold and a single hair of sweat stood up. Instantly, he understood what he had met. Ghost. Without transcendental powers, Qin Feng would surely die if he met a ghost. He wanted to turn his head and run, but his body was completely out of control, as if his limbs didn't belong to him anymore. His body was bound by a force. He wanted to curse, met the ghost disaster. This was too unlucky. As the ghostly aura rose, the chill became heavier and heavier, and thin ice formed on Qin Feng's eyebrows and hair. Ding, sensing the ghostly aura, the system is starting to recover. Activation in progress. Mountain and Sea Scripture activation successful, presenting an initial Mountain and Sea contract spirit. Accompanied by the beat, an ancient scroll slowly opened in Qin Feng's mind. An aura belonging to the Mang wasteland unfolded, a terrifying beast shadow flashed by successively, and a magnificent blurred figure shook the thousands of universes, taking the moon by the stars. Chapter 2, Divine Spirit Revival. By Feng descends. When the scroll was completely unfolded, the stories that had been passed down for 10,000 generations were thoroughly displayed in front of Qin Feng. Between the chaos and vastness, a burly man wielded an axe and chopped through endless space and time, causing earth, wind, water and fire to fill the air. On the pillar supporting heaven and earth, there was a giant red-colored human-faced dragon coiled on it, closing its eyes for night and opening them for day. There are 4 spirits sitting in the 4 directions of heaven and earth, and the central heavenly emperor orders all the spirits. Toward the end, 3 large characters of the Mountain and Sea Scripture emerged. It was golden, like the world's origin was outlined and written by an unknowable person. Qin Feng's blood boiled as he watched, but he had to suppress the excitement in his heart and solve the immediate danger first. System, I want to summon the initial contract spirit. Initial contract spirit generation in progress. The initial contract spirit has been generated successfully. Please select the contract spirit by Feng, Dang Kong, Ingyu. The 3 contracted spirits are all giant beasts recorded in the Shan Hai Jing. By Feng, there is a bird that looks like a crane, with 1 foot, red text and green text and a white beak, named by Feng, whose song is a call to itself, and whose euphony has a strange fire. Ingyu, a fish with a body and bird's wings. If you see it, there is great water in his yup. Dangkong, there is a beast that looks like a dolphin and has teeth. Its name is Dangkong, and its song is called by itself. If you see it, there is a big soil in the world. In the Shan Hai Jing, by Feng is good at repelling fire, Ingyu will repel water, and Dangkong favors aids. In the inland area, by Feng is the strongest. I choose by Feng. Without much hesitation, Qin Feng chose by Feng. In front of him, blood had flowed all over the room, and a ghastly white face was even sticking out from the computer screen. Its eyes were looking viciously at Qin Feng. However, he realized that the prey, who should have panicked, had gone quiet. This made the originally happy red-clothed stern ghost mood gloomy. The prey does not struggle. What fun! Mortal, kneel down and serve me as your master. I will spare you from death. The red-clothed stern ghost opened his mouth. He decided to tease the prey in front of him first. Give a chance to live first, then break. Brainwashed. Now that he had a bottom, Qin Feng directly opened his dislike. The ghost in front of him was obviously heavily middle-aged. Whether it was the appearance or the speech. Taking the opportunity, Qin Feng sized up this ghost he met. His entire body was bloated and his skin was wrinkled as if he had been soaking in blood water. It was wearing a piercing red coat as if it was drenched in blood, emitting a pungent, fishy odor. It was clearly a third-order red-clothed stern ghost. A terrifying ghost with terrifying strength, capable of slaughtering a city. A few days ago, there was news that a city had been massacred by a red-robed ghost, and none of the population of over 100,000 had survived. Seek death. The red-clothed ghost was furious. A terrifying hostile aura exploded. Boom! Terrifying blood-red ghost chi rose up to the sky, and on the dome of the sky, rolling dark clouds transformed by ghost chi tumbled up, obscuring the sun, moon, and thousands of stars. Since advancing into a red-robed stern ghost, there was no ordinary person who wasn't afraid of him, let alone opening his mouth to curse him. Leaping out of the computer screen, he directly struck out at Qin Feng. Secretive Response Bureau. Tick-tock. At this moment, the alarm sounded loudly. Several people leapt out of the building. Looking at the rolling ghostly chi in the city, obscuring the stars. No good, such a huge vision must be a red-clothed stern ghost. Sensing that massive ghostly aura, everyone was startled, their hearts trembling. There are even red-clothed stern ghosts hidden in the city. It's over, we're no match. The chief has not returned from his outing. Who in Hwai City can fight a third-order red-robed stern ghost? A few people were a bit desperate. In the Hwai Chang Response Bureau, only the director was of the third rank and could be a match for the red-clothed stern ghost. At this moment, it was absent. The deputy director who stayed behind was also only of the second rank and could not be a match for the red-robed. Clang! A gong suddenly exploded. An ear-piercing sound that swept through the 8 directions. The minds of the panicked crowd settled down quite a bit. Then, a person with a gong ran out from the depths of the reaction bureau and opened his mouth to set up. Gather quickly, Team 1 stand by, Teams 2 and 3 quickly go evacuate the residence. Yes, Deputy Director. A transcendent with a strong aura quickly converged, all with a look of death. Dealing with a powerful ghost scourge, it was too normal for people to die. Not to mention the red-clothed night ghost. Red-clothed night ghost, ah. I didn't realize that Hwai City was hiding such a big shot. An old man carrying a blood-red coffin arrived late and said as he looked at the roiling ghost aura. Elder Yang, are you sure? Carrying a gong, the deputy director approached with a cautious face. The old man used to be a coffin carrier and became a transcendent during the time when the demons started to recover. Experienced the darkest period, and although he only had second-order strength, he was always at the forefront and was highly decorated. Only recently did he retreat to Hwai City to retire. Grass? That's a red-clothed stern ghost. It can't be taken down without a few third-order deaths, and there's even less need for us to think about it. Glancing at the deputy director, Elder Yang spoke. Ghosts were strong, and most of them were stronger than humans at the same rank. Then fill it with people. We can die in battle, we must not let the tragedy of the massacre play out. The deputy director's chubby face revealed ruthlessness, his eyes sweeping the entire scene. As soon as the words came out, the scene heaved a few more points. The cold wind was sluggish, the dark clouds were heavy, and the thin moonlight that had managed to penetrate down shone on a crowd of people, rendering the scene infinitely sad. AI. Yang Lao sighed. The Xia kingdom did not have a god to revive and deter the demons, and could only rely on the countless transcendents fighting before and after to stabilize the peace. He had seen too many scenes like today's and had experienced it himself many times. Elder Yang, does our country have a deity or not? You've seen a lot, just reveal it. Even if there isn't, it doesn't matter. We don't even know if we can come back this time. Someone opened their mouth to ask. Ordinary people would question, the transcendents were similarly confused, and the empire was also confused. Otherwise, it wouldn't have helped that demonic wind to fuel it. Yes. After a moment of hesitation, Elder Yang nodded firmly. That's good. The deputy director said. Unfortunately, it can't be seen. A few piercing headlights cut through the darkness of the night, rushing towards the place where the ghostly chi had erupted. The car was halfway there. Nico! A chirping sound that pierced through gold and cracked stones enveloped the entire city. Immediately afterward, a vast aura swept through the heavens and earth, and countless ghosts and demons in a radius of hundreds of miles were directly suppressed to the ground. Boom! After the chirping sound, the sky was filled with flames that shot up into the sky, and the dome of the sky instantly turned into a reddish color. The ghostly aura that covered the sky was instantly disintegrated and burned out. A round of terrifying visions manifested, and a terrifying bird beast appeared in the sky above Hwai City. Its shape was like a crane, single-legged. It exuded a reckless aura and was surrounded by a blazing flame, like a god or a devil. My god! What is this? Xia Kingdom, is there a crane-type great demon? This aura is too terrifying, it can't be of the 5th rank. A group of transcendents who were rushing were also taken in by Feng's aura, and like ghosts and monsters, they were directly suppressed on the ground, unable to move. This is a deity. Elder Yang directly froze on the spot, dumbfounded. Upon hearing this, the others were also dumbfounded. Chapter 3, Fire God Zhu Rong. God of the Mountain and Sea Scriptures. In the house. That red-clothed stern ghost was suppressed by Feng's aura, like Qin Feng just now, unable to move a single muscle. The situation was completely reversed. She witnessed the scene where Qin Feng summoned Feng. A touch of flame surged out from his body and grew against the wind. The flames drifted to the firmament and converged into a ball, followed by Feng stepping out of the flames. A terrifying aura emanated from his body, and that aura of recklessness was as if he had stepped out from the ancient times. He suppressed the entire Hwai City. The mere locking of the aura caused the entire body of the third-ranked red-clothed stern ghost to start escaping. Impossible, how can an ordinary person like you drive such a terrifying beast? Looking at the gigantic Feng outside the window, the red-clothed stern ghost was so frightened that it directly went crazy, questioning Qin Feng frantically. Completely unable to believe what was happening in front of him. It was no longer the same as its majestic appearance just now. Feng body burning hot flames, hovering under the sky, deterring thousands of miles in the vicinity of the demons and monsters. In the house, also with the appearance of Feng. The blood and water all over the place dissipated, and that was originally the red-clothed stirring ghost that had been conjured up with ghostly qi to confuse people's hearts. The horrifying scene shattered and Qin Feng resumed action. Bai Feng, don't leave any hidden dangers. Looking at the red-clothed stirring ghost that was trembling and scared out of its wits, Qin Feng directly ordered. Boom! As soon as the words fell, the red-clothed stirring ghost snapped into action. The ghost qi that had been suppressed to the extreme by Bai Feng erupted with a roar, the reddish blood color rising up to the sky, its gloomy aura enveloping 100 meters. However, without any fighting aura, it plunged headlong into the computer and fled frantically down the network. Can you run away? Looking at the red-clothed stirring ghost that had gone without a trace, Qin Feng's mouth sketched out a hint of disdain. In the classic of mountains and seas, the divine bird Bai Feng, controlling the power of flames, was extremely sensitive to the coldness of the yin and coldness, and was the nemesis of demons. The Bai Feng under the dome of the sky also moved, chasing after the red-clothed stirring demon's gloomy and cold qi, launching an attack. The flames burning throughout his body directly erupted, spreading over the entire dome of the sky. It was like a reddish flaming cloud, filling the entire sky, illuminating the entire heaven and earth. Within that flame, Bai Feng revealed his true form. A huge divine bird, spreading its wings and bathing in flames, covered the sky and the earth, enveloping half of Huai City. Then a terrifying power erupted from Bai Feng's body. The flames in the sky converged, and an incomparably terrifying figure was condensed by it. It had a beast body with a human face, and its feet stepped on 2 fire dragons. The silhouette was blurry and incomparable, but it caused the entire heaven and earth to tremble, as if it could not accommodate this terrifying silhouette. The terrifying silhouette bowed its head, the void trembled, and the stars in the sky collapsed. Demonic evil. Dare to disrupt the land of Great Xia, execute. With a single word, the heavens and earth shook, and all laws obeyed. The world shook and the stars in the sky shone red, as if they were burning. In an instant, all the burning flames above the entire vastness of the land of Xia roared up. The red-clothed ghost that escaped was as if it had been spurned by heaven and earth. The cyber world in which it was hiding was actually burning with the flames of nothingness. At the same time, the red-clothed ghost also directly burned up. No matter how much he struggled with the nothingness flame, it was like an insect that possessed the bone and could not be extinguished. Ah, no! The red-clothed stirring ghost wailed mournfully. For a moment, she was incredibly remorseful, regretting that she had listened to the words of others and came to this Huai City, and even more remorseful that she had provoked Qin Feng. Moments later, the red-clothed ghost was burned out and turned into nothingness. A third-order terrifying red-robed ghost was completely exterminated. At this moment, all the transcendents in the Summer Kingdom were startled, and some terrifying great figures rose up to the sky and crossed over to the 9 heavens. Looking out, that one-legged divine bird summoned the terrifying silhouette of a foot-stomping fire dragon standing on top of the sky. With just one glance, their hearts and minds shook, not daring to look directly at the deity. Even outside of the Xia Kingdom, there were great figures who noticed the terrifying vision. What kind of being is that shadow? A single word chopped through a small half of the Summer Kingdom's ghost Dao's qi, and just a single shadow is so terrifying. The real body is by no means inferior to those of God. Around the Xia Kingdom, the lord of a ghost kingdom was awakened and whispered quietly. The flames rose greatly, and the entire Xia Kingdom was like a white day. Only when the shadow dissipated did heaven and earth return to night. In the chaotic Huai City, the residents who were fleeing in panic. Witnessing everything with their own eyes, hundreds of thousands of people felt Bai Feng's terror. Divine Spirit. My Xia Kingdom's living spirit has revived. The Xia Kingdom is not a land of divine abandonment. Seeing Bai Feng, who was bathed in flames and soaring under the sky, 10,000 people became excited. Some people cheered, and even more, directly made a pilgrimage with a devout look. Too powerful, the ghostly aura has disappeared, that red-clothed stirring ghost is dead. Destroying a third-order red-clothed stirring ghost so easily, worthy of being a god. There is a god in Xia. The many members of the Huai Chang Response Bureau chanted in unison. They had thought that it was a journey to death, but instead, they had witnessed a feast of divine resurrection. At this moment, their joyful expressions went maniacal. Are you all finally returning? Carrying the crimson coffin on his back, Elder Yang directly left 2 lines of hot tears. The Bai Feng soaring in the sky, that shadow that shook the heavens and the earth, that was the gods of the Xia Kingdom. For all these years, countless people had come forward just to explore the traces of the Xia Kingdom's deity. Countless prices have been paid. It was simply too difficult. Now, countless people have become disheartened. Today, the deity of the Xia Kingdom revived. Nico! After destroying the red-robed stirring ghost to complete the task, Bai Feng joyfully raised his voice to the sky. Then, in the direction where Qin Feng was, he reverently lowered his noble head as if he was saluting. What is this doing? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned and uncertain. Why? I feel like he's making a pilgrimage. The deputy director's chubby face was incomparably tangled and said with great uncertainty. In an instant, everyone had this feeling. But, this divine bird is so powerful, how could it make a pilgrimage to someone else? There were some young members who didn't quite believe it. This divine bird was so terrifyingly powerful, what kind of power could restrain it? Elder Yang stood still without saying a word, listening to the conversations of the crowd, his cloudy eyes getting brighter and brighter. Qin Feng stood at the window and looked at the huge Baifeng divine bird spreading its wings. He also saw the eye-popping scene. That silhouette, beast-bodied and human-faced, with two fiery dragons at its feet. It was the rumored Red Emperor Zhu Rong. In the Mountain and Sea scripture, Baifeng had followed the Yellow Emperor in battle and later became Zhu Rong's pet. Being able to receive the blessing of the fire god Zhu Rong, it was only right to summon the silhouette of the great god Zhu Rong. With the death of the third-rank liege, the crisis in Huai City was lifted, and so was Qin Feng's own crisis. Next, I'm afraid that the entire Xia kingdom would be abuzz. The appearance of a deity was too important. Chapter 4, Ancient Eastern Country. Land of the Gods. As expected. As Qin Feng had guessed, the entire Xia country was abuzz. The terrifying visions summoned at the time of Baifeng's battle had shocked the entire country, and both the civil masses and the powerful transcendents from all over were paying very close attention. In the imperial capital, the Xia Reflection General Bureau held an emergency meeting. The real power figures from various departments quickly converged, all of them being transcendents with terrifying strength. On a huge screen, images from the beginning of Baifeng's appearance were slowly projected. It was a matter of the gods, and in just a few minutes, the Huaichang Response Bureau's notification of the matter went straight to the heavens. In the conference room, the lighting was gloomy. Only the projection lamp had a faint bright light. The field looked a bit strange. There were 5 seats, sitting 3 people, with 2 vacant, apparently thinking that they had not rushed over because of the time urgency. Above the first seat, even sat a paperman. The demeanor was exquisite like a real person, the animated eyes could even be turned, just that the heavy blush, no any gas, exposed its true identity. Wish you all the best, the gods are reviving, what do you think? The paperman stiffly craned his neck, his eyes swept across the conference room, and then revealed a pale female voice that opened its mouth to ask. Thousands of meters away, the old man would have already sensed that terrifying aura. The most important thing is that it fits in with my Xia's chi beyond compare, that is definitely our country's deity. A blind Taoist, turning his pale eyes slowly spoke. Huai Chang, the coffin carrier Yang Lianggong is also over there, I purposely called him to inquire. Before the Taoist could finish, someone beside him spoke. If you have any information then bring it out first. How big of a deal is the recovery of a deity, don't dilly-dally. The person who spoke had a face full of fury, a tiger's back, and a blood-red pig killing knife on his waist. It was no different from a street butcher. Humph. What's the hurry? Hear me out. The Taoist closed his pale eyes, snorted coldly, and continued. 5 years ago. The coffin-carrying man, Yang Lianggong, and more than 20 other transcendents, in order to explore the matter of the Summer Kingdom's deities, intruded into a side of the ghostly realm. In the end, only the back coffin man, who suffered a serious injury, escaped, and that time was not fruitless, but brought back a broken ancient book. Before the Taoist had finished speaking, he only heard the paperman slowly speak. The remnants of the book recorded, there is a bird, it's shaped like a crane, a foot, red text and green texture and white beak, the name is Baifeng, it's song from the call also, see then its euphony has a strange fire. This incident of 5 years ago had once caused a great sensation among the transcendentalists of the country. Out of the 20-odd people, a dozen of them were 3rd and 4th order transcendents. In the end, yet only a 2nd order coffin carrier escaped with serious injuries. It could be said that a stalwart force of the Summer Kingdom was severed. That ancient book, wasn't it presumed to be fictitious before it was sealed? Butcher froze. The few people present also froze. What was written in the book was so terrifying that it was simply unimaginable before it was presumed to be fictional. Now it seems like we were all wrong in the first place. The Taoist shook his head. The fact that one place matches doesn't indicate that what's written in the book is true, does it? The butcher frowned tightly. He had also read the tattered ancient book and was clear about everything recorded in it. Understanding how terrifying it would be if everything recorded in that book was true. No. Look, that shadow that Baifeng summoned to suppress the heavens and earth, is it the Red Emperor mentioned in the book? Pointing at the fluorescent screen, the paperman spoke. In the fluorescent screen, it began to repeatedly play the imaginary shadow that Baifeng had summoned. Beast body and human face, feet on twin dragons, conform. Although his eyes could not view it, the blind Taoist nodded firmly, and finally said with incomparable excitement. The coffin carrier Yang Lianggong said that after destroying the red-robed stern ghost, Baifeng had made a respectful pilgrimage in one direction, and the pilgrimage was probably the Red Emperor. Presumably, the Red Emperor has awakened or is about to awaken. Bang! The butcher's eyes glared round, his huge body stood up violently, the solid wood chair he sat down on directly turned into pieces. The paperman on the first seat, his hands and feet danced up in a very unholy manner, showing the excitement of the person operating behind him. Even the blind Taoist was still excited even after so long. This kind of speculation was too amazing. The countries of the world, in a short period of time, received the news. The gods of the Summer Kingdom had revived. On the internet, there had been a great deal of noise. There were netizens that had put up videos of Bai Feng's appearance. The heat was quickly topped. Many people began to leave messages at the bottom. Xia is a land of divine abandonment. It's absolutely impossible for a deity to revive. It must have been them making up their own story and pretending that there was a divine resurrection. It's too treacherous. Below the video, a netizen from Neon Island commented, "Get the hell out of here. A projectile place can have a divine resurrection. Why can't my great summer have a divine resurrection?" Seeing the comments, the cranky netizens directly began to rush up. Just a few minutes of time, there are hundreds of comments directly rushed to burst this statement. In the past, when there was no divine resurrection in the Xia kingdom, everyone was at a loss for words. Now that there was a bottom, the netizens certainly wouldn't accommodate these people. So what if a deity has been revived? Compared to God, it's completely just light and white moon. God is eternal. Only by believing in the Lord can one be liberated. Hypocritical bird people, crawl for master. I'm the world's third most valiant white elephant. Grandpa specializes in beating the world's third, so that your capital city will become the new read. Then, a lot of hot comments and divine comments came pouring in. This divine bird is called Bai Feng, recorded in many ancient books, and in ancient legends, it was able to drive away ghosts and avoid evil spirits. Someone called out Bai Feng's name and popularized it in the comments section. That terrifying shadow and the last pilgrimage, according to my speculation, is definitely some mysterious existence. I'll go. That mysterious existence that can drive a divine bird like Bai Feng is too terrifying, isn't it? The entire world outside was boiling and buzzing. And Qin Feng, the protagonist who caused all this sensation. However, it was as if he had nothing to do with himself. He was checking out the rewards sent by the system. Congratulations to the host for solving the third-order red-robed ghost crisis, issuing a newbie gift pack. After Bai Feng solved the third-order red-robed ghost, the system's beep then had sounded, issuing the reward. There's a newbie gift pack, open it quickly? Qin Feng was incomparably surprised. The novice gift pack is opening. The novice gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Golden Light Mantra, Yang 5 Thunders. Golden Light Mantra, Yang 5 Thunders. Seeing the rewards given out by the system, Qin Feng's eyes became bright. This rookie gift pack was too flavorful. The Golden Light Mantra is one of the 8 sacred mantras of Taoism and belongs to Taoist spells. Mantra from the golden light covering the body, can isolate all the attacks of demons and monsters, is the ultimate protection mantra. It can also extract the righteousness of heaven and earth, and refine the essence of the sun and moon. Cultivation. Yang 5 Thunders is one of the Taoist thunder spells, the first half of the 5 Thunders formation. In Taoist magic, thunder is recognized as one of the means of attacking the enemy. It is the order of heaven and earth, and can command all things in the heavens. One offense and one defense, completely the strongest pairing, could enable Qin Feng to advance and retreat freely. Chapter 5, Yang 5 Thunder. Golden Light Mantra. For direction cloud movement. The Golden Light Mantra and the Yang 5 Thunders, transformed into a gold and a white force, rushed into Qin Feng's mind. Crackle! Instantly, silver-white thunderous light blossomed around Qin Feng's body. In the depths of his eyes, there was also a thick golden light shining. His aura began to climb up rapidly. What a powerful force! After half a second, Qin Feng came back to his senses. He only felt that he possessed a huge power within his body, nurtured in his limbs and bones. In his mind, he was also filled with many uses of the Golden Light Mantra and Yang 5 Thunders, as if he had personally practiced them for countless years. It was as skillful as if it was driven by an arm. In addition to the Golden Light Incantation and the Yang 5 Thunders, Qin Feng also sensed that within his body, there was another kind of power breeding. With a boom sound, a hot flame rose up in his palm. On the other hand, in the center of his palm, there were tiny silver-white thunderbolts that snapped. Flame in one hand, lightning spell in the other. It's not just the Golden Light Mantra and the Yang 5 Thunders. After summoning Bai Feng, I also possess the power to control fire. Looking at the flames and in silver-white thunder in his palm, 2 streams of light erupted in Qin Feng's eyes as his entire being became incomparably excited. Having mastered the Golden Light Incantation and the Thunder Technique, and then possessing the power to control fire, he was bound to be a transcendent now as well. Not a weakling yet. With my current strength, the 5 Thunder Positive Technique, the Golden Lightning Incantation plus the power of fire control, an ordinary second-stage transcendent mortal is definitely not a match for me. Qin Feng withdrew the yen in palm and thunder in hand and whispered. How difficult was it to become a transcendent? Becoming a second-order transcendent was even more of a struggle amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Now, Qin Feng had easily become a second-order transcendent. If other transcendents were to know about this, they would definitely be dumbfounded and blame the heavens for being unjust. After a few minutes of adapting to the power at his disposal, Qin Feng went into the bathroom to clean up his body and find a set of clothes to put on. Then, he searched around before finding his cell phone in the corner. When he opened his cell phone, there were a lot of messages and the screen was full of red dots. Looking around, he found a familiar phone number and called it. It was picked up just 2 rings later, and then the voice came out. Hello, crazy? Who else could it be? Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Grass. There's a ghostly disaster in Huai City. The gods have revived. I thought you were dead. I was ready to go over and burn paper for you. Shan Hai was a bit emotional. After sending so many messages, he hadn't seen any movement from Qin Feng and really thought something had happened. Luck, dodged it. Qin Feng bit off his luck so hard that the corners of his mouth twitched a bit. There were hundreds of thousands of people in Huai City, and a red-robed stern ghost had picked him out. Yesterday, if he hadn't awakened the system and was about to pass the 7th day of his head, he could definitely come over to burn paper. That's good. Not dying in this world is the best luck. Shan Hai thought that Qin Feng had received a shock and comforted him for a couple of moments, then excitedly said, Yesterday, the gods revived. Did you see it with your own eyes? Was it shocking? Divine resurrection was the hottest topic in Xia right now. Even ordinary people were extremely concerned. Quite shocking. Qin Feng said casually and perfunctorily. In his heart, he thought that if Shan Hai knew that Bai Feng was his pet, he would definitely be even more shocked. A pity. I wasn't in Huai City and didn't see it with my own eyes. Shan Hai was filled with shock, then said with incomparable excitement. You said that the gods have revived. Will those of us be blessed and become transcendents? I saw on the official website of the Response Bureau that there was a notice posted to search for the divine bird Bai Feng, and after obtaining its promise, make a statue of divine power to gather the nation's strength for worship. Hearing this, Qin Feng pondered. A divine power statue was a deity injecting its divine power into the statue, causing it to be born with spirituality. In normal times, it could suppress a territory and deter demons and devils. Moreover, some pious human beings could communicate with the gods through the divine power statues and receive their blessings, obtaining power and becoming a transcendent. At the same time, the deity could also obtain the power of faith. It could be said to be a win-win situation, beneficial to both humans and gods. Abroad, it was with the help of such a way to fight against the demons. This was also the importance of the deities. This was why the Summer Kingdom was so excited after the recovery of the deities. There had been powerful demons that had done just that, and Bai Feng was bound to be able to do the same. After chatting casually with Shan Hai for a few more moments, he hung up the phone. I was worried about how Bai Feng would be arranged. It seems to be able to utilize the power of the Reaction Bureau first. No, the other essence monsters and Fae summoned in the future can be arranged in the same way. Shan Hai's words reminded Qin Feng of the way to place Bai Feng. When Qin Feng's contracted spirits spread all over the Summer Kingdom in the future, he would be in a position where he would not have to resort to the power of others. Movement came from the window as Bai Feng, who had transformed into the size of a sparrow, flew in. It landed on Qin Feng's shoulder and rubbed its cheek affectionately. Bai Feng fed on ghosts and monsters, and went out to forage for food at night after Qin Feng went to bed, only returning now. After Qin Feng made some arrangements for him, Bai Feng rushed off into the sky and began suppressing demons across the country, attracting the attention of all parties. At the same time, he established contact with the Response Bureau. Watching Bai Feng fly away, Qin Feng began to study the system. Since summoning Bai Feng last night, Qin Feng hadn't studied it carefully. In his mind, an ancient scroll slowly opened. It was like a heaven and earth that was displayed in front of Qin Feng. Only, everything else was a blur, and only one high mountain was clear. Above that 10,000-foot high mountain, hovering above it was a divine bird burning with flames and spreading its wings, which was none other than Bai Feng. In the classic of mountains and seas, the essence monsters and beasts are all divided into territories. It seems that the only way to see the other regions is to summon the essence monster and foreign beast. Qin Feng had some regrets. He wanted to appreciate the ancient regions recorded in the Shan Hai Jing. Then, turning his gaze towards it, 3 lines of numbers surfaced at the handle of the ancient scroll. Activated iconography, 0. Number of times summoned, 0. Incense, 0. The 3 lines of zeros showed Qin Feng's poverty, leaving him a bit dumbfounded. A newbie gift pack just gives away contracted spirits and nothing else at all. This is too stingy. Huai City. Originally, it was a small 18th tier city without any colorful places. However, because it was the recovery of the gods, it became one of the hottest cities in the Summer Kingdom. Countless unfamiliar faces entered Huai City. What was even more terrifying was that most of these strangers were transcendents. The Huai City Response Bureau, at this time, was already busy. Since last night, everyone hadn't closed their eyes. Inside the bureau, the deputy director's chubby face was topped with 2 thick black circles under his eyes, and he hung up the phone with a fawning smile on his face. I'm too hard. Rubbing his stiff fat face, he opened his mouth and wailed, how come that grandson thief of the director isn't back yet? I'm just a deputy. The third-order red-robed stern ghost appeared having a massacre crisis. The gods revived in Huai City, followed by endless phone calls and briefings. They were all big shots that would make the whole of Xia tremble if they stomped their feet. I can't afford to be offended. Chapter 6, World Madness. Origins of the Eastern Gods. A large number of transcendents were now pouring into Huai City, wanting to see what was so extraordinary about Huai City that the gods had revived here. Most of them were people with evil intentions, who wanted to explore the secrets of the gods of the ancient East. Not only were there human transcendents, but there were also demonic forces secretly spying on Huai Chang. If it wasn't for Bai Feng's deterrent power, the forces from all sides would have already turned Huai City upside down. As the deputy director of the Huai Chang Response Bureau, the director was not present at this time, so the pressure all fell on him. For a while, it gave him an incomparable headache. Only because of the awakening of the power of the gods in Xia, the world had become stormy. Although, demons and devils had only appeared for just over a decade. However, the pattern of the world had already been formed. Now that the power of the gods of the Eastern Ancient Kingdom had awakened, relying on that powerful heritage, it would definitely be able to rise quickly. At that time, it would have an impact on the entire world pattern. Many countries were unable to sit still. Neon Island. In a glorious, luxurious palace. At this time, an emergency meeting was held. At the meeting, an argument broke out directly at the beginning. Baka. What is there to discuss about the Summer Kingdom, a godforsaken land? After the personnel arrived, a ninja said with disdain. Not bad. A bunch of Inuyasha surprisingly occupied the land of God's land, which sooner or later belongs to us, Neon. Accompanied by the ninja's speech, most of the dozen or so people in the meeting followed in response. Gentlemen, all of you have been practicing hard on weekdays, shielding yourselves from all kinds of news. Today, all of you have been summoned. It is the revival of the gods of the ancient kingdom of the East. Looking at the various noisy, disdainful voices, the general sitting on the throne pressed his hand to signal silence before speaking. The people present here were all the transcendents with the highest strength on Neon Island. These people, on a regular basis, rarely paid attention to the world. Humph. There hasn't been a deity revival in nearly a decade. The deity revived today must be incredibly weak. There's absolutely no way it can compare to the Yaki great god. With a cold snort, a beautiful witch spoke. If there are no important matters, please don't disturb my offerings to the Yagi great god. Obviously, they were already disdainful to the point of ignoring the affairs of the Summer Kingdom. There were only 2 or 3 of them, not saying a word, sitting in their seats with gloomy faces. Apparently they had read the news about the awakening of the Xia Kingdom's gods, and their expressions were very bad. In the midst of this cacophony, a video was slowly projected. A chirping sound that pierced through gold and cracked stone. The vault of the sky was then covered in flames. A monstrous immortal crane, soaring in fire, its eyes like 2 great suns burning. A terrifying aura, as if stepping out from the ancient past, revealed a savage aura that shocked thousands of miles of demons. Watching, that ninja and the sorceress who served Orochi were stunned. Just from the video, they felt that terrifying aura. The two could not speak against their will. The conference room became silent, and the rest of the people shut their mouths. As the video played, a blurry shadow was summoned. It was only a blurry shadow, but it squeezed the entire heaven and earth trembling. The sun, moon, and stars were all dimmed beyond measure. Waiting for that sentence, demonic evil. Dare to disturb the land of Great Xia, execute. Appeared. Even though it was only a video, there was a boundless might that came over them. The dozen or so people present immediately had their hearts and minds trembling, as if they had seen a great fear in the world. Everyone's face turned pale. No. Never. How could the Summer Kingdom awaken such a terrifying deity? The ninja, who was filled with disdain, just now stood up in shock. Covered in cold sweat, he opened his mouth and inhaled desperately, as if he was being strangled. As for the others, their situation was no better than his. That strange divine crane is Bai Feng, and the terrifying silhouette is named Red Emperor. All of them are from the Xia Kingdom, which has recorded nearly 10,000 years of inheritance, and this is only the tip of the iceberg and 1 hair of the 9 oxen. The general at the top spoke quietly, and before that divine bird Bai Feng disappeared, there was a strange behavior, making a pilgrimage to a certain mystery, and all the forces are guessing that it's the real body of that terrifying shadow that's going to awaken. We must not let the gods of Xia resurrect. Upon hearing this, the ninja and witch said in unison. At this moment, they were terrified of that shadow or where Bai Feng was worshipping. The most important thing now is to find out what exactly is the mystery that the divine bird Bai Feng is pilgrimage to. Finally, the general made a conclusion. In an ancient and magnificent church, the usually high and mighty cardinal archbishops were gathered. High above, on a golden chair encrusted with all kinds of precious stones, the Pope sat steadily holding the supreme scepter in his hand. It was also discussing the matter of the recovery of the gods in Xia. Various information about Bai Feng, as well as various ancient books and secrets about the myths of the heavenly kingdom, were all summarized and placed in front of the many cardinal archbishops. The last place that Bai Feng made a pilgrimage to in Xia is definitely a great terror. After viewing the video to completion, the Pope instantly noticed the abnormality of Bai Feng's last. Surprisingly, he was making a pious pilgrimage in one direction. This was too frightening. That Bai Feng's strength was so terrifying that the person who drove him was even more terrifying. Even the unperturbed Pope's face was covered in horror at this moment. Heretical evil god. This kind of terrifying evil god is definitely an enemy of God's gospel and must not appear. A cardinal roared in horror. The real body of the void that Bai Feng had summoned was definitely able to fight against God. Such a terrifying existence could not be allowed to appear. Sha! Give it a check at all costs. Find out if that void shadow's true body has been revived or not. If it has recovered, where is it? If it hasn't, then find out where it has recovered. Most importantly, what is the secret of Bai Feng's pilgrimage? The many archbishops roared out in a chorus of voices. Lighthouse Nation. Many people were also shocked. All were discussing the meaning of Bai Feng's pilgrimage at the end of the video. This deity of the Summer Kingdom, he's so strong that the roiling flames actually covered 1,000 miles of the sky. The strength of these gods is completely beyond the heights that humans can reach. At the end of the day, what kind of mystery is it that can induce such powerful deities to make a devout pilgrimage? That person being worshipped? No. It's the god, that's where it matters the most. There is no mistake, it must be ascertained. All over the world, things like this went on and on. In the end, the various forces had a unified goal. That was to find out what was hidden in the direction Bai Feng had made his last pilgrimage in. Chapter 7, The Night Watch. The sound of the gong calms the evil spirits. In the midst of this rippling wind and waves, Qin Feng, on the other hand, was incomparably leisurely. After calling housekeeping in the morning and giving the home, which he had made a mess of, a thorough cleaning. In the afternoon, some new furniture was bought and arranged in. By the time he returned to his senses, the sky had already darkened. When the twilight pulled away, the bright moon hung high and the stars in the sky hung over the branches. Qin Feng pulled open the door and decided to go out for a trip. After mastering the golden light incantation, Yang Five Thunders, and the ability to control fire, he had yet to try something. Now, he wanted to go out and find a ghost or monster to practice on. Just as he stepped out of the gate, he ran into an old man head-on. Seeing this person, Qin Feng froze for a moment, then reacted, nodded and spoke. Elder Yang, back. Right now, Qin Feng was living in a city-side courtyard, left behind by his parents. The surrounding area was also full of such self-built courtyards. Due to the fact that this place was far away from the city, coupled with the presence of demons and monsters, even fewer people lived on this side. This old man is Qin Feng's neighbor, met him when he was a child, and then disappeared for more than 10 years. It was only when he returned home on vacation this time that he realized that he had actually come back. Go out. It's not peaceful at night lately, be careful. Yang Liangong smiled back. Good. Nodding, Qin Feng headed out. This kid seems to have become interesting. Seeing Qin Feng's back, Elder Yang put away his smiling expression and frowned tightly. Just now, upon seeing Qin Feng, a strange feeling surfaced into his heart. This was something that Qin Feng did not possess before. Since the recovery of the gods in Huai City, there were really a few more things that people could not understand. Feeling the gaze behind him, Qin Feng acted as if he didn't know, walking away until his gaze disappeared before stopping. Glancing back, there was indeed no one. Elder Yang possesses an incomparably cold power within his body, similar to Ghost Qi, yet a few points less tyrannical than Ghost Qi. He should be a transcendent? Frowning, Qin Feng guessed. After summoning Bai Feng, he had not only gained the ability to control fire, he was also extremely sensitive to this kind of gloomy power. Never in a million years had he expected that his elderly neighbor who had disappeared for more than a decade. Surprisingly, he was a transcendent. It was too unexpected. He didn't care too much about this matter and continued to start searching for his target. Right now, De Huai City, because of Bai Feng's appearance earlier. That terrifying aura had filled the city for a long time, and the ghosts and monsters had fled away. From the Huai City, they had fled to the wilderness in all directions. Qin Feng had also placed his target, the wilderness land, on the edge of the county. A waning moon climbed up into the night sky. The stars in the sky hung diagonally in the 9 heavens. The bright stars, the sun and the moon, the light covered the earth in a white blanket. A section of old highway. The dilapidated street lamps, because of their age, the lights flickered non-stop. This place is extremely weird, with several car accidents one after another in January. This month, 2 more people died tragically. Many people in Huaiqing are afraid to talk about this road. At night, it's deserted. The potholed road stretches outward to nowhere, and in the dark distance, it is like the mouth of a huge beast devouring all life. Midnight. The remaining night hung diagonally, and the color of the night became even deeper. Amidst the darkness, 2 bright deep yellow colors tore through the giant mouth of the abyss and slowly drove over. Qin Feng then stood by the side of the road, quietly gazing at this bus coming from the distance. Rattling. Accompanied by this sound of raw iron rubbing together. Without Qin Feng making any movement, this bus stopped hard in front of him. Little brother, hurry up and get on the bus. This road is deserted in the dark, no one goes there except for our bus. If you miss it and want to go back to the county, then you'll probably have to walk until tomorrow. The bus door opened, and the middle-aged woman-like conductor stuck out her head and said with enthusiasm, "With the help of the light in the car." Qin Feng saw that this bus coming from the distance was actually filled with a car full of people. It was already late at night and it had pulled in so many guests. Weird beyond measure. Without showing any abnormalities, Qin Feng slowly nodded his head and revealed a bright smile. "Just worried? You guys just came, it's really timely." Raising his steps, he was about to get into the car. A crisp voice rang out. "This bus is full, take the next one, or use your cell phone to call for a ride back." This voice was actually stopping Qin Feng from getting on the bus. This caused Qin Feng to be stunned. It didn't occur to him that there were actually living people in the bus. No wonder the aura he sensed earlier was so strange. That's right. This car was full of passengers, all of whom were dead. From a long distance away, Qin Feng had already sensed it, a gloomy and incomparable aura. After searching for half the night, there was no trace of the ghosts and monsters. Now that it was delivered to his door, Qin Feng was happy. But he never thought that there were transcendents in the car. "Girl! How can you talk? Can't such a big car spare a seat?" At those words, the conductor's enthusiastic look disappeared and she turned her head to stare at the girl who opened her mouth with a face full of viciousness. On the other seats, the passengers who had been acting drowsy also stiffened their bodies and stared at the girl. Underneath that vicious look, there was also greed. Greed for food. Lang Qiurou's beautiful face changed rapidly, and then, in an instant, she quickly calmed down. As if she didn't see the looks of the surrounding passengers, she opened her mouth and said sternly, "Already sat so many people, but also on the passengers, your black car. I want to get off, do not sit." Said stood up, revealing a concave and convex figure, twisting a pair of long legs. "They want to squeeze out of the car. Want to go?" Seeing this scene, the conductor directly tore through all the disguise. "Look hideous face vicious roar. Catch this dead girl for me. Roar." Along with the sound falling, the passengers on the bus all let out a burst of inhuman roar. Then, displaying speed and strength that surpassed normal people, they stretched out their palms with black-lighted nails and ferociously grabbed towards Lang Qiurou. The camouflage of the bus all disintegrated. Revealed the broken body, the front was torn out a big hole, the whole black, was mercilessly engulfed by the fire. Inside the body, it was filthy and stained with black and red blood that had already solidified. Damn it! The plan has failed. Facing the ghouls coming at her from all sides, Lang Qiurou's face changed drastically, her shell teeth biting hard. Quickly, she pulled out a silver-colored gong covered with bloodlines from the backpack that she held tightly in her arms, and struck it fiercely. Clang! An ear-piercing sound rang out, and the bus full of ghouls stopped moving. Outside the bus, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched a few times. What a white and tender little girl with those snow-white hands was a gong knocker. Official title of the Reaction Bureau, Night Watchman. Chapter 8, This is the Real Big Brother. Night Watchman. One of the ancient occupations of the Summer Kingdom, holding a gong in their hands. The piercing sound of the gong can drive away demons and devils. It should have disappeared in the river of history, but after the recovery of the demons, it shines. In every city, there is a night watchman walking in the dead of night, guarding the peace of one side. Taking advantage of the empty moment when the ghouls were immobilized, Lang Qiurou rushed out of the bus. Realizing that Qin Feng was actually watching the show, she couldn't help but be infuriated. An ordinary person, seeing this horrifying scene and seeing a bus full of ghosts, shouldn't he crawl on his ass and run away? As a result, this person even watched with great interest. How thick is his nerve? Why don't you go? Waiting to be eaten. Rolling her eyes, Lang Qiurou said to Qin Feng without any good humor. What? Qin Feng froze for a moment. Then he snapped out of it. This sister clearly thought of herself as an ordinary person. Ho 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 ho. On the bus, only a few seconds later, the group of ghosts that had been immobilized resumed their actions. Surprisingly, it's a human transcendent. The flesh and blood of a transcendent is even more delicious than that of an ordinary human. Swallow her for me. In the driver's seat, the driver let out a roar. Immediately afterward, the group of corpses in the car madly surged out of the car. With foul-smelling blood flowing from their mouths, and with an incomparably hideous look of greed, they came at Lang Qiurou. Damn it! My soul-suppressing gong, it can't hold them. Seeing the group of ghosts resuming their actions, Lang Qiurou's face changed. Gripping the soul-suppressing gong in her hand tightly, she opened her mouth. You run away. My colleagues are ambushing a kilometer away. Find them and you'll be saved. I'll hold them off. This bus ghost infestation on this road has been around for a long time. It is only because of its cunning and speed that it makes it difficult for the Huaicheng Reflection Bureau to clear it. Today, the ruse was laid. Seeing that it was about to succeed, he didn't expect to be stirred up by Qin Feng, who suddenly appeared. Clang! Facing the ferociously coming group of ghosts, Lang Qiurou kept striking the soul-suppressing luo. On the silver-white surface of the gong, the blood-colored lines began to emit an eerie red light. The ear-piercing sound of the gong spread out in ripples visible to the naked eye, attacking the souls. under the intensive sound of the gong. It was difficult for the group of ghosts to maintain their ferocity, and like a human, they desperately covered their ears with their hands. They fell to the ground and wailed in pain. The sound of the soul-suppressing gong was specifically designed to deal with ghosts. Rubbish! The stern ghost riding the ghost bus, seeing this scene, directly rushed out of the bus and killed towards Ling Xiu-ro. Boom! Along with that ghost bus stern ghost rushing out, a terrifying yin-chi stirred the four directions. The rushing grievances transformed into rolling dark clouds, covering up the waning moon in the sky. Roar! The ghostly carriage's stern ghost let out a roar, and the thick ferocious aura transformed into a gust of wind that actually covered up the ringing of the soul-suppressing gong. Not good. This ghost chariot ghost driver has maimed dozens of people, condensed a horrible grievance chi, and has actually advanced to the second stage. After being suppressed, Ling Xiu-ro's heart and mind shook, and her hand on the gong became heavy. She could only watch, as the ghost car knight wielded its sharp claws and came towards herself to kill. Completely finished. Second-order stern ghosts, only 3 or 4 people such as the deputy director and Old Man Yang in the response bureau were sufficient to deal with them. However, the people involved in the ambush today, a group of 10 people, all first-order transcendents, were by no means opponents. If they were to face each other, they would definitely be wiped out. At this moment, it was unknown whether one should be happy or sad. Happiness was that the other members of the group didn't run into this severe ghost. The sadness was that under the second-order stern ghost, there was absolutely no possibility of one's own survival. Heaven and earth Xianzong, the root of all air. At the time when Ling Qiu-ro was beyond despair, a voice rang out. It was accompanied by a blinding golden light that tore through the roiling ghostly aura. The voice continued to resound, and the profound incantation slowly began to echo between heaven and earth. Cultivate extensively for billions of kalpas, and prove my divine power. Inside and outside the 3 realms, only the Tao reigns supreme. The body has a golden light that covers my body. The golden light appears quickly and covers the real person. Hurry up! Boom! The golden light in the sky completely exploded, just like the great sun in the sky, cutting through the black curtain of the sky and illuminating a side of the heaven and earth. The roiling ghost chi, ferocious power, and the rushing resentment chi. All of them were dispersed and dissolved in the heaven and earth by this golden light that filled the heaven and earth. Returning to her senses, Ling Qiu-ro realized that the person who had just been blocked by herself from boarding the ghost car was actually blocking in front of her at this moment. The most shocking thing was that the person's body was also shrouded in a piercing golden light. Easily, he blocked the attack of the second-ranked stern ghost. Staring round with a pair of beautiful eyes, Ling Qiu-ro was shocked beyond words. The person who was being protected by herself. Surprisingly, it was a big guy. Not only was Ling Qiu-ro shocked, but the ghost car ghost was even more shocked. Looking at Qin Feng, who was shrouded in golden light all over his body, he only felt as if he had been subjected to the most horrifying thing in general, and his entire ghost body was twisting and resisting, wanting to keep himself away from this human being in front of him. Thunder Law. Without giving the forceful ghost a chance to react, Qin Feng directly executed Yang 5 thunders. Rumble. The heavens and earth roared, the air became scorched, and the temperature climbed rapidly. A silver-white color erupted from within Qin Feng's body. Silver-white thunderous lightning, intertwined like a spider web, violently blasted at all the ghosts and monsters in front of Qin Feng. Bang! A terrifying masculine force instantly ravaged the 8 directions. The terrifying masculine power of thunder directly swept away the ghosts and monsters in front of him. Thunder, the masculine of heaven and earth, was the nemesis of ghosts and netherworlds as well. Ah! Ear-piercing and mournful screams rang out. Even though that second-ranked stern ghost could not resist at all. After a long time. Only then did that silver-white color slowly dissipate, and peace returned between heaven and earth. Only the pungent smell of burning remained, reminding people of the fear they had just experienced. Only after a few more moments did Ling Qiu-ro's eyes slowly brighten up, the shining silver-white color just now almost blinded him. Hiss! After being able to see things clearly, she jerked a mouthful of cold air in disbelief. This is also too terrifying. Is that person really human? In front of her, thunder intertwined within a 100-meter radius, leaving a black scratch on the earth. What was even more terrifying was that where the ghost car and the group of ghosts were, a 10-meter-sized deep pit was directly blasted out by the thunder. At this moment, there was also a silver-white tiny thunder flashing. And the person who did this was no longer in sight. After destroying the Lich Demon, Qin Feng didn't bother to stay, put away the golden light curse and left the scene. Just after walking out for some distance, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for killing a second-order night ghost, activating one evil ghost illustration. There is a ghost, its name is Che Ghost, it swallows meat and eats grudges, and sits in great distress. Rewards are being distributed, please collect them on your own. Chapter 9, The True Way of the Immortal. Moving the mountains and seas. After listening to the system's voice, Qin Feng froze for a moment and then became excited, his eyes brightening. The iconography turns out to be activated by killing a liege. The system hadn't moved since the distribution of the newbie gift pack. Previously, he had been tinkering for half an hour, but he didn't get a response either, as if he had fallen silent. Now it seemed that all of these functions had to be fumbled by themselves. Sinking his attention into his mind, Qin Feng saw that in that ancient scroll, underneath the high mountain where Bai Feng stood, there was a pattern flickering. A dilapidated bus sped along the road. Up close, this bus was made up entirely of human limbs and broken bones, and was also laced with nearly 100 deadheads, all of which had a vicious and incomparable look on their faces. The second-order ghost driver from before, transformed into a green-faced and fanged appearance, was sitting on the driver's seat, whistling to the sky. The rushing grievances transformed into boundless black clouds that hovered above the car. This was the evil ghost pattern activated by Qin Feng. After looking at it for a few moments, he withdrew his gaze. Qin Feng was still incomparably looking forward to what kind of rewards he would be able to claim. Claim the reward. Qin Feng spoke in a low voice. Rewards being issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Palm Thunder. Palm Thunder, lightning coalesces in the center of the palm and continuously blooms. The lightning carries a terrifying tearing and burning power. Surprisingly, it's the signature move. Seeing the reward, Qin Feng was happy. Regarding the Palm Thunder, Qin Feng, who had watched a certain anime, was still familiar with it. It was a strong attacking move. For him who possessed the Young Five Thunders, it could greatly enhance his strength. After receiving the reward, Qin Feng placed his gaze at the scroll's handle. 3 lines of data appeared to change. Activation icon, 1. Number of times summoned, 0. Incense, 0. Of the 3 functions, only the incense and fire one remained unchanged now. Incense and fire was used to worship ancestors, and its meaning was to not forget. The Daxia civilization does not worship the Almighty Creator, does not thank the nebulous Creator, but worships the ancestors and sages of the Daxia civilization. Thinking of this, Qin Feng already had a general direction. I'm afraid that the only way to generate incense was to wait until Bai Feng had made a statue of divine power and was worshipped. On the other side, Lang Qiu-ro calmed down after a long time, then she took out the phone from her pocket, dialed a number and called it, and opened her mouth. Elder Yang, something has happened. On the other end of the phone, Yang Liangong froze for a moment and said in a deep voice. Wait for me to come over. Late at night, a sedan, rapidly toward the suburbs. Late at night, no one, the car drove fast, half an hour's journey was hardened and shortened to 10 minutes. Soon, it arrived at the place where Qin Feng had exterminated the ghost monster. Elder Yang. Lang Qiu-ro greeted him and shouted respectfully. What's going on? The car door opened and Yang Liangong stepped down from the driver's seat, asking with a cautious expression. Without the slightest bit of concealment, Lang Qiu-ro began to report on the matter bit by bit. Without sparing a single detail, even Qin Feng's features and appearance were not spared, all reported to Yang Liangong. While listening, Yang Liangong walked to the large pit blasted out by Qin Feng's lightning method. Even though it had been nearly half an hour since then, that burst of thunder power still remained, raging sparks on the earth. This is masculine thunder power. Feeling this terrifying force, an endless shock rose in Yang Liangong's heart. This terrifying force, even if it was himself, a battle-hardened second-order transcendent, he was not a match at all. Within the second rank of this person, I'm afraid that he doesn't have any opponents. Even if it's an ordinary third rank, I don't see that he'll be able to defeat him. The gods have come out in Hui City. Sure enough, the snake, horse, and bull gods have all begun to converge over. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Yang Liangong reached out and squeezed the corners of his eyes with an incomparable headache. The reason he had returned to Hui City was to retire. Instead, he ended up intruding hard into the center of the storm, which made him a little tired. Elder Yang, this person can manipulate thunder and lightning. Is it a divine inheritor from a foreign power that has mixed in? Domestically, I haven't heard of any transcendent that possesses the power to protect the golden light of the body and manipulate thunder and lightning. Lang Qiu-ro asked suspiciously. Even after a long time, that terrifying power still kept sweeping through his heart. No. Upon hearing this, Yang Liangong firmly shook his head and said with certainty. It's definitely not a foreign power. Heaven and Earth Xuanzong, the root of all air, this is one of the 8 divine incantations crippled in the ancient inheritance of Taoism and Xia, the golden light incantation. That thunder, I'm afraid it's the legendary thunder spell. Then he murmured softly. This is the true Tao coming out of the mountains. I thought that they all disappeared into the river of history along with the deities of Xia, and the appearance of the deities. Is there any connection between the two? Bai Feng appeared in Hui City, and that inheritance that was supposed to have died out had even appeared at this time. If there was no connection between the two, Yang Liangong would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. True Tao? What is the true Tao? Hearing Yang Liangong whisper in a small voice, Lang Qiu-ro was somewhat confused. Since stepping into the transcendent, she had never come into contact with such a thing, and it was the first time she had heard such a title. True Tao is the cultivators and the ancient inheritance of the Summer Kingdom. In the Hidden Secrets, it is recorded that they master all sorts of subtle spells, capable of moving mountains and seas, and taking the moon by the stars, and those with high cultivation levels are called immortals. Yang Lianong opened his mouth to explain. The tone of his voice contained a color full of yearning. Wouldn't that be able to compare to a deity? Impossible. Hearing the explanation, Ling Qiurou's pair of beautiful eyes stared round, completely unable to believe such a statement. What's not possible? Those of us, in ancient times, were what they called a side path, something unorthodox. Speaking here, Yang Lianong laughed self-deprecatingly. It's also true that we all have 5 disadvantages and 3 shortcomings when we enter this line and step into cultivation. You and I have a widow's life, no relatives in life, Huiqing Reflection Bureau Deputy Director of the Little Fat Man's Life, lack of wealth, sticking to it must be bad luck, $50 in the pocket, go out can be bitten by a dog. This kind of cultivation, how can they get into the eyes of the true way? The true way is the power of heaven and earth, of the horror of existence, the cultivation of the deep. They are gods, were need to be compared with the gods? Unlike foreign countries, the Summer Kingdom got many gods in ancient times, all of which came from this. Perhaps, this is also the reason why the gods of the Summer Kingdom have only begun to recover to this day. Listening to Yang Lianong's explanations and speculations, Ling Qiurou's heart was endlessly shocked, and at this point, she was completely speechless. Such a horrifying statement was truly shocking. A mortal could become a god. This was a word that would be labeled as heresy and removed with capital punishment in foreign countries. Chapter 10, Reservoir Creepiness, Plan in Mind. In the darkness, a pair of bright eyes took in the duo's conversation. After receiving the reward, Qin Feng turned back halfway. It was because he wanted to observe how the reaction bureau operated, but he never expected to hear these conversations between the two. True Dao. Looks like I can use this identity to make contact with the reaction bureau. Qin Feng pondered in his mind. Joining the reaction bureau was something that would never happen. And if he wanted to operate in the Summer Kingdom, he would inevitably have to make contact with the Summer Kingdom reaction bureau. A high-impact identity. On the other hand, it would allow him to cut out a lot of unnecessary trouble, and at the same time, it would also allow the reaction bureau to take the initiative to come into contact with himself. At that time, he could also utilize some of the reaction bureau's power. Seeing that some of the members of the reaction bureau were beginning to converge, there was no other news that could be probed if they stayed any longer. Qin Feng then directly left completely. According to Qin Feng's current speed, an automobile was very bulky for him, and he could choose a rugged road to walk alone. After his strength increased a bit more, Qin Feng's speed would be even faster than a car, so he didn't bother to take a taxi or anything. Walked straight back home. After returning to his home, washing and freshening up a bit, and changing into his newly bought bedding, Qin Feng contentedly entered dreamland. Qin Feng's home returned to peace, while the night in Huichang was not so peaceful. Originally bright residual moon and shining stars. Quietly, the deep black curtain was tightly covered. The darkness was like a tidal wave that surrounded the city. Within the surging darkness, it was as if there was an inexplicable fear whispering in a low voice, stretching out its horrible claws and teeth, tempting Huichang. This night color made people feel incomparably depressed. As time passed, a sliver of sunrise pierced through the dark curtain. Rolling the red sun, it began to wave hot sunlight into the world. It was only when the great sun rose high in the sky that the inexplicable depression was finally dissolved. I slept with great comfort. Only after sensing the sunlight that was as blinding as broken gold did Qin Feng squirm in bed and start to get up. Having come to this secretive world full of demons and ghosts, he was a bit wary of sleeping on weekdays for fear of experiencing terrifying ghosts and monsters. During this period of time, today was the only day that he truly slept. This was the confidence of having strength. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Qin Feng habitually opened his cell phone, checking out a prompt message. The first thing that caught his eye was a message released by the Huichang Response Bureau. In recent days, a number of people have encountered poisoning incidents. The Huichang Reaction Bureau hereby appeals to everyone to please refrain from drinking water from meals of unknown origins. Poisoning incidents? A response bureau specifically established to deal with ghosts and monsters shouldn't be too idle to care about this kind of thing, right? Qin Feng frowned. This matter was very strange. With curiosity, Qin Feng opened the local forum. Sure enough, the first few hottest messages on the forum were discussing this matter. Since last night, the number of poisoned people has surged, more than doubling the number of people from the previous days. Alarmed. The beds in the major hospitals in Huiching are full, and the number of poisoned people is initially estimated to be nearly 5,000. Such large-scale poisoning is definitely related to ghosts and monsters. Qin Feng looked at these messages one by one. He found that the poisoned people had started to appear a few days ago. It was only since last night that the number rapidly began to surge. Strange. If it's the work of ghosts and monsters, why didn't I find any traces yesterday? After making things roughly clear, Qin Feng exited the forum. The range of the poisoned people was large, covering Hui City as well as the surrounding villages. The range he roamed last night was also among them, yet he didn't find any traces. This made Qin Feng unable to figure out whether it was the work of a ghost or not. No! Raising his head in a flash, Qin Feng quickly rushed into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and watched as the tap water flowed out. As the tap water flowed out, he took a closer look. After half a second, he saw that there was a trace of hidden black gas floating in the water, very difficult to find. That black gas is the cold gas, commonly known as ghost gas. The water was actually laced with ghost chi. Sure enough, it's the tap water. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, when Qin Feng washed himself, he noticed a ghostly aura haunting him. Originally, he had thought that it was stained from when he was out killing the ghosts, but he didn't realize that there was a problem with the tap water. Knowing the result, Qin Feng turned off the faucet. There was a big river on the side of Huai City, and because of its favorable location, a big reservoir was dug there. The city's water supply plant was also over there. Now, it seemed that that reservoir was probably coiled with many ghosts and monsters. Otherwise, it would be impossible to contaminate the city's tap water. Ghost chi couldn't withstand the sun's exposure, therefore, ghosts rarely appeared during the day. It was now close to noon. The sun is shining today, the temperature is very high. And there are still ghosts in the tap water. One could imagine how terrifying the ghosts over there were. Thinking about this, Qin Feng's heart got excited. Ghosts are so serious, how many illustrations must be activated then? Now, ghosts and monsters and all those things, in Qin Feng's eyes those were rewards. First, he went to the restaurant in the city to have a full meal. Qin Feng began to prepare. Tonight, break into the ghostly cave of the reservoir. Huai Chang Response Bureau. In the office, the deputy director, who was signing various documents in a bitter manner, his cell phone suddenly vibrated violently. A message was sent over. Chief Dog, there's a fourth-order ghost infestation in Xinjiang that's about to break out. Quickly call for help from the General Bureau. The deputy director's face changed drastically, and his fat face instantly turned as white as paper, without a trace of blood color. Fourth-order ghosts, this is going to break the sky. Third-order red-clothed ghosts can massacre a city. Fourth-order blood-poople ghosts will bleed for miles, with millions of floating corpses. A few minutes later, a few cars whistled out from the response bureau and drove off into the distance. At the same time, Huai Chang and the surrounding area had a widespread water outage. Returning home, Qin Feng realized that the water had unexpectedly stopped. It was instantly clear that the reaction bureau's side had also detected the ghostly aura in the tap water. It was slightly dark. Qin Feng then transformed into a ghostly fire teenager and rode a small electric motorcycle in the direction of the reservoir. The reservoir was some distance away, and by the time Qin Feng arrived, the sky had completely darkened. The closer he got to the reservoir, the colder he felt, and even a sickening odor filled the air. And in Qin Feng's perception, in the mid-air above the reservoir, a ghostly cloud of qi coalesced, covering a few miles in every direction. Sure enough, the ghostly infestation over here was very serious. Chapter 11, 100 Ghosts Walking at Night. Golden Light Ambush Demon. The perimeter of the reservoir, at this time, had all been cordoned off. On the outside, there were people patrolling back and forth, prohibiting anyone from entering. As the night descended, the yin qi of this place became heavier and heavier. Even the terrifying fierce fury qi had begun to roar, transforming into the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling, filling the sky and the earth. Qin Feng hadn't acted yet and didn't choose to enter directly. He was waiting. Having already condensed the boundless fiendish qi, the ghostly affliction in this place would surely erupt this night. The time was getting later and later, and the color of the night was getting thicker and thicker, as if it was stained by the color of ink. Roar, roar, roar. The gloomy wind gusted, mixed with mournful roars. Under the ravages of this terrifying yin fury qi, on the periphery, the patrolling transcendents were somewhat unable to endure. Between their breaths, they were already able to exhale cold air. This ghostly weather is getting colder and colder. One of the transcendents guarding the road opened his mouth and spat. Wrapping the clothes on his body tightly was as if it was useless, the coldness pierced straight through the bones, it was simply painful. Be careful, there is a great fear inside, even though it hasn't come out yet, it has already caused nearly 10,000 people in Huai City to be entangled in the hospital with yin qi. Someone on the side warned. The Baifeng divine bird has flown off somewhere. If it is still in Huai Chang, this one ghostly trouble will not be a worry at all. A few people talked, trying to relieve the depression in their hearts. Boom! Just as a few people were talking, a terrifying sound erupted with a loud boom. In the middle of the Qing River, a terrifying current rose up to the sky, tens of meters high. Immediately after, an even more terrifying yin fiend power spread out from within the Qing River, emitting a fishy, nauseating odor. Accompanied by this horrifying yin fury power, dozens of miles in a radius were instantly turned into a ghost area. This heavy yin fury qi attracted endless lonely souls, ghosts, and ghosts from all sides in the surrounding area to start converging. And the water in the reservoir began to boil, with ghostly shadows on the surface. It was as if the gate of the dead had been opened, and fish leaped out from it. Give me back my life. Where's my head? Wailing sounds, life-claiming sounds, and fierce beasts whistling wildly. The few people who were conversing were shocked and stunned, looking at the color of this 100 ghosts walking at night with a dumbfounded face. This reservoir. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as red-clothed stern ghosts. Not far away, Qin Feng also saw this horrifying sight. This horrifying phenomenon could be even more powerful than the third-order stern ghost from before. Suddenly, a voice full of seduction rang out. Little brother, are you waiting for me? Seeing that you've been waiting for so long, do you want to accompany your slave to have a seat? Then, in the woods next to Qin Feng, a young woman with revealing clothes and a great deal of flavor stepped out. Blinking a pair of big bright eyes, full of seduction, was summoning Qin Feng. Turning back, Qin Feng saw through its true body with a glance and said sternly. A red-faced withered skeleton, not even a stern ghost, how dare you come out to harm others, looking for death? The young woman's face suddenly changed dramatically. In an instant, it understood that it had incurred a horrible person. Before she could make any other moves, Qin Feng had already extended his palm. A piercing silver-white color at the center of his palm cut through the blackness and violently sprang out, blasting towards the young woman. Boom! A thunderclap rose from the flat ground. Without any room for resistance, the lone spirit that wanted to tempt Qin Feng was directly exterminated by his palm. It turned into a pile of dead bones that piled up on the ground. Looking at this pile of dead bones on the ground, after waiting for a moment, Qin Feng frowned and said, the system's beep didn't rise. It seems like the only way to activate the icon is to exterminate some strong or special ghosts and monsters. After 2 days of fumbling around, Qin Feng had almost figured out the many functions of the system. On the periphery, there were almost all of these first-order lone ghosts, so if he wanted to obtain the reward, it seemed that he would have to head to the middle of the reservoir. Borrowing the color of the night to hide his figure, Qin Feng quietly felt his way into the reservoir. Inside the reservoir, it was already in chaos. There were ghosts and monsters all over the place, and the Reaction Bureau Transcendents who had entered earlier in the day were like entering a ghost cave at this moment. Battles were constantly being fought. Qin Feng had just entered not too far before he saw a battle, or a familiar face, the very same sister he had met the night before. It was somewhat tragic. Completely outmatched. The soul-suppressing Gong and Lang Qiu Ro's hand was already shattered, and even she herself was heavily injured, coughing up blood from her mouth. As for the rest of her group members, their misery was similar to hers. A second-order fierce tiger ghost that was fighting with them had a terrifyingly ferocious power coalescing around its body, and it was also driving nearly a dozen devils. A member of the group was caught unaware, and was directly pounced upon by the tiger ghost, disemboweling him and gnawing on his heart and liver. Roar! After being tainted with the blood of the Transcendentals, the fierce tiger ghost's hostility increased greatly. It roared up to the sky and set off a gust of fishy wind. Group leader, it can't be topped. A group member covered his broken arm and roared. With one person killed in battle, the pressure multiplied, and the remaining people were even less of a match. Escape! Escape as many as you can. Blood continued to flow from the corners of her mouth. Lang Qiu Ro's face showed despair. Her own group of 10 members were all first order, and they were completely no match for this second order mighty tiger ghost. The battle was a complete crushing situation. However, it did not give them any chance at all, driving the ghosts, directly surrounding them. Obviously, they were going to be decimated. Just as the crowd was despairing, Qin Feng struck. Heaven and earth Shinzone, the root of all air. Wide cultivation of havoc, prove my divine power. An ethereal and mysterious voice began to reverberate between heaven and earth. For a moment, it actually dispersed the yin fury chi that was passing through the heavens. This is... Lang Qiu Ro, who had already despaired, had brightness restored in her already dimmed beauty eyes. Sure enough, that memorable golden light descended once again. Qin Feng came across the steps, his body surrounded by piercing golden light, as if he was divine. It's you again. Lang Qiu Ro's face was agitated. Especially after hearing Elder Yang's explanation, she was on a lofty position in her mind. The other members of the group had been stunned at the sight of Qin Feng, who was covered in golden light, and had forgotten that they were in danger as they looked at him dumbfounded. Was this the deity who had descended from the sky to save them? Nodding slightly at Lang Qiu Ro, Qin Feng ignored the rest of her group and directly set his gaze on the second-order fierce tiger ghost. In a deep and majestic voice, he drank. Demon, still not put to death. That fierce tiger ghost had already opened its mind. Although it could not spit out human words, it was also cunning. On Qin Feng's body, it detected a strong sense of crisis. Roar! It roared up to the sky. Driving all the devils to abandon the others, they all surrounded and killed Qin Feng. Humph! Qin Feng let out a heavy cold snort. The aura around his body suddenly became incomparably berserk. With a palm strike, a piercing silver-white color with a roaring sound, he directly blasted those devils into ashes. Seeing the scene, Lang Qiu Ro's expression was complicated. The strength of the true Tao was truly terrifying. As for the rest of her group, they all directly knelt. Chapter 12, Warning. You're the one who's a ghost, aren't you? The people, such as themselves, fought with great difficulty. Everyone was injured, and others died in battle. As a result, did not even touch the body, a blow will directly devour ghosts all killed. Was this the big brother? Qin Feng's thunderous strike also frightened that second-order fierce tiger ghost. Its thick fur stood up violently. The originally vicious and hideous expression suddenly became stagnant, fear rising in its heart. A whimpering sound like that of a domestic cat came out of his mouth, his limbs dropped, and his whole body tensed up. It was as if they had met a great terror. After exterminating the devourer, Qin Feng made his move on that fierce tiger. Boom! Dazzling silver light erupted from his palm, and several lightning bolts struck in unison. For a moment, the air was filled with the smell of scorching, and it was as if the air between heaven and earth had been drained, causing the surrounding transcendents watching the battle to breathe in sharply. Ow! Having seen the horror of the lightning method, facing this lightning that was enough to tear through gold and stone, that fierce tiger ghost didn't dare to receive it hard at all, and let out a long whine up to the sky. From that bloody mouth, violently sprayed out a large group of extremely foul-smelling dirty blood. This dirty blood contains horrible ferocious power. If an ordinary person is contaminated, it is bound to die on the spot. The tainted blood turned into a barrier in front of it. Bared! The silver-white thunderbolt blasted on it, just like fire meeting water, and it quickly broke down. The large mass of tainted blood spewed out by the tiger ghost was also directly dissolved by the lightning method. This mass of tainted blood was nurtured by this fierce tiger ghost for countless years, accumulating the grievances of nearly 100 people it had devoured before it was birthed. However, it was blasted through by Qin Feng's palm lightning. The manticore snapping ghost cowered and twisted its head to try to escape. Die! Qin Feng, however, did not give him the slightest chance as his feet moved, spanning a distance of several meters, directly arriving beside the manticore snapping ghost and slapping out a palm at it. Thunder spells raged, the silver-white color illuminating the heavens and earth. Ow! The fierce tiger ghost let out a horrifying scream. The huge tiger body of more than 2 meters was directly torn into 2 sections, completely dissolving between heaven and earth. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying an elf monster and activating a beast icon. There is a beast named Mountain Monarch that drives a ghost and roars in the mountains and forests, and it is difficult to encounter it. Rewards will be issued, please collect them yourself. Receive the reward. Qin Feng said silently in his heart. Sure enough, only by killing these powerful ghosts and monsters could one activate the system icon to receive a reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tongtian talisman. Holy! Seeing the reward issued by the system, Qin Feng's heart rose in ecstasy. One of the 8 wondrous skills, Tongtian talisman. Between raising one's hand and foot, one can carve out the talisman one desires in mid-air. Drawing talismans in thin air. And as long as you are strong enough, you can make a talisman in a second, capable of unlimited succession. It was terrifying to think about. Then, a variety of talisman records and countless experiences in drawing talismans poured into Qin Feng's mind. Standing in place, Qin Feng closed his eyes and received this huge stream of information. This second stage mighty tiger siren has no power to resist against him at all. Once again, seeing Qin Feng exterminate a second-ranked fierce ghost with the flip of a hand, Leng Qiuruo was still endlessly shocked. This strength was terrifying. Team leader, he's the one who solved the bus ghost infestation last night, isn't he? This is also too powerful. Seeing that the fierce tiger ghost was easily destroyed by Qin Feng, the crowd of transcendents knelt down once again, worshipping the big brother. This place is seriously infested with ghosts, and monsters within a radius of hundreds of miles are beginning to converge here. You are no match, do not add to the casualties, retreat. Turning back to Leng Qiuruo with a word of advice, Qin Feng stopped paying attention and continued to walk towards the depths with the golden light spell. He sensed that a terrifying fierce fury power was converging in front of him. Its terror surpassed that of a second-order lich demon. Let's withdraw and guard the periphery. Glancing at the back that was filled with golden light, Leng Qiuruo wanted to catch up, but after scanning her severely damaged group members, she had to give up such an idea. Regarding the choices of Leng Qiuruo and the others, Qin Feng did not pay too much attention. If they listened to advice and retreated to the periphery, they would be able to stay alive. If they didn't listen, there was a high probability that they would die in battle here. The deeper they walked, the more terrifying the eerie atmosphere became. Even the color of the night became a bit bright red, and that horrible ferocious aura became heavier and heavier. The land began to be haunted by demons, and all sorts of ghosts, monsters, and demons converged. Qin Feng is very bold, and he is not afraid of the ghosts and monsters, and he is a bit arrogant along the way. However, those ghosts and monsters, as if they had sensed his fear in general, they all avoided him. When he arrived at a burned forest, finally some of the severe ghosts couldn't stand it anymore and struck out at Qin Feng. A blurred figure, kneeling on the ground, a hand groped the ground as if looking for something important. As Qin Feng approached, the figure stopped and let out a voice. Little waif, can you help me look for something? The voice was hoarse, as if it was like something rubbing against something. Find what? Without moving, Qin Feng opened his mouth and asked. He. Upon hearing Qin Feng's reply, the voice of that stern ghost became even colder, emitting a ghastly laugh. Stopping its groping movements, it raised its head violently, revealing its original face. A face that was incomparably pale, with black bruises of blood flowing from its 5 orifices at this time. This ghost seemed to have been decapitated in its lifetime. There was a horrifying scar encircling its neck in a circle, and it had been sewn together tightly with a thick needle and thread to sew the head and body together. Help me find the head. The face that was so pale that it was horrifying was all bizarre and eerie. Qin Feng's body moved. The piercing golden light cut through the black curtain and enveloped its circumference. Bang! Then he kicked the stern ghost to the ground. The hands covered in golden light ferociously hammered the stern ghost's head with a punch. What are you doing? Being hammered in the head, the night ghost asked with a dumbfounded expression. Don't move, I'll break the head off and give it to you. Qin Feng said indifferently. The stern ghost was dumbfounded and had a dumbfounded look on his face. Was this still human language? Break off the head and give it to someone. Are you a devil? Who is the devil between the two of us? The ghost fought back, but realized that he couldn't move at all. Qin Feng's foot on him was as heavy as a mountain, and there was no power to resist. Moreover, that golden light had suppressed his ghost chi within his body and could not be mobilized. Now he had no power to resist and could only let Qin Feng slaughter him. Little waif, I was momentarily confused and ghostly before I chose to harm others. Please let me go. This is really the first time I've harmed people. Recognizing the situation clearly, the stern ghost began to beg for mercy. Even that one hideous ghost face had a pleasing look on it. I'm the most honest person, I must do what I promise. If I don't do it, then I wouldn't be breaking my promise. Qin Feng's face sank and his tone became grim as he said. Chapter 13, Third Order Tree Demon. The golden light incantation shows its power. The stern demon's face twitched up, wailing in his heart. What kind of demon have I met? Qin Feng grabbed the stern ghost's head with both hands fiercely and began to pull it up with force. Help me! A sharp pain struck and the stern ghost let out a loud roar. Bang! A terrifyingly cold force suddenly erupted behind Qin Feng. The soil exploded and splattered in all directions as a bull-thick tree root carrying a terrifyingly huge force ferociously jerked towards Qin Feng. As the tree root whistled, it kicked up a strong wind, and that terrifying force could directly explode even iron and stone. Seeing the attack emerging from the ground, the liege's face was delighted. Only to see that, in the face of the attack, Qin Feng did not even turn his head back, and a golden light filled his back, directly blocking the tree root that carried a terrifyingly huge force easily. You! The stern ghost's smile froze, and endless fear rose on his face. The strength of this person in front of him was also too terrifying. In the face of such a terrifying sneak attack, he even defused it without turning his head. The main man has come out, not for you to play. Glancing at the stern ghost that had fallen into fear, Qin Feng's expression returned to coldness. Stabbing. A piercing silver-white color lit up abruptly. Ah! The stern ghost that was trampled under Qin Feng's foot only left behind a miserable scream that directly turned into flying ash. This stern ghost was exterminated, and the rightful owner who had sneaked up on Qin Feng behind his back seemed to be enraged. Boom! The heavens and earth shook as the land beneath Qin Feng's feet unexpectedly began to tumble and rise. Immediately after, the earth and rocks exploded in a 10-meter area around Qin Feng, and countless tree roots drilled out of the earth. There were many tree roots, densely packed like swarms of pythons, fluttering in mid-air, all of them carrying a terrifyingly huge force, pumping towards Qin Feng. Facing the tree roots that covered the sky, Qin Feng was not afraid. The ferocious and incomparable thunder law erupted, and piercing lightning bolts erupted from his own body. The piercing silver-white lightning was also like a wildly dancing electric snake, and the two directly and ferociously collided together. Rumble! Prickly! The astral wind raged, the flames tossed, and the two forces collided ferociously. After half a moment of stalemate, the power of lightning directly ignited the tree roots. The lightning directly tore through all the tree roots. Ow! As all the tree roots tore apart, an inhuman sound of rage came from the depths of the woods. For a moment, this huge forest was filled with trees. All the trees all shook violently. The leaves of the trees were swaying crazily, and the branches of the trees were shaking crazily, like ghosts crying and wolves howling. The entire forest began to fill up with a majestic gloomy and cold aura, and all the light was swallowed up. The sound was horrifying, but the rightful owner behind that never attacked Qin Feng again. There won't be any trees in this forest that have become elves. Looking at this strange forest, Qin Feng frowned and guessed. Regardless of whether it was in the novels of elves and monsters, or now that the demons were recovering now, it was extremely difficult for grasses and trees to become essence. This was due to the fact that their spiritual wisdom was difficult to enlighten. Thus there were almost very few grass and wood ghosts and monsters. Only, once appeared grass and trees ghosts and monsters will become extremely difficult to deal with. If you can't find its real body, will not be able to completely eliminate it. If the person who had just struck out was really a tree spirit, Qin Feng would definitely have to find its true body among the nearly 1,000 trees in this area if he wanted to eliminate it. While Qin Feng was thinking, the sound of a violent fight came from the forest. Following the sound, he walked over. As soon as Qin Feng moved, the entire forest boiled over, all the trees were windless and all started shaking violently at the same time. In the middle of the gloomy woods, it seemed like there were countless figures shuttling around constantly. Furious chi gusts rushed out of the sky, an incomparably eerie and frightening sight. Obviously, the person who had just struck out at Qin Feng was extremely jealous of him and did not want to let him enter the depths of the woods. However, Qin Feng was completely fearless. The golden light mantra erupted with full force, dazzling golden light illuminating a large area. He directly headed towards the depths of the woods. Boom! There were constantly trees beside him that were suddenly controlled to strike and attack like Qin Feng. However, they were directly blasted through by him with his lightning method. These trees, even though they had been tainted by the power of the fierce fury, and their branches and trunks were a bit tougher than ordinary trees, they simply couldn't withstand the raging power of the lightning method. Rawly beating out a path, Qin Feng was getting closer to the sounds of battle. The tree demon behind him was in a hurry. It began to mobilize its strength and block, with all its might, Qin Feng's advance. The land tumbled, the earth shook, and countless more tree roots sprang out of the ground, charging violently towards Qin Feng. Not far ahead, Yang Lianggong and the fat deputy director were, surprisingly, fighting hard at this moment. The duo's appearance was very wretched. One of the deputy director's arms was pierced through and blood was constantly flowing. The injured hand was holding a bronze-colored soul suppressor gong, and was constantly striking it. Clang clang clang. Ear-piercing sounds filled the air as the bronze-colored soul-suppressing gong emitted a demonic red light, accompanied by the soundwave sound, blasting out a blood-red demonic light, knocking back the tree root that carried a huge force. In front of it, Yang Lianggong blocked in front of the deputy director's body, his body covered in wounds. On his back was a coffin. That coffin was currently covered in demonic blood-colored patterns. There were cracks slightly unfolded, constantly gushing out a cold ferocious gas, infused into Yang Lianggong's body. At this time, Yang Lianggong's image changed drastically. His face was incredibly pale, and his nails were half an inch long, emitting red light, as if they were sharp claws, constantly tearing through the incoming tree roots. His originally white inches, but became waist-length hair, messy, and even covered its face. It was like a severe ghost. Elder Yang, can't carry it anymore. The fat deputy director opened his mouth and yelled. These surging tree roots were simply too much, like a giant python coming at them from all directions, completely unable to resist. If you can't carry it, you'll die and be buried underground to become nutrients. Not you unlucky one, how did the two of us dive headfirst into this forest, third-order tree spirit ah? Yang Lianggong's voice also changed, his tone was grim. The deputy director's pale face mouth corners jerked hard, just because the pocket was loaded with $100, became so unlucky. Suffered such a great misfortune. Hardly scurried into the front of a third-order tree demon. Steeply, the countless tree roots that were besieging the duo, all coincidentally stalled for a moment. Then a portion of them quickly retreated. The pressure on the Yang Lianggong duo was greatly reduced. What happened? The two of them were a bit puzzled. While they were puzzled, a flash of golden light appeared in their gaze. After a few moments, the golden light completely appeared in front of them. There was a silhouette within the blinding golden light. That silhouette was completely fearless in the face of the countless incoming tree roots. The tree roots that carried a terrifying power were simply covered in golden light. The Yang Lianggong duo froze. They were well aware of the terrifying power carried by that tree root, and the two of them did not dare to let the countless tree roots beat them at all. As a result, the others were completely fearless. This gap is also too big. Chapter 14, Tong Tian Talisman. Drawing talismans in the void to suppress demons and evils. Saved. After freezing for a moment, Yang Lianggong was ecstatic. This all-over golden light enveloped his body, and he was also able to harness the power of thunder and lightning. Although he hadn't seen his true face, this conspicuous feature also allowed Yang Lianggong to understand that this was the same true Dao that had helped Ling Qiu-ro exterminate the second stage liege last night. This is the true Dao that exterminated the second-order ghost last night? Originally, I thought that Girl Lang had exaggerated his strength, but I never thought that the battle prowess would really be like that. The deputy director was also joyful. Harnessing lightning and golden light all over his body, the power of this true Dao was truly enviable to him, the vigilante. A fight came in. When the Yang Lianggong duo saw Qin Feng, he also got a good look at their figures. He could not help but freeze for a moment. Even though Yang Lianggong's image had changed drastically, he recognized him. It was completely unexpected to see an acquaintance. It was just that the duo's current appearance was somewhat miserable, with wounds all over their bodies. Fellow Daiwist, the demonic evil here is a willow tree that has become an essence, and its strength has already reached the third stage, so we can't fight it hard. Let's gather the strength of the three of us to break out of this forest first, and then we'll make plans afterward. Yang Lianggong opened his mouth and shouted at Qin Feng according to the designation recorded in the ancient book. After listening to Ling Qiu-ro's description, he knew that this true Dao was very young, in the mold of one who had just entered the world of cultivation. Even if he had the inheritance of the true Tao, at his young age, he was afraid that his Tao was not very profound, and he was definitely not a match for this third-order tree demon. Therefore, Yang Liangong wanted to gather the strength of the three of them and rush out of this forest first before making any plans. Hearing this, Qin Feng did not utter a word in reply. Even if it was a third-order tree demon, he was by no means without the power to resist it. He possessed a lightning method like Yang Five Thunders that specialized in demons, as well as a handful of fire control abilities that specialized in grass and tree spirits. This third-order tree demon was out of luck when it met Qin Feng. At this moment, the third-order willow tree demon in the dark was as if it had gone mad, with countless roots circling and frantically pumping towards Qin Feng. It's never-ending. Qin Feng frowned tightly. He glanced at the Yang Liangong duo again. Stretching out his sword finger, he condensed the air flowing from his body to catalyze his Tongtian talisman and began to draw a talisman in the void. A silver-white color coalesced at the tip of his finger and danced in the air along with Qin Feng. Buzz! Accompanied by the sound of buzzing, a complex talisman in the color of silver and white appeared above the void and was fixed in mid-air. A terrifying aura flowed above the complex silver-colored lines of the talisman. There were also hints of lightning flickering on the talisman. A frightening power was condensing. Drawing talismans in the void, this is the means possessed by the true Tao? Seeing this scene, the Yang Liangong duo looked dumbfounded. The talisman inheritance of the Grand Xia had not been severed, and some yin-yang gentlemen also held the inheritance in their hands. They had also seen Mr. Yin-Yang draw talismans. Beforehand, they had to purify their bodies, prepare good magic brushes, vermilion sand and yellow paper, and also recite magic spells and pinch their fingers to make magic seals between drawings. Where is Qin Feng this way? With fingers directly in the void began to draw talismans. And that talisman also cohesion in mid-air does not disperse. The difference between the two was simply heaven and earth, completely incomparable. Qin Feng drew faster and faster, and the second talisman was completed in half the time of the previous one. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng's side was littered with silver-white talismans, about a dozen of them at a closer look. At this moment, the bright light flickering from those talismans was even more dazzling than the golden light mantra on his body. Although these talismans were quietly fixed in the void, an increasingly terrifying force was ravaging the 8 directions, causing the cries of ghosts and wolves in the sky and the earth to be silenced. In the dark, that third-order willow demon, sensing the crisis, countless wildly dancing tree roots, quickly retracted. It wanted to avoid this horrifying front for a while. Qin Feng, of course, refused to do so, and immediately reached out his hand and slapped it. 5 Thunder Talisman. Go! In an instant, 25 Thunder Talismans transformed into flickering thunderbolts and flew into all directions. 25 Thunder Talismans erupted at the same time. Rumbling. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning ravaged the 8 directions, and the heavens and earth rumbled. The 20 talismans converged into a terrifying force, exterminating the tree demon's outstretched claws and teeth. In the face of this power, the area within a radius of tens of meters exploded and turned into flying ash in an instant. And underground, those densely coiled tree roots did not escape this terrifying attack. Ow! In the forest, a mournful scream rose violently, followed by silence. With so many tree roots being broken, this third-rank tree demon was equivalent to having an arm broken as well. Only after a long time did this terrifying force leisurely dissipate. What kind of talisman is this? The power is too strong. After the smoke dissipated and he was able to see his surroundings, that deputy director directly exploded into foul language. Yang Liangong was also dumbfounded. The shock in his heart was like waves churning. A radius of tens of meters was directly turned into a vacuum. Regardless of size, all the trees were shattered and turned into flying ash. And the land within this range, as if it was all turned over, directly collapsed and became a lowland. The tree roots that the tree demon had stretched over were all exterminated. Terror! This strike definitely had the power of a third-order transcendent. Where is that tree demon's true body? Qin Feng opened his mouth to inquire like the Yang Liangong duo. That tree demon's screams were very urgent, and coupled with the roaring sound, it made it impossible for him to recognize where its true body was. Moreover, this tree demon was really cunning. Once it was frustrated, it directly lost its voice. The Yang Liangong duo, who were in a daze, only woke up when they heard Qin Feng's voice. Simultaneously, they shook their heads before saying, "I don't know. We only glimpsed its true form from afar before. The tree demon is very cunning. I'm afraid it has already moved its position and disguised itself. The grass and tree spirits of the first rank only had instincts. The second-order ones have already developed spiritual wisdom, like 5 or 6-year-old children, able to think on their own. And the third-order tree demon would really be like a mythical demon, with a spirit that was no weaker than a human's, and was even able to move the position of its true body and disguise itself. So it was very difficult to eliminate. Fellow Daiwist, there are nearly 1,000 trees here, and the willows make up most of them. Right now, we can't help this tree demon. Why don't we leave first and think about it in the long run?" Learning from Yang Liangong's address, that deputy director asked Qin Feng with some urgency. Facing such a powerful true Tao, the pressure was enormous. No need, it's too troublesome. Since we can't find it, let's force it out. Glancing at the rolling trees, Qin Feng said in a ruthless manner. What do you mean? At those words, the Yang Lianggong duo froze. How could they force the tree demon out of such a large swath of trees? Was it possible to painstakingly cut down this one tree? That would be too much effort, and there was also the constant worry of that third-ranked tree demon's sudden upsurge. Most importantly, the two felt that even with the strength of 3 people, they were no match for the third-order tree demon. Although Qin Feng, the true way to show the strength is very strong, but to see his breath is only second order, not the enemy of the 3 worlds. To stay any longer would be to give up one's life for nothing. The Yang Lianggong duo wanted to continue persuading. However, they saw that a flame rose up. Chapter 15, The Divine Flame Rises to the Heavens. Connection with Bai Feng. Behind Qin Feng, drops of fire suddenly filled the air. In a matter of moments, it transformed into a rushing fire. Boom! A scorching aura poured out, and the high temperature caused the surrounding air to become distorted for a moment. Seeing this scene, the Yang Lianggong duo were once again in a daze. With that terrifying blaze, their hearts shook violently. Under Qin Feng's maneuvering, the sky-rushing blaze was like a roaring fire dragon as it rushed directly into the woods. The scorching hot flames unexpectedly set the still-growing trees on fire immediately. Qin Feng's flame was obtained from Bai Feng. Even though it was not as good as the mythological, divine flames such as the Samadhi true flame, it was still not an ordinary flame. It was able to burn the power of evil and cause great trauma to demonic and evil things. The trees that were ignited were difficult to extinguish. These trees were stained with filth. As the blaze cut through, a large sea of fire rose up. Feeling the scorching heat and the flames that were spreading extremely fast, Yang Lianggong and the deputy director instantly understood Qin Feng's true intentions. He wanted to burn down this entire forest and force out that cunning third-order tree demon. This little Taoist master is also too violent. Setting fire to the mountain. Looking at the skyward flames, the deputy director's entire fat face twitched. Undoubtedly, this was the most convenient option at the moment. Manipulate the power of the flames. Right now, this area is filled with the power of yin and evil, and ordinary flames are almost difficult to ignite. These flames burn so quickly and seem to be able to burn the power of ferociousness, they are definitely not extraordinary flames. Unlike the deputy director, Yang Lianggong thought about more things. Being able to cast lightning spells and golden light incantations, and being able to draw talismans in the void, this person in front of him must be a true Tao from the ancient legends. Previously, when Bai Feng was revived, that heavenly blazing fire shone in the heavens and earth. And now that such a flame had been manipulated, Yang Lianggong instantly felt that this true Tao was afraid that it really had a connection with Bai Feng. With these guesses, Yang Lianggong stared at Qin Feng with a deadly stare, wanting to see his true colors. However, the boiling flames, coupled with the golden light spell that had been holding it up, he could not see clearly at all. For some reason, even though he did not get a clear look at its true face, there was a trace of familiarity in his heart. After recalling Ling Qiurou's description earlier, that sense of familiarity grew stronger and stronger. Qin Feng detected Yang Lianggong's fiery gaze, but did not pay any attention to it. He closely observed the surroundings, searching for that third-order tree demon. The fire spread tremendously, and coupled with the constant stream of evil land in this place, it burned more and more like oil on fire. Half a moment later, there was finally no hiding place left. Ow! The rushing fire spread to the tree demon's perimeter, and because of its innate fear of blazing flames, the tree demon roared in rage and moved. Its disguise was instantly exposed, revealing its true body. The branch body, like an ordinary willow tree, violently increased in size. A terrifying, ferocious aura. Tall and dense canopy, hanging down thousands of blood-red branches and vines, dancing recklessly in mid-air. On the huge tree that 3 people couldn't even hug, a hideous human face was revealed, staring resentfully at Qin Feng, who was covered in golden light. The soil on the land around it cracked and coiled with tree roots that were like pale dragons. It's appeared. Qin Feng's body moved as if flying low in the air and swept towards the tree demon's true body at breakneck speed. Wherever he passed, the roiling hot flames were quietly extinguished. How many years must this fertilized willow tree be? The root system is hovering so widely. No, in the future, if there are any plants or trees that are old in Huai City and the surrounding area, all of them should be reported to me. Seeing the real body of the willow tree spirit, the deputy director directly jumped up. Roar! The huge willow tree roared up to the sky. The land around it all tumbled violently. Boom! One gigantic root after another rose up from the mud, carrying a thick and fiendish chi, crazily pumping towards the 3 people. The terrifying power that cut through the void all set off a gale. All burned for you! Qin Feng roared. The flames burning violently around them rose up and converged around his body. It coalesced into a tens of meters long fire dragon that hovered in midair. Aang! The fire dragon that emitted scorching heat roared and directly crashed towards that willow tree. The fire dragon rammed, and wherever it passed, it set all of the willow tree's outstretched roots on fire. Ow, roar, roar! The human face on the tree roared as well. The earth shook once again, and 5 main rhizomes that were thicker than a water tank drilled out. These rhizomes were all bright red in color, as if they were drenched in blood. Each of them was coalesced with a thick and ferocious power, containing a terrifying strength. Its hardness was even more terrifying than alloy. Crazily, it lashed out at the roaring fire dragon. Rumble! A burst of terrifying sound shook the 9 heavens. That willow demon frantically danced its 5 main roots, but it couldn't do anything about that roarer's long flaming dragon. Qin Feng was using 2 things at once, one hand controlling the flames while the other hand began to draw a talisman in the void. Buzz! One after another 5 thunder talisman that flashed with the power of thunder coalesced in mid-air as Qin Feng's sword fingers danced. When 20 talismans were carved out, Qin Feng reached out and slapped his hand in the void, and the 5 thunder talismans transformed into thunderbolts and shot straight towards the tree demon. In an instant, only the power of thunder erupted in the sky, and a terrifying power ravaged the earth. And that slow-moving tree demon couldn't dodge at all. The 5 main paths that were as hard as alloy were directly torn apart by the raging thunder power. The flame dragon roared from the void under Qin Feng's control and charged down violently. Flames blazed and thunder boiled. The 2 terrifying forces raged madly. It directly traumatized this third-order willow demon. Ow, no! The willow demon that wailed in agony unexpectedly spat out human words. The huge trunk of the tree shook crazily, wanting to shake off the burning flames constantly tearing the lightning from its tree body. At the crown of the tree, the thousands of blood-colored willow branches had already been burned out by the fire. The hard and incomparable tree body was also mostly broken by the power of thunder. Spare my life, I can be a cow and a servant for you. The tree demon roared in terror. After growing for hundreds of years, it finally opened up its spiritual wisdom in these 10 years and became a third-stage tree demon. It did not want to die. However, in the face of the tree demon's pleas for mercy, Qin Feng was indifferent, controlling the blazing fire without mercy. The skyward flames reflected the 2 faces that were caught in endless shock. Really extinguished this third-order tree demon. The deputy director's eyes were round, his heart was endlessly shocked, his hands were trembling and he couldn't even hold the soul-shocking gong anymore. Too strong. This person's strength is too strong, it can't be viewed in terms of rank at all. Yang Lianong murmured in a small voice. He had thought that the 3 of them together would not be an opponent, but it turned out that someone else alone had directly decimated him. There was no need for the 2 of them to intervene at all. Chapter 16, Breaking Through the Third Stage. Ancient Hidden Secrets. A few minutes later, the sizzling flames were still blazing. That third-order willow tree demon had long since lost its wailing voice. The power of Yin and evil was disorganized, the hard tree trunk had collapsed, and its spirit was all worn out, completely exterminated. Attributes were grand, met Qin Feng, this third-order tree demon's destiny will end today. When the tree body was burned out, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for killing a third-order spirit monster and activating a spirit monster icon. There is a tree, rooted on top of the corpse, bathing in grievances, giving birth to its spirit, and encountering it will have bad luck. The reward has been issued, please collect it yourself. It seems that if I want to activate the system icon to obtain a reward, the system is judging it based on my strength. Hearing the system's voice, Qin Feng said in his heart. Previously, the system hadn't moved at all when he had killed that one-head-finding lich ghost. This was because the gap between that lich ghost, in contrast to Qin Feng's strength, was too great, and it was very easy to exterminate it. In that case, some of the intentions fell through. Noticing the rules, Qin Feng was somewhat disappointed in his heart. He was also planning to go crazy and brush the ghosts and monsters that were much weaker than himself once he was strong, as a way to gain rewards from the system. As a result, there was some disappointment. Receive the reward. After a few moments of disappointment, Qin Feng began to check out the rewards he had obtained this time. Reward being issued, congratulations to the host for obtaining vermilion fruit. Then, a spirit fruit, which was a few circles larger than a ping-pong ball, appeared in Qin Feng's hand. No way? Vermilion fruit, this stuff is all about the chances that the protagonist gains from opening up a place in immortal novels. Looking at the spirit fruit in his hand, which was filled with a spiritual aura and reddish in color, Qin Feng became excited. Rumor has it that the Zhuguo blossoms in 100 years, bears fruit in 100 years, and matures in 100 years. After maturity, the outer shape seems to be round and red in color, and the fruits have different shapes and colors. This kind of genius treasure has powerful effects. It is able to enhance strength, improve physical fitness, and a cultivator can increase his power by 10 years if he swallows it. Very powerful. Smelling the tantalizing aroma emanating from the vermilion fruit, Qin Feng directly swallowed it all in 2 bites. The fruit flesh melted in his mouth and turned into a stream of warm juice that flowed into his abdomen. Immediately, a violent force quickly filled Qin Feng's entire body, and the aura in the air around him boiled. For a moment, the air brought to Qin Feng by the golden light mantra instantly increased by more than several times. When the medicinal effects of the vermilion fruit were all digested, Qin Feng opened his eyes and sensed his current condition, his eyes lit up. This heavenly treasure is really strong. Not only has the air running in my body increased by several times, even my strength as well as my physique has increased. The current me, if I were to face the tree demon from before, would definitely be able to easily wipe it out. With the increase in the air running in his body, the power that Qin Feng erupted from running the Golden Light Incantation, Thunder Technique, and Tong Tian Talisman would be even more formidable. Coupled with the increase in his physique and strength, his strength directly doubled. If he were to go to the Reaction Bureau to certify his strength, at this point in time, Qin Feng would be a third-order transcendent. Such an enhancement made him very satisfied. Because of the terrifying battle fluctuations just now, the ghosts and monsters over here had all moved away from Qin Feng's location in droves. Faced with such a situation, Qin Feng was relieved to withdraw the Golden Light spell. The Golden Light dispersed and its original face was revealed. The Yang Lianggong duo, whose attention had been focused on Qin Feng, instantly saw it. So young. The deputy director marveled at Qin Feng's age. Surprisingly, he was almost 10 years younger than himself, and he possessed such overwhelming strength at such an age. For a moment, he felt incomparably frustrated. As for Yang Lianggong, his entire body was directly dumbfounded, looking at Qin Feng with a dumbfounded expression as he shrieked out in shock. "Little Feng, how could it be you?" He had been speculating about the identity of this one out-of-this-world true Tao, and had thought that it was a person who was outside the secular world. However, he had never thought that it would be a person who was still familiar with him. "I didn't expect it either. Elder Yang is actually a high-ranking member of the Huaichang Response Bureau." Turning back around, Qin Feng spoke directly to Yang Lianggong. "What the hell?" Facing the duo's conversation, the deputy director was dumbfounded, completely unable to react. It didn't occur to me that the child I watched grow up beside me was actually a true Dao from the ancient rumors. Such a noble identity can be even more deeply hidden than my sidekick. Only after half a minute did Yang Lianggong accept the situation in front of him and shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, "Ha ha. So everyone knows each other, that's great." The deputy director said with a face full of joy. Although he wasn't quite sure of the situation, he couldn't let the cold set in. As a true Dao from the ancient hidden rumors, such an identity could never be allowed to make it distasteful to the Response Bureau. Glancing at the sniveling deputy director, Qin Feng was not making small talk with Yang Lianggong, but instead turned his head to look at the grievance cloud that filled the firmament emitting endless ferocious power, and opened his mouth to inquire. "What's going on with the ghostly affliction here? To be able to erupt such a terrifying power of evil, it is by no means an ordinary ghost." Hearing this, Yang Lianggong's expression also returned to its proper color, glancing in the direction of the Qing River, and said in a deep voice, "The specifics aren't clear either. I only know that a week ago, the director of our Huaicheng Response Bureau suddenly left a message and disappeared. It was only this afternoon that word was sent back that a fourth-order ghost infestation was about to break out, and after that, he couldn't be contacted again. A fourth-order terrifying ghost infestation was definitely not trivial. If it were to break out, only the handful at the top of the pyramid would be able to suppress the transcendence in the entire Summer Kingdom. Fourth Order. Qin Feng frowned. Right now, he had just entered the third rank and wasn't even too familiar with his power yet. It shouldn't be able to help the demonic evil of the fourth rank here. "Fellow Daoist, can we go to the depths together and check it out? If a fourth-order demonic evil breaks out, it won't just be the hundreds of thousands of people in Huai City who die, millions will surely perish." Requesting fellow Daoist. The deputy director also took out his bearing, looking sincere as he invited Qin Feng. They had come this time because they wanted to see if they could suppress it and delay it for some time. After waiting for the support from the General Bureau to come and prepare properly, they would clean up this ghost infestation. Doing so would be able to minimize the harm. Unfortunately, the power wasn't enough and it was blocked by a third-order tree demon. Even Xing Jiang did not see it. Faced with the invitation, Qin Feng frowned slightly before nodding. Good. If this ghost infestation broke out, the big deal was that he would summon Bai Feng back himself. Chapter 17, Fourth Order Flying Stiff. Bai Feng descends. The power of Yin and evil raged, causing havoc in all directions. The endless ghosts and monsters in the surroundings began to boil. The demons and evils that had been suppressed the previous 2 days due to Bai Feng's appearance were now on the verge of stirring. Once they waited until the Qingjiang ghostly plague erupted. These ghosts and monsters would also take advantage of the situation and go around committing sins, wreaking havoc on the earth. When that time comes, because the Response Bureau's power has been siphoned off, it definitely won't have time to suppress these ghosts and monsters that are running amok. At that time, the number of dead would be more than 1 million. Facing the dense color of darkness, Qin Feng's group of 3 entered the deepest part of that ghostly affliction. The 3 of them sped on, and because they still had Qin Feng's shock, they soon arrived at the bank of the Qing River. Seeing the appearance of the Qing River, Yang Lianggong and the deputy director duo were dumbfounded. Even Qin Feng was shocked. As far as the eye could see, there was a blood-red and pervasive ferocious power. Here, the turbulent Qingjiang River was like blood, deep red. All the creatures in the river are all dead and lifeless. A piece of morose and absolutely lifeless appearance. There is also a strong fishy odor that makes the mind dizzy. At this time, above the 100-meter-wide river, in the deep red river water, a heavy coffin was hidden in the river water. On top of the coffin, a thick and ferocious force was shrouded, containing a terrifying power. Obviously, the terrifying ghost problem here was caused by it. Dang! The coffin behind Yang Lianong shook with a sound. The slit that had been cracked out closed tightly, as if it had sensed a heavy crisis. Something big is not good. The coffin has surfaced, the evil creature in that coffin, I'm afraid it's going to explode. After getting a good look at the coffin, Yang Liangong's face changed drastically as he spoke. With my many years of experience, in at most 1 hour, the evil thing in the coffin will break out. As soon as the words fell, a horrifying vision appeared. Rumble. Thousands of miles of river water directly churned up, and the rushing waves directly leapt dozens of meters into the air. The lid of that heavy coffin was violently lifted off. The evil creature in the coffin appeared in front of Qin Feng's trio. A corpse that had undergone hundreds of years of immolation lay quietly in the coffin. Its expression was as calm as if it had fallen asleep. If it wasn't for the thick corpse aura that surfaced around it. The sinful clouds that were condensed from the fateful qi in the sky also boiled at this moment. It's finished. Surprisingly, it's a fourth-rank flying stiff. Seeing this scene, Yang Liangong's face instantly turned white, and a look of despair surfaced on his expression. Flying stiff. The deputy director was also directly dumbfounded. Zombies were rumored to be outside of the 6 paths and were spurned by all beings in heaven and earth. Yet, it did not hinder the terror of its strength. The white and green stiffs of the first and second order were already invulnerable to swords and spears, with copper skin and iron bones. Third-order hairy stiffs, invulnerable in copper skin and iron bones more on a grade, and speed is also extremely fast, very difficult to kill. And fourth-order flying stiffs, in the rumor, joints have been able to run flexibly, no longer stiff, and can even walk like a normal person, and even be able to fly for a short period of time. This kind of horror existence, difficult to eliminate. The most horrible thing, there is also the zombie's horrible corpse poison. If it spreads out, I'm afraid that by then the whole summer country will suffer great difficulties. This evil phantom is actually a zombie. Such a situation had not occurred to Qin Feng. The zombie was tricky, and it was difficult for him to deal with it with his current strength. In his mind, he directly summoned Bai Feng. Seemingly sensing the anger of Qin Feng's trio, the eyes of the flying stiff lying in the coffin slowly opened. A pair of blood-red eyes filled with violence appeared in front of Qin Feng's trio. Roar! Mori fangs were revealed as the flying stiff let out a roar. In a blink of an eye, the heavens and earth shook, 1,000 miles of river water boiled, and a boundless tyrannical corpse qi rose up. The flat body stood upright, a hideous expression on its face, its eyes filled with tyranny, staring deathly at Qin Feng and the three of them. A sense of deathly crisis instantly enveloped the three. The faces of the duo of Yang Liangong and the deputy director were deathly white, looking at the terrifying figure in the river water, their faces filled with despair. Compared to the despairing duo, the face of Qin Feng, who stood by his side, was calm. The flying stiffs that had just come out of their coffins looked at Qin Feng's trio as if they had seen a delicacy and were about to strike. 1,000 miles away. A terrifying aura rose up. Nico! A shriek that pierced through gold and cracked stone pierced into the clouds. Immediately afterward, terrifyingly hot flames illuminated the 9 heavens, and reddish flames instantly spread across the sky. For a moment, the temperature between heaven and earth instantly rose. Bathed in flames, an incomparable divine bird spread its wings and soared high above the sky. There was a heavenly fiery light in its eyes, causing the surrounding void to distort. That terrifying aura, even though it was thousands of miles away, was still terrifying. This terrifying aura filled the surrounding thousands of miles, suppressing the boundless frontier. Amidst the darkness, the countless ghosts and monsters that had been foolishly moving because of the outbreak of the ghostly plague in the Qing River once again saw Bai Feng's figure, remembering the fear that Bai Feng had felt when he had struck the last time, and were instantly scared into shrinking back. These ghosts and monsters had originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to commit sins. And now that Bai Feng had come out, that terrifying strength was able to suppress everything. Of course they didn't want to waste their lives, and sharply contracted their claws and teeth for fear of being sensed by Bai Feng. There were even some ghosts and monsters in the darkness that fled at great speed, frantically moving away from this area of Huai City. In the middle of Huai City, the residents, who were already preparing to quickly move, also saw the sky-high flames, and Bai Feng, who was soaring in the midst of the flames. All the masses immediately let out a burst of cheers. The flying stiffs that were about to strike at Qin Feng and the others were enveloped by this terrifying aura. Instantly, it was as if they had met a great terror as their stiff bodies trembled. Even Qin Feng and the others couldn't care less. Bai Feng spread his wings and soared, and in the blink of an eye, his figure spanned thousands of miles like a shuttle. Carrying flames through the heavens, he descended over the Qing River. Looking at the surroundings of the Qing River as if it was a ghostly area, Bai Feng opened his mouth and shouted up to the sky. Newt! The shrill cry shook countless demons and evils. The countless ghosts and monsters below heard this cry, and the most primitive fear rose in their hearts. Some of the lonely ghosts who were extremely afraid did not realize that a flame was silently burning in their chests. By the time they realized it, it was too late, and the flame had already burned all over their body. For a time, one bright spark after another appeared on the earth. Accompanied by the mournful wailing sounds, the smoke dissipated. Only some demonic evils with strong second and third rank strength remained. Chapter 18, Bai Feng reappears. Divine Soldier Regulus Sword. The sound was terrifying, shocking countless people. The people who were happiest about Bai Feng's appearance were the Yang Lianggong duo. The Bai Feng Divine Bird is here. Great, we're saved, and the ghost infestation doesn't have to worry anymore. The deputy director directly jumped up in excitement. Entering the depths of the ghost infestation and facing a fourth-order flying stiff, they had all thought they were going to die, but Bai Feng came out of the sky. This excitement was very hard to endure. That fourth-order flying stiff was like being attacked by the greatest enemy of his life, and was completely attracted to it, completely having no time to care about them. Phew! Yang Lianggong also let out a breath of relief at this moment. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. The remaining light of his eyes suddenly skimmed over Qin Feng. However, he found that since the beginning, he was all in a calm demeanor, and even at this moment, Bai Feng appeared without any expression fluctuation. It was as if everything was in his hands. Not waiting, Yang Lianggong thought more. In mid-air, Bai Feng has already begun to move against that fourth-order flying stiff. Bai Feng, whose aura was like an abyss, like a god descending from the abyss, revealed ruthlessness in his eyes. He opened his mouth and spewed out an incomparably hot flame. Boom! The flames rolled and surged like a tidal wave, causing the entire dome of the sky to vibrate, and the scorching temperature caused a large portion of the void to distort. The blazing flames directly attacked towards that fourth-order flying stiff. Roar! Below, that one flying stiff let out a tyrannical roar. Waving its sharp claws that flickered with red light, it set off a gust of wind in the void, condensing boundless ferociousness and corpse chi as it directly charged up into the sky. It wanted to break through the flames and attack towards Bai Feng. However, that flying stiff was even for the flames to tear apart, and was directly suppressed by a strong force. Bang! It fell into the bottom of the river, setting off a whirlpool. At the same time, the flames spat out by Bai Feng also fell into the earth and into the river. That scorching heat caused the earth's soil to rapidly crystallize, and the Qinjiang River water directly boiled. Some of the severe ghosts that couldn't dodge in time didn't have any power to resist under the flames and were directly turned into flying ash. Qin Feng's group of 3 had already exited the bank. As Bai Feng's terrifying flames fell, Qin Feng quietly controlled the flames, leaving a safe area within his circumference. Accompanied by a roar, the flying stiff that had been knocked down into the bottom of the river rushed out once again. Struck by Bai Feng's flames, that flying stiff's arm was bent and a crack like porcelain appeared on its body. Although its appearance was miserable, its ferocity added a few more points. This body of copper skin and iron bones is really something. Having withstood Bai Feng's blow and not being killed, Qin Feng had to marvel at the terrifying defense of this flying stiff. Yang Lianggong, who had a complicated expression, glanced at the flame zone around himself and then looked deeply at Qin Feng before slowly speaking. Fourth-ranked demons no longer have the power of the distanceless missile. Back when the demons just revived, a third-order zombie rushed out from the deep forests over in the northeast, slaughtering hundreds of thousands of people and advancing to flying stiffs. That turmoil has messed up several provinces and districts, and in the end, the Reaction General Bureau, which was just established not long ago, mobilized the nation's strength to suppress it for nearly a year before it was eliminated. There was endless sadness in the words. That year, Yang Lianggong had just become a transcendent. The Flying Stiff Rebellion was one of the most tragic events he had experienced so far. The number of casualties caused in the end was hard to count. Fortunately, this time, there was the Bai Feng Divine Bird, which was able to suppress the fourth-stage Flying Stiff. Facing Bai Feng, that Flying Stiff was no match at all. After receiving a heavy blow, that Flying Stiff's body was completely close to the brink of collapse, and both of its hands were broken. Beat him to the brink of death. Don't completely exterminate it, I have a use for it. Looking at Bai Feng, whose body was surrounded by flames and was about to lay a death blow on the Flying Stiff, Qin Feng hurriedly gave the order in his mind. He was planning the system. Trying to find loopholes. Let Bai Feng seriously injure that Flying Stiff, leaving a breath behind, and he himself would go over to make up for the final blow. Qin Feng wanted to try and see if he could activate the system planner. After receiving the order, Bai Feng was sluggish for a moment before quickly striking. This time it was a stay of hand. Both of his wings displayed their sharpness like divine soldiers and fiercely slapped the Flying Stiff's body. Boom! A large sonic boom was directly set off in the air. Water and rocks splashed and roared. The Flying Stiff crashed into a 100-meter-long riverbank before it managed to stop. Its own misery was incomparable. All of its limbs were broken, and its corpse completely collapsed, falling piece by piece, revealing the broken bones. That pair of crimson eyes full of violence. At this time, the violet look was gone, only a strong fear remained. Roar! The flying stiff was begging for mercy in a low voice. Bai Fong, on the other hand, saw this miserable look of his and no longer paid any attention to it. He directly spread his wings and swooped up, falling into a high mountain around him and disappearing. When the flying stiff sensed that the great fear was far away, he could not help but rejoice wildly. As a result, a series of footsteps rapidly approached. Qin Feng quickly saw the flying stiff with a miserable and incomparable appearance, and directly executed the palm thunder. Stab la! Silver-white lightning tore through the air and violently blasted onto the flying stiff. The flying stiff, who had only one breath left, was directly exterminated and turned into a handful of ashes left on the ground. The system's voice rang out as Qin Feng had imagined. Congratulations to the host for killing a fourth-order flying rigid, activating an icon. There are corpses that have been around for thousands of years, bathing in the essence of the sun and the moon, devouring the evils of the earth, falling into the six paths, being spurned by all beings in heaven and earth, and encountering great evils. The reward has been issued, please collect it yourself. In this case, won't it always be possible for Bai Fong to beat the demons and evils half to death first in the future, and then I'll make up for it? Qin Feng was incredibly excited. However, in the next second, his face directly darkened. Warning, system rules have been adjusted. Qin Feng. Sure enough, the system's loopholes weren't that easy to drill. Having just done it once, the system reacted quickly, which caused Qin Feng's entire face to darken. Receive the reward. After a while, Qin Feng returned to his senses and checked up on the rewards he had received. Rewards being issued, congratulations to the host for obtaining the human emperor's soldier, the Regulus sword. What? Qin Feng was directly dumbfounded. Only to see that in Qin Feng's mind, there was an additional ancient and simple long sword. There was a supreme sharpness blooming at the blade. The body of the sword was golden, with the sun, moon and stars engraved on one side, and mountains, rivers, grass and trees engraved on the other. One side of the hilt was engraved with the art of farming and animal husbandry, and the other side was engraved with the policy of unification of the four seas. The whole body is covered with a holy Taoist qi. It nurtured a terrifying power that could suppress everything and kill endless demons and ghosts. Qin Feng was in ecstasy, completely not imagining the reward this time. It was actually the Xian Yuan sword. It was rumored to be the sword of Emperor Xian Yuan Huangdi, the sword of the Holy Tao. It was a supreme treasure. Chapter 19, Searching for the Bai Fong God Bird. The arrival of the great man. When the heavenly flames disappeared, the ghostly scourge in this area had completely vanished. This battle was quite thrilling. In particular, the vast sound of Bai Fong's appearance shook a crowd of people for a long time. My goodness! Sure enough, the strength of gods are all perverted. When the Yan Lianggong duo followed Qin Feng to the riverbank once again and saw the devastating colors, the deputy director let out exclamations one after another under his breath. Thousands of meters were filled with a scorching power. The earth was filled with burn marks and everywhere was filled with the appearance of crystallized soil. Everything was all destroyed. There was also nearly 100 meters of riverbank that was shattered by Bai Fong with a single wing, and the turbulent river water was flowing uncontrollably and gushing out. It was quite a mess. The previous landscape was completely changed. As long as that fourth-order flying stiff is eradicated, even if it spreads a few times the area, it doesn't matter. Yan Lianon spoke. As long as that one flying stiff could be suppressed and eliminated, it would be worth it to pay even a greater price. The situation in front of him was already the best possible outcome. If it had gotten out of control, it would have been a major ghost plague that could plague several provinces and regions, repeating the calamity of several years ago. Fortunately, this time, with Bai Fong's appearance, he had directly and forcefully suppressed this flying stiff. The damage caused in front of us was so small in comparison that it could not be counted. Not long after, a large number of hurried footsteps sounded. Then, dozens of figures arrived at the shore in a hurry. These were all members of the response bureau, and at this moment, their faces still carried endless shock. Fourth-ranked flying stiff and divine bird Bai Fong, the terrifying battle between these two was like something out of a mythical novel. Look around and see if the flying stiff that was annihilated by divine bird Bai Fong has left any remains. That heavy corpse qi, if it remains, I'm afraid it will cause another disaster. Sweeping a glance at the many members of the group, the deputy director began to give orders. The corpse qi that stained the body of a fourth-order flying stiff was enough to turn an ordinary person into a zombie. Even an ordinary transcendent could not withstand this terrifying and evil qi. So it had to be dealt with. No need. That flying stiff has all been turned into ashes, and I'm afraid they've all been washed away by the river now. Glancing at the now majestic deputy director, Qin Feng spoke. That's good. The deputy director nodded. The first one to rush here, Qin Feng, he believed, wouldn't lie about something like this. As soon as Qin Feng opened his mouth, the gazes of all those many transcendents who had rushed here instantly converged on him. For a while, there were all sorts of gazes. Curiosity, skepticism, jealousy, and so on. Obviously, Qin Feng's so-called true Tao identity was already known to all of these transcendents. This place is done, farewell. Facing the many gazes and frowning, Qin Feng opened his mouth towards the deputy director and Yang Lianggong duo. After saying that, he directly turned around and left. The rest was all wrapping up work. These were things that the response bureau had to do and had nothing to do with Qin Feng. Returning home, Qin Feng sat on the sofa and began to clean up the harvest he had obtained this time. The will sank into his mind and once again saw that ancient scroll. Beneath the high mountain where Bai Feng stood, there were a few more figures. A fierce and hideous tiger roared up to the sky, its body enveloped in a terrifying aura of ferocity, commanding a fierce-looking ghost. A huge blood-red willow tree, rooted in the boundless corpses, bathed in the ferocious aura. Finally, there was the appearance of the fourth-ranked flying general, his body floating in the boundless sea of blood, his terrifying corpse aura obscuring the sky. This time, 3 illustrations were activated. Got the rewards Tongtian Talisman, Vermilion Fruit, and Xian Yuan Sword respectively. Qin Feng counted. This trip, the rewards obtained were too rich. The Tongtian Talisman, one of the 8 wondrous skills, could greatly enhance his combat power. And after swallowing the heavenly treasure Vermilion Fruit, it had already allowed Qin Feng to advance to the 3rd stage, doubling his own strength by several times. Most importantly, the supreme treasure Xian Yuan Sword. It was a terrifying great killing weapon. Even though with Qin Feng's current strength, he could not fully utilize the power of the Xian Yuan Sword. However, the Xian Yuan Sword was enough to become its base card. A terrifying undercard. The latter half of the night. The anxious Huai Chang Response Bureau welcomed a big shot. This big shot descended directly on the bank of the Qing River. The deputy director guarding this side immediately greeted him and said with a face full of excitement, "Minister Tu's personal support, the small Huai city is really a sight to behold." Tu Lei, the head of the operations department of the Reaction Directorate. He had a tiger-like appearance, a ferocious face, and a pig-killing knife on his waist. His strength is ranked among the top handful in Xia. Rumor has it that before becoming a transcendent, he was a pig killer on the street. "Don't get into all this nonsense with me." The man skimmed the deputy director and went straight to the point. "I came here this time to support Huai Chang in eliminating the flying stiffs. At the same time, it also carries another urgent mission, to search for the divine bird Bai Feng. The flying stiffs have been eliminated, next tell me the direction Bai Feng last flew away." As soon as the words fell, the originally playful deputy director looked serious. Coming into contact with the divine bird Bai Feng, that would indicate that next, the entire pattern of the Xia kingdom was about to change. Statues of divine power were about to be made, and the Xia kingdom was about to be enshrined to the gods. Finally, after obtaining the directions where Bai Feng had flown away, this minister of operations quickly rushed over. Chapter 20, Divine Power Statue. Fragrance opens. Fu Feng Mountain. The only mountain range around Huai City. It wasn't very tall, with a height of only 100 meters or so, and the range of the mountain range only covered a few dozen miles in a circle. Legends are circulating all around. It is rumored that in ancient times, there were many people who saw the phoenix land on the sycamore tree in the mountain, attracting all kinds of birds and beasts to worship. That's why it was named Fu Feng Mountain. Since the recovery of the demons, the mountain lush forest, filled with a large number of demons, has become a forbidden land around. Few people talk about this mountain range. Last night, a handful of flames descended on this Fu Feng Mountain, and the countless demons in the mountain were all cleared away. On the day, when the early sun was rising, this mountain range had been untouched for several years. This mountain range, which no one had set foot on for several years, was once again inhabited. It was clearly the hand of the operations department, Tu Lei, who had rushed from the imperial capital's response directorate to support Huai Chang. Coming under the foot of the mountain, Tu Lei's face was grave. This time he came, but he was shouldering a major responsibility. For the sake of the countless people of Xia, absolutely can't make half a mistake. He took a deep breath, soothed his nervousness, and then slowly walked towards the mountain. Traveling to the halfway point, Tu Lei stopped his steps, looked at the mountains filled with lush trees, and shouted loudly. Tu Lei of the Summer Country Response Bureau, come to pay homage to the divine bird Bai Feng. The loud voice, like the roar of a gale, enveloped the entire Fu Feng Mountain and slowly echoed in the mountain range. After shouting, Tu Lei stood in place, respectfully waiting for God bird Bai Feng to descend. A few moments later, a bird of prey like an ordinary sparrow slowly descended in front of Tu Lei with a gust of wind. Standing on one foot at the top of the tree, it looked down at Tu Lei with a pair of bright eyes. Steeply, Tu Lei only felt a terrifying aura descending in front of him. Glancing at Bai Feng, who was the size of a sparrow, Tu Lei was constrained and scrambled to clench his fist and salute, saying, Tu Lei of the Summer Reaction Bureau, greetings to the divine bird Bai Feng. In such an abrupt manner, I hope to be forgiven. In the distance, in Huai City, Qin Feng, who was staying home to sleep, sensed Bai Feng's call and immediately awoke with a start. The speed of the Summer Reaction Bureau is really not that slow. Returning to his senses, Qin Feng sat up from his blanket. As a country with such a volume, trying to deal with a crucial matter was very tedious. No one could make a decision with a single word. It had to be discussed by all forces before it could finally be slapped into place. Now that it only took all this time for someone from the General Reaction Directorate to find Bai Feng, this was already a few days earlier than Qin Feng had expected. In this way, the incense function of Qin Feng's system was able to move. The viewpoint moved and the scene from Bai Feng's side appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. This one was a new ability he had explored. Seeing the person in front of Bai Feng, Qin Feng realized that he actually knew him. This was someone who could often be seen on the TV news. One of the fifth-order transcendents of the Summer Kingdom. Also one of the top human powerhouses. On the other side, Tu Lei watched Bai Feng not rise in anger before he slowly spoke. This time, I came to visit the god bird in order to discuss a matter of mutual assistance and reciprocity. The Xia Kingdom is at a time when it is drifting in wind and rain, with demonic creatures abounding, ghosts are in serious trouble, and hundreds of millions of people are living in precarious times. Please ask the god bird to look down on us and send down grace to bless one side of the great Xia nationals. Tu Lei looked big and thick, but when he spoke beautifully. Even Qin Feng behind him froze for a few moments. However, he did not command Bai Feng to speak out and not respond. He wasn't a saint, and didn't have the heart of the most holy and benevolent. It was impossible to help others for free. Even if he was helping Daxia, he had to fight for the benefits he deserved. Bai Feng, who was on the branch, stared at Tu Lei without moving, without making any moves. This makes Tu Lei a little anxious. Right now in the past few years, the ghost trouble in the country of Daxia has become more and more serious. Even a small county like Huicheng has appeared in the fourth order of the ghost scourge, and the rest of the places can be imagined. Now the Xia Kingdom was in dire need of help from the gods. The Xia Kingdom will not demand anything from the divine bird. There will be no constraints. As long as the god bird agrees to make a divine power statue, my reaction bureau promises to gather a nation's strength to make offerings, and we'll do our best to fulfill any requests we have. Tu Lei hurriedly stated the conditions that the reaction bureau had negotiated. Waiting for this. Having gotten the result he wanted, Qin Feng commanded Bai Feng to agree. Nico! Bai Feng suddenly spread its wings and let out a soft chirp. It startled Tu Lei, and when he thought Bai Feng was angry, he saw a line of words appear on the land in front of him. It was clearly and distinctly written. Since the ancient times, I have followed Emperor Shan Yuan to suppress the ghosts in the four directions, and now it would not be wrong to help Daxia suppress another party. Following the old ancestor Emperor Shan Yuan? Tu Lei's heart jumped violently when he saw the human emperor. The information revealed was a bit big. The word follow showed that Bai Feng had been under Shan Yuan, which meant that Emperor Shan Yuan was not an ordinary person. Suppressing the shock first, Tu Lei nodded his head full of faith and joy and said, "Excellent. Many thanks to the godbird for showing mercy." Then, with a phone call, the calm Fu Feng mountain began to buzz. A search of helicopters began to take off and land continuously, bringing in a batch of statues. These were all made by the Empire overnight. The way to make a divine power statue was very simple. As long as Bai Feng gently stroked on it and injected a wave of divine power, it would be completed. However, it was impossible to make them endlessly. Bai Feng's divine power was also limited and needed recovery time. Injected with Bai Feng's divine power, even the most mundane statue will come to life, with spirituality. And there was also a hot power nurtured in it that could kill demons and evils. In the afternoon of that day, the statues of divine power began to be transported to the places with the worst ghost infestations in the country. Night. In a poor town. While everyone was sleeping, a chilly ghostly aura quietly enveloped the town. In a courtyard at the east end of the town, the mayor, as the only transcendent in the area, woke up with a start upon sensing the ghostly aura and was about to sound the alarm. Nico! Instead, only a bird song could be heard, violently exploding and resounding over the town. Then, from the town's ancestral hall, a Bai Feng that was transformed into a body of firelight rushed out, directly killing the rebellious ghosts and monsters. A moment later, a mournful scream echoed over the town. After killing the ghosts and evils, the statue of Bai Feng's divine power in the ancestral hall had only dimmed a few points. It only needed a few days of incense and worship to recover. On this night, there were many places where the same thing happened. Qin Feng, who was in Huai City, had been paying attention to the changes in the system. When the divine power statue was transported out, he saw that the system's data began to change. Chapter 21, Reaction Bureau Invited. Overlord of the Great Game. On that ancient scroll, there were still 3 lines of data. Activation icon, 4. Number of times summoned, 0. Incense, 904. On just the first day, the number of incense flames had surpassed 900. And there were still a large number of divine power statues that had yet to be transported out. Qin Feng estimated that tomorrow, when all the divine power statues were delivered, the incense fire would still program a wave of explosive growth. System, what is the role of incense? Previously, when he asked the system a question, the system had not answered it because there was no incense. Now that Qin Feng had obtained the incense flame, he asked the system again. Incense and fire originate from all beings and are born out of piety. After the host has obtained the incense flame, it can be used to enhance acquired skills, items, etc. When the incense flame breaks through a certain value, the host can gain the number of times they can summon a contract spirit. This roll of incense flame is somewhat explosive. After knowing the effects of the incense flame, Qin Feng's eyes became incomparably bright. Truly, the effects of the incense flame were so fragrant that it was completely irresistible. If he were to upgrade the Golden Light Mantra, Tong Tian Talisman and other techniques, these skills would undergo a metamorphosis, and the power of casting them would become even more powerful. This would definitely give Qin Feng a huge boost in strength. Glancing at the Xian Yuan sword that was quietly suspended in his sea of consciousness, Qin Feng suddenly wanted to try something and opened his mouth. System, strengthen the Xian Yuan sword. Drops. Fragrance value is severely insufficient, please act according to the host's ability. Sure enough, Qin Feng was mentally prepared and did not feel disappointed. To enhance a supreme treasure like the Xian Yuan sword, the amount of incense fire required must be massive. 900 incense flames was completely a drop in the bucket. System, how much incense value do I need to obtain the next contracted spirit summoning? After pondering for a while, Qin Feng felt that the current incense flames were still the most important to be used primarily to summon the contracted spirit. 10,000. The system replied. It's still short by more than 9,000, but should be close. Projecting the rate of incense growth, Qin Feng realized that it seemed like he would be able to summon the next mountain and sea beast in another 2 or 3 days. Exiting the system, Qin Feng opened his cell phone to find the internet incredibly lively. Someone had recorded a video of the Divine Power statue and uploaded it online, and it was topped to the #1 position in terms of heat. The Baifeng Divine Power statue has been made, everyone go and worship it devoutly, you might be blessed and become a transcendent. I had the honor of seeing the statue of God's power kill an evil spirit last night, and I've decided to serve the statue of God's power today. Damn, I'm envious, there are too few statues of divine power, there are so many places in Xia, there are not enough to divide them up, I don't know how much longer it will take for me to get to my side. There are also other voices at the bottom of the video. It's just a deity that was revived, how many divine power statues can there be? It's not enough to be ashamed of. I'm really laughing, just a broken bird god, can it be as powerful as God's angels? Don't even say that. This so-called Baifeng is definitely the only deity in Xia. It's also their only bragging rights in the future. It's the only thing they have to brag about. The White Elephant Kingdom is all too much stronger than the Summer Kingdom, and the extreme majority of their populace is still moderate. Looking at the last message, Qin Feng's mouth twitched. These days, even sand is licked. 1 billion livestock, 100 million people, what a nice moderate country. Nowadays, the online winds suddenly changed, and those well-known sheepdogs, instead of attacking Xia for being godless, were frantically biting the bullet on the fact that there was only one god, Baifeng. All kinds of online, quoting scripture, left and right, all with a high and mighty yin and yang face. The funds for these people's activities should have arrived. Qin Feng turned off his cell phone with a cold face, not bothering with these people. When the time came, he would very much whip them with the truth. After a while, the doorbell of Qin Feng's house rang. Opening the door was Yang Liangong and the deputy director and the two of them. Little Feng, not disturbing, right? Standing at the door, Yang Liangong asked with a smile. Fellow Daoist, good. The deputy chief also had a smiling face, then said with a somewhat strange face. I didn't expect that you and Elder Yang would be neighbors. Earlier, when Yang Liangong revealed Qin Feng's identity, everyone was stunned. They had all thought that Qin Feng was a person from outside the secular world. No disturbance, please come in. Qin Feng and Yang Liangong said. Rushing the deputy director, he merely nodded. Originally, Minister Tuliai from the Reaction Directorate was also going to come, but then suddenly there was an emergency on the imperial capital side, so he rushed back urgently, saying that he would come back to visit you next time. Before even entering the door, Yang Liangong spoke thus, explaining to Qin Feng the importance the response bureau attached to him. I do see him on TV quite often. Qin Feng said indifferently. Then, the three of them walked into the living room. Fellow Daoist, Minister Tuliai asked me to ask you if you have any plans to join the Reaction Bureau? If it's to join, it just so happens that the position of director of the Huaichang Reaction Bureau is vacant, and once you join, you'll be the director. The deputy director opened his mouth and said to Qin Feng. There was still no trace of which previous director of the Huaichang Reaction Bureau was until now. This kind of situation is likely to be sacrificed, missing like that just to leave a trace of thoughts. In this world of all kinds of demons, sacrifice such things, everyone has experienced too much. It was simply too much for people to care about mourning. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng frowned and froze for a moment, completely not expecting that the response bureau would come up and promise a position as a director to keep him. This was to lay down blood money. However, Qin Feng was indifferent in the face of the director's position. After glancing at the duo, he shook his head and directly refused. There's no such intention. There was nothing in the Reaction Bureau that could attract Qin Feng, and he had absolutely no thoughts of going there. And also didn't want to be bound to it. Even if it was the position of a director. Seeing Qin Feng reject it directly without hesitation, the Yang Lianggong duo were completely stunned. That was the position of a director. It was the most powerful person in Huai City. He's the most powerful person in Huai City, a complete emperor of the land. Such a result was really unexpected. After staying for a while, Yang Lianggong and his team left. Outside the door, waiting for the car to drive away from a distance, the deputy director dialed a phone. After a few rings, the phone was answered. Which one? A muffled voice came from the phone. Minister 2, it's me, the deputy director of the Huaichang Response Bureau. The deputy director said hurriedly. Oh. Tu Lei reacted, then opened his mouth with anticipation and asked. Did that kid promise? He directly promised the position of Huaichang's director. I'm full of sincerity. Embarrassment surfaced on the faces of both Yang Lianggong and the deputy director, and finally the deputy director stammered. Straight. Outright gave a refusal. Chapter 22, Yang Lianggong's speculation. Trouble comes to the door. The scene was silent all of a sudden. The deputy director didn't even dare to breathe when he heard the silence on the other side of the phone. Only after a moment did Tu Lei speak again, his tone disgruntled. Good brat. Surprisingly, he even refused such an offer. This violent temper of mine. It was at this moment that Yang Lianggong snatched the deputy director's cell phone. Not caring about the deputy director's reaction, he directly started his conversation with Tu Lei. Minister 2, this is Yang Lianggong. You old Please speak. After clarifying the identity of the person on the other side, Tu Lei lowered his tone by a few points. The deputy director was stunned, obviously not expecting that Tu Lei would recognize Yang Lianggong. I'll just say one thing, between the two, Qin Feng and Bai Feng, there is bound to be a connection. First, they both appeared in Huai City at the same time, and Qin Feng also possesses the ability to control fire. This series of coincidences is by no means coincidental. Yang Lianggong said with incomparable certainty. He had seen all sorts of abnormal reactions in Qin Feng's body, so he was incomparably daring to be certain. What? Tu Lei's incomparably shocked voice came out from the phone. Originally, he thought that Qin Feng's status as that ancient true Taoist was already shocking. Now, with the addition of having a connection with Bai Feng, then his weight would climb once again. After Yang Lianggong reminded him, Tu Lei also felt that this matter was not far from the truth. There couldn't be such a series of coincidences in the world, there must be a connection between the two. After a long time, Tu Lei suppressed the shock in his heart and slowly spoke. In that case, then we have to get Qin Feng into the response bureau. His importance to the entire Xia kingdom will become incomparable. Then, Tu Lei asked Yang Lianggong for a few more pieces of information before hanging up the phone. When the call ended, Yang Lianggong returned the cell phone to the deputy director who had fallen into a state of stagnation before waking him up. After receiving the cell phone with a stupefied expression, the deputy director looked down at it for a period of time before waking up and inquiring in a shocked tone. Elder Yang, what you said can't be true, right? Nonsense. Glancing at the deputy director, Yang Lianggong said nonchalantly. Huai City is a projectile place without any outstanding features, why would Bai Feng choose to revive here? Even fourth order flying stiffs come out, I think if Qin Feng is not where it is, I'm afraid Bai Feng may not show up to suppress it. The last guess, although Yang Lianggong had no basis for it. Merely recalling Qin Feng's calm demeanor on the shore earlier, this conjecture suddenly surfaced in his heart. Upon hearing this, the deputy director once again fell into a state of dementia. Shocked by this series of shocks, his heart was constantly being struck. On the other side, Tu Lei looked at the cell phone that had been hung up for a long time. In the end, dialed his cell phone to make a call. The call ended once again, and his mood was still very complicated. If he didn't have important matters pestering him right now, he would definitely go to Huaichang again and personally meet Qin Feng, a person full of mysteries. Unfortunately, now that he was far away from Huaichang, he could only send a man to make some contact. At his home in Huaichang, Qin Feng had nothing to do as he lay on his bed checking his cell phone after sending off the Yang Lianggong duo. He decided to take a break, his spirit had been tense for the past few days. By noon, Qin Feng's cell phone rang again. Is it in? But it was Shan Hai who sent a message. Qin Feng casually replied back, and Shan Hai started launching messages continuously and unceasingly. Shan Hai, I heard that a fourth order flying stiff appeared over at Huai City, and finally the divine bird Bai Feng appeared again, did you see it this time? Looking at the message, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched as he replied. Both times I was there. Shan Hai, then you're really lucky to have witnessed the true face of the divine bird Bai Feng twice. I haven't even seen Bai Feng's divine statue now. I'll take you to see it sometime. Qin Feng edited the message and said seriously. Big brother, stop it. Shan Hai over there was shocked and directly sent an emoticon. With and without, the two of them kibitzed for a while longer. Finally, only then did Shan Hai say the purpose of this time. 2 days later, we're going to travel to Huai City, get ready for brother's arrival. Because of Bai Feng's emergence, Huai City was now almost the safest place in Xia, even the darkness of the night was free of ghosts. Therefore, many people from all over the country have started to run this way to travel, more than anything else, hoping to see that Bai Feng God bird with their own eyes. Okay, come on. Qin Feng edited back. Shan Hai, be prepared, I'm not the only one. After seeing this last message, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a huge headache. At the same time, a silhouette surfaced in his heart. Thinking of this, he didn't even have the heart to swipe his cell phone. After looking at the time, he decided to go to the city to eat. When Qin Feng came back after eating and drinking, he suddenly realized that in front of his house, there was a silhouette standing. With a big and thick appearance, his face was full of horizontal meat, but he was wearing a straight suit. It was full of disharmony. Hello? Get acquainted, my name is Niu Jun. Seeing Qin Feng, the man took the initiative to greet him and extended his hand, wanting to shake it. Looking for me for something? Narrowing his eyes, Qin Feng ignored his outstretched hand. Inside this person's body, he sensed an energy. This person in front of him should be a transcendent, and his strength was not weak, definitely above the third stage. This could not help but make Qin Feng think about something more. Of course there's something. Seeing Qin Feng being so unforgiving, the horizontal flesh on Niu Jun's face bulged as he spoke coldly. You're the one who's so not giving our minister face. Promising the position of director of the Huaichang Response Bureau, and you're not even satisfied, he said. Tell me, what kind of conditions do you want before you join the Reaction Bureau? While speaking, Niu Jun also sized up Qin Feng. After taking a few glances at Qin Feng's skinny body, he glanced at his mouth disdainfully. Hearing Niu Jun's tone as well as his words, Qin Feng's face directly chilled as he directly spat out two words coldly. Get lost. Even if he knew that the person in front of him was Tu Lei's henchman, Qin Feng was completely unafraid. 5th rank is terrific. Big deal, summoned by Feng over and beat him up. Giving face, huh? Niu Jun's face became arrogant as he said in a deep voice. While saying this, he once again extended his broad palm, wanting to bet on Qin Feng's shoulder. Qin Feng, however, was one step faster than him as he leaned his body back and quickly dodged his palm. Ha! You're still up for it. With a light heave under his breath, Niu Jun's eyes began to look unfavorably at Qin Feng. A sense of wariness rose up and his body leapt into action. Stabbing. Sensing the battle intent, Qin Feng's eyes instantly turned golden as silver-white thunder began to flicker around his body. An aura climbed up from his body. In the next second, the battle directly erupted. Chapter 23, Instantaneous Seconds Third Order. Tu Lei vibrates. The piercing golden light rose suddenly. Even under the green sky and bright sun, that golden light was still dazzling. A flash of light cut through the golden light's shroud. Only to see that Niu Jun did not know when, from his waist pulled out a blood-red and incomparably sharp hog knife. The pig-killing knife contained a strong blood aura and emitted a ferocious aura. Carrying a strong ferocious aura, it ruthlessly hacked towards Qin Feng's body. Clang! A crisp sound rang out and Niu Jun froze. His own pig-killing knife was unexpectedly blocked, slashing on top of Qin Feng's golden light as if it was chopping on a basalt iron. Such a scene was completely unexpected by Niu Jun. One had to know that this pig-slaughtering knife of his own was incredibly sharp, and even third-order ghosts and monsters could not resist it at all. As a result, the full force of the strike did not break through Qin Feng's defense at all. This made him completely unable to believe this incident. While Niu Jun was fuming, infinite lightning suddenly appeared on Qin Feng's body. Not good. Niu Jun quickly retreated. Only a rumbling sound was heard as earth and rocks splashed. The position he had just stood in was directly blasted out by a silver-white thunderbolt into a huge deep pit. If this were to hit his own body, even if he was a third-stage transcendent, his body wouldn't be able to carry it. In an instant, Niu Jun's cold sweat invaded his entire body at once. Don't. Brother, I was wrong, it's all a misunderstanding. Looking at the cold-faced Qin Feng, Niu Jun shouted in panic. If you can't even break someone's defense, what's the point of fighting, looking for abuse? Misunderstanding your ass. Ignoring it, Qin Feng directly struck out. Having provoked a fight, wanting to stop. This was something that was never going to happen. Reaching out, several streaks of thunder raged out from his palm. The current Qin Feng was much stronger than when he had fought the tree demon earlier. Once again, he appeared incomparably calm when facing a third-stage enemy. The silver-white raging thunder power tore through the void in front of him, directly blasting towards Niu Jun. Rumble! A loud sound boomed out under the raging thunder. A scorching force rose in mid-air, and the berserk power was like ravaging the heavens and earth. Roar! A hand directly yanked through the suit on his upper body and casually threw it to the ground. Niu Jun roared as he began to explode with all his might. His body was quietly shrouded in a violent bloodlight. There was even a horrifying murderous aura coming out through his body. The sharp killing knife in his hand was buzzing in a burst, like a ghost crying and wolves howling, and the red light showed up, illuminating heaven and earth. A terrifying power revived, splitting mountains and breaking mountains. Ferociously slashing ferociously towards the thunder in front of him. Bang! The two terrifying forces violently collided. A gust of wind directly lifted up within a radius of tens of meters, countless glasses exploded, and the fence of Qin Feng's courtyard was directly lifted out. Ah! Niu Jun let out a mournful scream. Directly struck by Qin Feng's palm lightning, the sharp pig-killing knife in his hand was sent flying out. The violent blood light enveloping his body was directly torn apart by the raging lightning. All over his body, he was also torn out by the lightning. His entire body was covered in blood, and his appearance was incomparably miserable. Then, his whole body convulsed and fell to the ground. Not far outside, the deputy director was sitting in his car. Not long after seeing Qin Feng go in, two terrifying auras erupted, and terrifying battle sounds boomed out. The head directly went online. What's going on? Could it be that Minister Tu Lei had sent someone to try to kill Qin Feng to silence him? Opening the car door, the deputy director quickly got out of the car and rushed to Qin Feng's doorstep in a single breath. Qin Feng's doorway was in a mess, the earth crumbled and cracked, as if it had been hit by a meteorite. Niu Jun, who looked like a bloody man, lay convulsed in front of Qin Feng. After seeing the situation clearly, the deputy director jerked back a huge mouthful of cool air and hurriedly yelled, "Misunderstanding! Misunderstanding! Fellow Daoist, it's all a misunderstanding." Looking at the collapsed Niu Jun, the deputy director's heart was shaking violently. In the National Response Bureau, Niu Jun had a fierce reputation. Now this generation of fierce men. Surprisingly, he had lost in Qin Feng's hands. Then this strength was too terrifying. Hearing the voice, he turned back. Realizing that it was an acquaintance, Qin Feng couldn't help but speak coldly in a deep voice. "Response Bureau, there must be an explanation for me today. There will absolutely be an explanation." Looking at the furious rising Qin Feng, the deputy director with an incomparable headache hurriedly spoke. After a moment of doubt and delay, he directly opened his cell phone and dialed Tu Lei's number. Beep. The ringtone rang for a long time before the phone was answered. "What is it that you're looking for me for?" Tu Lei's voice rang out. "Minister Tu, something's wrong. Captain Niu and Qin Feng got into a fight." The deputy director glanced at Qin Feng and cautiously said to Tu Lei, "What did you say?" "That accomplished and defeated thing, tell him to pick up the phone for me." Tu Lei also froze for a moment, and finally roared directly. As his own right-hand man, even if he didn't have to ask, according to Niu Jun's temperament, he could probably guess what had happened. "Captain Niu probably can't pick up the phone right now, he's lying on the ground covered in blood." Taking a look at Niu Jun, who was still on the ground and convulsing, the deputy director spoke. Niu Jun is defeated?" At those words, Tu Lei froze. As a sharp knife of the combat department, Niu Jun's strength was very strong, belonging to the topmost handful of the third rank. The existence of the pinnacle. He had killed third-order ghost monsters alone several times, and had even fought against fourth-order ghost monsters. Now that he was directly defeated by Qin Feng, it made him incomparably surprised. In his heart, he was also very puzzled. Last night's intelligence had also said that although Qin Feng had killed a third-order tree demon, he was a second-order transcendent, and today, he had actually managed to defeat the fourth-order henchman he could fight against. Could it be that he had hidden his strength before? Even if it was Tu Lei, he couldn't imagine that Qin Feng's strength had skyrocketed to the third rank overnight. Tu Lei, who couldn't figure it out at all, felt that Qin Feng was becoming more and more mysterious. "Fellow Taoist Qin Feng, I'm really sorry, it's because I couldn't control my men, I'll make amends to you in his place." After reacting, Tu Lei hurriedly said, his tone sincere as he made amends to Qin Feng. "The Reaction Bureau should bear all the losses caused, and transfer another $1 million to you as an atonement for this incident. When Niu Jun wakes up, I'll have him personally apologize to you." In order to diffuse Qin Feng's anger, the head of the department did so, which could be said to be a gesture to the minimum. "I don't want that to happen next time." Looking at Tu Lei, whose posture was so low, Qin Feng's anger melted away by a few points. "Definitely. It definitely won't happen again," Tu Lei assured Qin Feng firmly. Chapter 24, Incense Value Growth. Lighthouse Nation. After hanging up the phone, looking at Qin Feng, who was filled with anger, the deputy director said somewhat cautiously, "Fellow Taoist Qin Feng, transfer your account number to me, that money will arrive immediately." This person in front of him was the one who made Minister Tu Lei even lower his voice. He, the tiny Huaicheng deputy director, couldn't afford to offend him at all. After the two people added each other's messages, Qin Feng sent his personal account number over. Then, after promising to find someone to repair Qin Feng's home, the deputy director left with the heavily traumatized Niu Jun. "What is it?" Glancing back at the wrecked courtyard, Qin Feng said with a headache. The courtyard wall was directly lifted off, the ground soil and rocks crumbled, and the glass was all broken. This time it was estimated to be uninhabitable for a few days. Entering the house to pack up his things, Qin Feng decided to go out for 2 days. Just as they were about to go out, they saw that the maintenance team affiliated with the Response Bureau had already arrived at the doorstep of the house. It was very efficient. Once again, they returned to the city and picked a better hotel to stay in. After only an hour, the $1 million promised by Tu Lei arrived and was directly transferred into Qin Feng's account. With this amount of money, Qin Feng didn't have to worry about money anymore for a short period of time. His previous savings had been depleted during this period of time, and he had originally planned to get a sum of money in a few days. Now there was no need. For a while, Qin Feng suddenly felt that this fight was worth it. Before going to bed, Qin Feng checked the system changes again. Activated icon 4. Number of summons 0. Incense 2,596. More than 1,000 incense values have grown in one day. It looks like all the statues of divine power made by Bai Feng have been consecrated. Watching the incense fire value grow, Qin Feng was delighted in his heart. Incense! This was one that needed to be accumulated over the years. That's why he wasn't in a hurry at all. On the other side, Huaicheng First Hospital, in a separate ward. Niu Jun, who had acted all bratty during the day, was currently lowering his head to receive criticism. The wounds on his body that had been torn out by the raging thunder had all healed and scarred by now. The physical quality of a third-order transcendent was terrifying, dozens of times that of an ordinary person. Before, what did I tell you on the phone? I told you to reach out to Qin Feng and pull him into the response bureau at all costs, but you're good, you met and directly fought. You've turned a deaf ear to me, haven't you? Tu Lei's furious voice came out from the phone, fiercely criticizing Niu Jun. That kid is too arrogant. I wasn't trying to dampen his spirits. Niu Jun looked embarrassed and muttered in a low voice. What did you say? So up until now, you haven't listened to anything I've said, have you? At those words, Tu Lei's voice instantly rose a few degrees again. No. No. Niu Jun shook his head frantically, his attitude of admitting his mistake was complete. Minister, I was wrong. Tu Lei said, when you're discharged from the hospital, go apologize to Qin Feng personally for me. Things are already in this state now, even he can only try his best to eliminate Qin Feng's anger. When the criticism was almost over, Tu Lei's fire was almost extinguished and asked for information about Qin Feng. You fought with Qin Feng, what did you feel? This was something that Tu Lei was all confused about right now. Completely unable to feel Qin Feng's strength. Very strong, the sense of oppression is too great. Recalling the terrifying thunder during the noon exchange, fear surfaced on Niu Jun's face. One strike and I was defeated. And my pig slayer couldn't cut through his golden light curse. Initial estimation, he has reached the standard of a third-order transcendent, and his strength, I'm afraid, he can compete with fourth order. I'm not as good as that. Although it was a bit humiliating, Niu Jun still reported truthfully. One strike. Then wouldn't you be killed in seconds? Tu Lei was shocked, a face dazed after the phone call, complete disbelief in both eyes. Originally, he thought that the two of them exchanged blows, and even if Niu Jun was defeated, he had still passed a few moves with Qin Feng. The result was too unexpected. He was directly killed in seconds. That Qin Feng's current strength compared to the day before yesterday, the difference was too great. 2 days later, Qin Feng received a message from Chen Hao early in the morning and came to the station to wait for someone. It was only when it was almost close to noon that a tourist bus wobbled into the melee. After waiting for the bus to stand still and the door to open, the well-built, 1'8" tall Chen Hao was full of anger as he scuffed his way down from the car, cursing as he went. Maz, a bunch of. When he saw Qin Feng, his anger subsided and his face rose into a smile, loudly. Crazy, come and let brother see. Off, lousy is your brother. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and scolded with a laugh. As the duo conversed, the bus behind them began to descend a steady stream of guests. Soon, a familiar figure in the door of the bus attracted Qin Feng's idea. Dressed in a white dress, with a head full of green silk, her skin was white and tender. At this moment, just like an alpine white lotus, she stood among the crowd. You really brought fish nicks? Taking a look at Chen Hao, Qin Feng said. I'm the one who was forced to, okay? It's not like you don't know, her family is across the street from me, and when she heard that she was coming to Huaicheng, she had to come along. Chen Hao shrugged his shoulders, expressing a big headache. The three of them all went to an institution and were still familiar with each other. Unlike Qin Feng and Chen Hao, Yuningsher was a greatly famous presence in the school. Beiwa's school flower. The dream girl of countless students. As the two of them were talking, Qin Feng saw another familiar face behind Yuningsher. Class President Tan Cheng. Why is Tan Cheng also here? Qin Feng was very disgusted by this person. Damn, hell no, collided with a group of people, and I don't know what kind of bad luck I've had. Chen Hao's face was directly gloomy. After seeing Chen Hao's face clearly, Qin Feng finally understood why he had a face of anger when he got out of the car. In front of the car door, Fish Si Ning ran into trouble just after she got off the car. A tall foreign man stopped her with a passionate face. Oh, beautiful girl, can I know your name? Do you want to add a Wi-Fi? I'm a reporter from abroad, can you be my guide? Saying that, he also took out his Lighthouse Country's reporter's ID, full of condescension, and shook it in front of Fish Si Ning, with a smug look on his face. This trick, used many times. Every time, as long as he hooked his hand, these youthful and beautiful girls would go with him. This time, the girl in front of him was just too beautiful, and he decided to play for a few more days. However, there was no expression on Fish Xining's stunningly beautiful face. A pair of beautiful eyes coldly glanced at this foreign reporter and finally said coldly, "Get out of the way, I don't want to talk to someone who pollutes the air." What? The foreign reporter froze. Chapter 25, Sheepdog Public Knowledge. Filial Sons and Daughters. The cacophony of voices stopped. In the station where people came and went, at this time, many travelers all stopped to look at this scene. Seeing a crowd of spectators, that foreign reporter became a bit annoyed, and his face became distorted. Mouth wriggling, was about to speak. Two silhouettes surrounded him. "Didn't you hear me when I told you to get lost?" Qin Feng walked over to Fish Xining and reached out to gather her behind himself, saying with a dangerous glint in his eyes. That foreign reporter only felt a great terror staring at him. In an instant, it was as if he had fallen into a freezer. His body was freezing. The entire body trembled. Behind him, sensing Qin Feng's powerful arm around her waist, Fish Xining couldn't help but add a few points of blush to her cold face. Looking at the foreign reporter in front of him, Qin Feng only felt a strange energy flash past, immediately causing alarm to rise in his heart. This foreign reporter was actually a transcendent. It was at this moment that a few silhouettes came down from the car. "What's going on, Chen Hao, Qin Feng, why are you two so barbaric? To be so unfriendly to a foreign friend, our summer country has lost face." A person rushed out from amongst the several people and roared in anger. This person was none other than Tan Qing, the class president who made Qin Feng and Chen Hao loathe him at the same time. As soon as he got off the bus, he immediately rushed to the front of the few people to defend the foreigner. The few people who came down with him also started shaking their heads and commenting, "Xia people aren't gentle at all. Can't they learn from our neighboring countries and treat people more gently? That's right, this point also makes me abhor it, hee hee." A few people spoke left and right, evaluating the summer country in a condescending manner. Between the words, they were all belittling the summer country and holding up the stinking feet of foreign countries. Qin Feng looked over and realized that these few people knew each other. Often seen on the internet is a group of big V, sheepdog. Often on the internet touting foreign that good this good, everything is perfect. Once it comes to the country it's no good. I guess in their eyes the existence of Xia is a mistake. A few days ago, the online attack on Baifeng was also led by a few people. Qin Feng only felt disgusted when he saw these people. All of them are a bunch of filial sons and daughters. Seeing that someone had relieved him, the foreign reporter immediately slipped away. He sensed a terrifying aura on Qin Feng's body and didn't dare to entangle himself any further. Seeing that the foreign reporter himself had run away, Tan Chang and the group of masters also closed their mouths. It was because Chen Hao and Fish Xining were participating in a tour group. After the two came to Huaichang, they had been following the tour guide around. After talking to the tour guide, Qin Feng also joined the tour group after paying the money and followed the duo around. Qin Feng was also bored these days. The home side hadn't been repaired either, so there was no place to go. Just think of it as coming out to take a break. As a result, Qin Feng was held back along the way. Tan Chang and the group of masters were just too annoying, their mouths didn't stop along the way. The tour guide who led the group didn't dare to offend this group of people and kept choosing to ignore them. The sky is a little darker, a group of people began to choose a restaurant to eat. Just after being seated, Tan Qing's group of people began. "Teacher Song, a day's tour of Huai City? These days, there's nothing hotter in Huai City than Baifeng's recovery. Do you have any unique insights to point out?" Tan Chang opened his mouth and asked. "A mess." Lightly shaking a folding fan, Teacher Song snorted. "The entire revival of the deity Baifeng in Huaichang is completely touted, and is completely incomparable to the deity of any Ihon Island." "That's right, haven't seen Baifeng's real body yet." Next to Mr. Pine, someone was very dissatisfied. This group of masters of theirs had all come here for Baifeng. Right now, Baifeng's traffic was high in Xia, and with some additions of their own, when the time came to put it on the internet, it would get explosive traffic again. "So what if a weak deity like Baifeng is seen or not seen?" said Mr. Pine as he closed his folding fan and spoke with an excited look appearing on his face. "A few years ago when I traveled to the Lighthouse Kingdom, I had seen God manifest. That's a true deity. Baifeng is nothing compared to that, not even an angel." Saying that, he also scanned the surrounding crowd, his face full of smugness. "Teacher Song, your insight is truly awesome. Seeing God manifest with my own eyes is a dream I've always had." Tan Chang looked at Teacher Song with incomparable admiration. "But it's really filial." Chen Hao, who originally didn't want to pay any attention to this group of people, couldn't help himself at this moment. "Stop it." Qin Feng picked up. "It's not certain whether it's filial or not, maybe it's behind the scenes collecting funds for the event." "Oh. So that's how it is. I see, making money not too shabby." Chen Hao was very cooperative, like a sudden realization, full of exaggerated to the extreme surprise. Don't. Kneeling down to make money. I'm ing shabby." Shaking his head, Qin Feng expressed his disapproval. "Put. Listening to the conversation between the two Qin Fengs, Fish Si Ning burst out laughing. The beauty with a smiling face stunned the crowd for a while. Who are you two talking about? Teacher Song, this is all true insights of life lessons. Tan Shang was anxious. The rest of the traveling group gazed. This kid is really shafted. Brain burned out, right? No explanation. No explanation. Placing his folding fan heavily on the table, Teacher Song's face turned slightly green as he mouthed the sentence twice. The faces of the other few masters were also unsightly as they looked at Qin Feng and the two of them with unfavorable expressions. A few words from the two of them directly broke the defense of this group of people. At the dining table, the group of people directly shut their mouths. The atmosphere was depressing, and the rest of the traveling group also stopped talking. For a while, the scene fell silent. They didn't speak anymore. Qin Feng's appetite rose, and he couldn't help but eat an extra portion of his meal. Under such a weird atmosphere, the group finished their dinner. After that, it was a matter of arranging accommodation. After the tour guide led them to the hotel, they fled as if they were relieved. This tour group charged a high fee, so the lodging as well as the meals that were arranged were also very good. The guest house that was now arranged was also the highest specification in Huai City, and the stay was accordingly comfortable. After the crowd got their keys, they started to go back to their respective rooms. Humph. Tan Shang and his group walked to Qin Feng's side, and that Teacher Song gave a vicious cold snort before strutting up the stairs. Shan Hai cursed angrily, a bunch of human-like things. I'm going up too. Greeting Qin Feng and shaking the key in her hand, Fish Si Ning also went back to her room. Good. Qin Feng nodded gently. Then looking down, he looked at the room number of the key in his hand and realized that the two's rooms were next to each other. As he was about to go upstairs, Qin Feng's gaze froze. He saw the figure of the foreign reporter from today. Chapter 26, Saving You? Wait for your God to save you. Into the night. At 2 or 3 in the morning, it was time for the most sleepy. Everyone had entered dreamland. Inside the hotel, a room door was quietly opened. Then a foreigner with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a high nose walked out. It was precisely the foreign reporter in the daytime. Sleep well. Become my sacrifice. His face was full of shadows, his eyes were full of cold colors. Looking at the various rooms where the sound of sleep came from time to time in silence, a hideous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Paired with this gloomy night color, it was like a stern ghost that was about to hunt for food. Half a quarter of an hour later, this foreign journalist appeared in the hall. His body was already covered in blood, and his clothes were already soaked with blood. The mouth was open. The flesh on his cheeks had to be torn until the ears at the back of his head, revealing Mori's fangs like those of a wild beast. A tongue full of barbs stretched out, licking the blood stained on his palms with relish. At his feet, there were several tattered corpses, their internal organs gnawed away. In their round eyes, there was still a deep fear before they died. From the clothes on their bodies, it could be seen that they were employees who were on duty in the hotel at night, and now all of them had died tragically. Crimson blood flowed uncontrollably on the smooth floor, and like a small stream it soon flowed all over the hotel hall. A strong smell of blood quickly spread out in all directions. Ding bell. It was at this moment that the hotel's elevator moved, the numbers on it kept flashing, and it soon came to the first floor. A few voices came out from the elevator. Teacher Song, this late at night, what are we going to eat? Tan Chang was inquiring. That Teacher Song's voice rang out. All the food in Xia is dirty and messy, we need to take a good look. The elevator doors opened. A pungent smell of blood entered the noses of the group. The horrifying scene in the hall was presented to the group of people. And after hearing the sound, the foreign reporter slowly turned his head, and his hideous appearance directly surfaced in front of the group of people. Ah! With a miserable cry, Tan Chang and Teacher Song's group of people were directly scared to pee. The crotch quickly dampened, and an odor of urine quickly rose. There's food coming again. Seeing the duo, a hideous smile appeared on the foreign journalist's blood-stained face. We're friends, and we even fought for you during the day, let us go. Sitting paralyzed on the ground, Mr. Pine's usual overbearing appearance was gone, and he said in fear. A group of people had already recognized at this time that the blood-bathed demon in front of them was the foreign reporter in the daytime. With a flash of shadow, the foreign reporter's figure appeared directly in front of the group of masters and Tan Chang. In the face of begging for mercy, very disdainfully said, "There is no right to beg for forgiveness in a dish." A group of people were left with nothing but despair. Lying in his room, he noticed a strong Qin Feng directly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he only saw a dark and ghostly shadow plastered on the window, which was grinning at Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng waking up, the ghostly shadow directly pierced through the glass and roared as it grabbed at Qin Feng. Stab la! A silver-white piercing lightning appeared, and that ghostly shadow was directly blasted to ashes. Such a heavy Qi. After dealing with that ghostly shadow, Qin Feng realized that the entire hotel had been filled with a thick and evil energy. Quickly putting his clothes on, he walked out of the room. Then, he knocked on the door of Fish Si Ning's room next to him. After half a ring, there was still no answer. Bang! Qin Feng directly kicked open the door of the room. Sure enough, no one was in the room, and only a wisp of residual fragrance remained. There was also a heavy ensues, and there was a pile of ashes at the window. After kicking open a few more doors in succession, the room was still empty. Have they all been taken? Smelling a gloomy aura all over the room, Qin Feng guessed. There were no traces of struggle or blood in the room, so obviously all the guests here had been swept away by the ghosts and monsters. Another floor down, the room is the same, people are all gone. Qin Feng realized that he was afraid that all the people in the hotel had been taken away by the ghosts. Shan Hai and Ning were probably no exception. This made him a bit anxious. After feeling the location of the outbreak of ensues, he directly chased after them. With his speed exploding at full force, quickly spanning over a dozen flights of stairs, Qin Feng arrived in the hall. Sure enough, all the people from the hotel had all been captured here. In the center of the hall, the foreign reporter in the daytime was carving a large talismanic formation with his hands dipped in blood. In the center of the blood formation was Tan Chang and a group of shivering masters. Each of them had a wound on their bodies, and blood gushed out as the blood formation at their feet led them. At this moment, they were already incredibly weak. It looked like they were about to die. Qin Feng appeared and immediately woke up the foreign journalist. "It's you!" Seeing Qin Feng, the foreign reporter's hatred immediately spewed out, and with a wave of one hand a ghostly shadow immediately emerged from the dark shadows and commanded, "Kill him for me!" Roar! A dark ghostly shadow roared as it charged towards Qin Feng. "Crazy man, run!" Shan Hai, who had been hiding in the crowd, got up violently and yelled at Qin Feng. On weekdays, Qin Feng's performance had always been ordinary. How could he be a match for these ghosts and monsters? Many people in the hall had already closed their eyes, unable to bear to see the next bloody scene. At the back door, a narrow, shady place, Fish Xining was hiding in it. When she saw the countless ghostly shadows killing towards Qin Feng, she bit her teeth and pulled out a blood-red paper figure from her waist. It was about to be thrown out. However, the next second, everyone was stunned. Heaven and earth Xianzong, the root of all air. Widely cultivate the havoc, prove my divine power. An ethereal yet vast incantation came out from Qin Feng's mouth like an immortal god chanting, sweeping across the entire guesthouse. Then, a piercing golden light emerged and enveloped him. Boom! The piercing golden light rapidly expanded, and any ghostly shadow that came into contact with the golden light emitted a mournful wailing sound before it flew into ashes. Those roaring ghostly shadows were swept away. Looking at Qin Feng, whose entire body was shrouded in golden light, Shan Hai directly exploded into foul language. It was completely unexpected that his best friend, who he usually laughed and joked with, at this moment, he had unexpectedly displayed such a powerful force. The figure shrouded in golden light was magnificent, like a god or devil. Qin Feng is actually a transcendent. Fish Xining was stunned. The hand that was about to throw the paper man also froze in mid-air. "Qin Feng, save me!" A bright light erupted from the dim eyes of the weakened Tan Chang as she called towards Qin Feng. "Save us! I'll give you money!" Teacher Song and a group of masters were also calling for help. "Wait for God to manifest." Glancing away, Qin Feng said coldly. Chapter 27, Kneeling Even When God Comes. At those words, Tan Chang and Teacher Song's group of people directly froze, letting out a burst of wailing sounds. "No, you can't do this. We're classmates, you have to save me. As fellow Xia people, you can't see death and save me, your conscience will be condemned." He. Qin Feng was happy and let out a series of cold laughs. "A Daxia person now? You guys usually take so much trouble to tout your foreign masters, you should feel honored to die at the hands of your masters now." With regards to this group of people, Qin Feng only had a strong loathing within his heart. There was absolutely no desire to rescue them. Noisy! The foreign reporter who was rowing the blood formation waved his hand and a terrifyingly ferocious force erupted, directly decapitating Tan Chang and the group of masters. In a flash, blood spurted out and splattered several meters away. Everyone didn't notice that the gushing blood was slowly absorbed by the blood formation on the ground. Ah! Seeing this bloody scene, the group of residents who were tied up all screamed out in horror. Beautiful! Shan Hai, however, let out a cheer. He really looked down on this group of people. Then, that reporter turned his head to look at Qin Feng, who was shrouded in golden light, and said viciously, "You really are a transcendent from the Summer Kingdom." Earlier at the station, he had sensed a terrifying aura on Qin Feng. It was just that he had not been able to sense the energy within Qin Feng's body. So he didn't dare to be sure. Now it seemed like he was hiding too deeply. You people, sneaking into the Summer Kingdom, are really not well-intentioned. Glancing at the several miserable corpses in the hall, Qin Feng spoke. During the day, he had sensed something weird. This foreign reporter clearly had a surge of energy within his body, yet he was desperately trying to disguise himself as an ordinary person. It was only exposed under Qin Feng's shock. Obviously, harboring evil intentions. Humph. Foolishness, I'm here to save you from your misery. Only by believing in the Lord can you gain eternal life and liberation. Xia is a land spurned by the gods, this is a sea of bitterness, I came here with pious faith to transcend you and get peace. With a cold snort, that foreign reporter said with a fierce smile. The tied-up group of people were dumbstruck and froze on the spot, unable to speak. A good deal of bull. Your family's transcendent salvation is sending people to hell? God lives in hell? Ridiculous to the extreme. With your ghostly appearance, we're all called ghosts and monsters. Talking nicely, it's just for a thought of greed. Qin Feng's gaze was icy cold as he said in a chilling voice. It's not your god's turn to be the master of my Xia's land. If you dare to come to my Xia, then kneel down for me. For the god of this world, he didn't have any good feelings. He was even more disgusted by those so-called believers, all of them were a bunch of hypocrites. Heretic. Seek death. The foreign reporter became furious and directly rushed at Qin Feng. Save the people first. Qin Feng dropped a sentence and started moving as well. At the back door, Fish Xining froze for a moment when she heard this sentence. She had a feeling that Qin Feng's words were addressed to himself, so she got up and walked out, coming in front of the crowd. After glancing at the yin qi on the crowd, she pulled out a handful of yellow paper figures from her waist and threw them out. Floating in mid-air, those paper figures, surprisingly, moved on their own, dissolving the yin qi for a group of people. Once the yin qi was lifted, someone broke the door of the hotel, and a group of people quickly rushed out. Holy! You're a transcendent too? Seeing the paper figures thrown out by Fish Xining as if they were alive, Shan Hai froze again. His own college best friend was a transcendent, but it turned out that his neighbor, who he had grown up with since childhood, was also a transcendent. One or two of them were hiding too deeply. I'm not, this is what grandma gave for self-defense. Shaking her head, Fish Xining looked at Qin Feng, her eyes all awestruck. On the other side, Qin Feng was tangling with that foreign reporter. His attention was also on the hall, and the person who walked out from the back door was indeed Fish Xining. He had just come down from upstairs when he sensed that there was someone at the back door, and with the fact that he didn't see Fish Xining in the crowd, he had a guess. That foreign reporter saw that everyone in the hall had run away and was furious. Damn it, my offerings are all gone. Then I'll take you as a sacrifice. In the next second, that foreign reporter was like molting his skin, and the flesh and blood of his body fell down in pieces. A thick yin qi surged up crazily. After all the blood and flesh fell off, a monster appeared in front of Qin Feng. The entire body was pitch black and covered with a stream of disgusting mucus. The limbs were long and thin, but covered with a single bone spur, and the 5 sharp claws like daggers were slowly twisting. On its brain, there was a row of red eyes that erupted with a shocking killing aura. Boom! A terrifying aura rose up into the sky. The heavens and earth changed color as a thick black aura directly enveloped the sky. In an instant, the temperature of the entire Huai City rapidly dropped. Countless people awoke with a start. Huai City Hospital. Niu Jun, who was lying in his hospital bed asleep, directly woke up with a start and leapt up from his bed. From the position of the window, he glanced at the dome of the sky. The black gas covered the dome of the sky. All of a sudden, his whole body was drenched in cold sweat, and he lost his voice and said in shock, "Fourth Order Ghost Scourge." Huai Chang once again entered a state of emergency. Hotel. Qin Feng saw that all the people had been saved and began to explode with full force against the deformed foreign reporters. Prick la! Silver white lightning that cut through the endless darkness. Terrifying berserk thunder power raged out. Roar! The monster that the foreign reporter had transformed into roared, its loud voice turning into a wave of sound destroying the surroundings. The entire body became a line of darkness, and its 10 sharp claws flashed with a shocking bloodlight as it ferociously charged towards Qin Feng at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Thunder and sharp claws collided. The earth roared continuously. It was as if meteorites had collided. Ear-piercing sounds shook the heavens. A huge collision directly erupted. More than a dozen layers of tall hotel trembled violently, shaking, only the diffusion of a huge force, 1 to 3 layers directly be pierced. The hotel hall, a messy abnormality, the sky earth and stone splashing, from time to time there are large swaths of solidified mud and soil smashed down. In the midst of this, 2 silhouettes were frantically weaving and constantly engaging in battle. What a high defense and attack! Qin Feng casted thunder technique with one hand. With the other hand, he began to cast the Tong Tian talisman, drawing talismans rapidly in the void. Methodically and without a hint of panic, it made him look sprightly to the extreme. Sensing a terrifying aura rising, the beast was attacking frantically. The incomparably sharp claws tore through a streak of lightning and kept advancing. Ka-ching! The piercing protective golden light was torn apart. Qin Feng's golden light spell had unexpectedly broken. There was no time to wait for the monster transformed by the foreign journalist to be happy. However, it only saw that a hot flame gushed out, instantly turning Qin Feng's surroundings into a sea of fire. The sizzling temperature was so hot that even the monster felt fear. It was directly forced back. At the same time, the talisman in Qin Feng's void was carved and finished, and he fiercely slapped it. Chapter 28, Clerical Monster. Regulus sword beheads evil sneak. The talisman transformed into lightning and struck the monster with a rush. Just upon contact, the power of thunder gushed out and the talisman exploded. It turned into an infinite amount of power that raged wildly. Silver-white bright light was flickering. The square heaven and earth all seemed to be transformed into a world of thunder and lightning. Rumble. Violent booms echoed continuously throughout Hwai City. Under that terrifying power, the hotel skyscrapers finally couldn't withstand it. After emitting a loud roar, it unexpectedly collapsed. Rumble. Dust flew and dirt and rocks splashed everywhere. Immediately after that, the ground shook and the earth shook violently. Fortunately, there were no residents in this vicinity and no casualties would be caused. Outside, because they were worried about Qin Feng's fish-shining duo, they did not leave and had been paying attention to everything not far from the hotel. Seeing a building more than 10 stories high, was Qin Feng and that monster fighting directly collapsed. The two of them were directly dumbfounded, and the entire person was in a daze. This power, it's definitely not an ordinary transcendent. Fish Shining muttered. Qin Feng's age isn't even over 20, right, and his strength is so terrifying, this is too much? During the weekdays, her grandmother hadn't told her much about weirdness and transcendence. But the power that Qin Feng was exerting had never been heard of, and had never been seen on any other transcendent. On top of that, Qin Feng was young and still in school being a college student. To possess such terrifying strength at such a young age was even more surprising. A dozen cars whizzed by. Right here. Hurry up. The transcendents from the Huaichang Response Bureau had finally arrived. The three of them, Niu Jun and Yang Liangong, the deputy director, got out of the car in a hurry and were about to command the members to act. Boom boom boom. Two booms rose again. Only to see that two figures rose up from the collapsed ruins. One was shrouded in golden light and was smashed underneath by the collapse of a dozen-story building. Surprisingly, it didn't have the slightest injury, it was terrifying. That figure was a monster with a pitch-black body, with a terrifying force of evil raging all around it. The appearance was somewhat miserable, one arm was broken, covered in thunder, and the muscles were constantly twitching, stimulating a wound on its body. The corners of Niu Jun's mouth twitched, indicating that this scene is familiar to me. At the same time, his heart was filled with shock. Facing Qin Feng, a fourth-ranked demon was so miserable. This strength had surpassed him by too much. In the middle of the field. Roar! The monster looked down at its broken arm and roared. Endless evil power surged up crazily, entering his body in a steady stream. In an instant, all the injuries that the monster had sustained unexpectedly recovered, while his size doubled and his aura became even more terrifying. Holy! This monster can actually recover, how can this even be fought? The deputy director who had rushed over jumped up and pointed at the monster and cursed angrily. A monster specially bred by the Holy See, can it be dealt with well? Yang Liangong said with a gloomy face. Beside him, Niu Jun's face was similarly not so good as he said in a cold voice. This kind of monster is called the immortal berserker by the West, and the Holy See outwardly claims that it's a product of demonic creation. In actuality, it was purposely cultivated by the Holy See itself, just to settle some dark matters. Once this kind of monster, but it destroyed a country. It didn't occur to me that my summer country's deities had only just awakened, and these people couldn't hold back, it's truly abominable. At those words, the transcendents present were stunned. Chen Hao was somewhat fearful. It was as if he had heard something unimaginable. Fish Shining had no fear, she just felt a bit angry. Opposite the monster. Qin Feng also frowned tightly when he saw the monster recover. It was tricky. He didn't know if this monster could recover infinitely. But he didn't want to test it. With a movement of his divine mind, the long dormant sword in his mind moved. With a humming sound, a golden sword chi was mobilized. The heavens and earth changed color in an instant, and the universe shook. Everyone was alarmed, looking at the visions in the heavens and earth, completely puzzled when roar! That head of the undying berserker warrior felt a thick sense of crisis enveloping him. It began to howl uneasily. Qin Feng moved, only to stretch out his sword finger at the void and make a vicious stroke. Boom! A supreme sharpness appeared and a bit of bright light appeared as if it was about to shatter the sky. In an instant, a terrifying sword chi erupted. The golden sword chi surged like a great river, ravaging the heavens and earth. Poof! Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the majestic sword chi directly cut off the undead berserker that was roaring in unease. This is sword chi? So terrifying, so overbearing. Yang Liangong exclaimed in disbelief. For some reason, seeing that gold's terrifying sword chi, everyone had a soul depulsar. Looks like he's been holding back on me all along. This sword actually directly severed a fourth-ranked immortal berserker. This kind of monster is known for its terrifying physique. Niu Jun's face went straight to purple. If this sword chopped on himself, wouldn't he just burp? Oh my god. The others all drew in cool breaths, one after the other. Chen Hao and Yu Ning were also shocked for a moment, and when they saw the appearance of Niu Jun and the others, they felt even more shocked. I want to hug my thigh. Shan Hai looked at Qin Feng's domineering figure in the arena and twisted his head to think of fish scening. I think you need to do it as soon as possible. Before the madman's performance was ordinary, I could still watch him for you. Now, I guess those crazy bees and butterflies can't stop it. Don't think you like Qin Feng, this thing I don't see. At those words, Fish Shening's high and cold face instantly blushed, but she didn't refute Shan Hai at all. A sword chopped out. Qin Feng felt that all the power in his body had been squandered. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a situation, only feeling a strong sense of emptiness within his body. Sure enough, a great killing weapon like the Regulus sword could only be used as a base card. Otherwise, if he ran out of power after chopping out a sword and the enemy didn't die, he would be embarrassed. The head of the undead berserker was chopped into segments into two with one sword. The domineering golden sword chi crazily wreaked havoc in its body, directly and completely cutting off its vitality. After falling heavily to the ground, it didn't move at all. Congratulations to the host for killing a fourth-order demon and activating an icon. There is a demon that enters the human body, gnawing on flesh and blood, devouring the evil. The demon has no wisdom, falling into the 9 ghosts, never dying and never being extinguished. The reward has been issued, please collect it yourself. Dead. Unable to help it, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A 4th-ranked demon, if it went crazy, the entire Hui City would not be enough to destroy it, and the residents of Hui City would surely suffer. However, before the crowd could finish their breath, a strange change started again. Under the collapsed ruins of the hotel, suddenly, a strange red light bloomed, illuminating heaven and earth. The body of the undead berserker was pulled by the strange red light. It was transformed into a mass of flesh and blood, directly integrating into the blood formation. With the integration of this mass of flesh and blood, it was as if the blood formation had been injected with energy. Chapter 29, Mountain and Sea Scripture Beast. 9-tailed Sky Fox. Red light flourished. A line of blood kept extending out from the ruins. Instantly, the concrete and construction steel were quickly eroded by the red light and dyed red. When the erosion was complete, the blood formation underneath was revealed, and a bloody odor filled the heavens and earth. The blood formation was composed of a single line of blood, intertwining underground like a spider web, and was incredibly complex. Boom! Red light shot up into the sky, leaving a shadow in the sky above the firmament. The endless evil force in the heavens and earth were all mobilized at this moment, surging crazily and pouring into the blood formation. Along with the endless evil force surging in, the virtual shadow on the dome of the sky unexpectedly began to solidify. It was as if it was carved on the dome of the sky. It was also accompanied by drops of blood. Not good. Yang Liangong's face directly became iron blue, deep panic surfaced on his face under the anger, shivering his lips and said, "This is the blood formation that summons the gates of hell in the west, code. These people are really wolves. Surprisingly, they want to open the gates of hell in Xia. At that time, my great Xia's land will surely be ravaged by demons and be at their mercy." This was clearly the plotting and scheming of the Holy See, to be so shameless. It was clearly bullying the great Xia for being weak, and it was surprising that it was all so blatant. The faces of the others also became ugly. Qin Feng, don't let the summoning formation stabilize. Once it stabilizes, the grand formation will devour all the life around it and summon demons from hell. Break it as early as possible while you can. Yang Liangong shouted to Qin Feng. Right now all hope could only be placed on Qin Feng alone. If Qin Feng could not do anything, then the others could only watch in disbelief. There was nothing that could be done. Looking at the blood formation that shone in the heavens and earth, Qin Feng's face was a bit ugly. This blood formation had a terrifying aura, and if he wanted to break it, he would probably have to activate the Xian Yuan sword once again. But right now, he hadn't recovered from the power he had consumed, and he wasn't even able to perform the thunder technique. He couldn't even cast lightning spells. There's no way out. Summon by Feng. As he was about to summon by Feng, Qin Feng froze and sank into the system with his mind, checking it out. A bright icon shone brightly, and it was the immortal berserker that he had just killed. The reward had yet to be claimed. There was no need to care about checking this reward now. Activated icon, 5. Number of times summoned, 1. Incense, 10,231. Sure enough, the incense value has exceeded 10,000, and the system has rewarded a chance to contract a spirit. Qin Feng said in surprise. Before he went to bed last night, he took a look and the system's incense value had already reached over 9,000. After a few hours, the incense value had indeed reached over 10,000. System, summon the contracted spirit. Qin Feng said. Right now, it was still necessary to solve the problem of that summoning blood formation first. Contract spirit summoning opens. The ancient scroll slowly opened, and the mist-shrouded region quietly became clear. A magnificent savage world was displayed in front of Qin Feng, with all sorts of secretive creatures alternately appearing silently. On the dome of the sky, a 3-legged golden crow carried a reddish-golden flame as it spread its wings and flew through the chaos. It illuminated the entire world, bringing warmth to all the spirits of the earth. An incomparable white beast, covered with auspicious qi, spreading its wings and soaring above the 9 heavens. It was carrying a terrifying aura, headlong into a divine mountain that connected heaven and earth. It can't be summoning these divine beasts as contracted spirits. Looking at those divine beasts, Qin Feng was drooling. If one were to get one of these divine beasts out, it wouldn't be a direct hegemony. It's just a pity that it's a delusion. The sun and moon alternated, the stars shifted, and the seasons changed. In the end, the System S screen stopped at a picturesque spiritual mountain. At the top of the spiritual mountain, a foreign beast was looking up to the sky. A body of white hair flew recklessly, its eyes were long and thin, its shape was like a fox, and its voice was like a baby. Behind it, there were 9 tails connecting heaven and earth, stirring up a side of heaven and earth. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the contract spirit 9-tailed sky fox. Please choose the location of release. 9-tailed sky fox, there is a beast in the mountains of Qingqiu. Its shape is like a fox with 9 tails, its voice is like a baby, it can eat people, and those who eat it are not confused. Surprisingly, it's the 9-tailed sky fox. Qin Feng exclaimed. Although there were no divine beasts like the 3-legged golden crow, this 9-tailed sky fox was enough to surprise him. The 9-tailed sky fox occupied a very strong legendary color in the mythological history of Grand Xia, and could be said to have a very high popularity. It was most famous for nothing more than the spells that charmed the world. Looking at the ancient scroll, Qin Feng seemed to have experienced countless years. Yet only a second had passed in the outside world. A blink of an eye. While the crowd was looking at the blood formation anxiously. Thousands of miles away. Boom! A booming sound shook heaven and earth. Like heaven and earth were thundering, the earth was roaring. Wow! A voice like a baby crying resounded through the heavens and earth. It was like a sob, seducing the heart and charming the world. Along with this cry, a terrifying beast over 100 meters tall appeared in front of the world. Silver-white flying hair blossomed in fluorescence under the night color. 9 huge fox tails swayed in the air, and when the tails moved, the ground shook. The terrifying aura enveloped heaven and earth, and the lone figure tempted the world. Huai City's side also saw it clearly. Another deity has revived. Yang Liannong's expression froze. That heart was trembling violently, excited beyond measure, and in an instant, old tears were streaming down his face. You deities have indeed returned, there are gods in my Xia kingdom. He was old and his character was somewhat stubborn. The fact that the Xia country's deities had not been revived had always been something that had haunted him. When in the final process of his life, seeing that the gods had revived, it was something that made him incomparably excited. Heavens! Gods, this is another divine spirit revival in Xia. It hasn't been long since Bai Fang's revival, but there are actually deities appearing again. God bless the Xia kingdom. To hell with what Orochi and God, my Xia kingdom is the strongest. Chen Hao and a group of others cheered violently. They didn't even care about the danger in front of them. The 9-tailed heavenly fox wagged her tail, her complexion condensed, and her eyes immediately looked towards Huai Chang. She moved, the moonlight gathered, and her huge body directly stepped into the air. At this time, the blood formation above Huai City had become incomparably huge, enveloping half of the city in the sky. An aura of darkness and evil intent was revealed from the formation. Roar! There was a faintly terrifying roar that resounded all around Huai City. It was as if a dark and terrifying existence had awakened. In the blink of an eye, the 9-tailed heavenly fox crossed thousands of miles, carrying the infinite moonlight to descend over Huai City. It directly made a move against that summoning blood formation. The 9 tails carried 10,000 hectares of enormous power, directly and violently bombarding that formation in the void. Boom! A huge roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and the entire void trembled. The heavens and earth were as if they had shattered. Chapter 30, Demon Invasion. Heavenly Fox Exorcism. The blood-red summoning formation on that void also set off a chaotic tremor, looking like it was about to collapse. You griffins, how dare you! A demonic whisper came out from the summoning formation, echoing in everyone's ears. Ka-ching! A sound of the void being torn apart came out, and the blood formation summoning formation that was condensed and engraved in the void was directly torn out with a huge mouth in the middle, revealing the dark void-like space behind it. Suddenly, the torn space revealed a blood-red eye, like a blood moon hanging in the sky. There was a hideous killing intent in the blood eye, which directly descended on Huai City through the 2 spaces, and the heaven and earth were dyed blood-red. Countless people were trembling in this killing intent that was like a substantial terror. Bang! A gigantic palm, with a dark and shadowy skin and sharp purple nails, was like a divine weapon, carrying a terrifying aura. It reached out from the ruptured void, condensing boundless ferocious power, and fiercely grabbed towards the 9-tailed heavenly fox. The ferocious might was so great that it suppressed the heavens. Roar! The 9-tailed sky fox let out a roar up to the sky. The silver-white hairs of his entire body violently stood up, like a stream of white flames boiling. The moonlight in the sky was like turning into dots of snowflakes being condensed by it, and the power of the entire body began to boil rapidly. Stretching out its sharp claws, it flashed with endless cold light, setting off a chill between heaven and earth. The two terrifyingly sharp claws collided together ferociously. Boom boom! In an instant, the sky shook and the endless void tumbled. In the torn void, that one huge palm was as if it had received a heavy blow. The dark skin was directly slashed with crisscrossing scars, and a stream of black blood flowed out unceasingly. In the land of the Summer Kingdom, there are even deities. They actually dared to deceive me. Behind the void, an exasperated voice came out from that terrifying demon. The wounds on his palms caused him abnormal pain. Then he looked at the white beast with a terrifying aura. For a moment, he was somewhat afraid. The outstretched palm retreated back sharply. When it had completely retracted, that demon even destroyed the summoning blood formation itself. It directly ran away. As the demon left, the nine-tailed skyfox also pretended to leave. Stepping in the void, in the blink of an eye, its entire massive body was hidden in the darkness of the night. Countless people witnessed this terrifying exchange. That was even though the terrifying demon and the nine-tailed heavenly fox had already left. These people were unable to return to their senses for a long time. So this is the divine battle. As if the entire void is about to collapse. It's so terrifying. Just now was too frightening, simply even dare not breathe. The soul is like out-of-body general feeling of endless thrill. In front of the Huaichang Hotel, a group of people were discussing intensely. The blood array in the void shattered, and the blood array on the ground followed suit, and the flickering bloodlines turned into drops of black blood that fell to the ground. Qin Feng's pressure was instantly completely gone and his entire body relaxed. The strength of that demon was just too terrifying, and that heavenly killing aura was shocking to the heart. The pressure given off was really great. Crazy man, you were such a riot just now. The fourth order demons were even powerfully decimated by you, awesome. Shan Hai ran to Qin Feng's side with a rush of air and shouted. Following behind Shan Hai, Fish Xining softly said. It didn't occur to me that you were hiding so deeply. I didn't see it at all on weekdays. In the past, she had been secretly observing Qin Feng in the shadows, but she had never seen him display anything extraordinary. This was too stoic, wasn't it? Qin Feng, thank you for saving Huai City and killing a fourth order. The hundreds of thousands of people in Huai City are safe and sound because of you and that deity. Yang Liangong and the others also came over and said gratefully. Fourth rank ghost scourge. That was a great calamity that had cholera several provinces and regions, and being at the center of the outbreak, Huai City would definitely be left with no chickens or dogs, all dying with the calamity. Right now, it was only the collapse of an inn plus the deaths of a few people like Tan Sheng, which could be considered a great fortune. Qin Feng, I apologize for my previous recklessness. Niu Jun lowered his head and sincerely and incomparably apologized to Qin Feng. He was truly convinced. That sword slaying of a fourth-ranked immortal berserker warrior was too shocking. This strength convinced him. Facing the apology, Qin Feng directly ignored it and turned his head to directly speak to Yang Liangong. Arrange a place for me to stay. He still didn't have a good feeling towards Niu Jun. He didn't want to pay attention to it. Coupled with the fact that his body's strength had been drained, he only wanted to rest now. No problem. Glancing at the somewhat embarrassed Niu Jun, Yang Liangong hurriedly said. He wanted to personally see Qin Feng off, only to glance at the incomparably chaotic Huai City, where the response bureau was urgently needed to maintain the security situation. He could only quickly beckon a car, and after explaining something to the driver, he sent Qin Feng and the three of them to a hotel not far away. After arriving at the new hotel and getting the key to the room, the three of them did not talk much, so they each entered their own rooms. Qin Feng was exhausted because of the depletion of energy in his body, while Fish Xining and Shan Hai were both feeling incredibly tired in their minds after this series of events. As Qin Feng entered his dreamland, Huai City, and even the entire Xia Kingdom was incomparably lively. By the side of the battlefield where Qin Feng and that fourth order immortal berserker warrior fought, a team of reaction bureau members were still hard at work. Exploring each and every ruin, worrying that there were items hidden in the ruins that could cause harm to the human body. Trigger a second upheaval in Huai City. Yang Liangong, Niu Jun, and the deputy director and their group of three stood in front of the already destroyed blood formation. Their faces were all very serious, and finally, Niu Jun took out his cell phone and dialed Tu Lei's number. Commander, something has happened. After the call was connected, Niu Jun hurriedly said. What? On the other side of the phone, Tu Lei's blood pressure instantly rose. A few days ago, he had also heard the three words something had happened. Now, only a few days had passed? Huai Chang, something has happened again. A spy with the identity of a foreign journalist has lurked in on Huai City's side, and he's harboring a fourth-order demon known in the West as the Immortal Berserker. Not daring to hide anything, Niu Jun hurriedly reported up the before and after of the incident. Hearing this, Tu Lei had stood up in shock and anger. However, after understanding the before and after of the incident, Tu Lei's heart had been deeply shaken. Qin Feng had executed a terrifying sword chi and killed a fourth-rank demon with a single sword strike. After the summoning blood array had devoured the flesh and blood of the fourth-ranked demon, it exploded with infinite power to summon a demon beyond the limits of mankind to appear in the world. As a result, another deity from the Eastern Ancient Kingdom revived and repelled the terrifying demon. After listening to Nyo Jun's report, he only heard a good from the other end of the phone, and then there was no movement. Chapter 31, All parties are hotly debated. The nation is sensationalized. After hanging up the phone, Tu Lei rushed out of the room with great speed and entered a conference room. After opening every screen hanging in front of the conference room, before long, a silhouette appeared in the screen. Commander Tu, what is the matter that urgently summoned us? Right in the center, a young woman with silver-white hair spoke out and inquired. At this moment, she was sitting on a paper palanquin, carried by 4 paper figures, and was rapidly traveling through the wilderness. In the surroundings, there was also a ghostly figure that flickered from time to time. Obviously, it was guarding the perimeter of a ghostly area on one side. A few other screens also revealed inquiring looks. One of the faces in this screen was that blind old Taoist that appeared last time. For these few people, the surroundings were equally harsh, and the Yin fiendish chi was rushing to the heavens. Gentlemen, the second divine resurrection has appeared. Trembling at the corners of his mouth, Tu Lei roared out in excitement. An excited roar that didn't know how many emotions it contained. All these years, they were too tired. At this moment, they finally looked forward to the light. What? The young woman with silver-white hair sat up from the paper sedan chair with a miso sound. The remaining few people, trembling with excitement, those palms were also trembling violently, and the picture followed suit with violent trembling. Good. The heavens will not stop, Dasha. 2 lines of tears flowed from the blind Taoist's pale eyes. Bai Feng's first resurgence was a coincidence, then now with the second resurgence, who dares to mock my great Xia for being godless? It took a few minutes for Tu Lei's group to suppress their excitement. Finally, the silver-white-haired young woman in the center ordered. A second divine resurgence has occurred, so let's release the various ancient book myths we've collected over these hours. Good. Tu Lei nodded heavily. This night, the entire Xia kingdom once again found it difficult to sleep. The news of the 9-tailed sky fox had set off the entire Xia kingdom. The first deity appearing could be a coincidence. With the second one revived, those people on the internet wouldn't go so far as to say it was a coincidence anymore. Under the anticipation of millions of people. Soon the General Reaction Directorate released the situation in Huai City. When the news was read, the whole of the summer country was in an uproar. A kind of foreign infamous demonic species quietly ran to the summer country. Why such a setup? I've seen that. The final result of that country was annihilation. The entire territory was turned into a party of ghosts. You know too much. That foreign reporter is a spy. I want to see the video of the newly resurrected gods. Then, the response bureau released another message. Silence. Mr. Pine, a well-known figure, died in the accident this time as well. Unfortunately, the god he believed in didn't pay any attention to him. Seeing this news, netizens began to rejoice. Is this a public execution? Egu. Mr. Matsumi, who usually works so hard on publicity, is probably going to meet God now. I've long seen this bastard as a bad guy, so it's a good thing he's dead. After a few hours of fermentation, the news began to boil internationally. The Pope in the Holy See has urgently summoned 2 cardinals to come to discuss the matter of Xia. Sending John originally wanted to test the strength of that Bai Feng with the abyssal demon that was lured by the summoning array. As a result, it was a bit unexpected, and it caused a new deity to revive. The Pope, who was full of majesty, said to the 2 cardinals. This time, it was simply a coincidence. Bai Feng didn't revive for a few days, and now there's a divine spirit revival in Daxia. We'll have to speed up the pace. Let's make Great Xia chaotic as soon as possible. A cardinal archbishop said viciously. There's no pattern to the revival of deities in Xia, and the time is still rushing. We must not give them any more time. Another cardinal archbishop was also very much in agreement. Early the next morning, the Holy See released a message. The Holy See expresses its deep concern for the demonic scourge that has befallen Xia. In the face of the unwarranted suspicions of some netizens, the Holy See would only like to say please produce evidence, otherwise you will be defaming the majesty of God and will be sentenced to capital punishment. Neon Island followed suit with a release. The 2 deities that Xia is now awakening are the lost deities of any Ihon Island. Please return them quickly and face up to your country's true history. Don't deceive yourself and others. The Great White Elephant Kingdom also released a message. The Great White Elephant will send troops to the Xia Kingdom to challenge the Xia Kingdom's deities with their own deities. In response to another resurgence of the Xia country's deities, the countries of Earth began to target them ferociously. They sensed a strong sense of crisis. Seeing these people's speeches, the entire Xia Kingdom was enraged. The crowd was agitated, all of them cursing the shamelessness of these people. They didn't want to lose face at all. This Holy See is completely relying on its own strength. I dare say that if anyone really came up with evidence, they would only be killed to silence them. Shan Hai sat beside Qin Feng and opened his mouth to spit. The notice issued by the Holy See was simply too overbearing. It directly used capital punishment to deter the netizens who were discussing it, a naked threat. Boring as hell. Qin Feng was also following the news on the internet. After looking around, his brows furrowed. The attitude of these countries was simply disgusting. Neon, how dare they say that Bai Feng and last night's deities were them, shameless, so shameless. The high-strung fish Si Ning surprisingly couldn't help herself and opened her mouth to angrily denounce them. There are jumping clowns out on the internet again. Some people are really cheap, they can't wait to admit it themselves first as soon as the foreigners make their voices heard. Steeply, Chen Hao burst into a rage. Then, Qin Feng also noticed the situation on his cell phone. After Mr. Song's death, some masters still weren't quiet and once again began to speak out online in droves. Penguin News Report, famous literary master Xiao Fang released remarks that the nine-tailed beast that appeared yesterday has a detailed record in Neon Island. It is a nine-tailed fox demon named Yuma Qian. Xiaogua has even enshrined it as a deity. For such behavior, I feel deeply displeased and spit on it. Feng Huang News Report. Tomorrow, Search and Buy, etc., all began to have such news come out. Just wait until noon the next day. The General Reaction Directorate sent out the various documents that they had organized. And a separate book was carried out to explain. This book was written in the ancient era of the Summer Kingdom, and it was the Reaction Directorate's Transcendents who sought it out from a party of ghosts, paying a heavy price for it. On the top were various accounts of magical beasts. Soon, a crowd of netizens found the records they wanted. Countless netizens began to get angry and started going to leave messages. Code, go wash your brain. The nine-tailed fox is a divine animal in the ancient myths and legends of the Celestial Dynasty, often used to symbolize auspiciousness. Later spread to Neon, White Elephant, and many other countries. A powerful netizen who reasoned out a lot of things with clues from history. Laughing my ass off, Fong never thought that the neon nine-tailed fox demon originated from the Great Summer. Quickly, send Master Fong to the crematorium, and you can still be buried with Mr. Pine. One voice was all mocking. Chapter 32, Sacrificing the Ancestors. Ghost Shadow Attack. In the end, the Response Bureau issued an order. Xiao Fong was blocked by the entire internet and became a streak rat. With the revival of the second deity, the internet became turbulent. In reality, the Summer Kingdom became in crisis, and countless people were about to strike. These people and forces had been waiting for when the Xia Kingdom completely collapsed, they would then be able to reap huge benefits in it. It never occurred to them that after waiting and waiting, the gods of the Xia Kingdom were actually going to revive. This was something they absolutely did not allow to see. For a moment, the pressure facing the Xia Kingdom became enormous. Traveling grew. Because of the crisis they suffered in Huai City, coupled with the death of a member. So after compensating for the refunds, this traveling group directly disbanded on the spot. They couldn't bear the pressure of the deaths of Tan Cheng and the others. And that afternoon, Chen Hao and Yu Xining's family members also received the news from Huai Cheng's side. Being too worried, they directly sent someone to drive the two of them away. Although they were very reluctant in their hearts, the two of them still left. Qin Feng became alone again, and all of a sudden he was back to being alone between the noise, which made him a bit bored. The efficiency of the response bureau was quick. Qin Feng's home that had been damaged due to the battle took only a few days to be completely repaired. Not only did they repair the damaged areas, they also directly redecorated the rest of the house. On the day that Yu Xining left, Qin Feng moved back home. Activation icon, 5. Number of times summoned, 0. Incense, 13,207. Just after waking up, Qin Feng plopped down on his bed to check the changes in the system. Previously, summoning the contract spirit nine-tailed sky fox. It directly cost 10,000 points of perfume, consuming all of Qin Feng's incense. In 3 days' time, the fragrance flame had directly returned to 13,000. It was just that there were still more than 80,000 to go before the next time he would receive a bonus contract spirit summoning count. 100,000 incense flame values before one could obtain the next contract spirit summoning. Attention shifted to the top of the ancient scroll, and Qin Feng suddenly realized that he still had one more reward for activating the iconography that he had yet to claim. After killing that 4th-ranked demon last time, he had summoned the nine-tailed heavenly fox directly because he was pressed for time. One thing led to another, and it was only today that Qin Feng had the chance to check the system. System, collect the reward. Qin Feng said. As soon as the words fell, the system's voice rang out. Reward being issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, Wind Queen Strange Door. Then, that reward appeared directly in front of Qin Feng. One of the 8 strange techniques, Wind Queen Strange Door. After freezing for a moment, Qin Feng then said in ecstasy. The divine dragon carries a map out of the Lua water, the colorful phoenix titles a book in the blue clouds. Due to the fate of the Wind Queen evolving into a text, the world's Qi men began from then on. In one sentence, the terror of the Wind Queen's strange door was directly stated. This arc was the highest pursuit of Qi men Dun Jiao practitioners. Afterward, the reward transformed into a bright light that directly entered Qin Feng's mind. In an instant, countless knowledge of Qi Man Dunjia surged madly into the striker's mind. After a few moments, the Wind Queen's strange door, this horrifying art that countless people had watched but not been able to master, was mastered by Qin Feng. In a trance, Qin Feng was like sensing the flow of time, the cycle of the universe, and the changes in heaven and earth. It was also as if he saw the trajectory and future of things. This terrifying artifact's enhancement to Qin Feng was incomparably huge. At this moment, Qin Feng looked completely different from before, as if he had been refreshed. The entire person appeared even more ethereal and beyond the world. It was as if he was an immortal who had attained enlightenment and stepped into this worldly world. Coupled with Qin Feng's already handsome temperament and the talent for seduction he had inherited from the nine-tailed skyfox a few days ago, he was now like the most perfect person in the world. After a few more moments, Qin Feng packed up and went out. Today, it was the anniversary of Qin Feng's parents' death. For the people of Daxia, the ancestors of the geographically buried, that was a faith that was pinned down. It was this belief that was supporting this great nation forward in many times. After buying some tributes, Qin Feng then came to a hidden graveyard at the edge of the county. This place had been Qin Feng's family land, and 3 generations of the family had been buried on this piece of land. Offerings were placed in front of each grave and some worship was done. Finally, Qin Feng began to worship his parents. Opening a few stacks of medieval banknotes, he lit them with a lighter and placed them in front of the graves to burn. Looking at the nearly burned out banknotes, Qin Feng opened his mouth and said, "Right now, this young world is not peaceful, the winds are rising from all sides, and there have been terror planning after terror planning, and life is precarious. I hope, you 2 old men down there, can be a bit more peaceful, and not have to go through all this fear and trepidation again." The words were filled with endless nostalgia, and this was what Qin Feng wanted to say to his parents the most. Watching the medieval banknotes burn out, Qin Feng then planned to get up and leave, walking out of the graveyard. Just as he pushed up the small electric motorcycle that was placed on the side of the road, the vision suddenly changed. Only a terrifying aura was felt to have appeared violently. Qin Feng's entire body was like falling into the middle of an icy sky and snow, gasping for cold air between breaths. For a moment, he actually felt a piercing coldness. Right now, Qin Feng's strength was terrifying, and although he was only a transcendent of the 3rd rank, his battle power could decimate the 4th rank. His physique had also long reached a terrifying point after several times of honing, plus the addition of summoning 2 contracted spirits. Such a person could feel the cold. Then the thing that caused this terrifying vision was absolutely terrifying and abnormal. Between heaven and earth, the winds directly rose up and the rolling cold winds ravaged the 8 directions. In the sky above the dome, the darkness in the sky turned into rolling black clouds, covering the sky. That great blazing sun was also directly hidden. In an instant, the green sky and white sun entered a dark, deep night. A ferocious aura filled the heavens and earth, and this pitch-black scene was so dark that one couldn't see a finger. The entire Huai city was in disarray as this terrifying vision appeared. In the Huaichang Response Bureau, Yang Liangong and the deputy director as well as Niu Jun, who had not yet left, quickly came to the window. Looking at this horrifying vision of heaven and earth, 10,000 panic-stricken, they yelled out, "What the hell is this?" At the end of heaven and earth, where black and white were distinct, a shadowy ghostly figure was slowly moving forward. It carried a terrifying aura, the most shadowy and dark. Between the walks, an aura of great tribulation was permeating. It was as if this was a great terror capable of destroying the world. Chapter 33, Terrifying Dream. That ghost was incomparably strange. The whole body had an inexplicable fearful aura, and the trembling universe was shaking. While its limbs were walking, its body was swaying, extremely incongruous and incongruous. The swinging limbs were as if they were just hanging from the body. His eyes were as red as a blood moon, and there was madness in them. Above the face expression also let a person feel shivering, seemed to smile but not smile, is crying but not crying. Half of the face in tears, half of the face in laughter. The cracked corner of the mouth unknowingly flowed out some dark and fishy unknown liquid. The hair transformed by the full head of Yin Shi was like tentacles at this time, alive and floating recklessly in the void. Qin Feng involuntarily shivered. A great fear surfaced in his heart. This ghost was too bizarre. All over its body, it revealed a strangeness. Inexplicably, it made people not dare to speak or look directly at it. This terrifying aura continued to spread. In the surroundings, within thousands of miles, the dome of the sky was obscured by the terrifying Yin Shi, turning it into a dark void. Within this dark void, millions and millions of people were enveloped. For a time, all living beings that were enveloped were plunged into endless fear. Heavens! Is this the end of the world? It's like I saw the most terrifying fear in the world. What the hell is going on? Looking at the darkness of the sky, countless people's entire bodies were trembling violently, their hearts trembling, all in fear. After Huai City, the entire Tsung City area entered the darkness for a moment. Along with the spread of the haze transformed by the Yin Qi, it gradually engulfed the surrounding cities. I'm afraid that it won't take long for the entire He province to be enveloped in this darkness. Not only were humans affected, but even the ghosts and demons did not escape. For a time, countless living beings all entered the 5 flavors of pain, unbearable. And so on. In a high mountain surrounded by Enchi in the province of Hopewell, a withered old man rushed out. What is going on? Watching half of the province enter the shadowy space, he shouted in horror. Shoo! Moments after the old man appeared, several figures rushed out one after another, bending down to pay their respects. Jinguo Mao. This person was the hand of the Yi Province Response Bureau, and Song City Huai City was also under his command. He was a 4th-order corpse catcher with terrifying strength. It was just that during this period of time, he went into seclusion in the high mountains and did not pay attention to the mundane world, not clear about what happened during this period of time. As a result, he was awakened by this terrifying aura. Directly from the retreat broke out. Before he could rush to inquire, this horrifying vision. Only a vague roar could be heard in the sky. Moo! The roar was short and vague. However, it was like an undead whisper from the 9 ghosts, causing countless people to shudder. After this roar, everything was silent, and the world was dead. It was as if the universe had stopped functioning. At the same time, any living being that was enveloped by the darkness directly fell into a deep sleep. Even Qin Feng was no exception as his eyes darkened and he too fell asleep. I don't know how long it took. After a space, Qin Feng woke up. When he opened his eyes, it was all darkness. It was dark as far as the eye could see. There wasn't a single bit of light, not the slightest bit of brightness. Everything in the world was pitch black. It was as if there had been no sunlight in this space since the beginning of the world. There was no direction, and the rotation of the world was invisible. This is a dream world? Qin Feng was in a bit of a trance. Having obtained the Wind Queen's strange door, he was able to barely distinguish where he was now. Surprisingly, he was in a terrifying dream realm. Feeling inside his body, the many powers were still there. This could not help but reassure him. Coming to an unknown place inevitably made people fearful, and if the strength was still there was a bottom line. Just as Qin Feng was looking around at this side of the weird space, a blur of ghostly shadows, one after another, began to surface, followed by countless noises. So dark. Am I dead here? This is there? No. I want to go out. Can someone save me? The cacophony of voices continued to ring out one after another, becoming more and more numerous. What a weird place. An old voice rang out beside Qin Feng. It instantly attracted Qin Feng's attention and turned his head to look over. This person was too calm and had not panicked when he suddenly came to this bizarre dreamland. Obviously, having experienced great storms and waves, in reality, he was probably a transcendent to be able to be quiet here. Any discoveries? How did this bizarre space form? The dark silhouette also noticed Qin Feng and came over, opening his mouth to inquire. In a crowd of panic-stricken people, Qin Feng had behaved in an extraordinary manner. There wasn't any missteps and he had been looking around to survey his surroundings. This made Mao Changhua very attached to the man in front of him. The weird space we're in right now should be a ghost stream. In reality, I'm afraid that the people who were enveloped by that spectral darkness were all dragged in. Qin Feng said in a deep voice. The dark shadows here were boundless, there were just too many people. He estimated that it wasn't just Huai City, I'm afraid. That the entire He province hadn't escaped. Moreover, this bizarre dreamland should be caused by the terror-stained ghost monster that he saw before. Ghosts and monsters. Dreamland. Mao Changhua was a bit dumbfounded and said in shock. With tens of millions of people in the entire He province, trying to pull so many people into the dream realm would be a spiritual force that is terrifying to the extreme. Such a vast spiritual power, even a 5th-order ghost monster wouldn't be able to do it. Some did not dare to believe it, just facing the situation in front of him, as well as the terrifying to the extreme aura he felt before entering the dream realm. Also not allowing him not to believe. Tens of millions of people. In a dream realm. This would be too terrifying. In an instant, Mao Changhua only felt his soul tremble. To be able to compile such a vast dream space, that stern spirit's strength was absolutely terrifying. And being in the dream realm, they were completely unable to understand, how could they get out? Wouldn't they be at the mercy of others? At this time, a terrifying sound broke the vision of this weird space. Something even more terrifying happened. Boom! The entire dream spaces was roaring violently, as if it was about to collapse. A little bit of bright light also appeared in the pitch-black space, making the weird space hazy. It was able to vaguely see some of the surrounding things clearly. Ah! Someone screamed in terror. They were surprised that everyone was standing on a pitch-black sea. At the bottom of their feet was the rushing monstrous waves, crazily sweeping the shore. Immediately after that, there was another loud bang. Wow! The furious sea rose up to the heavens, and the wild waves rolled violently, sweeping across the 9 heavens. The dark and pitch-black seabed violently cracked open, and in an instant, 10,000 miles of seawater ferociously poured in. At that rift, in the dark and pitch-black space, terror rose. Chapter 34, the most highly eerie, terrifying gaze. In an instant, the four seas churned and the universe shook. A supreme aura descended, and an unspeakable might swept across the heavens. At the bottom of that 10,000-mile deep sea, a terrifying gaze was revealed, and the seawater appeared crimson and bloody. A terrifying ensues directly swept through the terrifyingly weird space. Boom! Only feeling that his mind was blasted by a heavy hammer, Qin Feng had a splitting headache. Fear kept bombarding his five senses. It was as if his spirit was about to collapse. It was impossible to see straight, it was hard to explain. Below the seabed, hidden, that was a supreme weirdness. He merely displayed a blurry eye light, making it difficult for endless living beings to bear. It was as if the world, the rules of everything, and the universe were all about to stop. Ah! Countless people in the surroundings let out a loud, mournful wail. His terrifying aura caused tens of millions of people to mentally collapse and launch into madness. All of them looked insane, their eyes red as they frantically attacked the people around them. Even the old man beside Qin Feng went crazy, his expression going insane. However, his spirit had not completely collapsed, and there was still a little bit of sanity left, able to control himself. It was just that his aura was so terrifying that the little bit of sanity left in manhwa could hardly support it. Buzz! The golden light mantra operated autonomously, and a piercing golden light enveloped Qin Feng's entire body. In his eyes, golden light flickered, piercing through the endless pitch blackness and seeing everything muddy. Looking at the person who had fallen into madness, Qin Feng could not help but start chanting the golden light mantra. Heaven and earth Xuanzong, the root of all air. Widely cultivate havoc, prove my divine power. Inside and outside the three realms, only the Tao reigns supreme. My body has a golden light, reflecting my body. I can't see what I can't see, and I can't hear what I can't hear. The golden light appears quickly to protect the real person. As ordered by the law. With his body covered in golden light, Qin Feng was like an immortal descending to the world. The ethereal and vast voice gradually expanded and gradually echoed in this bizarre space. The golden light on his body's surface shone more and more, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. The body was directly suspended in the air. It was like a sun hanging above the void. Those whose spirits had collapsed into madness gradually stabilized as they listened to the golden light incantation reverberate. What's wrong with me? Mao Chenghua, who had the strongest strength, was the first to come to his senses, only feeling a headache. Looking at the surroundings, he was instantly frozen. Everyone had a mental breakdown into madness, frantically attacking the surroundings. He himself was in this state before. Without realizing it, surprisingly tens of millions of people had a mental breakdown. This was too terrifying. Moreover, he was a fourth-ranked transcendent, his strength was not weak, and he was hit without realizing it? Are you kidding me? There was a golden light piercing the sky. Raising his head, he saw that the person he was talking to before was covered in endless golden light, suspended in the void. The golden light shone in the weird void, and was fighting against the terrifying weirdness deep under the sea, suppressing that gaze back to the bottom of the sea with golden light. Because of this, he was able to awaken back. Seeing this scene, Mao Chenghua was filled with incredulity. He himself couldn't even resist the infestation of this terrifying aura, and not only did this man's spirit not collapse, he was able to suppress the gaze with golden light and save tens of millions of people. This strength, himself, a fourth-order corpse catcher, is absolutely inferior. What kind of tactic is it to shroud golden light all over the body? When did this character come out of He province? Completely not a little heard Could it be that he just happened to bump into the weirdness here? Is it a transcendent from another province? But neither had I heard of this figure in Xia. How long had he been in seclusion? For a while, Mao Chenghua fell into deep skepticism. Qin Feng levitated with the void, trying his best to remove his fear with the golden light incantation. It persisted for a few more moments. His gaze began to collapse, and in this dreamscape, there was only a single silhouette of him. It was entirely that grotesque blood-purpled ghost in the dream realm, mapping out the fear that he had encountered. There wasn't even a specific body of his, only that one vague gaze. His fears were just rootless floating weeds. Under the golden light, the seawater began to dissipate, and that one unspeakably terrifying gaze receded. Boom! The entire bizarre dream realm began to collapse, turning into pieces of ensues that shattered like mirrors. Countless dark shadows began to dissipate, and those who had been dragged into the dreamscape began to awaken in reality. Qin Feng was relieved to see this scene, he guessed. If these people who were dragged into the dream realm were unable to get out, then the end result would be very sad. Being looked down upon by that one terrifying gaze, their spirits would only collapse until they would end up having a seizure in reality. It would sink into boundless fear. There would be no way to recover ever again. Roar! The bizarre dream dissipated, and the stern ghost that had constructed the dream appeared. The ensues of its entire body raged in the air like ink. The spirit was still maniacal, and its expression was still so bizarre that it seemed to cry or laugh. It finally showed up. Qin Feng dropped down from the void and looked vigilantly at this bizarre fourth-order blood pupil ghost. That's right, this was just a blood pupil ghost. However, that spiritual power was terrifyingly abnormal, enveloping a province and pulling tens of millions of people into a dream world. The probability is that a terrifying gaze has tainted him with terror. Woo! Under Qin Feng's gaze, a whimpering sound emanated from the mouth of that blood pupil stern ghost. Half of his face began to shed ghostly tears, and his mouth was wailing. See? He has always existed in the most terrifying place of the living soul's mind. He has been looking down on all beings and teasing all things. He is about to return, and he is the master of all. Saying this blood-pupiled stern ghost looked as if it had recalled the most horrifying things, and its spirit became more and more maniacal. The terrifying aura that tainted its body became more and more intense. Him? Is that the owner of that terrifying gaze? Listening to the wailing voice of that blood-pupilized stern spirit, Qin Feng frowned and guessed. An urgency began to rise in his heart. The earth was surprisingly hiding such a bizarre, overpowered strength. Just a single gaze was so terrifying, definitely not something an ordinary deity could deal with. I am afraid that only by summoning some of the great gods in the mountain and sea scriptures can be defeated. Of course, as long as Qin Feng was given time, he could also defeat such supreme weirdness. Who is he? Where is it now? What does he want to do? Mao Chenghua didn't leave, frantically questioning the epileptic stern spirit. That terrifying existence was too frightening. It was a huge threat to the entire human race. It was imperative to know more. Only, that blood-pupiled stern ghost had already gone completely insane, completely immersed in fear. He is immortal and undying. He is the master of the world. Chapter 35, Wind Queen Strange Door. Kill the creepy. As the bizarre stern ghost became more and more maniacal, the last of his sanity was gone. In that pair of reddish eyes, only fear remained. Kill. That stern ghost roared out a sentence, and a terrifying aura swept out. Maniacal to the extreme, it rushed towards Qin Feng to kill him. Be careful. Mao Chenghua roared with worry. This blood-pupil night ghost was too bizarre and could definitely not be dealt with by common sense. He wanted to make a move, only to realize that although his power was still there, the walking corpse he had sacrificed was simply unable to appear in this dream realm. For a moment, his face changed. Mao Chenghua was a fourth-order corpse driver, and without the walking corpse his power had plummeted by 90%. Relying on his accumulated weak physical strength, he couldn't even resist a third-order ghost monster. However, the next battle shocked his eyes. In the face, the incoming bizarre ghost. Qin Feng's face remained unchanged as he directly extended a palm shrouded in golden light. Stab la! Only to see, silver-white lightning swept across 100 meters in a radius as terrifying lightning raged. The blood-pupil ghost that had already fallen into madness directly crashed into it without flickering or avoiding. The most rigid and violent thunder met the most pure Yin ghost chi, directly sending the bizarre blood-pupil ghost flying out. Countless ghost chi was knocked out. For a time, Yin chi was overflowing. Just that, the blood-pupil stern ghost whose entire body was shrouded in a terrifying aura was as if it didn't feel the pain of the injury. Allowing the ghostly body to reveal its ghostly chi in all directions, it did not react in any way, attacking Qin Feng in a completely maniacal manner. In the dream world, the terrifying gaze that emerged from the bottom of the deep sea was entirely the reason why this blood-pupil ghost was terrifying. Now, that terrifying gaze was worn down by Qin Feng with the golden light mantra. The terrifying aura that tainted this stern ghost's body began to dissipate. That terrifying spiritual power was also greatly reduced. Really tricky. Qin Feng frowned as he looked at the epileptic blood-pupil night ghost. He felt an invisible pressure that began to bind him, weakening his combat power. This place was a dream realm constructed by that blood-pupiled night ghost. Everything in this dream realm, this blood-pupiled stern ghost was able to control. Even though it was now completely mentally broken, after fighting, it was still consciously using the dream world to suppress Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng himself had no way to get out of this dream world. It was obvious that the bizarre blood-pupiled stern ghost was completely fixated on him. It would not allow it to break away from this bizarre dream realm. Rise! In the face of the blood-pupil ghosts that once again attacked, the restrained Qin Feng directly executed the newly acquired technique Windback Strange Door. In an instant, from beneath Qin Feng's feet, a streak of white light erupted and spread out in all directions. The white light intertwined on the ground like a spider's web, and in an instant, it constructed a huge Bhagwat figure. With his feet in the center palace, Qin Feng immediately sensed that the pressure binding him disappeared. And, vaguely, he could also feel that he had some control over his surroundings. When it really should be that, I for good and bad luck, I for the space, I for the time, wantonly pull the 4-disc. The Wind Queen's strange door is truly terrifying. Even in the midst of Elijah's dream, Qin Feng was able to transform it into his home turf. To a character Xiangtan merit. Pulling the array disc, Qin Feng waved one hand. The orientation of the array disk rapidly operated, and the 2A character erupted with endless light as countless branches appeared out of thin air, rapidly intertwining and converging in front of him. Rumble! With a series of roaring sounds, the blood-pupilized Stern Ghost directly crashed onto the fragrant sandalwood merit. A terrifying ferocious force erupted, and the immense force directly shattered the fragrant sandalwood merit. Only, Qin Feng's next attack was unleashed again. Koan character Earth River Chariot. The array plate operated, and Earth erupted out into a long dragon ferociously slamming into the blood-pupiled Stern Ghost that was not prepared in the slightest. With the old force exhausted and the new force yet to come out, the blood-pupil ghost had difficulty defending itself and was instantly knocked out. Li character Explosive Flame. Qin Feng capitalized on his victory. A ferocious flame appeared out of nowhere in the array plate, instantly enveloping the blood-pupil ghost flying in mid-air. The flames steamed up and burned. Roar! Enveloped by the flames, the entire ghostly body of that blood-pupiled Stern Ghost burned as countless ghostly chi surged out, and that Stern Ghost finally let out a wail of pain, leaving character Fluorescent Flame streaming light. What kind of tactic is this? Mao Chunghua, who was standing at the side, was filled with confusion. In his gaze, Qin Feng stood dashingly and recklessly on top of a 9 Palace 8 trigrams, and since that Stern Ghost had entered the array disk, he had let it be slaughtered. For a moment, the entire person was dumbfounded. This dream realm, in the end, whose home turf was it? Rumble! That blood-pupiled Stern Ghost had suffered a heavy blow, and the dream realm here could not be maintained, and after a loud noise, it completely collapsed. A ray of sunlight pierced his eyes and Qin Feng instantly woke up. However, he realized that he was still maintaining the position in which he had entered the dream realm. On the dome of the sky, the great sun resurfaced and the world had regained its light. That gloomy and ghostly color rapidly receded. And in the distance of Qin Feng, that one bizarre Stern Ghost roared and attacked Qin Feng in a frenzy. The terrifying aura that had stained its body had almost dissipated by now. However, the terrifying aura belonging to a fourth-order bloodline ghost was still there. Rolling in chi swept through the sky, and the terrifying coldness ravaged the heavens and the earth. Boom! In the face of this spiritually broken, maniacal to the extreme Stern Ghost, Qin Feng directly unleashed the Wind Queen's strange door. All sorts of strange door and transported armor techniques. Golden light emerged. Thunder and lightning raged. Talismans were rushing about. In the face of his endless means, the blood-pupil ghost that had suffered a heavy blow from the collapse of its dream world was no match at all. After only a few minutes, the ghost that had caused chaos in the entire He province was directly killed. His spirit had completely collapsed, and that terrifying spiritual power was absent. A fourth-order ghost, even if he didn't sacrifice the Regulus sword, Qin Feng now had the strength to decimate it. Congratulations to the host for decapitating a creepy one and successfully activating one creepy picture. There is a ghost, the name is Creepy, once looked down upon by terror, his soul collapsed and fell into the darkness, his body is infected with terror, mutated and encountered with great misfortune. Reward has been issued, please collect it by the host. The system's beep sounded, but Qin Feng didn't have the heart to collect the reward now. Raising his head to look out, his field of vision crossed over endless distances and through infinite scenery. Still not taking in everything in this world. This world really isn't simple. For a long time, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze. Originally, one would have thought that the fact that this world had demons, devils, and spirits revived would already be very frightening. However, it was only today that one was made aware of it. Underneath the waves, in the darkness of that earth, there was still an unknown fear hidden. That horrible weirdness. Perhaps it was truly as that blood-pupiled Stern Ghost had said. Chanting, whispering, and murmuring in the darkness, looking down on all living things. Teasing everything in the world. Chapter 36, Strange Reappearance, 6th Order Transcendent. Tens of millions of humans awoke from their sleep. Opening their eyes, they looked at the normally familiar world, but it was like a world away. When did I fall asleep? It seems like I had a nightmare. After waking up, some people were mumbling. These ordinary people only remembered that they seemed to have entered a dark and pitch-black space in their dream. However, they could not recall at all that there was a terrifying eye in that bizarre dream space that caused all of them to have a mental breakdown. I also had a nightmare, and in my dream, it seemed like I heard someone chanting a spell, pacifying countless people with a spell. Someone next to me said in shock. In the end, the entire Hopi province set off a sensation. Tens of millions of people had been pulled into the same dream by a bizarre Stern Ghost. This was too frightening. That unknown mountain. After Mao Chunghua woke up from his dream, he stood straight in place for a long time. Finally, with a gasp, he returned to normal. Glancing at the several people who were guarding themselves with strange expressions, he didn't say anything more. Bring a cell phone, I want to report to the General Administration. This time the matter is too big. Thinking back to everything he encountered in the dream world, Mao Chunghua still felt his soul chilling. Earth, apart from the gods, secretly, there was still such a terrifying existence hidden. Such a thing could never be concealed. Taking the cell phone handed over by his men next to him, Mao Chunghua dialed Tu Lei's number. Xinhua Mao, when did you leave the gate? Tu Lei's voice came out from the phone. Commander Tu, something has happened. Mao Changhua hurriedly reported. It can't be that something happened in Huai City, right? The corner of his mouth twitched as Tu Lei couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. Qin Feng's figure also surfaced in his mind. What Huai City? Mao Changhua, who was originally in an agitated mood, couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard this and then opened his mouth. A bizarre ghost has appeared in Yi province, and this ghost's spiritual power is so terrifying that it has pulled tens of millions of people into the same dream. And there is a great terror hidden within that dream world. Just a blurry eye light caused tens of millions of people to have a mental breakdown. I'm afraid that bizarre ghost was also looked down upon by that eye light, and only then did it produce a mutation. Bit by bit, Mao Changhua reported everything he encountered in the dream to Tu Lei. Just a mere glare constructed by a stern ghost in the dream realm is so terrifying. What kind of terrifying existence is it? Tu Lei's heart shook madly. Such a terrifying supreme weirdness, was a deity really its match? For a moment Tu Lei fell silent, slowly digesting in his mind all that he had heard today. Commander Tu, I feel that in the dream realm, I'm afraid that the person who engaged in battle with that weirdness knows more. Next, even if I have to rummage through the entire He province, I will find him. After a half sound, Mao Changhua opened his mouth. The terror hidden in the dream realm was terrifying, the fear of the unknown. And Qin Feng, who was able to break this dream realm, was even more vital. No need. He's in Huai City, the land of divine recovery, and his name is Qin Feng, an inheritor of the ancient true Tao. Rubbing the corners of his eyes, Tu Lei spoke. Golden light covering his entire body and controlling thunder, these were such conspicuous features, how could Tu Lei not recognize them? It was just that, this time, Qin Feng had unleashed a new ability. The art of Qi Men Dun Jia. In the liege's dream world, he beat the liege without a fight. This tactic is too endless. Huai Chang, Qin Feng. Ancient true Tao. Shock surfaced on Mao Chenghua's face, then he muttered. Then what he's chanting is the golden light incantation, one of the 8 divine incantations of Taoism. No wonder it's capable of clearing people's collapsing spirits and suppressing fear. He had many guesses about Qin Feng's identity. However, he had never imagined that it was the ancient true Tao recorded in the hidden secrets. 2 or 3 hours later. Neon Island. The Dongguan region was struck by a terrifying catastrophe. From the depths of the ocean swam up a spiritually collapsed marine spirit monster whose spiritual power was nevertheless exceptionally terrifying. Similarly, as on the Xia side, a terrifying dream world unfolded. Straight away, yet it was completely different. Neon's dreamscape was not a gaze, but a blurry tentacle. That tentacle contained an endless amount of terrifying power. An unknown sea. In the depths of the sea, it stirred up 10,000 miles of roaring, tearing out endless gaps. He was terrifying to the extreme. Unspeakable, hard to see straight. Upon seeing this horrifying dream, nearly 10 million people in Neihon Island had a mental breakdown, falling into a frenzy in their sleep. The Neon Shogunate, at great speed, sent a fifth-order transcendent to eradicate it. However, that fifth-order transcendent was also pulled into the dreamscape and had a mental breakdown. In the end, the shogun in charge of Neon Island, Tokugawa Shigeru, stepped in. Holding a demonic sword, Muramasa, he rushed straight into the dream world and decapitated that monstrous ocean spirit monster. At the same time, the sixth-order transcendent. For the first time, he showed his terrifying strength in front of the world. In the Neon Kingdom, while it was still in turmoil, a third weirdness erupted in the lighthouse country. A gray, gloomy haze suddenly filled the golden old mountain, shrouding the entire city altogether. In the gloom of that haze, a bloody sun hung high in the sky. Looking closely, the reddish blood sun looked like a horrible eye, looking down on the world. Bringing the gaze closer, the great sun that resembled a blood pupil was composed of a swarm of moths and insects tainted with a horrifying aura. In the end, a terrifying sixth-order transcendent appeared in the Lighthouse Kingdom as well. Stepping in to remove the strangeness of this golden old mountain, it was removed. These 3 weirdnesses were like announcements before his descent. In an unknown place on Earth, he had already appeared. And it had affected an unknown number of weirdnesses, tainting them with the aura of fear and causing these ghosts and monsters to mutate. This time the mutation swept over the whole Earth. That supreme weirdness. With the power to subvert the entire human race, the people were terrified. Countless countries showed their power to search for the terror hidden in the darkness of the earth. As a result, nothing was found. It was as if he had completely disappeared again. No trace of him could be found. In the end, many countries had no choice but to give up. And numerous countries declared at the same time, all ghosts and demons that are tainted with fear will be called weird. In the face of this bizarre event, the entire human society of the earth felt very uneasy, all feeling fearful of that unknown existence. At this time, Qin Feng was sitting at home, looking at the many news on the internet. The weirdness had surprisingly erupted 3 times. There was also a piece of information that attracted Qin Feng. These countries with deities really do have 6 realms transcendence. Ground looking at his cell phone, Qin Feng muttered to himself. Previously, the entire world believed that a fifth-order transcendent was the top of the human race, the limit of humanity. Now, a sixth-order transcendent strikes. This is going to break the world pattern. Chapter 37, Imperial Sword Technique, Strengthened Fabric. That horrifying and bizarre appearance brought out a string of effects many. For the entire world, it was negative, and a sense of fear clouded the nations. Only, for the also-rans, it brought about unexpected gains. Even Qin Feng's incense gained in the past few days surged. Because of the fear of the unknown, many people began to place their hopes in the gods. There were more people who began worshipping by Feng's statue of divine power. Activate icon, 6. Summoning times, 0. Incense, 49,136. Qin Feng checked the system's data. In just a day or two's time, Qin Feng's incense had skyrocketed to nearly 50,000. This also brought relief to Qin Feng's suppressed mood. When the incense reaches 100,000, you'll be able to unlock the next summoning opportunity. But there's no rush to summon the next contracted spirit right now, it should be used to enhance one's strength first. Qin Feng fell into thought. Right now, the contracted spirits have by Feng and the nine-tailed skyfox, which are capable of suppressing evil spirits at the divine spirit level. On the other hand, his own strength was still at the third rank, which was a huge shortcoming. One couldn't just summon by Feng and the nine-tailed skyfox whenever something happened. One's own strength was just as important. Turning around in an instant, he saw that above the ancient scroll, a card was flashing brightly. System receive reward. Qin Feng said. Previously, the reward given out by the fourth-ranked bizarre activation icon that had been beheaded had yet to be claimed. The system's voice rang out. Rewards being issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, the Imperial Sword Technique. Seeing the reward, Qin Feng was overjoyed, his entire being incomparably excited. I'm stepping into the ranks of immortal cultivators. Imperial Sword Art, using Qi to control a sword. Sword in the air to kill the enemy, the cultivation of a strong person thousands of miles away, can also take the head of the enemy. Previously, the system rewards such as the Golden Light Spell and other means although strong, but not as high as the level of cultivation. This time, the rewarded Imperial Sword Technique was a product of the immortal cultivation world. Even if it was only an immortal cultivator, it was a technique that was mastered at the entry level. But that terrifying power would never be low. When encountering a sword, one could take the enemy's life from thousands of miles away. Thinking about it makes people yearn for it. The system rewarded the sword art. Turned into a simple book, seemingly illusory, which on the spirit light flickering uncertainly in the flickering. Steeply, it transformed into a ray of light, which seemed to contain endless characters. In an instant, it rushed into Qin Feng's mind. In an instant, all sorts of know-how and all sorts of experiences regarding sword control flashed rapidly in his mind. Gradually, they were absorbed by Qin Feng. And the Qi cultivated within his body was rapidly transformed into mana. The Imperial Sword Art contained a simple immortal cultivation and Qi practicing recipe that could help one cultivate. Even though it was a simple introductory technique, it opened the door to the path of immortal cultivation for Qin Feng. When the transformation of the mana in his body was complete, Qin Feng's aura surged up a notch as his strength increased again. The entire person's aura became lingering, standing with countless sword Qi surrounding him like a sheathed immortal sword. Now that I want to perform the royal sword art, I will need a flying sword magic treasure that can bear mana. After learning the royal sword art, Qin Feng now needed a flying sword of magic treasure to maximize the power of this art. The Xian Yuan sword's level was too high and was completely beyond the current Qin Feng's ability to handle. It could only be replaced by finding a hilt first. It wasn't that this world didn't have the existence of magic weapons, they were just too rare. The soul commingongs of the night watchman, the coffins of the coffin carriers, and the bamboo rafts and poles of the corpse fishers all belonged to the category of magic weapons. But these people's magic weapons are after their own years of wear and tear, coupled with the ferocious and sinister power of the wash for many years in order to make it have the power of the magic weapon. More than that, these lines are all strength. If they lose all their strength when they don't save one or two, they will never exchange them out. It was absolutely impossible to take them out for sale. Moreover, Qin Feng could not look at these people's magic weapons. Almost all of the magic weapons of these lines were tainted with the evil Qi, the power of Yin and evil. When placed in the way of immortal cultivation, they were nakedly evil weapons. In the end, Qin Feng searched for a while in the family's utility room and pulled out a rusty iron sword. It was a rusty iron sword with an ancient appearance, modeled after a bronze sword. This was something Qin Feng had bought at a roadside stall earlier, mainly to look cool. After playing with it for a while, he felt bored and ignored it. Now it finally came in handy once again. System strengthened this sword. Placing the embroidered sword in front of him, Qin Feng was incomparably looking forward to it. Strengthening this sword will consume 1,000 joss sticks. Do you want to strengthen it? The system prompted. Yes. Qin Feng affirmed. As soon as the words fell, only the long sword in front of Qin Feng violently erupted with a bright light. A mysterious yellow color surged into this long sword. After the bright light disappeared, the broken long sword, which was covered in rust, changed its appearance. It seemed that even the inferior material used to make it had been altered. The rust on the sword's body completely disappeared, and the whole body became incomparably bright, flashing with a cold light. Reinforcement successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a sharp longsword. Qin Feng's long sword, after being irrigated by a mysterious amount, this sword is incomparably sharp. After the successful reinforcement, there was an introduction underneath the system. After freezing for a moment, Qin Feng returned to his senses. Just no. How could 1,000 incense values possibly strengthen a magic weapon? Originally, he had thought that 1,000 incense flames was cheap, but it turned out that he was too young. However, if this long sword was placed in the secular world, it would definitely be a good sword that was hard to find in the world. However, it was of little use to Qin Feng, and he proceeded to strengthen it. This enhancement will consume 5,000 incense. Is it enhanced? The system's boosting tone started again. The second enhancement unexpectedly required 5,000 incense flames. Yes. Qin Feng nodded. Xian light flickered and the Xian yellow color surrounded the long sword. A moment later, the Xian Huang color dispersed. The body of the long sword was revealed, somewhat transparent in color. Reinforcement successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a semi-magical artifact longsword. Qin Feng's long sword, after being irrigated by a mysterious force, this sword has undergone a transformation, producing a hint of spirituality. The long sword buzzed continuously as if it was expressing its joy. Reinforcement requires the consumption of 10,000 life. Do you wish to proceed? Qin Feng gritted his teeth and opened the third reinforcement. Boom! This time, the reinforcement sounded out. A strand of Xian Huang color appeared out of thin air, transforming into a heaven and earth inscription, which then merged into the sword body. The long sword was completely enveloped in the color of Xian Huang. It was as if the entire body had been melted and recast, outlining a Dao pattern engraved in the long sword. Waiting for the yellow color to dissipate, the long sword was like a new look. The body is transparent, and there is a spiritual light flashing. The tip of the sword was still gulping sword chi. From time to time, there was also a rune that flashed out, showing its terror. Chapter 38, The First Inheritor Surprises. A magic weapon, a success. Reinforcement successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a flying sword. Thunder Lightning Sword. After being strengthened many times by mysterious forces, this sword has been born with spirituality. Using it you can inflict great damage on your enemies. Gained additional abilities, Sharpness, Tear, Thunder Light. After being strengthened 3 times, that inferior iron sword was finally transformed into a powerful magic weapon flying sword. And it was also strengthened with additional attributes. Qin Feng couldn't wait to play with it, only to have his mind move. The long sword buzzed like a flash of lightning and flew autonomously into Qin Feng's hand in an instant. As soon as the sword was in his hand, Qin Feng only felt a connection between his bloodline passing through the sword and his own body. It was as if it was his own arm, waving it recklessly, without any separation at all. A flash of thunder. Qin Feng operated the sword royal art and directly sacrificed the Thunder Lightning Sword. Boom! Only to see, the Thunder Lightning Sword erupted with a roaring sound, and in an instant, the glazed sword body overflowed with silvery white lightning, and after erupting with a thunderous explosion, it transformed into a lightning residue and chopped into the void. The dense sword chi directly cut out a huge astral wind in the void, rippling tens of meters. After chopping out a sword, the Thunder Lightning Sword turned a corner in the void and returned to Qin Feng's hand. And it emitted a buzzing sound as if inviting credit. So strong, it's not in vain that I spent 16,000 joss sticks to strengthen out the magic weapon flying sword. Caressing the translucent sword body, Qin Feng said with incomparable excitement. Then with a thought, the Thunder Lightning Sword transformed into a thunderbolt again, and instantly the sword body skyrocketed several times and appeared at Qin Feng's feet. Whoosh! With a flash of thunder, it directly dragged Qin Feng from the second-floor window and flew into the sky above the courtyard. Controlled, it flew into a height of several dozen meters. Only after a few turns did it land back on the ground of the courtyard. Exciting! Landing on the ground, Qin Feng's heart was still violently stirring. Flying to dozens of meters in the air, there was a gentle breeze that kept blowing around him. Looking at everything in the village below was like looking down. That feeling was not only cool, but also deeply fascinating. Next, what type of magic treasure will be strengthened with incense again? For a moment, Qin Feng had some difficulty deciding. Defense-type magic treasures were too luxurious, and he possessed a golden light mantra that was still sufficient for now. Speed and attack and such, the Thunder Light Sword's attack was already strong enough, and after mastering the Royal Sword technique, the speed of the Royal Sword flight wasn't slow at all. Taking another look, there was still more than 30,000 incense remaining. Solely, he stopped strengthening it. A crowded guanzhong. The strong aroma of incense was piercing one's nose, and above the incense was a divine bird and beast with a flexible spirit. single-legged like a crane, bathed in a thick fire. After receiving the abundance of incense and worship, this statue of Bai Feng's divine power became more and more majestic. The pair of eyes that had been carved out, at this moment as if alive, as if two groups of hot flames, with the god as if it could stare at people. At this time, it is the turn of a man on the incense worship. This person is disheveled, hair messy piece, a long time have not repaired, a breath is very decadent. The expression looked very disheveled, and the pair of eyes had lost their brightness. His name is Guan Shengye, originally was a family man, has a gentle wife, lovely daughter. At first, he felt that he was the happiest person in the world. However, a ghost broke his life, his wife and son died, his happy family was completely broken up, and he himself also suffered from a severe mental trauma. However, the ghost had not yet been killed. Since then, Guan Shengye has traveled all over the country, wanting to have the strength to become a transcendentalist and avenge his bloodshed. However, there was no door to seek the way, and the word destiny was too difficult, and he didn't have the talent to step into the Yin line. Only Guan Shengye did not give up and was still searching hard. When the statue of Bai Feng's divine power appeared, Guan Shengye became its sincere believer and would worship Bai Feng's statue whenever he passed by. This place was already the 49 places he had worshipped. After offering incense, watching the red light burning and the green smoke curling up, Guan Shengye was about to turn around and leave as usual, only that the corner of his eye suddenly glimpsed the eyes of this Bai Feng divine power statue. It was like a blazing flame. In an instant, Guan Shengye's body shook tremendously, and his body trembled as he collapsed. What's going on? How did this person pass out? Is there a doctor? Hurry up and save him. Quickly call an ambulance. For a while, the orderly crowd began to panic. At this moment, Guan Shengye was like an out-of-body experience, his consciousness entered a fiery red space. The space was filled with rich, hot flames, but it did not hurt him in the slightest. The terrifying flames boiled in midair, manifesting a terrifying and abnormal image. Above a pale land, strong ghosts ravaged the land, causing the people of the peoples tried to be in dire straits. Execute the evil. The universe shook, the heavens and earth boiled, and many laws stirred and surged. From within the vastness of the earth, a supreme being sent out a call. From a vast mountain that stretched for tens of millions of miles, a single-legged divine bird rushed out, leading the way. Bathed in thick flames, it fought against the various ghosts and monsters on the earth. That divine bird was none other than Bai Feng. Finally, the flaming Bai Feng, who was fighting against the strong ghosts and monsters, raised its head violently. The two strands of sight collided. Boom! With a boom, it quickly converged around Guan Shengye and surged madly into his body from the center of his eyebrows. Outside, piped Shengye, who had fallen to the ground. Ah! Suddenly letting out a loud roar, his body violently lifted up off the ground, and from the pores of his entire body, intense flames surged out, surrounding him. Seeing this scene, the people who were originally worried were all dumbfounded. This is the blessing of the divine bird Bai Feng. Oh my god! An inheritor has appeared in the east. Countless people in the crowd shrieked out in shock, looking at Guan Shengye, who was already covered in flames, full of shock. This piece of news, half an hour later, was already on Tu Lei's desk. Still in the same conference room as last time, the urgent meeting was convened once again. Above that screen, those few faces appeared once again. Tu Lei suppressed his excitement, his eyes swept a screen after a screen, and finally held high the information of the pipe Shengye, as well as a video, full of surprises, said. Gentlemen, the person who has been blessed by Bai Feng and Xia has appeared. Chapter 39, Nine-Tailed Divine Power Statue. Obtaining Incense Value. The scene fell directly silent. Originally, when they looked at the excited Tu Lei, the crowd felt that something big had happened. As a result, it was never expected. Great! The appearance of a deity can really change the decadence of the Summer Kingdom. The blind Taoist, who was originally sitting on a plate, violently sprang up from the ground, and the entire crowd looked excited as well. The other people in the screen looked no better than the blind Taoist, all of them were excited. Boiling flames all over his body, this person has obtained the power to control fire. This power of flames alone from the video directly allows it to leap into a transcendent. If the physical quality is enough, Guan Shengye is the first rank. Finally, Tu Lei summarized. The power of the gods was too powerful, able to change the fate of a country. Relying on not only that overwhelming strength, but also being able to allow those pious believers to be blessed with transcendent abilities. Thus, they can become transcendent beings in one leap. The transcendentalists in Xia are almost all utilizing the power of ghosts and monsters. Although they were also able to grasp transcendent powers, the cost was just too severe. Not only are there 5 disadvantages and 3 deficiencies, beings will also be entangled in a great doom. At any time there is the possibility of a miserable and violent death. And it also required an extremely high level of talent. This one brushed off 90% of the people. Quickly send someone to contact Guan Shengye and ask if he is willing to undergo some tests from the Reaction Bureau? Resisting the excitement in her heart, the silver white-haired young woman opened her mouth to speak. That's right. That's right. The blind old Taoist also nodded repeatedly and said. The first inheritor is too important to the Summer Kingdom. He has to be thoroughly tested, how strong his power to control fire is, how much his physical quality has been improved, and how much potential he possesses in the future. And so on and so forth, everything that the Reaction Bureau has to master. For the inheritors afterward, to summarize the experience. Previously, the summer deity had not recovered, and the foreign countries carried out a blockade. Regarding the matter of divine spirit inheritors, the Xia Country Reaction Bureau only had some crude knowledge remaining. Already sent people to make contact. Tu Lei returned. How could he not be clear about the importance of these matters? After receiving the report, he had already urgently contacted the reaction bureaus that were close by and quickly traveled there. I suspect that the reason why the Lighthouse Kingdom and Neon Island possess sixth-order transcendence. The reason for this, I'm afraid, is because of the deities. It was at this moment that a middle-aged man with an incomparably pale face suddenly spoke. The moment the words appeared, the scene instantly fell silent. There was a sixth-order transcendent appearing. How could they, the top echelons of the response bureau in high positions in the summer country, not know about it? After a moment of silence, someone finally spoke out. 9 times out of 10. Earlier, I divined a hexagram, and the hexagram was blurred beyond recognition, yet I also glimpsed a corner of it, vaguely pointing to the gods. The blind getter said quietly. These few people present had all entered the 5th rank for a long time, yet it was impossible to advance to the 6th rank. There was also no news coming out from all over the world. Only recently, because of that bizarre appearance, did the Lighthouse Country and Neon Island have 6th-order transcendence appear. These issues are useless now, let's discuss them afterward. Everything is on track now in the summer country, sooner or later we'll be able to break through with the 6th order. Looking at the silent scene for a moment, the silver white-haired young woman comforted and finally spoke to Tu Lei. The most important thing right now is the nine-tailed sky fox's divine power statue. Neither of us can spare the time, so I'm also troubling you to make a trip. Bai Feng's divine power statue had already appeared as an inheritor, so the nine-tailed sky fox's divine power statue would surely be able to be birthed as well. Adding another divine spirit statue would be like giving Xia a double chance. Good. There's already news coming in that the nine-tailed sky fox's trail has been found, so I'll get up and head there when the location is determined. Tu Lei nodded. After saying that, the several people ended the call. Each went off to get busy. Alas! Looking at the darkened screen, Tu Lei, who was originally full of excitement, looked as if he had thought of something and suddenly sighed. I don't know if I can buy time for these inheritors to become stronger. The ghosts everywhere are showing signs of rioting at this time because of that horrible and strange appearance. Tu Lei's face was saddened beyond measure. Several years of thorny fights and the loss of countless manpower had stabilized the balance of the Xia Kingdom. As a result, because of the bizarre appearance of that horror monster, that balance was shattered. The ghosts and monsters all over the Xia country now have a hidden tendency to explode. At this time, Qin Feng, who was guarding his home to harbor his magic flying sword. Suddenly, he got a sense of Bifeng in his heart, and after talking for a couple of sentences, he also learned about the news of the emergence of the inheritors of the summer country. At once, his eyes lit up and his entire body became excited. The appearance of the first inheritor will definitely be able to stir up the passions of the others. At that time, more people who are devoutly dedicated to Bai Feng will be produced, and the incense will definitely grow fiercely. Right now, the incense flame Qin Feng possessed was too little and completely insufficient. On the one hand, he wanted to enhance his strength, and on the other hand, he also wanted to save up enough 100,000 to activate the next opportunity to summon a contracted spirit. It was hard to live a life of withholding and searching. Opened his cell phone, and sure enough, the internet was abuzz. The first hot search is: the first inheritor of the summer country appears, suspected to have gotten the ability to control fire, and jumped to become a powerful transcendent. The comments section below this hot search is also very lively. I'm envious. I'm going. I've been devoutly worshipping the statue of the divine bird Bifeng's divine power, and I was a bit moved but now it seems that my devotion is not enough. Brothers, goodbye. I've already packed my bags for a lifetime by the statue of God's power. Brothers, don't come. There's no more room in front of the statue of God's power. I can't. I'm going to make an offering to the Bifeng Godbird too. Not long after that, more and more news appeared, and even more videos were uploaded online. A large wave of frenzy set off in the Summer Kingdom, with many people running to the nearest statue of divine power to make offerings. Such a molded scene was a look that Qin Feng was particularly happy to see. The more people who made devotional offerings, the more incense they could obtain. Holding his cell phone and looking at the many comments, Qin Feng cheerfully opened his mouth. Right now just Bai Feng's divine statue is too little. The nine-tailed skyfox's divine statue needs to be made as soon as possible as well. Only then will we be able to collect more incense. The Xia Kingdom was vast and had too many people. Only the divine power statues produced by Bai Feng alone would not be able to cover 1% of the land at all. There were still a lot of vacancies that were not covered by the divine power statues. It would be a huge loss for Qin Feng if these places couldn't have incense output. Chapter 40, The Wanchuan Ghost Kingdom in Shu. Ancient corpse of 1,000 years. A pale rolling undulating forest. A large sun shone diagonally in the sky. The broken gold-like sunlight spilled down, sifting through the dense branches and leaves, leaving only dappled shadows on the ground. Deep and secretive. Quiet and peaceful. Standing at the edge of the forest, Tulei's expression was in a trance. Such a scene couldn't help but remind him of the peaceful days before the demon recovery. Then a self-deprecating look rose up on his face. Demons are rampant, ghosts and monsters are pervasive. In this chaotic world, drifting people, how can they be qualified to fantasize about peace? After firming up his beliefs, Tulei walked towards the depths of the forest. This time, he had come to pay his respects to the nine-tailed sky fox. Numerous members of the response bureau pinpointed the nine-tailed sky fox's location in this forest. Subordinate human Tulei, requesting to pay homage to senior nine-tailed sky fox. Tulei shouted loudly, his loud voice traveling throughout the forest. This time, he had come but had done his homework. The nine-tailed fox had left a lot of traces in the history of the Xia kingdom, and even if the history was tattered, it had recorded a lot. So Tulei felt that there was nothing wrong with calling himself a junior. After a few moments, a sound came out from the forest, followed by a white shadow that landed in front of Tulei. Greetings, senior. Tulei directly bowed his head respectfully in obeisance. As a result, there was no sound for half a second. A hint of awkwardness filled the air. Wondering in his heart, Tulei couldn't help but raise his head. Only to see that the white fox was standing on all fours in front of him with a humanized expression floating on its face. Foolishness. He could see it clearly and couldn't help but feel embarrassed for a moment. The fox proceeded to turn its head towards the forest and followed behind. Entering a place of birds and flowers, Tulei met the graceful and magnificent nine-tailed sky fox. The snow-white fur flew wildly, and the nine tails swayed behind them as if they were carrying the power to turn rivers. The pair of black and white eyes stared at Tulei. This could not help but make Tulei under great pressure, as if the whole person stood on top of a sea of Wanyang. That horrible aura was too majestic. This caused a cold sweat to break out on his brain, and the clothes on his back were soaked through. Not much longer. There was a gentle vibration, as if a mirror had been shattered. The surrounding scene quickly shattered. Looking around in panic, Tulei couldn't help but raise a wave of horror in his heart. He hadn't moved a step and was still standing at the edge of the forest. Everything just now was like a dream. The slightest bit of fear rose in his heart. This is truly terrifying. I'm a peak 5th order transcendent, and still one of the top human powerhouses. To think that I didn't even have the slightest inkling that I had stepped into the illusionary realm. Tulei couldn't help but mutter. Then his heart was relieved. This was a divine being. It was normal to have terrifying strength. Even if it was himself, a 5th order transcendent, not having any resistance in front of him was also normal. On the other hand, why city? It's done. Qin Feng clapped his palms. Ever since the nine-tailed heavenly fox showed its trail and was locked in position, to the end when Tulei went forward to pay his respects. All of this was remotely controlled by him behind the scenes. On that day, the statues of divine power belonging to the nine-tailed fox were swiftly sent all over the Xia country. At the same time Qin Feng was planning for the incense, the shadows in the shadows of the Xia kingdom were also surging. From the land of Shu, in the middle of a ghostly scourge forbidden land. There are more than a dozen channels of Yin Shi, very stealthy to avoid the people who are guarding here. Towards the various parts of the summer country, it scattered in all directions. There is a Yin Shi, not the slightest stay, along the way did not set off what ghost disaster, has been rushed to the north of the summer country. In the north, a forbidden place where no one is allowed to enter. Hundreds of miles of terracotta are the color of blood. Under the rising sun, the sun shines. Surprisingly, there is also a surging ferocious gas, converging the sinful clouds of the forest of darkness, which seem to contain countless remnants of thoughts, roaring up to the sky. The ghosts cry and howl for hundreds of miles, and there is a set of white bones walking slowly. From time to time, there were also powerful ghosts traveling and playing in it. A good picture of a ghost country. This place is an ancient battlefield. A great war killed hundreds of thousands of people. After the recovery of the demons, it became a forbidden land. At the edge of this forbidden land, there is a dilapidated thatched cottage left alone. In the dilapidated thatched hut, sitting on a pale face like a ghost of a middle-aged man. On the table in front of him, there is a simple old copper lamp slowly burning a pale flame, emitting a cold gas. Suddenly, the pale white flame in the copper lamp swayed violently. The middle-aged man sitting cross-legged opened his eyes violently, and a stern aura exploded. Strange, there's even a blood-pupiled stern ghost entering the forbidden land. After half a second, the middle-aged man pursed his bloodless lips and said in a somewhat puzzled manner. However, in the end, he did not put it to heart. It was better for a 4th order ghost to enter the forbidden land than to wreak havoc on the party elsewhere. In the middle of the forbidden land, that one blood-pupiled stern ghost directly entered the center of the forbidden land. Boom! Below, a blood-red lonely grave violently exploded. In an instant, a vast Yin Shi rushed into the sky. A capped white bone was revealed, blocking in front of the blood-pupiled stern ghost. There were two wavering ghostly cold flames in the hollow eye holes, staring dead on at this blood-pupiled stern ghost that had intruded. Wanchuan Ghost Kingdom of Shu, Yellow Spring Ghost King's subordinate vanguard has come to pay homage to Corpse King. This blood-pupiled stern ghost hurriedly reported his name. Let him in. A few moments later, a hissing voice came from the ground low, like a tiger roaring. The white bone sniffed and led the blood-pupil ghost, walking to the very center. In front of a grave that looked like a small mountain, he walked in through a small hidden hole. Along the winding hole, the two of them entered the center of the tomb. The depths of the burial place. A huge space opened up, carved into the shape of a palace. It was very opulent, with carved beams and pillars, and the walls were painted with gold lacquer. On top, hanging a huge night pearl, like the sun, moon and stars were arranged. At this time is emitting light to dispel the darkness in the tomb. Deep in the palace, there was a dragon chair cast in gold, and at this moment, a stout figure clad in armor was sitting there. Greetings, Corpse King. Seeing this person, the blood-pupiled stern ghost hurriedly knelt down and bowed. That old ghost of Huangquan, instead of properly cowering in his own Wanchuan Ghost Kingdom, why did he let you come to my place? Looking down at the blood-pupilized stern ghost below, the Corpse King growled and asked. With a movement, the Corpse King revealed its true face. With a green face and fangs, a blood-red skin was covered with dry lines on top. It was a 1,000-year-old corpse that had become a spirit. Chapter 41, Yellow Springs Ghost King. Blocking the spirits. The Corpse King was extremely powerful, one of the top ghosts in the Summer Kingdom today. Ain Shi roared like a rolling dragon. The terrifying aura rushed the blood-pupiled stern ghost to the point where its soul was unsteady. This time, I have come by order of the Great King. It's because I want to discuss a great matter with the Corpse King. Corpse King, you will definitely be interested. Facing the rolling aura, the trembling blood-pupil ghost hurriedly said. Humph. Huangquan, that old ghost, there are good things can still be 1,000 miles to think of me, long ago alone, right? Deceive my little cute. Hearing this, the Corpse King said disdainfully. Obviously had dealt with the Yellow Springs Ghost King, clear about its cunning nature. Don't dare. The blood-pupil night ghost shook his head repeatedly and urgently took over the conversation and spoke. It's just that this time, what I'm planning is very big, and it's by no means something that can be accomplished by a single family, which is why I was sent here to plan together with the Corpse King. What is it? After a half a second of silence, the Corpse King asked in a deep voice. Raise the ghost soldiers and fight for the Great Xia. The human race has been surviving on this land of Xia for tens of thousands of years. It's time for this land to change masters. The blood-pupil night ghost was busy saying. Ha! After hearing this plan, the Corpse King's heart swung, then revealed a cold smile and said disdainfully. Does Yellow Spring want to find death? The Xia deities have already revived two of them, how can we deal with that? Not to mention the deities, let's just say that Yin Yang person who has been spying on me, and that crazy lady roaming around your Wanchuan ghost country, as well as the Tuliite 2 lunatic, which one of these people is simple? If Huangquan had the power to decapitate these people, he definitely wouldn't be cowering in that so-called Wanchuan ghost country. Rising an army to fight for the Great Xia? I think it's a death wish. For this plan of Huangquan's, the Corpse King was very unimpressed. The strength of the Xia Reaction Bureau was also terrifying. If not, these ghost kings and corpse kings of theirs wouldn't be cowering in the sight of the Jedi. They would have long ago set off countless shocking waves of blood in the world. No. 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 This time is different. In the past, it was all the great kings who went their own way, that's why they were suppressed by the Response Bureau. Now we, the Yellow Springs Great Kings, are going to unite all the Jedi in the Summer Kingdom to fight against the Reaction Bureau. The Blood Ape King, the Sinister Python King, and more than a dozen other kings will also make a move, and when the time comes, not to mention crushing the Reaction Bureau, even gods may not be unslaughterable. While speaking, the blood-pupil knight was still observing the Corpse King's reaction. Seeing that the Corpse King had raised his interest, he spoke even more vigorously. And, the many gods of Xia are gradually recovering, now by Fong and the nine-tailed fox. The Corpse King should also know just the tip of the iceberg of Xia. When the time comes, when the roaming deities descend into the world, they will inevitably take the lead in purging our category. Therefore, it would be better to take advantage of the beginning of their revival to cut off their inheritance first, letting them permanently fall silent in the river of time. Otherwise, by that time, there will be absolutely no place for us in the Summer Kingdom. Does the Corpse King want to flee overseas? At those words, the Corpse King roared with rage. How dare you! The inheritance of the Xia Kingdom had been chopped off by a mysterious force, so it had become crippled. However, these 1,000-year-old corpses and centuries-old ghosts, had still glimpsed a corner of it in its shattered memories of the past. That was why these ghost kings from all sides were terrified of the matter of the resurrection of the deities of the Summer Kingdom. At this moment, the blood-pupiled stern ghost looked at the snarling Corpse King without fear and threw out one last shocking bomb. Our king said, if we occupy the eastern land, all the ghost kings may not be able to go further, step into the 6th level. Even in the future, you can also become a god as an ancestor, and step on the divine throne. When these words came out, there was some silence in the palace, and the white-capped bone that led the way here dropped its jawbone in shock. What? The Corpse King let out a roar, so shocked that he sat up violently from the dragon chair, his entire body frozen in place. The sixth rank, not only was it difficult for humans to step on, even ghosts and demons couldn't look up to it. Only, what surprised the Corpse King even more was behind. Becoming a god as an ancestor. This was a strong to extreme temptation for any race. In the face of any crisis, it was worth fighting for. Thus the Corpse King was silent before finally speaking. If Yellow Springs dares to bully me, I will definitely decapitate his soul in the future. At these words, the blood pupil ghosts were ecstatic. The Corpse King had agreed. Time is nothing, it flies by in a moment. Waiting for you to suddenly realize, only to leave a cavity full of remorse. 3 days passed quickly. Heavy rain. The sky was gloomy. The Wanchuan Ghost Kingdom in Shu was the first to experience unrest. The Yin Gate opened wide and an extremely terrifying Ghost King rushed out. Terrifying Yin Chi instantly swept across the sky, ruffling the terrifying rain curtain. Ha ha ha. There is no sun today, the heavens are in my favor, a great cause will be accomplished. The Yellow Springs Ghost King laughed up to the sky, letting out a sound of ghostly cries and howls. Daring. Yellow Springs Ghost King, you have forgotten the contract. How dare you break out of the 10,000 piercing Ghost Kingdom and set foot in the Yang world? A majestic female voice sounded. A residual shadow followed, and 4 stiff paper figures, carrying a palanquin made of paper, landed in front of the Yellow Springs Ghost King. The person on the palanquin then revealed her figure. Her appearance was like that of a young woman, but she had a head of snow-white hair, which was casually tied behind her head. Humph. The Yellow Spring Ghost King let out a cold snort, then coldly said, "Paper tie woman, crazy bitch. Old me has been suppressed by your reaction bureau for several years. This blood debt, today it will start with you." All ghost generals listened to the order, kill the earth. With an order, behind the Yin Gate, a loud sound came out. Tap tap tap. A burst of neat footsteps resounded between heaven and earth. Afterwards, a row of ghost troops rushed out from the Yin Gate like a marching formation. Seeing this scene, the Yellow Springs Ghost King nodded in satisfaction before killing the paper tie woman. Kill. The thousands of ghost soldiers also let out a roar in unison, and the weapons in their hands were all pointed at the paper tie woman who was sitting on the paper sedan chair. In an instant, it was as if heaven and earth had entered winter, an icy killing intent condensed in the air. Humph. In the face of a country's stern ghosts, the paper-tying woman's face did not change, and she let out a cold snort. Then she threw out her big sleeves, and it was as if there was a huge space within those sleeves, and a steady stream of yellow paper poured out. Clattering. A sheet of yellow paper that had been carefully cut, swung autonomously in the gusty wind. Landing into a hand holding a weapon, paper man, fearless of the wind and rain, to that source of ghost soldiers gushed out the indoor to kill. The Yellow River in a desperate area. In the midst of the wind and rain, a huge wind and waves were rolled up, and the Inchi began to sweep out from the sky. Roar! Between the wind hitting the waves, a roaring sound was resounding. The roaring sound was terrifying, as if it was a dragon's roar. Dozens of miles of Yellow River water transformed into a site of extinction. Chapter 42, the dome of the sky rises with sinful clouds, blood rain drifts for hundreds of miles. A shadow came from the distance. On the Yellow River swept by the wind and waves, an old man stepped on a small bamboo raft, wearing a straw raincoat and a hat on his head. The long bamboo pole in his hand, gently poked on the Yellow River water. The small bamboo row will speed dozens of meters away. When he came to the place, the old man drew out the long bamboo pole with both hands, raised it above his head and then violently struck the water surface. Boom! The bamboo pole seemed to carry the force of a mountain, blowing up hundreds of meters of the Yellow River water. Only to see that the Yellow River underwater unexpectedly coiled a huge python. It was as thick as a bucket, and its body was 20 to 30 meters long. It was covered with a blood-colored pattern, and was currently staring at the old man with a pair of red eyes. King of sinful python, don't be reckless. Looking at the huge python, the old man angrily rebuked. In the north, that land of 100 miles of terracotta lonely graves. Roar! At the very center, holding a large sword in his hand and wearing armor standing on top of a small mountain-like grave, the Corpse King steeply raised his head to the sky and let out a roar. Boom boom boom. Immediately afterward, a grave exploded. Countless crippled white bones rose from the graves. A mass of ghostly blue flames continuously surfaced between this heaven and earth. The rolling baleful aura colored the dome of the sky to pitch black. The thatched cottage that was perched in this forbidden land was suddenly burned out by the pale white fire. That incomparably pale middle-aged man, carrying that copper lamp burning with pale flames, slowly got up. Corpse King crossed the line. The middle-aged man slowly spoke. A tomb-guarding lackey who guards my home, how dare you be crazy? Looking at the silhouette, a trace of fear surfaced in the Corpse King's eyes, but his mouth was strong and incomparable. Legend. The tomb guardian, a copper lamp, traveled between the yin and yang realms. The person who holds the lamp is a human being, and the lamp goes out as a ghost. Border mountain range. A blind Taoist in ancient clothing was sitting in a low depression to escape the rain. In a trance, he seemed to sense something and turned his head towards the Dasha land. A pair of godless pale eyes gazed at the sky. Strange. The heavens are suddenly disorganized. The blind Taoist muttered. Then he pinched his fingers and deduced. Put. A moment later, a mouthful of hot blood spurted out from the blind Taoist, but he didn't care. Rising violently, he exclaimed. Blood jerks are drifting and corpses are spread over 100 miles of earth. The Yellow Springs Ghost King has unexpectedly united a dozen or so Jedi Forbidden Lands, a great catastrophe, the people of the Summer Country are in danger. It was at this moment that there was a strange movement in the mountain range. Roar! A loud roaring sound rang out. It was followed by a roiling blood-colored ferocious aura that swept across the Tsangmeng mountain range. Subsequently, a tall ape walked out from the depths of the mountain range, covered in ferocious aura and blood red. On his shoulder was a huge iron pillar, rough and irregular, as if it had been roughly polished with a huge iron ore. It was tainted with an infinite ferocious aura. Behind it, there was also an elf monster, gazing intently at the great summer lands. Not good. Formation rising. The blind Taoist's face changed drastically as he hurriedly pinched out a few hand seals, and a few wisps of weak mana surged into the ground. Rumble. Immediately afterward, the huge stone blocks scattered throughout the mountain range rolled at breakneck speed. Forming a huge formation, they wanted to block out that group of demons. At the same time, the dozen or so forbidden places classified as the highest crisis by the Xia kingdom erupted. Terrifying yin qi swept across the sky, enveloping 10,000 miles of land. The blood-red ferocious aura transformed into boundless sinister clouds that hovered above the 9 heavens. Hundreds of miles of earth and icy cold rose up, as if it had entered a cold winter month. The scattered downpour of rain was also dyed to a reddish color. For a moment, it was like a bloody rain that spilled into the land of Daxia. At this moment, Qin Feng was sitting on his bed and practicing. A fluorescent light enveloped his entire body. Internal body. Blood flowed like a river, emitting a roaring sound. Mana slowly flowed from within the arteries of all the strange meridians and finally seared into the dantian. Boom! Like a thunderous explosion, Qin Feng's aura soared. A breakthrough in strength was achieved. Both eyes opened, and there was an essence of light gushing out from within them. It was like a 3-foot sword chi that cut through the air in front of him. It illuminated the dark room for a few seconds. Breakthrough! Now my strength should be a 4th-order transcendent according to the Reaction Bureau's division. Feeling the enhanced strength within his body, Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised. Ever since he obtained the royal sword technique, he was vaguely aware that his strength had hit a bottleneck. Now, after spending 3 days of wasted time, he had finally gotten a huge boost. Qin Feng, who was immersed in his strength breakthrough, soon realized that something was wrong. The weather was like entering a cold winter month. Turning his head to look at the window, he suddenly realized that there was a reddish blood rain drifting between heaven and earth. The figure moved. In the next second, Qin Feng appeared by the window as if he had instantly moved. Tilting his head, he looked up, and above the dome of the sky, all the yin qi and fierce fury qi were intertwining. What's going on here? Gazing at such a strange phenomenon, Qin Feng operated the Wind Queen's strange door, deducing and divining. A moment later, his body shook as he deduced everything that had happened in the past few days. A dozen forbidden places have erupted. Ghost kings from all over the world have mobilized and gathered 10 million yin soldiers and yin generals. This is going to set off a great calamity. Qin Feng's face was somewhat gloomy. Ghost kings from all over the world erupted at the same time. This was intended to completely destroy the Xia kingdom, turning the land of Great Xia into a land of ghosts and monsters. In that case, how would one obtain one's own incense in the future? This matter absolutely cannot sit idly by and do nothing. Moreover, at this point in time, it was still the best time to earn incense. Opening the window, Qin Feng directly rolled over and jumped out. At the same time, with a thought, the thunder lightning sword that was placed at the head of the bed. Turning into a ray of thunder, it instantly appeared at his feet. Flying in the sky with the sword, Qin Feng's sword chi whistled around him as he rushed into the sky. Icy cold piercing the bones. Why is the weather so cool? Blood. Why is there blood everywhere? The rain has turned red. Blood and rain, a great disaster is coming. Ordinary people also noticed the terrifying vision. Looking at the drifting blood rain rolling down, there was endless trepidation in their hearts. By the time the yin qi between heaven and earth converged to the extreme, countless ghosts and monsters came out. The heavens have changed greatly. The day that belongs to us ghosts and monsters has arrived. Great Xia will turn into a paradise for demons and ghosts. Kill, 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 kill all these humans. Countless stern ghosts, elves and monsters roared and screamed, rushing out of the shadowy place, killing towards the surrounding human race. In Shudi, the paper-tying woman could not get support and could not hold on. She could only watch as a team of ghost soldiers and ghost generals rushed out of the Wanchuan Ghost Kingdom. Countless water ghosts and demons crawled out of the Yellow River, crazily attacking the human race on the shore. Among the border mountains, elves and monsters also rushed out. Chapter 43, Sword Immortal Advent. Swinging evil above the nine heavens. Because of the interference from the Yin Shi, all signals were interrupted, and connections from all over the world were hindered. Imperial Capital. Reflecting the General Directorate. Tu Lei's office was already overcrowded. A crowd of people were reporting urgently. All signals in Shu have disappeared, the Wanchuan Ghost Kingdom has broken through the defense line, and there are neatly trained ghost soldiers wreaking havoc. One by one was reporting on the national situation. This was the news sent from all sides before the signals were terminated. Code. A bunch of scumbags who want to plot against the entire Grand Xia. Listening to the report, Tu Lei's face was gloomy and he directly exploded into foul language. It was at this moment that the entire imperial capital shook violently for a moment. Boom! Tu Lei instantly stood up, a terrifyingly ferocious aura erupted, directly shattering the tables and chairs. Everyone's faces were horrified. Not good. The swarm of ghosts underneath the imperial capital are going to revive as well. Someone cried out in alarm. Tu Lei had been sitting in the imperial capital's reaction directorate, and it wasn't to deal with reaction directorate matters. Rather, it was to suppress the ghosts underneath the foot of the imperial capital. As the imperial capital was the site of a previous generation, there were quite a few things buried underground. Since the demonic revival, it hadn't come pouring out and had been cleared by the reaction directorate many times. This time, it was bound to come out and make waves. Right now, the Summer Kingdom is facing a crisis. The many things will be left to the wishes of your colleagues. Dropping a sentence, Tu Lei tore off his upper body's clothes. Revealing a stout upper body full of scars, he copied the pig-killing knife that had been pinned to his waist. A bunch of old undead still want to make a demon. After reciting another sentence, Tu Lei directly jumped down from the 6-story building. His body was covered in a dense ferocious power, and he swept towards the suburbs at great speed. There was a vision in the sky, and all the demons and devils in the heavens and earth were triggered. Daxia was reduced to a feast of ghosts and monsters, a chaotic dance of demons and devils. The darkest moment descends on the ancient land of the east. Qin Feng was riding his sword through the high sky. Letting the raging storm howl around him, his eyes kept scanning below. Soon, a river that appeared muddy yellow in color was reflected in Qin Feng's eyes. In the midst of the heavy rain, the water level had risen sharply and the river had become turbulent. In the yellow river, water ghosts and evil spirits crawled out from time to disorganize the banks. He province was penetrated by the yellow river, and that one Jedi was the closest to Huai City where Qin Feng was. After flying at extreme speed for a while longer, Qin Feng heard a sound. Roar! Between that fierce wind and leeching rain, there was a surprisingly resounding chirping sound like that of a dragon. There was also the sound of a frantic great battle, the sound of stern scolding. In the middle of the field. The battle was somewhat tragic. That one sinister Python King was strong and had 10,000 ghosts driven under him. The Yellow River corpse scavenger, who came on a small bamboo raft, was in a very bad condition at this time. The hat on his head and the straw raincoat on his body were all broken. The magic weapon in his hand, the corpse fishing pole, at this time has some hidden cracks, suffered great damage. Mouth is non-stop and spitting blood. Is entangled with that huge python. This battlefield also has a few figures. It is the transcendentalists who rushed to support. Among them, there was actually the town guard of He province, Mao Changhua. At this moment, he was shaking the copper bell in his hand, commanding a dozen walking corpses to suppress the ghosts and monsters in front of him. These dozen of walking corpses, the strength is horrible, the third order has 3, the rest are also the second order. Just that, they couldn't hold on even in the face of the constant stream of severe ghosts. Elder Wang can't hold on much longer. Mao Changhua roared angrily to the corpse fetcher old man. This time, his true purpose was Huai City, and the Jedi's outbreak of the ghostly plague just happened to catch up with him. Can't retreat. Wang Zhengcheng only returned 3 words. If this Sin Python King is released, the ones who will suffer are the hundreds of millions of people in the Yi province. This head is extremely difficult and vicious, and since the formation of the Yellow River Jedi, he has taken one step away, even if the recovery of the surrounding Huai City gods is too late to come. Roar! The sinister Python King roared from his mouth. The huge body twisted crazily, and the thick ferocious aura around him was high in the air. A huge tail that tore through the air, carrying a force that overturned rivers and was capable of shattering small mountains, fiercely lashed at Wang Zhengcheng. In the face of this horrible blow, Wang Zhengcheng could not dodge, and could only grit his teeth and resist the corpse fishing pole in front of his body. Boom! After the magic treasure corpse fishing pole let out a mournful cry, it exploded and turned into fragments that splashed everywhere. As for Wang Zhengcheng, he was also jerked away by the forcefulness of the force, spitting out a piece of shattered internal organs in his mouth, suffering an extremely serious trauma. Elder Wang has been defeated. A 5th-ranked demon king, what's it going to take to stop it? Mao Changhua, as well as several transcendents, let out a cry of sorrow. A look of despair surfaced on their faces. The sinful Python King looked at Wang Zhengcheng, who had been seriously injured by himself, and was very pleased with himself, propping up his huge body and looking down at the crowd of transcendents. While the sinner Python King was being smug and the crowd of transcendents were in despair. In mid-air, a loud voice rang out, like thunder exploding in all directions. Sinful animal, how dare you act recklessly? This suddenly rising voice startled the two parties, and they all looked up into the mid-air. Only to see, a thunderous light came from the distance. In an instant, a figure was revealed. He was dressed in white, with his feet on a glazed flying sword, and his body was haunted by a terrifying sword aura. The wind and rain could not attack, blocking the body 3 feet away. The end was dashing and ethereal. Royal sword flying sky. This is the ancient demon-slaying sword immortal coming into the world? Seeing this scene, heavily injured Wang Jingcheng's entire body was dumbfounded, muttering dully under his breath. The crowd of transcendents also stood frozen. Qin Feng floated in mid-air, looking at the huge python in the battlefield below, and directly smashed a palm thunderbolt over. Catalyzed by mana, the power of the palm thunderbolt erupted even more terrifyingly. Prick la! The silver-white color of the piercing thunder carried the masculine power and tore through the air in the sky. It rolled and smashed down in mid-air. Boom! It directly smashed into the sinister Python King below. The terrifying tearing power erupted, instantly tearing apart the ferocious aura surrounding the Sin's Python King, striking his true body. When the lightning light passed, the miserable body of the sinful Python King was revealed. His entire body was pitch black and still twitching, and his hard scales were torn in a few places, oozing out a trail of green demonic blood. So strong! Wang Jingcheng's heart was shaken again. Qin Feng. How come? Only a few days have passed and his strength has increased again? Mao Changhua was also astonished, and the piercing thunder caused him to recognize Qin Feng. Obviously, it had only been a few days since the bizarre appearance, and his strength had increased again. Then, Qin Feng's mind turned, and the thunder lightning sword swooped down directly at the sinister Python King. Both of his hands also kept waving in the air. With one hand, he palmed thunder, and with the other, he operated the Tongtian talisman to write the 5 thunders incantation in the void. For a moment, thunder light illuminated the sky. The terrifying power of the overturning sea raged between heaven and earth, and the scorching power vaporized all the surrounding blood rain. Chapter 44, Deity appears, she suppresses the world. The earth crumbled and the soil and rocks splashed. And that has a huge python body to get Sin Mang King. It was incomparably miserable, its hard scale armor was torn apart by a lightning bolt, and pieces of flesh and blood were flying. A burst of painful hissing sounds were emitted. However, because of the pain, the tyrannical aura in that pair of reddish eyes became more and more severe. Roar! With a roar, the sinister Python King frantically twisted up its huge body and rushed into the sky. Opening his large mouth, he violently swallowed over towards Qin Feng, who was swooping down with his sword. Extremely fishy odor violently rushed out, smothering the surrounding crowd of transcendents with dizziness. Seek death. Mana surged within Qin Feng's body, his hand pinched the sword technique and pointed in the air. The thunder light sword detached itself from Qin Feng's feet, its body overflowing with thunder light. Blooming with a vast sword chi, it chopped towards the sinister Python King that was ascending into the air. At the same time, the Xian Yuan sword was catalyzed. The Xian Yuan sword, which was silent in the sea of consciousness, trembled violently, and a wisp of golden yellow sword chi surged out, attaching itself to the thunder lightning sword. In an instant, heaven and earth were eclipsed. The golden yellow Xian Yuan sword chi illuminated the 8 directions. The sound of golden gorges resounded through the world, and the terrifying supreme sharpness broke through the dome of the sky. The dark clouds of Yin Shi rolled and surged in the dome of the sky, as if a huge hollow had been chopped out. The terrifying sword chi that swept through everything in the world descended. Facing this terrifying sword, the sinister Python King was as if it had met a great fear. The ruptured scale armor all over his body violently stood up, and his entire body trembled violently, wanting to turn around and flee. However, it was simply too late. The thunder light sword carrying a golden-colored terrifying sword chi slipped by quietly. Put! Rolls of demonic blood gushed out, and all the vitality of the sinister Python King was directly exterminated by this terrifying sword altogether. Bang! A huge python head landed on the ground, smashing out a 10-meter deep pit. That pair of eyes that were already godless and dull still contained a strong fear. The thunder light sword buzzed for a while, carrying rolling thunder. It made a gorgeous and incomparable turn in mid-air and once again returned to Qin Feng's feet. Phew! Viciously letting out a breath, Qin Feng's face was somewhat pale at this moment. The mana in his body had been depleted by half after urging the Xian Yuan sword. Unlike the last time, all of his body's strength was drained out, without the slightest bit of resistance. Below, both the ghost evil and the transcendent mortal watched as Qin Feng beheaded the sinister Python King with a flying sword. All of them were stunned and could not believe what was happening in front of them. All of them were stunned and couldn't believe the reality of the scene in front of them. After a long time, Wang Zhengcheng, the calm old man, directly exploded into foul language at this moment. That was one of the top ghosts and monsters in Xia, the sinister Python King. A body of scale armor was invulnerable to swords and spears, and its terrifying power was capable of turning rivers. He himself had just suffered a heavy blow. As a result, his head was chopped off with a single sword. This made him elated and at the same time a little hard to accept. Congratulations to the host for killing a 5th Order Demon King, activating a chapter of the Essence illustrated book. There is a beast, the python body wants to turn into a dragon, swallowing tens of thousands of blood food, controlling a side of the waters, called the sinful python, encountering great difficulties. Reward has been issued, please collect it yourself. The system's beep sounded as well. Qin Feng didn't bother with it now, his imperial sword was in mid-air. Glancing at the stagnant crowd below. No words were spoken. With a thought, he stepped on the longsword and broke through the air. The sinful Python King was decapitated, and those ghosts and monsters called out by him were scared out of their wits. Seeing Qin Feng leave, they fled the place like mad. The group from the Reaction Bureau got out of danger and came together. Indeed, it's the true Tao, the immortal man. This look of transcendence is truly desirable. Supported by a transcendent, Wang Zhengcheng said with emotion, I'm afraid that this strength can even compete with the 6th rank. On the side, Mao Changhua was holding some hard feelings in his heart. In the records of the Reaction Bureau, Qin Feng was a 3rd Order transcendent. Now that he had reappeared, he was already able to behead a 5th Order Demon King with his sword. Is this taking the power pill? The wails, cries, and cries of grief of the human race. Intertwined together, they played the mournful song of purgatory. The imperial sword flew through the world. Qin Feng kept striking out, killing the ghosts and monsters he saw along the way. As he listened to the sadness and joy in the world and watched countless ordinary people suffer, his heart was enraged. Raising his head to the sky, he wailed. Bai Feng and Nine-Tailed Skyfox listened to the order, kill the ghosts and monsters. Boom boom. 2 terrifying auras rose up. Stirring the heaven and earth, the rolling gloomy clouds enveloping the sky shook violently. In the falling Phoenix Mountain. Nico. A lifelong chirping sound that pierced through gold and cracked rocks plunged into the sky. This clear chirping sound resounded through the heavens and earth, causing fear in the hearts of the countless ghosts and monsters wreaking havoc on the earth. A great fire shot straight up into the 9 heavens, the reddish flames burning the heavens. Bai Feng, who was bathed in a sea of fire that reached the sky, appeared. The other side. Boing! A voice that sounded like a baby crying also erupted. Afterwards, in the middle of a forest, a huge figure 100 meters tall appeared. The snow-white fur of his entire body flared out recklessly, and the 9 tails behind him swayed and shook the ground. A terrifying reckless aura was emanating around him, suppressing ghosts and monsters for miles. Looking at the 2 terrifying figures, towering between heaven and earth. 2 terrifying auras were stirring, suppressing 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Countless ghosts and monsters that were wreaking havoc on the land of Daxia's great land had their hearts scared out of their wits, their bodies trembling violently. Run! Run! The gods have appeared. If we don't leave now, we'll be beaten to death. Countless rebellious ghosts and monsters roared in terror. These 2 deities were too frightening. Simply sensing that fear-inducing aura caused these countless severe ghosts to break their guts. Contrary to the panic of the ghosts and monsters, the human side was excited. Great! The gods won't sit idly by and watch these ghosts in the Summer Kingdom wreak havoc, making this land a land of demons and ghosts. There's salvation. With the gods taking action, these demons will surely be cleared away. Countless people began to pray in front of the divine statues of Bai Feng and the 9-tailed Skyfox. The incense value began to grow by leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, it directly surpassed 100,000. The moment Bai Feng and the 9-tailed heavenly fox appeared alone, Qin Feng watched with his own eyes as the incense fire surged to as much as 150,000. Drops. Congratulations to the host whose incense fire has exceeded 100,000 and has obtained an opportunity to summon a contracted spirit. The system's beep sounded. Directly proceed with the summoning. Glancing at the miserable world, Qin Feng spoke. Boom! The ancient scroll slowly rotated once again. A terrifying image went straight into Qin Feng's mind. Above the pale earth. Another terrifying silhouette stood, with a pair of blurry eyes that reflected the workings of the universe, the cycles of the world, and everything under the sun. As one hand pointed out, endless laws emerged, evolving a Bagua figure. 8 trigrams now, Qian fixed. The root of culture is formed here again. The picture turns. Another terrifying silhouette flashed by. Feet on the sun and the moon, the figure traveled in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, tasted all the world's herbs. The image turns again. Above the pale earth. There was a terrifying silhouette that ordered the world to boil, and none of the gods and demons in the sky dared to disobey. The world's soldiers, to suppress all the evil in the world. Chapter 45, the Taotai revives, swallowing the nation's sinful clouds in one bite. 3 figures that existed for eternity. Simply by illusory manifestation on that desolate land, they caused the entire world to tremble. The laws of the world were in turmoil, and the Tao was in full swing. The entire heaven and earth was as if they could not survive. It was as if they had heard the wailing of the people of the afterlife. A heavenly and earthly aura erupted, and the sun, moon, and stars instantly dimmed, causing the chaos of the universe to tremble chaotically. The vibrating long river of space and time trembled, as if it was about to manifest in the present world. Only, along with the disappearance of the picture, those three terrifying figures also unwillingly dissipated. The three ancient emperors. Qin Feng could not return to his senses and murmured with his eyes closed. The ancient and long-lasting national cultural inheritance was passed down from the three of them. Even after tens of thousands of years, it was still erected at the top of this world. Even though the dragon occasionally dozed off, when it awoke, it dared to make the world change into a new heaven. This inheritance was excellent and unrivaled. Countless people had even incorporated this sense of pride into their bones. After that terrifying image flashed by, the last image appeared. On top of a high mountaintop, there was a terrifying beast coiled in slumber. Although it had not yet awakened, it was already terrifying in one's heart. It was like feeling something in a trance. The huge eyes under the armpits of the terrifying mountain and sea beast opened violently, and with a movement of its limbs, its entire body stood up instantly. Opening his mouth, the terrifying ferocious chi wind swept through the clouds, like a hurricane connecting the sky and the ground, shaking the four seas and the eight wastelands, and shattering a side of the dome of the sky. Congratulations to the host. Successfully summoned the mountain and sea beast, Tao Tai. Surprisingly, it's it. After seeing the figure clearly, Qin Feng's heart shook as a wonderful color appeared on his face. One of the four ancient beasts, Tao Tai. The classic of mountains and seas has a saying, the mountain of Hukuo has a lot of jade on it, and a lot of copper underneath it. There is a beast, its shape is like a goat body with a human face, its eyes are in the armpit, tiger teeth, and human claws, its voice is like a baby, its name is Roal. Please ask the host to choose the place of resuscitation. Put the Tao Tai in Shu for me. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng spoke. There was a ghost country in the Xia Kingdom's Shu land, where the ghost infestation was the most severe. Such a brutal and ferocious beast, put it there. He was very much looking forward to it. The dissension in the east was so terrifying that it naturally could not be hidden from foreign countries. Most of them were gloating and hated to fall on the well again. Western Holy See. At this time, the Pope was standing in front of a mirror that was illuminated with divine magic along with several cardinals, watching the tragic situation in the ancient land of the east. Ha ha ha. These heretics in the east are finally going to be destroyed. Ghosts and monsters have risen up all over the country, ghost kings from all sides have appeared, and many ghost kings along the borders are also on the move. Relying on just two deities, their strength is completely insufficient to suppress the scene. This time, they can't hide. Watching the eastern ancient land filled with woe, the Pope was laughing with excitement. That's right. That's right. The east will be destroyed. There were a few cardinals who were extremely vocal in their support. There were also people who were extremely suggestive. Hey, in a few days we will open our doors to accept refugees who have the ability to come to the Holy See. In this chaotic world, anyone who had the ability to arrive at the Holy See from the ancient eastern countries were all not ordinary, either they were transcendentalists or rich. Under the banner of accepting refugees, they were thinking of scavenging all sorts of resources. Once they succeeded, they would be able to crush the eastern ancient kingdom for hundreds of years and not be able to recover. Then, the laughing Pope's congregation's expression froze. Roar! A brutal roar sounded faintly. Bang! The mirror made of divine power directly collapsed. Poof! The Pope's crowd sprayed out a mouthful of blood in unison. So terrifying. The Popes were stunned, and after a long time were still in a state of uncertainty. They caught a glimpse of Tao Tai's figure. The summer kingdom of Shu. In Chi was like a black curtain, covering the sky. Millions of ghosts and monsters were wreaking havoc, and more than half of the human transcendents had died in battle. Blood dyed the miles of mountains and rivers red, and the corpses that were not and mutilated piled up like mountains. The scene was endlessly sad. Now that the ghosts and monsters are ravaging the mountains and rivers, the only way to protect my great Xia inheritance from extinction is to fight endlessly in a bloody battle. The bloody battle will never end. The bloody battle will never end. Sad voices were whistling, stirring the heavens and the universe. Countless people were going forward to die. The paper-tying woman's face was shaken, and her hands were trembling as she manipulated the paper people. She had also suffered a heavy blow, and her body was covered in undried blood. At this moment, she was sitting on a green stone, manipulating the last blood-colored paper person and fighting the Yellow Spring Ghost King. Ha ha ha! How enjoyable it is to watch the struggles of the dying. He was laughing wildly and arrogantly. The Xia Kingdom will be destroyed today, no one can stop it. The arrogant words had just fallen, and the Yellow Springs Ghost King hadn't even had time to enjoy the terrified expression of the paper-tied woman. A strange change occurred. Boom! A terrifying existence that seemed like it had been sleeping for 10,000 years revived. It was as if a pale aura from the distant past had crossed the river of time and space and descended into the present world. It was as if thunder exploded and the heavens and earth began to surge, overwhelmingly strong to the extreme and extremely fearful. It brushed over every trembling heart, rushed into the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, and shook millions of miles of earth. Tao Tai descended directly above the Wanchuan ghost kingdom, his terrifying figure suppressing heaven and earth. The eyes under his armpits opened, and there was a terrifyingly ferocious aura that flashed through, the sharpness appearing at first extremely frightening. At this moment, all the rampaging ghosts and monsters, their hearts were like being hit by a giant hammer, all of them froze in place, not daring to make any moves. Looking at the terrifying beast, the arrogant Yellow Springs Ghost King wilted and stood still, fearing that he would be targeted by it if he moved. Roar! Under the countless terrifying gazes, the Tao Tai suddenly raised its head and roared as it opened its bloody mouth. The huge mouth flashed with endless precious light, connecting as if there was a black hole that the heavens and earth seemed to be swallowed into. Boom! In an instant, the vault of the sky was shaken by wind and clouds. The sinister clouds formed by the intertwining of 10,000 miles of evil chi and ferocious chi were pulled by a vast force. It madly surged into the Tao Tai's bloody mouth, as if it was being devoured by it. Within moments, the already gloomy weather was revealed, and the drifting blood rain slowly dissipated. What is this thing? The many ghosts and monsters that stayed on the spot directly shrieked. It was too terrifying. Surprisingly, it had swallowed 10,000 miles of sinful clouds in one bite, that was condensed by an unknown number of ghosts and monsters in chi, and it hadn't even been burst. How was this something that could be done? Fierce beast. Tao Tai. The Yellow Springs Ghost King was like seeing a great terror, his body trembled violently and he ran away with a strange cry. Completely lacking the arrogance from before, there was no longer any semblance of bravado, nor was there any previous aura of wanting to pursue the great summer. The figure was in a sorry state, not caring about anything, the ghost kingdom and ghost soldiers that he had spent endless effort to build, all abandoned. Frantic, he was fleeing for his life. This ferocious god was much more brutal than Bai Feng and the nine-tailed sky fox. Chapter 46, the god sweeps across the nation, suppressing the endless sins. The Tao Tai, who had swallowed the nation's sinful clouds in one bite, didn't feel the slightest bit out of place, but instead smacked his lips as if he hadn't had enough to eat, and set his eyes on the millions of ghosts and monsters. In an instant, the millions of severe ghosts were as cold as if they had been scraped by an icy cold knife. Run! I don't know who shouted, and all of the severe ghosts began to quickly flee. Facing such a terrifying monster, they didn't have any mind to fight. The gluttonous Tao Tai, of course, couldn't let go of the food at his mouth. The sharp claws violently slapped above the void, and the immense power shattered the sky, crushing the firmament. Already fled to 100 miles away from the Yellow Springs Ghost King, felt the horror of the crisis, cannot help but look back, the ghost body exploded, by the horror of the power of the air shot burst. Within hundreds of miles, the void collapsed, and all the ghosts and monsters were blown up and turned into ghost energy. A huge mouth capable of swallowing everything in heaven and earth opened again, and countless ghosts and monsters were directly swallowed by it. Escape, escape, escape! Endless stern ghosts were wailing and terrified. Fearful souls trembled as they watched the terrifyingly ferocious Tao Tai devour endless ghosts and monsters with a single mouthful. All the transcendents were shocked. That was a party of countless severe ghosts of the Ghost Kingdom, very ferocious, one of the most terrifying jinxes in the Xia Kingdom. At this moment, however, it was directly suppressed, and the countless ghosts and monsters were even directly swallowed. Tao Tai was as if he couldn't get enough, all the ghosts, monsters and demons were not spared, and he opened his bloody mouth that devoured everything and ate them all. Tao Tai, the ancient books recorded an incomparably gluttonous god, with a huge mouth capable of swallowing everything under the sun. The paper Tai woman was dumbfounded, recalling the information she had gathered from the ancient books. This one was a ferocious god recorded in the country of Xia. The ghosts and monsters he killed wailed miserably and were incomparably ferocious. Just then, Bai Feng spread his wings and soared, directly rushing into the north. There, an endless chi surrounded the place, and a terrifying corpse chi rushed to the sky. 1 to 200,000 terrifying soldiers were ravaging the land. In a few breaths, it soared over 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Spread. The corpse king, who was fighting with the tomb guardian, suddenly felt his soul trembling. A great terror was staring at him, and he roared out of his mouth. Carrying the great sword in his hand, he drew back and ran, rushing towards the border. There was a deity staring at him. The Summer Kingdom could not stay. Nico. However, the long sky was turbulent and a loud chirp resounded between heaven and earth. Then there were flames rolling from the sky, and in the midst of the flames there was a divine bird spreading its wings and soaring. Wherever it traveled, all the lone souls and ghosts below all spontaneously combusted. Boom! Bai Feng's body was seething with divine power, and a blurry shadow that shook heaven and earth reappeared. It was as if that shadow was separated by endless space and time and endless years, and it gently made a point in the unknown space of the ancient past. Boom! Fire! The terrifying roiling red fire once again boiled the earth, transforming into an endless rolling king sun that generally rushed and raged above the earth. Ah! Endless stern ghosts were wailing and begging for mercy. The souls were burned by this merciless flame and turned into flying ash. No! The corpse king was shocked and ran as hard as he could. However, the raging and surging terrifying flames surged over, the scorching temperature burning out the heavens and earth, terrifying and abnormal. It enveloped the corpse king in an instant. Ah! The corpse king screamed in terror as a blazing fire ignited on his hard body. His endless corpse chi was being burned by this fire. He was in complete despair. The deity was truly too terrifying. Even if he had prepared himself mentally before, once he was confronted, he would be terrified and abnormal, and he was completely no match for it. The tombkeeper's already pale face paled a few more points. The flame of the copper lamp went out, and he transformed into a ghost body. Will not be treated as a piece of ghosts to be eliminated, right? The nine-tailed sky fox also stepped into the air, toward the border mountain range. There, the demons were seething, and beyond the border, there were even countless ghosts and monsters spying on the great summer. Within a few moments, he arrived at the borderlands. Finally! The blindly acting Taoist was heavily injured, spitting blood out of his mouth ceaselessly, his expression withered. With the great power of heaven and earth, borrowing the 9 palaces of the riddle, he blocked the Blood Ape King. Nine-tailed Skyfox's huge body stepped into the void, seemingly slow and elegant, but the mountains and rivers below changed at great speed, the stars shifted, and in the blink of an eye the terrifying aura descended on the border. In the midst of the labyrinth, the Blood Ape King was horrified, a strong fear surfaced on his face, and his body was trembling violently. Looking at the terrifying figure of the nine-tailed fox above, he fled desperately. Boom! Divine might turbulent void resounded as a terrifyingly sharp claw fell from high above, carrying a terrifyingly huge force. No matter how much the Blood Ape King, who claimed to possess the power to overturn a river, struggled, he was directly blown out of his body, and the remnants of his body's flesh and blood crumbled out tens of meters away. Elegantly withdrawing its sharp claws, the nine-tailed skyfox swayed its 9 tails behind its body. The fluorescent light that confused the world emerged from her body, and the art of charm was unleashed. Countless elves and monsters that were in fear raised their claws and attacked and killed their own kind around them. In the gazes of countless people who were horrified, they killed each other, and in less than a moment, all the ghosts and monsters fell to the ground. The 3 deities struck out, directly and forcefully knocking out the 3 forbidden places. The entire world was quiet, and the hearts of those who were secretly spying were chilled to the bone. The strength of these freshly revived divine beasts from the summer country was also too strong, completely exceeding common sense. The strength of the gods that were first to be revived in the other countries was not considered to be overwhelmingly strong, and was completely incomparable to these 3. The Yellow Springs Ghost King, the Thousand-Year Corpse King, and the Blood Ape King, all of which were top-notch ghosts and demons capable of dominating a party, did not have any power to fight back, and had absolutely no desire to fight. With this upheaval, the deities of the Xia Kingdom had once again refreshed the perceptions of those who were secretly snooping around. These ghosts and demons were all afraid, all of them chilled. One by one, their faces kept changing very wonderfully. I wanted to get a piece of the pie, but at this time, their hearts were terrified to the extreme. The 3 deities, their terrifying auras intertwined and glowed, suppressing the entire Xia Kingdom. How could another deity be revived? Below the imperial capital, a loud roar resounded through the sky. A moment later, the ghosts and monsters that had been foolishly moving in the imperial capital fell silent again and retreated back into the darkness. It was scared back? Sure enough, it's a bunch of old thieves who are greedy and afraid of death. Tu Lei retracted his pig-killing knife and said with great disdain. Next, clearing the entire Xia Kingdom, a one-sided massacre. Nine-tailed Skyfox's massive 100-meter-tall body stood on a side of a high mountain, and its vast momentum stirred the clouds, deterring all the ghosts and demons outside the border. Anyone who crosses the border will be killed without pardon. Taodai crazily swallowed all the ghosts and demons in the world, and Bai Feng held up the heavenly flames to burn out all the netherworld. This horrible scene lasted for a long time before slowly ending. Those ghosts and monsters that erupted to wreak havoc on the land of Xia and slaughtered human beings in the forbidden Jedi areas were directly blown up by all of them. This horrible disaster that swept across the country was finally over. Chapter 47, Skyrocketing Fragrance, 10,000 Swords Return. Miles and miles of mountains and rivers, between heaven and earth, all were silent. It was as if all sounds had disappeared, and the demons and devils were silent. Thousands of miles in the sky, only 3 terrifying mountain and sea beasts remained, suppressing heaven and earth. Those demons and monsters at the border that were foolishly interested in the Xia Kingdom fled frantically with fear. There was no guts in setting foot on that piece of land in Great Xia. Looking at the 3 gigantic divine beasts that suppressed all the chaos, the people of the Xia Kingdom were filled with intense gratitude. It was they who had disintegrated all the crises in the world. Thank you, gods, for saving the Xia Kingdom from its suffering, and for saving the tilting of the heavens. Thank you to all the gods for saving my life. Thank you to the many gods for saving our lives. There were loud echoes from all over the place, and for a moment, they resounded throughout the entire land of the Xia kingdom, reverberating violently in the firmament. The blazing fire through the sky converged into his body, and Bai Feng's figure shrunk sharply, transforming into the size of a sparrow, and once again falling back into the Phoenix Mountain. The nine-tailed heavenly fox also stepped into the air from the top of the high mountain, elegantly swaying its 9 huge tails and disappearing. Roar! With a roar, Tao Tai received Qin Feng's order. Shrinking in size, he stealthily entered the land of Shu and went to suppress the remnants of the Wanchuan ghost kingdom. It had been entrenched by demons and monsters for many years, and the yin qi remaining there was very dense, which would breed countless demonic turmoil. Letting Tao Tai suppress there was partly because it was suitable for it, and partly to prevent further demonic turmoil. This is gone? The paper-tying woman was still in a bit of a trance right now. Looking at the deities that had suppressed the unrest, they had directly hidden their forms and were nowhere to be found. If it wasn't for them, the Xia kingdom's losses would have been even heavier, more people would have died, and maybe those demon king ghost king's plan would have succeeded. Rescuing suffering and saving billions of people. This was a great merit that would allow the entire Xia kingdom to give thanks. The heavens and earth returned to silence, and the sinful ghost domains were removed. This great calamity, it's over. Qin Feng slowly let out a sigh of relief. With a thought, the thunder lightning sword under his feet accelerated violently, swaying out a bright light as he returned to Huai City. He returned to his courtyard and walked into the hut. After sitting in meditation for a few moments, he opened his eyes. I'm afraid, the one who will benefit the most from this great calamity is me. This time, Qin Feng had summoned Tao Tai, one of the 4 great fierce beasts. The quality of his body in all aspects had been greatly enhanced. He had also obtained the fierce beast Tao Ye's talent, devouring. This devouring talent was terrifying. Not only could it be used against the enemy, it can also be used to gain abilities through devouring everything under the sun for one's own cultivation. There is an even greater benefit. That is to be able to obtain more incense. The ghosts and monsters were ravaging the entire Xia kingdom, and the 3 divine beasts had come out to save the day, which had caused Qin Feng's incense to climb rapidly, and it still hadn't stopped yet. The mind sank into his mind and the system's data appeared in front of Qin Feng. Activation icon, 7. Summoning times, 0. Incense flame, 187,029. After only a few hours had passed, the incense had climbed by tens of thousands again, coming to as much as 180,000. Only, it was a bit far away from the next time one got to summon a contracted spirit. Next time, it would require 500,000 incense values to get the number of times a contract spirit would be summoned. However, judging by the current growth rate, Qin Feng wouldn't have to wait much longer before the incense would be able to grow to 500,000. Glancing at the ancient scroll, Tao Tai and the other 3 terrifying figures. Looking at the other illusions again, Qin Feng was very much looking forward to what kind of characters from the Mountain and Sea Sutra he would be able to summon next time. Claim the reward. Qin Feng had killed the sinister Python King with a sword and had not yet claimed the reward he had obtained. The system's beep rose. Reward opening in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, 10,000 swords. Nameless 10,000 swords returning? A brilliant light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes and he became joyful. This time, the reward was another sword technique. The 10,000 swords returning to the palace was mysterious and unpredictable, very difficult to cultivate, and not many people in the Win Fortune world had refined it. It required one to disqualify oneself from martial arts, and was created by nameless master ancestor, Sword Venerable. It is the highest realm of sword art. Once you make 10,000 swords, like a servant meeting his master, like the king of swords, 10,000 swords worship. Once the sword moves, the overwhelming sword chi is born from the body can be transformed into a green smoke, the sword chi scattered in all directions. Numerous sharp swords flying like a storm rolled up, the powerful without giant. The force is very high. If placed in Qin Feng's hands, the power would increase even more. With the sword royal art in conjunction with the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, and with the use of mana to catalyze it, the attack that erupted would definitely be higher than in nameless hands. An illusory book that shimmered with arcane light appeared in front of Qin Feng, then turned into bright light and merged into Qin Fei's mind. Immediately afterward, a mantra that sounded slowly in the void like a human chanting. 10,000 chi self-generated, sword punching the abolished points, return to Yuan martial arts, Zhong Yuan Gong Long. Without having to waste his own martial arts, Qin Feng directly grasped the 10,000 swords returning to Zhong Yuan. Originally, Qin Feng's overpowering aura had abruptly changed again. The entire person was as if he had withdrawn his sword back into its sheath, his aura introverted. Only, he appeared even more profound. His aura was even more unique, ethereal and dashing, just like an immortal in the world of red dust. The Great Tribulation ended. There were also countless deaths and injuries in the Xia kingdom, and an atmosphere of sadness prevailed. Numerous forces also began to operate quickly. This time, the losses were so heavy that many communication facilities were damaged. Energized lighting, drinking water, communication, and so on. The entire country had been paralyzed. This was the time when the terror of the Summer Kingdom began to unfold, showing the terrifying power of the nation. Drinking water was restored in a day's time, solving the drinking water problems of many ordinary people. Within a week, the power and communication problems were all completely solved. Ding dong! A cell phone ringtone woke up Qin Feng, who was in the middle of cultivation. Picking up his cell phone and looking at the date and time, he realized that a week had passed and that communication and electricity had been fixed. He hadn't even noticed the passage of time. Sure enough, there are no years in cultivation. There were 2 messages flashing, one from Shan Hai and the other from Fish Xining, both asking if they were well. After all, after going through such a great hardship, who knew who would die? To Chen Hao, he replied back, "It's okay, I beheaded a large python a few days ago, and I'm now practicing." A small pretense. Upon seeing Fish Xining's message, Qin Feng was silent for a while, and finally edited the 2 words in Hao and sent it over. Concubine is known. As you wish. An Ha. Imperial capital, in a luxurious hospital room. Lying in a silver-haired young woman, it is the suppression of the Shulan that the general director of reactions Zaki female. Next to her, sitting and watching is Fish Xining. At this time, her usual high spirits were absent, and she was holding her cell phone with a slightly red face and a little shyness. Ugh! Seeing this appearance, Paper Tie Lady sighed long and sadly. A woman is too old to be a woman. Grandmother, what are you saying? Upon hearing this, Fish Xining panicked and put her cell phone behind her back, ranting with shyness. Chapter 48, Roll. Don't take it from me. 2 days. Qin Feng's small courtyard was bustling with activity as Yang Liangong brought people here. After seeing Qin Feng, both Yang Liangong and Mao Changhua were shocked. He had changed too much. Compared to before, he was a completely different person. He looked like an immortal who was out of this world, transcendent, standing in the courtyard, vaguely connected to heaven and earth. It is really the ancient true way, the person in the immortal. It was only after half a second that the 2 of them came back to their senses, turning their heads to look at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Greetings, fellow Daoist Qin Feng. Fellow Daoist has saved me repeatedly, and it's a shame that I've only come to the door to pay my respects now. Mao Changhua spoke first. He was a few years older than Yang Liangong, yet he didn't dare to be arrogant at all in front of Qin Feng and referred to him as a fellow Daoist. It doesn't matter if you do it casually. Qin Feng said indifferently. Opening the door, he introduced the duo inside and came to sit in the living room. Just after taking his seat, Mao Changhua spoke again. Elder Wang would have come as well, but his injuries are just too serious and he's still lying in the hospital, unable to get off the ground. I can only be allowed to thank you on my behalf. Yang Liangong sat on the side with endless shock still hidden in his eyes. Upon learning that Qin Feng had flown with a sword and decapitated the head sinister Python King with a single sword, the entire person was dumbfounded. That was a demon king that was ranked among the top in Xia, had escaped many sieges by the response bureau, and was terrifyingly strong. In the end, he was beheaded with a single sword. Let Elder Wang recuperate at ease. Although Qin Feng did not know who Elder Wang was, he understood that it was the old man who fought with the sinister Python King that day and spoke. Elder Wang was able to suppress the Yellow River Jedi region alone for several years as if it were one day, protecting the peace of one side. With this great merit alone, it makes me admire him. No need to be so troublesome, take care of your body. To be honest, he quite admired this group of people in his heart. With all their strength, they didn't go to enjoy their happiness. Instead, they were in the darkness, fighting for the Xia kingdom and suppressing countless ghostly scourges. Such behavior, Qin Feng himself could not do. After the 2 of them uncourteous for a while longer, they entered the main topic. Little wind, this time, Jingguo Mao has come. It's to ask you once more if you want to join the response bureau? Finally, Yang Liangong opened his mouth and asked. As long as fellow Daoist Qin Feng joins the reaction bureau, any conditions can be considered. Mao Changhua hurriedly added. After this ghost sadness, the reaction bureau's transcendence had suffered serious losses. A supreme combatant like Qin Feng was extremely desired in the reaction directorate. These were the conditions given by the reaction directorate after many of its top executives had discussed the matter. I'm used to being idle and don't really like having any constraints. Under the duo's expectant gazes, Qin Feng shook his head and opened his mouth to refuse. Although they had known the outcome for a long time, the duo could not stop their disappointment. Finally Mao Changhua suppressed his disappointment and said with a smile. Respect the opinion of fellow Daoist. However, if fellow Daoist ever raises an interest in the response bureau, today's conditions will still count. Qin Feng was the only true Dao in the Summer Kingdom. This identity alone had already interested countless people in the reaction bureau. The duo got up to take their leave. Walking out into the courtyard, Mao Changhua slapped his head and spoke. Look at this brain of mine. Does fellow Daoist Qin Feng want to come with us? The reward for the sinister Python King you killed is up to $10 million, just sign in the response bureau and the money will be there. 10 million. Qin Feng froze for a moment. All along he hadn't had much of a concept of money, just enough to spend. Recently, however, there were places where he wanted to use money. Wanting to build a mountain villa in a remote and unpopulated place. In the future, his strength would become stronger and stronger, and there would be more and more secrets, so if he continued to stay in Huaichang, there would be more and more trouble. With money, this matter would be easy to solve. Alright. Nodding, Qin Feng accompanied the duo to the reaction bureau. Just after arriving at the reaction bureau, he saw the fat deputy director smiling like a woman welcoming him at the door with a document. After signing his name, the money would arrive a day later. Politely refusing the offer of several people to see him off, Qin Feng walked out of the reaction bureau by himself. Just as he exited the gate, he sensed a stream of sight sizing him up and immediately turned his head to look. The strand of sight disappeared and only a gorgeous back was seen. What an odd aura. Looking at the woman's back, Qin Feng furrowed his brows. It was human, yet her body was tainted with a disgusting power that made Qin Feng feel sick. Night. The moon, which had been hiding for several days, finally rose, and it was still a full moon. The bright moonlight sprinkled all over the ground, making people feel incomparably at peace. Qin Feng sat at home and did not cultivate, instead, he was checking the changes in the incense. Activation icon, 7. Summoning times, 0. Incense flame, 47,321. After a week or so, the incense value had risen to over 400,000. The average daily increase was truly impressive. Within this week, the Taoyu's divine power statue was also made. Coupled with the 3 divine beasts saving the world, that was why the incense had grown so impressive. It was getting closer and closer to the next opportunity to summon a contracted spirit. Knock knock knock. A knock on the door woke Qin Feng up. Withdrawing his mind and frowning, who would come to find himself in the middle of the night? Pressing down the doubts in his mind, Qin Feng went downstairs and opened the door. Only to see a sultry woman standing in front of his door. It's the woman who sized herself up during the day. Seeing this woman, Qin Feng said in his heart. Suppressing the disgust in his heart, he wanted to watch what the woman was going to do. Little brother, living by yourself. Seeing Qin Feng show his face, Sangjing Jiesha couldn't help but feel happy in her heart and spoke in a soft voice. She also pretended that between inadvertent moments, she shook open her loose clothing by a few points, and for a moment, her spring light leaked out. Watching this female's performance, Qin Feng furrowed his brows and kept his mouth shut. Seeing Qin Feng's appearance, Sangjing Jiesha cursed furiously in her heart, but on her face, she did not move in and continued to increase her strength. Little brother, can you let me go in and sit down? It's too dark outside, I'm scared. Saying that, he also patted his chest, and there was a wave. Since that shook off a few moments of the wide clothes, it was clear to see from Qin Feng's perspective. This is luring me? Qin Feng froze, understanding the woman's intentions. Seeing Qin Feng froze, Aoi Jiesha's face was ecstatic and her heart was disdainful. A stinky man still pretending to be reserved. Men aren't all the same, what's the point of pretending to be aloof? They're still in the palm of my hand. Later, I must train this person in front of me into an obedient puppet. Her body belongs to Orochi Amikami. Just as Aoi Jiesha was cursing angrily in her heart, she only felt a fierce wind rising. Scram! Don't take it from me. Splat! A loud slap rose immediately afterward. Ai Not spun around in the air a few times and smashed down to the ground. Climbing up, she covered the swollen half of her face. Looking at Qin Feng, who slowly withdrew his palm, confused. Chapter 49, Sword Beheading Demoness, Attack of the Orochi. Disgusting. Disgusted, Qin Feng shook off his palms with a look of disgust. The aura on this woman's body was just too disgusting. You, how dare you hit me? Aoi Jiesha was persistently confused and asked in a frozen manner. Self-esteem was shot to hell. Her clothes were almost off and she was gloating when she was slapped and spun around in the air a few times. She then became enraged, her complexion went manic, her eyes filled with malice as she stared at Qin Feng, roaring. Baka, I'm going to kill you. Boom! A ghostly green energy suddenly rose from this woman's body. Then a powerful force erupted from itself. The powerful force ravaged the void, sending sand flying for a while. Her hands transformed into a pair of beastly claws and grabbed straight towards Qin Feng's chest. Neon Transcendent. How dare you set foot in the land of the 9 states? Hearing the neon language, Qin Feng's face turned completely cold and moved to kill. A neon high-ranked transcendent setting foot in the land of Grand Xia, this kind of wolfish thing was bound to not have any good intentions. A hand was extended, followed by a great noise of thunder and light in the room behind him, accompanied by the rich sound of a sword. The immortal sword was unsheathed, and its sharpness was extremely bright. The terrifying sword aura cut through the void and suppressed the 4 directions. With a flash of thunder light, the thunder lightning sword had appeared in front of Qin Feng. The tip of the sword slashed, the void trembled and a vast sword aura violently chopped towards Ali, nodding. How? Impossible. Qin Feng reaching out with a sword really stunned Sangjing Jiesha, and she exclaimed repeatedly under her breath. The Xia kingdom had suffered a great calamity, and the surrounding defenses were severely lacking, so she took this opportunity to sneak into the great Xia lands, in order to explore the secrets of the Xia kingdom's deities. That was why she was the first to arrive at the place where Bai Feng had first awakened, Hui City. Seeing as ordinary people like Qin Feng in and out of the response bureau all have a high-level follower's attitude is very respectful, so they thought it was a high-level son of the family of the Xia state. He thought that he was the son of one of the senior members of the family of the summer country, so he wanted to seduce him and take control of him, so that he could explore the news for himself. Never expected, ordinary people like Qin Feng actually brought her this fifth-order transcendentalist horror full sense of crisis. Sharp sword she attacked, tearing through the void and setting off a gust of wind. Sangjing Jiesha's heart was trembling violently, as if it was a great terror that she had encountered. Quickly opening her mouth, she spat out a mouthful of ghostly green, foul-smelling sticky liquid. Boom! That liquid, although ugly in character, went also terrifying, like the most poisonous thing in the world, surprisingly corroded Qin Feng's sword chi. Humph! Qin Feng coldly grunted. The thunder-light sword floated into his hand. Terrifying sword chi erupted and coalesced around him into a long sword that stopped at its perimeter. 10,000 swords roared, resounding through the heavens and earth, as if there were truly countless swords trembling around him. At this moment, Qin Feng was like a monarch among swords, his sharp and bright sword aura rushing up to the 9 heavens and breaking through the firmament. Within a radius of 100 meters, all the long swords buzzed and trembled in battle, falling in Qin Feng's direction as if they were kneeling in worship. This is a terrifying stance? Aoi Jiesha was chilled. In the face of such a horrifying scene, there was no half-heartedness in her heart to stay down. He turned his head and left, fleeing with his life. 10,000 swords return. Qin Feng exploded. The 10,000 long swords condensed around his body's sword chi transformed into a long dragon of swords, carrying a sharp whistling sound, stirring up the strong winds that connected heaven and earth, and decapitating towards the fleeing Aoi Kesa. Poof! Bright red blood splattered everywhere, and that neon girl's body was directly torn into pieces. Only a tattered head that was still intact remained, landing on the ground and rolling around, with a strong fear remaining in her expression. Dead beyond death. Having killed this person, Qin Feng's heart did not fluctuate in any way as he put away his longsword and was about to call for Yang Liangong to deal with this matter. A strange change occurred abruptly. The eyes of that one tattered head snapped open, revealing a malevolent expression as it opened its mouth and roared out. The Yachi great god will not let you go. It will come across the oceans and raise a bloody storm in this land of Xia to avenge me. You will definitely be brutally abused by the great god of 8 gifts as well. A sword chi erupted, and the Nico woman's head directly shattered, and her voice stopped abruptly. No wonder the odor on her body is so disgusting. So it's a messenger woman who serves Orochi, how disgusting. After clarifying the identity of this female, Qin Feng felt even more disgusted. After the phone call was dialed, Yang Liangong hurriedly arrived in a car. After getting out of the car, Yang Liangong's entire body trembled violently, feeling the terrifying sword chi that remained in the void. It was too terrifying. Suppressing the horror in his heart, Yang Liangong stood in place and spoke worriedly. Little wind, no injuries, right? It's fine. Qin Feng gently shook his head and responded. What is the identity of the person who assassinated you? Taking a look at the splattered blood and flesh, unable to recognize any characteristics at all, Yang Liangong could only ask Qin Feng. A fifth-order transcendent. A messenger girl who serves the Yaki Orochi. Qin Feng only returned 2 pieces of information. Yet it was enough, and Yang Liangong instantly guessed his identity. Aoi Kesa. Called by the Neonites as Orochi Oroki's favorite love pet. Yang Liangong exclaimed loudly. And next to the Neon Island's 5th-ranked transcendentals, he knew all of them. The likes of Aoi Kesa were even more memorable. And what shocked Yang Liangong the most was that Aoi Jiesha was an old 5th-order transcendent who had actually been decapitated by Qin Feng. Qin Feng's strength was truly terrifying. Qin Feng. The next matter would be left to the Yangliang Industrial Response Bureau. Qin Feng was not interested and directly collected his sword to go home and sleep. Nihon Island. A huge monstrous snake with 8 heads and 8 tails was enshrined in a bustling temple. Incense was in full bloom and countless neon people came here to make offerings and pray for blessings. Suddenly, a loud roar startled the people who were kneeling in worship. Roar! Behind the temple, deep in the mountains, slumbered the Yamanano Orochi. At this moment, it suddenly revived and hissed up to the sky. The body quickly surged, exceeding 100 meters in the blink of an eye. 8 pairs of reddish eyes stained the void in front of them into a blood-red color. The great god of the 8 gifts has awakened. Quickly kneel down and pray for good luck. Pray for the great god's blessings. Countless ne'er-do-wells bent their legs to the ground and kowtowed. Yachi Orochi paid no attention to these people. His body swam rapidly towards the distance, diving into the ocean floor and swimming towards the distance. Roar! 8 heads as huge as small mountains hissed in unison to the sky. A ferocious aura stirred up the sky, and in a trance the entire island shook violently. The multiple huge tails of the 8 gigantic serpents swung violently, supporting its huge body and leaping violently. Diving headfirst into the sea, it set off 100 feet high shocking waves. turned into an undersea beast, with a terrifying ferocious might, shocking thousands of miles of sea, extremely fast to the far side of the swimming away. Chapter 50, Neon Invasion. Summon the contracted spirit again. In a great hall of extreme splendor, a group of people who were discussing the hunt for the deities of the Summer Kingdom awoke with a jolt. They saw the imposing Orochi Orochi's figure hurrying away. After half a second, several people came back to their senses. It seems that Aoi's mission failed Jade. The Orochi great god has awakened. A ninja shrouded in black cloth said quietly. The Summer Kingdom dares to provoke my neon like this, then let the Yaki great god teach them a lesson. Oblivious to the fact that sending others to set foot on another country's territory to spy on information was so disgusting. Now the Xia Kingdom is really bold, thinking that having a deity gives them a backbone? Then let them know that deities are also divided into classes. The general sitting at the top said coldly. Of the deities that have been revived across the globe and have been able to descend, the Yaki great god is at the top of the list in terms of strength. It's easy to deal with the Summer Kingdom. There were also ranks amongst the deities, it was just difficult for humans to get involved. The general only realized the situation of the dots after he broke through the 6th rank. General, why don't we use satellites to broadcast a global live broadcast of the scene where the Yaki great god violently beat the entire Xia Kingdom? In this way, not only will we be able to strike a blow to the Xia countryside, but we'll also be able to raise our Neon Island's status in the international arena. 1 game, 2 gains. The middle-aged man dressed as a yin-yang master confidently opened his mouth to propose. That's right, this is a good plan. Such a wonderful plan, very good. The crowd of people praised in succession. The general also nodded with satisfaction, shaking his body in self-complacency and said, "This plan is very good, and I thought of the same thing." An order was given, and Neon Island's satellite and live broadcasting equipment was adjusted. Then, a bizarre live broadcast appeared on the global platform. The live broadcast screen. A deep, dark sea with rough waves and wild waves sweeping dozens of meters high. Someone soon flooded into this live broadcast room and was dumbfounded to see such a picture. A few sporadic comments crossed over. So boring? Surprisingly using a satellite to broadcast the ocean live. Anchor, what the hell are you looking at? Immediately thereafter, a viewer discovered the great horror. Oh my god. There's a huge shadow swimming in the ocean at high speeds, and those violent waves are created by it as it swims. 8 heads and 8 tails, it's the neon deity, Yagi Orochi. At that moment, the title of the live broadcast changed. The great god of the Yamatatsuki has set out to conquer the Summer Kingdom and kill the gods. In an instant, 1,000 waves were stirred up. The entire international community had a huge reverberation as countless people swarmed into the live broadcast room. The pop-ups rolled wildly. Live streaming the beheading of a deity, it's fantastic. Summer Kingdom, is there a deity? Once the Orochi was revived, it suppressed the Neon Island Ghost Scourge, its strength stands at its peak, the Summer Kingdom is definitely no match. Viewers from Lighthouse Country, I've long been displeased with Xia, how dare they enslave and oppress the people. Audience from Great Cosmos, Xia is shameless and should have been destroyed a long time ago, actually stealing our country's inherited deities, without the slightest bit of shame. The Great Cosmos is the place where deities originate from. Audience from White Elephant Nation, we were about to send troops to Xia, but we didn't expect to be preempted by any Ihon Island. Cardinal of the Holy See, the kingdom of Xia is full of heretics, the Lord said there should be baptism to wash away the sins. At this time, the middle of the Summer Kingdom was also stirred up. Someone had discovered the Neon Island's live broadcast. The news that the Orochi was going to come to Xia to cause chaos, and instantly the news exploded all over the internet. Countless people and transcendents were horrified. Xia had just gone through a great disaster and had only just recovered its domestic situation. Now that there was another divine catastrophe, it would be difficult to support it, and there was a fear that the country would be in danger of being destroyed once again. The Imperial Capital Reaction General Bureau. A meeting was quickly held, and a group of senior officers quickly arrived. These wolfish guys from Neon Island, they are truly disgusting. It was clearly them who sent the spies first. Tule slammed the table, his entire body like a raging lion, opening his mouth to curse angrily. Sit down, this is not the time to argue about this. The paper-tying woman sat on top of a wheelchair and said with a tight and majestic face. How should we respond now? We can only turn to the power of the gods, we are too weak. Wang Zhengchang were wrapped in gauze, his face pale and weak as he spoke. Pass the message out, let the people go to the statues of the 3 deities to pray, I have counted on a silver lining. The blind old Taoist said in a breathless voice. The deduction of the deities had a huge backlash on him. Coupled with the heavy blows he had received earlier, he was now seriously injured. In fact, there was no need for the response bureau to release the news, countless panicked people had already gone to the statue to pray. In a moment, incense was piled up in front of every statue of Baifeng, the 9-tailed sky fox, and Taotia's divine power. The countless populace didn't want to be in fear anymore after the suffering they had experienced only a week ago. Huai City. Qin Feng, who was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, was so oblivious that he didn't notice the choppy messages of reality. Congratulations to the host for reaching $500,000 in incense, rewarding one contracted spirit summoning. The system's beeps rose, waking up Qin Feng, who was in the middle of his cultivation. Strange, how did the incense flames suddenly grow abnormally? Qin Feng was somewhat puzzled as he watched the incense fire grow extremely fast, with no momentum to slow down yet. It was a sudden outburst, growing by more than $50,000 in a violent manner. Picking up his cell phone, he looked at a frantic push on the internet. An hour had already passed. A projectile dares to come to Daxia to make waves. Qin Feng couldn't help but let his eyes turn morose, a cold light overflowing as he said in a cold tone. Yaki Orochi, ha! Apparently, the neon spy that he had beheaded had indeed awakened the Yachi Orochi. System, summon the contracted spirit. Qin Feng no longer hesitated. The ancient scroll slowly opened. A horrifying picture once again appeared in Qin Feng's mind. Above the vast expanse of earth, a terrifying flood raged, devouring countless people. In the midst of that raging flood, there was a fearful silhouette with a vast aura like the Milky Way, suppressing the heavens and the earth. With a wave of his hand, countless shocking waves, lifting up 10,000 waves, rushed up to the ninth heaven, shaking the heavens. The image flashed. Another terrifying silhouette appeared. That person stood on top of a 10,000-foot mountain, looking down at the raging flood, endless rage rising on his face. The profound human Tao fortune behind him transformed into a 10,000-foot golden dragon that roared up to the sky. At that moment the heavens and earth darkened, the sun and the moon lost their light, and thousands of stars and buckets vibrated in unison. As the time grew closer, the 8-giant serpent had already entered the waters of the Summer Kingdom. A huge body was revealed, and a terrifying ferocious might had filled the sky above the Xia Kingdom. It was about to disembark. Chapter 51, Sagittarius descends and violently beats the Yagi Orochi. In the live broadcast room, countless people were staring at this scene with unblinking eyes. Some people were cracking their lips as if they were coated in blood, revealing their white teeth as they laughed wildly. Some people's eyes showed panic and looked terrified, worrying about their next fate. Boom! A terrifying ferocious might overflowed out in all directions, and all of a sudden, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, stirring thousands of miles of seawater and vibrating for thousands of miles just like Wang Yang. The entire body of the 8-giant serpent was revealed. 8 huge snake heads like small mountains, revealing vicious gazes staring at the vast land above the coast. This scene caused a pop-up screen to frantically swipe in the live broadcast room. Too strong, Neon Island's Orochi deserves to be the first group of deities to awaken, their strength is really strong. Ha ha ha. The Summer Kingdom has just experienced a ghost scourge, and now there's a god war. Many transcendents have definitely been scared to death. The Yamanano Orochi will surely win and return in triumph after decimating all the deities of the Summer Kingdom. A wild feast in the live broadcast room. The sky collapsed as the tall figure of the Orochi slowly swam towards the land of Xia to raise boundless waves of blood and corpses. Taodai, Baifeng, and the nine-tailed skyfox did not move at all. Looking at the terrifying figure of the 8-giant serpent, countless people in the Xia Kingdom felt despair. With the gods cowering in fear, what hope did the Xia Kingdom have? Roar! With a roar, the mountains and rivers collapsed by 1,000 miles, and the air swallowed 10,000 miles in a circle, as a fearful figure stretched horizontally between the heavens and the earth. As a mountain like a mountain to suppress the 4 seas and 8 deserts, the horror of the aura tearing the sky, invincible. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the mountain and sea beast, Xiang Lu. There is a record in the classic of mountains and seas, Shangliu, Gonggong's minister, named Xiangyao, 9-headed snake body, since the ring, eating in the 9 earth. What he eats is the source of water, and it is not bitter, and there is no way for any of the beasts to be able to handle it. Sagittarius, Yagi Orochi, it's really faithful. Qin Feng sneered. Most of the myths and legends of Neon Island were taken off from the Xia myths. Nowadays, however, they were in a very screaming frenzy, and all of them were a bunch of underfed wolf cubs since ancient times. Rumble. Sagittarius' massive body descended, even more massive than the Orochi. The green body of the snake coiled, 9 human faces staring at the Orochi. Directly towards the 8-gifted great serpent, he attacked fiercely. In a split second, Sagittarius' terrifyingly huge power caused the sky to turn over, thousands of miles of seawater poured in, and the ferocious aura that covered the sky tore through the void. In the face of this ferocious and horrifying strike, the 8-gigantic serpent did not dare to receive it, and the ferocious light in its eyes retreated. Madly twisting his huge body, he wanted to dodge Xiang Lu's attack. However, Xiang Lu simply did not give him this opportunity, 9 huge heads surging madly. The 10,000 miles of seawater under his feet, as if in a trance, transformed into raging waves, crazily impacting towards the 8-giant serpent. Wherever it passed, it became a swampy country. Sagittarius possessed an overwhelming power to control water, and the boundless seawater turned into weapons under his feet. Ow! The 8 faces of the Orochi were terrified beyond measure, and its 8 huge tails surged madly, but it was also dragged into the seawater, screaming miserably. The seawater at this time was like a heavenly sword, blossoming with sharpness, with invincible killing power. 2 huge beasts with horrifying figures, in the middle of the seawater, frantically wreaked havoc and wrestled. Terrifying baneful chi penetrated the sky, and the enormous power shook the heavens and moved the earth. Seeing the opportunity, the 8 giant serpents opened their 8 large mouths in unison, violently spewing out ghostly green mucus, striking towards Shangliu. Wow! Xianglu's mind moved, boundless seawater gathered, and a huge water curtain rose up, blocking that ghostly green mucus. Being struck by that ghostly green mucus, countless seawater was dyed green, obviously containing a terrifying poison. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Orochi retreated again and again. The 8 pairs of eyes carried deep horror in them, revealing a look of awe. Sagittarius didn't let go of the Orochi at all, setting off a terrifying wave. Boom! Thousands of miles of ocean collapsed, and Sagittarius' massive body stood above the boundless seawater, its terrifying aura suppressing thousands of miles. The body twisted and jerked towards the Yagyu Great Serpent. Ow! The 8 gifted Great Serpent let out a mournful scream. Countless phantom green blood stained the 100 miles of ocean, and a fearful wound began to appear on its body. At this moment, it was as if it had gone mad, and its huge body had suffered a heavy blow. The already desperate residents around the Xia coast were stunned at the sight of this scene. Who was this deity that went into battle? The Orochi that had attacked from Neon Island was unexpectedly no match for it at all. It had been pressed and beaten, completely powerless to resist, with only a loud wail. At this time, it was also finally clear why the other 3 deities of the Summer Kingdom hadn't moved. Surprisingly, it was another deity that had revived. One couldn't help but have the entirety of the Xia Kingdom rejoice. In the live broadcast room, all the people were stunned, and even the pop-up scrolling on the screen emptied. Everyone was staring in disbelief, the people of the Lighthouse Country, the White Elephant Country, and the Neon People, etc., looking at the scene in front of them not daring to imagine it. Yachi Orochi was the first to recover globally, and his strength stood as an existence of the top deities. It was claimed to be unrivaled amongst the deities that had been able to descend. Now, it was completely suppressed and brutally beaten by a newly revived deity. The Neon People who had been so excited before were on the verge of tears, feeling their faith crumble. Moments later the pop-ups finally came back. Only the tone had all changed. Fake, right? In the past, the Neon People boasted wildly about how powerful Orochi was, but in the end, it was too humiliating to pull off a fight like this. Oh, it seems that dealing with the Summer Kingdom will still have to see me, the White Elephant, make a move. The Neon Islanders were having trouble accepting this, and were frantically typing in pop-ups. Yachi Great God, fight back. Beat that Xia Kingdom deity to death, behead the deity to prove yourself. However, a scene that was even harder for the Neon Islanders to accept happened. Only to see the Yagyu Orochi that was fighting in the rough ocean. After breaking free from Xiang Lu in a frenzy, it directly zipped into the ocean, breaking through the waters under Xiang Lu's control at an extremely fast speed, fleeing desperately in the direction of Neon. Mighty and domineering came. 10,000 points fled in a sorry state. He didn't even step on the land of Xia. The world's attention was drawn to the appearance of that fleeing in a state of distress. On Nahon Island, the general in front of the live broadcasting equipment saw the scene and his face was very ugly. He fiercely glared at that yin-yang master, blindly coming up with some idea of a global live broadcast. Now the entire Neon Island had become a global joke for everyone to laugh at. What conquering the Xia Kingdom and killing deities? Was it going to the Xia Kingdom to die and be beheaded? Escape! Qin Feng was also watching the live broadcast on his cell phone, looking at the madly fleeing Orochi. A morose smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If the enemy can go, I can also go. Chapter 52, Double Standard Live. Kill on Neon Island. Only defending and not attacking, that was called cowardice. Cowardice would only invite more bullying. Only after you show a strong strength would there be countless people in the neighborhood who would call you brother and brother, not daring to show their fangs. Go after them and tear the Orochi for me. Qin Feng recited silently in his heart. And so the battle that was about to end in the eyes of the globe took another turn for the worse. Roar! Only to see that Sagittarius got 9 heads hissing. Revealing a ferocious look, they harnessed 1,000 miles of seawater and stood on top of the shocking waves, chasing after the fleeing Yagyu Orochi at an extremely fast speed. Attack and defense changed shape, and the position of the combatants shifted. Countless people were dumbfounded by this scene. In the live broadcast room, countless pop-up screens began to surge wildly. Viewers from the Great Stick Country, heavens! The Great Summer's deities are so cruel, the Orochi has been defeated in battle, and they still won't let it go. Audience of the Great White Elephant Country, bullying. Just defeat him and stop chasing after him. Cardinal Bourbon of the Holy See, heretics through and through, so cruel that the Xia Kingdom is bound to suffer destruction. It instantly degenerated into a large double-standard scene. Seeing these pop-ups, Qin Feng was furious and laughed. When Orochi came to attack the Xia kingdom, these people were all clapping their hands. One by one, they couldn't wait for the rapid destruction of the Xia kingdom. Now, Shang Liu went after the incoming enemy. These people were again going to stand on the moral high ground to accuse the Xia kingdom of being cruel. In the eyes of these people, the Xia kingdom shouldn't exist and should have been reduced to a ghostly realm. It's true. The other side of the sea are all enemies. Soon the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room changed slightly, with a different voice. Today we will go on a journey, vowing to cut down the Orochi. Whoever violates the land of my Xia will be executed even if it's far away. The people of Xia had already rushed to the scene at a rapid pace, and the two pop-up screens crazily brushed the screen. A classic national curse appeared on the screen. A group of double-standard dogs. Ing thing, this thing is neon set off the unrest, Orochi to come to slaughter us, do not want to happily stick out his head not? I'll be cruel. One day, if I have the power, I'll raise my ashes for you. The ocean was also bustling with activity. The two behemoths were in a fierce chase. One head of the Orochi looked back and saw the thousands of miles of ocean waves behind it, and was immediately scared out of its wits. It was terrified in its heart and was fleeing even more desperately. It is very remorseful in its heart. It hated that letter girl, Oijisha, for allowing itself to provoke such a terrifying existence. For the sake of a favored plaything, it was too worthless. Ayagi looked at the madly fleeing Orochi, all 9 pairs of eyes were filled with playfulness. It was as if they were toying with their prey. The speed of the two beasts' chase was fast, and before long, the shadow of Neon Island appeared. The 8-giant serpent was ecstatic as its huge body scurried out of the ocean and stepped into the air, frantically fleeing into the Neon Island. Roar! Sagittarius roared violently, and the vast divine power within his body exploded, covering 1,000 miles of ocean. All 10,000 miles of ocean shook violently, and shockingly large waves swept up into the 9 heavens, washing over the firmament. Boom! A monstrous wave violently lifted up, directly covering the air-stepping Yagyu Orochi violently into the seabed. No longer teasing and toying, Xiang Lu violently charged forward. An aura from the Manhwa was emitted from his body, converging into a pattern with a ferocious aura that surfaced on his green body, setting off the Xiang Lu as even more ferocious and terrifying, even more horrifying. The terrifying great battle was carried out in the seabed. The two behemoths collided fiercely, and the thousands of miles of sea shook, raising a monstrous wave. The bottom of the deep sea was ravaged by the two terrifying forces, and a huge crack appeared. Ow! The Orochi fiercely let out a mournful and incomparable roaring sound, which traveled far and wide through the deep seawater. Bang! A small mountain-like head broke through the seawater and flew into the sky, finally smashing into the Neon Island not far away. That was one of the heads of the Orochi, which was currently being ripped off hard by a huge force. The two behemoths fighting at the bottom of the sea revealed their faces and ascended to the shore of Neon Island. The Orochi was miserable beyond measure, a trail of exposed teeth marks filled its entire body. The head in the very center was directly and violently ripped off. At this moment, the huge body trembled violently, looking at the attacking Sagittary behind him, terrified beyond measure. As Sagittarius disembarked, his divine power was unleashed, and a large zephyr continuously appeared on the shore. It instantly turned into a monstrous flood, violently rushing into the Neon Island, ravaging the endless earth. The houses and buildings that were close by were all washed away, and countless people died tragically. Trapped in the great swamp, the Orochi couldn't move, and could only watch in horror as Xiang Lu approached. Click! A head was ripped off by Sagittary hard again. Ow! The miserable screams of the Orochi filled the clouds. In the end, all 8 heads of the Orochi were ripped off, even if those 8 tails were also ripped off. The Orochi turned into the Moki Orochi. This scene was watched by the people of Xia with blood boiling and tears in their eyes. Chief Sagittarius is awesome. It's been almost 10 years since my country was ridiculed, and today we finally got rid of our past shame, and this strong look is what we call a great country. The first time I've ever seen a woman in the world, I've seen a woman in the world. Ha ha ha. In the past, the Neon people often mocked us with the Orochi, now let's see how they can still get away with it. With such a shocking scene, Qin Feng's fragrance of madness surged up, growing even more rapidly than before. Unlike Xia's boiling blood, the entire hearts of the Neon Islanders went cold. Impossible, never. I don't believe it, the Yachi great god is invincible. The deities of the Summer Kingdom are too terrifying. It's over. Everything is finished. In front of the live broadcast equipment, a group of people, Jazagape, looked at the split Yagyu Orochi in a daze, unable to speak on the spot. After half a ring, the general woke up and slapped the ninja, roaring out in anger. Baka, why don't you quickly turn off the live broadcasting equipment? This time, Neon Island was stealing chickens without people. Not only did it not take any advantage, the Orochi was torn alive. Before the ninja could open his mouth, he heard a technician say weakly, Report, General. Our live feeds, including the satellites, are all hacked. Can't turn it off. Nanny! Smash it for me. The general was furious. General, that great Xia deity is wreaking havoc in the country. Everywhere it passes through, it is turned into a large swamp, with heavy deaths and injuries, and it's heading our way. A transcendent reported extremely quickly. The general was shocked in his heart and looked at the live feed in the middle of the scene. A terrifying beast, raising countless monstrous waves, ravaging Neihon Island. Chapter 53, Neon Island. Dad, help! Sagittarius crisscrossed Neon Island in all directions. The scene where he ripped apart the Yagyu Orochi alive shook the globe, causing countless deities in Neon to be so chilled that they didn't even dare to show up to confront this fierce god. The water friends of Xia in the live broadcast room were joyful, extremely mocking, and expressing the harboring of anger that they had suffered over the years. There were 8 million deities in the ancient times, but today none of them are the enemy, laughing me to death. Nonsense! The first time I saw this, I was so happy to see you, and I was so happy to see you. Kill, a group of wolf cubs, there is a small virtue but no great righteousness thing. Damn it! Where are my neon gods? Why don't they come out to save the suffering believers? Creator Father God Izanagi, why don't you manifest a miracle and cast the heavenly Zephyr Spear to kill this evil beast? Countless ne'er-do-wells were wailing and praying frantically. As a result, the gods were nowhere to be found, and no deity manifested. Hearing the sound of wailing, the general's face was very ugly. The god of creation, Izanagi, who had already been revived, had overdrawn his energy in order to elevate him to a sixth-order transcendent being asleep at the moment. This side of the world, although the demon recovery for 10 years, but still not completely recovered. Some of the gods with terrifying strength can only manifest themselves on Earth, but are unable to descend in their true form. The reason why human beings can't break through the fifth-order transcendent, the limitations of this world. And in order to break through this restriction, even a deity would have to consume a huge amount of power and fall into a deep sleep. If it wasn't so difficult, many countries would have already had many sixth-order transcendents born. General, think of a way to stop this evil beast. Let's ask the Lighthouse Country for help. After all, Neon and the Lighthouse Country are on very good terms, unusually close, and they definitely won't watch us get wiped out by the Xia country's deities. Looking at the rampaging Shangliu, countless people were proposing to the general. Nowadays, it can only be so. The general nodded in agreement. From the suitcase next to him, he took out a special satellite phone and pressed a string of numbers. The phone was quickly connected, and the general was about to speak. Boom! A terrifying aura violently erupted, tearing apart the endless heavens. The ferocious might was vast, suppressing thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, causing countless people's hearts to tremble, terrifying to the extreme. Enveloped by this wave of ferocious might, even the sixth-ranked shogun felt endless fear. With a pale face and a foggy mind, he opened his mouth and came up with the words, "Dad, help!" The many Neon executives in the surrounding area directly woke up at the words and looked at the shogun with a dumbfounded expression. This kind of relationship, although it is true, that can't be shouted out of. The many Neon executives and technicians were oblivious to the fact that the microphone's lights were blinking and the live broadcast was turned on with sound. The series of conversations were all being projected in the live broadcast. Especially the loudest one, "Dad, help!" It was too late when a Neonite tried to warn. The pop-up screen rolled up frantically. Sure enough, the relationship is unusually close, so it's a half-brother and half-son. Filial son, if I had such a grandson, I would beat him to death with a stick. I'm going to sing a song about how the world is only as good as your father. The global water friends went crazy with joy, frantically posting that one pop-up in the live broadcast room. "Dad, help!" Viewers from the Lighthouse Kingdom, ahem. From the embodiment of justice, the one who maintains nuclear peace on Earth, I'm going to make an appearance. We definitely won't sit back and watch Neon Island be brutally overthrown by Xia. Sure enough, it wasn't long before an announcement exploded across the globe. The Lighthouse Kingdom orders the Summer Kingdom to stop its atrocities. The Summer Kingdom has driven its gods to commit an anti-human attack on Neon Island, causing heavenly fury and human discontent, seriously affecting the stability of the Earth, and causing all of humanity to be plunged into suffering. So stop this atrocity quickly and recall the gods immediately. Otherwise, sanctions will definitely be imposed. Immediately afterward, many countries followed suit and waved their flags. It was impossible for them to sit back and watch the rise of Xia. Once Xia rose, it would shake their international supremacy. It was a great threat to the supremacy they propagated. What the Lighthouse Nation relies on in the midst of this demonic resurgence is the Holy See. At the time of the divine resurrection, God chose to manifest first in the Lighthouse Nation, which is a powerful nation. Coupled with the fact that there are more than 60% of believers in the Lighthouse Kingdom, God has successfully crowded out other religions. This made the Holy See a dominant force in the Lighthouse Kingdom. Therefore, the attitude of the Lighthouse Kingdom now indicates the attitude of the Holy See. And now on Earth, the person with the most believers is also God. The many angels under God's banner have also recovered the most, taking the lead among the gods of all parties. It will not sit back and watch others rise. The Lighthouse Nation has now spoken, indicating that the Holy See is going to intervene in this matter, so the many believer nations under its control have been waving their flags. Half a day later, the summer country had no response. This time the Holy See couldn't sit still, and the Pope directly came out to speak out. The world is once again stirred up by heretics. The Holy See tomorrow will attract the blazing angel Gabriel to descend, swept away the group of demons in this world, degree of this world where everything is. After seeing this message, the various parties in the Summer Kingdom were seething with anger, and there was also fear in their hearts. The faces of the many top executives of the Reaction Bureau were very ugly. This time, the people from the seaside were really double-standard and serious, putting all the faults on the Xia country. Now is even directly threatened, if Shangliu does not stop, tomorrow the blazing angel Gabriel descended that dealt with is the summer country. However, the Reaction Bureau people also helpless all. The Ghost TMD know how to contact Xian Lu. Although a global announcement was sent out, however, the Holy See completely ignored it. Ha! Qin Feng had likewise seen this global announcement, to which he merely laughed. He was completely unafraid, wanting to threaten him, but he didn't eat this set of words. Then he looked at the incense and the surge and said somewhat playfully, "Tomorrow, there will be another summoning opportunity." Ayagi's violent beating of the Yamanano Orochi and the ravaging of Neon had really made Xia feel his blood boiling, and he had taken out a mouthful of bad anger, and the incense of the other three deities had directly surged. Tomorrow the incense was going to reach 1,000,000, and was able to get another chance at a reward. Moreover, this time, Shangliu struck out and wreaked havoc on Neon. It was also considered a test run by Qin Feng. The other Daystake looked at the news on the internet and realized that Izanagi, God, Zeus and many other deities were only manifestations, but their real bodies never descended. This makes him somewhat speculate that there are certain reasons stored in the earth that prevent these deities from appearing in the world. Only when enough faith is saved will they be able to communicate with the present world. This was still a wimp. 5 mountain and sea giants in hand, toughing it out. The disgusting things the Vatican did last time were still in Qin Feng's mind even now. This night was destined to be a night of sleeplessness for many. Chapter 54, Angelic Descent. Blazing Angel Gabriel. On the second day, it was very lively early in the morning. This time, the Holy See opened up a global satellite broadcast and established live broadcasting rooms on many platforms. Only to see that there were countless believers in the live broadcast room, wearing clean white clothes, converging on the holy mountain of the Holy See from all over the world in a steady stream. Surrounding the holy mountain, there were 7 cardinal archbishops, each of which was a 5th-order transcendent with terrifying strength. All of these were highlighting the terrifying strength of the Holy See as well as its deep heritage. These 7 cardinals commanded the many believers to sit beside the holy mountain and pray piously. As time passed, the number of converging believers increased. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. In the end, it turned directly into a white Wanyang on the satellite map. Countless heads converged on that holy mountain. As these devout believers prayed, a pure power slowly converged over the holy mountain, intertwining and melting together. This was the power of faith. Unseen and untouchable. But it is a power that the endless gods are extremely eager to obtain. At first there is a faintly wonderful chanting sound in the slow undulation, floating around, as the power of faith convergence more, that wonderful chanting more and more clear, there are countless shadows appear as if the angels in the dance. Where the power of faith was intertwined, a bright shining light appeared. Great! The gate of heaven has appeared. The 7 cardinals became excited. In order for the incandescent angel Gabriel to descend, the gate of heaven had to be thoroughly stabilized with the power of faith in order for his true body to properly descend. If it was an ordinary angel, of course, there was no need for such a big show. It was just that the 6-winged angel Gabriel was different. As one of the 7 archangels, his divine power was vast and his strength was horrifyingly abnormal, and his forceful descent would overwhelm this world. In the Holy See, the Pope, who wore a crown on his head and held the scepter of supremacy in his hand, and whose surroundings emitted a bright aura, was also looking at the holy mountain scene through an electronic device. Below the Pope, there were also a number of cardinals watching together. Seeing the bright light appear, there was an equal burst of excitement. The earth seems to have become more solid, and it took much less time than before for the gate of heaven to appear. A cardinal archbishop sitting at the Pope's feet opened his mouth and said to the Pope, "It took exactly half the time less than the last time the demons of hell appeared." The Pope nodded, and after estimating the time in his mind for a while, he opened his mouth and said, "In that case, it won't take many years before the Lord will descend, and at that time, he will guide us to the kingdom of heaven." Saying this, the crowd of cardinals at the bottom immediately flashed fervor in their eyes and shouted in unison, "Eternal Lord!" Near noon, under the gaze of everyone around the globe, a huge portal made of the power of light converged and appeared in mid-air. The solemn gate of heaven was majestic, standing still in the void, emitting a terrifying aura that suppressed the endless earth. The songs chanted by the angels also swept across the globe. It was noon. The fiery sun resided in the middle of the sky, recklessly waving its passion and illuminating the world. Boom! The already solidified gate of heaven opens. The heavenly world that people endlessly yearn for is revealed. There were 10,000 auspicious clouds and a red haze vaporized, outlining a huge path to the heavenly kingdom. Rui Sheng Ao Miao, colorful flowers flew, drawing out a wonderful dreamy realm. Rumble. The road of heaven shook violently, and the fantasy realm abruptly shattered. One could only see a group of white, winged heavenly horses, shackles on their bodies, pulling a vast set of carriages, the carriage rushing through the void, a huge roar breaking the silence. The many heavenly horses let out a hiss in unison and crossed the gate of heaven, appearing in the present world. A terrifying aura descended. In an instant, 10,000 miles of emptiness shook, and the sun and moon lost their colors. Welcome Archangel Gabriel's descent into the earthly world. Countless believers shouted in unison, full of excitement as they knelt on the ground and prayed devoutly. Angels were divided into 3 ranks. Higher-level angels, blazing angels, with 6 wings behind their backs. Intermediate angels, wise angels, with 4 wings behind their backs. Lower angels, seed angels, with 2 wings on their backs. Wings are also the source of an angel's power. The 6-winged angel Gabriel, a blazing angel, is one of the 7 archangels, one of the closest to God in the legend. As recorded in the Bible, he once repelled the fallen angel Lucifer. Rise. A single word of vast divine sound came from the carriage, vibrating 10,000 miles of empty space. The curtains of the carriage, which was made of the power of light, dissipated, and a huge figure leapt out. Gabriel's stunningly beautiful face was displayed in front of the globe, and his figure looked more like a woman, except that angels did not distinguish between genders. He stood in the void, twisting his head to look around. His whole body emitted a bright light power, as if he was a god of war descending into the world. The prayers of countless believers manifested behind him. Wisps of light power emerged like a silver-white heavenly order divine chain, spreading throughout the entire world, setting Gabriel off even taller and more magnificent and intimidating. The world is tainted again. When a hellfire is raised to judge the guilty. Finally, Gabriel let out a whisper, like a god chanting. At the same time, a terrifying killing aura instantly filled the sky. After seeing that magnificent figure, the live broadcast room boiled over. The blazing angel Gabriel descends, and the cruel Xiao will surely disappear. All the wicked in this world will be judged by the fires of hell. Believe in God to gain eternity. The many people of the Xia kingdom, looking at Gabriel, felt a little shocked. This angel was going to strike against the Summer Kingdom, and was like a flood beast in the eyes of the many people of the Summer Kingdom. Looking at Gabriel's figure, for a while Qin Feng also felt the pressure. Draw a great god. Qin Feng murmured in a low tone. If a great god was drawn, it would directly be able to resolve the crisis at hand. At this moment, 1 million boxes of incense was enough. The lottery was directly opened. The ancient scroll slowly unfolded, and a terrifying picture unfolded. A terrifying silhouette was the first to appear. Headless, with breasts for eyes and umbilicus for mouth. A terrifying battle intent emanated from his body, directly pressurizing the 9 heavens to collapse. It looked proudly at the gods in the sky, pointing and screaming at the heavenly emperor who controlled all things. A moment later that figure disappeared and another terrifying image appeared. Above the pale earth ran a tall silhouette. A foot stepped out of the mountains and rivers for 10,000 miles, and heaven and earth were in turmoil. He was actually chasing the great sun in the sky, competing with the 3-legged golden crow. Finally, a terrifying image flashed by. That was the contracted spirit summoned by Qin Feng. Surprisingly, it's him. Qin Feng cried out in shock. Outside, in reality. The holy mountain of the holy sea. Countless believers looked at Gabriel's magnificent figure as unspeakable fervor surged from their eyes. Heresy has appeared in the east. With this descent, I will come on an eastern expedition. Gabriel cast his gaze towards the ancient land in the east, and said with a cold divine voice. This conquest, the Holy See was not out for Neon Island either. Since ancient times, God had been salivating over the eastern ancient land, wanting to transform where into his own believer country. As a result, it met with many setbacks and was suppressed. This time, the demons revived, and there was no divine breath in that ancient land, so God originally wanted to plan for it slowly. Now he couldn't sit still, the gods in the east were reviving. This was something he would not allow. He sent out the Archangel Gabriel to wipe out the faith inheritance of the ancient land in the east, so that the eastern deities would be forever silenced in the river of time and space. Under the witness of countless believers, Gabriel set out on his journey. Boom! The heavenly horse galloped through the void, pulling the huge chariot behind it. Roaring, he charged in the direction of the eastern ancient land. Gabriel's expression was cold, and his body was ablaze with the flame of light, as if a piece of divine fire was rising. The terrifying divine might around her swept over 10,000 miles, and behind her were countless illusory believers praying and chanting, setting her off as even more divine. However, a boiling murderous intent coalesced in her body, vaguely tearing through the heavens. Blazing angel Gabriel, rumored to be the closest to God, can the 4 deities of Baifeng be his opponent? Abominable. These people are truly hateful, just so impatient to destroy the East. Are we even at fault for breathing? These deities only have faith in their eyes, living beings are just ants in their eyes, they don't care at all. If only we could have another 50 years of the great Xia, how wonderful. Countless people of Xia felt anger, fear, the mood was even more incomparably heartbreaking. The gods of the eastern ancient land were reviving, and by Feng, the nine-tailed heavenly fox, and the other four gods were all recorded in the hidden secrets of the ancient books. And there were even more terrifying sage deities recorded in the ancient books' hidden secrets. If they could be given 50 more years, or even 10 more years, there would definitely be a terrifying recovery of the ancient sages. At that time, there would be no fear of Archangel Gabriel by any means. Outrageous! On the roof of the high building of the Imperial Capital Reaction Bureau, two lace teeth were bared, and a terrifying murderous aura was boiling. In his heart, he was powerless, and he was completely unable to intervene in the battle of the gods. Gabriel descended. The terrifying divine might suppress the tens of millions of miles of mountains and rivers in a radius, shocking more than a billion beings. You believe in evil heresy, by order of the Lord. Proceed to hellfire to wash away all your sins before you can ascend to the kingdom of heaven. Looking down as the beings of the summer kingdom, Archangel Gabriel said coldly. Everyone in the Xia kingdom was enraged, their whole bodies hot blood churning. However, they were suppressed to the ground by that vast divine might, completely unable to move. It was at this moment that the void trembled, and a vast voice echoed between the universes, causing the heavens and earth to roar. You barbarians! What qualifications do you have to judge my descendants? The domineering voice shattered the endless void, and a terrifying aura like that of Wang Yang swept across the globe as a supreme figure stepped out from the river of space and time, exuding an aura of ancient pallor. Nico! Bai Feng danced in falling Phoenix Mountain, cheering at the figure. What evil heretic, how dare you insult the angels, behead them! Hearing what that terrifying figure said, Archangel Gabriel became furious. As the supreme angelic divine race, to be called a barbarian, what kind of insult was this? Unbridled. The domineering voice rose again, causing the sun, moon, and stars to dim. His figure finally appeared completely, beast-bodied and human-faced with two fire dragons on his feet, a terrifying divine fire intertwined around his body, like the order of the law, exuding a suffocatingly terrifying aura around him. Fire God Zhu Rong. Great Summer Ancient Sage Deity. Chapter 55. Fire God Zhu Rong descends, smashes Gabriel with 3 punches. Countless people in the Xia kingdom burst into tears and cried out in excitement after seeing this figure. Fire God Zhu Rong. On the top floor of the reaction bureau, Tu Lei's entire body froze. The sound of breaking air came, and several silhouettes came leaving and jumping at breakneck speeds. All of them stared dumbfoundedly at the figure of the supreme being in the dome of the sky that towered like a great mountain, like the abyssal sea horizontally, swallowing 10,000 miles of air, like a supreme being overlooking the vast earth. Fire God Zhu Rong descends. My summer kingdom is saved. The blind old Taoist's pair of pale eyes shed 2 tear tracks, although he couldn't see, he felt that Wang Yang-like aura. Heaven will not stop my great Xia. A girl was whistling long, it was the voice of the paper-tying woman, as if she was soothing the surges in her heart. Back! All back! Ungrateful descendants ashamed of the ancestors and sages Huiqing Yang Liangong was like a maniac, tears and snot were lost in pain. Fire God Zhu Rong, that was the sage deity of Xia recorded in the tattered ancient books and hidden secrets. The moment he saw that figure, Yang Liangong only felt that the bitterness in his heart all these years had finally been expressed. Several years of searching, countless life and death crises, this moment was all worth it. Alas! The town guards had not yet left, looking at the maniacal Yang Liangong. Wang Zhengqing sighed quietly. The heart understood its bitterness. The tattered ancient book that was brought out at the beginning, how many people were lost, but the result was judged as useless, it was hard to accept on anyone. Looking at it again now, what was recorded in that book was all true and real. Countless people in the Xia kingdom burst into tears and shouted out in excitement after seeing this figure. The god of fire Zhu Rong has indeed been revived, watching the great Xia from an unknown place, and showing up to save the day at a time of crisis. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the contract spirit, Fire God Zhu Rong. I didn't expect to summon the Fire God Zhu Rong this time. Qin Feng walked out of the room and into the courtyard, looking at the domineering figure with a tone filled with emotion. Zhu Rong was the one who possessed the position of a positive god. It could be quite a few notches higher than foreign beasts like Tao Tai and Shangliu. Being able to control the world's flames, his strength was terrifying. It's you guys. You've revived a long time ago. Archangel Gabriel exclaimed in shock. The calmness and composure was no longer there, looking at Zhu Rong's figure some was in awe. A party of barbarians dares to disturb the ancient land of the East. Back in ancient times, I should have asked the heavenly emperor for an order to send out troops to execute you. Zhu Rong said coldly. The words, however, shocked the 4 directions and set off a terrifying vibration. Countless people abroad were dumbfounded, and Xia's own people froze. Calling the angels a party of barbarians, and directly stating outright that they would send out troops to decimate a party of the divine system. How overbearing and overwhelming this was. And who was the heavenly emperor? Xu Rong still had to ask for orders from him. This heritage is also too deep. Just how radiant was the Summer Kingdom's ancient past? Arrogant and arrogant. You dare to talk big even with a shadow coming down, I won't be able to stop you today. I will definitely slaughter Great Xia and break your foundation. Gabriel calmed down. The Xu Rong in front of him was just a projection of a party. It was simply impossible for him to descend in this world with his powerful strength. Otherwise, it would cause the world to collapse. Even if a shadow descends, it can slaughter air. A sentence fell, Xu Rong directly struck out. Boom! The divine fire in the sky intertwined and boiled, a scorching temperature swept across the globe, and the terrifying power caused the heavens to crumble and the earth to fall. Xu Rong's magnificent body stepped forward, a suffocatingly terrifying aura emanating from his surroundings. With a single hand, the fiery divine flame swept towards Gabriel. Locked by the terrifying aura, Gabriel's divine body chilled as he exploded his body's divine power at breakneck speed, slicing through the void. Boom! With a loud bang, the heavenly horse chariot Gabriel was riding was directly enveloped by the divine flames. Though several heavenly horses with terrifying breaths that came from the heavenly kingdom directly turned into ashes without a word. Bang! The endless void shattered as Xu Rong's magnificent projection once again waved his divine fist that condensed endless flames, shaking the 8 directions and smashing somewhere in the void. The entire body was filled with divine might, domineering and overwhelming. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Humans from various countries were in shock. Facing this terrifying deity, even if it was only a shadow, Gabriel, who was a blazing angel, unexpectedly did not dare to fight against it. Whether it was the people of the Xia Kingdom, the White Elephant Kingdom, or the Lighthouse Kingdom, all were stunned. The ancient gods of the Xia Kingdom, waving their fists across the sky, as if they were mountains suppressing everything in the world, and the divine fire was sacrificed, and nothing could not be burned. Rumble! The endless void shattered, revealing the figure of Archangel Gabriel. This human angel, who was known as the man-angel of distance from God, was in a bit of a mess at this moment, swept in the chest by the sharp edge of the Xu Rong divine flame, and under his horrified gaze, a reddish flame flew and burned. Ah! The searing pain caused Gabriel to let out a miserable scream. Xu Rong's divine fire was boiling its divine body and even ignited its undying soul. Both the body and the soul were radiating intense pain, making it difficult for Gabriel to endure at all. Kill! At this moment, the circumference of the universe shook and the universe roared. Xu Rong's terrifying power suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and once again, he swung out a fist, and this time, the angel Gabriel was having a hard time escaping. Countless stars roared, deafening, the 4 seas and 8 wastes were all trembling tremendously. Roar! In the face of this imposing and surging punch, Gabriel roared, his body's endless power of light blossomed, a divine order converged into a gun, carrying the power that shook heaven and earth, sweeping away. Rumble! The void roared as the 2 terrifying forces collided, and terrifying fluctuations swept across the globe. The heavens were all vaguely torn apart with a terrifying crack. Ka-ching! Accompanied by a loud sound, the sacred spear formed by the convergence of divine order in Gabriel's hand shattered. That domineering and invincible fist aura directly tore apart the power of light that was enveloping his body. Amidst the horrified gazes of countless people, Xu Rong's fist wrapped in monstrous divine fire struck Gabriel's body. No! In the midst of one of Gabriel's mournful screams, his unbelievably hard divine body was directly shattered by Xu Rong's forceful punch, half of his body shattered. Put! Golden angelic blood spilled horizontally for nearly 100 miles, slowly spilling down on the border of the Xia Kingdom like a golden downpour from above the endless firmament. There was even a piece of angelic flesh and blood that was filled with a divine aura that fell to the earth. Looking at the angelic blood and flesh that contained endless power, countless ghosts and demons in the dark were foolishly moving in their hearts, only to see the domineering figure in midair but did not dare to make a move. Blasted away thousands of miles, only the upper half of the body of Gabriel fell to the earth, smashed out a huge 100-meter deep tongue. Miserable incomparable Gabriel, lying in that deep hole and the breath weakened incomparably, no longer before that strong. The eyes contain a strong fear, now the indestructible soul is also in a violent thrill. All the viewers in the live broadcast room fell silent at this moment. It took a long time before a pop-up screen crossed. 3 punches, that Xia deity used just 3 punches and directly blew up Archangel Gabriel's holy body, that is the angel that is claimed to be the closest to God. Why is it so unbearable? Someone woke up, and a few sporadic pop-ups began to follow. Don't forget that the deity of the Summer Kingdom in this world is still just a projection, directly stormed Gabriel, this strength is too terrifying. Originally I only thought that the deity of Xia was bragging, but now that I've watched him show such strength, I believe in the ancient and brilliant civilization of Xia. We're the clowns, we've been mocking Xia's godlessness, but now we realize how terrifying it is. However, more pop-ups surged up, quickly devouring these few pop-ups. Audience from the Lighthouse Kingdom, impossible, absolutely impossible. Archangel Gabriel is invincible in battle, how could he be defeated by a Xia deity? From the Yao Pendulum Uncertainty Nation, I absolutely don't believe it, Archangel Gabriel is invincible, he won't lose. Cardinal of the Holy See, the blazing angel will win, get up. Kill. These people were as if their faith had collapsed, the whole person was a bit manic, unable to believe the scene in this live broadcast. Neon Island. Seeing this scene, hearts went cold. The general and a center of the shogun's senior management, directly frozen on the spot, both eyes are endless horror. Seeing the Archangel Gabriel descend at noon, countless neon people cheered and danced. Determining that Archangel Gabriel would definitely overthrow the entire Summer Kingdom and behead the 4 deities of the Summer Kingdom. As a result, in the borderland of the Xia Kingdom, he was directly thrashed by the deities of the Xia Kingdom, very miserable, with half of his body shattered. Such an outcome terrified Neon, with Xiang Lu still wreaking havoc on Neon Island. Another such terrifying deity had appeared. For a moment, the Neonites only felt that life was dark ahead. In the Holy See, the Pope as well as the group of cardinals who were watching the battle were unusually silent, and there was endless fear on all of those faces. After seeing the angel Gabriel's half of his body crushed and golden blood splattered for thousands of miles, the Pope directly stood up from his chair in horror. Quickly, quickly, quickly! Have the believers pray to the Lord. Reporting that a powerful evil god has appeared on earth, Archangel Gabriel was deeply wounded in battle with it, requesting the Lord to send down power to kill this evil god. The anxious Pope, at this time, directly roared out in anger. This had to be prayed to the Lord for help, otherwise an archangel falling on earth god would send down punishment, and they, the believers, would also suffer tribulations. Right. Quickly pray to the Lord. Hearing the Pope's roar, a group of cardinals reacted extremely quickly. In the Holy Mountain, the sound of devout prayers rose once again around the Holy Mountain that looked like a white ocean. Xia. Seeing the projection of the fire god Zhu Rong's 3 punches shatter Gabriel's divine body, the entire kingdom cheered. Fire god Zhu Rong. Fire god Zhu Rong. The hearts of the people of the Xia Kingdom were stirred up and roared to the sky. For this deity Zhu Rong, who had saved the day at the time of the Lower Kingdom's crisis, all the people of the Xia Kingdom respected it to the extreme. There was even more adoration for that domineering strength that crowned the world. In the middle of the battlefield, Zhu Rong stepped through the air, crossing thousands of miles away in a single step. Arriving above the angel Gabriel, this was not in the territory of the Xia Kingdom, it was the White Elephant Kingdom. Seeing Zhu Rong directly stepping forward, several deities of the White Elephant Kingdom foolishly tried to intercept. Humph. Zhu Rong also sensed the fluctuation and let out a cold snort, his gaze looking over remotely, his sharpness appearing at first extremely bright, like 2 divine swords sweeping across the White Elephant country. Only a few muffled sounds could be heard echoing in the heavens and earth, and those few foolish deities directly converged their breath, not daring to fluctuate half a bit more. Just like the people of the White Elephant country, they shouted tremendously but wimped out when it came to doing things. Zhu Rong turned back, looking down at the miserable angel Gabriel, and in the midst of his horrified gaze, he condensed a monstrous ball of divine fire to decimate angel Gabriel. Chapter 56, Battle of the Gods. Beheading the Western God. There was another strange movement in the gate of heaven. Behind the gate, the entire heavenly kingdom boiled over, and all the peaceful scenes were all gone. God forgives all spirits, but not you. A terrifying voice came out from the gate of heaven, causing the globe to boil. A terrifying shadow stepped out from the gate of heaven, and the terrifying power contained in the shadow caused mountains and rivers to shatter, stirring up 10,000 miles of the sky and suppressing the heavens. This shadow was horizontally spaced out and suppressed in the world, tall and majestic, not angry and authoritative, and the surrounding void was filled with an illusory silhouette of people kneeling and praying to it. Welcome the Lord's descent into the world and slay the mighty evil god. Under the Pope's leadership, countless people from the Holy See knelt devoutly towards the illusory silhouette. Countless believers also knelt devoutly at its feet. Everyone, including the Pope, had fervor in their eyes and carried endless excitement in their hearts. Various voices of praise and thanksgiving filled the heavens and earth, sweeping across the firmament. In the live broadcast room, seeing this illusory and terrifying silhouette, everyone boiled over. Greetings to the Lord for descending into the world and slaying the mighty evil god. Pop-ups floated by in unison, directly covering the entire screen like snowflakes. Viewers from the Lighthouse Kingdom, God's power has descended, that one heretical evil god of the Summer Kingdom will surely be beheaded. Cardinal Archbishop of the Holy See, praise be to my Lord. You reside in the kingdom of heaven, where life has no eternity, and where the creation of the world and the building of the world in 7 days is of immense merit, and all the world should kneel at your feet in reverence. Audience from Neon Island, the Lord is eternal, slay the heretic and evil god, and your coming will make him not dare to harm the great Archangel Gabriel anymore. The globe boiled with the descent of God's shadow. Countless fervent believers had their blood surging within them, and seeing the manifestation of God, their entire bodies were about to faint with excitement. God's silhouette cast its gaze towards the ancient orientations of the East. That roar just now was deterring Zhu Rong from making a move against Archangel Gabriel. Zhu Rong twisted his head and looked towards that projection of God. Rumble. Frontiers blossomed in the void, extremely bright, and 10,000 miles of emptiness boiled. It was the eyes of the two colliding, like a mountain turning power that was ravaging the heavens and earth. Then, Zhu Rong revealed a morose smile. The divine fire in his hand fell with a roar, and reddish flames instantly connected heaven and earth. Ah! Gabriel, who had breathed a sigh of relief because of the appearance of God's shadow, let out a burst of miserable screams at this moment. The sound was so loud that it swept across the globe like the cries of ghosts and wolves, causing the viewers in the global broadcast room to break out in cold sweat. Gabriel, who had been burned by the red flames and lost his reflexes due to the heavy injuries, had his divine body directly turned into ashes, and his indestructible soul had also dispersed in a mournful wail. At this moment, it was as if the entire world had gone quiet. Everyone was so shocked that they forgot to gasp for air, their jaws were agape as they looked at the scene before them with disbelief. It was too arrogant. This Xia deity was truly overbearing and unrivaled, going so far as to obliterate one of the archangels closest to him alive in front of God. This was simply slapping his face in front of his face, without any half-heartedness. As the gods fell, the terrifying grievances stained the entire sky with scarlet, and the sound of ghosts crying and wailing echoed across the globe. All the believers of the Holy See had a look of incomparable terror on their faces. A holy eternal archangel had been killed in front of them. It had caused an extremely terrifying impact on them. Well done. Fire god Zhu Rong is invincible. Gabriel should have been beheaded. At this time, the Xia people were also fearless, shouting and dancing with joy in front of God's projection. The angelic deities of the West, what qualifications did they have to come to judge the East? It was nothing more than a massacre. Now that they were directly beheaded, it was simply a great joy. Good guts. Even if it was just a side projection, at this time, one could clearly see God's face turn purple and green, and his morose voice was transmitted globally. The Eastern kingdoms are all evil devils, cheering and rejoicing at the fall of the gods who saved the suffering. This party's sins are so deep that they should be burned in hellfire for 1,000 years after their deaths in order to be cleansed of their sins. The voice was vast, as if announcing the results of the judgment, branding the entire Eastern kingdom as guilty. Humph. It's not your turn to be the master of the Eastern ancient kingdom. Zhu Rong was very disdainful, and then set off monstrous flames that filled the entire world and rushed towards God's shadow. From within the monstrous flames, countless divine powers boiled and intertwined, suppressing the stars, rivers, and the universe. The great battle started again. What? Everyone drew in a breath of cold air. This Eastern ancient kingdom's deity actually dared to strike out at God. God was an eternal and indestructible existence, a symbol of invincibility. The Lord is invincible in this realm. Anger rose on the Pope's face. The deity of the Eastern ancient kingdom was offending God, and would inevitably be completely obliterated. At this moment, countless terrifying auras surfaced in the void. This was the deities from all sides appearing, observing the battle. One was a deity from the Eastern ancient kingdom, who had just decimated an archangel. The other was the domineering and powerful God, the most powerful person with the most believers on earth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this battle was capable of changing the ending of this realm in the future. The many gods were very much in the spotlight. Arrogant. A fire god dares to offend me. The god, who was already rising in anger, rose in monstrous fury at this moment. Endless thunder streaked across the firmament, and the earth gave birth to fierce flames, as if heaven and earth were shaking with rage. From behind God, a vast illusion emerged. That is the evolution of the world, the rotation of the universe, the evolution of the stars and rivers. He stretched out one hand across the pale chaos, and in the midst of thousands of prayers, he suppressed towards the fire god Zhu Rong. Rumble. The confrontation between the two supreme deities, terrifying visions ran through the sun and moon, the heavens and earth roared as if the earth was about to collapse, and the entire world was a terrifying sight. Dang! The two terrifying divine projections both took a step backwards at the same time, overwhelming the 100 miles mountain river. Arrogant? If the many great emperors of my East were alive, you would still dare to speak arrogantly. Returning a sentence, Zhu Rong once again set off a terrifying attack. Divine flames from all sides surged out from his body, and the originally weakened and incomparable laws of heaven and earth were triggered, and 10,000 miles of the firmament were transformed into a world of flames. The great sun in the sky was also covered by its terrifying sharpness at this time. If you can return is the real skill, silent in the emptiness, what's the difference between falling? God didn't dare to call those people by their names. Once an existence like him called out its name, it might trigger a terrifyingly huge change. The palm of his hand flipped, acting out the changes in the world, inducing all sorts of terrifying visions, and the divine laws radiantly intertwined, transforming into a lance that blossomed with supreme sharpness, chopping at Zhu Rong. Poof! The divine order collapsed, and the left arm of God's projection was burned by divine fire. That was the strongest strike of the divine power contained within this projection of God, and even more so, it had exerted the divine law. As a result, it still failed to block that horrifying blow, and the lance interwoven with divine order, and its left arm, were directly shattered by Zhu Rong's punch. At this moment, Zhu Rong's projection's aura became even more powerful. An overbearing and overwhelming, suppressing 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, a peerless sharpness that was mine and mine alone was birthed from his body. This is impossible. All the believers of the Holy See were stunned, as if their entire worldview had collapsed. The god who symbolized invincibility in their hearts was actually beaten down by a deity of the Eastern Ancient Kingdom at this moment. What a horrifying and frightening story this was. That was God, an existence that symbolized supremacy amongst the countless believers, but now its power projection had its arm crushed, shocking the world. The many gods who were secretly observing also felt horrified. The projections of the party of deities that had initially awakened in the Eastern Ancient Kingdom were even able to fight against God's projections. Then the gods in the Eastern Ancient Kingdom's divine lineage were also too terrifying. Damn it. God was stunned for a moment as he watched his power projection get one of his arms crushed. His face was hot and painful, as if someone had slapped him furiously in the face. Losing his face, this was hard for him to accept. If this projection wasn't underpowered, chopping you with a single strike would have been enough. God roared, endless sacred power surged around the projection, fighting frantically. Even if he completely destroyed this projection of power, he would still have to behead this projection of the fire god Zhu Rong in front of him. A vast divine power was crazily nurtured within the god's projection, as if it was wrapped in the will of heaven and earth. The heavens and earth shone brightly, everything disappeared, and all the sounds of silence all disappeared. It was as if all human beings had returned to the beginning of heaven and earth, when everything had not yet recovered. Bang! A terrifying muffled sound broke that image of silence. Everyone's consciousness returned, and a dazzling sight surfaced before them. The terrifying sight was frightening. The projection of God's magnificent power stood between heaven and earth, and there was a streak of flame intertwining across its body. A palm burning with blazing divine fire ran through its head, and his arm ran through Zhu Rong's chest. This endlessly frightening image. It was then laid out so nakedly in front of the world that the world was shocked. Countless people only felt their mouths dry and their souls trembled violently. Zhu Rong's magnificent figure was domineering. Since the revival of the demons, which divine projection of a divine lineage had actually beaten the power projection of a god into such a state. God roared in shame and anger, this moment driving him crazy. Boom! Zhu Rong's arm waved, monstrous divine fire was the first to erupt, and the overwhelming divine power vibrated, directly dispersing God's projection directly. The divine power collapsed, the power of laws disappeared, and God's power projection completely dissipated in this realm. Those two huge and magnificent figures fighting in the void could be sensed from all directions of the globe, and there was absolutely no need to go watch the live broadcast. The soul-shattering scene stunned everyone around the globe. The one deity from the Eastern Ancient Kingdom was truly too overbearing, first directly decapitating the Archangel Gabriel, and now directly shattering the power projection of God that symbolized invincibility. It was simply unacceptable, and every single person was shocked to the extreme. Impossible. The Lord is invincible in this world, when suppressing all enemies, how could he lose? The Pope was directly shocked to the point that he sat on his butt on the ground, shouting maniacally under his breath as if he was scared out of his wits. The other many higher echelons of the Holy See as well as the many pious believers couldn't care less about him at this time, as their appearance was similar to that of the Pope. It's definitely a fake. The Lords are eternal and indestructible, controlling all things, with infinite power and omnipotence, they will definitely not be defeated. Devil! Devil! The gods of the East are the greatest devils in the world. All of the devout believers roared out in a frenzy, completely unable to accept the scene that was happening in front of them. The believers of the global clergy all looked like this as well, the supreme faith in their minds collapsed. The worldview they had previously established also collapsed at this moment, with some even seeking death. The gods who were secretly watching the battle were also stunned at this moment. God's power projection had actually been chopped to pieces by this person from the Eastern Ancient Kingdom. For a moment, the minds of these various deities were somewhat complicated. They expected God to be defeated and fall to the altar, giving them the opportunity to be able to develop a larger crowd and collect believers. It was just that a god as domineering as Zhu Rong made it difficult for them to accept. Neon Island. Finished, completely finished. The general who was hiding in the east was stunned at this point. Neon was still counting on the Holy See to suppress Xia and relieve the horrifying pressure of Xiang Lu on the island, but it turned out that God's projection was all directly decimated by Eastern Zhu Rong, so what the hell was there to count on? General! What should we do now? Request the creator Izanagi to forcefully revive, right? A senior shogunate official opened his mouth inquiring with an unparalleled look of horror. No way! Before the creator lord fell silent, he once said that if he forcibly revived it would cause his origin to be injured and fall off his realm, and that would be the most terrifying thing of all. The terrified general sniffed and directly rejected it with a single bite, then said with a sad expression. What's more, how much worse can the power projection that the creator would get after reviving be compared to God's power projection? The moment these words came out, many of the higher-ups directly fell silent. God's expression endless sadness can only let Xiang Lu and Neon rampage? A terrifying hiss came out from the gate of heaven. Then a suffocating aura surfaced, sweeping across the stars and universes, causing the entire earth to roar violently. Boom! A monstrous fiery divine fire emerged and directly smashed onto the heavenly kingdom gate constructed out of the power of faith. A force that shook the heavens and earth erupted, and the gate of heavenly kingdom was directly torn apart, and even the holy mountain of the holy sea below it was directly broken up. Everyone froze again. This eastern deity was also too domineering. Not only had it chopped up God's power projection, but now it had directly shattered the gate of heaven and the holy mountain of the holy sea. Poof! When the Pope saw this scene, a mouthful of blood sprayed out and he directly fainted. Many of the cardinals were also directly infuriated and fainted. This day was definitely a day of suffering for the Holy See, with successive setbacks. A great angel Gabriel was killed in battle, and God was also pulled down from the throne of the Most High. The losses were exceptionally heavy. Chapter 57, Zhu Rong worships the Lord of God. Global sensation. Pope spits out blood. A shocking battle came to an end. The result of that battle caught the world's attention, causing countless people to be horrified that Jehovah on the altar of the Most High God was unexpectedly undefeatable to force. At this moment, everyone around the globe was fuzzy-headed, only feeling the silence of heaven and earth. The gods were silent, their hearts trembling. Zhu Rong's magnificent body stood at the top of the dome of the sky, like the deep sea approaching the abyss. His aura suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, his eyes blossomed into endless sharpness, and he proudly swept the global gods. Hegemony is unrivaled, and his battle power is at its peak. No one dared to look at Zhu Rong at this time, no one dared to touch his sharpness. Ka! From Zhu Rong's chest, where it was penetrated by Jehovah, tiny sounds kept coming out. The projection of divine power was slowly collapsing. The power was about to run out and the time to stay in this world was running out. Humph! Scanning down and glancing at those Jehovah's wailing believers, Zhu Rong coldly snorted like a roiling thunderbolt exploding for miles. Put! Countless devout followers of the Holy See all spat out blood from their mouths. Being swept by that terrifying aura was like entering the sky collapsing into the earth. The pain was abnormal. With that, Zhu Rong's feet took a stride, crossing the mountains and rivers for 10,000 miles, to return to the eastern ancient land. Seeing Zhu Rong make no further movements, countless people breathed a sigh of relief, their lifted hearts slowly falling. All the people in the Summer Kingdom were continuously watching a divine battle. When they saw the end, all of them were stagnant, stunned in place, unable to say half a word. It wasn't until after a long time that the frozen atmosphere exploded. Countless people cheered, their moods thrilling. Fire God Zhu Rong is truly awesome, to have defeated Jehovah manifestation, terrifying. Is this the deity of my Summer Kingdom? Overbearing and unrivaled, love love love. Ha ha ha. How arrogant the Holy See was in the past, wantonly suppressing Great Xia and belittling and mocking Great Xia. Now let's see what else they have to say. Such an overbearing and overwhelming deity, I'm mesmerized, I'm going to worship its divine power statue. At this moment, the entire Xia kingdom was boiling enthusiastically. The wave of bitter anger that had been suffered in the heart was now finally being voiced out. Having been recklessly mocked by others for so long, now let's see who still dares? Great Xia is godless, try saying another one? This. The Imperial Capital Reaction Directorate's crowd of executives froze stupidly on the spot, their throats as if blocked, unable to say half a word. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Tulay violently erupted into a series of reckless laughter, the sound echoing throughout the entire firmament. The neon-deceiving Summer Kingdom's godless Orochi had come to wreak havoc. The Holy See's Archangel Gabriel was also coming to judge the Summer Kingdom. They have endless grievances in their hearts. For a country to be reduced to the point of being abused by others was completely unbearable. However, they were very powerless and were completely no match for the gods. Now, seeing Neon in the church's miserable appearance, Tulay couldn't help but want to laugh, his heart soothed beyond measure. The paper tie woman, the blind Taoist, and the rest of the group were also exuberant. The god who symbolized invincibility was defeated. Who else would dare to taunt Daxia in the future, and who else would dare to bully? In the expectant gazes of countless Daxia people, Zhu Rong's magnificent figure returned to the land of Daxia. Welcome fire god Zhu Rong's conquest of God. Return in triumph. Welcome god of fire Zhu Rong to the battle of God. Return in triumph. At this moment, from the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers of the Xia kingdom, they shouted in unison. The sound was so loud that it wildly rolled into the 9 heavens, shaking the 10,000 miles of the sky. I, Zhu Rong, shall town the ancient land of the east and guard the peace of the side of the future generations. Zhu Rong opened his mouth and responded, then raised his eyes to proudly scan the globe. That line of sight was like a heavenly sword, the sharpness was revealed, causing countless people's bodies to chill, then hegemonically said, extraterrestrial deities, those who dare to set foot in the 9 states will be killed without pardon. The murderous voice swept across the globe, reverberating violently in the ears of countless deities, causing endless thrills to rise in the hearts of billions of living beings. A deity who dared to wrestle with Jehovah and win had no one who dared to defy this sentence, and no deity dared to leave this sentence behind. From this moment on, the eastern ancient land would become a forbidden zone for all gods. Any deity that dared to set foot in this realm would have to face the pursuit of this one terrifying deity. Boom! After shocking the global deities, Zhu Rong waved his hand. Countless divine flames drifted down into the miles of mountains and rivers of the Xia kingdom. After those burning divine flames landed on the ground, the laws surged forth and they transformed into a statue of divine power. This turmoil is finally over. It was only at this moment that the many deities around the globe who were secretly watching the battle sighed quietly. The world was abuzz with this great battle, which truly shocked everyone on the globe. It also directly changed the pattern of this realm, which could be described as terrifyingly abnormal. Then, just as everyone, Zhu Rong was about to leave, only to see, Zhu Rong threw his gaze into the depths of the eastern ancient land and said with a respectful voice, "Divine Lord, I take my leave." A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone who was paying close attention to Zhu Rong was stunned, even those secretly hidden deities were dumbstruck. What? All the deities drew in a breath of cold air. There was actually a terrifying existence hidden within the eastern ancient land. That terrifying existence was able to cause the domineering and peerless fire god Zhu Rong to be respectful. Just how terrifying was that? Could it be that the supreme existence of the eastern ancient land had already revived, and was even able to ignore the workings of the universe and break all conventions, with its true body wandering in the eastern ancient land? Just what kind of god was it? Was it the heavenly emperor that Zhu Rong and Jehovah spoke of, or was it another terrifying existence? At this moment, all the gods felt an endless thrill. The eyes that looked towards the eastern ancient land all changed, completely turning the summer country into a forbidden zone in their minds. The people from all the countries in the Holy Sea's live broadcast room also boiled over. The pop-up screens were frantically swiping for it. Days ah! There's an even more terrifying existence hidden in the ancient land of the East. Even the god of fire, Zhu Rong, is respectful to him. Can't be messed with. That land can't be messed with, it's full of horrors. I can't believe it. Ha ha ha. Now I feel sorry for Neon Island and the church, they've invited such a horrible land. Who is the god lord that Zhu Rong is talking about? Is it the same person as the heavenly emperor? The many believers of the Holy See had frozen on the spot at this point, looking at the pop-ups scrolling all over the screen, no longer able to speak half a word, only feeling that their souls were trembling non-stop. Neon Island, Lighthouse Country, wherever the countries that the Holy See belonged to, they had all been plunged into an endless state of shock. Not only were the outsiders shocked, even Xia's own people were dumbfounded. Everyone was drenched in shock by this piece of news, and they all froze on the spot. Wrong. We were all wrong. At first, the divine bird Bai Feng took the lead in the revival and summoned the shadow of the fire god Zhu Rong, which shook the nation, so we thought that the revival of the gods in Xia was led by the fire god Zhu Rong, but now it seems that we were dead wrong. It turns out that fire god Zhu Rong is not the one behind the scenes, there is a more terrifying existence. Who is it? Could it be the ancient human emperors of our summer kingdom? It's just that, did any of the several human emperors have God Lord as their honorary title? Everyone around the globe, including many deities, had a doubt floating in their minds at this moment. Who was the terrifying God Lord? However, in the midst of everyone's endless doubts, Zhu Rong, who had left behind this shocking news, directly walked away. The projection tore through a side of the void, as if it had soared into another space, entering a world of steaming flames, where a divine palace surfaced, and above the throne in the center of the palace sat a stout and magnificent figure, precisely the true body of the fire god Zhu Rong. The torn void healed, and the flaming world was hidden, disappearing in the eyes of the world. Doubt shall not be solved. Huai City. Qin Feng was standing in the courtyard. Looking at the doubts that had been constantly swept across the globe, who was the terrifying god lord of the eastern ancient land? The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Zhu Rong had really given himself a little trouble when he left. However, he didn't put it on his mind at all. With the ancient scroll summoning the many deities in the mountain and sea scriptures, he himself was the lord of the deities, and the title of divine lord was not a mistake. This time's harvest is truly too great. Surprisingly, I summoned the fire god Zhu Rong, and after defeating the god Jehovah, I harvested a huge wave of incense. Filled with excitement, Qin Feng began to count up his harvest. Activated illustrations, 7. Recalls, 0. Incense, 1,322,791. The incense directly reached a terrifying 1,300,000 plus, which made Qin Feng directly wealthy. Only, when Qin Feng realized the incense flames required to summon the next contracted spirit, he was somewhat dumbfounded. 2 million. Seeing the answer given by the system, Qin Feng shrieked out in shock. One still had to obtain nearly 700,000 incense flames before being able to get the next chance to summon a contracted spirit. Soon Qin Feng calmed down and began to carefully calculate. The god of fire Zhu Rong's divine statue has already been established, and by the time there's another chance to establish Xiang Lu's divine statue, 700,000 incense isn't too much. It doesn't have to take several days, it can be collected within a week. However, Qin Feng had other plans that required consuming a portion of the incense flames, which could serve many purposes and could not just be used for summoning contracted spirits alone. Time entered the afternoon. Inside the opulent palace of the Holy See, The Pope, who had previously vomited blood and fell into a coma, woke up ghostly at this time, lying on top of a bed, his eyes endlessly confused. The impact of what had happened during the day was too great for him. Praise the Lord, Lord Pope, you've finally woken up. The crowd of higher-ups of the Holy See surrounding the perimeter quickly gathered around. I seem to have had a dream, the Pope said with confused eyes. That wasn't a dream. One of the higher-ups said weakly, the power projection of the Lord of Lords has failed, the gate of heaven has shattered, and the holy mountain that was so hard to establish has crumbled at this point. Upon hearing this, red flushes surfaced again on the Pope's pale face, all exasperated. Hateful. Lying powerlessly on the bed, the Pope roared up to the sky in anger with all his might, his nerves somewhat deranged. Damn Xia, why can't you just fold your hands and sit back and wait for death, but even resist? The Pope had wanted to show the might of the pontifical gods once again, completely stabilizing the throne of the pontifical first. As a result, he kicked the iron plate in the ancient kingdom of the East, and his own legs crumbled. This time, the Holy See had really suffered a heavy loss. The tough image that had been built up over the years had completely and utterly collapsed after this battle. Those many sects that were suppressed on weekdays, since today, would definitely frantically counterattack the Holy See, competing for followers and plundering faith. What is the current situation within the Holy See? After venting for a while, the Pope forced himself to ask. The main thing now was to consolidate the turmoil in the Holy See. God Jehovah's projection had been decimated, and the impact this had caused was simply too great. The believers are in a depressed mood, their faith has collapsed, more than nearly 20% of the believers have withdrawn from the church, and there are still 20% to 30% of the believers who are now yawning. A cardinal archbishop took out the data and said cautiously. Beside it was another cardinal archbishop, who said angrily. The reason for such a terrible impact is all because of the satellite broadcast, which allowed people from all over the world to witness Archangel Gabriel being brutally killed by that fire god Zhu Rong. And, before he could finish his words, he sensed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere. Several of the higher-ups were staring blankly at themselves. Do you have a problem with me? With an iron face, the Pope asked icily. The suggestion of satellite broadcasting was his own, and he had only had discussions with a handful of people. The scene instantly went cold. A few moments later, a cardinal archbishop walked out and spoke. Now is not the time to discuss this. The most important things are stabilizing the fluctuations of the Holy See, and also who is the divine Lord in the Eastern ancient land? What God Lord? At these words, the Pope looked puzzled. Then a piece of information was placed in front of him, and he hastily took it to check. The Pope directly froze and opened his mouth to exclaim in horror. The fire god Zhu Rong is actually not the person behind the revival of Xia's deities. There is actually an even more terrifying existence behind it. How is it possible? Before he could finish his sentence, the Pope sprayed out another large mouthful of blood and fainted once again. The palace was once again in a state of chaos. In the evening, a piece of news was refreshed globally. The Pope of the Holy See, frightened to the point of unconsciousness by the terrifying divine Lord of Xia. Apparently the sectarian war had begun quietly. Qin Feng was completely uninterested in these things abroad. He had no interest in running abroad to collect incense. At this moment, was sitting in the sofa in the living room. On the coffee table in front of him was a mask, as well as a robe. He wanted to strengthen this mask and robe into a magic weapon to conceal his identity. In these few incidents, Qin Feng had been too high profile, and many troublesome things had found their way to his door, and although he was not afraid, he was too annoying. Drops. Strengthening this mask requires the consumption of 1,000 incense. Will you continue? The system's beep rose. Strengthen. Qin Feng nodded. A wisp of arcane yellow color quickly emerged, enveloping the entire mask. The mask, then, changed and recast itself in the arcane yellow color. Chapter 58, once again fragrance reinforcement, third-order spiritual weapon. Amidst the wisps of metaphysical yellow energy, that originally inferior ordinary mask that Qin Feng had casually bought from the street appeared with an inexplicable sense of nobility. The whole body was surrounded by gilt, blossoming with a golden yellow light, and there was also the precipitation of age, as if it had come from the hands of a famous master. Reinforcement successful. Qin Feng's mask, after being irrigated by a mysterious force, this inferior mask has become gorgeous and unrivaled, and after bringing it on, you'll attract even more attention. This. Taking a look at the all-over gorgeous mask, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. What was the point of buying this mask for himself? To be more noticeable? Qin Feng chose to continue strengthening. Strengthening this mask requires the consumption of 5,000 incense values, are you sure? Now that Qin Feng was also the one who owned more than 1,000,000 joss sticks, 5,000 joss sticks worth of water was sprinkled. This point of incense and fire he has not put in his eyes, directly choose to strengthen twice, will be this pair of ordinary masks strengthened into a magic weapon. After the success of strengthening, the appearance of the mask changed greatly, placed on the table like a thin piece of gold, engraved with wisps of inscriptions. Illusory mask. After many irrigations by a mysterious force, ordinary masks have been transformed into magic into decay. No one can view your face while wearing this mask, and it is also capable of converging breath. Gained additional ability, concealment of breath. 3 times of reinforcement consumed 16,000 points of Qin Feng's incense, strengthening the ordinary mask to a magic weapon. Picking up the mask on the table, Qin Feng directly put it on his face. In an instant, the golden-colored mask autonomously fit on top of his face and did not feel any discomfort. Moreover, all of Qin Feng's own aura was completely concealed, and if seen by outsiders would also subconsciously forget Qin Feng. Qin Feng directly reinforced it once more to see what kind of efficacy he would obtain. Strengthening this mask requires the consumption of 100,000 incense flames. Are you sure? Directly consume 10 times the amount of incense flame. Even though he already had a guess in his mind, Qin Feng was taken aback. However, he still chose to continue strengthening. Reinforcement successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the spiritual weapon illusionary mask. Spiritual weapon mirage mask. After being irrigated many times by mysterious forces, this mask already has a magical ability. After wearing it, everyone including the gods will not be able to detect your true information. Gained additional abilities, breath containment and concealment. The mask that had metamorphosed into a spiritual weapon was now floating on the table like a golden mist, and no mask could be seen anymore. The gods can't even detect it. Qin Feng's heart stirred with excitement. In that case, wouldn't one be able to walk around the gods and thus not be discovered? That could do a lot of things. Just as he wanted to pick it up, the golden mist autonomously surfaced on his face, covering all of his features and without any discomfort. Then with a movement of his divine mind, the golden mist slowly dispersed and transformed into a mask the size of a fingernail cap, appearing on the skin behind his ear like a tattoo. The power of spiritual weapons are also terrifying? Qin Feng was incomparably excited. Directly picking up the robe on the table, he starts experimenting with it once again. Strengthening this robe requires the consumption of 1,000 incense flames. Is it confirmed? Confirmed. Qin Feng nodded. And directly strengthened it 4 times in one breath, directly strengthening a spiritual weapon. Reinforcement successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the spiritual weapon Imperial Spirit Robe. Spiritual artifact Imperial Spirit Robe. After being irrigated by a mysterious power, this robe has taken on magical powers. Water and fire do not invade it, dust does not stain it, swords and knives are hard to injure it, and it has an extremely strong defense, which can withstand the full force of the 6th rank strike. Gained additional abilities, toughness, immortal spirit shelter. The robe in front of Qin Feng's face changed in appearance altogether. Originally it was just an ordinary robe. At the moment, the body was silver white, the body was like interwoven cloud brocade, and there was a golden pattern that shone with a faint fluorescent light. Even the style had changed into an ancient robe. Isn't this the clothes worn by immortals in cultivation? Eyes flashing with light, Qin Feng caresses the royal spirit robe, very comfortable and soft like he is touching a cloudy haze. Water and fire were not invasive etc. Plus it could withstand a full force blow from a 6th rank transcendent. It was simply an overwhelming piece of defense equipment. Finally, Qin Feng placed his eyes on the Thunderbolt sword. The Thunder Lightning sword had been following him around ever since it was strengthened into a magic weapon, and if it was strengthened into a spiritual weapon, its power would definitely increase greatly, and he couldn't wait any longer. Sensing Qin Feng's mind, the Thunder Lightning sword erupted into a buzz, as if it was cheering, just as impatient. Another 100,000 incense was consumed. Congratulations to the host for successful reinforcement and obtaining the spiritual weapon Thunder Lightning sword. Spiritual weapon Thunder Lightning Sword. After being irrigated with mystical power many times, this sword possesses a magical power, capable of transforming into a terrifying thunderbolt and tearing apart enemies. Extra abilities, sharpness, powerful tearing, a flash of thunder, thunder. Amidst the gusts of buzzing, the shape of the Thunder Light Sword changed again, all of its body was shining with thunderlight, and in the end, it was like it changed into a thunderbolt, only possessing the appearance of a sword. Prek la. With a flash of thunder light, the Thunder Lightning Sword transformed into a purple thunderbolt and melted into the back of Qin Feng's hand, leaving behind only a trace of purple lightning. This is strong. Qin Feng's heart was ecstatic. After being strengthened into a spiritual weapon, the Thunder Lightning Sword was not only much more powerful, but it was also able to be incorporated into the body, thus increasing its strength and making it easier to carry, less hassle. It looks more like an immortal's treasure. Strengthened now 3 spiritual weapons, directly consumed more than 300,000 Qin Feng incense, more than 1,300,000 zero directly gone. This can't help but let Qin Feng suppress the idea of strengthening the spiritual treasure again. Incense can't be consumed all at once, otherwise you want to summon the next contracted spirit. I don't know how long it will take to wait until the monkey's year and month to go. The next day, early in the morning, Qin Feng didn't stay in his room to cultivate, but sat in the small courtyard, basking in the sunlight while fiddling with his cell phone. He boarded a special website at this time. This website was a website established by the Xia State Reaction Bureau, which was not open to ordinary people and was only geared towards transcendence. The various news posted on it were also about demons and ghosts and other paranormal events. There was also news about the many transcendents as well as demons and ghosts in many countries around the globe. As soon as he entered the website, Qin Feng saw in a conspicuous position the words, Fire God Zhu Rong revived, Strength against God Jehovah, written in blood-red letters. Obviously, this is the hottest news in the Summer Kingdom during this period of time, no matter where it is. Qin Feng reached out and scratched out these messages. He boarded this website to look for information on ghosts and monsters, wanting to kill some special ghosts and monsters to obtain system rewards. He soon found the board and clicked in. Displayed in this board was a piece of paranormal information, and it also indicated the bounty that could be obtained at the bottom. Not all transcendents would join the Response Bureau, there were also bounty hunters. These people were also a force the Response Bureau would not let go of. Like the sinister Python King that Qin Feng had killed earlier, it was the top bounty information that directly rewarded 10 million cash. Of course the reward is not only that, but also to the Reaction Bureau to seek a high position. Just Qin Feng is not interested in these. Lianqing Railway Station, dozens of people have disappeared in a row, no trace of them, the residual power of Yin and evil at the scene, suspected to be a second-order ghost rebellion. A woman's school building in Xinqing City, night after night there is the sound of wailing, the stairs are all bright red footprints, there have been dozens of suicides and tragic deaths, suspected of the third order of the red-clothed ghost rebellion. A sweep of the eyes saw a lot of information, but could not attract Qin Feng's desire to click in. After scratching his fingers for a long time, finally a message caught Qin Feng's attention. There is a mountain range in Poyu County, West Mountain Province. All pedestrians who step into the mountain range have lost their traces, even transcendents are no exception. There was a transcendent of the fourth order who lost their traces here, and the power of the sinister and evil was not found. The extent of the ghosts and monsters is unknown, so please be careful when traveling to the transcendents. Fourth order transcendentals have lost their traces, and so far the Response Bureau has not detected any ghosts or monsters. After seeing this message, Qin Feng's eyes became bright. In the middle of such a weird mountain range, there must be special ghosts and monsters hidden, and there was a high probability that they would activate the system icon. After clicking on the quest and looking at it carefully, he decided to head there. Without any other extra preparations, alone Qin Feng rushed directly to the Western Mountain Province and arrived at Poyu County in the afternoon. After arriving, it left him a little confused. He stopped another cab on the side of the road. "Brother, where to?" A middle-aged looking Big Brother driver stuck his head out with a smile piled on his face and asked. "Question." Qin Feng powerfully replied. "Not going." Driver Big Brother face smile disappeared, is the face rises panic, directly close the window a foot gas pedal will run, seems to be afraid and Qin Feng body stained what? Are all so afraid? Breathlessly looking at the fifth cab leaving, Qin Feng was wondering in his heart. If you stop a taxi on the street, absolutely no driver will be willing to drive you to Kuei Shan. It was at this moment that a voice sounded behind Qin Feng. A girl with a pretty face and a clean ponytail walked over and looked at Qin Feng with her hands on her chest. What's going on with Kuei Shan? Qin Feng was wondering in his heart. If he didn't dislike the fact that flying in the sky with the Imperial Sword during the daytime was too ostentatious, he would have directly flown over there. That mountain needs people, go back. The girl was a bit anxious, obviously wanting to stop Qin Feng from going to Kashan. Anyone who stepped into that mountain lost their traces, not a single person was spared, not even powerful transcendents. Seeing that you look like a foreigner, going to Mount Kuai, you should also be a transcendent, it's better to go back, or else you will be one of the missing people. The mountain eats people, wouldn't that make it an immortal? Instantly, Qin Feng's eyes became bright. A mountain that had become an essence would definitely activate the system icon after it was decapitated. Seeing Qin Feng's appearance, the girl was on the verge of crying. Why was this person getting more and more interested the more he was persuaded? Which direction is Mount Kuei? Surprisingly, no one was willing to go, and after asking for the direction, Qin Feng planned to fly there. "Aya, you person? Why, never mind, seeing as you won't die until you reach the Yellow River, I'm about to go on patrol to Kashan Village, so I can only take you to Kashan Village." The girl finally clenched her teeth and led Qin Feng to a Response Bureau patrol car. "You're actually a transcendent as well?" After seeing the Reaction Bureau's patrol car, Qin Feng looked at the girl with some surprise. I'm a reserve member." Hearing Qin Feng's tone, the girl blushed a little. So it turned out to be a rookie. No wonder she didn't sense any power. A car was speeding along a rugged mountain road. As it got farther and farther away from the county, the weird Kuei mountain gradually revealed itself, and not far from the foot of that mountain there was a mountain village. "It sure is weird. Smelling an indistinguishable rotten and gloomy air in the air," Qin Feng said. This aura was so faint that if not for Qin Feng's keen senses, he would basically not be able to detect it. "Kuei Shan village has arrived. If you want to go, don't get off the car later, I'll be taking you back." Driving the steering wheel, Lunwan persuaded Qin Feng without dying. "I think it's late," Qin Feng said back. There was a gloomy line of sight that had already set its eyes on the two. Even if they turned back at this moment, they would be approached by the ghosts and monsters to be abused by them. "Don't you scare me." Lun Wan's face instantly paled, and her hands holding the steering wheel began to tremble. With a kick of the brakes, the car stopped 100 meters in front of Kuaishan village. A few silhouettes were squatting at the village entrance in front of Kuaishan village, residents of the village, like they were chattering in the evening. Upon seeing Lun Wan's patrol car, the few people squatting and chatting at the entrance of the village stood up and welcomed them. "Patrol again, it's really hard to run a trip every day, don't wear out your body, girl." An old man greeted through the car window with a warm face. Qin Feng's gaze condensed, the bodies of these few villagers were filled with a rotten and cold aura, like puppets on strings. Looking along that rotten and cold aura, the Kashan village contained a greater cold aura, only that this aura came from Kashan mountain, spreading from the underground was very secretive. Looking at these few villagers, Lun Wan thought of the weirdness. Every time she came to patrol, it seemed that these villagers were squatting at the entrance of the village and chatting, as if they were specially welcoming themselves. For a moment, her body was freezing cold, all her sweaty hairs stood up, her little face turned white and she looked at Qin Feng for help. What to do? Outside the car window, looking at Lun Wan not replying, a few people's faces sank, and the color of malice surfaced in their eyes. "Cool it." Dropping a sentence, Qin Feng directly opened the car door and walked down, standing on the other side of the car and directly opened his mouth to ask, "How many people have a few guys in human skin eaten?" Inside the car, Lun Wan was dumbfounded. "Good guy. This is also a bit too reckless, right?" Chapter 59, Extermination of Ghosts, Surprise of the Gods. A gust of wind blew through his body, sending chills down his spine. The scene immediately fell silent, the few villagers were cold on the spot. Then their faces became even more gloomy, and the malicious look became even more obvious. Roar! An inhuman roar ensued, like a wild beast roaring. Almost immediately, a rotting aura came over them, and a black chi floated out from their bodies. Ah! Inside the car, Lun Wan let out a scream, her entire body shivering. The time she spent patrolling was actually greeting these ghosts and monsters, this was too frightening. While she was trembling, she only heard a thunderous explosion, and then a silver-white blinding light obscured her eyes, losing all sight. In a daze, she only heard a mournful wailing sound resonating continuously, which seemed to be the voices of those ghosts and monsters who were in fear. After half a ring, Lun Wan's eyes recovered. The blinding thunder light disappeared and all the sounds also disappeared. Only Qin Feng was still standing beside the car, looking inside Kuaishan village. The few villagers who had pretended to be ghosts had disappeared without a trace. On the ground where they had stood before, there were a few deep holes that were still smoldering, and wisps of thunder were still flickering. This scene all but stunned her, the ghosts and monsters were wiped out? Turning her gaze to Qin Feng, Lun Wan opened her mouth and said in shock. "Those ghosts and monsters, nah? They were killed by the thunder in the sky." Without looking back, Qin Feng said indifferently, "Believe you ghosts?" Lun Wan rolled her eyes. The sun was in the west and the night was dark. The breeze fluttered and caressed the tree branches, swaying in the air. In the village of Kuaishan, smoke rises, and gradually the aroma of food fills the air. From time to time, there are one or two silhouettes flickering, one or two dogs barking, chickens crowing. A quiet and peaceful look. But in Qin Feng's eyes it all changed into a different look. A thick chi floated above Kuaishan village, and from time to time, there was also a rotting aura coming from it. The ancient well at the entrance of the village had black shadows perched on it, there were blood-red handprints everywhere in that neat village, there was a cold line of sight hidden in the shadows, and there was also a low, suppressed hissing sound in those quiet houses. Everything in this village, the whole land was very unsettled. How strange. Just now when it thundered so loudly, no one in the village even reacted and came out to check. Kuaishan village wouldn't have already become a ghost village, just why didn't the previous response bureau have any senses when they probed many times? Lu Nui also noticed the anomaly of the village in front, usually no feeling, today with the appearance of Qin Feng all kinds of strange things frequently appear. A place that hides dirt, I'm afraid it's more than just a ghost village. Qin Feng frowned tightly, there was a pair of eyes staring at him viciously in the gloom, only that he was unable to find where those eyes were. Stepping forward, Qin Feng decided to break into this bizarre village and finally opened his mouth to Lun Wan. Follow me if you want to live. The ghosts and monsters in the dark had already set their sights on the two of them, and Lun Wan would surely die a horrible death halfway if she left alone. Alas! You wait a minute, such a weird and wacky place, wait for me to call for help, wait for the support to come and then remove this ghostly scourge. Lun Wan said loudly. This is also too reckless, even planning to break into the weird place alone. Phew! Along with Qin Feng's step in, a force of yin and evil permeated both sides of the path leading to the village, and in an instant, the yin wind overflowed out, setting off bursts of ghostly cries and howls. The path was shrouded in a black mist. This was the person in the dark at work. The strangeness of this place had already been recognized, and he didn't bother to disguise himself any longer. Lun Wan turned around and saw the vision shivering. Alone, he was afraid that he would be killed halfway back, and finally gritted his teeth and chased after Qin Feng's back. Wait for me. She is not stupid to not believe that the sky suddenly thunder, split dead ghosts and monsters. Qin Feng is bound to be a party big brother, follow him may still be able to live. The village. As Qin Feng's duo stepped in, everything changed in appearance. The quiet and peaceful village had become corrupted, with a black yin qi permeating everywhere, and the land in the village had turned blood red, as if it had been drenched in blood. Roar, roar, roar. In every house, there were ghosts and monsters roaring in rage, and the next second, they were about to rush out and eat Qin Feng and the two of them alive. This place won't become an extinction zone. Closely following behind Qin Feng, Lun Wan was trembling, her little face was white, and her teeth were shaking. He himself was just a reserved transcendent but he had stepped into such a dangerous place. A deadly atmosphere. With this level of yin qi, there should be a fifth-order ghost or monster causing trouble. Qin Feng gave a definite answer. The ghost monster that was entrenched here was surprisingly so much cautious that it did not reveal itself in the face of the Response Bureau's multiple investigations. Upon hearing this, Lu Nui's eyes rolled wildly and she was so frightened that she almost fainted. A fifth-order ghost monster was a king capable of destroying a party. Facing such an existence would be a dead end. Boom! A large tree that stood still suddenly moved, its body blossomed with a thick force of evil, its branches intertwined and circled at great speed to kill Qin Feng and the two of them. At the same time, the village shook and all the ghosts and monsters revived. The doors of the closed courtyards all opened violently, and endless stern ghosts roared out, grimly killing towards Qin Feng. The ghosts and monsters behind them struck out, wanting to kill and leave Qin Feng and the two of them behind completely. For a moment, the heavens and earth shook, and the sky was filled with ghostly shadows and shadows. Ah! Lun Wan screamed madly. In the time she had joined the Response Bureau, she had never seen such a horrifying sight. These ghosts were also mixed with some terrifying stern ghosts, second and third order, and there was even a fourth-order blood-pupil stern ghost with a monstrous yin qi. In front of them, Qin Feng's face was calm as a flash of golden light gushed out from his body. In an instant, it enveloped the two of them, and no matter how much those ghosts and monsters attacked, they could not be broken. Being enveloped by the golden light, Lun Wan only felt a wave of purity floating in his heart, and his horrible mood was quieted down. Seek death. Propping up the golden light spell, Qin Feng coldly snorted. Opening his bow left and right, he operated the Tong Tian talisman and drew talismans in the air with both hands. In a few moments, several five thunder talismans had surfaced in the air, and a terrifying power of thunder was birthed. Roar! That fourth-order blood-pupil stern ghost sensed the crisis, its whole body trembled, and with a roar, it directly turned its head away, but it was too late. Dozens of thunderbolts carried roaring sounds, tearing through the void and striking the surroundings. Rumble! Terrifying thunder exploded, the terrifying power set off huge fluctuations, the masculine power of thunder ravaged the 8 directions, tearing through 100 meters of earth, an inch of soil was overturned. Ah! A mournful scream began to fill the surroundings, and all of the severe ghosts that were struck by the power of the thunder all flew away, completely dissipating between the heavens and the earth. Heaven! This scene made Lun Wan look dumbfounded. He drew a talisman in the void and harnessed the thunder. The thunder raged and killed many of the ghosts, and those ghosts were completely powerless to resist. This was too powerful. She had never seen such a transcendent before. Surrounded by golden light and harnessing thunder, Qin Feng's figure was illuminated in front of her as tall and imposing as a mountain, as if looking up to a god. When the raging thunder disappeared, an even more frightening scene appeared in front of Lun Wan. Within 100 meters was a mess, swept away, houses collapsed, the land was completely as if it had been turned over, and now there was still a trace of flickering thunder left. All the ghosts and monsters dissipated into thin air, all of them were put to death. This terrifying destructive power was simply like a god. Get out! Qin Feng shouted sternly. Sharp eyes swept somewhere as sword chi erupted out, directly lifting up that patch of dirt. Ow! A black shadow was sent flying out by the sword chi, letting out a miserable scream. It was that a fourth-order blood-pupil ghost, at this moment was very miserable, even hiding underground was torn apart by the violent thunder power. Half of the ghost body was sent flying out, only the upper half of the body remaining in the air flying. Fell hard on the ground. Fourth-order blood-pupil ghost was terrified, looking at the god-like devil. Qin Feng's whole body is trembling. Say, who is manipulating all this in Qishan village? Looking down at the blood-pupil stern ghost, Qin Feng asked in a cold voice. It's the Qishan god. Looking at Qin Feng, who was shrouded in golden light and whose aura suppressed the 8 directions, the blood-pupil ghost's heart trembled and his voice trembled as he said, Kuei Shan. God. Hearing those words, Lun Wan, who had been following behind Qin Feng, froze. Those who dared to call themselves gods since the recovery of the demons were all true deities. Every deity possessed a terrifying strength that surpassed that of humans. If there really was a god in Kuei-shan that was evil, it would be a disaster for the entire Western Mountain province. God! Qin Feng frowned, then said disdainfully. Something that only dares to pretend to be a god behind his back, calling himself a god, is truly a disgrace. Even the weakest of a god would be stronger than a human transcendent, and with that kind of strength, would this so-called Kashan god choose to hide in a remote place on this side of the world? Moreover, there were no deities in the Xia kingdom before. If this so-called Kashan god was truly a deity, going out there would have already gained the offerings of the entire Xia kingdom. No! The Kuei mountain god is a deity amongst the Kuei mountains. There are records in the ancient books that the Kuei mountain god is an ancient god from the ancient times of the Xia kingdom, holding a side of the kingdom of the dead, and all people have to go under the Kuei mountain after death. The Kashan god is powerful, he is the supreme deity of the world of the dead. The more the blood pupil night ghost spoke, the more excited he became, and devotional fervor surged out of his reddened eyes. So powerful. Lun Wan was so subdued that her small mouth could fit a fist. Qin Feng glanced at the girl breathlessly and said disdainfully, "I thought it was a jumping clown, or a brat who's stirring up trouble. Ridiculous to the extreme. The highest person in the underworld, the supreme deity, is Feng Du Da Di, in charge of the underworld, is the sect of ghosts in the world. All living beings and the like enter the underworld after death. Their souls are all under the jurisdiction of the great Emperor Fengdu, who kills and disposes of ghosts and spirits for the sins they committed in life. Its fiefdom is in Taishan, whereas what Kuei Shan? It's the ghosts in the dark who know this ancient secret. It is here to make a fuss and falsely claim the name of a deity. Impossible." At those words, the blood-pupiled stern ghost's faith collapsed. It was at this moment that in the center of the Kashan village, a huge stone that was being worshipped. A red light emanated steeply, followed by a sinister force emerging from the ground. Boom! A force erupted. It directly tore that blood-pupiled stern ghost into pieces. This was that so-called Kuei mountain god killing off people. Dare to make trouble in front of me, seeking death. Qin Feng let out a stern cry. His figure appeared in front of that huge boulder in the next second, and in the palm of his outstretched hand, thunder raged out, tearing through the surrounding void and furiously slashing at that huge boulder. Rumble! The terrifying power of thunder shattered the red light shrouding the boulder, directly tearing that boulder apart, breaking it into countless pieces that crumbled to the ground. The boulder cracked, but a stream of blood gushed out, erupting with a rotten and unpleasantly smelling power of evil. Ow! In the distance, a mournful scream came out from the direction of Mount Kuei that shook far away. Qin Feng twisted his head to look and could not help but frown tightly, running the Wind Queen's strange door to pinch his fingers and deduce. Why is this stone bubbling with blood? Lunan rushed to the center of the village out of breath and could not help but exclaim when he saw a stone with blood bubbling up in front of Qin Feng. Countless ghosts and monsters irrigate the stone offered with the blood of living beings, and after a long time they will also give birth to spirits. Qin Feng opened his eyes and replied, "Ah! It can't be that they took human blood to irrigate the offerings, right?" Lun Wan shrieked out in shock once again. Instantly, she understood where the humans who had lost track around Mount Kuei had gone. Surprisingly, they had been captured by ghosts and demons to make offerings to that so-called god of Mount Kuei. Qin Feng didn't reply back and considered it a default. It was at this moment. Several response bureau white vehicles swiftly rushed over, filled with heavily armed transcendents. These people had received Lun Wan's plea for help and immediately rushed over. "Is Nui all right?" A middle-aged man took the lead and rushed into the mountain village, shouting anxiously, "Dad! I'm fine." Joy surfaced on Lun Wan's face as she ran all the way to the middle-aged man. "Lu Nui, what's going on?" The director of the local response bureau also rushed over together. After a few words, Lu Nui quickly explained the events of this place like a group of people, including Qin Feng of course. "What an abomination! How dare they send humans to the offering table as sacrifices?" After hearing this, a group of transcendents said with righteous indignation. As for that one director, he walked up to Qin Feng and clenched his fist in gratitude. "Xiang Chuan, director of the President's County Response Bureau, thanks to Mr. Qin Feng, if it wasn't for you we wouldn't have known that this place actually contains such a terrifying ghostly scourge." Xiang Chuan was truly horrified in his heart that there was a fourth-order blood-pupil ghost in the Kuei Mountain village, as well as the mysterious and unpredictable Kuei Mountain god. "Dad! Who is that person? Director Xiang is so excited." Lun Wan asked her father next to her in a low voice. "Huaicheng Qin Feng, the only true Dao of the Summer Kingdom." The middle-aged man whispered back. "What? He's the true Dao Qin Feng who not long ago decapitated the fifth-order sinister Python King." At those words, Lun Wan's small eyes rounded. Chapter 60 A Fear of Life and Death, Kashanshan appears. During this period of time, amongst the many transcendents, Qin Feng's name had been resounding. Along with the recovery of the gods in Huai City, it had entered the eyes of the crowd. As a reserve member of the Reaction Bureau, Lun Wan simply regarded Qin Feng as an idle target. Because Qin Feng was the youngest person with fifth-order strength among the transcendents of the Summer Kingdom, as well as that mysterious true Dao inheritance, it was simply too much to be worshipped. On the other side, Qin Feng was talking to that director Xiang. "What kind of demon is this Kashan god?" Xiang Chuan inquired worriedly. If it was truly a party of deities that was haunting the area, I'm afraid that the forces in the response bureau would have trouble dealing with it. An old monster is just haunting, Qin Feng said blandly. However, it wasn't an ordinary demonic monster. Because it had received offerings from demons and ghosts for several years, it had even given birth to a trace of divinity, and its strength was even tougher than that of an ordinary fifth-order ghost. The main thing was that Qin Feng had projected the result that the ghost monster had actually really fused with Mount Kuei, becoming a rather strange existence. This was truly baffling. Since that's the case, fellow Taoist Qin, then why don't we wait for some time? I've already asked the Western Mountain Jinghua for help, so when the Jinghua arrives, it would be considered having a helper? Xiang Chuan opened his mouth and said. The fourth-ranked transcendent who disappeared in Kuei Mountain before was the previous Western Mountain Town Guard, and he didn't even have time to pass on the news. I'm afraid that the strength of this ghost can't be underestimated. One more person is more protection. The transcendents of the Reaction Bureau, facing the ghost scourge, were all handled carefully, because these ghosts and monsters were too bizarre, and the various occupational strengths of the transcendents of the Summer Kingdom were too homogeneous, so facing the ghosts and monsters of the same rank was almost always handled by multiple transcendents. You guys will just stand guard here. I'll enter the mountain first to explore the situation. Without bothering to pay attention to Director Xiang's suggestion, after dropping his words, Qin Feng's figure directly disappeared in front of him. In accordance with Qin Feng's current strength, that Jinggui of the Western Mountain couldn't do much to help even if he rushed here. Unless the two lay ones from the Reflecting General Bureau came to keep up with him, everyone else would be a liability. So it's completely better to go by himself to accept this Quaitian ghost scourge. Hey! Xiang Chuan was completely too late to say more before Qin Feng's figure in front of him had already disappeared. Kuei Mountain. Originally a small mountain with little fame, its fame has grown since the strange appearance. Anyone who stepped into it was almost very hard to come out again, very frightening, and so it became a murderous mountain known far and wide. Standing at the foot of the mountain, a breeze was lifting the hem of Qin Feng's coat, tilting his head up to look at the top of the mountain. At that high altitude, there was a black cloud encircling it, difficult for ordinary people to notice, hidden very deeply. Boom! A roar suddenly lifted from the mountain range, followed by a fierce wind, a burst of thick black sinister power surfaced, and the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling rose from the surroundings. Apparently the mountain god had sensed Qin Feng's arrival and could not help but set off a gust of strange phenomena. It was furious at Qin Feng for destroying the statue of divine power at the foot of its mountain, and on the one hand, it was fearful of Qin Feng's strength. Only pretending to be a god? Seeing these strange colors, Qin Feng coldly smiled disdainfully. Without any fear, he walked towards the middle of Mount Ke. Ahead! A white figure suddenly appeared and floated in midair, blocking Qin Feng's path forward. That figure was so illusory that it was like a mist floating in midair. Mortal! The ethereal voice seemed to ring out from the heavens and earth, reverberating through the valley as it angrily rebuked Qin Feng. Smashing this god's divine power statue, how dare you come in front of this god, get out of here, or else this god will rain down monstrous fury and execute you here. Ha! Qin Feng laughed coldly and said disdainfully. Something pretending to be a god's name, show yourself instead and see if I behead you. Seek death. This god has given you the chance to live, if you don't cherish it, then stay in Kashan. That mountain god became even angrier and roared loudly. Gods and generals, quickly take this Feng down. As the words fell, movements rang out from all over Ke Mountain. Then, tigers, leopards, jackals and wolves, blinking their red eyes full of tyrannical aura, appeared around Qin Feng and surrounded him. Among these mountain monsters, there were many powerful monsters of the third and fourth orders. Each and every one of them had a strong ferocious aura wrapped around their bodies, and as soon as they appeared, they carried a strong fishy and bloody aura, and the air around them became sticky, and a strong black cloud surfaced in the high altitude. An old ghost calling himself a god, and the tigers, leopards and jackals in the mountains dare to call themselves god generals, ridiculous. Seeing these so-called gods and generals, Qin Feng almost burst out laughing. This Kuei mountain god was really putting on a full-fledged show and was so deep into it that he was afraid that he had even fooled himself. Kill! Hearing the mockery in Qin Feng's tone, the Kashan god was mortified and furious. Roar, roar, roar! The elves and monsters in the mountain roared in unison, all wielding their sharp claws and violently pouncing towards Qin Feng. For a moment, there was a gust of fishy wind, and an astral wind arose from the waving of the sharp claws. Facing the attacks from all directions, Qin Feng's mind moved, and the thunder lightning sword on the back of his hand instantly floated out and surfaced in front of him. Chop! A whisper. The thunder lightning sword shot off sharply, transforming into a terrifying thunder that ravaged the 8 directions. The entire body was entwined with a razor-sharp sword chi, lifting up a mist of blood. Like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, in a matter of moments, the head of the mountain elves were all directly decimated. Imperial sword slaying. Seeing this scene, the entire Ke Mountain shook with a loud bang, and that so-called Ke Mountain god was incomparably surprised. No, impossible. Ever since the revival of the demons, there has been no one in the Xia kingdom who is capable of wielding a sword. Who the hell are you? Ethereal voices rolled out from all directions, containing a strong sense of shock. I'm also more curious about who you are. The thunderbolt sword returned to his body as Qin Feng said with a stern gaze. This old ghost obviously knew many ancient hidden secrets and was by no means an ordinary person in life. Xiao's inheritance has long been broken, only some sideways left arts remain. It's impossible to harness thunder and lightning. Royal sword, you're the true way of the ancient hidden secrets. Suddenly, that Kashan shouted in incomparable surprise. After coming to this conclusion, the mountain god's mood was incomparably agitated. Endless greed rose in his heart, wanting to plunder Qin Feng's inheritance and obtain the secrets of cultivation within the ancient true path. If it was to be able to step onto the path of immortality, he wouldn't be messing around with a ghost body posing as a god's name as the Kashan god? Rumble! A loud boom came from the top of Mount Kuei as a rotting corpse rushed out, sweeping through 1,000 meters of emptiness to appear in front of Qin Feng. It's you! A good and improper provincial town guard has turned into this inhuman and ghostly thing. After seeing the corpse, Qin Feng recognized that it was Song Lo, the previous Western Mountain town guard who had disappeared in the midst of Kuei Mountain. Song Lo, a fourth-order Yin and Yang practitioner. Since the recovery of the demons, Song Lu has made countless achievements, and has made a lot of great achievements, which is why he is sitting on the position of the West Mountain Town Guard. Just Qin Feng did not expect, this meritorious transcendent, now turned into this appearance. Becoming the so-called Kuei Mountain God, wreaking havoc on one side. It was no wonder that he knew so many ancient hidden secrets. Humph. What do you know? Only Song Lu opened his mouth with a cold grunt. So what if I'm a fourth-rank transcendent? What's the use of being in a high position? My lifespan is approaching, my vitality is about to become extinct, and in the end, I'm still just a handful of floating earth. I don't want to die, then I must fight for a ray of life. What a sadness, experiencing the darkest era of demon recovery, conquering for nearly a decade, sheltering a party, saving countless living beings. Ultimately to face the threat of death on the eve of the fallen and corrupted. Posing as the name of a god, he set up an altar in this land of Mount Ka, accepting the offerings of demons and monsters, sacrificing them as human sacrifices. So that's how it is. Qin Feng nodded, but did not utter any lofty words. Anyone would fear death, even himself, and if he was on the verge of decaying to death, he would try to do everything he could to extend his life. It was only that right now, the two were standing in different camps, and they were to be beheaded today. Kill! Song Li's corpse moved violently, clenching his fist carrying the power of overturning mountains and seized towards Qin Feng. The ancient true Dao inheritance possessed by Qin Feng was too appealing to him, and greed rose in his heart. He must obtain it. Swoosh! At the same time, silently, a silver light rushed out in the midst of the Kuei Mountain, coming straight towards Qin Feng's head, wanting to smash its head together. Bang! The thunder light sword operated on its own, blossoming with sharpness, its body overflowing with sword chi, lightly slashing through the void. That silver light was directly shattered. Qin Feng himself moved at the same time, reaching out and spreading his palm. Endless silver white thunder surged from the center of his palm. A burst of terrifying power erupted, spreading through the void and directly knocking that one decaying corpse back. The berserk thunder power directly tore apart an arm, and black solidified fishy smelly dirty blood gushed out from that corpse. Clang! The sword roared as Qin Feng took advantage of the victory, and the thunder lightning sword transformed into a thunderbolt that cut through the void and floated in front of Qin Feng. The thunder light sword and Qin Feng both mirrored each other. The sky rushing sword chi cut through the sky, ravaging the 8 directions like a waterfall reversal. Chop! Qin Feng extended his sword finger and pointed it at the corpse. The thunder lightning sword immediately came out at extreme speed, leaving a silver-white color between heaven and earth. Puff! That sentence of corpse was directly chopped into 2 halves and fell to the ground. What? How is this possible? In the middle of Mount Kuei, Song Li shrieked out in shock. One must know that this body of his, which had been buried for a long time at the top of Mount Kuei, was completely sacrificed with the technique of refining corpses, absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, as well as all kinds of sinister and evil defilements, and its defense had long been located at the 5th rank of transcendentals. As a result, it was chopped by Qin Feng with a single sword, which caused him great heartache. Swoosh! Qin Feng rose up with his sword, his body blossoming with a majestic sword aura as he charged straight towards the middle of Mount Ka. Song Lo had been making noises. He had been projecting with the Wind Queen's strange door for a long time and had finally locked its location. Halfway up Mount Kuei, in a hidden cave entrance, a blood-red stone man was erected, with an endless baleful aura surrounding its body, constantly gulping a burst of ferocious chi. At the feet of the stone man, surrounded by a set of white corpses, humans, animals. There are also many traces of kneeling and offering, filling the cave entrance. Endless anger was surfacing on that stone man's pale face. It was none other than that Kashan god Song Lu. A moment later, Qin Feng came with his sword. Carrying a vast sword aura, he stopped at the mouth of the cave. Destroy my divine statue, destroy my corpse, die! The stone man roared in rage as a gust of dust shook off his body and he actually moved. A red light bloomed all over his body, and a frightening aura permeated around him, and that aura was laced with wisps of divine might, making it even more frightening and horrifying. A trace of divinity has indeed been born, but it's a pity that it's an evil god. Qin Feng shook his head with some regret. This former Xishan town guard was also considered a genius, and in the era when Xia's deities were not visible, he had even touched a hard path with reference to the paths of demons and ghosts. Abroad, those kingdoms that were overthrown by demons and devils then had demons and devils that were offered to the altar and were worshipped by countless people, thus gaining a great increase in strength. Of course, there was a high probability that Song Lu would not be able to become a deity in the end. Counterfeiting the name of a god was fine if Feng Du Da Di didn't show up in the world, but once he came out in the world, a great fear would occur. Roar! After that stone man let out a hissing sound that resembled a human being or a sufferer, he waved his stiff limbs and struck at Qin Feng with a vast aura and terrifying power. Under the blossoming of that wisp of divinity, this stone person really seemed like a deity. Clang! The thunder light sword instantly detached from Qin Feng's feet with a buzz, carrying a vast and majestic sword aura like a rolling dragon as it chopped towards the stone man. Rumble! The two rolling forces collided, and the entire Kuei mountain seemed to vibrate as a huge rumbling sound was transmitted for a long time. When the stone man was directly pierced through by the thunderlight sea, leaving a hole in front and back of his chest. Immediately afterward, the cave that the stone man was hiding in also collapsed, and the stone and dirt directly collapsed. Spiritual treasure? How could it still exist in the current world? Isn't it only recorded in ancient books? Looking down incredulously at the large hole in his chest, the stone man Song Lu exclaimed in surprise. Magic weapons, spirit treasures, weapons that made countless cultivators yearn for them. Unfortunately, the method of sacrificing has long been lost. The numerous Xing hands of the dinner guy, to be able to enter the ranks of the magic weapon, that is the reaction bureau of the many got transcendentals to figure out. And the ancient books recorded in the higher than the magic weapon spirit weapon, has never appeared in the summer country. Now that a spirit weapon flying sword had appeared, it made Song Lu feel shocked. He couldn't help but make his eyes redder. The inheritance of the ancient true path was really rich. Spiritual weapons could even be sacrificed. Not far away from the Kashan village. That loud roaring sound was also transmitted to their ears. At the same time there was an extreme aura and a majestic sword aura intertwining and colliding high up in the sky. It couldn't help but leave the crowd dumbfounded. Was this a deity fighting? Chapter 61, Exorcising Evil. Taoist Divine Incantation. 5 Thunderbolt Orthodoxy. Halfway up the mountain, the strange rocks were in disarray and ghostly shadows were heavy, setting off a gust of gloomy wind that swept up the rushing mud and filled the 9 heavens. In the midst of that gust of ghastly wind, Qin Feng flew high in the sky with his sword, his sharp eyes staring intently at the collapsed cave below. That stone man Song Lu had already given birth to a trace of divinity. His strength was even more terrifying than that of a fifth-order transcendent. It was impossible for him to be gone after receiving just one sword from Qin Feng. Sure enough, the next second a strange movement appeared. Only to see that the collapsed cave below, rumbled and countless debris was violently lifted out. Holding a spirit weapon in your hand and also mastering a true Dao technique, you're really a meat and potatoes person. The stone man Song Lu appeared, and there was a strong greed in those flexible and spiritual eyes. At this moment, his stone body had completely recovered, and the wound in his chest that was pierced by the lightning sword had disappeared. An existence that had given birth to a trace of divinity like this could only be extinguished by wearing out that trace of divinity. Otherwise, there was no way to completely decimate it. Then it depends on whether you have the ability to come and get it. With his sword in midair, Qin Feng instantly understood his intentions and said coldly. Surprisingly, he had his eyes on his own gungfu and spirit weapon. This stone man Song Lu was really greedy after transforming into an evil spirit. Roar! When I defeat you, I will definitely force out the true Dao inheritance. The stone man Song Lu roared and growled, the trace of divine power in his body revolved, and a vast aura laced with divine might erupted. The entire Kuei mountain shook violently, as the power of the endless earth veins converged rapidly, and the earth set off a wave of raging power frenzy. Rumble! A pair of huge arms with mud and stone convergence, from amongst the mountain stretched out, covering a side of the sky, with a shocking force to the mid-air Qin Feng ruthlessly covered down. Countless earth and rocks splashed, sweeping across the heavens and earth like heavy rain. This is creating a connection with Mount Kuei. If we wait for a few years maybe we can actually become a mountain god. Qin Feng spoke. This strike could be described as drawing on the power of Mount Kuei, and being able to mobilize the power of a mountain and river could be a rumored mountain god, and a deity. However, this stone man Song Lu was still far from that kind of realm. His mana surged and poured into the thunder light sword under his feet. Immediately the sword body gulped endless sword chi, blossomed with endless thunderlight, and a vast sword chi chopped out, directly cutting through a side of the high sky. Prek la! Endless silver white piercing thunder also gushed out from Qin Feng's body. The thunder raged and the sword chi was like a rolling dragon, extremely bright, eye-catching and unusual, shocking the heart. The two forces violently blasted towards the falling earth and stone giant palm above. Bang! A huge sound swept around the entire mountain, shaking 100 miles. The earth and stone giant palm directly exploded and was directly shattered by the sword chi and thunder. Kill! Mobilizing his stiff stone body, Song Lu waved his fist, gathering terrifying power towards Qin Feng. This fist was infused with divine power, and the terrifying power entwined in it pressed the surrounding void to creak. 10,000 swords returned. Qin Feng also let out a stern cry. Terrifying sword chi erupted from his body, filling his surroundings. The vast sword chi spanned between heaven and earth like a long dragon. The thunder lightning sword beneath his feet roared, blossoming with brilliant sharpness. At this moment, Qin Feng's aura transformed at first, sharp and compelling, as if he was an emperor of swords overlooking the world. Within a radius of tens of miles, all the long swords buzzed and trembled long, kneeling like human beings in the direction where the former peak was located. Oh my god! What is going on here? A transcendent from the response bureau of Kuei Mountain Village suddenly shouted in horror. Only to see that a blood-colored long sword in his hand was buzzing in a burst, and then he knelt down in the direction of Kashan, as if he had felt the emperor. This scene caused this reaction bureau member to feel fear, and subconsciously threw the longsword out. The longsword landed on the ground, still buzzing continuously, and kneeling from afar. Such a bizarre scene caused the many members of the reaction bureau to feel horrified, and they all stepped back in unison, their throats surging to speak. It was at this moment, only to see a vast long dragon of sword chi emerge in the sky above Mount Kuei, and a moment later, the terrifying sword chi coalesced into a long sword that stood still between heaven and earth, suspended under the dome of the sky. Seeing this terrifying vision, everyone was stunned. A dozen miles away, there was a helicopter flying at breakneck speed. There was a middle-aged man with white hair sitting on the helicopter, and at this moment, he was also dumbfounded as he looked in the direction of Mount Kuei. How terrifying! Is this a godly battle? The middle-aged man roared in horror. He was the current town guard of Western Mountain who had rushed to support him at great speed, and at this moment, his entire body was in a daze. This kind of terrifying power caused his soul to tremble. Support my ass, completely coming to send death. Then in the midst of everyone's shocked gazes, a stern cry was vaguely heard, and countless long swords converging with sword chi under the dome of the sky were dropping down. In the middle of the battlefield, the stone man detected a strong sense of crisis. Looking at the galaxies of sword chi that seemed to be hanging and swinging in the dome of the sky, their gazes were filled with shock, and an endless thrill rose in their hearts. At this moment, Qin Feng's silhouette emerged amidst the tens of thousands of long swords, tall and majestic, like a true deity suppressing the world, endless sharpness blossoming from his eyes as he looked icily downwards at the stone man Song Lu. Chop! Coldly spitting out a single word, Qin Feng was like a god judging all living beings at this moment, determining the life and death of the stone man. In a blink of an eye, the heavens and earth lost their colors, and the wind and clouds suddenly changed. A long sword tore through the void, blossoming with endless sharpness, like a pale rain, falling towards the stone man below. No! The stone man was terrified and roared mournfully. He didn't want to die, and was very afraid of death, otherwise he wouldn't have abandoned his human identity and turned into this ghostly appearance now. Only, in the face of such a horrifying blow, the aura of death had thickly enveloped it, making him unable to see half a bit of hope for life. I don't want to die, abandoned everything just to live. Enveloped by the crisis of death, the stone man directly erupted all the divine power in his body. Within dozens of meters, the mud and rocks began to tumble non-stop, quickly covering the stone man, layer after layer blocking in front of his body. It was a pity that it was useless against this endless river of sword chi. Rumble! The long swords of sword chi set off a burst of ferocious and loud noises, and under Qin Feng's control, as if they were endless, they frantically chopped on top of the soil raised by the stone man. The earth and rocks crumbled and the sword chi erupted as the terrifying sharpness illuminated the heavens and earth. Ah! A mournful cry of misery rang out as the stone man's figure was exposed, as sword chi longsword after sword chi longsword chopped at its body, cutting through the hardened body. Spare me! I won't dare anymore, spare my life, I can be your slave, I'm very strong, not many people in the entire Xia kingdom are my opponent. For the sake of staying alive, the stone man abandoned all respect and inferiority. Qin Feng was unmoved by this, his men that were true gods, what was the use of having such a wasteful and incomparable evil god? Facing the long swords of sword chi that roamed the sky, the stone man had no power to resist at all, and was decapitated amidst a wail. That trace of divine power was worn out, and his soul flew away, completely dissipating between this heaven and earth. Collect! Qin Feng whispered. Countless sword chi longswords dissipated in an instant, and the terrifying visions in the firmament also disappeared as that river of swords hanging in the firmament dissipated. For tens of miles around, the buzzing sounds of the various longswords also receded back, and the heavens and earth returned to normal. The thunder light sword transformed into a ray of thunder, collected back the endless sword chi, and once again retracted into the back of his hand, transforming into a tattoo of purple thunder. Below, the middle of Mount Kuei was a mess. The entire side of the mountain was scraped down hard by the sharp sword aura, and countless vegetation was all gone. And where that stone man stood, the tens of meters wide mountain was directly pierced through. The front and back were penetrated, and a deep hole more than 10 meters wide hung above the mountain. Today, it looked like a corner of Mount Kuei was missing. This terrifying destructive power shook the hearts of the people. Congratulations to the host, killing a 5th order evil spirit and activating an evil spirit icon. There is Mount Kuei in Kyushu, and in the mountain there is a strange stone, humanoid in shape, which has lasted 10,000 years, absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon, and passed through the 3 orifices, and can become a spirit, gathering the beliefs of one party's demons and devils, and condensing a trace of God's power to degenerate into an evil sneak. The reward has been issued, please collect it by yourself. Fantastic! Qin Feng slowly floated down from the high altitude, and just after he landed, he heard the system's beeps, activating an icon to obtain a reward once again. Only the content of the system also attracted Qin Feng's attention. The reason why this Songlu was able to condense a trace of divine power turned out to be that there was an abnormality in that stone man he occupied. No wonder he was able to succeed so easily. Qin Feng said with a face full of regret. It's a pity that that foreign stone, after 10,000 years of nurturing, all through 3 orifices, was destroyed once. If it was able to pass through 7 orifices, after giving birth to a spirit, it would also be able to obtain a divine position. How difficult it would be for a stone to give birth to spiritual wisdom. It must stay in a special environment, absorbing the qi of the earth's veins and gulping down the essence of the sun and moon. It takes tens of thousands of years to nurture before it can grow 7 orifices. Now this piece of stone through the 3 apertures has already experienced 10,000 years of time nurturing, now ruined, really let a person's regret. After lamenting for a while, Qin Feng withdrew his thoughts and began to study the rewards he had obtained after activating the iconography this time. Receiving rewards. Reward being issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. 5 Thunders Orthodox Method. 5 Thunder Orthodoxy. After freezing for a moment, Qin Feng was then ecstatic. The young 5 Thunders that he had been using during this period of time had only been the first half of the 5 Thunders Orthodox Method. The destructive power of the young 5 Thunders was already so strong. If it was an entire complete Thunder Law, then one's strength would be even greater. In the next second, the 5 Thunders Orthodox Law transformed into a spiritual light, which was mixed with countless runes and rushed into Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng also closed his eyes and comprehended. The 5 Thunder positive technique was very subtle. It was the most supreme spell in the Taoist thunder. As he enlightened himself, a sound of thunder exploding began to permeate his body, crackling and spreading a trace of lightning. At this time, a group of people came down from the foot of the mountain. It was the crowd from the Response Bureau as well as the Western Mountain Jin Guards who had come to provide support. When standing at the foot of the mountain, looking at the devastated Kashan, the group of people were endlessly shocked. Borrowing the bright moonlight, the crowd was able to see the situation on the mountain clearly. Halfway up the mountain, there was a large hole that was permeable from front to back. The mountain was pitted with countless mud and rocks churning over, as if a mudslide had occurred, and the mountain had collapsed in part. Everywhere was filled with traces of battle. Half of Mount Kuei was actually pierced through. The battle just now was too terrifying, right? Lunwan's small eyes were so wide that she could fit a fist in her mouth. It's really awesome. The demons in this place are definitely not as simple as 3rd or 4th rank, otherwise it wouldn't be as if an earthquake had occurred in Mount Kuei. That Huaicheng Qin Feng's strength is too strong. He definitely killed another 5th order demonic monster, and he's still so young, it's just too enviable. A group of transcendents from the Response Bureau said in a chorus of words. The tone of their voices were all marvel and strong envy, marveling at Qin Feng's young age and envying that powerful strength. The two of them, Shan Jinghua and Xiang Chuan, looked at the wretched battlefield and only felt their mouths dry with shock, unable to speak. Possessing such a strong fighting strength, if this Qin Feng were to join the Reaction Bureau, the General Directorate side would surely give him a high position. After half a ring, Xiang Chuan hissed. This strength is too strong. There are not many people who can be found to be his rivals in the Summer Kingdom, and even among the transcendents around the globe, he can also stand proudly on his own. Coupled with his identity as a true Dao, if he were to join the Reaction Bureau, he would also be a high-ranking officer in charge of a party. Hey! Upon hearing this, the Western Mountain Town Guard let out a light laugh and shook his head. Do you think the Reaction Directorate hasn't been invited? Numerous high-ranking officials have already met and studied that as long as Qin Feng joins the General Bureau of Reflections, the conditions will be as open as they like, and the position will be of their choosing. It's just a pity he refused. The matter of the General Bureau of Reflections' invitation to Qin Feng being rejected was something that almost all of the town guards of the National Reaction Bureau had gotten wind of. What? A crowd of people were shocked. The high position of the Reaction Directorate that represented supreme power, and this was directly rejected. It was also a bit too powerful. At this moment, a series of footsteps sounded and Qin Feng's figure was revealed. Upon seeing Qin Feng, a few people were startled again. After such a big battle, his breath was as normal, he didn't have a single injury on his body, and even his clothes were neatly intact. Strength is also too unfathomable. Fellow Taoist Qin, what exactly is this ghost here? Didn't let him escape. After returning to his senses, Xiang Chuan hurriedly spoke. This was about the safety of a party, so he had to ask more questions. A fifth-order evil sneak that has given birth to divinity has been completely decimated. Qin Feng spoke with a bland expression. As for the true identity of the stone man, he was too lazy to care. The response bureau would be able to find it out on its own. Fifth-order evil sneak. It's also given birth to divinity. It's not going to be promoted to the 6th rank, is it? The Western Mountain Town Guard could not help but be shocked in his heart. The eyes of the crowd looking at Qin Feng could not help but become even more wonderful. Chapter 62, Dramatic Change in Heaven and Earth. Wreaking havoc on the Neon Kingdom. Hand-tearing Sakatani boy. After settling the matter of Kuei Shan, Qin Feng also obtained the reward he wanted. Then he decided to leave and round to Province Hwai City. It was lonely and silent when he came. When he returned, the crowd pinched the road to send him off. To show their appreciation, the West Mountain Town Guard and Xiang Chuan, the two of them personally cheered them on. A fifth-order ghost king, this was a terror that was enough to subvert the entire Xishan province. If Qin Feng was not single to solve it, once it broke out, it was unknown how much bloodshed would be stirred up. That was why the many transcendents in Xishan province were all grateful to Qin Feng. Just after returning home to Hwai City, Yang Liangong came to his door. When did you run off to Xishan province this time? If it wasn't for the Xishan town guard specially calling to thank you, a group of us would have thought that you were still staying at home. As soon as he saw Qin Feng, Yang Liangong said with a smile. I've been a bit bored lately, so I looked on the forums and took a trip after seeing this quest with interest. Qin Feng returned. Luckily you were the one who went, otherwise if this place in Kuei-shan erupted, Xishan would have suffered. In the end, Yang Liangong's expression was somewhat sad. I also know that Song Lo person, and I have struggled together before, but I never thought that I would end up degenerating to this extent. People have birth, old age, sickness, and death. People like me can see through it, but this fourth-ranked young gentleman like him can't see through it. Obviously, that Kashanshan's True Identity Reaction Bureau still investigated. All people fear death, whether they can accept it or not is just the matter. Qin Feng shook his head. In the face of death everyone's choices were different, some chose to accept it, some chose to escape. Alas! Being old is long-winded, it's delaying your time. After Yang Liangong let out a long sigh, he turned around and walked towards his house with his hands behind his back, and just after walking out 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and turned his head around and said, the past 2 days have been unsettled in Xia. The ghosts and monsters that were suppressed by the many deities are vaguely rioting inexplicably, and it's not just confined to Xia. Judging from the documents issued by the General Directorate of Reactions, the situation is the same all over the globe. I also don't know if it's a reappearance of the last weirdness. Be careful when you go out during this period of time. After the reminder, Yang Liangong went home with his hands behind his back. A global ghost riot? Leaning against the door, Qin Feng frowned tightly. The last bizarre appearance was a vivid memory for Qin Feng, and the bizarreness of that supreme being constructed in the liege's dream was truly mind-blowing. It was just that with an existence like that, if one didn't show up, it would be difficult for other people to notice it after all. In the end, Qin Feng put all this behind him, closed the door and went upstairs. Considering these things, it would be better to go and improve his own strength and solidity. When he had absolute strength, all this would no longer be a problem. The sun and moon alternated, time flew by. Into the night. This night today was very calm, and the entire earth was like this. All living beings have an unspeakable meaning rising in their hearts, very irritable, looking at the thick black darkness of the night, feeling a burst of fear floating towards the heart. Too late at night. Qin Feng, who was sitting on his bed and practicing, suddenly opened his eyes. A golden light shone brightly from within his eyes and stopped running his gong methods. Strange. There seems to be something extra between heaven and earth? Qin Feng frowned tightly. Just now, when he was sensing the heavens and the earth, when he was running his gong methods to cultivate, he suddenly realized that his speed was much faster than before. It was nearly several times faster, which was the reason why he woke up for it. Twilight raised his head, only to see that the bright moon disk hanging high in the sky had become brighter, and it seemed to be closer to the distance between the earth. The morning stars that filled the firmament shone blindingly, as if they were about to press down on the earth from the river of stars. With a flash of his figure, Qin Feng disappeared into the bed and appeared on top of the house. This is the heaven and earth changing. It seems to be more perfect. Is the aura reviving? Running the Wind Queen's strange door, Qin Feng directly projected the chi of heaven and earth. It was suddenly discovered that the rules between heaven and earth were being perfected again, and the world specifications were being upgraded. At the same time, terrifying turmoil appeared in various regions across the globe. A country that was devoid of people, littered with corpses and bones, and where the earth was blood red. It was filled with endless demons and devils, and from time to time, a powerful ghost or spirit swept across the land, setting off a terrifying aura. In the center of this dead country, there existed a palace built of corpses and bones. In the center of the palace, at this moment, there was a green-faced and fanged, 10 feet tall terrifying ghost king sitting on a plate. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, a roar was emitted from the sky. Boom! Immediately afterward, a vast ferocious aura erupted and swept across hundreds of miles. A thick ferocious aura rose up to the sky, directly shattering a side of the firmament. This king breaks through the 6th rank today and is called an emperor. A vast voice emanated from that palace, suppressing millions of demons, devils, and monsters as they bowed down. A yellow sand desert. The bright moonlight filled the sky with stars sprinkled down, and the miles of yellow sand flickered with a silver-white light, just like 1,000 piles of snow accumulating on Earth. In the depths of this desert, an extinct area that living things dare not approach. Boom! In the depths of that yellow sand, there was suddenly a huge morose white bone palm tearing through the yellow sand and reaching out. Roar! A terrifying roar echoed from the heavens and earth under that crack, shaking the 8 directions. The terrifying ferocious power of that yellow sand crack instantly swept dozens of miles, contaminating the yellow sand for 100 miles in a radius. The next second, hundreds of miles of yellow sand constantly surging, a head of white bones from the yellow sand surged out, killing in all directions. One side of the plateau snow mountain. A terrifying aura also rose, and a stern aura suppressed tens of miles. The newest thing is the newest thing is the newest thing is the newest thing is the newest thing. From time to time, there was a sound of terror that made one's body tremble, and an eagle's cry that hit the soul resounded in the sky above the plateau. Someone once saw a golden eagle with wings spreading several meters fighting in the 9 heavens, hunting and eating a goat that had become refined. The depths of the sea. There were also several terrifying auras rising up, stirring up the countless seas. Since ancient times, the ocean had always been mysterious to people, never able to explore all the secrets. After these terrifying auras rose, humans still knew nothing. It's not just these. There were also some forbidden places where humans could hardly set foot, and all of them underwent terrible changes. The heavens and earth changed drastically, and the recovery intensified. For a moment, the human kingdom shook violently. Because the rules of heaven and earth had become more perfect, the constraints on all living beings had also increased. No longer repressing the many beings at the 5th level, the number of 6th levels around the globe skyrocketed overnight. And amongst these 6th orders, the first to advance were still demons and devils, and they were several times more numerous than the human world. The globe shook, and there was a trail of terror that was set off. This huge change set off a new chapter for the Earth, and the battle between humans and demons would become even more intense. Neon Island. Having just learned of this news, all the top brass of the shogunate were dumbfounded. Baka. The shogun was even more furious, his entire face becoming twisted with rage. His breakthrough to the 6th rank transcendent was accomplished only after the creator Izanami paid the price of slumber. As a result, this only didn't become a 6th order transcendent these past few days, and others were able to autonomously advance to the 6th order as well. How could this make him endure? Plus, after Izanagi's slumber, the entire Neon Island had also paid a heavy price. The Orochi died in battle, and to this day, the damned deity Sagittarius of the Summer Kingdom was still wreaking havoc on Nihon Island. Almost no one on Neon Island was able to stop it, and the losses were heavy in deaths and injuries. With this comparison, all the people on Neon Island's mentality was out of balance. It was at this moment that a 5th-ranking young master wearing a white robe walked in and reported to the general. General, that deity from the Summer Kingdom fell into a deep sleep not long ago. This is the best time for us to be able to sneak in and finish it off. We absolutely cannot let Shang Liu wreak havoc on Neon Island any longer. We must kill him and redeem the face we lost internationally. Ever since a short while ago, Xian Lu had been unleashing floods of chaos on Neon Island, ravaging the entire Neon lands. As a result, Neon Island had no way to deal with Xian Lu, and had already been mocked internationally for a long time. Good. This is great timing. Matsuoka Koen, I'll leave it up to you this time, with you leading the team, to piggyback on killing this evil beast, the Sagittarius, that is plaguing the country. Upon hearing this, the enraged general was overjoyed and bent down towards the 5th-ranking Yang Master. Hi. We'll live up to the trust of all of you. The 5th-ranking Yang Master similarly bowed back. Half a day later, a powerful squad approached Sagittarius, who was sleeping in the river swamp. This squad was strong and consisted of neon transcendents of the 4th and 5th ranks. It could be said to have gathered most of the top transcendent powers of Neon Island. The leader of the team, Matsuoka Inazuka, a 5th-ranked Yin and Yang master, was even described as the second person under the gods of Neon Island. The powerful god of the contract, Sakuten Tongzi. Sakuten Toki, a great demon with a great reputation in Neon Island, has also awakened after the revival of the demons, gathering powerful demons to plague the party. In the end, the Matsuoka Inazuka Shinigami subdued him with a ray of the divine power of the creator Izanagi, thus signing a pact with him and leaping to become a powerful 5th-ranked transcendentalist. This action can be said to be the expectations of the majority of the people of Neon Island, all longing to be able to defeat that one in Neon Island rampage of the summer country's deity Zayagi. At this moment, Xiang Lu was curled up like a mountain, sleeping in a lake. Even though it was in slumber, there was still a terrifying ferocious aura around it that filled the surroundings, causing everyone to not dare to approach. Kill! Under Matsuoka Inazuka's stern shout, a group of powerful transcendents made their move. Kill this bastard ferocious beast. A ninja was the first to make a seal and spit out a huge fireball. The hot flames transmitted high temperatures, distorting a sight of the void. Revenge for the Orochi great god. One of the shinobi bent her bow and fired an arrow that tore through the void, shooting at the head of one of the Sagiri heads. Meanwhile, in a certain fortress in the middle of the Summer Kingdom. Report, the satellite has detected an anomaly on Neon Island. It's Sagiri appearing. The transcendents of the Neon Kingdom are retaliating against Xiang Lu. It seems that a fifth-ranking Yang Master has been deployed. Facing the report from his men, the fortress townsman revealed a cold smile. It's just a fifth-order Yang Master, now we still have the fire god Zhu Rong in the Xia Kingdom. Immediately turn on the satellite broadcast, let the national audience see how our Summer Kingdom deity decimated the Yin Yang Master. The fortress townsman immediately gave the order. Not long after, countless devices across the country received a push. The content was about Sagittarius battle against a neon fifth-ranked Yang Master. It was only a matter of seconds, and tens of millions of viewers immediately flooded in. Daigod Ayagi fights a fifth-order Yin and Yang Master? Isn't that a sprinkle? Neon Island has lost its mind, right? A fifth-ranked even dares to siege Ayagi? Sit back and wait for a good show. Ha ha ha. Boom. All sorts of terrifying attacks tore through a side of the void and shook the sky, striking towards the sleeping Xiang Lu. Roar! The Shangliu in the lake and swamp looked like it was in a deep sleep, and at this moment, the 9 giant heads violently opened their eyes and let out a roar in unison. The lake and swamp underneath them immediately lifted up tens of meters high giant waves, blocking all of those attacks. Not good. Sagittarius is cunning, he's actually pretending to fall into a deep sleep to lure us into taking the initiative to attack. Quickly retreat. Matsuoka Inuzuka shouted in terror. Then he calmed down, recited an incantation under his breath, and reached out to draw a 5-star mangaka formation in the void. A tall shadow came out from the 5-star mango array, his body was entwined with a thick ferocious aura, and his strong ferocious might rose up to the sky, and Sakuten Boy appeared, with a sturdy figure and a pretty face, just like an aristocrat. Go! Stop Sagittarius! Matsuoka Inuzuka commanded. Then the squad line quickly retreated. As for the summoned Sakutani boy, before he had time to see the situation in front of him, he was enveloped by a majestic ferocious might, and his entire body was dumbfounded. Immediately afterward, the dumbfounded Sakutani child saw the 9-headed Sagittarius that was like a mountain spaced horizontally between heaven and earth, and was even more horrified as he cursed out in anger. Baka! I can't believe I messed with such a horrible enemy. After waking up, Sagittarius looked at the squad of neon transcendents that were in the midst of escaping, and his 9 pairs of eyes were overflowing with cold light. The 9 heads opened their mouths in unison and sprayed out water, which turned into a monstrous flood when it landed, directly drowning Sake Swallow Boy and that group of transcendent mortal squad. The water sprayed out by the Shangliu was pungent and spicy, and the water contained a terrifying power that killed mortals immediately. Those transcendent mortals were immediately killed when the flood water was poured into their mouths and noses. Roar! Sake Swallow Boy let out a roar, his entire body's ferocious power erupted, directly tearing through the horrifying flood, rushing up into the sky and turning into a cloud of Yin-Chi rapidly sailing off into the distance. Shangliu hurriedly chased after him, his 9 giant heads flying in unison. Poof! Ah! Miserable screams were emitted, the power of Yin and evil scattered in all directions, as Sagittarius pursued and erupted with the power of overturning the mountains and seas, a terrifying power ravaging the area. That great demon Sakuten Boy couldn't resist at all, and was directly torn apart, his ghostly body scattered in all directions, completely dissipating between this heaven and earth. Escape! Run away! Matsuoka Inuzuka's face was horrified as he let out a roar. The power of a deity was simply unmatched by human power. It was thought that Sagiri's power would be weakened from his battle with the Orochi, but it wasn't at all. Roar! However, in the next moment, Shangliu's huge body spread out horizontally between heaven and earth. Creator! Save me! Only a ray of light swept by, and the 5th-ranking young master Matsuoka Inuzuka, with a horrified expression on his face, was directly torn apart. No! Many people on Neon Island watched this scene, and these people almost fainted straight away. Everyone was terrified, fear raging in their souls. The powerful great demon Sakuten Boy and the powerful 5th-ordering young master Matsuoka Inuzuka, as well as the many transcendents, were actually completely no match for Ayagi in a single strike. In just a single glance, half of this group of Neon Island's top forces were completely wiped out. How could this be a fight? There was absolutely no hope of survival. General Lu 666. Completely instantaneous seconds. Sakuten Boy plus a 5th-ranked Yin and Yang master, directly killed. All of a sudden, without a 5th-ranking Yang master and a 5th-rank god, I guess Neon Island is going to be heartbroken. The viewers of the summer country were thrilled as they watched this scene in the satellite broadcast of Sagiri's hand tearing down the Yin Yang master Sakuten Boy. Previously, when the Summer Kingdom's deities hadn't recovered, the Neon Kingdom didn't know how arrogant it was. Now it was probably dying of despair. At this moment, all the people of Neon Island only felt enveloped in a cloud of darkness. Creator Izanagi, where are you? Please accept the prayers of the believers. Please send down your divine power to kill this evil beast and return peace to Neon. Everyone on Neon Island was in horror and couldn't help but think of the gods and began to pray to Izanagi. O Creator! Your people cannot live without you, revive and bring light. The evil Dacia has sent out deities to exterminate your people, please save your people. Countless people in Neon were praying in despair, and even some transcendents fell to their knees in front of Izanagi's statue of divine power and wailed. Chapter 63, Goddess of the Yellow Springs Taint. Izanami. Gods. Completely unbeatable, the gods of the Summer Kingdom wouldn't be trying to completely subvert Neon, right? On this day, the entire Earth once again caused a sensation, all feeling shocked as they watched Neon, who used to be incomparably strong, be beaten into despair by a deity from the Summer Kingdom at this moment. Nehong was also a place where a deity was revived, but now the deity was not present in the world. Was this fearing the deity of the Summer Kingdom? Fearing that one fire god who dared to wrestle with God, sitting back and watching Neihon Island fall into destruction. In the Holy See, all the top echelons quickly assembled, and the numerous cardinals quickly came before the Pope. At this moment, the Pope's face was still pale, without a trace of redness, and it was clear that he had not yet recovered from the last heavy blow. A screen was in front of him, and it was playing the image of Sagiri's one-hit knockout of Sakutani Boy. Lord! Xia's deity's strength is too strong, it's definitely not something a transcendentalist can contend with. Matsuoka Inazuka was gone in a single shot, completely unable to resist. A cardinal archbishop exclaimed out in shock, the scene in the picture was too horrifying and frightening. Neon looked up to the Lighthouse Kingdom. Matsuoka Inazuka, a 5th-ranked Yin and Yang master, had come to the Holy See, and the people in the Holy See were of course aware of its strength, a top human existence. As a result, together with the style god Great Demon Sakuten Boy and a team of transcendentals were still tragically exterminated, not even having a chance to escape. Hateful. Why did the gods of the Summer Kingdom revive? Although the strength of this deity Sagittarius isn't as powerful as that fire god Zhurong, it's definitely not something that humans can fight against. The other cardinals were also exclaiming in unending astonishment. On the throne, the Pope's face became even more ugly. The Summer Kingdom had offended God must be annihilated, and when it was seen that the stronger they were, the harder the Pope's heart became. When the news was delivered back, the entire Xia Kingdom boiled over. It's beautiful. That guy Matsuoka Inazuka didn't attack the Summer Kingdom with few international words, good death. To deal with those kinds of shameless people in Neon Island is to do it like this, beat them speechless, kneeling down and calling daddy, a bunch of bastards who are afraid of martial arts but not morality. It's better if the deity Shangliu subverts the entire Neon. These past few years, Neon, relying on the revival of its own deity, hasn't been looking for trouble from us, and even wants to launch another invasion. The people of Xia were clapping their hands. Don't say anything about cruelty or not, if it wasn't for Xiang Lu, then the Neon's Orochi was going to wreak havoc on the land of Xia. The ones who will suffer will be the people of Xia, and then who will mourn for themselves. In the reaction bureau, a group of executives also shouted in applause at this time. Too powerful. Matsuoka Inazuka, this 5th order Yin and Yang master, I've fought with him before, together with the Great Demon Sakuten Boy, he's no match at all, Sagiri killed him in a single shot, it's worthy of being a deity. Tulii said excitedly. Good. The paper-tying woman's calm face also had a hard-to-conceal excitement. These were all Neon transcendents who had once wanted to strike against Xia, and their deaths were truly a great joy. The faces of the group of executives sitting here were also overflowing with unconcealed joy. Why City? Qin Feng saw all the images from Shangliu's perspective and couldn't help but smile coldly. He hadn't recalled Shangliu all this time just to hunt down Neon's transcendence, just to let all the countries know that after messing with Xia, they couldn't afford the consequences. Glancing at the system, the incense was leaping up, not far from the next summoning. The entire Neon Island was filled with despair. All of them were cursing the Xia Kingdom for allowing Xian Lu to wreak havoc in the Neon. It was forgotten that everyone's grimly excited faces when the Orochi rushed towards the land of Natsu. Baka! Matsuoka Koen, you died a horrible death. This head of the Summer Kingdom's deity is too evil and powerful, what to resist with? Having seen the destruction of Matsuoka Inazuka and Sakutani Boy with his own eyes, the general was creeped out at this moment. If this deity was allowed to wreak havoc any longer, Neon Island would be destroyed. However, the current Neon was completely unable to muster any power to fight against it. God! Great God of creation, please don't abandon your people, show your spirit quickly. Please gods, revive and save the world. Still wailing and crying in pain, the Neonites prayed to the gods, but as a result, they received no response, and began to gradually despair. Suddenly, a violent rumble startled the entire Neon. Rumble! A terrifying vision appeared in the Neon vault. A kingdom shrouded the entire firmament, in which millions of stern ghosts were rushing about, endless grievous souls were wailing, and boundless and stepless forces of ferocity and sinister evil transformed into a sinister dragon roaring in all directions. From the Yellow Springs Kingdom, a terrifying and suffocating aura rose up, stirring the four directions of the void and shaking the endless beings. A deity appeared in its true form, with long hair dancing upside down, a rotting face, and maggots all over its body, just like a deity that had died for a long time. The deity's magnificent figure was like a demonic mountain in the middle of the Yellow Springs Kingdom, surrounded by a deathly aura like a raging tidal wave, suppressing all the undead. Thousands and thousands of stern ghosts were worshipping, and endless souls were bowing down, just like the emperor of the Yellow Springs Kingdom on one side. Everyone was stunned, and the world began to be shocked. Neon revived a party of positive gods. Oh my god! Countless neonites came out of their despair and began to dance and cheer wildly, shouting to the heavens. It's the goddess of the Yellow Springs taint. She has heard the prayers of her people and revived. The mother of the gods, Izanami, has revived, and has come from the Yellow Springs divine kingdom to sweep away everything and slay the evil Xia deities that have been terrorizing Nahong. O Mother Goddess! Your descent will surely bring infinite greatness. I, Nahong, will stand at the top of the world, and by then, whatever Xia kingdom is, will all be ants. In the Neon Shogunate, the faces of a group of neon executives were filled with endless excitement. Great! The Mother Goddess has descended, Neon is saved. The general was shouting loudly. The only way to express the excitement in his heart was to do so. The goddess of the Yellow Springs tainted goddess divine power is vast, she will be able to decimate the Xia country's deities. We will also let the Xia kingdom taste the pain of the gods' rampage. The Xia kingdom must be destroyed. Seeing Izanami, these neon transcendents regained their endless confidence, and their endless ambition rose up again. To subvert the Xia kingdom. The Xia viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but worry at the sight of Izanami's recovery. A pop-up screen crossed. Not good, it's actually Izanami reviving. This is the mother of the neon gods, the wife and sister of the creator Izanagi. It's a positive god, the deity Ayanagi is no match. Ayagi is in danger. Quickly pray to the god of fire, Zhu Ron, and ask him to come down and block Izanami. Damn it! Qin Feng was also watching the scene and could not help but frown when he saw Izanami recover. It was at this moment that a system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for breaking through 2 million incense, rewarding the contracted spirit with 1 summoning. Chapter 64, Divine Dragon Descending. Terrifying deities covering the sky. Neon Rainbow. The endless void in the sky ripped apart, a vast dead air swept over 10,000 miles, since that majestic dead air was filled with endless sounds of ghosts crying and wailing, as if endless wronged souls were floating and wailing in it. From that torn void, a great and tall figure stepped out. Izanami's projected body descended. In an instant, thousands of miles of emptiness boiled, the wailing of endless souls swept across the globe, and the terrifying aura pressed down on countless people who couldn't catch their breath. Since Izanami's decaying divine body, there were countless maggots crawling around, each with a terrifying aura, even more terrifying than a fifth-order transcendent. Welcome the Mother Goddess descent. The power of the Mother Goddess is as vast as Wan Yang, the deity of the Xia kingdom. Shangliu will definitely bow down without a fight and beg for mercy on his knees. It's too terrifying. Even the fire god Zhu Rong of the Xia kingdom is inferior. Countless ne'er-do-wells looked up to the sky in incomparably fervent prayer. Izanami looked down at the Neon Kingdom's many islands, a terrifying black sharpness showing in those rotting eyes, extremely fearful, exploding 100 miles of emptiness. Facing the prayers of all the people of Nahon Island, it was very flattering. I am able to send down more power. Is the earth beginning to recover? Unfortunately, the rules still aren't perfect enough to only be able to descend 3/5 of the power, but it should be enough. Izanami was whispering, and finally glanced at Sagittarius on the ground confidently. That whispering voice spread across the earth, causing countless people to be terrified. The great change in heaven and earth even had an effect on the gods as well, that more power would descend. Roar! Facing that terrifying Izanami, Sagittarius was unruly and unparalleled. The 9 heads roared in unison under the enveloping pressure of its majestic aura. In the rumors, Shangliu had never yielded to human Emperor Daiyu, and now it was even more ferocious in the face of an extraterrestrial deity. Their own vast ferocious might rose up to the sky, fighting against Izanami's aura. How dare you! A party of ferocious gods dares to provoke a god, looking for death. Izanami burst into a rage, her head lowered to burn with endless fury. From the center of that rotting brow where endless dead chi gathered, a brilliant dark divine light chopped out, slicing through the endless void and killing Xiang Lu. Xiang Lu's body's divine power shone brightly, condensing the water power in all directions, setting off monstrous waves towards that terrifying strike to block it. Boom! The terrifying power shook thousands of miles, and the entire Neon Island trembled violently. The two terrifying divine forces collided, directly crumbling hundreds of miles of earth. Death! Terrifying death aura erupted. Izanami fiercely took a step forward, vast divine power condensed in his fist until he punched out at Shangliu. Faced with this horrible punch, Xiang Lu 9 giant head madly spewed out in spicy flood. Roar! Xiang Lu's mountain-like huge body rapidly flew out horizontally, in the earth to leave a trail like an abyss. From that hard and incomparable body there silk blood flowed down. Ayagi, who had faced Izanami's decapitation of the Orochi, was wounded. Through the satellite broadcast, people around the globe could see it clearly. Mother Goddess is invincible, suppressing everything. Countless neon people boiled over. In the live broadcast room, countless Xia viewers were worried. Sagittarius, run away, go back to the Summer Kingdom, there's the fire god Zhu Rong sheltering there, Izanami wouldn't dare to go on the rampage. Let's go back to the Summer Kingdom. Izanami's strength is too terrifying, don't lose your life. I beg the god of fire, Zhu Rong, to come down soon. Let's beat up Izanami and save Shangliu. At this time, countless neon islanders flooded in, sending out a pop-up screen of incomparable disdain. Ha ha! You stupid summer people, do you really think that Sagiri can still escape? Impossible, in the hands of the great mother goddess, he doesn't have any chance of surviving, he doesn't even have a chance of escaping. God of fire Zhu Rong? After killing Shangliu, the mother goddess will surely go to Xia to kill Zhu Rong, kill all the deities of Xia, and then she will definitely destroy Xia and kill all of you. When that happens, that vast and marvelous land will belong to us, Neon. Kill all the gods of the Summer Kingdom, kill all the creatures of the Summer Kingdom. With the arrival of Izanami, these people of Neon have become infinitely arrogant again, clamoring all over the world for the destruction of the Xia Kingdom. The evil Xia Kingdom is finally going to be destroyed, a great joy. The Xia Kingdom has started a war that has shaken the entire international community, and is now at a time of great change in the world, and may overthrow mankind, and is the scum of all mankind. Cardinal Archbishop of the Holy See, having offended the Lord, the Xia Kingdom are all sinners, all will be judged by the gods and enter hell to atone for their sins. Countless people from other countries also poured in, continuing to treat Xia with that double standard. These people simply hated the Xia Kingdom to the extreme, especially after having gone under the deity Zhu Rong to shatter God's projection. They viewed the Xia Kingdom as a thorn in their side. As long as they were able to achieve their goals, they didn't care about the facts at all and could distort everything. While the neon people were cheering and the Xia people were worried, a horrifying change appeared. Buzz! The heavens shook and the universe boiled. In the clear white sky, the stars in the sky twinkled and shone brightly, and endless starlight shone on the earth. Terrifying visions were set off. Boom! The four seas roared in the sky as endless seawater poured in, setting off a terrifying vision. Endless Rui Qi rose up, forming auspicious clouds and forming necklaces to hang above the 9 heavens. From above the dome of the sky, endless sacred Qi rose, as if a supreme divine being had descended. Aang! A dragon's voice resounded throughout the firmament, echoing between the earth universe. Quietly, the 9 heavens cracked open, and the endless stars vibrated, waving down endless starlight. The endless starlight fell into the sky and earth, quickly converge. In the sky above a huge thing appeared. Horizontal according to the sky between the sky, like a meandering mountain range floating in the sky, covering the sky and the sun, a glance cannot see the end, can only glimpse a corner. More endless suffocating horror aura, suppression in the world, so that the gods do not show in the world. Too horrible. This behemoth shocked the world. Everyone around the globe stood still, dumbfounded at the sight of that behemoth, with no words to express their feelings now. The endless viewers in the live broadcast room were even more horrified. Because it was a satellite broadcast from the perspective of the cosmic starry sky, everyone was able to get a glimpse of the behemoth's entire appearance. In the Pacific Ocean, a huge thing emerged, its terrifying figure occupying a side of the sky, reflecting the stars in the sky. For claws dancing, that the whole neon island like an embroidered ball in its one claw floating. The terrifyingly huge body was too impactful, shocking everyone's eyeballs. All the viewers furiously swiped their pop-ups like crazy. My god! What kind of terrifying deity is this? The entire neon island is only as big as one of his claws. Is this a god? Why do I feel that he's even more terrifying than the other deities, even with such a huge body? This can't be another revival of one of Xia's deities. Chapter 65, The 4 Elephant Green Dragons. The totem of the Xia Kingdom engraved in the bloodline. There was also endless shock on the Xia side. Someone recognized the true body of this behemoth in the live broadcast. The body resembles a long snake, the horns resemble a deer, the tail of a carp, the face has a long beard, and there are 5 claws. This is my Grand Xia's ancient totem dragon. If the totem appears and the real dragon dances in the sky, my Xia will prosper. It's a totem. It's really noble and sacred. It's 100 times better than those foreign dragons. In the midst of everyone's shock, only to hear the voice of the fire god Zhu Rong coming out of a divine country in the endless void. Fire god Zhu Rong meets the 4 spirits of heaven, coronation green dragon. A thunderous sound exploded for miles and miles, shaking endless people to their souls. Holy, it's actually the green dragon that represents Taihao and the 7 constellations of the east. One of the 4 elephants, the green dragon. Great god! The true dragon appeared in the world for the summer country is very different meaning, that is the ancient totem. After learning that it was the green dragon, one of the 4 elephants, all the people of Xia were abuzz. All the people of Xia were all abuzz. In the General Reaction Directorate, a group of senior officers directly shot up, looking at the behemoth suspended in the firmament with incomparable astonishment. Dragon ah! This is the dragon, our totem that has been passed down for thousands of years. It's a pity that I'd been blind since I was young and was unable to see its true face. The blind old Taoist cried bitterly, incomparably moved, hating himself for his eyes not being able to see clearly, not being able to see the true face of the real dragon with his own eyes. Upon learning that it was the green dragon, the General Directorate of Reactions cried even higher. The noble of the gods of heaven, there is no one more than the green dragon, or said Tianyi, or said Taiyin, struck by the Big Dipper, cannot be defeated. The blind old Taoist slowly recited a fragmented ancient text and wailed. As it yin and yang gentlemen, the four elephants in person cannot even see its true face, pain in the neck. Surprisingly, it's the green dragon. Oh my god. It is simply unbelievable that the green dragon of the four spirits of heaven will be revived. The paper tie woman, Tu Lei, and a few others looked at the huge green dragon projection on the dome of the sky, shocked beyond belief. Under the projection of the massive true body of the green dragon, Nei Hon Island, but the green dragon could cover the entire territory with a single claw. In Huai City, Qin Feng looked at the sky-covering green dragon and was also shocked. I didn't expect that the green dragon would be summoned with such terrifying strength. This is still only 1/5 of its strength that has descended. If the true body descends in its entirety, wouldn't it cover the entire globe? Qin Feng retracted the shock on his face and muttered, Neon Island. Everyone was caught in an endless state of shock and lost their words as they looked at the green dragon that stretched as if it had no end. How is it possible? Why is it that the Xia kingdom has revived such a terrifying deity? This deity just looks terrifying. Its strength can never be stronger than the mother goddess. The goddess of the Yellow Springs taint will definitely defeat the green dragon. The mother goddess will surely win. Defeat this deity and completely subvert all the hopes of the Summer Kingdom. After half a minute, some of the ne'er-do-wells woke up and were chanting. The massive body of the green dragon floated on the firmament, and in its star-like eyes, endless divine light emerged, dazzling and dazzling, as it stared intently at Izanami. Izanami was enveloped by a terrifying aura, her whole body tightened up, sensing a crisis, withdrawing the attack she was going to launch against Xiang Lu, and dealing with the green dragon with all her might. The world creaked, the two terrifying auras were violently colliding, stirring up thousands of miles of wind and clouds, endless streams of divine light flowed out, setting off endless waves. This is the Nei Hongjiang Island, Xinglong, crossed the line. Eventually, Izanami couldn't help but let out a roar. Humph. When the ancient times bowed down and knelt before the celestial emperors and human emperors, they had never seen such arrogance. The green dragon finally opened his mouth with a cold snort that stirred up endless storm clouds, and 10,000 miles of emptiness shook. Hearing this, the whole world was dumbfounded, hearing this kind of hidden secret, causing the soul to move in horror. How terrifyingly dazzling and radiant the ancient gods of the Summer Kingdom really were. The fire god Zhu Rong called God a barbarian and threatened to lead his troops to kill a party's divine lineage. Now, Qinglong was even claiming that the neon gods had bowed down to the Xia kingdom and knelt down to worship the human emperor. Were the ancient Xia gods thus ruling over the four directions and residing in the middle of the heavens? Nonsense! Izanami denied the past, and those past events were firmly disavowed. The neon gods wanted to occupy the 9 states and dominate the globe after their recovery. How could such stains be recognized? And they directly struck out in fury. Roar! Izanami let out an unearthly roar. From within that decaying body surged out a deathly aura that covered the sky. Endless divine power exploded through the heavens, carrying a vast power to strike at Qinglong's body. How dare a withered bone of a dead country scream wildly? How dare a candle flame and waxlight compete with the sun and moon? The green dragon opened his mouth to disdainfully taunt Izanami, who had fallen into the Yellow Springs kingdom, and a divine power like that of Wang Yang exploded. All the 5 lakes and all the seas roared, and the circumference of the sky was trembling in more than one way. In the middle of the universe, the stars in the sky shook violently, and endless starlight hung down from the vast starry sky, shining in the 9 heavens, each of which linked heaven and earth, gathering a river of star power, and slamming down towards Izanami with a loud bang. Boom! Incomparably blinding light erupted, and terrifying battle fluctuations swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, astonishing to the extreme. This was a collision between terrifying deities, the rules of heaven and earth perfected, and it was even more terrifying than the previous battle between the fire god Zhu Rong and the god Jehovah. It was only since this battle that human beings were able to glimpse a bit of the true power of the gods. One side of the void directly exploded, the firmament had a big explosion, the world was like it was going to be destroyed, everything in the world seemed to return to the singularity, time, space, light and darkness, everything was like it didn't exist, all were erased and subverted by that vast divine power. Ah! Suddenly, from that endless river of piercing stars, a female voice let out a mournful scream that resounded in the firmament, echoing across the universe. A tall figure was sent flying from that collision, rotting body, tattered flesh thrown all the way. A maggot was also screaming miserably. Izanami cloaked her hair, staggering back and forth after landing, flying thousands of miles across the sky, suffered a horrifying blow. The power projection was shattered. The green dragon had descended with 1/5 of its power, directly crippling 3/5 of Izanami's power projection. The world was shocked, and everyone froze. The people of Neon Island were in a state of wailing. The Yellow Springs tainted goddess was once an existence that gave birth to the gods, a vastness of divine spirit. How could she possibly be crippled by a single blow from a deity of the Summer Kingdom? The shogun was roaring in terror, the cold sweat on his face showing the horror in his heart. No. No way, this isn't true. How could the mother of gods lose? The mother goddess would never lose. The others were also in shock. This Xia deity Qinglong was too strong, crippling the mother of gods, Izanami, with just one strike. Just a moment ago, he was still clamoring for the complete destruction of the Summer Kingdom's hopes, and in the blink of an eye, his last hope was crippled. Chapter 66, The God of the District. How dare you speak out of turn? The crowd of Xia watched with feverish enthusiasm, their hearts unable to stop beating wildly, and their scalps tingling. Worthy of being one of the 4 elephants, the green dragon is awesome, crippling Izanami in one strike. 666. The green dragon is too awesome, smashing that neon mother of gods. My Xia deities are awesome, they swept away the neon deities. The pop-up screens were endless, not stopping for a moment, highlighting the excitement in the hearts of the many viewers. Even the Pope and the many cardinals in that holy see were dumbfounded. A single blow had crippled the mother of gods of Neon Island. This Qinglong's strength was too terrifying, far surpassing that of ordinary gods, terrified to the core. It was still as domineering and peerless as the fire god Zhu Rong, striking directly onto Neon Island. In the middle of the battlefield, Izanami rushed out from the depths of the ocean, his power projection tattered and torn. With a deep shock on her face, over the endless years, she had long forgotten the terror of the great summer gods, and now that she felt the terror of Qinglong, the fear in her heart climbed back up. Qinglong's strength was too terrifying, that vast divine power, it was not at all something that 3/5 of one's own strength could resist. In the midst of countless people's shock, Qinglong took the initiative to strike, and his terrifying power swept across the globe. Aang! The green dragon let out a roar, and the stars and buckets in the circumference of the sky shook once again. Vast divine power suppressed the 4 seas, churning between the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and a terrifying aura reversed the heavens. The endless stars in the firmament blossomed with dazzling light, and the majestic star power in the star river surged madly as a dangerous force that frightened people to the core was emitting a vast divine might. In the midst of those heavenly visions, the massive body of the green dragon was like a divine chain of order in heaven and earth, suppressing the heavens and earth and the dome of the sky, extremely radiant, causing countless people to be terrified to the extreme. Roar, roar, roar. Enveloped by the terrifying aura of the green dragon, Izanami only felt a sense of crisis that made his soul tremble emerge in his heart, as if he was going to die horizontally the next moment, and he couldn't help but let out a burst of furious roar. In that rotten god body, endless dead chi gushing out, all over the body maggots also only extreme roar, with a horrible chi and a crazy breeding, endless divine light shining. The global sky of death chi swarmed, a party of dead countries manifested behind it, and endless grievous souls roared. Boom boom boom. Endless death chi and majestic starlight boomed in a collision, and terrifying divine power ravaged the globe, setting off a terrifying power fluctuation that caused the earth to tremble. Kill! The sound of a vast roar echoed across the globe, only to see the massive body of the green dragon swinging its giant claws to ferociously strike towards Izanami, carrying the starbursts of the sky. There was no way to hide, no way to avoid. Izanami could only grit her teeth and go to war, with an unrivaled aura, waving her fist to set off a terrifyingly extreme attack to kill the green dragon. Rumble! Giant claws and fistons met, extremely bright divine light violently collided together, the 4 seas madly churned, lifting up boundless shocking waves that rolled and attacked the surrounding coasts, causing great destruction. Neon was even more miserable under this horrifying battle, and the churning waves almost swallowed them up. The sky exploded for thousands of miles, the endless void was in turmoil, the horrifying battle fluctuations were terrifyingly incomparable. Ah! Izanami let out a mournful scream. Under the terrifying impact of the starburst, only the roiling death aura around his body was shattered, and his divine power was shattered and dissipated. His power projection was woefully incomparable, and his face carried endless horror. I am the mother of the neon gods, having given birth to the gods, and my divine power is boundless. The same power projection, I have also descended a few more points than you, how could I not be your opponent? Izanami roared in terror, his shocking voice swept across the globe, terrifying endless people. Then a giant claw that covered the sky fell, strong and incomparable, directly shattering Izanami's power projection. Looking at the horrifying battle vision in that firmament, everyone was immersed in Izanami's final wail. Izanami had descended with more power than Qinglong's, and as a result, he was still blown away by a single blow, completely outmatched. Xia's deity is too strong, the powerful mother of gods is completely no match. She was crippled in a single strike and was directly blown up, completely unopposed. Oh gods! Request that you all open your eyes and look at the Neon Kingdom. The gods of the Summer Kingdom are wreaking havoc. I beg you all to fight against him. The Mother of Gods has been defeated, who is still a match for the Summer Kingdom's green dragon, who can fight against him. Is it possible that I, Nahom, will never be able to occupy the land of the 9 states? What to do? Not an opponent, the Neon Gods can't quell this turmoil. Watching with their own eyes as Izanami's power projection was directly smashed, all the neon people were all in a state of wailing and despair. In the prayers of all the people of Nihon, Izanami's mother goddess revived and violently beat up Shangliu to induce all the islanders to boil over, seeing the hope of destroying the great summer, but as a result, before too long, the Qinglong of the summer country directly revived and powerfully beat up Izanami's projection. This makes the mood of the island people as if riding a roller coaster. The mood rises up to high altitude, in an instant falls directly into hell. Some people directly fainted in shock. When the shogun saw the terrifying body of the green dragon in the firmament, endless panic rose on his face was without a trace of blood, and his entire body was trembling violently. Defeated, the mother of gods is completely defeated. One of the shogun's high-ranking transcendents around him was also in an endless state of awakened hope, his mouth roaring in horror. Countless people on the international scene were also completely dumbfounded. Can't be offended, Xia absolutely can't be offended, that's a magical earth that has birthed endless terrifying deities. God, ah! Last time, Archangel Gabriel wanted to judge the Summer Kingdom. As a result, he triggered the resurrection of the fire god Zhu Rong, and directly overbearingly lifted the holy sea to face God directly, and now Nihong has provoked the resurrection of this deity Qinglong, and smashed Izanami's projection. What's going on in the Summer Kingdom? Could it be the so-called God Lord who's dominating all of this behind the scenes? Leading the revival of the deity, then how terrifying is this God Lord? God is not its opponent? In the Holy See, the Pope and a group of cardinal archbishops were all stupefied. The strength of this Xia's deity Qinglong is definitely not inferior to Zhu Rong. After half a ring, a cardinal archbishop came back to his senses and said with shock. The implication was that it could fight against God as well as Zhu Rong, which was a taboo he didn't dare to utter anymore. Heretics, all of them are heretics, all of them are sinful people, God will not forgive them. The Pope was awakened and couldn't help but rise up in a rage, using his anger to hide his terror. This deity was acting too strong, causing some despair in his heart. The Summer Kingdom boiled over. Numerous viewers ran directly to Neon's live broadcast to mock madly. See, our 4-elephant green dragon is bullish or not, it directly shattered your Izanami's power projection. Where did those clamoring bastards go just now? Have the ability to come out now to continue to say, but also broke the Xia kingdom, beat to your despair. A bunch of bastards, wolves in wild hearts, recognizing their fathers all over the place, call your lighthouse country father to come and save you again. Quickly, quickly, shout daddy again, the last time was not quite loud, screamed how loud, the global people heard. On the firmament, a side of the Yellow Springs kingdom manifested. From the endless wailing souls, Izanami's terrifying figure manifested in the world, with endless anger rising on his face. Qinglong, today slaughtered my power projection, in the coming day I will definitely set off a boundless sea of blood in the summer country, chopped up all the people of the summer country to wash away the shame. Standing with the endless souls of the wronged, covered with death vapor sweeping the Yellow Springs country, Izanami swore an oath. In the coming day, he will slaughter all the people of the summer country to wash away today's shame. For a time, the earth and sky shook, the universe roared, boundless blood red filled the sky, as if reflecting her oath. Good guts! The green dragon burst into fury, its vast dragon might suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths as it raged. Dare to threaten me, you will die today, even if your true body is in a party of divine kingdoms, you cannot escape. The world was in an uproar, and everyone had a premonition that something horrible would happen. Chapter 67, The Green Dragon Kills the Yellow Springs Kingdom. Kill the true body of Izanami. Sure enough, in the next second, a terrifying vision appeared. The green dragon force power projection that was horizontally spaced above the Pacific Ocean shattered with a loud bang, transforming into endless star power that tore through thousands of miles of the firmament like a river of stars. Rumble! In an instant, the 4 seas and 8 wastelands shook, the stars of the circumference boiled, and the star river blossomed with endless dazzling, radiant starlight. An aura of terror to the extreme filled out from the thousands of miles of torn dome, causing countless people around the globe to feel suffocated and terrified, and the entire world rumbled as the rules of the heavens and earth seemed to be collapsing. Immediately afterward, a terrifying figure that was like a mountain range winding without end suddenly flashed through the thousands of miles of void cracks. It set off a raging storm with thousands of thunder snakes rushing about. When the green dragon was furious, above the earth, a violent storm drifted for 10,000 miles, setting off endless waves of terror. The long river of space and time was distorted, and the green dragon killed directly into the Yellow Springs Kingdom. In the middle of the neon Yellow Springs Kingdom, Izanami, who stood proudly above the countless grievous souls, was horrified to see that the void above the Yellow Springs divine kingdom was directly torn apart, many laws collapsed, a pale chaotic aura raged out, and a streak of grey thunder exploded. The green dragon descended. Carrying the stars of the heavens and the vastness of bright starlight, the true body of the green dragon descended into the neon Yellow Springs Kingdom. The endless stretch of the dragon's body was perched in the sky above the Yellow Springs Kingdom, and the terrifying dragon god ravaged the entire Yellow Springs Kingdom, suppressing the gods and endless grievous souls in the Yellow Springs Kingdom. No! Impossible! Now that the Yellow Springs Kingdom is hidden in the endless void, between the pale cosmic heavens, how could it possibly be found? Seeing the true body of the green dragon, Izanami's true body trembled violently, yelling up to the heavens in terror, completely disbelieving. The current Earth was not yet able to accommodate the Yellow Springs Kingdom, so this side of the world of the dead floated in the endless void, between the gaps of the heavens, existing above the minds of the people of the Neon Kingdom. The location was vague and ethereal, and there was no way to get started on locating it, and now that Xinglong had directly struck in real life, how could this not surprise her? Kill! Xinglong paid no attention to this nonsense and directly struck. Just now Izanami's oath had clearly angered him, now distorting the long river of space. He also wanted to kill Izanami in the middle of the Yellow Springs Kingdom. The terrifying aura of the green dragon's true body was even more frightening. His body was more than twice as large as the power projection that descended on Earth, strong to the extreme. The vastness of the divine power directly illuminated the entire piece of dead Yellow Springs, making the entire Yellow Springs Kingdom tremble violently. Rumble! Almost in an instant, the entire Yellow Springs Kingdom was about to shatter in general, as everything withered in the Yellow Springs, and all of the severe ghosts and unjust souls directly knelt down, praying in terror to the green dragon in the sky above. Even those in the middle of the earth, no matter how far apart they were, couldn't help but kneel in submission, worshipping the fluctuations in that endless void. The strength that erupted from the green dragon's true body was too terrifying. Facing the green dragon's true body, Izanami couldn't stop trembling, and under the pressure of the life and death crisis, he also made a move. Roar! Izanami roared, endless death chi overflowed out of her rotting divine body. The vastness of the death divine power pressed and trampled aside of the void. The horrifying aura of death and decay erupted on her body, sweeping over 10,000 miles of the Yellow Springs Kingdom, charging into the sky and killing directly towards the true body of the blue dragon. The roiling starlight pressed down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The deathly and corrosive aura that hung down like a waterfall shook to death the endless undead, and the terrifying ferocious might of the two deities was absolutely monstrous. This was the gods, sacrificed by all living beings, sitting high in the 9 heavens. A single strike could amaze the world's living beings. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of divine power was like the sound of golden geese roaring in the Yellow Springs Kingdom. Poof! The green dragon is like a pillar of the sky, like a huge claw swing, endless starlight divine power around. The surrounding void inch by inch collapse, directly that rises to the sky. Izanami swept down, rotten body above the endless rotting flesh flying, almost beaten disintegration, directly smashed down to the end of the Yellow Springs earth low depths. So what if it's a positive god? Today, I'll behead a god against all odds. The divine power above the massive body of the green dragon shone even brighter. The starlight of the celestial stars was erupting. The huge tail like a mountain range swept down. The horrifying sharpness was too dazzling, and the chi of the Dao laws coalesced into horrifying runes, wanting to completely massacre Izanami. Let me go, I take back my previous oath. Deep in the low depths of the Yellow Springs earth, after feeling the terrifying aura, Izanami let out a loud scream. Surprisingly, he was begging for mercy. A righteous god was actually begging for mercy. Completely unrecognizable from his strong appearance when he was first revived. However, the green dragon's face was cold, the killing intent in his eyes was overflowing. He was not moved by it, and his giant tail was still sweeping down. No! A mournful scream came to an abrupt end. The Izanami that fell into the ground, directly by the violent divine power to break down the real body. The law-condensed runes will directly tear that immortal divine soul into pieces. Divine soul broke and immediately fell. Boom! Endless divine power was still boiling, and the starlight in the sky was still raging. In an instant, the endless earth crumbled, the entire Yellow Springs Kingdom exploded, and all the laws in this divine kingdom instantly collapsed. Thousands and thousands of stern ghosts and spirits were directly turned into flying ash under this terrifying strike. At this moment, it was as if the universe had stopped functioning, and everything was silent. At this moment, the endless void was blown through, and the terrifying fluctuations even shook the earth violently. Within that endless void, there was a party of divine kingdoms hidden, in which countless to divine auras were sleeping. This place is called the High Heavenly Plains, where all the beings of Neon sleep. At the moment of Izanami's death, a host of deities suddenly awoke and briefly had to revive. Mother, to think that she has completely fallen. No! What happened? That mother's aura completely dissipated? Who on earth is it? Too bold to slaughter the Yellow Springs tainted goddess. Many deities covered their chests, suppressing the guilty movements from their hearts as they roared in anger. For a moment, endless sadness filled the high heavenly plains. After a moment passed, no matter how much the neon gods struggled, they had to continue to fall into slumber. At this time, the earth was silent, and all beings lost their voices. In the Nihon Island country, at this time, chaos is frequent. The Neon Island country's inheritance was unbroken, and statues of Izanami were enshrined in many temples and homes. In this instant, the statues all cracked and fell straight down. The statues enshrined by the Yellow Springs tainted goddess, all of them shattered. I can no longer sense the goddess's aura. Collapse of faith. This is a horrifying phenomenon that only occurs after the fall of an enshrined deity. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. The Yellow Springs tainted goddess is in the Yellow Springs Kingdom. How could she have fallen? In that moment, all of the people of the Neon Island who had paid their salaries to Izanami couldn't sense her divine aura anymore. Endless voices of skepticism resounded above the neon lands at that moment. It was at this moment that 10,000 miles of emptiness exploded, and a miserable and tragic scene was revealed in the nine heavens. Chapter 68, Fall of the Gods. Demons wreak havoc. Global shock. It was a vast divine country with an endless aura of the dead boiling. At this moment, however, it was in shambles. The sky turned upside down, the earth crumbled as much as it could, the endless void was torn apart, and a terrifying law collapsed as much as it could. The entire divine kingdom was shattered, riddled with holes and revealed in the cosmic void. On top of that shattered divine country, there was a huge behemoth that stretched endlessly and couldn't be seen, with extremely bright divine power surging around its circumference, proudly perched on top of that side of the shattered divine country, coldly looking down at the shattered earth below. It was incomparably tragic and terrifying. All life had perished, and everything was silent. The remnants of the terrifying battle fluctuations caused the souls of all beings to tremble just by watching from afar. The fluctuations that were so terrifying just now, it was a deity in a great battle. That terrifying summer deity, Qin couldn't have killed his way into the Yellow Springs kingdom to look for the Yellow Springs tainted goddess. Where is the Yellow Springs tainted goddess? Why isn't she in the Yellow Springs kingdom? Make a move to kill that summer country deity Green Dragon. Seeing that incomparably poignant scene of the shattered Yellow Springs kingdom, incredulity, endless grief, and despair through the heavens and through the earth enveloped the ne'er-do-wells tightly. That shattered is the Yellow Springs kingdom. In the middle of the shogunate, the general tilted his head and looked up, the tragic and incomparable scene in the void, screaming in horror. The Yellow Springs tainted goddess has truly fallen. All of the executives tilted their heads up to look up at the behemoth Green Dragon hovering above the ruins of the Yellow Springs divine kingdom, also screaming in shock. It's the deities of the Xia kingdom that entered the Yellow Springs kingdom and brutally murdered the Yellow Springs tainted goddess. The mother of gods has fallen. For a moment, Neon Island wailed all over the place, and cries of pain and despair resounded through the nine heavens. In that fortress in the Summer Kingdom, the town guard who commanded the opening of the satellite broadcast. At this moment, he also tilted his head and saw the appearance of the Yellow Springs kingdom in that torn void. The town guard could not help but shout in shock. Heavens! Qin actually killed the Neon Yellow Springs kingdom in its true form and beheaded Izanami, the mother of the neon gods. It's too awesome. Quickly! Aim the satellite into the middle of that void rift. The horrifying scene is broadcasted out to me globally. I want all the people around the globe to be horrified at the strength of the Green Dragon. This town guard then reacted and loudly awakened his surrounding men who were also filled with shock, allowing them to quickly operate. However, in a matter of moments, that one image surfaced in the live broadcast rooms of the major platforms. All the viewers were completely dumbfounded, and half a dozen times they couldn't come back to their senses, and it was only after a long time that sporadic pop-ups began to appear. God, is that Xia's deity Qin killing his way into the Neon Yellow Springs kingdom? How did he do it? Oh, this is too terrifying. Because of Izanami's words, the deity of the Summer Kingdom directly killed Izanami in the Neon Yellow Springs kingdom. It's too powerful. A god has fallen, since Archangel Gabriel, a righteous god, has been completely decimated. These deities of the Summer Kingdom are all too powerful. Everyone that appears can conquer the four directions and decimate the gods. In the middle of the Holy See, the Pope and the many cardinals, seeing the images in the live broadcast, were like being struck by lightning, and they were all in a state of shock, unable to move. The summer country's deity, Qin directly rushed into the Neon Yellow Springs divine kingdom in its true form and killed Izanami, the mother of the neon gods. Such a horrifying and shocking thing. This was the first time it had ever happened on Earth. Only after a long time did the Pope speak tremblingly. Since the killing angel, another deity has fallen. The Xia kingdom is a great sin, definitely a tumor to humanity, and will endanger all of mankind. The words fell behind, the scene was silent. At this time, the many cardinals were still immersed in shock. No one picked up the Pope's words. When Xia resuscitated a deity, it beheaded a party of deities. This is too terrifying. Is the Eternal Lord a rival of Xia's deities? It was only after a few more moments that a cardinal archbishop murmured in a small voice, that pious and fervent faith collapsing, uttering such forbidden words. It wasn't just him. Seeing this horrifying scene, many people's pious faith was shaken. Many divine systems in many countries around the globe set off 10,000 huge waves. Directly descending into other divine kingdoms in his true form, he killed a party of righteous gods. That was a party of real resurrected positive gods, had created a party of divine systems to nurture the neon gods. The head of the terrifying to the extreme shocked the world, and now completely fell and was chopped to death. This is really too shocking. A giant hammer in everyone's heart, wild hammer, let a person cannot believe. Even Xia's own people were shocked. Qin is awesome. This series of conquests excited me, fell at goosebumps. Killing Izanami directly in the kingdom of the gods, ask the gods of the world, who dares to be so arrogant? Who dares to be so arrogant? Who dares to clamor? The two gods are really too much for my liking. How powerful and uplifting it is to blow up God's projection and kill Izanami. All of the transcendents in the Summer Kingdom were also swarming with emotion, their bodies filled with hot blood. After so many years of perseverance, this moment finally ushered in the revival of a deity. A deity had been revived, smashing God's projection and decapitating his enemy. The Xia Kingdom stood up strongly. It would no longer be called out that the Summer Kingdom was a godforsaken land. Those masters on the internet also no longer had a place to hide. Above the ruins of that Yellow Springs divine kingdom, the true body of the green dragon looked back and gazed at the earth, endless laws intertwined in its eyes, blossoming endless divine power, illuminating a side of the void, and its sight fell into the land of Xia. In an instant, majestic vitality enveloped the countless earths, and there was also a power of the four spirits, which fell into the land of the great Xia, transforming into a statue of divine power, suppressing the countless earths, and collecting incense. Aang! After a loud chirp, the true body of the green dragon turned into endless starlight and departed, hiding into that roiling starry sky. The terrifying dragon might that suppressed the heavens and earth dissipated, and this dazzling battle of the gods finally came to an end. The heavens and earth remained silent, everyone needed time to digest this horrifying battle. Only in Nei Hon Island, which was bustling with the sounds of wailing all over the place. The mother of gods, Izanami, had fallen, the Orochi had been decapitated, and the fifth ordering young master, Matsuoka Inuzuka, and the style spirit great demon, Sakuten Boy, had also died. At this moment, the many ghostly infestations of Neon Island could no longer be suppressed and exploded. Countless ghosts and monsters emerged throughout the entire kingdom, wreaking havoc on the entire island and constantly setting off one bloody storm after another. The already endless despair of the Neon Island kingdom was now compounded. By the time darkness fell, something even more horrifying had also descended. Chapter 69, Neon 100 Ghosts of the Night. Step into the fifth rank. In the darkness of the night, the ghosts and demons became even more rampant. Above the neon earth that had lost its power to suppress it, endless demonic chi surfaced. Immediately afterward, one terrifying great demon after another appeared and began to hunt the neon people throughout the neon lands, eating their hearts and drinking their blood. In the middle of the neon shogunate, there was also an uninvited guest. Slick Ghost. At this time when Nahong is being invaded by the Xia Kingdom, instead of leading your men's 100 ghosts to fight against the ferocious beast Sagittarius, you condone your men to wreak havoc on Nahong and carry out their hunting. It's too much, isn't it? The Scorched General, looking at the slippery ghost in front of him who had occupied the shogunate with the appearance of a master, opened his mouth and angrily rebuked. That's the sins you humans have created yourselves. What business is it of our demons? Slick Ghost, who had the appearance of a pale old man, narrowed his eyes and said, not to mention, now is the right time for me to take over the entire demon and human world. I still have to thank Xia. Hateful. Upon hearing this, the general became furious, his strength of a sixth-rank transcendent erupted, and he brazenly struck out, pulling up the taijutsu at his waist to slash at the slippery-headed ghost in front of him. Put! A bloodlight splashed, and the general with sixth-rank strength was unexpectedly defeated. A huge wound was cut out of his chest, and blood spurted out crazily. Slick Ghost shook off the blood on the short-bladed taijutsu in his hand and shouted loudly. 100 ghosts, the feast belonging to the demons has begun. Feast on the fresh and tender livers of humans. The voice echoed over the entire shogunate, resounding over the entire Neon Empire. Ho 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 ho! Instantly rose the sounds of rising and falling demonic roars. A terrifying demonic aura enveloped the entire Neon Imperial capital, resounding with the sound of a miserable scream. Hundreds of demons marched at night. Endless demons began to wreak havoc on the entire Nehong, opening up a hunting tour. For a moment, the wailing sounds of Neon resounded throughout the night. The gods were killed, and now that the shogun's sixth-rank general had been seriously injured and fled, the situation on the entire island of Neon was completely out of control. Directly reduced to a country of ghosts and monsters. At this time, Xiao's satellite broadcast had not yet ended, and the tragic situation of Neon was being played in the broadcast room. It's really great. Seeing Neon's tragic situation, I couldn't help but eat 2 extra bowls of rice late at night. Ha ha ha. This is the kind of thing that everyone in Neon expects to happen to us in Xia, and now that we've been reduced to a demon-infested country, it's really great to see. It's better to be completely destroyed, a bunch of wolves. It's a disgusting country, just mentioning it makes me sick to my stomach. Where's the Neon Lord of the 100 Ghosts? Hurry up and get on camera. It's a demon, but it's a good job. I'm going to reward him with a few rockets. One by one, the pop-ups brushed by. In Huai City, Qin Feng was also paying attention to the condition of the Neons at this time. When he looked at their miserable state, his heart couldn't help but float with pleasure. This group of people hadn't clamored a lot before the gods of the Xia Kingdom had recovered, and had tried countless times to invade the 9 states, reducing the land of the Great Xia to a land of ghosts and monsters. Now it was considered a deserved and very appropriate end. Waiting until late at night and turning off his cell phone, Qin Feng began to check up on his harvest this time. Activation icon, 8. Summoning, 0. Incense, 2,667,911. The green dragon directly slaughtered Izanami's true body, causing Qin Feng's incentive to surge by a fraction, directly rising by more than 600,000. The biggest gain this time is still summoning the green dragon, one of the 4 elephants. After closing the system, Qin Feng muttered. As one of the 4 spirits of the heavens, the green dragon not only had a lofty status, but its strength was even more terrifying, being able to directly locate the position of the neon yellow springs divine kingdom in the endless void. These were by no means something an ordinary divine spirit would be able to do. Moreover, as a totem dragon, this is even more helpful for Qin Feng to collect incense. After synthesizing multiple aspects, summoning the green dragon was even more profitable than summoning other deities. After putting everything in order, Qin Feng began to sit on his bed and cultivate. Ever since his last trip to the Western Mountains, where he had obtained the 5 Thunders orthodoxy, Qin Feng had felt like he was on the verge of a breakthrough. The night quickly receded, and the edge of the east began to turn fish belly white, like thousands of auspicious clouds rushing. Qin Feng, who had been sitting and practicing for half the night, started to make a breakthrough. Thrust. Prick la. A thunder began to flash around his body. His body was covered with golden light, which reflected the sitting Qin Feng as if he were a divine Buddha, descending into the world. As his aura climbed to the top, suddenly the terrifying aura began to metamorphose and the thunder and golden light became even more profound and dazzling. Bang! A moment later, accompanied by a muffled sound emanating from Qin Feng's body, his strength broke through. The transformation of his own terrifying aura was complete, and when it came out recklessly, it directly cracked the walls around the room. When the mana was running, it was like the rushing sound of a large river resounding through the room. The terrifying aura closed in, and the pervasive thunder and the golden light that spread out all over the room were also withdrawn from the body in a hurry. Qin Feng slowly opens his eyes, a refined aura emerges as 2 tiny swords she slashes out from within his eyes, blossoming with sharpness, directly piercing through the glass and cutting through a void outside the room before slowly dissipating. According to the standards of the Response Bureau, I should be a 5th order transcendent now. But with the addition of many means and auras, resisting a 6th order shouldn't be much of a problem. Feeling the terrifying power contained within his body, Qin Feng was incomparably confident. He was able to kill a 5th order when he was at the 4th order, and now that his cultivation had broken through, confronting a 6th order was definitely not a problem. After counting the days, he had been a scared ordinary person more than a month ago, but now he already possessed the strength of the 5th rank. If one were to say such words, who would dare to believe them? Looking at the sky, which had completely brightened up, he realized that a night had already passed. However, having not slept all night, Qin Feng was still in high spirits and did not need to rest at all. After simply packing his luggage, Qin Feng was ready to make a trip to the imperial capital. He had already been harboring in Huai City for more than 2 months and went back to the imperial capital to have a look around. After the revival of many deities, the demons and devils in the Summer Kingdom had apparently settled down quite a bit, and the vehicles they operated had also returned to normal. In the afternoon, Qin Feng arrived at the imperial capital from Huai City. Just as he stepped out of the station, a burly silhouette greeted him warmly. Ha ha ha. Crazy man, didn't expect you to really come. After receiving the news, I thought you were lying to me. Shan Hai greeted him with incomparable excitement, then marveled with some envy. It's only been a few days since I came back from Huai City. You've become even more handsome than those fresh meat, and you're also too conspicuous with this transcendent temperament. At those words, Qin Feng froze for a moment. He didn't care too much about all this, except that there were many little girls along the way who blushed and were shy when they saw him. Before Qin Feng could open his mouth, the remaining light from the corner of his eye only glimpsed a beautiful and incomparable figure walking over. Chapter 70, Divine Couple, Late Night Surprise. Fish Xining also came over. Dressed in a white dress, 3,000 green silk hanging down to the waist, without powder white temporary delicate face so that the sun and the moon are eclipsed, walking on the road triggered a crowd of amazement, so that people have to sigh at the creator's eccentricity. Qin Feng glanced at Shan Hai suspiciously. He came to the imperial capital, did not send her a message. Hey! Buddy, righteousness, right? Shan Hai grinned extremely brightly and whispered in Qin Feng's ear. A wisp of fragrance drifted closer as Fish Xining arrived in front of Qin Feng. To come to the imperial capital and not even inform me. A slight anger surfaced on Fish Xining's face, and there was a trace of resentment in the corner of her eyes. The last time she sent a message, it turned out that after Qin Feng sent a safe and sound, there was no trace of her, which made Xining tangle for several days, all the time wondering if a girl who kept taking the initiative to send a message didn't seem too unreserved. Came in too much of a hurry, haven't had time yet. Touching his nose, Qin Feng smiled sarcastically. The fairy couple like two stood in front of the station, causing countless men and women to have their hearts broken for them. Damn it! Such a pretty girl, I was going to ask for WeChat, but as a result, I'm not worthy. A boy said groundlessly. Beside him, a girl nodded along. I was also prepared to ask for Miss Sister's WeChat, and as a result, I'm not worthy either. The boys were shocked. Hurry up and get on the car, the station is all jammed up. Shan Hai said sourly on the side. He himself was also a rooted high flyer, and he was able to set off a wave of girls' cheers in school, but as a result, he was now directly reduced to a green leaf. Humph. All are face dog. A line of 3 people got into the black sedan parked on the side of the road. Qin Feng and Fish Xining sat in the back row. Shan Hai fell into the driver. As the vehicle sped along the wide road, Qin Feng frowned in the back row. In the sky above the imperial capital, there was a thin layer of evil power hanging over it. Although it was very faint, it still made Qin Feng feel very uncomfortable. Originally, he thought that the imperial capital, as the capital of a country, which gathered countless top-strength transcendents from the Xia kingdom, would be safe and all ghostly problems would be swept away. However, he had never thought that underneath this extreme prosperity, there was also a crisis. However, after realizing this, Qin Feng did not move and continued to laugh and talk with Yu Xining and Shan Hai. Vehicles through the bustling city entered a quiet and scenic neighborhood. This neighborhood or villas, in the imperial capital of such an inch of land, can be said to be a status symbol. Shan Hai and Yu Xining lived here. The entire neighborhood was developed by Shan Hai's father. Qin Feng had been here once or twice before. Parking his car in the garage, Shan Hai led Qin Feng and Yu Xining to open the door of their home, but he could not help but be stunned. A few people were sitting in the living room, Shan Hai's parents as well as Grandma Fish Xining, who was in a wheelchair. Dad, Mom, it's not that today is particularly busy, why are you all here? Shan Hai couldn't help but wonder. Grandmother. Fish Xining blushed a little, unable to help but remember how she looked when she had been changing her clothes and dressing up when she went out earlier. That abnormality had definitely caught her grandmother's attention. This mixed kid, your old man I take a break how, want me to die of exhaustion early to inherit the family fortune ah. Shan Hai's father stood up and spoke. Bastard kid, follow me a little something for you to do. After saying that, he pulled the dumbfounded Shan Hai and walked out, and in the end, he even gave Qin Feng a deep look, a pair of eyes containing endless astonishment. Xining ah. Shan Hai's mother also pulled a somewhat overwhelmed Yu Xining upstairs. Come upstairs with me, I bought a particularly beautiful dress today, help me take a look. For a while, only Qin Feng and Yu Xining's grandmother were left in the living room. Qin Feng, finally we meet. Sitting on top of the wheelchair, the paper-tied woman was the first to speak to break the deadlock. It didn't occur to me that Xining's grandmother was the famous Director General of Reactions, Iron Lady. Qin Feng said in surprise. This layer of relationship was truly something he hadn't expected. Have a seat. It's just right to take this opportunity for us to chat. The paper tie woman pointed to the sofa in front of her and said. He hadn't expected Qin Feng's identity before, and had only discovered it after some investigation. Qin Feng sat down in front of the paper tie woman with great generosity. You've really amazed people these days. The first time you made a move to solve the ghost car ghost trouble, then climbed all the way up the various forbidden Jedi areas, even killed the Fifth Order Sin Python King, and a few days ago when you arrived at the Western Mountain, you even leveled the hidden trouble of Kuei Mountain. You are worthy of being an ancient true path. Seeing Qin Feng take his seat, the paper tying woman said with a sigh, then the conversation turned. What do you think about the situation in Xia? Facing the paper tie woman's sudden and abrupt turn of phrase, it caused Qin Feng to be stunned before speaking. With the revival of many gods and spirits, the demons and devils dare not appear to commit sins. It's quite good. The situation in Xia becoming better was also really exciting. The paper-tying woman revealed a smile, then tentatively inquired. You ancient true paths, your methods are profound and unfathomable. Can you contact the gods? No comment. Hearing this, Qin Feng directly shook his head. Right now, he didn't want to expose his connection with the deities. In that case, the paper tie woman was a bit disappointed, then subliminally resumed her smile and invited Qin Feng. This time, when you come to the imperial capital, you have time to take a turn at the reaction directorate. You're the #1 favorite in the reaction directorate. Obviously, meeting for the first time, the paper tie woman didn't want to talk to Qin Feng about anything else for fear of startling him. Then, Shan Hai's father sat down and took the crowd to dinner before the group rested. Into the night. The prosperous Xingjing was brilliantly lit up. People were coming and going in a lively manner, completely not quiet for a moment because of the night. It was clearly a city that never sleeps. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar broke the color of this prosperity. Immediately afterward, infinite shadowy and evil power gushed out from the depths of the underground of the imperial capital like a tidal wave, and the vast ghostly aura directly obscured the firmament above the imperial capital. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling began to echo throughout the imperial capital. Boom! A terrifying aura rushed out from the depths of the earth, stirring up the wind and clouds in all directions, causing the heavens and earth to lose color, and plunging countless people into horror. Boom boom! Another roar rang out, and it was as if a ghostly gate to hell had opened beneath the imperial capital, followed by endless stern ghosts roaring to rush up to the ground and cause chaos in all directions. Below the imperial capital, a ghost has advanced to the 6th rank. At the beginning of the rise of the vision, Qin Feng awoke with a jolt and rushed straight up to the top of the villa from the large bed, looking distantly in the direction beyond the invitation, the place where the ghost scourge had erupted. At this moment, the prosperous vision of the imperial capital fell, and the entire city was in a state of panic. Everyone was incomparably shocked. The imperial capital had unexpectedly erupted with a horrifying ghost scourge. Chapter 71, Imperial Capital Crisis. The Ghost World erupts. The 5 ranks of the imperial capital gather. The outskirts. In a forbidden area designated by the Response Bureau, there was a huge deep pit in the center, and at the moment, Qi like a tidal wave was frantically surging and bursting upwards. Mixed in that tidal wave of Qi, countless horrifying ghosts and spirits, with teeth and claws, madly impacting, wanting to kill the ground from the depths of the earth. Buzz. Just as the ghosts and spirits wanted to rush out of the cave entrance, they only saw a formation pattern above the cave entrance emitting golden light, forming a large formation that covered thousands of meters, frantically operating to purify the power of Yin and evil, and beating the countless ghosts and spirits back into the depths of the earth. Great! The evil-suppressing grand formation has blocked these surging severe ghosts and grievous spirits. Otherwise, once they are allowed to rush into the ground and kill their way into the imperial capital, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, the person guarding this place was a 4th-ranked young gentleman, and his tense body and mind relaxed upon seeing this scene. This is a great formation to suppress evil. However, it was built with the efforts of a country, summoning all the young gentlemen in the country to come and spending countless exotic materials and treasures to build it successfully. The group of transcendents from the Response Bureau beside them also breathed a sigh of relief. Having been suppressed in this place for a long time, they all understood the horror of this deep pit. Coiled with countless severe ghosts and spirits, 3rd and 4th order abound, buried a lot of people with deep grievances, just like a side of the ghost world in general. However, while they were breathing a sigh of relief, another change occurred. Roar! A roar came from that deep pit. Immediately afterward, a terrifying and suffocating force of evil erupted. It was that one ghost monster that had broken through the 6th stage that struck. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and the evil suppression formation, which had invested countless efforts and blood into the reaction directorate, was impacted by the terrifying evil force, and the golden light crumbled by inches, gradually dimming and stopping its operation. Not good! Mr. 4th Order Yin Yang's face suddenly changed, and his eyes contained a strong sense of horror. Roar, roar, roar! Without the suppression of the grand formation, endless stern ghosts and unjust souls roared and fishtailed out of the deep pit. The earth roared, and as if there was no end to it, the ghosts crawled out of the pit in a frenzy. For a moment a thick force of evil and sinister power covered the sky, countless long dragons of sinful chi roared high in the sky. Just as the endless stern ghosts and evil spirits, surging in all directions, rushed into the urban area to kill and horrify people to cause chaos. Boom! A pale flame rose in the south, and in the deep night, a silhouette carrying a copper lamp stepped out. A ghostly aura boiled around him, and a cold face even paler than a stern ghost was revealed. Retreat! The Tomb Guardian let out a furious shout, a terrifying ghostly aura erupted, and his powerful aura forced the endless unjust souls to stop in their tracks. Buzz! A blind old Taoist also stepped out from the west, pointing the ground with his crutch. A power was injected into the ground, running the underground broken formation. Countless golden texts erupted, also blocking a party of ghostly scourge. It's not good. The imperial capital for countless years don't know how many people died tragically, and how many people who died with hatred were buried. Now all converge in that deep hole. Now that old ghost has broken through to the 6th rank, big trouble ah. The blind Taoist looked at the sky with a pair of pale eyes, his face was a bit ugly. Kill! The north let out a bellowing cry, a ferocious killing force that made the ghosts and monsters feel terrified erupted. Tulei was seething with murderous intent carrying a pig killing knife, shocking all the ghosts. Code of. Tulei's face contained endless anger, his mouth cursing furiously. Originally, I had been worried, but as a result, that cunning old undead really broke through. Bang! In the east, a corpse fetcher's pole containing a thick aura of death stirred up the wind and clouds in all directions. The void was stirred up like a river, instantly killing countless ghosts. The withered figure of the corpse fetcher was also revealed in the darkness. Wow! Far away sitting in a wheelchair, the paper tie woman blossomed with mysterious light, her hands formed a seal, and from that cuff countless paper people swarmed out, floating in the void. They directly shrouded the surroundings, blocking off a side of the void and knocking down countless ghosts that wanted to escape from the void. The 5 5th-ranked members of the Imperial Capital Response Directorate arrived at the same time to suppress the ghostly riots in this place. Not far away, there was a sneaky figure that was broadcasting all of this live. The Imperial Capital Ghost Suffering Riot was such a big deal that it attracted the attention of everyone in the entire Summer Kingdom, and countless people were paying attention. Looking at the nearly 1 million people that had flooded into his live broadcast room in just 1 minute, Li Qing was exceptionally happy. As a second-order transcendent, because of his fear of death, he didn't join the Reaction Bureau, and usually got some live broadcasts on the internet. Today, he was live broadcasting in the countryside when he saw the outbreak of the ghost infestation, and was attracted by the huge amount of traffic, so he secretly stayed behind. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room surged madly. I, Anchor Bulby, even dare to live broadcast the outbreak of ghost infestation. An audience surged in to see that live streaming scene, all stunned. Brothers and sisters, did you see that? All 5 of the Imperial Capital's 5th Order are here: Paper Tie Woman, Butcher, Tomb Guardian, Mystery Yang, Corpse Scavenger. These 5 represent the top of the Summer Kingdom. With them here, this ghost scourge will definitely be quelled. Li Qing introduced towards the live broadcast. That's good, let's quell the ghost scourge as soon as possible. I've seen Minister 2 make a move before, killing a 4th Order blood pupil ghost with a single slash. His strength is incomparably strong. With the 5 of them here, the people of the country can rest assured that this ghost scourge won't make waves. They are all existences that oversee one side of a forbidden Jedi, and now that they've joined forces, they're sure to sweep away the ghost scourge. The countless viewers in the live broadcast room, after seeing the figures of the 5 paper tie women, felt much more at ease, obviously having understood their toughness on a regular basis. However, it was at this moment that the 6th rank ghost monster in that deep pit rushed out. Boom! A terrifying aura directly rose up into the sky, the ground shook, and the massive evil force set off a ghostly astral wind. Instantly, the countless paper figures floating in the void directly shattered. The paper tying woman who was manipulating the paper figures let out a muffled grunt as a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, and Tu Lei and the other 4 were also shaken back a few steps by the terrifying aura. An emperor-like ghost with a crown on its head and ancient robes on its body slowly walked out of the pit. It slowly walked out from that deep pit, coalescing a majestic aura of its own that shook the 9 heavens. The endless stern ghosts and unjust souls in the surroundings deliberately crouched to the ground to show their submission. Even the surrounding crowd of transcendents were enveloped by that terrifying aura, and endless panic rose in their hearts. After countless years, the ground is still really nostalgic. After looking around, the 6th Order Night Ghost said with a sigh, "Old undead thing, if you dare to come out today, I will completely exterminate you." After Tu Lei let out a furious cry, he directly drew his sword and struck out. Terrifying murderous aura around his body was raging out, and the pig-killing knife in his hand erupted into a buzzing sound, as if he had drank endless blood in pain, displaying a blood-red sharpness, and decapitated towards the 6th Ordered stern ghost. Boom! The paper tie woman and the others also brazenly struck out. Several flexible paper figures swept through the void and surrounded them. A corpse fishing pole stirred the wind and clouds in all directions and smashed down. The pale flame on the copper lamp was blown out, and the grave guard immediately transformed into a ghost body and killed the past, and there was also a blind Taoist mobilizing the momentum of heaven and earth. The 5 of them could not retreat, endangering the lives of countless people. Even if they were facing a 6th Order Ghost Emperor, they had to make a move. A great battle broke out. Chapter 72, Immortal Imperial Sword comes. Terrifying 6th Order Old Ghost. Under the intense night color, 5 top powerhouses joined forces against the enemy. Ha! When I hadn't yet advanced, you guys couldn't do anything to me. Now that I've stepped into the 6th stage, how can you all be my match? That ancient robed old ghost revealed an eerie cold smile as he proudly faced the many 5th ranks joining forces. Boom! A force so strong that it was suffocating swept through the sky, and a terrifying ghostly aura ravaged the endless earth. The majestic force of evil in heaven and earth, as if mobilized, rapidly converged to the ancient robed old ghost's body. It transformed into an infinite power that wrapped around his withered palm and swung out towards Tu Lei and the others who were attacking and killing. A fist. It pierced through the sky. The void in front of them all cracked out as if they were cracked mirrors. Poof poof. Several spurts of blood rang out, broken paper flew in the sky, and the blood-colored fronts collapsed. Impacted by the vast power, Tu Lei's group of people were directly lifted out, landing on the ground in an incomparable state, smashing out 4 deep pits. How is this possible? Spitting blood from his mouth, Tu Lei struggled to stand up with a horrified look in his gaze. The Tomb Guardian and the others also struggled to stand up, their eyes were also filled with unbelievable colors. In the past, when they fought with this old ghost, their strengths were not different from each other, but they could not help this cunning old ghost. However, now after this old ghost advanced to the 6th rank, he even broke the 5 people's alliance with a single strike, directly traumatizing the 5 people. It was only a difference of 1 rank. How could the difference be so great? The power between the 6th rank and the 5th rank is completely different. This battle, how can we still fight? It seems that the power of the 6th rank is even more terrifying than we imagined. In a moment just now, this old ghost mobilized the power of heaven and earth. Spitting blood from his mouth, the blind Taoist said in shock. In that instant just now, the power of the heavens and earth that he was mobilizing with his formation violently went out of control and was directly taken away by that ancient robed old ghost. Such terror, even a peak 5th rank transcendent had no way to deal with it. 5 of Xia's top transcendents were defeated by the ghost in a single strike, shocking all the surrounding transcendents. Li Qing, who was in the middle of the live broadcast, was dumbfounded as he watched, and the viewers in that live broadcast room were stunned as well. Oh my god! That ghost monster in ancient robes actually defeated Tu Lei, the Gravekeeper, and these bigwigs with a single punch. This strength is a bit too strong. 6th rank. That ghost said he's advanced to the 6th rank, and it's been a big deal internationally for a while now. With the defeat of the paper tie woman and the other bigwigs, there's absolutely no other transcendentalist in Xia who is a match for the ghost, and there's no 6th-ranked transcendentalist in Xia. The ghosts are out of control, the imperial city is in danger. Pray for the gods to come down, only the power of the gods can suppress such a horrible ghost. Ah! That terrifying ghost has struck again, he wants to directly kill this crowd of bigwigs from the reaction directorate. All the viewers in the live broadcast room were horrified at this moment, and had already begun to pray to the gods. In the middle of the battlefield, that ancient robed old ghost once again condensed boundless evil power, and his fists erupted with endless power towards Tulay's few people to kill them once again, wanting to completely kill these few people. Tulay and the others braced up their injured bodies and picked up the weapons in their hands to fight back, trying to see if they could block this blow. However, under the terrifying power of that ancient robed old man, it seemed so weak. Countless people closed their eyes, unable to bear to see the scene where this group of heroes who had been fighting on the front line died in battle. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a golden gob echoed through the heavens and earth. Followed by endless sword chi, it then roared in the void, like a sharp blade being sheathed. This unusual sound caused people to curiously open their eyes, only to see an astonishing scene. In the midst of the thick black night that was infested by the power of evil, a bright purple light was like it came from the sky, thunder-like, blossoming with endless sharpness, extremely bright, so fast that people were shocked, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in the middle of the battlefield. When endless sword chi erupted, radiant thunder exploded, fiercely chopping out a sword, the sharpness appeared, the endless power of and evil shattered, directly blocking that ancient robed old ghost's terrifying punch. Only when the brilliance fell, did everyone then realize that one thunderbolt was actually a long sword. It chopped out from the endless blackness, vast and powerful, saving the crowd of Tulay under the despairing occasion. This is Tulay and a few others were also stunned. Several of them understood the terrifying power of this ancient robed old man at this time. Several people could not resist it with their combined efforts, but as a result, that long sword that came from nowhere even blocked the strike. It caused several of them to be shocked beyond measure. What person? The ancient robed old ghost was also startled, twisting his head to look around in shock. At this moment, his hand that had been chopped by the flying sword was still trembling, a deep sword mark remained on his fist, and the sharp sword chi was still raging, making his ghost body unable to fuse. In the midst of everyone's shock, the thunder light sword buzzed and turned into a ray of thunder under the ancient robed old ghost's nervousness and cut through the endless void. A few breaths later, a brilliant figure stepped on the sword and came. Covered in golden light, surrounded by thunder and sword chi, Qin Feng descending from the sky at this moment was like a divine Buddha, shocking everyone. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Feng stood in the void, looking down on the ancient robed old man. What happened between this electric light caused countless people in the live broadcast to be shocked. This can't be the descent of a deity from any side, can it? That was a royal sword flight, that flying sword chopped from who knows how far away, and in just one strike, it chopped down the terrifying fist of that horrifying ghost. Spirit of God. This is definitely a deity, it's impossible for a transcendentalist to be this strong. After seeing the visitor, the crowd of corpse fetchers were once again stunned. When did true Dao Qin Feng come to the imperial capital? Is he even this strong? Tulay directly exclaimed in shock. Still underestimating him? The paper tie lady was also endlessly amazed. With just that sword that chopped from an unknown distance and blocked the ancient robed stern ghost, Qin Feng's strength had already surpassed all of them. You are definitely not a deity, or even a sixth order. After the ancient robed old ghost sized up Qin Feng, his heart settled down quite a bit. If he had met a deity out of the world, he would definitely escape back into the deep pit ghost realm without hesitation. Humph. Behead you as usual. Qin Feng coldly snorted as his majestic sword chi penetrated his body, and the thunder lightning sword under his feet buzzed once more, blossoming into an extremely radiant sharpness that illuminated a side of darkness. He made a direct move, shouting coldly under his breath. 10,000 swords return. A vast and terrifying vision suddenly unfolded in front of the crowd. Only to see that Qin Feng, who was standing in the void, directly floated up in the air, a terrifying aura of sharpness emanating from his body, just like a king of swords descending into the world. Within a radius of 100 miles, in the entire imperial capital, the sound of swords was unceasing. The majestic sword chi transformed into a long sword, suspended in the entire void. Chapter 73, Sword Chi like a Milky Way. Ghost Emperor fleeing. The majestic long swords of sword chi were like a river of stars, floating in the firmament and emitting brilliant sharpness. The sound of Jingo resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and that sharp aura ravaged the 8 directions again. In an instant, tearing through dozens of miles of sinister and evil power to reveal the night sky, terrifying to the extreme, causing countless people's hearts to be appalled and terrified. At this moment heaven and earth lost color, everything was silent, as if only this terrifying sword remained between the pale universe. Kill! Under the shaking gazes of countless people, Qin Feng, who was suspended above the firmament as if he were a god, stretched out his sword finger and made a stroke in the void, and the galaxies of sword chi hanging in the firmament boiled over. Boom! There was a roar in the heavens and the earth as long swords of sword chi rolled down like a boundless depression rain amidst endless sharpness, tearing through the endless void, shaking hundreds of miles of mountains and rivers, and surging crazily towards the ancient robed old man who stood on the earth. What in the world are you? The ancient robed old ghost was terrified in his heart, and at this moment, an endless crisis surrounded his heart, with life and death only a split second away. At this time, he somewhat doubted his own judgment. Is this person in front of him a deity or not? This sword river that spanned between heaven and earth, the sharpness was too terrifying, far beyond the power of a transcendentalist, not even close to the power of a deity. Roar! Under the endless crisis, the ancient robed old ghost began to frantically explode. A deep and horrifying ghost chi surged out crazily from his body, and 100 miles of sinister evil chi surged rapidly and converged around him, as if it was a long black river, emitting endless horrifying grievances, carrying a vast power, toward the sword chi that impacted upside down from that Milky Way, and impacted in a frenzied manner. Rumble! The earth was shaking, the void was boiling, and the majestic and vast river of sword chi was crazily ravaging the power of evil. The endless sharpness became even more radiant, and the thunder light sword, which was mixed in the boundless river of sword chi, flashed with thunderous light and directly chopped through that evil force under the terrified gaze of that ancient robed old ghost. Poof! The long sword of Xiao Zhao's sword chi rolled on, directly shattering that ancient robed old ghost's hardened 6th-ranked ghost body, directly inflicting a heavy wound on it. Ah! The heavily injured ancient robed old ghost was frantically screaming in agony and awe. Not only the ancient robed old ghost, even those endless grievous souls and stern ghosts that surged out from the deep pit didn't even utter a scream before their souls flew away in the midst of the rampaging endless sword chi longsword. The imperial sword came. One sword injured the ghost emperor and killed 10,000 ghosts. Countless people were horrified beyond measure, looking at the figure on the dome of the sky that was subjugated amidst the long river of endless sword chi, and were about to kneel down and worship. Grass! What exactly is the strength of the true Dao Qin Feng? Tu Lei directly exploded into foul language and asked in awe. Every time he got news of Qin Feng and saw him fight, it deeply shocked him beyond measure. He felt that Qin Feng was like a big, boundless iceberg, and every time when you thought you got a glimpse of the whole picture, you would then be shocked to realize that you had only seen the tip of the iceberg. This situation simply drove Tu Lei crazy. Meeting again, Qin Feng is still so stunning. The corpse fetcher's withered body leaned on the corpse fetcher pole in his hand, and his eyes were all filled with the color of amazement. The current scene was like that time in the night of the heavy rain, when a sword had decapitated the sinister Python King and saved his life once again. The blind Taoist and the gravekeeper were directly stunned to the point where they stood on the spot, speechless in a daze. Crippling a 6th-order ghost emperor with a single strike, the strength is too strong. The paper-tying woman was also marveling, caught up in endless shock. All the viewers in the live broadcast room had their scalps tingling. They could see it clearly in the live broadcast room and were shocked beyond measure even if they were thousands of miles away. Too powerful, my heart is racing, this is really just transcendence, why do I feel like it's a god fighting? Terror! Terror! Even Tu Lei and many other bigwigs were seriously injured by that ghost monster with a single blow. Such a terrifying ghost monster visitor could even cripple him with a single blow. It's unbelievable. That ghost monster shouted that the visitor is not a deity or a 6th order. I don't believe it at all. What kind of person is this? When did this horrible person come out of my summer country? Everyone was shocked, completely unable to believe the scene that was happening before their eyes. The 6th order ancient robed old ghost with such a terrifying strength was even given a heavy blow at this moment, and had also killed so many of the severe ghosts and spirits that wanted to cause chaos. As the river of swords fell, Qin Feng slowly floated down from the void and landed on the ground. That 6th-rank ancient robed old ghost still hadn't been completely decimated. 6th-rank ghosts and monsters are indeed difficult to deal with. Frowning tightly, Qin Feng said coldly. A 5th-ranked ghost that had given birth to a trace of divinity could be directly decapitated by himself, but this 6th-ranked ghost was only seriously injured. Hearing this, Tu Lei and the others not far away furiously rolled their eyes. That was a 6th-order ghost. Listening to this tone of voice, it was going to be decapitated in a single blow? Ah! The ancient robed old ghost that suffered a serious injury had already been scared out of its wits. Its own ghost body had been crippled by a single blow, and after wailing, it directly fled madly, transforming into a cloudy gas to scurry into that deep pit of the ghost realm at breakneck speeds. The 6th-ranked stern ghost actually fled. Countless people marveled. Don't let him escape into the deep pit. That deep pit is unfathomably deep. It's like there's a world below. And once a living creature enters the deep pit, its strength will still be suppressed, and it won't be able to exert a few points. The blindly acting Taoist but hurriedly yelled. The imperial capital did not know how many people had died over the countless years, the grievances that had been accumulated, how horrible they were. All of them converged within this deep pit several years ago, forming a ghost world directly below this deep pit, absorbing countless grievous souls and ghosts. Coupled with its shocking grievances, living creatures can't step into it at all, and their strength will be greatly suppressed. Therefore, the Response Bureau could not do anything about this ghost world, and could only seal this place and keep it under guard, so as to prevent the endless ghosts from causing trouble. But a sixth-order ghost, the strength is too horrible, the reaction bureau does not have the certainty to suppress this place again, the hidden danger is too big to jeopardize the whole imperial capital. So this ancient robed old ghost had to die, to be completely decimated before he could put his heart down. However, that sixth-order ancient robed old ghost was too close to that deep pit, and as soon as the blind Taoist's words fell, the mutation had already burrowed into the deep pit, surging towards the depths at breakneck speed. Ha ha ha! The ancient robed old ghost's rampant laughter rang out from within that deep pit, saying in an incomparably vicious tone, "I've memorized this revenge, when I've nourished my ghostly body, I'll definitely make a comeback." The vicious voice slowly echoed in the boundless void, causing one's muscles to chill. Trouble! The faces of the blind Taoist's group of faces rose with an incomparable gravity. This was the time to eliminate this ancient robed old ghost, yet there was nothing they could do about that side of the ghost realm. It was at this moment that Qin Feng's radiant figure was directly rooted into that deep pit. "Come back!" Immediately causing a series of exclamations, the faces of Tu Lei's group suddenly changed drastically. The ghost realm formed by the grievances here couldn't be entered indiscriminately. Chapter 74, Xian Yuan One Sword. Overwhelmed the ghost world. Entering the deep pit, it was as if he had come to another world in a trance. Gloomy and desolate, there was no light blooming, only endless grey grievances. A sinful cloud that rolled as if it had long eyes searched madly in this part of the world, countless grievous souls rose and fell in it, and the sound of stern ghosts wailing was endless. This monstrous grievance chi, converging here, has actually formed a ghost world. Descending with his sword, Qin Feng also felt shocked at the sight of this party of ghost realms. The rules of this world were still being gradually perfected, even a deity couldn't possibly open up a party of divine kingdoms in the middle of the earth, the rules were difficult to support. Yet with only endless grievances converging, a party of space had actually appeared. This was completely the prototype of a realm. How dare you step into the earth? After the ancient robed old ghost saw Qin Feng's figure, he was first shocked and then spoke out in ecstasy. "Ha ha ha! Since you sent me to the door, then next year's today will be the anniversary of your death." He couldn't defeat Qin Feng on the ground, but when he came to this small space in the depths of the earth, that wasn't necessarily the case. In this endless resentment, the strength of the ghosts and monsters would increase greatly, while the strength of the living creatures would be greatly reduced. Roar, roar, roar! Sensing that a living being had intruded, the entire ghost realm boiled over as endless stern ghosts rushed out, carrying monstrous forces of Yin and evil as they roared and rushed towards Qin Feng. Stabbing! Endless golden lightning raged out around Qin Feng's body, like thunder snakes dancing wildly, coiling the entire space, instantly clearing away the ghosts and monsters within dozens of meters around himself. Strength has been suppressed by the grievances. Qin Feng knitted his brows tightly. The thunder power that erupted from the 5 thunder positive technique was definitely more terrifying than the current one, but it plummeted by half in this space. Death! 100 grudges devouring heart. The ancient robed stern ghost let out a roar, and then directly made a move as well. Vast ghost chi erupted around his body, and the endless grievances in the entire ghost realm roared as if they were roaring, and then transformed into a raging and surging river of grievances, violently striking towards Qin Feng. In the midst of this space, Qin Feng felt incomparably oppressed, and not wanting to tangle with the ancient robed old ghost any longer, he directly activated the Xian Yuan sword that had fallen silent in his sea of consciousness. Buzz! From beside Qin Feng's body, a terrifying sword sound rang out, the entire heaven and earth reverberating as a golden, hazy longsword silhouette appeared in his hand. In an instant, supreme sharpness was revealed, and the domineering and overwhelming Xian Yuan sword chi instantly pierced through the endless void. On the ground, a terrifying vision appeared above the firmament. One for the sun, moon and stars, all the signs of the heavens. One for the mountains, rivers, grasses and trees, 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. There were also endless flashes of ancient inscriptions that were the art of cultivating the fields and raising animals, as well as the policy of unifying the 4 seas. The vast golden light illuminated thousands of miles, carrying endless divine light, carrying endless rolling humane chi, suppressing thousands of miles, directly dissolving all the power of Yin and evil in the imperial capital. This such a great scene, let all the people shocked beyond measure, all in a daze looking upwards. This set of visions is like a god reviving, too heart-stopping. Underground, Qin Feng held the Xian Yuan sword projection in his hand and directly chopped out strongly. The golden-colored domineering sword chi covered the world, and almost instantly, the underground ghost world directly collapsed. The ferocious might of the Xian Yuan sword was so monstrous that the stars of the heavens trembled violently, and the 4 seas and 8 wastelands trembled in submission. This soldier of the human emperor's chi was terrifyingly abnormal, and with a simple chop, it caused this world to be terrified. No! The ancient robed old ghost was terrified, in a trance as if he saw the figure of a supreme being, standing between the pale universe. All the laws of the heavens were subjugated under his feet, holding the terrifyingly incomparable golden longsword, and with a single chop of the sword, he killed all the demons and devils in the world. Then it was completely obliterated by that terrifying golden sword chi. This sword, also directly underground that endless surging grievances swept away, endless ghosts and spirits were also directly slaughtered. Congratulations to the host for killing a 6th order ghost, activating one icon. There is a ghost that has been hiding underground for hundreds of years, with a cunning nature, gathering endless grievances. Encountering it is a great misfortune. Reward has been issued, please collect it yourself. Finally activated another icon. Qin Feng took a deep breath. The reason why he had to kill his way into the underground was not to get a reward from the system. Rumble. It was at this moment that the earth shook. With less support from the endless grievances, this deep pit was going to collapse. Too late to check the rewards given by the system, Qin Feng directly flew out with his sword. The earth shook, and under the worried gazes of countless people, a radiant figure rushed out of that deep pit, and immediately everyone was abuzz. The screams of that ancient and simple old ghost and the stern ghost before they died resounded in the heavens and earth. Everyone heard them, and the endless grievances disappeared. Everyone understood that Qin Feng had killed his way into the ground to eliminate the ghost infestation that had erupted in this part of the imperial capital. The grievances have disappeared and the underground ghost realm has been broken. The blind old Taoist said in shock. Tu Lei and the other group of Reaction Bureau bigwigs were directly stunned on the spot, their throats gushing but unable to speak. The ghost scourge that the Reaction Bureau had spent endless financial and human resources on could not be eradicated was now completely wiped out by Qin Feng with one person and one sword. How did it happen? This strength had surpassed everyone in the Summer Kingdom. The ghost scourge dissipated, and the entire nation cheered. One person, one sword, directly swept away and annihilated a 6th order ghost scourge, too strong. Flying with a sword, I'd like to honor him as the god of swords. This strength is definitely at the level of a deity. I wonder if I can enshrine a statue of his divine power. I love it. For the first time, a human transcendentalist can explode with such terrifying power. I thought only a deity could be so terrifying. In a boudoir that was dressed in pink, Fish Xining looked at the cell phone in her hand, and there was a strong shock above that stunning little face. Originally, she was worried about her grandmother's safety, and when she saw that her grandmother was on the brink of life and death, her entire body was saddened to the extreme. However, what happened next was completely beyond expectation. A sword flew, cutting back the terrifying ghost, followed by Qin Feng's radiant figure appearing, looking incomparably tall and magnificent. This sent Fish Xining into an endless shock. The man she loved was so extraordinary, like a divine immortal. Holy! A foul mouth came out of the window, and it was the sound of Chen Hao's tremendous shock. Chapter 75, Your Life. Even King Hades can't take it away. In the Huai City Response Bureau, all the Transcendents had endless shock on their faces. It was impossible for them not to pay attention to the incident in the imperial capital. They were all following the live broadcast. Qin Feng, when did you run to the imperial capital again? Qin Feng appeared and the fat deputy director was dumbfounded. A moment later, a roar of shock sounded. 6th ranked ghost scourge, he decapitated a 6th ranked night ghost. What exactly is Qin Feng's strength? Just 2 days ago, he ran to the western mountain and decapitated a Kashan god, and this trip to the imperial capital has decapitated another 6th order. The true Tao deserves to be called the true Tao. What's in that ancient hidden record is indeed correct. This is an immortal descending into the world. Yang Liang'an was shocked. The imperial capital was in chaos, and a peerless sword immortal had killed his way out. The radiant figure that came from above the 9 heavens with a sword had already shrouded the hearts of everyone in the Xia kingdom since this moment today, and that overwhelming strength made people unable to resist worshipping it as a god. It was simply so strong that it was beyond words. After decapitating the 6th-ordered stern ghosts and shattering the ghost realm, what was left was just a group of demons and devils whose strength wasn't high enough to turn the tide, and the response bureau could handle it completely. A lightning flash passed by and Qin Feng landed on the ground, his aura converging and his thunder lightning sword returning to the back of his hand. Thanks to you, or else the imperial capital would be in danger. Turning her wheelchair, the paper tie woman said gratefully. The 6th order ghost sufferer was too terrifying, and the group of 5th order were no match at all. At this moment, the paper tie lady who was manipulating the paper people from afar was the least injured, while the other 4 had collapsed on the ground struggling to get up. Beheading the demons and removing the devils, it's well deserved. Qin Feng spoke. Besides, I don't want Xining to lose you as her last relative. Upon hearing this, the paper tie woman laughed. Soon after, a team of Transcendents quickly arrived to clean up the place. Then 5 ambulances came roaring in, pulling on a group of heavily injured Reaction Bureau executives, and drove rapidly to the hospital. Qin Feng was placed in a separate ward and was sitting in meditation. The Xian Yuan sword was activated in exchange for a projection, once again draining all of Qin Feng's mana. Ka-ching! The door to the ward opened. Chen Hao's entire body directly scurried closer and came directly in front of Qin Feng, his face full of flattery. Crazy, no, brother Feng. Quickly let me hug your thigh, brother, my future safety depends on you. Today, Qin Feng was like a god, forcibly killing the 6th order ghost sufferer, which really shocked Chen Hao to the core. Get lost. Qin Feng's goosebumps fell to the ground as he pushed Chen Hao away. Behind Chen Hao were his parents, who were even more shocked in their eyes as they looked at Qin Feng. It was only this afternoon that the two of them had learned from Fish Xining's grandmother that Qin Feng, a poor college student who was like an ordinary person, was actually a powerful transcendent. Just because the paper-tying woman hadn't revealed too much, the two of them weren't quite sure how strong Qin Feng really was. This time, it finally made the two of them see it. It wasn't normally strong. He had directly and forcefully killed a sixth-order ghost. This kind of toughness definitely deserved the title of the #1 person in the Summer Kingdom. Yu Xining also ran in and hugged Qin Feng. At this moment, Yu Xining came in a panic and hurry, wearing a nightgown. That concave and convex figure made Qin Feng feel all of it. "Thank you for saving my grandmother." With her face buried in Qin Feng's chest, Fish Xining said. "You should." Qin Feng reached out and patted Fish Xining's back. "Wow." On the side, Shan Hai was filled with a melon-eating expression with a smile on his face like that of a matchmaker. Fish Xining instantly woke up, her face was a little blushing, her ears were rosy, and she covered her face and ran outside. Alas! This loser child owes a beating. Mother Chen glared at Shan Hai with a look of unsatisfied melon eating on her face. Two people with such stunning looks could be more enjoyable than chasing after some idle drama. The paper-tying woman was not seriously injured this time, and was still comforting the anxious Fish Xining. Suddenly, a panicked transcendent in a white lab coat barged in, anxiously saying, "Director, Mr. Gong Bo is dying." "What?" Paper-tie woman's face suddenly changed. The blind Taoist was named Gong Bo 1. A hospital room was overflowing with the color of sorrow and grief. Paper-tie lady, Tu Lei, and the others were all sitting around a hospital bed in wheelchairs. Qin Feng also came over, one hand holding Fish Xining, who was silently shedding tears. On the hospital bed, there was a dark, sinister power surging through the skin of the blind Taoist's entire body. In walkers, when they were about to die, their power backfired and they were in pain. Qin Feng saw for the first time the appearance of a transcendentalist on the verge of death. Looking at those evil forces, he could not help but frown. At this moment, as if the light had returned, the blind Taoist opened his mouth and said silently, "I can't carry on this time, so I'll go first." "Go where?" "The stormy and drifting Xia Kingdom. It's not easy to start to be at peace, haven't enjoyed a single day of good times yet." Tu Lei's face was incomparably sad, his voice was a little hoarse. The darkest time of the demon recovery was when this group of them were suppressing the endless demonic scourge. It could be said that they were running around the earth, spilling blood in all directions. Heaven's destiny is such that it has to be followed. Blind Taoist, as if entering the last moments of life, but is much more unrestrained, twisted his head, a pair of pale eyes looking at the starry sky, as if watching the many starry nights. The black lines on his body, like a viper, twisted even more crazily, and in the blink of an eye, they spread over the blind Taoist's entire body. "Go well!" the paper-tying woman chanted in a low voice. "What?" Tu Lei directly cried out. The corpse fetcher and grave guardian were also silently shedding tears. Beside him, Fish Xining directly cried out in tears. Qin Feng was about to speak out to comfort him when there was a fluctuation between heaven and earth that couldn't help but attract him, turning his head to look only to see the stars in the east blossoming with a brilliant bright light. That blind Taoist, who had already closed his eyes, a pair of pale eyes snapped open. At his eyebrows, there was a green-colored light shining, endlessly surfacing, and in an instant, he directly dispelled the black chi from his entire body. Fraud! Tu Lei, who was crying, fiercely froze. The crowd of paper-tying women, who were immersed in infinite sorrow, also froze. No, the power of the four-elephant green dragon is descending. Qin Feng opened his mouth. This blind Taoist devoutly believed in the green dragon, and as he was dying, he had startled the green dragon hiding among the stars, and at this moment, the green dragon struck. Aang! A vast sound of dragon's roar resounded between heaven and earth, and a vast dragon's might rumbled down to the earth, suppressing the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. The stars of the heavens shook as endless starbursts drifted down, sweeping towards the blind Taoist lying on the hospital bed. Chapter 76, The Green Dragon Bestows Blessings, The Sixth Order is Born, Western Conference. The massive body of the green dragon was submerged in an endless river of stars. Above the firmament, in the endless starry river, there were terrifying waves of divine power, as if it was going to open up the heavens and shatter the boundless universe. Rumble! The starlight became even more brilliant and dazzling, like a large star falling towards the earth, a hanging river of stars dropping down from the 9 heavens above, burying the blind Taoist's body in its entirety. The green dragon has manifested. What has happened? This endless radiant starlight, is it wrestling with the gods on that side? Seeing this awe-inspiring scene, many people in the hospital were stunned. In the hospital room, Tu Lei, paper tie lady and the others were also shocked as they looked at the scene in front of them, looking at the blind Taoist who was immersed in the boundless river of stars. At this final moment when his life came to an end, the divine green dragon unexpectedly manifested, exerting endless divine power. There was a raging surge of vitality that was madly pouring into the blind Taoist's body. With the green dragon's hand, will Mr. Gong Bo rise from the dead? The gravekeeper and the others watched this scene with anticipation. Shoo! Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, the blind Taoist, whose body seemed to be bathed in a river of stars, directly shot up into the sky and levitated above the firmament. surrounded by endless starlight. At this time he looked as if he was divine. Blind Taoist that had been dissipated consciousness, at this moment is gradually returning. A moment later opened his eyes, that pair of pale eyes but reflected the sky full of stars, in the star river surging out of a behemoth, a huge body in the vast universe between the chaos of the overturning. He stood in the middle of the endless river of stars and watched that divine and immense true body. Compared to it, he himself was like a grain of sand and dust in the middle of the ocean, so tiny. Coronation Green Dragon. The blind Taoist was flabbergasted and shrieked out in shock. After the revival of the Green Dragon, not being able to see its true body had always been the blind Taoist's regret, and now that he had seen the Green Dragon at the last moment of his life, he momentarily felt as if it was a dream. Break! In the middle of the endless starry river, there was a sacred sound that reverberated violently, shaking the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands. The entire world was humming, the many world laws were vibrating, and the entire earth seemed to be collapsing. Suddenly, the blind Taoist who was suspended high in the firmament, a terrifying aura rose to the sky within his pale body, and a terrifying aura was churning, stirring up a party of wind and clouds. The hospital below was also directly enveloped by this terrifying aura, and in an instant, everyone felt a tremendous pressure, and apart from a few highly powerful transcendents such as Tu Lei, everyone was pressed down. The same terrifying aura as that old ghost today. This is a breakthrough to the 6th rank? The divine Green Dragon has manifested and directly helped Mr. Gongbo on the occasion of his death to break through the 6th rank. Tu Lei roared out incredulously as he felt that terrifying aura. Blessed by misfortune, blessed by misfortune. Looking at the blind Taoist's body high in the sky, the corpse fetcher trembled and said excitedly, "My Daxia, the first 6th order has finally emerged." The paper-tying woman was also filled with excitement and murmured in a low voice. Qin Feng held Fish Xining's hand and indifferently watched this scene that amazed the crowd to the core. This time he was not involved at all. It was Qing Long himself who had selected the blind Taoist as the inheritor. After a few moments, the heavenly visions dissipated. The green dragon retreated, the terrifying dragon might dissipated, and the many starry images that shone brightly also dimmed, a hanging river of stars dissipating. Amidst the crowd's expectant gazes, the blind Taoist also gathered back his aura, and autonomously controlled his body to fall from high in the sky, floating in front of the hospital window, with a faint smile on his face as he looked at the shocked Tulei crowd in the hospital room. "Mr. Gongbo, you broke through the 6th rank?" Tulei couldn't wait to make sure again. "Yes, I'm fortunate enough to receive the mercy of Lord Qinglong, and I've risen from the dead to break through the 6th rank." Under the crowd's expectant gazes, the blind Taoist wore a smile and nodded lightly. Saying that, he also moved his body away from the window, allowing the crowd to see his current state. Surprisingly, he was able to autonomously fly in the air. Flying in the sky. A 6th-ranked transcendent was actually able to fly freely in the air, which really shocked another crowd. In Xia's cognition, only deities were able to fly in the air, transcendentals could not do it at all. Even the existence of the peak of the 5th rank with terrifying strength, only a few extremely special ones were able to use magic treasures to fly in the air. Great! Tulei and the others were excited. Originally, everyone thought that they were going to lose a top transcendentalist who was a pillar of great merit, but in the end, the manifestation of the green dragon directly brought him back to life and allowed him to break through to the 6th rank. The sad atmosphere was swept away, and everyone became joyful. It didn't take long for the internet to go crazy. Such a vast sight in the hospital could not be hidden from anyone at all. It immediately uplifted countless people. Great, Mr. Gongbo's achievements have shone brightly in these 10 years, saving countless people. Such a hero has risen from the dead with Qinglong's help, and has also broken through the 6th rank. Great joy. Last night the Sword Immortal was born, and now with the addition of a transcendentalist breaking through the 6th rank, our Xia kingdom has risen to power. I was about to go to bed after the ghosts in the imperial capital were suppressed, but the revival of the green dragon scared me, and I thought it was another invasion by one of the deities, and then I went online to see this happy event, the deity Green Dragon 666. Now that this series of things happened in Xia, many foreign countries cannot sit still. A hidden meeting was held under the leadership of the Holy See. In a gorgeous room, 4 people sat in front of a huge round table. These 4 people were all people who were notorious above the entire earth after the recovery of the demons. Behind each of them stood a party of the divine system, possessing terrifying strength and great influence. This time, I have asked all of you to come here in order to discuss the affairs of the Summer Kingdom. Sitting on the main seat, the Pope took the lead and spoke. At this time, his face was still pale, because the affairs of the Xia Kingdom a series of things, so that its heart has a huge shadow. Even though he has the strength of the 6th rank, the wounds have been just not healed. Regarding the Xia Kingdom, the one with the biggest headache should be your Holy See. What does it matter to us? An old man wearing a crown inlaid with countless gorgeous gems and an incomparably expensive court robe spoke, with a faint mockery in his tone. I think so too. Ha ha. The other 2 were also grinning sarcastically, clearly gloating over the fact that the Holy See had taken a turtle. Ever since the revival of the gods, the Holy See had acted very strongly, and all the various divine systems had been suppressed amongst themselves. When they saw the blazing angel being knocked out by the fire god Zhu Rong with 3 punches, and God's projection being defeated, they were also secretly happy in their hearts. Only after the Pope played the 2 videos, the 3 of them couldn't gloat anymore. Chapter 77, Joint Sanctions Against the Summer Kingdom. Reward issued. In one video, someone's imperial sword cut through the thick black night, roiling the sky with sword chi to cut down demons. In another video, the divine green dragon manifested, and the stars of the heavens shone, directly allowing a transcendent to break through to the 6th rank. How is that possible? The terrifying power possessed by a 6th order demon is enough to plague a kingdom. How could it be suppressed and beheaded so easily? Even if the world has been upgraded by the drastic change in the heavens and earth, it's much harder for a transcendent to break through to the 6th rank at this time now. So how could the Summer Kingdom's divine spirit, Qinglong, help a 5th ranked ghost to break through to the 6th rank so easily? Looking at the information presented in the video, those 3 people were stunned. All 3 of them knew the terror of a 6th and 5th order ghost scourge, and how difficult it was for a 5th order transcendent to break through to the 6th order. That side of the Summer Kingdom is truly shocking. Even the Pope, who had already learned the news in advance, still couldn't stop being shocked now and opened his mouth. The power of the divine green dragon is too terrifying. He directly beheaded the true body of the mother of gods of the Neon Kingdom, and now the power has descended once more, directly helping Gong Bo 1 to ascend to the 6th rank, allowing the first 6th rank transcendent in the Xia Kingdom to appear. Moreover, the person who killed the 6th order ghost Bane has a very mysterious origin. Even the power of the Holy See only found traces of its appearance a month ago, but there is no doubt that this person possesses 6th order combat power. To 6th order, it's only been a month since the recovery of the gods, and the strength of the Summer Kingdom has skyrocketed so dramatically. Hearing what the Pope said, the 3 men fell silent. The Xia Kingdom had awakened really quickly. It made them sense a strong threat. Their tripartite divine system had friction with the Holy See because of the issue of believers, but they couldn't just watch a powerful divine system on one side revive. It would have an impact on their position in the international arena. Looking at the silent trio, the Pope spoke once more. When the plan was first formulated to bind the Xia Kingdom internationally, wanting to divide its nationals, it was our 4 families who negotiated to participate, and now even if we want to get out of it, it's impossible, right? The Eastern Ancient Kingdom possessed more than 1 billion inhabitants, and these humans were a great attraction to the divine systems of all parties, generating many strands of faith power. That's why the 4 parties' forces became greedy and gathered for consultations, wanting to divide up the Summer country. They suppressed it internationally, discredited its face, and sat back and waited for Xia to break up before appearing in the mold of a savior. However, things had been moving in a direction that was unexpected to them. Now that the gods had revived, Zhu Rong and Qinglong were both 2 terrifying gods. The Summer Kingdom must be sanctioned at once. Holding up the crown that was tilted due to the shock, the old man in court attire said solemnly, "If the Xia Kingdom doesn't die, my lord will find it difficult to rest in peace." The other 2 also clearly expressed their attitudes. The Xia Kingdom must perish, and we will contribute in all directions. Looking at the serious expressions of the 3, the Pope revealed a cruel smile. The deities of the Xia Kingdom had dared to offend God and disobey his will. They absolutely had to die. All the people in that land were deeply sinful and were to be judged by the endless flames of hell. For all this gloom, the Summer Kingdom, which was dancing with joy, was completely ignorant. It is totally unaware that a darkness is slowly encircling the Summer Kingdom from all directions. It was nearing noon. Qin Feng ended his cultivation and cultivated back the mana he had depleted to nothing. The Xian Yuan sword was able to drain my mana by merely summoning a projection. Worthy of being a humane imperial weapon, it's truly terrifying. Opening his eyes and sitting cross-legged on the bed, Qin Feng exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. The Xian Yuan sword was a weapon, yet it was stronger than an ordinary deity. It was also just like the Green Dragon and Zhu Rong, whose true bodies were completely impossible to descend on Earth. The terrifying power would cause this world to collapse. Therefore, Qin Feng used his entire body's mana to catalyze it, and it was only exchanged for a projection that still displayed terrifying power. A sword killed a 6th-stage ghost scourge and directly collapsed a ghost realm formed by a party of endless grievances. The mind sank into the mind and entered the system's ancient scroll, and what came into view were 3 lines of data. Activated icon, 9. Summoning times, 0. Incense, 3,287,261. Last night's 6th order ghostly calamity, coupled with the fact that the Green Dragon manifestation had directly allowed a 5th order transcendent to break through to the 6th order, had caused Qin Feng's incense to rise up in a big way once more. Countless people worshipped the statues of several deities, especially the statues of Zhu Rong and Qinglong's divine power, expecting to become their inheritors, just like the blind Taoist, who had leapt to become a 6th order transcendent. Although they knew it was an impossible thing, they could not resist the delusions of countless people. For all of this, Qin Feng watched with great joy as the incense would continue to grow. System, release the rewards I obtained yesterday. After activating the iconography yesterday, I obtained a reward because the underground collapsed. Qin Feng didn't have time to check it out, and then later because of the blind Taoist's matter has been delayed until now. Reward issued, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Phoenix Blood Immortality Pill. Phoenix Blood Immortality Pill. Could it be a divine elixir from one of the immortal cultivation worlds? Qin Feng froze for a moment in doubt. Phoenix blood was not a divine item possessed in a simple world. Then he reacted and his entire body became excited. In the world of Wind and Cloud, the founder Su Fu had been ordered by Emperor Qin Shi Huang to lead his elite troops to hunt down a divine beast, the phoenix, take out the essence blood, and then practiced an immortality pill. This immortality pill is so powerful that it can make human beings who only have a short lifespan of 100 years immortal, which has been pursued by many emperors and powerful people for countless years. There was also a second effect. After swallowing the Phoenix Blood Immortality Pill, one would possess a bit of the characteristics of a phoenix. The blood that flowed out after being injured would return to the body once again and would be able to heal the wounds, completely changing one's powerful physique. There was absolutely no need to worry even if one was injured then. However, Qin Feng was not interested in immortality. His own contracted spirit would be an eternal and indestructible deity. Would he still worry about dying of old age in the future? He was most interested in the second effect, which allowed him to recover his body rapidly. With a flash of red light, a quail's egg-sized elixir glittering with red golden light appeared in Qin Feng's hand, and a strong medicinal scent soon filled the entire room. Raising his hand, Qin Feng directly swallowed it. When the Phoenix Blood Immortality Pill entered his body, it transformed into an incomparably hot energy that began to crazily wreak havoc within his body. Qin Feng closed his eyes as the mana in his body operated at breakneck speed, rapidly consuming an overbearing and incomparable medicinal power. As the Phoenix Blood Immortality Pill was being refined, Qin Feng's body was undergoing amazing changes. Chapter 78, Terrifying Efficacy, Mysterious Organization returns. The entire body flashed with red light, and the blood veins around his body were even more red, as if there was hot magma flowing. After that overbearing power was refined, all of it was incorporated into Qin Feng's blood, causing his blood to begin possessing the characteristic of immortality. Boom! A few moments later, a roar went off around Qin Feng's body as if it was like a flat thunderstorm. The power of the Phoenix Blood Immortality Pill had all been refined and he had received a huge boost. The physical quality as well as Qin Feng's strength had directly doubled. Give it a try. Opening his eyes, Qin Feng couldn't wait to check the effectiveness of the Phoenix Blood Immortality Pill. With Qin Feng's current physique, it would be difficult for ordinary swords and soldiers to draw wounds on his body. Clang! With a thought, the Thunderbolt sword came out of its sheath and slashed at Qin Feng's arm as a finger-length wound appeared. Bright red blood instantly gushed out and spilled onto the ground. Then a miraculous scene appeared. The spilled blood seemed to be laced with a mysterious force that was attracted to it and once again surged back to the wound, and when all the blood surged back, the wound on the arm recovered. There was no scar left behind, as if the scene just now was fake. If this was in the middle of a battle, it's estimated that the mind of the enemy who was getting excited would explode. After retrieving the Thunderbolt sword, Qin Feng was very satisfied with the efficacy of the Phoenix Blood Immortality Pill. His own means of preserving his life had been enhanced again. Knock knock knock. After another moment, Qin Feng's room door was knocked on. After opening the door, a curious Shan Hai stood in front of the door and could not help but be stunned upon seeing Qin Feng, saying with a grudging face, "It's only been a few hours since I've seen you. I realized that you become handsome again. It's already pushing my face value." Qin Feng rolled his eyes. After taking the Phoenix Blood Immortality Pill, his body had received an overall boost. Going downstairs, the two of them, Shan Hai and Qin Feng, started to eat. Shan Hai's parents were busy people and went out early to get busy. After eating, Fish Xining also came. The whole person was not in a very good state. Her eyes were slightly swollen and her face had a tired, sickly beauty look. Obviously after yesterday's ghost scourge and the blind Taoist, these few hours had not been well rested. "Give me your hand." Seeing Fish Xining in this state, Qin Feng was somewhat distressed. "Ah." With a few shy blushes, Yu Xining placed her jade hand into Qin Feng's hand. "Heaven and earth Xianzong, the root of all air." As if the soft and boneless Chen jade hand was in his hand, Qin Feng held back his somewhat swirling heart, pretended to silently recite the golden light mantra in his mouth, and ferried a trace of mana to Fish Xining. In an instant, Fish Xining only feel their body's fatigue swept away. The body has an indescribable lightness, glory once again glowing. "Brother Feng, recite the mantra for me as well." Shan Hai shyly came over. Scram! When you have a daughter-in-law, you forget your brothers. People's hearts are not ancient. The next day, Qin Feng took Fish Xining out with him. He went directly to the imperial capital's reaction directorate, which was also considered to be in response to the invitation from the paper-tying woman. As soon as Qin Feng joined the reaction directorate, numerous transcendents sensationalized. True Dao Qin Feng, alas. It's fortunate that there was him last night, or else the imperial capital would have been in danger. Not only is he powerful, he's also so handsome, love love love. Oh. Sword Immortal has a female companion, my heart is broken. The crowd of transcendents were talking about everything. Qin Feng, on the other hand, had a bland face completely unconcerned, while Fish Xining lowered her head somewhat shyly, very cute. Not long after, a silhouette walked down from the upper floors and Wei Yan's voice rang out. What are all doing? Gather around here without doing anything. The many onlookers of the Transcendentals dispersed in a flurry, each going about their own business at hand. Grandpa Gong Bo. Fish Si Ning was the first to greet him. Aha! The blind Taoist nodded with a smile. Obviously, after breaking through the sixth rank, he was in a very good state. His originally pale face had become much younger, and his pale hair had turned black, and his entire person looked as if he had reverted to middle age with vigor. Walking over, the blind Taoist looked at Qin Feng with a pair of pale eyes full of enthusiasm and joy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We've been looking forward to you for a long time. You've finally come to the General Directorate of Reactions. How does it feel? The atmosphere is good, right? As the only true Dao in the Summer Kingdom, the Imperial Capital Reaction General Bureau had been expecting Qin Feng to join. Even now it was full of expectations. Quite good, it's quite lively. Nodding, Qin Feng glanced at the few transcendents who were still probing. Ha ha ha. The blind Taoist was happy. It's mainly because of your fame, plus a sufficiently mysterious identity to add to it, so these waifs are curious about you. Then, under the leadership of the blind acting Taoist, Qin Feng and Yu Xining arrived at a conference room. As the blind acting Taoist was about to take his seat, a silhouette hurriedly ran over and said, Mr. Gong Bo, news just came from the Lord, he will be moving back in a few days. Upon hearing this, the blind Taoist froze for a moment and said without a trace of anger. After leaving the National Response Bureau's mess behind for so long and running off to the Kunlun Mountains with a group of people, he's now back. Listening to the duo's conversation, Qin Feng didn't move. There had always been rumors on the internet that the reaction bureaus around the country were subordinate to an agency of the empire. This agency was very mysterious. There were many strong transcendents in it that could dispatch the reaction bureaus around the country. From the duo's conversation, it was obvious that there was indeed an organization above the reaction bureaus. Wasn't that the Kunlun Mountain riot a few months ago? That sacred mountain has had a great deal of mysterious legends since ancient times, and it wasn't only then that his lordship decided to lead a group of people to explore it. The person who reported spoke with a sarcastic smile on his face. His Excellency wouldn't have expected that the gods had revived directly in the country, causing a series of riots. I don't know any more than you do, and I still need you to tell me. The blind Taoist said with a pair of pale eyes turning, full of arrogance. Yes. You old man counts nothing. Bringing the door with him, the person reporting slipped away directly. The scene fell silent, and in the end, it was the blind Taoist who broke the silence and directly opened his mouth once more to invite Qin Feng, come to the Response Bureau. With your identity and strength, as long as you join the Reaction Bureau, position is at your disposal. It's not impossible to want to be above this group of us. Amidst the blind Taoist's expectant gaze, Qin Feng once again shook his head and directly refused. Also, it is recorded in the hidden secrets that you ancient true paths, immortals who have transcended the world, would intentionally avoid the imperial court to avoid tainting yourselves with chi luck, which would jeopardize your cultivation. The blind Taoist said, and stopped advising Qin Feng. Chapter 79, Reward Opening, Slavic Mythic Gods. At this time, Qin Feng had already come out of the imperial capital's reaction directorate and went back. For the next few days, Qin Feng stayed in the imperial capital and didn't return to Huaichang. He had been accompanying Yu Xining and having fun and traveling through many places in the imperial capital. Within these few days, the imperial capital or the entire Xia kingdom was undergoing huge changes. Aside from Zhu Rong and the Green Dragon, the rest of the several deities had begun to explode after these days of precipitation. A number of inheritors had appeared, and they had more or less inherited some transcendental arts from the various deities. Some had inherited Bai Feng's exorcism and fire control, the nine-tailed fox's seduction, the Taotia's gluttony and ferocity, and so on, and had leapt into transcendental status. Qin Feng had also summoned Xiang Lu back to make statues of divine power. Anyway, these past few days, Niaihong was in chaos, numerous great demons were wreaking havoc, and it was impossible to suppress them without a divine spirit coming out of the world. Reaction Directorate General quickly began to plan the gods of the divine power statue reasonable division. It could be said that a frenzy was set off in the middle of the Summer Kingdom again. More and more devoutly worshipped the divine power statues, and Qin Feng's incense was growing rapidly. In the morning, Qin Feng was awakened by the system's beep. Congratulations to the host's incense fire for breaking through 4 million, rewarding him with one summoning of a contracted spirit. Broke through 4 million. Qin Feng immediately lost all sleepiness and was completely awake. He could have another chance to summon a deity from the mountain and see scriptures. However, he didn't choose to start summoning immediately, but wanted to wait a little longer. Kunlun Mountain, in a deep forest. A group of several people were shuttling rapidly, crossing over an ancient tree and hurrying towards the territory of the Summer Kingdom. All right. We will go back today. The leader was a middle-aged man with a stout figure, as tall as a bear, with incomparably deep chi and blood, and once he reached out his hand, the many transcendents stopped, then sighed. Our trip out can be said to have missed a lot of awe. All the gods revived, one did not catch up, the forbidden area of the outbreak of the Jedi area. We did not contribute much. In the Kunlun Mountains searched for such a long time, but the result is the people of the furry bear country and the ghost. Ha ha. If we go back in disgrace this time, we'll probably be mocked. I've already thought of the tombkeeper and the woman who tied the paper with a bad face. The atmosphere of the crowd of transcendents was cheerful, and finally some of them cried tears of joy, saying, "The gods of my Xia country have finally recovered as well. Let's see how those faces in the international arena still dare to speak presumptuously." This group of people entered the Kunlun Mountains in order to explore the traces of the deity, only to find out that it was someone else's ghost, and found nothing. When they were in some despair, the deity was revived in the country, and the darkness of the willows simply made them want to weep in sorrow. It was at this moment that a transcendent suddenly closed his eyes and sensed. A moment later, he opened his eyes and said, "Sir, a large group of people from the Manhwa kingdom has crossed the border again." Suddenly, the atmosphere between the group of people changed. Code, these people are really shady. Fight back. If they dare to cross the border, let them pay the price. Destroy them all. The many transcendents said in a group. Kill. With a command, all of them were boiling with murderous energy and twisted their bodies again, turning back to kill. In the afternoon, when the sun was in the west, the golden-colored evening sunlight covered the firmament, a very wonderful beauty. This golden-yellow haze also spilled over the entire Kunlun mountain range, in a valley, but it was a color of depression. Deep in the valley, there was a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed transcendents who were in the process of repairing and tempering themselves. General Moray, now that we are deep into the Kunlun mountain territory of the Summer Kingdom, if we go a few hundred miles further, we will be able to get out of the mountain range and see the human population. After taking a tablet and determining the location, one of the transcendents opened his mouth to report. Good. This time, our trip to Xia is top secret. Everyone must not be exposed, is that clear? General Moray said aloud with a serious face. Yes. The crowd of transcendents responded. Continue the chase. The Lord gasped for a while and gave the order. The two transcendents who had just fought against him had killed a fourth order and escaped a fifth order, but they had absolutely no intention of letting go of the three who had escaped. Yes. The many transcendents replied in unison. Since the recovery of the demons, the Maohu country was in a very difficult situation. It was originally one of the top technological force countries, but since the gods began to recover, the Maohu country's status plummeted. Their country's god of war, Sventivid, has likewise been revived, only the situation is somewhat miserable, because in these years, countless people have converted to believe in God. The gods of Slavic mythology, in these countless years of lack of faith, the loss of divine power is very serious, up to now has not yet manifested a miracle. However, has been called the God-forsaken land of Xia, but in this period of time broke out, several gods revived, first defeated God, and then killed the neon mother of gods Izanami. How could this make the hairy bear bearable? A country next to his own rose, so he took the lead and then sent people to go there, first to mess up the situation in the Xia country, and then after that, he would do it slowly. Xia must never rise, or our Maohu kingdom will be finished. General Moray roared in his heart. It was at this moment that a roaring voice came. Those who trespass into the Xia kingdom will be killed without pardon. What? The group of people who were cultivating immediately panicked when they heard the roar. Clang! However, before those people could even begin to act, a huge roaring sound rang out, setting off a burst of sound waves that directly suppressed that group of people to the ground. Kill! The Jennifer, whose body was as sturdy as an exploding bear, leapt directly into the valley ahead of the others, his body filled with a strong blood aura, and swung a fist violently towards the approaching one of the furry bear nation transcendentals, and the power of the overturning river surged out. Put! Flesh and blood flew in the sky, and a third-order transcendent mortal who couldn't even react was directly blown up by a punch. This scene caused the hearts of the many foreign transcendents to be endowed with horror. This person's power was also too terrifying. Damn it! Obviously, this time the plan was so secretive, how could it be discovered by the transcendentals of the Summer Kingdom? Amolay roared, his body erupting with terrifying battle intent as he charged towards the Jennifer. A crowd of transcendents from the Xia kingdom chased after him, forming a siege under the horror of the transcendents from the Malwat kingdom. Stepping into the Xia kingdom's territory and still want to leave? Several transcendents shouted in unison, and they all began to strike. Damnable Xia country people, give them a fight? A transcendent in the furry bear country roared. What's the point of wasting words? Kill! The Lord was fighting with Amolay, a thick blood chi condensed above his pair of fists, shaking the four directions. Chapter 80, The Woolly Bear Nation's deity Sventivid descends. Conquest of the East. Moments later, blood stained the earth. Dismembered limbs, a tattered corpse, still showing deep horror before dying. Devils! You devils! Looking at the numerous Xia transcendents, a transcendent from the Malwat kingdom was directly scared out of his wits, incomparably terrified as he shouted. For you enemies, we are the devils. A coffin-backed person with a severe ghost-like appearance that was entwined with the power of Yin and evil, revealed a hideous smile and directly tore the transcendent apart. How is this possible? All of his men died in battle a moment later, which caused Mo Lei to be incomparably terrified. The strength of this group of transcendents from the summer country was somewhat terrifying. It was simply no match within the same realm. While in this daze, he was struck. Instantly miserable and incomparable, his left hand was directly smashed by the Jennifer's punch, falling to the ground and roaring in terror. Same 5th rank, how can you be so strong? It's not that I'm strong, it's just that you're trash. The Lord said morosely. Then he was about to kill, directly beheading this one foreign transcendent who dared to step into the Xia kingdom's territory. Honorable God of War Sventivit, your pious believers are suffering, please send down a divine miracle to rescue the believers from their suffering. Mo Lei began to pray in horror. He was an inheritor. It was so hard to have the strength of the 5th rank and stand above the crowd and call for help, he didn't want to die yet. Clang clang clang. A sound of gingo rose between heaven and earth. The Mao Xiong country was seething. The entire heaven and earth were trembling violently, and a vast and surging battle intent filled the earth and sky, causing the heavens to tremble uncontrollably and causing all the people within the Manhwa to fear. It was like an invincible god of war descending into the world. That huge and vast killing aura caused endless wariness to rise up in the heavens and earth. Boom! The void in the firmament cracked open, and a white horse with a terrifying aura leapt out from it, carrying the divine mighty war god Sventivit. Holding a divine sword in one hand and a spear in the other, he had 4 heads on his shoulders, looking in 4 directions. A terrifying battle intent emanated from his body, causing everything to be terrified. The true form of the god of war, Sventivit, had descended. O Slavic god of war! You finally descended and manifested in the world after your revival to save your suffering believers, woo-woo. The Woolly Bear Nation is no longer on top of the world, Supreme God of War, you have finally appeared to take us to glory. Whoa, God of War Sventivit, you have finally returned, use your sword and spear to sweep the world and defeat all the gods, proving that you are the invincible existence. The followers of the Maohu kingdom who still believed in the God of War Sventivit were incomparably excited and were raising their voices to the sky, praying towards the tall figure of the God of War. A group of the top brass of the Malwat kingdom were also boiling over, the war god they believed in had finally descended. Quickly! Turn on the satellite broadcast, I want the entire globe to know that the war god Sventivit is awesome, and that the war god is the supreme deity. A 5th order transcendent hurriedly commanded his men. The Woolly Bear country had been silent for far too long, and this time when the god of war Sventivit revived, he must make a magnificent global appearance. Soon, a live broadcast appeared on the software of various countries around the globe, and countless people flocked to it. Wow! Mao Xiong country's god of war Sventivit has been revived for so long, and has finally manifested and descended. Surprisingly, he even opened a live broadcast room. This is learning from the Summer Kingdom, but the Summer Kingdom's 2 deities are incomparably strong, and they even killed a positive god. Can the Mahuaska's war god do the same? Wait and see, how strong is this god of war in the end? As with Xia's treatment, many people also began to sneer at Mao Xiong. Just wait and see. When the god of war steps on Xia to take the throne, you ignorant people will realize how terrifying he is. The 5th order transcendent was infuriated as he watched the pop-up and gritted his teeth. On the celestial dome, the war god Sventivit, whose battle intent was vast, moved. Raising the war spear in his hand, there was endless divine power surging madly on the war spear, emitting a raging and surging divine light that illuminated the 4 directions, shouting loudly, "My generals, come out!" Behind war god Sventivit, a battlefield was reflected, and in the middle of that tragic battlefield, 3,000 warriors on white horses were fighting against endless demons. Endless divine light emerged, and 3,000 white horse warriors came out from that battlefield, shouting towards war god Sventivit. War God, invincible! War God, invincible! Vast voices echoed dramatically in a sight of the firmament in the middle of the sky. This journey, the eastern ancient land. The god of war Sventivit turned his eyes turning towards the middle of the Kunlun mountain range, his body's vast aura erupted, and in an instant, there were visions of the sun and the moon turning upside down, the sky turning over, and the mountains and rivers collapsing. In the Kunlun mountain range, Jennifer's group of Xia transcendents only felt as if they had fallen into the 9 abysses, their bodies infinitely cold. A deity, this was staring at them. Ha ha ha. The true body of the god of war, Sventivit, has descended, you're finished, and the Xia kingdom is finished as well. At this moment, Mo Lei laughed rampantly. The entire globe was also shocked by a single sentence from the god of war Sventivit. God. After god of war Sventivit descended, he even wanted to directly conquer the eastern ancient lands. Who will win in a collision between Xia and Mao Bear? Apparently, the Malwat, which has weakened over the past few years, wants to step on Xia to soar upwards. Qin Feng, who was in the imperial capital and was also watching the live broadcast, froze. This god of war is so arrogant, directly naming the Xia kingdom to be conquered. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth as his mind sank into his mind. Rumble! White horses stepped into the void as the god of war, Sventivit, led 3,000 soldiers and horses, exuding a terrifying aura around him, stirring up endless wind and clouds as he walked towards the Xia kingdom's borders. Rumble! It was at this moment that an endless rumbling sound erupted from the Kunlun Mountains within the borders of the Xia Kingdom. At the top of the Kunlun Mountains, the sun and the moon emerged, and there was a sight of illusory fairyland like space reflected in the endless void, and a projection walked out from that pale void. It was a slender, absolutely noble female emperor wearing a pitch-black imperial robe that descended into the world. Almost instantly, the pale universe shook. The heavens and earth, the sun and the moon bowed at her feet, all things were worshipping her, and all the living beings around the globe were troubled in their hearts and couldn't help but kneel down to her. This female emperor figure was truly too domineering. Roll back. The female emperor opened her mouth, and her light voice caused the 9 heavens to tremble, and the endless emptiness instantly shattered. At this moment, looking at that female emperor figure, everyone was unable to hold back their horror. Chapter 81, 9 Heavens Xian Nuniang. Eastern God of War. That female emperor stood between the emptiness, with the sun and moon under her feet, and endless stars and rivers emerging, as if she was stepping on top of the heavens and the world, like a supreme emperor looking down on the world. The Black Emperor's robe emitted a radiant immortal light. The immortal light was fantastically dazzling, like a fairy feather, setting off the female emperor's magnificent figure. Great Emperor Xian Mare. Ever since this phantom of the female emperor appeared, countless shadows surfaced above the firmament, which were the ancient ancestors praying and worshipping. In the Kunlun Mountains, Jennifer's group froze on the spot, looking at the magnificent figure of the female emperor high in the sky. The knot in their throats surged for half a day, but they couldn't say anything. The heart, however, was raging with endless shock. There was actually a Xia deity in the Kunlun Divine Mountain. They had explored the Kunlun Mountains for months without finding a single trace. At this moment, it appeared in front of the world when the foreign gods were about to conquer the East. In the middle of the Summer Kingdom, the people who had been endlessly angry because of the Manhwa Kingdom cheered at this moment. Aha! Surprisingly, another deity has awakened, or a goddess, but it looks so domineering. It's actually a female emperor, worshipped by countless ancestors. Great Emperor Xian Mare. Which god is this? According to the ancient books, it's the goddess of the 9 heavens, rumored to be the goddess of war in the east, who taught the Yellow Emperor Regulus the art of arranging armies and formations, and is the subject of many myths and legends. The heavens mandate Xian bird, descended to give birth to Shang. It's rumored to be the ancestor of an ancient dynasty in Xia. It's a powerful goddess who is also a great emperor, a queen, and a heavenly goddess. Oh, my god. It's horrible. Imperial capital. Unexpectedly, another great goddess. Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the overwhelming figure standing on the Kunlun Mountains in a trance as he opened his mouth to murmur. Since the 4-elephant green dragon, another great god had been summoned. Mountains and seas scripture has said, within the North Sea, there is a mountain, called the Mountain of Yudu, black water out of it. On it, there are Xian bird, Xian snake, Xian fox 10-tail, there is a big Xian of the mountain, Xian show of the people. 9 days Xian female. This is once Xian Yuan Huangdi to ask its big god, a strength of horror exception, itself also rumors, is a country of the empress. There are rumors had incarnated as a Xian bird as the emissary of the Queen Mother of the West on the Kunlun Mountains. Just inherited thousands of years of myths, true or false, who can really test it? See? Another one of my Xia kingdom, a god has been revived. Next to him, Chen Hao was happy like a child, jumping directly in place with excitement. Fish Xining was also incredibly excited, looking at the magnificent figure on the dome of the sky in the live broadcast, her delicate little face flushed red. She stretched out a hand and grabbed Qin Feng's arm tightly. Hospital. 9 heavenly maiden, revived. The pair of pale eyes of the blind Taoist who had broken through to the 6th order trembled violently. Originally gathered in a ward-angry paper-tying woman and others, at this moment dumbfounded eyes are full of shock. The legend of the 9 heavenly basilicas is too much, even if the inheritance of the summer country is tattered and incomplete, also did not erase her great achievements. There are still some broken ancient books and hidden secrets recorded in this great god. With people constantly posting science on the internet, even Xia's own people felt endlessly shocked. This time the revival of the female emperor, ancient its legend is too wide too much, many things can make endless people shocked, unbelievable. Not only were Xia's own people shocked, even countless foreigners were stunned. The pop-up screen madly scrolls in the live broadcast room, expressing the shock in his heart. It can't be, Xia has even awakened another powerful deity. Sventivit, the war god of the Manhwa kingdom, is going to conquer the east. I had thought that the deity Qinglong and the fire god Zhuron would make a move, but I never thought that a new deity would be revived. How is that possible? The summer kingdom is the land of God's abandonment. Why has one deity after another been revived these days? Oh, my God. Oh Lord Almighty. Oh who? Another deity has been revived in the Summer Kingdom. Lord Almighty, please sanction them. In the Holy See, several cardinals panicked after seeing the live broadcast, kneeling on the ground and praying to God. No. No, as a sinful nation, the Summer Kingdom should be abandoned by the gods. That's not divine heresy. The Pope's face shook violently with anger and roared out. Venerable Pope, please don't be angry. Maybe this newly revived deity of the Summer Kingdom is not a match for the deity of the Woolly Bear Kingdom? As long as there is a defeat, by then the scenery that the Xia Kingdom has accumulated can completely disintegrate. Although the Maowu Kingdom's re-establishment is unfavorable to us, it's just that striking the Xia Kingdom right now is the most important thing. On the side, a calm Cardinal Archbishop with a grim expression persuaded the Pope. That's right. Almighty Lord, please bless the god of war, Sventivit, to triumph over the Summer Kingdom's deities. An absurd scene played out on the Holy See as several cardinals prayed to God to shelter the other gods in victory. Within the Woolly Bear Nation, the blood boiled and a cheer was raised. This newly revived goddess of the Summer Kingdom is just a projection of divine power descending into the world. The god of war, Sventivit, is descending in his true form. The god of war will win. The god of war Sventivit will win. Sventivit is an invincible being, and will surely sweep the Xia Kingdom. Even Zhu Rong and Qing Long are absolutely no match, stepping on the Xia Kingdom to advance. The god of war will win. Listening to the window, the enthusiastic and fire-like cheering voices, the Fifth Order of the Manhwa Kingdom, who had turned on the global satellite broadcast, revealed a bright smile. Global live broadcast is really good. The furry bear country has been silent for too long, even its own people have forgotten its former glory, it needs a shot in the arm. At this moment, let the world all know that the Slavic deities are the most powerful, and that the god of war Sventivit is invincible. The faces of the Fifth Order transcendents overflowed with fervent faith, and in the end, they even roared out angrily. Under the expectant gaze of the woolly bear country, the world watched. The god of war, Sventivit, stopped the white divine horse at his hips, and the 3,000 generals following closely behind him also stopped in their tracks. Everyone's entire body tensed up to gather an invincible battle intent, cautiously looking at the projection of the 9 heavenly maiden in front of them. A vast divine power surged crazily across the vast and boundless prairie, tearing the earth apart with cracks. The two sides were facing each other, and endless auras were surging madly, instantly tearing apart 1,000 miles of the sky and shattering the endless void. War. The god of war Sventivit held his weapon in both hands. Feeling the immense pressure, all 4 heads roared low in unison as he raised the battle spear in his hand high and let out a roar. Majestic battle intent rose to the sky, vibrating the endless void. Kill. Behind the 3,000 soldiers and horses, the momentum is like a rainbow. The killing sound shakes the sky and moves, the rushing makes the earth roar, holding high the weapons in their hands towards the Kunlun mountain to charge and kill. Chapter 82, God Altar Withered. A party of small children are also worthy of being called the god of war. The divine fire withered, the divine altar shattered, pathetic. Pathetic. Zhou Tianxian knew as an emperor's robe, hair fluttering and disrupting the endless emptiness of the sky, the greatness to the extreme, feet on the sun, moon, stars and rivers, overlooking the earth for miles and miles, a terrifying aura suppressing the world, in the face of the impact of 3,000 soldiers and horses to come to a sigh of sorrow. The gods and the myths passed down in the country of the hairy bear, faith has long been deprived of the Holy See, many people are believing in the god of the West. The bright glory of those deities in their own country may have long been forgotten and swept away into the dust of history. Perhaps there are still a few people who are clinging bitterly and faithfully to these gods. What good would that do? How much faith could it provide Sventivit? Could it stop that altar of God from shattering? It was completely impossible. So the gods immersed in the river of time and space had begun to decay, fall, and dissipate. Dang 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 dang. The sound of war drums like thunder crossed the long river of space and time, transmitting a sense of vastness and desolation that resounded between the heavens and earth, reverberating through the stars of the universe. Rumble. In the almost instant that the sound of thunder descended, the entire world was about to become extinct, and everything in the heavens and earth was in a huge panic, no matter how far away all living beings were from each other. When they heard the sound of the war drums that sounded like thunder, they were all terrified, and endless thrills rose in their hearts. The 3,000 soldiers and horses that made the world boil, each one's aura was incomparably strong, with a strength far exceeding that of human transcendent beings, completely capable of slaughtering the existence of a country. However, at this moment, when the sound of the war drums sounded, the charging ones were directly fixed in the void, unable to move. Poof poof. In the next second, the 3,000 soldiers and horses exploded into blood mist, drifting between heaven and earth, directly shaken to death by the sound of the war drums that came from the distant past. This scene caused all the people around the globe to be terrified and shocked. This was too terrifying. Each of those soldiers and horses that exceeded the strength of a transcendent mortal didn't make a single ripple, and were directly shaken to death. In an instant, the entire earth lost its voice. The people of the furry bear country even wept bitterly. Those were the soldiers and horses that had followed the god of war for countless years, but at this moment, they were all gone. In the next second, they were uplifted, because the god of war Sventivit had made a move. The war god of the east and the war god of the woolly bear kingdom began to fight. The world's attention was raised. Kill. The 4 heads of the Mao Xiong kingdom's god of war, Sventivit, roared in unison, their heavenly battle intent suppressing the heavens and the earth. The battle spears and divine swords in their hands blossomed with endless sharpness, collapsing the endless void between swings, and the terrifying divine power swept across 10,000 miles. The absolute strength of the aura caused endless people to be terrified. This was the divine god of war, and human transcendence were too small compared to it. The war spears and divine swords split the endless void, both chopping towards the 9 heavenly maiden. The terrifying ferocious might was so overwhelming that the entire heaven and earth were trembling violently. Everyone in the Maovu kingdom looked forward to it. Would the god of war Sventivit decapitate this Xia deity with a single strike? When wisps of radiant divine power burst out from the 9 heavenly mysteries, crystal and jade palms, cutting through the endless heavens and striking the cold, snow-white sword blades and spears, which could no longer advance any further despite its vast divine might and ferocious light illuminating the heavens. The god of war Sventivit's terrified entire body's divine power erupted, radiating terrifying battle intent to the extreme, but was directly crashed out, tumbling hundreds of miles. The projection of the 9 heavenly maiden, however, still stood in the sky above the Kunlun mountains without moving. Only that head of black hair was dancing backwards with the wind, divine light shining brightly, with an unrivaled elegance. So strong. People around the globe froze, staring blankly at the slender, magnificent figure on the Kunlun mountain. Between the lifting of his hands, he had actually sent the Mao kingdom's war god, Sventivit, flying out. A party of curmudgeons, also called a war god, ridiculous. Ridiculous. The 9 heavenly mysteries struck out, a jade hand radiating radiant divine light like a hanging galaxy, too splendid, condensing an illusory and almost blurry divine text of laws, causing the heavens and earth to roar. With a palm strike, endless divine light bloomed with radiance, and a blurry law divine text stirred up the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and all of a sudden, the sky was darkened, and the sun and moon were devoid of light. Kill. God of war Sventivit's legs fiercely clamped the white divine horse under his feet and galloped up, his whole body's battle intent shining brightly. The battle spear lance in his hand stirred up the boundless winds and clouds, and the sharp sword ruptured the endless heavens with a stroke. Terrifying killing chi gushed out from the body, directly stirred up a side of the dome, revealing a dark cosmic starry sky. The 4 seas and the 8 wastelands were boiling. The power of the war god was unfathomable. War spears and long swords carried endless sharpness, ruthlessly chopping towards the jade hand that came from the firmament. This is the battle of the gods, the real body of the god of war, Sventivit, versus the projection of the 9 heavenly basilisks. Heaven and earth are roaring, endless godly power is colliding. Heaven and earth rise up a bright light, a little fuzzy, that is the rules of heaven and earth are forced to soon be manifested. The world was shaken, and all beings were terrified. Boom! Bang! Terrifying forces were colliding, and the universe was shaking. That one jade hand directly and ruthlessly slapped on top of the battle spear and long sword. The lingering blurring and radiant divine text of laws blossomed with supreme sharpness, directly shattering the 2 divine weapons, the battle god's battle spear and long sword, apart, instantly collapsing and transforming into endless fragments that flew to all parts of the heavens and earth. A single hand, how can it shatter divine weapons? The 4 pairs of eyes of the god of war, Sventivit, snapped round, a look of disbelief surfacing above all 4 faces, followed by a rise of horror. That one jade hand, which still had remnants of divine power, slapped directly above his face. Dang! In an instant, 1,000 miles of emptiness shook, divine blood spilled all over the void, and the endless sky was dyed red. The god of war, Sventivit, was directly sent flying once again, falling into the depths of the earth, and the head that had been struck by the jade hand was directly shattered into an endless mist of blood, having suffered a heavy blow. The white divine horse on his hips was directly shattered by the terrifying force, turning into a bloody object like those 3,000 soldiers and horses that slowly floated into the earth, falling into the prairie below. Every strike of the gods shook the beings and made the world boil. My summer kingdom's deities are the ones who are invincible. In the Kunlun mountains, a huge voice cried out, worshipping the 9 heavenly maiden. The crowd of transcendents there had long since looked dumbfounded, in an endless state of shock. See, this is my Xia country's deity, an invincible existence. What are you, Sventivit, the war god of the furry bear country? The duke said with incomparable pride to the kneeling Mole, and expressed his disdain. What god of war Sventivit, the eastern god of war is the invincible one. Chapter 83, Execution of a Divine Spirit. Deity projection chopping real body. Mole, who was deeply and seriously injured with his arm broken, at this time as if he had forgotten the pain, looked at the scene in the sky with a dumbfounded look, his mouth not daring to believe in the whisperer. The god of war Sventivit is invincible. Now that his true body has descended to earth, he should be sweeping away all enemies and suppressing all the gods in the world. How could he possibly lose? Afterwards, he roared epileptically towards the many Xia transcendents around him. Fake, it's all fake, it's you transcendents of the summer country who are deceiving me. In this scene that was happening before his eyes at the moment, the invincible god of war, Sventivit, had his divine weapon in his hand shattered by a divine spirit with a slap, and his head had directly shattered one, deeply and severely injured. It had completely shattered his faith and shattered the invincible existence in his heart. Woo woo! This was simply incomparably harder than killing him, and he directly began to cry out in pain. Looking at this woefully unimaginable-looking Mao Shun country's 5th-ranked transcendent Mole, Jennifer, and the others didn't have any pity in their hearts. This was an enemy that had intruded into the borderline of the Xia country. There was only full of vigilance and celebration. The Mao Shun country was invaded by the Vatican II miserably. Half of the nation's people changed their beliefs. This is something that should be vigilant. Fortunately, the Xia country so far, although there are some stragglers, but also towards the direction of being intact. At first did not listen to the Holy See and other those people's words, go to change the belief in God. Zeus, Odin, has been groping bitterly insisted on the recovery of their own gods. The entire hairy bear country was silent, and countless believers were shocked and frightened. It was clearly seen in the live broadcast, the invincible god of war Sventivit was defeated by the gods of the Xia kingdom, both divine weapons were completely shattered, and fragments flew down to all parts of heaven and earth. In the middle of the battlefield, the god of war, Sventisvitus, who had his head blown off, his divine body collapsed, with golden divine blood continuously overflowing, slowly crawling out from the deep pit in the earth above the grasslands. Looking at the magnificent figure of the 9 heavenly maidens standing in the firmament, his heart was filled with horror. He was unexpectedly not a complete opponent. He was again reminded of the horrors of endless years ago. There were many horrors in the eastern ancient land. At this moment, with his life under great threat, war god Sventivit did not want to die. It was not easy for him to recover from the long river of time and space. He was not willing to be about to fall, so he let out a roar. The great figure of the 9 heavenly maiden once again raised her jade hand once more. The stars of the universe shook, and a thick crisis swept across the heavens and the earth. This was to lay down a deadly hand and slaughter the gods. This caused countless people around the globe to be shaken, their eyes wide open as they watched this scene. Slaughtering the gods. What a frightening thing this was. Even though it had already appeared twice before, with the fire god Zhu Rong blowing up the archangel Gabriel, and the Neon Kingdom's mother of gods having her true body decimated by the 4-elephant green dragon, this was still frightening. Gods were immortal and eternal for all ages. Even if something unknown happened in the ancient times and the gods lost track of them, it was only sleeping in the endless river of time and space. The divine souls were immortal, the divine bodies were undying, and they were also able to be awakened and revived. If they were decimated, what a terrifying thing that would be. Boom! A hazy immortal light emanated from the 9 heavens Shin maiden's hand as divine power surged, and endless visions manifested as if they were breeding endless gods and devils, as if they were about to destroy the heavens and the earth. Towards the god of war Sventivit on the prairie below, he slapped down violently. Heaven and earth were in turmoil, all the laws were roaring, and the cosmic universe was about to shatter. Roar! Shrouded by a life and death crisis, war god Sventivit rushed up into the sky, his body filled with a majestic battle intent, directly tearing through a side of the void and escaping. The Maohu country is called the god of war Sventivit. Facing the battle, even fear, facing the powerful enemy, began to frantically flee. The beings were dumbfounded, and the people of the Malwat kingdom even directly collapsed. The invincible god of war in their hearts was actually fleeing for his life at this moment. Can you escape? The 9 heavens Xian maiden whispered softly, but it sent chills down everyone's muscles. With a flip of her palm, heaven and earth reversed, the sun, moon, and stars deflected, and then she ruthlessly struck the endless void. Rumble! In an instant the void shattered, a path of divine power crazily ravaged the endless void, a huge churning power, the entire world was about to collapse. No! A mournful and incomparable screaming sound came out from the endless void, and then the divine body of the god of war, Sventivit, was directly and completely shattered, and that eternal and immortal divine soul was exposed. Eastern goddess, have mercy! The immortal divine soul was wailing bitterly, hissing in pain, before it was refined by the endless boiling divine power of the 9 heavenly goddess. Brush! The golden-colored majestic blood rain drifted for 10,000 miles in an instant, and 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers were roaring, as if the heavens and earth were mourning for it. A party of war gods, god supreme gods, was decimated. It completely fell between heaven and earth, perishing into the endless void. This was the 3rd deity of earth to fall. Witnessing this battle, all beings were shaken by it. The Malwat kingdom was in despair, the sound of wailing echoed in the firmament, and sadness filled the earth. It's too strong, the deities of the summer kingdom are too strong. Woo woo! The invincible god of war, Sventivit, has been defeated and killed by a projection of the female god of war of the summer kingdom, and has completely fallen. The god of war. You died a horrible death, your divine body was shattered, and your indestructible divine soul was completely worn down, and your blood rained down for thousands of miles. It's over, the furry bear kingdom is finished, the god of war is dead, it's bound to be dark from now on. Why? Why? The Mao Shun country's 5th-ranked transcendent who had commanded the opening of the satellite broadcast was currently having a seizure, frantically questioning. The real body of the god of war, Sventivit, descended, but he couldn't even defeat the projection of the summer kingdom's deity. This is impossible. Afterward, with a softness in his body, this 5th-ranked transcendent with great strength directly fell to the ground. As if demented, he stared ahead with a dull gaze. The war god who descended from the true god was decimated by the projection of the Xia deity. Ha ha ha, joke. Around the 5th order transcendents, the other furry bear transcendents also had dull gazes, their faith being completely crushed. War god Sventivit was brutally beaten and beheaded in front of them. It was impossible for these people's faith not to collapse. At the same time, countless believers of the war god Sventovit's legacy within the Maowu country, the transcendent power they possessed, disappeared with the death of the war god, falling from a towering transcendent back to a weak ordinary person. Nearly half of the power of the woolly bear kingdom was gone at the moment, and had to face the surging demons and devils. That overbearing and magnificent terrifying figure, also deeply imprinted in the hearts of all the people in the Mao Xiong country, like a shadow that cannot be digested. Chapter 84, Sleeping Eastern Dragon has awakened. The beings also woke up from the shock of the gods being beheaded. Pop-ups rolled wildly in the country's live streams. Terrifying, too terrifying. What a powerful goddess, directly beheading the main god of the Manhwa kingdom with a projection, even though the main god of the Manhwa kingdom was so weak that he was able to descend to earth in his true form. I'm still in shock. This is the third deity killed by the gods of the Summer Kingdom. The gods of the Summer Kingdom are all too strong, aren't they? This goddess, her power projection is so strong, how terrifying is her real body? Almighty Lord, please take action to sanction the deities of the Summer Kingdom. Once again, witnessing a god being decapitated with their own eyes, apart from the endless shock and horror, these viewers in the live broadcast room could no longer think of anything else. In the Holy See, those cardinals who were praying for the god of war, Sventovit, all fell to the ground in shock at this moment, all of them in a daze. Another deity has been beheaded by a Xia deity. A cardinal archbishop who could still stand but was trembling all over, said in horror. The Xia deities are too strong. They already had the fire god Zhu Rong and the 4-elephant green dragon, and now with the addition of such an unfathomable female emperor, it's even more difficult to deal with. There was also the cardinal archbishop who said dully, "We can't let it go any longer. There are still more deities in the Xia kingdom for the revival. If we wait any longer, that will be a disaster for us." A cardinal archbishop standing beside the Pope said with a trembling voice. The Pope beside him, however, stood shocked in place, his eyes filled with horror, his face alternating between green and black constantly, followed by his chest shaking violently. In the gazes of the many cardinals, the Pope fell headfirst from his throne, rolling down to the bottom of the high platform in a very sorry state, his crown flying out. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Because of the shocking blood attack, triggering an old injury, the Pope fainted once again. At this moment, it wasn't just one place in the Holy See that was like this. On a high mountain that towered deep into the clouds, there was a palace made of gold. An old man wearing a gorgeous and incomparable crown and expensive palace robes was looking at the live broadcast of the Manhwa kingdom with a shocked face. Upon seeing the projection of the 9 heavenly mysteries decapitating the god of war, Sventovit, the old man stood up with a roar, his face filled with horror. Such a powerful divine system must never be allowed to completely revive. It will threaten Heavenly Father Zeus. The Pope is right. The Xia kingdom must be destroyed. A moment later, this old man withdrew a few moments of horror and spoke. In the middle of a castle in Novi, there was the sound of a shocking roar that came out. Definitely cannot let the gods of the Xia kingdom revive. They will bring about the twilight of the gods. In a pyramid, such words also rang out. These 4 parties were all people who had been invited by the Pope to go to the meeting before. Now that they had seen the resurgence of another such powerful deity in the Xia kingdom, they were completely unable to sit still, and they had to speed up their plans, resolutely not allowing the Xia kingdom, which possessed such a powerful deity, to continue its rise any further. In the sky above the Kunlun mountains of the Xia kingdom, after the 9 heavens Xian maiden had beheaded the god of war, Sventovit, she returned her gaze to the mountains and rivers of the Xia kingdom. The mountains and rivers are still the same, but things are different. The 9 heavens Xian Nu let out a soft sigh, and a brilliant divine light flashed in her bright eyes, as if she was nostalgic for the endless years of the past, momentarily causing all things in the heavens and earth to feel godly sadness. The gods in the sky, the 5 heavenly emperors, and the supreme beings have not yet been revived. These miles of mountains and rivers are a bit lonely after all, missing those figures that pick the stars and take the moon. Jade Hand gently waved, countless bright divine light into the endless void, and then descended in the summer country and all parts of the country, transformed into a divine statue. The void then lightly trembled, and that magnificent female emperor figure disappeared into the eyes of all beings. In the Xia kingdom, it was only after seeing the magnificent figure of the 9 heavenly empress disappear that they came back to their senses. Invincible, too invincible, directly beating that so-called god of war Sventovit of the Mountain Kingdom, the 9 heavenly maiden is awesome. Xia, another god revived. I guess those people abroad fear deepened a few more points. He meow just want to ask the Neon country how the mood? It's busy right now. I guess even the internet is gone now. After all, they're having a friendly conversation with the big demons. Mao Bear country now must be very desperate. Thought the god of war recovery can be Arthur up. Even live rumor set up. Want to step on the international Xia country to take the reputation. Although the idea is good, the reality is cruel. Really laugh at the individual. The hairy bear also clamored to sweep the summer country. The results are not even out of the borderline, directly to be blown up. The online pop-ups were hot and heavy. The strong and incomparable Zhou Tianxian Nu really made their blood boil too much. Imperial capital. The group of reflecting directorate's executives in the hospital ward were endlessly excited. Worthy of being an ancient goddess too strong. Resisting the excitement in her heart, the paper tie lady spoke. directly smashing a party of war god Ah. Tulei's mood was still agitated, picking at the silent tombkeeper beside him and said with excitement, Xia is going to regain its splendor. The blind Taoist stared with a pair of pale eyes, gazing at the dome of the Xia kingdom, where the unseen, endless Xia qi was converging, breeding a terror. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze in the live broadcast. The mind sank into his mind, checking its own data to come. Incense, 4,518,000. It's directly increased by 511,000. Looking at these data, the incense fire had once again increased. Qin Feng's face was filled with excitement. As a nine heavenly maiden with many legends on the ancient land of the East resurrected, of course, it would make the entire Xia kingdom boil, and it would be exactly as if it was like the last time the green dragon resurrected. And coupled with the precipitation of these days, coupled with the summer country and the divine power statue also more up, so can make Qin Feng's incense rose so quickly. And the next time, if one wanted to summon a deity, one would need to wait until enough 8 million incense had been accumulated. As his mind returned, his ears were the first to hear the incomparably excited voice of Chen Hao, who was very enthusiastic about the fact that the deities of the Summer Kingdom had decimated a party of deities. Looking to the fish seaning beside him, Qin Feng found that she seemed to have something on her mind, staring blankly at the cell phone in her hand. Qin Feng didn't know what was on her mind and shook his head without disturbing her. He just silently thought about the future plans in his mind. Nowadays, the ghosts and monsters that could allow Qin Feng to enhance his strength were no longer present in Xia, or they were hidden very deeply and difficult to detect. This made him unable to help but set his sights on foreign countries, above the many countries. Chapter 85, Supreme Creepy Revisited. Countries vibrate. The Kunlun Mountain divine battle erupted, drawing the world's attention and causing the four directions to boil. Everyone in every country was discussing it, and immediately afterward, some people with a sensitive sense of smell detected an international change. The friction between the Holy See, Olympus, and the other four quadrilateral divine systems suddenly disappeared, and the competition for believers slowed down a lot. There was speculation amongst the countries that they feared that the four divine systems were pointing their spearheads at the Summer Kingdom, which had been in the ascendancy in these recent days. The four parties are joining hands to suppress Xia, so I am afraid that another shocking battle between the gods will break out, and no matter how successful or unsuccessful this battle is, it will once again change the pattern of the world on Earth. The Holy See and the other four parties of the divine system are all one side of the hegemony. The probability is that they will be victorious. Only during this period of time, the eastern ancient land became extremely mysterious and unpredictable. Not only did the gods revive on the surface, behind the scenes there was an even more profound and unpredictable god lord, only heard of his name, but never saw the manifestation of it, which made people scornful and incomparable. That was coming from the mouth of the fire god Zhu Rong, and not everyone would think it was false. For a moment, the international scene began to become oppressive, and soon, even ordinary people felt the oppression. Countless people were waiting and expecting the outbreak of this great war, only to have a sudden change disrupt the layout of all the countries on Earth. The full moon climbed up into the sky once again, with countless shining stars doing the honors. In the middle of the late night, the vast ocean caused endless fear to rise, and those rolling waves were as black as ink, as if they were able to devour people's hearts. No one knew what kind of horror was hidden underneath the dark waters. A sea, bottomless. There was no wind blowing, and the endless seawater was flowing silently. Rumble. Suddenly, 100 miles of seawater tore apart, forming a frightening abyss that one dared not gaze into. A giant foot like a squid stretched out from the seawater that was torn apart like an abyss. Illusory, hazy, like a projection, in the unknown universe where to descend on Earth. It is difficult to describe, and cannot be seen directly. Supreme and immortal. A terrifying aura began to wreak havoc in the 100 miles of ocean, and the endless sea creatures that were wandering in this sea area all died strangely in an instant. Ow ow ow. Immediately afterward, a voice rang out like a beautiful song, God and Buddha chanting, the devil whispering indescribable and unnameable. Accompanied by a spiritual power as majestic as Wang Yang Sea, it vaguely and incomparably began to echo across the globe. That night, horrible things erupted across the globe. The weirdness reappeared. That supreme terror was gazing at Earth again. The Lighthouse Country. Xiao Tiger file anti-stolen prince, looking for machine candidate Xiao Tiger, stable reliable, do not step on pit. A city with a population of 2 to 3 million. Late at night in the silence, everyone is sleeping peacefully. Only that above the street, there is still that give up life and forget about death-drunken prodigal son, in all around the wild. On top of the street, a deep red figure appeared abruptly, walking staggeringly, his head hanging down deeply, as if he was drunk. It just so happened that there were two drunks, walking past him, and one of the drunks couldn't help but snicker. Hi! My friend, did you see that? One of the cardinal archbishops of the Holy See, surprisingly, is also like us, staying out at night. It can't be that he just walked out from which lover's room, right? Ha 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 ha. Another drunkard laughed out loud. And that cardinal archbishop of the Holy See, as if he had heard the taunts of the two, reacted and raised his head violently. The corners of his eyes were askew, and his expression was maniacal, half smiling and half crying, simply more terrifying than a severe ghost under this moonlight. He's back. With saliva gushing from the corners of his mouth, that cardinal roared in a blurred fury. Ah! The two drunken ghosts were directly scared into sobriety, and then their eyeballs rolled over and burst open as a hole. And the blood that gushed out from the eye sockets was like a blood redworm that instantly crawled all over their bodies, devouring both of them entirely. Ha-hoo! That cardinal let out a sound that was neither a cry nor a laugh, and lowered his head again as he continued to stagger off into the distance. It wasn't long before a few more miserable cries rang out from not far away. Roar! I don't know how long it took, but an inhuman roar suddenly rose up, accompanied by bugs that crawled all over the entire firmament like a boundless sea of blood. The sky and earth were blood red, and the rolling ghastly wind passed through the deserted streets like a mysterious beast roaring. In an instant, the 2 to 3 million people who were sleeping in the city were tainted by a majestic evil spiritual power, and they all went berserk. White Elephant Country. The water of that holy river was slowly flowing, and the water was laced with a sinister coldness, with endless corpses surfacing in it. There were also ghosts and spirits floating in the holy river, revealing their hideous faces. Across the sacred river in the White Elephant Country, it was a land that struck fear into the hearts of ordinary people, for there were cannibalistic ascetic monks there. Suddenly, a silhouette walking crookedly walked across the holy river from the opposite side of the river. After getting closer, some people realized that the silhouette was an ascetic monk, the whole body without a piece of silk. The body is dirty, as if not bathed for decades, the hair is solidified together, even the nails on the fingers have never been cut. At this moment, a face was half crying, half smiling, with a hideous and maniacal look to the extreme. He's coming! This ascetic was still muttering inexplicably under his breath. After seeing it, dozens of people had chills in their hearts and felt horrified beyond measure. Turning their heads, they were about to run, but it was too late. The ascetic violently opened his mouth, and countless flies flew out of his mouth, instantly surrounding the dozens of people. After the flies dispersed, the dozens of people were lying on the ground with their lives on the line. A corpse was the first to change, and a fleshworm scurried out from the flesh and blood. A few moments later, half of the city suffered, millions of people were infected by the evil spiritual power, and all of these people fell into a seizure and went crazy. Across the globe, many countries suffered inexplicable weirdness at the same time. The globe was in an uproar, and countless countries felt inexplicably terrified that the horrifying weirdness that had appeared not long ago had once again descended once again. Yet, the same thing remained unnoticed by the various nations in the slightest. I wonder who he is. Where did he come from, and what did he want to do? Everything was an unknown mystery, and mankind could not perceive the supreme terror that was hidden in the darkness, gazing at the earth. Chapter 86, Global Divine Revival. Suppressing the Bizarre. The world was in great turmoil, and the Summer Kingdom certainly couldn't escape. What was even more frightening was that there were 3 entire places in the eastern ancient land that were in turmoil, and the town guards of 3 provinces had entered that supreme bizarre dream realm, falling into a frenzy and starting to rebel. In the province where the imperial capital was located, there was a 4th-order transcendent guardian who had fallen into madness and was manipulated by that supreme, and his spiritual power had steeply increased, even surpassing that of a 5th-order transcendent and going beyond the level known to mankind. Boom! The evil spiritual power directly enveloped half of the province, and the endless power of sinister evil covered the heavens under its manipulation. After being contaminated by the evil spiritual power, all living beings fell into madness, crazily attacking the living beings they saw. Qin Feng was now in the imperial capital and woke up instantly after sensing the familiar fluctuations. That's when that unknown existence descended once again? With a flash of his figure, Qin Feng disappeared from the room and appeared on the roof, gazing at the familiar force surfacing above the endless firmament. This bizarre existence, which he himself had experienced once a few days ago, had a profound memory that was completely indelible. To this day, even he felt a chill in his body when he recalled it. That bizarre unknown was too inscrutable. At the time when it was important for everyone to react, the deity who had sensed the strangeness directly revived. Aang! The green dragon that was in the starry host was the first to detect the strangeness, smelling the evil power descending in the middle of the ancient land of the east, and directly revived. Terrifying dragon might swept across the globe, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The huge true body floated in the endless star river, a pair of eyes looking towards the mountain and riverside of the eastern ancient land, where the evil spiritual power covered several cities, making countless populations in a frenzy. The star river trembled, the endless stars trembled, and a hanging starburst drifted down from above the 9 heavens of the firmament, transforming into a gigantic and incomparable star river. Brilliant divine light erupted, illuminating the endless heavens and earth, directly washing away that piece of evil spiritual energy. Several cities, all submerged in that side of the star river, and the populace, who had been contaminated by the evil spiritual energy, also rapidly regained their sanity under the starlight, staring at everything in a bewildered state of shock. Just now, they had entered a frighteningly terrifying dream, and the presence of a terrifying presence that could not be seen directly in that dream was what made them go crazy over it. Newt! Bai Feng tumbled out, his chirping sound moving the 9 heavens. The fire god Zhu Rong, who had been silent for a long time, also appeared, radiant divine fire erupting in his eyes as he gazed at the western mountain province of the eastern ancient land. There, too, there was an evil spirit power enveloping one side, causing countless populace to go berserk. Evil spirits, execute! The fire god Zhu Rong let out a roar, and 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers shook, and the heavens and earth roared. In an instant, the fires burning all over the Xia kingdom roared up, and immediately afterward, they floated away, coalescing into a ball of divine fire that fell into the area in the western mountain province that was shrouded by the evil spirit power. The brilliant divine fire illuminated the heavens and earth, and that majestic evil spiritual power, directly all the divine fire was burned out, and the endless people who were caught up in the madness gradually recovered. Boom! Heaven and earth lost color, a slender figure of a female emperor revived once again, a projection crossed out from the pale stars and rivers, the void collapsed, spanning over 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, directly descending on the imperial capital. At the next moment, heaven and earth lost color, bright divine power erupted, illuminating the heavens and the universe, endless stars shook in unison, directly destroying the evil spiritual power rampaging in the imperial province with a turn of the hand, resolving the bizarre crisis that had been causing chaos here. Then, the 9 heavenly Shin Maiden, the 4-elephant green dragon, and the fire god Zhu Rong all looked towards the boundless sea in unison, and radiant fronts erupted from their gazes as they gazed into that side of the blasted sea. They detected turmoil, all coming from the sea, with an inexplicably evil spiritual force enveloping the globe, pulling countless people into a dream world. The 3 deities coincided and combined their efforts towards the boundless sea, striking out. Boom! The most radiant divine light erupted between the heavens and earth, directly illuminating the boundless firmament as the globe vibrated, shattering the boundless and vast ocean. The sun, moon, and stars dimmed in an instant, and the power struck by the 3 deities simply surpassed all the terrors of the world. The deities struck with a combined force. The world was shocked, and even the busy and anxious populace of the kingdom that was caught in a boundless panic looked to the east in horror at this moment, looking at those 3 magnificent figures, unable to resist kneeling in worship. After the strike, the void trembled, and the magnificent figures of the 3 deities disappeared. Obviously that strike had shattered the strangeness they had discovered. After half a ring, the people of the summer country boiled over on the internet. The 3 deities of the 9 heavenly mysteries, the 4-elephant green dragons, and the fire god Zhu Rong struck out, and in a matter of moments, they directly annihilated the eruption of weirdness, and the losses were simply reduced to the extreme, so powerful that it exploded. I was afraid of the outbreak, but I didn't expect the 3 deities to revive. I love it. The unknown horror must be coming to Earth again. I don't know what kind of horror exists. The 3 gods finally combined their efforts to strike, directly shattered the boundless sea. It is possible that the unknown terror struck, I do not know, completely eliminated yet. In the imperial capital's reaction directorate. At this moment, an emergency meeting was being held. In addition to the 5 executives of the paper tie woman, there was one more person present, the one with the mysterious identity of the Lord. This time, 3 bizarre outbreaks. The total number of casualties is 47. Glancing at the report in his hands, the Jennifer slowly read out the numbers in the last line. His heart was filled with incredulity. A scourge of this level, yet only 47 casualties. This was the first time in the history of the Summer Kingdom. When a 4th and 5th order ghost scourge erupted, it would take tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of casualties to quell it. Whereas the bizarre rank had already surpassed the 5th rank ghost scourge, the casualties were almost negligible. The difference was too great. Hooray! The 3 deities directly struck when the response bureau hadn't even reacted. That's why the number of casualties was lowered to an extreme. Blind performance got the man to slowly say as he held back the excitement in his heart. Paper tie woman and the others also nodded affirmatively. The power of the gods was too strong, easily suppressing the disaster that the response bureau could hardly eliminate. It's just good to have a divine spirit revive. Finally, Jennifer let out an exclamation. In these 10 years, there had never been such an easy scourge encountered. The gods loved and loved. After the deities of the Summer Kingdom revived and eliminated the weirdness, the deities of all the countries of the world on Earth also quickly revived and descended to eliminate the weirdness that had erupted in the country. This bizarre turmoil ended exceptionally quickly because of the deities. Chapter 87, Unknown Terror. The woolly bear country calls for help. The reason why the 3 deities recovered so quickly was entirely because they were awakened by that supreme fearfulness breath. Facing that unknown existence, Zhou Tianshan knew, Qinglong, Zhu Rong attitudes were shown very tough. Qin Feng returned to the house and silently called out to Qinglong in his heart. The next second, as if his soul was out of his body, Qin Feng arrived in the middle of a vast and boundless starry river, in the middle of which the massive figure of the green dragon meandered and circled. Divine Lord. The magnificent figures of the 9 heavens Shin Maiden and Zhu Rong also appeared in the endless starry sky, their feet treading on the many stars that rose and fell in the chaotic universe. Have you discovered the unknown existence that triggered the bizarre turmoil? What exactly is it? Qin Feng opened his mouth and asked. For that unknown existence, he was incomparably curious in his heart. What exactly was its true body? I don't know. Fawn, what triggered the turmoil in the three places of the eastern ancient land was nothing more than a minuscule projection. It might be that unknown's playfulness that came with its heart. The aura of that unknown being is very evil, with the strength to manipulate and play with all beings. Fire god Zhu Rong shook his head and said, "The projection that descended from the earth just now was too weak, yet it still had a huge impact on humanity. Like a rock spreading its wings to the 9 heavens and covering the sky with a gentle flap of its wings, it triggered a huge stir on the earth. Rather than a random act, it was more like a test for the earth's gods, that unknown being gazing at the earth in the darkness, using the earth as a dinner plate. When the earth's rules are perfected, it may descend." Taking over the words of fire god Zhu Rong, the 4-elephant green dragon slowly spoke. The tone of his voice was filled with gravity, and it was clear that for that unknown existence, even the 4 spirits of heaven had to face it cautiously. He was far too mysterious, hidden in the cosmic dimness, staring at the earth with one large reddish eye. Sitting high above their thrones, they looked down on all living things, manipulating and teasing all spirits. Supreme and immortal, mysterious and unfathomable. Everything about him seemed to be unknown. In fact, he has come to Earth since the ancient times, revealing traces, having triggered epilepsy in the gods, and even overthrowing a party's divine system. Only, when they wanted to extend their tentacles to the eastern ancient land, the eastern Cyan Emperor Fuxi clan, and the central Yellow Emperor Shen Yuan clan, the 2 great emperors stepped in to stop them. And reversed endless space and time, reversed the sun, moon and stars, set foot in the pale universe to find their true bodies. The final result, only the 2 great emperors know, since the return of the pale universe, never mentioned. Suddenly, Eastern Xian Nu's light voice came out, revealing a hint of an ancient hidden secret. That unknown existence had actually cast its gaze on Earth in ancient times, teasing humans, and subverting a divine system, and in the end, it had even induced the 2 human emperors, the Fuxi clan and the Shen Yuan clan, to take action and set foot into the boundless universe to explore their true bodies. Shen Nu's words caused Qin Feng's mind to reel as he listened to the 2 human ancestors who had actually fought against that unknown fear, which was a bit terrifying. At this moment, even the fire god Zhu Rong and the 4-elephant green dragon were somewhat shocked. In the end, Qin Feng was a bit sorry. The result was surprisingly unknown. In the end, did they move their hands? Who won and who lost? All of these are unknown, completely unable to explore. After giving a few more words of explanation to the 3 deities, Qin Feng's consciousness returned to Earth. This world, it's too uncomplicated, too many unknowns hidden in the darkness. Raising his eyes to gaze at the firmament, Qin Feng's pair of eyes were radiant and bright, as if disintegrating the surface of the world, seeing endless waves raging in the deep darkness. Mysteries revived, strangeness reappeared, and no one was more unlucky than Neon. Since the beheading of Izanami, the mother of gods, the entire kingdom of Neon has been reduced to a demonic pleasure ground, and the people of the island are living in dire straits. After being wounded by the great demon Slick Ghost, the shogun fled, and after not knowing where he was for several days, he finally showed himself. The transcendentalists and residents of the Dao were overjoyed, and they all looked forward to the shogun's ability to redirect the situation and lead the Neon Islands back to peace and glory. The shogun was equally ambitious and showed great confidence in leading the many transcendents to expel the rampaging ghosts and demons. However, just as they were fantasizing about a beautiful moment, something strange has come to pass. A 5th-ranked demon fell into a horrifying dream and became insane, manipulated by an unknown fear, and directly began to plague Nehong. The gods of Nehong were difficult to revive, relying on the power of the transcendents to get rid of it. The heavens have not blessed my Nehong. Upon learning this news, the general's entire body was dumbfounded again, sadly looking up to the sky and roaring a long sigh of anger. It's all the Xia Kingdom's fault. If it wasn't for the Xia Kingdom's green dragon beheading the mother goddess, how could my Nehong be ravaged by demons, and how could it be impossible to get rid of all the weirdness? Beside the general, a transcendent roared loudly, blaming the Xia Kingdom as the true culprit of Nehong's turmoil. Not bothering to look for the cause in his own body, completely ignoring all his faults and avoiding all responsibility, it was simply disgusting to the extreme. Neon, gripped by a series of woes, was plunged into a boundless darkness of turmoil. The crisis across the country became even more severe, and that disaster even more frightening. Everywhere on Neon Island, human beings panicked and lost their minds, countless figures despaired, cried, knelt down and prayed, and wails of pain filled the air. In the end, Neon once again called for help from the Lighthouse Kingdom. And similar to Neon, there was also the Manhwa Kingdom, who had not even gotten over the grief of the war god Sventivit, when the weirdness descended, making it difficult for the Manhwa Kingdom to resist it all. With the death of the god of war, nearly half of the transcendents had lost their powers, and the ghostly scourges everywhere were difficult to suppress. Now that the creepy had descended again, it was completely impossible to vacate the country. Oh gods! The gods of the woolly bear country, please open your eyes, have mercy on the believers, and bless this disaster-ridden land. Demons wreak havoc, strangeness descends, living beings are in ruins, corpses and blood are everywhere. I can't see any hope of staying alive at all. An even deeper despair enveloped Mao Xiong as countless people wailed, prayed, and complained. The remaining transcendents of the Manhwa Kingdom were holding a meeting. Call for help from North Battery, or our Mao Xiong country will be completely finished. A fifth-ranked transcendent made a suggestion at the meeting. No way. They'll Leonize us and are bound to make excessive demands. Before, they made us convert our faith. It was immediately opposed by the crowd. Looking at the agitated crowd, the fifth-ranked transcendent spoke. Is there still a choice? Demons can't be suppressed, and weirdness can't be dispelled, so are we going to sit around and wait for death? The voice echoed throughout the entire conference room, and all the people in the arena fell silent. Chapter 88, Upgrade completed. The change of the contracted spirit. The weirdness appeared, and this time, it was so loud that it almost covered hundreds of countries around the globe. That unknown, mysterious and terrifying existence, the divine systems, were also quite fearful, and a bunch of gods even went out to probe, but as a result, they couldn't find any traces of it. Like the last time, after a glimpse will not appear in the trace, retracted his eyes that gazed at the earth. Only, the many transcendent beings on earth had understood that the Supreme Eerie One was watching earth and teasing the beings on earth. Once it was a coincidence, the second time could not be that simple. That would be an enemy that would terrify all the gods, an existence that would terrify the entire human race. Originally, that depressing situation on the international scene was once again disrupted at this moment, and the four divine systems represented by the Holy See were busy probing the bizarre matter at this moment. The summer country was also considered to have gotten a benefit from this bizarre incident, and was at peace for a few days. Under the illumination of the early reddish sun, Qin Feng sat on the roof of the building running his gong method and swallowing qi and spitting out mist. Wisps of golden sunlight were attracted to him and covered the surface of his circumference, emitting a dazzling light. It was like a god and Buddha descending into the world, suppressing everything. A burst of footsteps sounded. Chen Hao's father passed by, saw the body of the sunshine entangled in the body of the Qin Feng. Eyes rose up in a thick shock. Demon recovery for so long, he has never seen such a transcendent, just cultivation becomes so divine, even those ghosts and monsters are not so shocking. When he thought of the news he had found out not long ago, he couldn't help but nod his head secretly in his heart. It was indeed worthy of the rumored ancient true path. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and there were essence flashes in his eyes that were so bright and dazzling that people did not dare to look directly at them. Did I disturb you? Father Chen Hao's face revealed an apology. No, today's cultivation is over, I was just about to go back. Qin Feng shook his head and spoke. Well, I'm going to the office, you guys have fun today. Nodding his head, Chen Hao's father left with his briefcase in hand. Looking at that departing back, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze. Not being a transcendent, yet being able to create and hold on to such a huge fortune in such a chaotic world, was also an extraordinary talent. His mind sank into his mind. The scroll that was supposed to be unfolded was tightly closed at this moment. The system is being upgraded, please wait. The system's beep was still there, which made Qin Feng feel at ease. Since yesterday's incense surpassed 6 million, the ancient scroll had closed and the system had entered an upgrade. This made Qin Feng look forward in his heart to what kind of powerful functions could appear in the system after the upgrade. Recovering his thoughts, Qin Feng descended from the 3-story villa at his feet. This villa, which was adjacent to Chen Hao and Yu Xining's home, was valued at this kind of location. Even in a chaotic world, it was also very expensive. But by Chen Hao's father to $10 million sold to Qin Feng, this is to show goodwill, is also considered a means. Extremely shrewd businessman. Today's Qin Feng holds the title of the first transcendent in Xia, and is extremely strong, having killed the highest 6th-order demonic affliction known to mankind today. When the news that he had bought a house in this neighborhood spread out, the value of this place quickly rose a few times. The rich never cared about money, they only cared about the safety of their own lives, and having the number one person in the summer country sitting next to them gave them a lot of peace of mind. $10 million to buy a villa, this cannot help but let Qin Feng want to build the idea of the villa back and postponed. Until the afternoon, a system prompt sounded in Qin Feng's ears. System upgrade completed. Finished. Qin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, using his cell phone to check the effects of the mysterious appearance, could not help but stare. He couldn't wait for his mind to sink into the sea of consciousness, wanting to see what kind of changes had been made after the system had been upgraded. The ancient and simple scroll had been opened once more. That ancient and simple scroll had already changed greatly in appearance. The scroll was flickering with endless bright arcane light, gulping this Xin Huang Qi, and there was a chain of order condensed by the runes of law encircling it. The picture is as if it contains a pale world, mesmerizing, wanting to see that radiant great world, but unfortunately the vast majority of it is still shrouded by hazy immortal fog. Only a very small part of the area of the immortal fog dispersed, so that people can take a look. The nine-tailed skyfox's green hills, the party of stars occupied by the green dragon, the kingdom created by the 9 heavenly maidens, and so on. There was also the picture that was activated, which was also in the unlocked area, suppressed by the gods. It was very vast and mysterious. Qin Feng placed his gaze at the handle of that ancient scroll, with a mysterious purple gold-colored substance that emitted frightening fluctuations, outlining a few lines of data. Activated icon, 9. Summoned, 0. Incense, 6,158,931. Taoist arts, Golden Light Mantra, 5 Thunders Positive Technique, Wind Queen Strange Door, Imperial Sword Technique. There was hardly any huge change in the system, just one more line of data. Just one more line of data? Qin Feng's excited heart fell silent. Such a big commotion was nothing more than just one more line of data. He opened his mouth somewhat undeterred and asked, "System, are there any other changes in this upgrade?" The system's beep sounded. After this upgrade, enemies killed by the host's contracted spirit will also activate the icon and receive rewards. What? Shrieking in shock, Qin Feng directly froze, stunned. After the contracted spirit that he had summoned to kill an enemy, he would also be able to activate the icon to obtain rewards. Wouldn't that mean that he didn't have to do anything at all and could become stronger just by sitting there? Letting the 9 heavenly Shin Maiden and the 4-elephant green dragon make a trip to the west, maybe he would even be able to become a god directly. Of course, the prerequisite was to be able to find the location of the Western Divine Spirit God realm. Those are hidden in the endless void, coupled with the concealment of great magic power, not within this side of the world. Even if it is probing the heavens, it is difficult to find the trace. The reason why Qinglong was able to kill Aniai Hong's Yellow Springs Divine Kingdom last time was entirely because Izanami made a fool of herself, manifested the Yellow Springs Divine Kingdom, and let out a vicious message to Qinglong, which was locked in position, and directly tore through the long river of space to kill him. Since that time, many deities were on guard, and it was not easy for them to be able to lock their location. After this upgrade, although there were only 2 changes, Qin Feng still felt that he had made a fortune. At the time when Qin Feng was happy, Fish Xining came running in the wind and fire. In front of Qin Feng the usual high cold is no longer, just like a little girl general, pulling Qin Feng ran out of the villa. Chapter 88, Upgrade completed. Changes in the contracted spirit. The weirdness appeared, and this time it was so loud that it almost covered hundreds of countries around the globe. The unknown, mysterious and terrifying existence, all the divine systems are also quite scrupulous. A group of gods even went out to explore, but the results could not find any traces. Like the last time, after a glimpse will not appear in the trace, retracted his eyes that gazed at the earth. Only, the many transcendent beings on earth had understood that the Supreme Eerie One was watching earth and teasing the beings on earth. Once it was a coincidence, the second time could not be that simple. That would be an enemy that would terrify all the gods, an existence that would terrify the entire human race. Originally, that depressing situation in the international arena was once again disrupted at this moment, and the 4 divine systems represented by the Holy See were busy probing the bizarre matter at this moment. The summer country was also considered to have gotten a benefit from this bizarre incident, and was at peace for a few days. Under the illumination of the early reddish sun, Qin Feng sat on the roof of the building running his gong method and swallowing qi and spitting out mist. Wisps of golden sunlight were attracted to him and covered the surface of his circumference, emitting a dazzling light. It was like a god and Buddha descending into the world, suppressing everything. A burst of footsteps sounded. Shen Hao's father passed by, saw the body of the sunshine entangled body of Qin Feng. Eyes rose up in a thick shock. Demon recovery for so long, he has never seen such a transcendent, just cultivation become so divine. Even those ghosts and monsters are not so shocking. When he thought of the news he had found out not long ago, he couldn't help but nod his head secretly in his heart. It was indeed worthy of the rumored ancient true path. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and there were essence flashes in his eyes that were so bright and dazzling that one did not dare to look directly at them. "Did I disturb you?" Father Chen Hao's face revealed an apology. "No, today's cultivation is over, I was just about to go back." Qin Feng shook his head and spoke. "Well, I'm going to the company, you guys have fun today." Nodding his head, Chen Hao's father left with his briefcase in hand. Looking at that departing back, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze. Not being a transcendent, yet being able to create and keep such a huge fortune in the midst of such a chaotic world, was also an extraordinary talent. His mind sank into his mind. The scroll that was supposed to be unfolded was tightly closed at this moment. "System is being upgraded, please wait." The system's beep was still there, which made Qin Feng feel at ease. Since yesterday's incense surpassed 6 million, the ancient scroll had closed and the system had entered an upgrade. This made Qin Feng look forward in his heart to what kind of powerful functions could appear in the system after the upgrade. Retracting his thoughts, Qin Feng descended from the 3-story villa at his feet. This villa, which was adjacent to Chen Hao and Yu Xining's home, was valued at this kind of location. Even in a chaotic world, it was also very expensive. But by Chen Hao's father to $10 million sold to Qin Feng, this is to show goodwill, is also considered a means. Extremely shrewd businessman. Today's Qin Feng holds the title of the first transcendent in Xia, and is extremely strong, having killed the highest 6th-order demonic affliction known to mankind today. When the news that he had bought a house in this neighborhood spread out, the value of this place quickly rose a few times. The rich never cared about money, they only cared about the safety of their own lives, and having the number 1 person in the summer country sitting next to them gave them a lot of peace of mind. $10 million to buy a villa, this cannot help but let Qin Feng want to build the idea of the villa back and postponed. Until the afternoon, a system prompt sounded in Qin Feng's ears. "System upgrade completed." Finished. Qin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, using his cell phone to check the effects of the mysterious appearance, could not help but stare. He couldn't wait for his mind to sink into the sea of consciousness, wanting to see what kind of changes had been made after the system had been upgraded. The ancient and simple scroll had been opened once more. That ancient and simple scroll had already changed greatly in appearance. The scroll was flickering with endless bright arcane light, gulping this Xin Huang Qi, and there was a chain of order coalesced by the runes of law encircling it. The picture is as if it contains a pale world, mesmerizing, wanting to see that radiant great world, but unfortunately the vast majority of it is still shrouded by hazy immortal fog, only a very small part of the area of the immortal fog dispersed, so that people can take a look. The nine-tailed sky fox's green hills, the party of stars occupied by the green dragon, the kingdom created by the 9 heavenly maidens, and so on. There was also the picture that was activated, which was also in the unlocked area, suppressed by the gods. It was very vast and mysterious. Qin Feng placed his gaze at the handle of that ancient scroll, with a mysterious purple gold-colored substance that emitted frightening fluctuations, outlining a few lines of data. Activated icon, 9. Summoning times, 0. Incense, 6,158,931. Taoist arts, Golden Light Mantra, 5 Thunders Positive Technique, Wind Queen Strange Door, Imperial Sword Technique. There was hardly any huge change in the system, just one more line of data. Just one more line of data? Qin Feng's excited heart fell silent. Such a big commotion was nothing more than just one more line of data. He opened his mouth somewhat undeterred and asked, "System, are there any other changes in this upgrade?" The system's beep sounded. After this upgrade, enemies killed by the host's contracted spirit will also activate the icon and receive rewards. What? Shrieking in shock, Qin Feng directly froze, stunned. After the contracted spirit he had summoned killed an enemy, it would also be able to activate the icon to obtain rewards. Wouldn't that mean that he didn't have to do anything at all and could become stronger just by sitting there? Letting the 9 heavenly Xin maiden and the 4-elephant green dragon make a trip to the west, maybe he would even be able to become a god directly. Of course, the prerequisite was to be able to find the location of the western divine spirit god realm. Those are hidden in the endless void, coupled with the concealment of great magic power, not within this side of the world. Even if it is probing the heavens, it is difficult to find the trace. The reason why Qinglong was able to kill Aniai Hong's Yellow Springs Divine Kingdom last time was entirely because Izanami made a fool of herself, manifested the Yellow Springs Divine Kingdom, and let out a vicious message to Qinglong, which was locked in position, and directly tore through the long river of space to kill him. Since that time, many deities were on guard, and it was not easy for them to be able to lock their location. After this upgrade, although there were only 2 changes, Qin Feng still felt that he had made a fortune. At the time when Qin Feng was happy, Fish Xining came running in the wind and fire. In front of Qin Feng the usual high cold is no longer, just like a little girl general, pulling Qin Feng ran out of the villa. Chapter 89, Ritual Extravaganza. Inheritor of the 9 Heavenly Mysteries. Chen Hao's car was parked at the entrance. When Qin Feng got into the car, he realized that the two of them both had a joyful and excited look on their faces. "You guys have won the lottery, you don't have to be so happy, right?" Wondering in his heart, Qin Feng could not help but inquire. With the temperament of the two people, even if they won the lottery, they couldn't be this happy. "What ah?" Fish Xining gently rolled her eyes, her tone of voice delicate as if she was pampered. Chen Hao also glanced at Qin Feng and spoke. "Crazy man, you can't be stupid from practicing cultivation, right? You didn't even see such a big thing? 2 days ago." The response bureau had personally issued a notice that a great sacrifice would be held in the imperial capital today, and that many high-ranking officials would be present to sacrifice the gods. Such a vast ceremony is bound to be very lively, and that the gods would definitely cast their gaze, and that multiple legacies might appear. Then Chen Hao hemmed and hawed and revealed a silly smile, saying dully, "Maybe then which deity, seeing my sincerity, will pass down some transcendent power, and then my brother will become a transcendent in one leap. When that time comes, I'll be able to fight in the north and south, crusade against many ghosts, and I'll be admired by millions of people." He had always dreamed of becoming a transcendent, but his parents strongly disagreed. All the transcendents in Xia were born with defects in their destinies. As the only son in the family, the 5 cons and 3 defects if they accounted for widowhood and wealth. This big number will be ruined. Chen Hao's parents can't retrain the small number, right? Seeing Chen Hao's look, Qin Feng furiously rolled his eyes, and this started daydreaming. Listening to the duo's conversation, a burst of nervousness ran through Fish Xining's mind. She also wanted to become a transcendent, her lover as the first person in Xia. She didn't want to be a burden. As the vehicle traveled quickly, the 3 of them entered a bustling venue, a sea of people, rubbing shoulders. On the periphery, there were rows and rows of transcendents on guard, and there were powerful auras amongst the crowd to guard against any disturbances. This sacrifice was held for the first time though, and the momentum was incomparable, with people rushing over from almost all over the country. After searching for half a day, Chen Hao was able to find a parking space and stopped the car. Just as he got out of the car, a transcendent walked over and respectfully said, "Sword Immortal Qin Feng, please follow me." Now Qin Feng's number 1 was too big, and the moment he showed up, he attracted the attention of countless people. "Good. Amidst the countless cries of astonishment, Qin Feng nodded blandly and brought the two of them, Fish Xining, to follow the transcendent into the venue. After walking for another 7 to 8,000 meters, the three finally saw the sacrificial platform. On the tall sacrificial platform, there were several statues of divine names with terrifying auras such as the 9 heavenly maidens, the green dragon, and other divine names, and in front of each of these divine statues, there was a huge bronze square tripod. At this moment, the paper-tying woman, the blind Taoist, and a host of other top officials of the response bureau, holding a stick of sandalwood incense, were worshipping on the high platform. And in the middle of the paper-tie woman and the others, there stood a tall and sturdy man with an incomparably deep chi and blood that Qin Feng had never seen before. And below the sacrificial platform, there were multiple electronic devices that were slowly running, broadcasting this vast divine sacrifice live in the country. After respectfully bowing, the paper-tying woman and the others dispersed the sandalwood incense in their hands, and after inserting one in each of the bronze tripods. After 10 years of suffering in Xia, the gods have finally been revived. Tu Lei and the others began to speak fervently again. A speech of half an hour, but it made the blood of those present boil. Qin Feng, on the other hand, had long since entered a quickly constructed room under the leadership of that transcendent, while the duo of Fish Xining and Chen Hao went to queue up nervously. After a while, the paper-tie woman and the others also came in. Fellow Taoist Qin Feng, you didn't respond to the invitation the day before yesterday. I thought you were going to miss out on this event. Tu Lei was the first to speak. Of course I can't miss out on such a grand sacrificial event. Qin Feng shook his head. Hearing that the paper-tie woman had sent herself an invitation the day before, Qin Feng didn't pay too much attention to it. Just seeing the invitation to the pageant, he had tossed it aside, only now realizing that it was an invitation to this sacrifice. Sword Immortal Qin Feng, the name is true. The tall man with a majestic blood aura sized up Qin Feng for a while before secretly opening his mouth to praise him in his heart. After the Duke approached Qin Feng and detected a trace of sharp sword aura, his spine chilled fiercely and a trace of cold sweat flowed down his back. Never before had a transcendent been able to bring so much pressure to him. Qin Feng was also secretly sizing him up. This person was obviously of a higher status than the paper-tie woman and the others, and was presumably a member of the mysterious organization that commanded the response bureaus everywhere in the Summer Kingdom. The paper-tie woman and the others did not introduce themselves to this person's identity either, and only engaged in conversation with Qin Feng. Outside, a long queue of people passed by. Fish Xining had already stood on the high altar of sacrifice, looked at the divine power statues of several deities, and after receiving a piece of sandalwood incense, she finally walked towards the 9 heavenly mysteries with a determined gaze. Lighting the sandalwood incense with a candle flame, he inserted it into the bronze square cauldron and worshipped with a pious expression. The sandalwood incense flickered with a bright red light, and a white smoke slowly rose up and drifted into the statue of divine power. It was as if it was being enjoyed by the gods. Rumble! Suddenly the sky was dark, the sky above was crawling with thunder snakes, and there was endless bright lightning. And that standing in front of the statue of the 9 heavenly Shin Nu, Fish Xining, the whole person seemed to be stagnant, standing on top of the high platform. The soul went out of the body and entered a radiant divine kingdom, and within that divine kingdom stood a magnificent female emperor. Between heaven and earth, in all directions, there were endless ancient ancestors praying and worshipping towards the female emperor. Then, the female emperor standing between heaven and earth revived, her terrifying aura shaking the heavens and the earth, her feet treading on the sun, moon, and stars, suppressing the endless heavens and earth. That pair of radiant eyes that contained endless things looked towards Fish Xining, who stood after endless years, and in an instant infinite laws surged towards it, pouring into her body one after another. On the sacrificial platform, Yu Xining's body, which had been frozen in place, erupted with a vast power and flew directly into the sky. Surrounded by radiant metaphysical light, an incomparably vast aura surged within her body, setting off that already stunningly beautiful figure, which became more and more transcendent, like a true goddess descending into the world. The first inheritor of this sacrifice has appeared. Surprisingly, he has obtained the inheritance of the 9 heavenly maiden, so strong. Aha! I'm envious and jealous. After witnessing Fish Xining become an inheritor and looking up, everyone was shocked. Fish Xining's body was surrounded by arcane light, appearing extremely extraordinary. Countless people roared, directly pushing the atmosphere of this event to the extreme. Chapter 90, Nordic God System. Battle of Faith. God of Thunder and Lightning. In the house, Qin Feng and the others also felt the sensation. Immediately, they stepped out from the house and saw the shocking scene, where Fish Xining's body was produced with arcane light around her, suspended in midair like a goddess. Xining. The paper-tying woman was the first to let out an exclamation of surprise, having never expected that her granddaughter would become the first inheritor in this grand event. The Tu Lei crowd was also filled with shock, staring blankly at the Fish Xining in the air of the office. Xining, this is becoming the first inheritor of the Summer Kingdom to receive the 9 Heavens Mother's legacy. The blind Taoist marveled, that pair of pale eyes filled with shock. Ever since the Kunlun Mountain 9 Heavenly Maiden revived and forcefully blew away the war god of the Manhwa kingdom, it had gained the esteem of countless people, and that figure as magnificent as a great emperor was worshipped by an unknown number of people. However, not a single human had received its recognition in these few days. Until today, Fish Si Ning became the first. Woman of honor, paper tie lady, this granddaughter of yours is not weaker than you. In the future, she will also surely become one of the leading figures of my summer kingdom. The duke's mouth was also full of praise. The reason why he ordered the approval of this grand event was to be able to worship the gods to give birth to more transcendence, and now that the first inheritor had finally appeared, endless joy surfaced in his heart. In midair, the endless arcane light slowly dissipated. Ah! Fish Si Ning's mind detached itself from the arcane state, and when it saw itself in midair, it couldn't help but let out a delicate cry. A thunderbolt of wind and lightning blossomed into an endless sword chi that instantly floated to its feet. After the thunder light sword erupted into a buzzing sound, it brought Fish Si Ning back in front of Qin Feng in the midst of all the attention. As the thunder light sword returned to its sheath at great speed, Fish Si Ning fell directly into Qin Feng's arms, and after smelling the familiar flavor, her pretty face instantly blushed. The nation's masses have already made a scene, and the live broadcast is very lively. Definitely able to get the approval of the 9 heavenly maidens, this girl is so powerful. So beautiful, simply a heavenly maiden who has descended to earth. Oh, the sword immortal Qin Feng made a move. Is this a hero saving a beauty? No, they are lovers. Sour, sour, sour. I want to report this. Spreading dog food in public at such a sacred ritual event. Immortal couple. No one in the nation had expected to be wildly sprinkled with dog food at the shocking to the core final scene of this divine inheritance. After the storm, the sacrificial event continued to begin, with people constantly flocking to the high platform and lighting incense to worship. After Fish Si Ning, 10 minutes and a burst of astonishment, there was a beautiful girl, who became an inheritor, received the inheritance of the 9-tailed heavenly fox, and leapt to become a transcendent. The top management of the Crowd Reaction Bureau, they were all smiling and happy. How difficult it was to want to cultivate a transcendent, yet now through the divine inheritance, it was only half an hour's time before 2 of them appeared. It was simply much more efficient than before. Moreover, this sacrificial extravaganza would last for another month. How many inheritors would appear then? I think that a sacrificial pageant like this should be promoted nationwide and operated by the Reaction Bureau. Finally, Jennifer stroked her chin in thought. Qin Feng, who was standing at the side, heard this and nodded furiously in his heart. The incense value grew too much during such a sacrificial event. Incense and fire, 6,487,716. This was the incense fire data when Qin Feng and the others returned in the dark, and it had grown by more than 300,000 in half a day. On the way back, Chen Hao lowered his head without becoming an inheritor. Nordic God's Temple. In the main hall on a chair with a flickering silver glow sat a middle-aged man with red hair and red whiskers, practicing with his eyes closed, his body flickering with a terrifying aura, and he was clearly a top human 6th-order powerhouse. A footsteps hurriedly marched in, breaking the silence in the hall. Hall Master. The footsteps stopped and a respectful voice rang out. Come in. The Hall Master opened his eyes and spoke. A tall man with gold-like hair, blue eyes, and a pair of silver glittering armor walked in. What is it? A messenger from the furry bear country has arrived outside the temple again, requesting to pay his respects. The man in armor reported. A few days? The Hall Master lowered his eyes, his expression bland. It's the 3rd day. That messenger is now in a hurry. It seems that the weirdness of the furry bear country has expanded once again. Lowering his head, the guard voiced out his guess. Good. And we can't push them too hard, just go and ask him if our conditions are agreed to. If he agrees, then we will support them. If he doesn't, then we will leave him hanging for a few more days. After saying that, the Hall Master closed his eyes once again, with a look of transcendence. Outside the door, when that guard passed the word. Is it possible for me to see the palace lord for a moment? The emissary from the Manhwa kingdom asked with a face of urgency. There was endless sorrow in his heart. He represented a country, yet he couldn't even see the face of the Hall Master of the Hall of Gods. The Hall Master is busy, serving the gods, and can't spare the time. The guard said with a proud face. Then, we promise. After saying these words, the emissary of the furry bear country's eyes flowed with hot tears, and his body's strength felt as if it had been emptied out, instantly aging 10 years. The Hall of Gods had only made one condition, and that was to ask the Maohu country to abandon its heritage and convert to the Nordic gods. If they didn't agree, there would be no support, and they could only watch the domestic shenanigans rage on. Humph. You should be able to feel honored. The attendant said with fervor in his eyes. The gods of the north are the invincible ones. All those so-called gods of your Manhwas are all unbeatable. Even if they defeat your summer gods, they are still no match for the beings. A few days later, the great sun rose and graced all things. But the Mao Shouan country is corpses everywhere, full of wailing. The whole country is filled with thickening evil power, endless ghosts, and monsters rampage. The people who are still alive are in despair. In a cold and biting snowy plain, there is a strong and incomparably sinister atmosphere enveloping the world, the evil spiritual power in all directions, setting off a burst of ghostly cries and howls. In the midst of this, there were countless living beings who had gone mad to death, and their deaths were incomparably miserable. In this hell, there was a snowman with a figure tens of meters tall. His body was snow white, and at a closer look, there were countless wriggling white meatworms forming all over his body, which was extremely discreet. Along with the action of the snowman, the area covered by the slow transfer continued to pull endless living beings into the horror dream. A bolt of lightning pierced through the sky. Rumble. Thunder roared, and there was a roar between heaven and earth. After the roar, the dome of the sky was already covered with endless lightning, tens of meters thick, like a giant python dancing wildly. In the midst of the endless light that had suddenly risen, a magnificent figure stood, carrying a thunderbolt divine hammer in his hand, with a bright red cloak behind him. Chapter 91, For the Thunder God Descends, Destroying the Statue of Divine Power. Demons, monsters and bizarre ravages had already despaired of the people of the woolly bear country were stunned at this moment, all looking up to watch the magnificent figure bathed in thunder, filled with shock. It was too frightening for people. The thunder in the sky covered the firmament, and that one figure was in the midst of that thunder, blossoming an endless terrifying aura, suppressing the sky and the 10 earths. Support has finally arrived. Is this the thunder god Thor of the Western European gods? Those fifth-order executives of the woolly bear country were in tears at the moment. The long-awaited support finally came today. Ah! Is this the descent of my furry bear country's thunder god Purin? Finally another deity has descended. The countless residents of the furry bear country were boiling with fervor and cheering extremely hard. The higher-ups had kept the populace of these in the dark, and they were completely unaware that their inherited deity was already about to be abandoned. Humph! Hearing the cheers from the earth, the figure that stood high in the 9 heavens rose in displeasure and coldly snorted. Immediately afterward, a voice that shook the 9 heavens echoed on the earth. I am Thor, the god of thunder. Along with the voice there is a vast divine power, stirring up the wind and clouds of heaven and earth, breaking the boundless dome of the sky, transformed into an endless thunder and lightning directly split in the furry bear domestic. After the endless roar of the vast earth, that originally stood on the earth of Mao Shun country Slavic deity's divine power statue, because of the loss of faith no defense, in an instant, all broken into pouting powder. Aha! Endless wails echoed in the endless void space, as if the gods were crying. Their statues of divine power were destroyed, unable to gain faith, and would sleep once more until they disappeared into the endless river of time. Heroes were not afraid of being hurt, but only worried about being forgotten. All the people in the woolly bear country were stunned again. Jaws agape. Originally thought to come to a savior who expected to directly destroy their own belief in the gods. At this moment the crowd had mixed feelings and understood that the many transcendents had abandoned their faith. The temple of the Norwegian gods. There was a great deal of fervor, and everyone fell to their knees. Welcome Thor, the god of thunder, to the land. Welcome Thor, the god of thunder, to the earthly world. Sensing that blasted breath of thunder, they directly cheered, a face of fervor shouting out loud cries of worship from their mouths. Ha ha ha! Thunder god Thor has descended, the light belonging to my hall of gods has arrived, and it's time to show the world the terror of my hall of gods. Quickly! Set up the satellite broadcast for me, and broadcast Thor the god of thunder's valor to the humans around the globe. The hall master of the hall of gods ordered loudly with excitement in his mouth. The other day God had folded and returned on the earthly plane, and the angels had completely fallen, so now was a good time to spread the glory of the gods. Being able to absorb more believers. At the temple master's command, the live broadcast equipment that had long been prepared directly went into operation. At the same time, countless software around the world directly topped a live broadcast room, and countless viewers flooded in an instant. Just in time to see the god of thunder Thor directly crush the statue of the gods of the hairy bear country, extremely shocking. Damn, so strong, even directly shattered a party of the divine system of the divine statue. The Maohu kingdom has betrayed its faith. Ah, surprise surprise, Thor, one of the gods of the pantheon of gods, has descended. Thor, for the glory of the northern gods, will sweep away all the gods of the world. Countless believers of the global pantheon of gods were cheering, their blood boiling with fervor. The people of the Summer Kingdom were also attracted to this matter, and countless people were also introduced to the live broadcast. Crazy man, something's wrong. Chen Hao staggered in, holding his cell phone high in front of Qin Feng. It's not just the divine projection of Thor, the god of thunder from the north descending. What's there to panic about? Sweeping a glance, Qin Feng said blandly. The Maohu country turning to the northern gods for help. This was something Qin Feng hadn't thought of. Full of the thought that he would turn to the Holy See for help, the Maohu country was corrupted by the Holy See very badly. Alas! What Northern gods in the international are very unfriendly to our summer country. Now if it occupies the faith of our neighboring countries, I'm afraid that in the future we'll absolutely draw the knife. And this god of thunder Thor divine projection coming down is definitely not just as simple as pacifying the furry bear shenanigans. Shen Hao said worriedly. The god of thunder Thor had a very high status among the northern gods, and it was not his turn to pacify a single weirdness. The most worrying thing was to make a move against the Summer Kingdom. Come on then. Qin Feng remained aloof, but instead, there was some eagerness in his eyes. Activation icon, 9. Number of times summoning a contracted spirit, 1. Incense, 8050 3961. The sacrificial extravaganza had been going on continuously in these days, with inheritors appearing every single day, transmitting to the nation through the live broadcast and arousing the public's enthusiasm. The incense value surged violently, directly surpassing more than 8 million, gaining another opportunity to summon a contracted spirit. Qin Feng was really looking forward to Thor coming to pick a fight with Thor, just in time to give the newly summoned to the mountain and see great god to practice. There is also the 9 heavenly maidens and the green dragon sitting in the town completely unafraid of the Nordic gods. The furry bear country. Thor, the god of thunder, descended from the 9 heavens, and his vast aura covered the sky and swept across the globe. His body was shrouded in radiant lightning, like a figure made of thunder and lightning, illuminating the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, shocking the hearts of the people. After crushing the many divine power statues of the woolly bear, he set his radiant gaze on that one bizarre body that caused the woolly bear nation to despair. On the snowy plain, that one bizarre, with snow-white flesh worms all over its body, sensed the terrifying pressure and twisted crazily, intertwining and weaving like earthworms, exuding a frighteningly evil aura. Roar! That one creepy roared up to the sky. A half-crying, half-smiling face became even more maniacal in the face of Thor the god of thunder's terrifying pressure. Die! A weakling dared to roar at a deity, causing Thor, the god of thunder, to rise its fury and directly strike. Terrifying divine power erupted, triggering the endless roar of thunder in the sky, intertwining and circling to form a sea of thunder like a king's yang, endless buckets of thick thunder crashing down, striking towards that weirdness. The dome of the sky seemed to explode, and the endless void directly shattered. Rumble. The heavens and the earth were silent, and only endless bright lightning existed between the heavens and the earth. Countless people were horrified by this horrifying strike, and in the live broadcast, they clearly saw that a bizarre with a horrifying breath, facing the horrifying thunder, directly turning into flying ash without saying a word, completely dissipating between the heavens and the earth. Come over after half a sound, the crowd came back to their senses, Thor of Thunder God's believers cheered. The god of thunder is too powerful, so terrifyingly bizarre that it was turned into flying ash with a single blow, the strength is strong and incomparable. This thunder is so terrifying, like it's going to destroy the sky and the earth. Thor is the supreme deity who controls thunder, no deity can compete with him in the way of thunder. After eliminating the weirdness, Thor's magnificent figure turned and slowly cast his gaze towards the ancient land in the east. Countless people exclaimed in shock that the northern gods were indeed going to strike against the Xia kingdom. Chapter 92, the legendary great god of Razor. Palm the thunder of heaven and earth. As expected, Thor's magnificent figure moved and directly crossed thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, standing on top of Kunlun Mountain. A pair of eyes containing endless thunderlight was extremely bright, shining over 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, causing endless people to be terrified. An indifferent and vast voice rang out. The ancient eastern countries contain endless many evils, this bizarre outbreak must have been caused by the eastern deities. Such a country that believes in evil, to the entire earth even the gods will affect, must not exist. His heart is sinister, a mouth actually will be the highest bizarre things buckle in the summer country's brain, crazy splash dirty water. These words immediately set off a big wave of terror around the globe, and endless human beings were boiling, all responding to Thor's words. Surprisingly so, Xia is a land of divine spurning, even enshrining the kind of bizarre that jeopardizes the earth, delusional and human. Ah! The Summer Kingdom is too evil, it must be destroyed and not be allowed to jeopardize the earth. I told you, how can a suddenly resurrected deity from a god-abandoned land in the Xia kingdom defeat my Nehong deity? It turns out that it is an enshrinement of the evil bizarre. Nehong is too miserable. The country was destroyed by the Xia kingdom, with 10,000 miles of floating corpses, and endless sorrowful cries, and is now still being wreaked by the bizarre. The Xia kingdom must give an explanation. The woolly bear country too. God also sends down the holy voice. Xia believes in the supreme weirdness. Many divine systems step forward to echo the words of Thor, the god of thunder. In an instant, people around the globe began to denounce the Xia kingdom. All of them considered this matter as fact, and with incomparable certainty, they were scolding the Xia kingdom. Many countries also began to come down, setting off endless waves again. Under the manipulation of many forces, the summer country is completely set up as the enemy of mankind, completely isolated in the international arena. The summer country at the moment endless people stunned, completely did not expect to eat melanite to their heads. Sinister, too sinister, even this pot of dirty water splashed on our head. Thunder contains the spirit of the vastness, bright and righteous. Thor this also worthy of being the god of thunder? Better to be a shadowy evil god. These people are like that, so are the gods, they will never allow us to rise, they only want to plunder, this is the blood of robbers in their bones. A thunderbolt should strike this Thor to death, I'm sick of seeing him. How can Thor be killed by lightning when he is the god of thunder upstairs? In the Imperial Capital Response Bureau, the faces of a group of executives all contained endless anger. Damn it, damn it. This Thor, the god of thunder, is too disgusting. Originally I thought he was a reckless man, but I didn't realize that he was also a god of scheming. All these gods really aren't simple. Tule shouted angrily, slapping the table in front of him with a thud, unusually angry. Our summer kingdom clearly has 3 bizarre locations, and as a result, they turned a blind eye to them. The silent tombkeeper was also angry now, and said in a cold voice, "Humph. Of course they can't see it. What they want to see is a Xia kingdom that is full of holes, a Xia kingdom that is a slave." The blind Taoist snorted coldly, seeing very thoroughly. "This is isolating us internationally, kicking Xia out of the human community and turning all of humanity against us now." The paper tie woman pressed her brows tightly, her head full of white hair dancing backwards. "Ill-intentioned. Abominable, too abominable." Chen Hao stormed in front of Qin Feng. His face was also very ugly. These windy words hit hard and directly touched his anger. Wanting to invoke the kingdoms and the Xia kingdom, a bunch of rotten fish and shrimps. Worthy? Qin Feng's mind sank into the sea of consciousness and entered the system. A moment later, his moody face revealed ecstasy. On the edge of the Kunlun mountain range, Thor, the god of thunder's radiant divine eyes looked towards the top of the Kunlun mountain range. His divine body's entire body tensed up as he waited for whichever Xia deity that was as terrifying as the Empress a few days ago. His goal was the 9 heavens Xian knew, to defeat or even kill it. The gods also listened to the prayers of the faithful and paid attention to everything on earth. The Xia deity had gained an extremely high reputation by killing a bunch of deities, and if he was able to kill a Xia deity, on one hand, he could deal a blow to Xia, and on the other hand, he could enhance the reputation of the Nordic god system, and all of these deities wanted to use Xia as a stepping stone. However, the Kunlun mountains were still silent, there was no fluctuation of divine power, and there was no sign of deities showing up. "Oh," Thor whispered with pride in his heart, thinking that the deities of the Summer Kingdom were in fear of their own strength and didn't dare to show up. After saying that, he was about to move his figure and step into the Xia kingdom's territory to further provoke it. It was at this moment that the endless winds and clouds moved, rolling black clouds hung all over the sky, terrifying thunderbolts were nurtured in the 9 heavens above, and endless electric light illuminated the universe. "The thunder of the heavens is harnessed by me and honored by me. You brats are also worthy of being called thunder gods." A vast voice came from within the summer country, disrupting the endless sky, and the heavens and earth lost their colors. In the eastern mountain province, a place that had been called the Lezay in ancient times suddenly rioted, endless flashes of lightning flickered, and a burst of tremendous thunderous sounds shook the heavens and earth. Just when everyone was endlessly shocked, a huge figure appeared above the 9 heavens of the thunder zephyr, with a human head and a dragon body, covered in various colors of thunder, each of which caused the heavens and earth to vibrate and the universe to boil. Everyone in the live broadcast room looked at the great figure above the 9 heavens in horror, shocked beyond measure. They all knew that there was a god in the summer country who had revived, and that god was riding the endless thunder, as if every one of them could make the heaven and earth overturn. The crowd was all horrified and trembling. Even the god of thunder Thor at this moment also some pressure in his heart, at this moment the thunder under his control even a little out of control. Xiagua cheered at this moment. Roar roar roar. Another and another god has been revived, my country is great. So what if all the nations are enemies? Let's beat them to their knees and beg for forgiveness. My country, Xia, has also revived a thunder god. We'll teach the Nordic thunder god how to behave. We'll smash him. This god of thunder has a horrible origin, and Thor will definitely not be a match. There's a thunder god in the thunder zephyr, with a human head and a dragon's body, bulging his belly as thunder. Qin Feng looked at the gigantic figure and excitedly recited the account from the Shan Hai Jing. This was a great god, controlling the thunder of the heavens, with a terrifying and unusual origin. Rumor has it that Fushi's mother, Huashu's, went out into the wilderness to see a giant man's footprints, trampled on them and was pregnant, giving birth to the human emperor Fushi. Leaving a footprint of that is the thunder god of Lezay. Chapter 93, Tell a Joke. The god of thunder was injured by lightning. The thunder god's strength was terrifying, but he had only descended with a projection of 20% of his divine power. The terrifying true body was now unknown where in the endless void beyond earth, gazing at earth with radiant eyes. A power projection of 50% strength, to think that you can still feel such a terrifying pressure. Looking at the thunder god who was coiled in the middle of the summer kingdom, Thor murmured in his heart. At this moment, he only felt a huge pressure sweeping over his heart, which was difficult to dissolve. However, for Thor's words, it was disdainful, and Thor coldly said, "Arrogant. I don't know where the devil came from, how dare he be so arrogant. Now he bites down on the Xia deities is to set off a bizarre supreme fear. Humph." The god of thunder let out a cold snort that roared like thunder in the 9 heavens, stirring up the heavens and earth. The huge figure swooped down, stirring up the momentum of 10,000 miles of wind and clouds, rolling divine power ravaging the endless universe. Crossing thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, he descended directly in front of Thor and moved. Endless thunder rolled out around him, and the thunder light was bright, like the Wangyang Sea, laying out, Zhaoliang endless heaven and earth toward the front of the suppression, striking at Thor. Everyone around the world are shocked, did not expect this one. Summer gods as always, so overbearing, directly will move to the hand. Thor, the god of thunder, also moved in his heart, raising the hammer of thunder and lightning in his hand, slamming forward. His body was covered with a lightning bolt that entangled him, like the embodiment of thunder and lightning in general. Since the two gods of war had conquered, the battle of the god of thunder had risen again. Rumble! The two horrifying flashes of lightning collided together, and the bright and blinding light of thunder was like a great sun descending into the world, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes. The void was filled with lightning flashes. The two terrifying forces were rumbling and colliding, directly tearing apart the prairie below. The endless void was also powerfully torn apart, revealing the boundless starry sky, extremely shocking. Let you and the others see what is called true thunder. Otherwise, what kind of curmudgeon would dare to take the name of Thunder God? In the midst of that radiant thunder light, the thunder god's majestic voice echoed between heaven and earth. Words like that made everyone's hearts endowed with them, and their hearts could not help but stir up. When Thor heard the words of the god of thunder, he only felt that this Xia thunder god was arrogant, and was about to open his mouth to mock, when he only felt a frightening thunder power in front of him being birthed from the Xia thunder god. Rumble! A touch of purple to the piercing light of thunder flashed out. In an instant, the dome above the thunder clouds rolling, a terrifying and incomparable purple heavenly thunder was conceived, tearing through the endless emptiness of the sky, with the vastness of the power of the thunder violently bombarded to the bottom of the Thor. Breath is locked, Thor cannot escape, only to raise the hands of the thunder and lightning divine hammer bred infinite lightning to resist. Boom! The purple heavenly divine thunder blasted onto Thor. The purple radiant thunder light instantly illuminated the sky, the vast power of divine thunder erupted, and the hand of Thor holding the thunder god's hammer directly collapsed. The divine power flowed out, and the entire person was even knocked into a non-stop tumbling in the void. The world was shocked, and people around the globe were dumbfounded. Thor, the god of thunder who controlled the power of thunder and lightning, was now actually injured by the power of thunder. In the Hall of Gods, everyone, including the temple master, stood frozen on the spot, dumbstruck, their hearts vibrating sharply. No, no, no! How could this happen? The thunder god Thor, who controls the world's thunder power, could never have been injured by thunder. That thunder god of the summer kingdom is definitely supremely weird. He has deceived all the humans around the globe, or else he is definitely not a match for Thor, the god of thunder. Absolutely so. Thor the god of thunder is invincible in battle, the real battle we didn't see. Wait until we kill that weird Xia thunder god, the real everything will be presented in front of us. The transcendents of the Hall of Gods cried out incredulously, excitedly denying everything. Even more so, they found their own excuses to deceive themselves with this scene presented before them. I almost forgot, the summer deity is that supreme trickster who loves to fool the world the most. This is all definitely an illusion? The temple master also withdrew a shocked look and nodded his head with certainty. They believed in Thor, the god of thunder, and were certain that that summer god of thunder was definitely not Thor's opponent. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room rolled endlessly, showing the excitement and shock in the hearts of the audience across the globe. The god of thunder, Thor, has been injured in the face of thunder. I don't believe it. Thor is capable of controlling the world's thunder. How could he be seriously injured by thunder? It must be a fake. This Xia's deity is also very powerful, making me believe that Xia's deity is the supreme weirdness. Destroy Xia completely. They believe in weirdness. They don't deserve to be called human beings. I, Nico, am willing to contribute to the destruction of the Summer Kingdom. Thor is invincible. He must have been caught off guard. Destroy them. The so-called Thor of Xia is just a joke. Thor is the real Thor. Countless followers of the Hall of Gods were frantically sending out pop-ups, expressing the shock in their hearts. And they firmly believed that Thor would definitely achieve victory, and that he was the real Thor. And the transcendence of various forces mixed in the crowd of viewers, frantically bringing up the tempo in the live broadcasting room. The stronger the Xia deities were, the more they could make people believe that they were the supreme weirdness. At this point, the Xia people were already too lazy to pay attention to those silly foreigners, and began cheering endlessly, all with marveling pop-ups. Thunder God 666. Surprisingly, with the power of thunder to injure the god of thunder Thor, is completely in the proof of their own words are not false. Busted Thor, let the foreigners who haven't seen it see what is called the real god of thunder, what is called the power of thunder. Him up, let him still mouth the crazy words, a god to hold the, ing shameless. That thunder just now was so strong. Is that the Razor Thunder God's mastery? The top management of the Response Bureau, who were endlessly furious just now, were also stunned by the Thunder God's strong strength at this moment. The 9 Heavenly Maiden, the 4 elephant green dragons, the Thunder God of Thunder, and the Fire God Zhu Rong. Ha ha ha. Our Xia Kingdom has awakened 4 positive gods, awesome. At this moment, Tu Lei looked up to the sky and laughed, his mood endlessly soothing. These foreigners really have pits in their minds, let them get high on themselves. With these 4 deities sitting in the town, the current environment, those forces can only jump up and down, dare to make a move and beat them to their knees. The paper-tying woman said so. Lazy to pay attention to the people abroad, let them casually speculate and isolate Xia, as long as the strength is strong enough, there is no fear. Over the years, the gods had already suffered a lot of mocking and bullying as they were reviving. Now that the gods have awakened, no one is afraid of them, and if they dare to be reckless, then fight. Chapter 94, Crazy Writing Face Output. You are also worthy of being called Thunder God? Next, countless people around the globe still knew what it meant to be called Thunder Law. At the time when Thor flew out, the god of thunder drummed its belly, immediately a roaring sound, endless power of thunder and lightning in its body to converge out, in its surroundings entwined with bright lightning, like a chain of order, bloomed out of the horror of sharpness, illuminating the 8 universes. Clang! In the midst of the heavens and earth, the sound of Gingo rang out between the universes. Only to see the thunder god's perimeter, that purple deep thunder light transformed once again, and golden light shone endlessly. A dozens of meters thick golden divine thunder was once again birthed. The dusky golden divine thunder directly split the endless sky, directly smashing into Thor, who was still in the midst of the churning. Ah! Thor, the god of thunder, screamed miserably, and that projection of divine power was bathed in golden thunder, and was ravaged by the crazy thunder power, even he could hardly resist it. A wave has not yet disappeared, a wave rises again. Only to see black clouds rolling in the 9 heavens, the terrifying thunder once again transformed, once again transforming into terrifying thunder. Ethereal wood divine thunder, sunflower water divine thunder. The 5 elements divine thunder surfaced one after another, blossoming out the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the terrifying thunder power fluctuated globally, shaking the 4 seas in 8 wastelands. The world was shocked, countless people around the globe were dumbfounded at this moment. Endlessly shocked, frightened by the divine thunder cast by the god of thunder. They all stared blankly at the huge projection of the god of thunder hovering above the 9 heavens, like a mountain range of gods gathered in the 9 heavens, suppressing the endless sky. All colors of divine thunder flashed around his body, suppressing Thor between his hands. Thor, the god of thunder, was ravaged by the terrifying thunder, and the projected divine body was once again endlessly traumatized in the heavens. A face of shame and fury, a head of golden yellow lush hair flying recklessly, his complexion was hideous, breaking free from the thunder around him, like a gaijin demon that had escaped from its trap, carrying the thunder god hammer to set off a force like that of Wang Yang to blast towards the thunder god's projection. Kill! As the thunder god among the Norse gods, now being suppressed by someone with the power of thunder, this was something that Thor could not accept at all, it was simply a naked slap in his face. However, that Thor, the god of thunder, who had charged up, was once again lifted off at a much faster speed, being swept away by the terrifying divine thunder of various colors. The thunder god of Razor did his best to show off his worldly divine might, displaying the name of that true god of thunder. A channel of divine thunder in the hands to show a terrifying power, like the chain of order in the interweaving, each of which is linked to heaven and earth, like the heavenly divine spear, to be pierced through Thor to kill. In comparison, Thor, who was also the god of thunder, was simply weak. Such a scene caused countless followers of the Hall of Gods to fall silent, disbelief, horror, and various other colors surfacing on their faces. Thor shouted like a madman, this summer thunder god was too humiliating. All-out blooming divine power, a silver-white armor stomach was glowing, at the moment in radiant, large, silver-white thunder danced out, spreading out in the middle of heaven and earth, splendid and eye-catching. The whole body was erupting with the roar of thunder, the heavens were shaken. At this moment, Thor, the god of thunder, displayed a powerful combat power that was different from the usual. Being suppressed by the power of thunder, this was tantamount to slapping Thor madly in the face and riding his face to a crazy output. As a supreme deity and the true ruler of countless believers, no one had dared to provoke and question from ancient times, and it was absolutely impossible to stop at such a scene now. He was going to strike back strongly, letting this Xia thunder god see the terrifying power, and letting the believers around the globe restore their confidence. Boom! The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked, Thor blossomed with brilliant divine light, and 10,000 strands of thunder and lightning once again surged around his body, just like a long whip that shook the heavens and the earth, ferociously lashing out at the god of thunder from all directions. Looking at Thor's breath once again strong, many believers around the globe boiled over, cheering at the screen of the live broadcast. Thor the thunder god is invincible. Thor is invincible. It's just a tease, I won't play around with air anymore. Thor's majestic voice rang out, vibrating in all directions. It caused countless people to be shocked and appalled. Could it be that this summer thunder god hadn't done his best yet? It simply boggled the minds of people around the globe and was hard to believe. It was absolutely impossible. Otherwise, this summer god of thunder is too terrifying, isn't it? Suppressing Thor very miserably, it was surprising that he was just playing around, that was a supreme deity. Boom boom! In the midst of countless people's skepticism, the Razor Thunder God made his move, and a burst of thunder came out from his belly, shaking the 9 heavens with its sound. A suffocating aura erupted, suppressing the boundless expanse of the heavens and earth. Endless thunder power suddenly boiled up, and the thunder and lightning in the sky at this moment was as if it had directly stood still, no longer churning in the air. And in the midst of this, the laser thunder god was like a supreme being, exuding radiant divine thunder of various colors around him, the master of endless thunder. Berserk thunder power raged, and this space was roaring, as if it was going to shatter in the next second. The thunder god gazed, that pair of endlessly radiant thunder eyes had infinite pressure, the supreme thunder lord looking down. How is that possible? Facing that pair of eyes, endless horror rose in Thor's heart. It was as if he was looking down on God King Odin, encountering the Lord. The pressure was terrifyingly abnormal. And also found that the lightning around him, even directly out of his control, directly collapsed away. This change is even more so that he was dumbfounded. The soul of God are in violent trembling. What kind of joke is this? A thunder god can't even control his own lightning. This moment Thor panicked. Aang! A dragon roar echoed through the universe. Immediately afterward, a terrifying vision appeared under the terrified gazes of countless people. Dong dong! A pale and long-lasting aura suppressed the entire earth. The earth shook, the endless vault exploded, and a side of the world was shattering as if it were a mirror. The grayish lightning covered the sky and contained endless terrifying destructive power. A single fluctuation made the entire world tremble, and everything seemed like it was about to be destroyed, returning to the moment when the heavens and earth had yet to open up. What kind of lightning is this? Thor, directly completely stupid, looking at the 9 heavens above that are terrifying to the extreme, destroying the sky and earth, grey thunder, asked in horror. This thunder was so terrifying that just by standing under it he, a deity, had trouble catching his breath and was about to fall to his knees. Chaotic divine thunder. The voice of the thunder god bathed in thunder became even colder, a censor looking down on the 3 realms, punishing every guilty person. Under the terrifying pressure, all beings only wanted to look up with all their might, only to realize that it was hard to look at his figure at all, and they could only go and worship. Chapter 95, Godly Body Shattering. Battle of the Gods. This is the end. The pale chaos divine thunder fell, nothing was unbreakable, destroying everything, the endless void was shattering like a piece of glass. Thor's body was radiant with divine power, extremely radiant, and his terrifying power shook the 8 directions, shaking 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, but it was useless to be directly shrouded by the sky's grayish lightning. Boom boom boom. The vast chaotic divine thunder finally descended, the sky collapsed, the earth trembled, the sky directly shattered, the heavens and earth to the point of breaking. The power of that chaotic divine thunder was so terrifying that the god of thunder didn't even go all out to cast it, it would cause the entire world to be destroyed. And that Thor, the god of thunder, who was the target, was suffering a terrifyingly heavy blow, and the projected divine body was shattering. Ah! The fear in his heart exploded, causing Thor to let out a mournful cry. The power projection then ran down, and his will dissipated into the earth. 50% of the power projection had failed to counter Razor Thunder God's 20% of power, which made him simply unbearable. The globe was silent, with only the sound of the wind whistling, and that strike that killed Thor, the god of thunder, also directly blasted into everyone's heart, shaking the world. Only after a long time did someone slowly come back to their senses. Their whole body was still trembling, shocked to the depths of their souls. In the live broadcast room, all of them are desperate cries, those believers are full of sadness. Oh! Not! Powerful and incomparable Thor of thunder actually let be defeated. Too strong. That summer country's Thor is too horrible. The god of thunder of the summer kingdom is the real god of thunder, and the thunder that erupted from him still scares me to death. There's no comparison. The god of thunder, Thor, has been hung up on, and I haven't seen any of his power displayed at all. Through the live broadcast, viewers around the globe watched the battle clearly. Thor had been hanging on for dear life, being blasted by various colors of thunder. When he thought he was about to explode, it turned out that the thunder god of the summer kingdom had exerted an even stronger power to directly kill him. Previously, those believers of the Hall of Gods who were clamoring were silenced, their firm beliefs in their hearts collapsing. This battle was too devastating. The Hall of Gods. There was only endless silence, even the temple lord stood still and silent, trying to dissolve the horror and despair in his heart. The supreme god of thunder Thor had been hung up. This was simply a heavy blow to the Hall of Gods, and an even harder shame to wash away. The previous beautiful ambitions were also mercilessly shattered at this moment, and the Hall of Gods would fall into a slump just like the previous Holy See, with a massive loss of believers. Thunder God has lost. Another moment passed before someone shouted in disbelief and horror. Everything before was true, and the so-called deception was nothing more than self-deception. After that shout, it was like a chain reaction had been played, and countless people directly cried out in pain. What they didn't dare to imagine had happened. Thor, the god of thunder, had been hanged and crushed by the gods with the power of thunder, the myth of invincibility shattered. At this moment, the faith of them, the inheritors, was also shaken just like the believers, and their entire being collapsed. All the believers of the Hall of Gods all lost their voices at this moment. Only the people of Xia were cheering globally, their blood boiling. Thunder God is mighty. Bullish. The fierce god has directly defeated Thor, so people's blood is boiling, and it's explosive. Ha ha ha, that Thor really was struck to death by a thunder. For such a defilement of the gods of Xia, the people of Xia have no good feelings, but also disgusted, only feel disgusting to the extreme. Now dead is even more joyful, countless people are even going to put up lights and send a firecracker to celebrate. Too strong ah. The Reaction Bureau's group of executives let out an exclamation of surprise. Regarding Thor's power, even his own people were shocked beyond measure, horrified at the terrifying his power. Deities were truly terrifying. Compared to human transcendence, it was like the difference was an infinite river of stars, like a heavenly abyss that could not be crossed at all. A few miles away from the Reaction Bureau, in a shaded mansion, the Duke was sitting in an office, listening to his men's report. When he saw Thor violently beating Thor at the end, he directly stood up in excitement and overturned the document in front of him. Don't send out any of these announcements. Why should we in Xia be slandered and have to go through the trouble of dispelling the rumors? Those Western bandits will only see that as weakness. Send out only one. Anyone who creates rumors to heavily damage the Xia kingdom will have to bear the wrath of the Xia kingdom and bear the consequences. As if possessing an endless bottom, the Jennifer was incomparably tough. In the past, when the Xia kingdom was soft, that was because it didn't have enough strength. Now that it had a strong bottom, it would be tough to show this group of people. The Woolly Bear country is even more dumbfounded, abandoned their own country's gods, begged the gods of the pantheon of gods. Thor was defeated. It's completely over. Our divine statue was destroyed by Thor, the god of thunder, and now he himself has been defeated, leaving no divine statue behind. Our Maohu kingdom has no deity to suppress in the world. Oh my! How can we suppress those demons and monsters? Dying, the Mao Xiong kingdom is going to be completely broken. A piece of despair was quickly born in the hearts of the people of the Makuma kingdom. They now had nothing, and there were no more deities. Those transcendentalist executives who had made the decision, at this moment regretted immensely. They regretted that they had angered the horrifying Xia kingdom, and found doom for themselves. Originally, they wanted to restore their past glory, but now they had fallen directly into hell, and the country's future was gray. The Holy See and a few other forces were also completely silent. A hush fell over them. The Summer country had actually revived another deity, and the depth of this inheritance was too terrifying. What's more, they had not expected it at all. The supreme thunder god of Northern Europe, Thor, would actually be hanged and killed by the newly revived deity with a single thunderbolt. This time, the god of thunder Thor had lost all of his majesty, directly causing the foundations of the temple of the gods to be destabilized. If it was in the past, the many sects would have had to be overjoyed, competing for the lost followers of the temple of gods, but now they all viewed Xia as an enemy. There was absolutely no way to rejoice at the sight of their enemy getting stronger. When the Xia kingdom sent that one announcement out, the many forces exploded even more. With a few gods revived, the Xia kingdom thinks it's powerful, right? What is the meaning of this, wolfish and ambitious, wanting to ride on our heads? The Pope's anger rose up and he stormed in place. A head of golden hair exploded like a lion's, dancing backwards in the air. His golden eyes had endless anger in them, and his tall nose was about to become crooked with anger. Chapter 96, Earthly 72 Changes. Tenshan Dharma. Above the 9 heavens, the thunder god's magnificent body was perched nearly 1,000 miles above the sky, his body's divine light shining brightly, with endless dazzling lightning flickering. The coldness in his eyes gradually retracted, still floating in the firmament like a great sun, his gaze pulling back to the middle of the Xia kingdom. Aang! After a dragon's roar, a rumbling burst of thunder resounded in the sky. Countless thunderbolts fell into the middle of the Xia kingdom, transforming into a statue of divine power that shimmered with lightning, and the thunder god's magnificent figure then disappeared, and the suffocatingly terrifying aura dissipated as well. He went into the endless void to open up his own divine kingdom. When the thunder god left, the battle came to an end. The thunder that ravaged the sky and earth slowly calmed down, the shattered dome of the sky also healed, and the thunder in the sky quickly disappeared. Just that the traces of a horrible war but long stayed in the earth above, the prairie gullies and ravines, a channel like the bottom of the abyss, all were swept by the thunder, hit the traces. More like a shadow stays in the hearts of all living beings, and the shock of Razor Thunder God can never be erased. The imperial capital. Qin Feng's home, Fish Xining and Shan Hai are also there. Told you, how could Thor be a match for our summer thunder god, directly being hanged? It's so relieving to watch, haha. Shan Hai put down his cell phone and laughed to the sky, his face extremely wild, like he had won the battle. Fish Xining sat beside Qin Feng, her face also had a smile that unfolded. She had just been in closed-door comprehension of the abilities passed down to her by the 9 heavenly mysteries, when she was suddenly awakened by the vastness of the thunderlight, and only after she had come out of closed door did she understand the beginning of the incident, and she was also furious, and in the end she saw the god of thunder blowing up Thor, and her heart was very relieved as well. Beside him, Qin Feng closed his eyes falsely, his mind had sunk into the system. After the god of thunder blasted Thor's power projection, the system's beeps also sounded in Qin Feng's ears. Congratulations to the host's contracted spirit for killing a divine power projection and activating one system icon. The reward has been issued, please collect it on your own. After hearing the tone, Qin Feng's mood got excited. This was the first illustration activated after the system was upgraded, and it was also from killing a divine spirit, so it shouldn't be bad. Receive reward. Qin Feng couldn't wait to check it out. Rewards are being issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Taoist art, Tan Shanfa. Endless runes flickered within an arcane light, which seemed to contain a vast cultivation path. It floated in front of Qin Feng, and between flashes it directly fled into his sea of consciousness, and then a stream of complex cultivation methods were accepted by Qin Feng. Even with his current strength he felt dizzy. The method of the Tao art of stretching the mountain. A moment later, Qin Feng froze, then endless ecstasy surfaced in his heart and he laughed out loud in the sea of consciousness space. Ha ha! Mountain carrying technique. By performing this technique one can carry high mountains with endless power. This kind of Taoist technique was simply heaven-defying, coming from the earthly 72 transformations. Moving mountains and carrying mountains was completely divine means, immortal skills. And want to cultivate this law, but also need to collect in the mountains and rivers and mountains in the endless chi, convergence to the body, to be successful. Extracting the earth's gas is difficult, in the body refining is even more difficult. Just this requirement will consume endless years, countless cultivators to the end of life is also difficult to complete the introduction. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was directly initiated, and directly mastered the method of Tanshan. The Dharma seal of Tanshan was formed, and from the earth underneath his feet, a stream of earth and yellow power entered Qin Feng's body through his paws, and instantly transformed into waves of earth chi running wildly in his body. Boom boom! There was a subtle roar in the villa, and then the entire villa shook as if it was about to quake. Chen Hao was startled and shouted, "Someone is cutting corners in building the house." Fish Xining, however, came down in shock, feeling a terrifying force surging madly around her, and couldn't help but turn her head to look, stunned. Only to see that Qin Feng was surrounded by an earth-colored shinlight, extremely bright, deep and thick. The entire person seemed to be fused together with the endless earth. Fish Xining and Chen Hao, two people are frozen, stupidly looking at that face calm Qin Feng, surrounded by flickering shinlight, look up like a god is noble, inviolable. After half an hour, a muffled thud came from Qin Feng's body, like the sound of thunder. He had made a breakthrough, his strength had once again increased, and after obtaining the Tanshan law, his strength had directly broken through to the level of a sixth-order transcendent. At this moment, if one were to only talk about cultivation, Qin Feng was already one of the top human transcendents. Taking into account his many means and the great power that he had just obtained from the Tanshan method, his strength was even greater than that of the first person under the gods, and no transcendent would be his opponent. He was already the top human transcendent. Ceiling. Opening his eyes, Qin Feng realized that Fish Xining was standing not far away dumbfounded, and so was Chen Hao. "You've gotten stronger again?" Fish Xining asked with a look of surprise. "Humph." Qin Feng nodded blandly. Immediately, it set off shockwaves in the two. "My god. You dead pervert, do you still let me, an ordinary mundane person, live?" Too devastating. Chen Hao wailed for a while, looking devastated. He couldn't even become a transcendent right now if he wanted to, without being recognized by the gods. Qin Feng, on the other hand, had been able to sword slice the 6th rank not long ago, and now that he was once again enhanced, his strength was completely unfathomable. This made him cry. Great! Fish Xining's face overflowed with joy, excited by Qin Feng's breakthrough. In the end, the matter of Qin Feng's enhanced strength was only known to the three of them, and the two of them, Fish Xining, did not disclose it to the outside world and pass it on. They were all worried that he would be targeted by the hostile forces of various countries. The Battle of Thor ended and Thor was brutally beaten. With the passage of time, the heat of the frenzy dropped a lot, becoming a little more calm. 2 days later, the Summer Kingdom, which had been peaceful for a while, welcomed a special group of guests. A group of transcendents with a wretched appearance. The neighboring country of Xiaba came to ask for help. This caused quite a stir in the Xia Kingdom. A country asking for help was no small matter, and all sorts of news spread quickly online. Coupled with the fact that Xia and Xiaba were friendly, and the demon recovery hadn't changed much over the years, the people of Xia were quite concerned about this matter. Qin Feng is not interested in, he is not a saint other countries have to manage. After ignoring these news, directly sit down, familiarize yourself with the power of the breakthrough. The result was unexpected. In the middle of cultivation, Qin Feng ushered in guests. The paper-tying woman and the duo of Tulay came to invite him to go with them to the Little Ba country to solve the extermination ghost trouble. Chapter 97, 7th Order Weirdness. All parties are moving in the clouds. In the living room, after hearing the paper-tying female duo express their intentions, Qin Feng frowned as the atmosphere of the scene fell. This time, what Xiaoba country has met is very dangerous. The country has fallen, just a hair's breadth away from the country's destruction. And according to what we understand to have learned, this is the work of a 7th-ranked bazaar, and this bazaar will also affect the borders of the Xia Kingdom in the future. The paper-tying woman spoke out the true situation of the Xiaoba Kingdom, and was equally filled with sorrow. The organization in the Xia Kingdom had already gotten the news and secretly probed, and the news they got was surprising. After the last reappearance of the weirdness, although the weirdnesses that appeared in various countries were also of terrifying strength, they still did not exceed the limit and were roughly at the peak of the 6th rank. Xiaoba countries was different, its strength was still very much the same when it first appeared. Only a few days later, it suddenly surged, directly exceeding the limits known to mankind. The terrifying evil spirit directly covered the entire country, infecting countless people and sending them into madness. That level of terror was simply outrageous. It was simply an evil god. Coupled with the fact that the Hypocaust kingdom didn't have a divine spirit revived due to its history, it was difficult to eradicate the terrifying creepy. A seventh order bizarre. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's mind stirred, surprised, and exclaimed in shock. Actually, it's not even very certain that creepy is beyond human knowledge. Its strength is incomparably strong, and it's difficult to specifically locate its strength, so it can only be evaluated and agreed upon as a seventh order. Tu Lei said with a worried face. Humans know too little, for the transcendence positioning is even more vague, can only keep groping. Right now, they had only explored to the sixth order, with no way to know the realm above it. Even if it is a deity that has been revived, the human beings around the globe also have difficulty in determining how many orders it is in, and even dare not to take offense. Nowadays, in addition to the gods and spirits, humans and demons and ghosts are all at the sixth rank, and although the rules of heaven and earth have been promoted once, they are still restraining the promotion of living beings, and it is simply difficult for transcendents and ghosts and monsters of the seventh rank to appear in a short period of time. Now a bazaar, breaking such a situation, must be related to that supreme bazaar. Could it be that terrifying existence that had left a backhand in the middle of the earth? That was why this 1/7 ordered creepy had been created. At this moment, the curiosity in Qin Feng's heart was aroused, wanting to go and explore the situation of this one creepy. It really was time to take a trip to the Little Ba Kingdom. In the end, Qin Feng also joined the group supporting the Little Ba country. There were 4 people in the group, the 6th order blind Taoist, the 5th order butcher Tulei and the gravekeeper plus Qin Feng. This was completely a terrifying battle force capable of calming down a country. If the gods did not show up in the world, no one in the world would be able to stop a few people. Sitting in the helicopter directly across the border, along the way, Tulei's body's murderous aura overflowed, that horrible aura, so that all the ghosts and monsters did not dare to be alarmed. Along the way, Qin Feng closed his eyes and rested. None of the several people in Tulei spoke. After all, the 7th order weirdness they faced next was too terrifying, making the several people feel depressed. It wasn't until they were almost off the plane that the blind Taoist spoke. This time we came here to feel out the intelligence of this 7th order creepy. If we meet a crisis, when we withdraw, don't leave your life on the borders of another country. Humph. Tulei and the others nodded. Good. Qin Feng followed suit and nodded. In the face of Little Ba's request for help, Xia could show maximum support, but it could not trade its life to eliminate this terrifying 7th order. When necessary, it must be evacuated. After looking at the landmarks, the helicopter landed. As the helicopter landed on the ground, Qin Feng could not help but frown tightly. Above the firmament was a blood-red color, with terrifying ferocious power and majestic evil spiritual power intertwining high up in the sky, directly enveloping the entire half of the country, with only a very small portion of it being spared. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling, as well as terrifying roars could still be heard faintly, echoing in the void. Even if one did not need to see it with their own eyes, one could still imagine that the earth was filled with grief and corpses were piled up like mountains. Regardless of whether they were ghosts, monsters, demons, or living creatures, they all fell into madness until they completely died. As expected, the tragic situation in the Little Ba Kingdom was really bad and abnormal. Everything was on the verge of being destroyed by that 1/7 ranked bazaar that was still raging. A group of transcendentals from the Little Ba country hurriedly surrounded them, and immediately became excited after seeing the blind Taoist several people. Tough labor. Shao Tiger document anti-theft print find, stable and reliable not step on the pit. 10,000 thanks, a few of you from the summer country came out of your way to help support our country. A small Ba country's 5th order transcendentalist, speaking awkward Xia country's language excitedly said. If a neighboring and friendly country is suffering, it's inevitable that Xia will not be able to sit back and do nothing. Leaping out of the helicopter, the blind Taoist said with a righteous face. Thank you so much, our friend. Upon hearing this, the 5th rank transcendent from the Little Ba country even looked like he was about to shed a tear in excitement. Then, that 1/5 order transcendent, one by one, warmly embraced the 4 blind Taoists, and they warmly returned the embrace. When it came to his front, Qin Feng frowned and directly dodged it with a twist of his body. With his hands frozen in mid-air, the 5th ranked transcendent from the Little Ba country was a bit embarrassed, and the enthusiastic atmosphere in the scene froze a bit. Ha ha. Governor Yarabang, don't think too much. Qin Feng just has a colder personality and isn't too comfortable with your enthusiasm. Laughing, Tulei diffused the embarrassment. Sword immortal Qin Feng. Unexpectedly, the 5th order transcendent from the Little Bar country directly exclaimed out in shock at his words. The only transcendent in the world who has a record of killing a 6th order ghost sufferer. An even more excited look emerged on his face, and his eyes were even more fiery as he looked at Qin Feng. The many surrounding transcendents from the small Ba country could not hold back their excitement and talked in the language of their own country, and from time to time, they also looked ahead with a pair of eyes filled with a look of amazement. Obviously, this group of transcendentals from the Little Ba country who had gone through trials and tribulations had also heard of Qin Feng's great name. Thus, this welcoming meeting that was filled with enthusiasm transformed into something that looked like it was welcoming Qin Feng alone. Oh! Our friend, Sword Immortal Qin Feng has come to support us. We will remember your kindness for the rest of our lives. Turning his head, that fifth-order transcendent from the Little Ba country said to the blind Taoist in excitement. Tu Lei and the others. Are we attached? Within this same day, to the surprise of Qin Feng and the others and the people of the Little Ba country, there were several forces of transcendent mortal squads that had entered the borders of the Little Ba country. The purpose of these people was all about that 1/7th ranked guile. Of course, these forces didn't come with good intentions to eliminate the 7th rank weirdness and restore peace and quiet in Little Bar country. They all had other thoughts in mind. Chapter 98, The Great Divine Forces, all here. That 7th Order Bazaar, not long ago because of Thor and Thor's horrifying battle, was frightened and made a big fuss. It wreaked havoc on thousands of miles of land, countless cities, and wherever it passed, there was destruction and deprivation. That upheaval was so terrifying that it almost killed off the majority of the humans in the Little Ba country. Only halfway through the turmoil, that 1/7th Order Bazaar, because of the serious consumption of spiritual power, fell into a deep sleep. Stealthily unable to find any trace, Qin Feng and the others didn't see that one Eyrie when they arrived in the daytime. At nightfall, the terrifying Eyrie began to move. Rumble. Endless rumbling sounds resounded across the Little Bar country's borders as a vast and majestic spiritual force emerged above the firmament, stirring up thousands of miles of wind and clouds. Suddenly black clouds rolled in, all of which were terrifying visions formed by the intertwining and fusion of evil power and evil spiritual power, directly enveloping 1,000 miles. All the living beings within this 1,000-mile radius went mad within a moment, attacking everything in front of them like crazy until they died completely. Roar! A terrifying roar sounded, causing the void to tremble endlessly and the earth to shake violently. Immediately afterward, a terrifying thing emerged, and its true face emerged. The appearance is extremely strange. The whole body is like a living creature that has been skinned. There is also a strip of blood-red meatworms like hair like flying. The overall blood is dripping, disgusting, fear to the extreme. And there were also limbs that were more than 10 meters tall, supporting the meatball-like body, and 4 huge mouths filled with sharp teeth and fangs, still flowing with blood-red blood. There was also an irregular eye arranged on top of the back. Each blood-red eye was like an abyss, which would induce living beings to fall into insanity, and ordinary people could not gaze at it at all. A crowd of people were watching everything from a high building in the extreme distance. Qin Feng's circumference was hidden by golden light, and his mouth silently recited golden light illumination, so as not to cause the surrounding crowd of transcendents to fall into a seizure. Indeed, it's a 7th Order Bazaar no more. Taking a look at the bazaar, Qin Feng stopped his silent chanting and said with certainty. Seeing the pain surfacing on the faces of the blind Taoist and Tu Lei and the others, he hurriedly recited the golden light incantation again. The golden light incantation echoed in everyone's ears, which allowed the blind Taoist to clear his mind and calm his heart from falling into madness. Phew! The blind Taoist exhaled softly and spoke. It's too surprising, the earth today is capable of appearing such a terrifying thing. Other than Qin Feng, everyone dared not look at that head so bizarre that even a transcendent would be mentally traumatized. I don't know why this is so. Such a terrifying bazaar has even appeared in the Little Ba country. Our country is really plagued with calamities. Endless sadness surfaced on the face of Yale, a 5th-ranked transcendent in the Little Ba country, followed by incomparable fear, and said, if we didn't have a sword immortal coming, it would be difficult for us all to stand here. At first, I wanted to try to get close to this bizarre body, but as a result, my mind was confused and my heart was so violent that I almost lost myself, and I was lucky to have survived. A 5th-ranked transcendent almost fell into a seizure, so one could imagine how terrifying this 7th-ranked bazaar was. What is this bazaar's true body? The silent tomb guardian suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. An ancient corpse, a dry corpse that has been dead for an unknown period of time. Once found in the middle of a desert, it did not turn into a demon or devil. It was thought to be harmless. Who would have expected it to turn into a weirdness in the end? After musing for a while, Yale lamented sadly. Ancient corpse? So was there anything strange about it in the first place? The gravekeeper asked as he opened his mouth once more. He opened his mouth mainly to probe how exactly this 7th Order weirdness was born. It was impossible for this one to be special for no reason. This. Yale froze for a moment before he began to ponder, and after a few moments opened his mouth. If we say weird, that one ancient corpse seems to have a remnant page in its arms, all of which are scriptures that one cannot understand, nothing out of the ordinary. After nodding his head, the tomb guardian fell silent again and stopped asking questions. Tu Lei, who was standing next to him, spoke up, lamenting. This powerful weirdness, I'm afraid that only a deity's hand can eliminate it. I'm afraid that we people have made a trip for nothing. This 7th Order bazaar was too tricky. Tu Lei didn't think that 5 people joining hands could eliminate it. Yale froze, first looking at Qin Feng. Rumor had it that it was his hand that resolved the first creepy in Xia, also expecting the sword immortal to be able to eliminate this creepy. Qin Feng, however, was frowning as he looked in another direction and said with some surprise, "It seems like there are people approaching that head of bazaar again. There are a lot of people, those people are still very strong, are they trying to destroy the creepy?" "What?" The blind Taoist and his group all froze and couldn't help but look at Yale. Yale instantly understood the meaning of the trio and hastily shook his head, speaking, "We've only asked for help from the summer country, the other countries won't even pay attention to us." As soon as the words fell, the battle erupted. Boom! A majestic force of light intertwined into a long spear that cut through the void and rose up on the earth, directly blasting towards the 7th-ranked guile that had appeared. This sudden attack broke the silence. At the place where the power of light emerged, there were 5 transcendents wearing the red robes of the Holy See. They were silently chanting light spells, displaying enormous light power. The 5 people had a bit of bright golden color at their eyebrows, that was the angel's blood that could avoid blessing a few people from falling into chaos. Roar! 7th Order Bizarre Roar, vast evil spiritual power spread into the void into a wave of waves in general. Bang! The lance transformed by the power of light directly collapsed, and its power of light instantly degenerated into darkness. Rumble! Then, among the various directions, there were people who struck out to kill that terrifyingly bizarre. The power of light, thunder, and many other forces were fighting against that 7th Order Bizarre. For a moment, the heavens and earth shook, and the void in this direction boiled with it. Seeing this scene, Yale directly froze. So many well-intentioned forces were trying to remove the 7th Order creepy? The Holy See, the Hall of Gods, the White Elephant Kingdom, and many other forces are almost all here. Looking at the battle that had set off, Tule said with an exclamation that many of these people were familiar with. "It seems like there is really a big secret hidden on this weird one. Otherwise, it's impossible for these forces to converge together. The nature of these people would be purely joking if they were to say that they are removing the scourge." The blind Taoist said quietly. These were a group of people who chased profit, expecting them to do well was a daydream. Yale was already unconcerned about secrets, as long as he was able to get rid of this 7th-ranked creepy. Chapter 99, Creepy Remnant Pages. The Holy See strikes. In the middle of the battlefield. The 5 cardinal archbishops who had taken the lead directly all froze when they saw the many forces that had also stepped forward. "Archbishop Bourbon, they're all here to grab the remnant pages as well," a cardinal archbishop exclaimed in shock. Bourbon was the leader of this ecclesiastical transcendent team, a transcendent who had just advanced to the 6th rank with the help of an archangel. "Damn it, we absolutely cannot let them succeed." Above that one remnant page, there is a record of power that transcends the world. It's definitely a supreme treasure that must be obtained. Archbishop Bourbon roared angrily and gave orders to his 4 men. This ancient corpse of Shao Bagua had been displayed on the occasion of the demonic revival a few years ago, and had been seen by a bishop of the Holy See. That one remnant page that was cradled in his arms with countless incomprehensible runes drawn on it had captivated that bishop deeply, consulting countless ancient materials that were difficult to decipher. Now that the 7th Order strangeness had appeared, that bishop had keenly sensed a connection with that remnant page and immediately reported it to the Pope, speculating that it was connected to the supreme strangeness. Such a remnant page that contained a terrifying power could never be taken by anyone else. "The Lord will bless us." After praying, the 5 cardinal archbishops directly killed towards the creepy, completely fearless of the evil spiritual power by virtue of the effect of the divine blood at the divine spirit. "We can't let the Holy See get it first." Seeing that the Holy See had moved, the other forces couldn't help themselves and jumped out to kill towards that weirdness, all prepared and fearless of spiritual power being fluctuated. In the midst of that gloom, nearly 100 people surprisingly emerged, with the strength of at least a 4th Order transcendent. It could be said that they had gathered half of the global human population's high-ranking power. The battle directly escalated. However, that 7th Order creepy was too strong, and even if he couldn't rely on his evil spiritual power to directly socialize this group of transcendents to death, the strength of his flesh was terrifying. The hard forelimbs rose up, swiftly and incomparably, directly kicking a Hall of Gods transcendent directly into oblivion. Blood and flesh flew about in a tragic manner. More than a dozen people were swept away. Kill. This even made the crowd of transcendents stir up their bloodlust even more. "Lord, you are omnipotent." After reciting an incantation for a while, the 5 cardinals prayed loudly in unison and combined their efforts. Then a vast force of light gathered at great speed, intertwining into a huge spider's web that directly enveloped that 7th Order weirdness like an order. "God King Odin, please envelop me with your light. Lord of the gods Zeus, please grant me power. God of destruction Shiva, please send down blessings for the believers." Other forces also made their moves, setting off a terrifying storm that shook the endless void. All sorts of transcendent powers squeezed and smashed and converged, all of them hitting that 7th-ranked Bazaar body. Boil! The terrifying Bazaar let out a mournful roar, and its huge body was directly knocked to the ground. The violent struggle caused the earth to crumble and the soil and rocks to splash, and a tall 10-story building next to it directly collapsed. "This time we were finally able to destroy the terrifying creep," Seeing this scene, Yale was quite relieved. 5 6th order and multiple 5th order transcendents join forces to come prepared. That one bazaar, even a 7th order would have a hard time carrying it. The blind Taoist nodded along, thinking that the bazaar would surely die. These forces are also doing a good deed, even though there are other purposes. Tu Lei also spoke up. All three of them thought that one 7th ranked bazaar was dead and would be decapitated. Not necessarily. At this time, the silent gravekeeper spoke up again. There's an unpleasant odor rising. The words were so shocking that the blind Taoist trio froze. Qin Feng glanced at the Tomb Guardian in surprise. What a keen sense. Looking at the suppressed 7th ranked bazaar, the transcendents from various forces breathed a sigh of relief, just when everyone thought the battle was over. That 7th ranked bazaar stopped struggling and tilted its head to let out a roar. Roar! A terrifyingly suffocating aura rose from within its meatball-like body. It directly suppressed the nearly 100 transcendentals in that vicinity to the ground, all of them with a shocked red face. Only to see countless incantations that were difficult to understand the meaning of emerged from that bizarre body. Dang! An ethereal drum sound rang out, along with the sound of a flute that seemed to have traveled from the universe to the earth. Boom! At this moment, the entire Little Ba country's heaven and earth roared, the dome of the sky above directly exploded, and a bright order of heaven and earth directly surfaced. There was a depression in everything, as if there was a supreme fear descending, causing the heavens and earth to cower in fear. In the middle of the battlefield, everyone was dumbfounded, unbelievably looking at this terrifying scene in front of them. Next, it was even more unforgettable for life. The incantation that surfaced above that 7th order bazaar gently trembled, spewing out a stream of pitch-black mist, directly obscuring a side of the heavens and earth, with all the light being swallowed up. Even Qin Feng and the others who were standing at a great distance were not spared, and were also directly obscured. This dark space, as if it had detached from the earth, floated in the boundless universe. Ah! Suddenly, a cardinal archbishop of the Holy See screamed miserably. The radiant divine blood at the center of his brow directly shattered and dripped onto the ground, and his entire person went into a seizure. No. That damned ghostly thing, it even used the power of the remnants of the page, and its strength has become stronger. The Holy See's Cardinal Bourbon roared in horror and fury. Roar! The bizarre roar. A killing spree directly unfolded, and instantly a dozen or so transcendents were torn apart and devoured by it. Blood splattered and limbs flew. The crowd of transcendents, on the other hand, couldn't do anything at all with this creepy devil. It's a real demon, it can't be killed, I'm going to get out of this damn place. Quickly escape. So many people are no match for it, staying will only lead to death. Oh gods! Please save your believers. The transcendents of the various forces became more and more restless in their hearts, yelling in panic. What to do? The blind Taoist directly opened his mouth and asked Qin Feng. He was the only one in the Summer Kingdom who had cracked the weirdness, which was why the Reaction Bureau must invite Qin Feng, for fear of abnormal chaos. Stabilize your mind. Qin Feng said. There was simply no time to say more as that one bazaar rushed at them and struck out. The Thunderbolt sword was directly sheathed, endless flashes of lightning and sharp edges appeared, dazzling abnormally in the darkness. Endless sword chi flashed as the flying sword slashed directly on top of a void. Boom! The void collapsed, and the bizarrely tall figure of the 7th rank was directly blasted out. Countless fleshworms, like whiskers and hair, were chopped off and fell to the ground emitting screams like babies, writhing violently. Chapter 100, 5 Thunder's Orthodoxy. Supreme Vajra Thunder. Bang! The 7th rank's bizarrely powerful body landed on the ground, directly smashing over a large swath of skyscrapers, and all of a sudden, steel reinforcement and mixed soil splashed, and the dark space was in a mess. Heaven and earth Xuanzone, the root of all air. Widely cultivate havoc, prove my divine power. Ethereal and vast voices resounded in this pitch-black space, as if the immortals and gods in the sky were chanting, and the endless celestial beings were shouting. That strike just now, coupled with this incantation. Those transcendentals and inheritors of all forces in fear froze. There was even a group of people hidden in the dark. Buzz! Dazzling golden light rose up, becoming the only bright light in this pitch-black space. Bathed in endless golden light made Qin Feng look tall and magnificent, his sharp aura stirring even to break this bizarre space. It was only then that the transcendentals of the many forces noticed several silhouettes in battle formation on the roof of the building in the extreme distance. Because of the glittering golden light, they could only be seen vaguely and incomparably, but they still distinguished the identity of Qin Feng and the others from the language. It's the transcendence of the Xia Kingdom. A white elephant kingdom ascetic exclaimed in shock. Lord! That bazaar that utilized the mysterious power of the remnants of the page was even sent flying by him. How could it be that strong? Cardinal Archbishop Bourbon of the Holy See was dumbstruck. The power contained in the remnant page was terrifying to the extreme, and after it erupted, nearly 100 of their transcendents couldn't suppress this bazaar, and it was difficult to resist at all, so they could only let it kill them. This made them all incredulous, their hearts incomparably hard to accept. Bracing himself against the dazzling golden light, Qin Feng glanced at the body of the thunderbolt sword that trembled incessantly and seemed to wail, and could not help but be somewhat surprised. After the seventh stage bizarrely catalyzed the power of the remnant pages, the runes that emerged contained a bizarre energy that could destroy the heavens and the earth, and the spiritual artifact level thunder lightning sword almost collapsed. Qin Feng has become stronger again than before. Hiding behind Qin Feng, the blind Taoist who was sheltered by the golden light's throat surged, his mouth dry with astonishment. When the sword had beheaded the 6th-ranked old ghost, Qin Feng's strength had become unrivaled, directly repelling the 6th-ranked ghost emperor with a single sword strike. Nowadays, the same sword also repelled the 7th order bazaar, directly lifting it fiercely out. However, these two, a 6th order, a 7th order, and even more still an unfathomable creepy, had achieved the same effect with a single sword, so there was no doubt that Qin Feng's strength had increased again. This growth in strength is also too fast. Even if one were to eat the elixirs recorded in the ancient texts as a meal, one's strength wouldn't be able to grow this much. It's only been a few days since the 6th order ghost suffering, and the strength has doubled again. Tu Lei and the two of them were also shocked, 10,000% surprised at the speed at which Qin Feng's strength had increased. If it wasn't for the fact that Qin Feng's childhood and various life trajectories could be traced, the three of them would simply suspect that Qin Feng was a revived deity. So strong. The 5th order transcendent from the Little Ba Kingdom was in a roller coaster mood. His heart stopped beating when he saw the 7th-ranked bizarrely directly crush nearly 100 high-ranked transcendents. The terrifying power was suffocating. If he couldn't beg for the hand of a deity, I'm afraid that the Little Ba Kingdom would become a piece of Earth's history in less than a couple of days and would cease to exist again. At the same time, those of them would also die in this bizarre space. Both body and mind were in despair. In the midst of despair, Qin Feng's powerful sword raised his hope again. Creepy climbed up from the ground, that one eye filled with tyrannical evil, all staring deathly at the figure bathed in golden light as he felt a tremendous pressure. Even if the other 100 people were added together, they did not pose a greater threat to him than Qin Feng. Although he did not have the ability to think, he also possessed a beast-like instinct and directly treated Qin Feng as the strongest opponent in this space. The vast evil spiritual power was like a raging storm, foolishly moving against Qin Feng, tearing apart a piece of the void and caressing across the bodies of the surrounding people like a knife, painful and unbearable. Qin Feng also rose up with his sword and stood in the void, his body emanating a heart-shakingly terrifying sword aura. One person and one sword confronted the 7th rank bizarrely. The power of the two was so terrifying that it was difficult for all the surrounding transcendents to intervene. It had never occurred to anyone, other than a deity, who would dare to single-handedly face off against such a terrifying weirdness. And now such a scene was presented before them. In the midst of the crowd's shock, Qin Feng and that terrifying weirdness struck out at the same time, fearlessly. His flying sword blossomed with endless thunderous light, rolling sword she stabbed straight into the sky, and came out horizontally, the speed of which was dazzlingly fast, and the flying sword lingered to the point of incomparably sharpness. When the runes emerging from the bizarre circumference steps flickered, a tyrannical to the extreme power instantly blossomed out. Although there were only wisps of it, it set off a void riot, colliding with Qin Feng's overpowering splash. Clanging sounds resounded through the heavens and earth. Qin Feng felt the rolling vastness of power coming from within the flying sword. The overriding flying sword was lifted out of the air. The 7th-ranked bazaar that had activated the power of the remnant page was far stronger than all the enemies he had encountered before. The power contained within the extremely secretive remnant page far surpassed everything in the world. Qin Feng was fearless. As his flying sword flipped, the 5 thunder positive technique was activated, and thunder flashed in both hands, directly smashing into that 7th order bazaar, the golden thunder displaying a terrifying tearing power. Carrying a crackling sound, stirring up the heaven and earth, the surrounding skyscrapers all shook sharply, cracking inch by inch, endless dust and dirt splashing out. Dang! Berserk thunder force blasted to halfway. In that void will encountered obstacles. That strange vastness of evil spiritual power is too terrifying, no longer vague and indistinct, but turned into a barrier, blocked down that roaming thunder. Bang! The two forces collided, and the entire dark space was filled with flying sand and rocks, and the aftershocks that flew out ravaged the 8 directions. Rumble! The tall buildings that were already cracked around them could no longer stand and collapsed with a loud bang. The earth and rocks splattered and were wrapped in that fierce wind, dancing wildly in the sky. Roar! The 7th-ranked bazaar let out a roar, revealing the slightest hint of pain. The thunder cast out by the 5 thunder positive technique was most rigid in Yang, the nemesis of evil spirits in the world, striking that spiritual power. At this moment, his core was as if it had been pierced by steel nails. The pain was unbearable. Ow! Roar! The entire 7th order bazaar was furious, being painfully struck by a human transcendent that he had killed countless times. It made him become berserk. Rolling evil spiritual energy tore through the earth, and this pitch-black space trembled. Chapter 101, Sword Immortal breaks heaven and earth with one sword. Kill the evil god. The surrounding crowd was also stunned. It was hard to imagine that the earth had transcendent beings other than gods who could fight against this terrifying weirdness. Gods! This Xia Sword Immortal actually fought creepy alone. A seventh-order bazaar that nearly 100 transcendent mortals are having trouble dealing with. This is too majestic. Some of the transcendents amongst those several forces recognized Qin Feng's identity and were shocked beyond belief. The summer country sword immortal Qin Feng's strength was surprisingly strong to such an extent, fighting a seventh-ordered bazaar directly all by himself. The wave of terrifying power that operated after that creepy had activated the remnant page was too astonishing. The level was too different from them. Even though nearly 100 people surrounded it, they did not injure it in the slightest. Instead, these transcendents themselves were slaughtered like ants. Completely no match. Once this battle is over, the first sword immortal of the Summer Kingdom will become the #1 transcendent in the human world. Solo battling a 7th-order bazaar. Such a strong battle record must sensationalize the world. Which person would dare to stand up and refute it? Tu Lei roared with excitement. The blind Taoist duo and Yale were equally shocked. That was a 7th-order bazaar, an existence that 5th-order transcendents could hardly approach, and the terrifying power contained in his body, even if they were separated by 1 or 2,000 meters, made them rush into a state of shock. Such a horror. At this moment Qin Feng one-person battle, directly with its heart, without flinching. Astonished as a deity. In the midst of all the transcendentals exclaiming in shock, that terrifying weirdness directly struck out in fury. Incantations flashed, and heaven and earth were in turmoil. The withering drums and thunder sounded once again, as if it had been blowing a single tone for billions of years. The terror was unimaginable. The earth, the dome of the sky, the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands shook once more. Everything was depressed, the living beings were silent, and an unfathomable aura drifted from the infinite starry sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Within this pitch-black space, tall buildings snapped, the void shattered, the earth collapsed, and the entire space shook violently as everyone was terrified to the extreme. This is the power contained in that remnant page. Archbishop Bourbon of the Holy See was horrified, wailing in fear. The drop of divine blood at the center of his brow blossomed with brilliant arcane light, fighting and preventing it from falling into madness again. On the rest of the transcendent mortals, all sorts of divine spiritual objects emerged, fighting against that mere trace of terrifying aura. The transcendence from the many forces that had come for this trembled, and despair directly surfaced in their hearts. Gather your mind and calm down. The blind Taoist shouted, reminding the 3 Tu Lei. Within a pair of pale eyes, a brilliant arcane light flickered past and became extremely bright, as if reflecting the stars that filled the sky. A starburst quickly surfaced, giving Taoist blind evolution a hint of a divine aura, and the entire person instantly became magnificent, dispelling the terrifying odor that permeated the surroundings. This was the divine ability spiritual eye that he had inherited from the 4-elephant green dragon. It's truly terrifying. What kind of power does that piece of remnant page contain? Tu Lei was shocked beyond measure. The fierce aura around his body surged out, and his palm even vaguely touched the pig-killing knife at his waist. He was extremely uneasy in the face of that terrifying aura. It was as if it was the most terrifying fear in all the heavens. Such a powerful force, can sword immortal Qin Feng resist it? Yale, a 5th-ranked transcendent in the Little Ba Kingdom, asked in horror. At this moment, however, no one answered. Everyone's hearts began to be confused and fearful. And under that terrifying aura, Qin Feng still stood in the void, his golden light shining brightly, an ancient robe emerging on his body, the hem of his coat hunting and swinging, blossoming with arcane light, his thunderbolt sword horizontally spaced out in front of his body, truly an invincible sword immortal, immovable in the wind and rain. A pair of eyes that flashed with bright sword-ons, staring dead on that head of horrible weirdness. A golden light incantation surged forth, and he was fearless of this evil aura. After the unfathomably terrifying aura surfaced, it descended on that head of bazaar, causing his power to surge once more, transforming his entire body in such a way that it simply didn't dare people to look at it directly. Rumble. Around the two, the terrifying aura formed a storm, setting off wave after wave of terrifying turbulence, and the void continuously shattered. Die! Qin Feng shouted angrily for a lifetime, brilliant sword-ons flashing in his eyes, and a strong killing intent now surfaced on his normally bland face. Inside his body, the Tan Mountain Dharma seal emerged brightly, endless earth chi running, being injected into the thunderbolt sword by Qin Feng. The thunder lightning sword in front of him roared endlessly, blossoming with endless bright sword aura, and a thick and profound aura emerged. Clang! The sound of Jingo resurfaced as the thunder lightning sword whistled with a roar, and the heavens and earth trembled. For the first time, Qin Feng operated the Tao art of carrying mountains and executed it with a flying sword. It gathered a terrifyingly huge force capable of carrying mountains. This sword shook the ground and could overturn mountains. In front of everyone's horrified eyes, this terrifying sword chopped out. Boom! Endless sword chi boiled, earth-colored earth chi erupted, and the thunder light sword carried a huge force that could turn rivers and seas, turning into a thunderous light that chopped towards the 7th-order bazaar. Roar, roar, roar! Facing this terrifying sword, the 7th-order bazaar roared angrily and chose to directly meet it. The color of tyranny was all over one eye, and there was no other complete maniacal collapse. That unfathomable aura shrouded around it, and the tyrannical power seemed to be destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Plop! Rambling bloodlight splattered, the seventh order bizarre miserable roar, the entire huge body was directly chopped into two halves, the evil to the extreme blood rolled and sprayed, he powerless fell to the ground. That unfathomable aura was similarly mashed by Qin Feng's terrifying sword. Rumble. Just as countless people's attention was all on Guile, a rumbling sound came from another direction. However, the lightning sword that had decimated the 7th-ranked creepy, which still contained endless power, directly chopped through towards a pitch-black space. A long-lost bright light spilled in, only to see that in the midst of the wretched battlefield, there was a huge crack on top of the earth as if it was an abyss, running across the east and west, with a glance that could not be seen at the edge. This was chopped out by the thunder lightning sword that contained the Tanshan Law. This terrifying sword. It chopped down the 7th-ranked Bazaar. It was even more shocking to the crowd. After turning their heads back, they all stared blankly at Qin Feng, who stood in the void like a god. Everyone was speechless at the moment, their throats were as if they were being strangled, unable to spit out any sound. Not long ago, this terrifying 7th Order Bazaar slaughtered countless cities, exterminated an unknown number of human beings, dominated the entire minibus country beyond compare, and in the end, was even unable to contend with nearly 100 transcendents with it. And he was also able to catalyze that remnant page, summoning an unfathomable aura. How terrifying was this? It was simply an evil god. Now, it was chopped up by the summer sword immortal Qin Feng with a single sword. Chopped into two halves of the body as if boneless, by a huge force into a puddle of mud, the whole body in the horror of the sword chi rampage, dead can no longer die. Chapter 102, Execution of Exotic Transcendent. Terrifying Existence. Boom boom boom. The aftermath of the great battle was still rumbling, as pieces and pieces of buildings collapsed, earth and rocks flew, and storms resounded through the heavens. No matter how noisy they were completely unable to wake up the crowd that was in shock. On a high mountain, a location extremely far from the battlefield. Two silhouettes had been present here since before the start of the great battle. They could be said to have witnessed this terrifying battle throughout. In front of the duo, a bunch of professional photographic equipment was placed, and there was a slender figure lying in front of a peculiar camera watching the middle of the battlefield. Strange, how did that city suddenly become pitch black? Nothing can be photographed. While debugging the camera, the slender figure muttered, "Little one, let's run. My little ancestor, hey. You're so bold, you said you'd just take a few spooky pictures from a distance, and you've already captured it, let's go." That's a terrifying existence that nearly 100 top transcendents couldn't kill. This third-order transcendent, I'm more like a fart, once we're discovered we both have to die. Beside him, a girl with a majestic figure was trembling and rambling under her breath. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a foul mouth. Holy! It was the slender figure lying in front of the camera that exclaimed out in shock. Then, only a ground-shaking sound could be heard, and in the middle of the majestic girl's astonished gaze, the darkness that had enveloped the entire city collapsed with a bang. And there was also a flash of lightning, a dazzling golden light emerged in the sky, in which there was a terrifying aura raging. That was a powerful transcendent. After half a ring, the slender figure lying in front of the camera got up, revealing a beautiful face, with a thick color of shock shrouding it. Oh my god! Sword Immortal Qin Feng actually killed that terrifying creepy, this is too divine. Wang Li said in a shocked voice under his breath. What? The girl with a majestic figure was awakened by it, and with a span of her figure, she quickly came behind that piece of camera and watched. Hurrah saw that on that messy battlefield, the original skyscrapers had been almost leveled to the ground. The first sword immortal of the Summer Kingdom, Qin Feng, stood proudly in the void, and not far in front of him at his feet, there were two puddles of blood and flesh that were that horrifyingly bizarre. And his transcendents all stayed on the spot, as shocked as they were, looking up at Qin Feng high in the sky. Obviously, the transcendence of these individual powers had not intervened in that terrifying battle. And that one terrifying weirdness was killed by Sword Immortal Qin Feng alone. This was truly too shocking. Such a shocking to the core battle, like a deity, would definitely stir the globe. Quickly, film it. Wang Li said loudly with a face full of excitement. The two of them were both reporters from Xia, and they had come to Little Bar Country this time in order to explore the bizarre likeness. Wang Li was very worried about the weirdness that had appeared twice, and she wanted the people of the world to see the real weirdness, which was the great enemy of mankind. So she did not hesitate to take the risk to come and set foot on this ravaged territory, and made sufficient preparations, wanting to show the real face of the weirdness in front of the whole world. However, he never expected this horrifyingly shocking scene. Not good. There are transcendents trying to make a move against Sword Immortal Qin Feng. Suddenly, Wang Li, who was in the middle of filming, exclaimed in outrage. These people are so detestable, they even took advantage of Sword Immortal's elimination of Guile to make a move. In the middle of the battlefield. After the transcendentals from various forces came back to their senses, their minds began to move, greed surging to their hearts, wanting to seize the remnants of the page that contained a terrifying power. Kill. A white elephant kingdom ascetic revealed a hideous face and took the lead, condensing a dark aura that struck towards Qin Feng, who stood high in the sky. Strike. He has beheaded such a powerful guile, his own power must have been exhausted to nothing and he has no power to resist. Now is the right time for us to strike. The Holy See's Cardinal Bourbon, with a hideous and incomparable look on his face, also brazenly struck out at Qin Feng. Kill the Summer Sword Immortal in order to seize the remnant pages. Kill. The Hall of Gods and other forces were also chanting as they struck out at Qin Feng. With a leader, the others quickly began to move and strike at Qin Feng. All of these people wanted to kill Qin Feng, they wouldn't allow such a strong transcendent to exist in the Summer Kingdom. This kind of strength could already overwhelm human transcendence all over the world. Qin Feng must die. And there were several other forces who didn't want to participate in the battle of the Xia Kingdom and only wanted to seize that one remnant page, so they flocked towards the decapitated weirdness. Damn it! These people are benefactors. If it wasn't for Sword Immortal Qin Feng, everyone would have died at the hands of Guile, and now they're even striking out at their benefactors. The fifth-ranked transcendents from the Little Ba country were stunned by the shamelessness of these forces and roared out angrily from their mouths. On the other hand, the blind Taoist trio had stony faces and did not say anything. They had already prepared for this and knew all about the nature of these people. The moment the many transcendents struck out, they directly took the Gravekeeper and the duo of two lay up into the air, frantically rushing towards Qin Feng's side. The potential shown by Qin Feng was truly too terrifying. In the future, he would surely be comparable to a deity as recorded in the ancient hidden secrets, which was of immense importance to the Xia Kingdom. Even if they put their lives on the line, they had to let Qin Feng out of the trap, and they absolutely could not die here. Seek death. Endless killing intent surfaced on Qin Feng's face. This group of people even dared to make a move, so none of them would be able to escape. He had even secretly kept an eye out for this group of evil-minded numerous transcendents. The moment it struck, Qin Feng had a response. The golden light around his body shone brightly, and with the golden light mantra at full horsepower coupled with the spiritual weapon treasure clothes, his terrifying degree of defense was so terrifying that it would be difficult for the crowd of transcendents to break it at all. Boom! As expected, when the colorful and terrifying attack struck Qin Feng, the vast majority of the power was resisted by the protective golden light, while the remaining portion was bounced off by the ancient robe that shone with a mysterious light. No, impossible. He still has some strength left, run away. Lord! Send down your power to kill this devil. Seeing this scene, the many transcendents who had struck out were stunned, and then fell into endless panic. Poof! With a flash of bloodlight, the thunder light sword blossomed with sharpness, and that one White Elephant Kingdom bitter cultivator who had taken the lead in making a move was directly chopped in two, not even uttering a scream as his remnant body instantly fell to the ground. The crowd was all horrified, their souls trembling. Chapter 103, Bizarre. The remnant pages of the Book of Necromancy. Crazy scramble. As Qin Feng struck out to kill all these transcendents, the visions suddenly rose again. Ah! A transcendent with special abilities had quietly touched the bizarre corpse and flipped out the piece of remnant pages, and before he could get excited, he directly wailed. Lying down on the ground, he kept rolling around, and immediately afterward, he directly fell into a mania and metamorphosed into creepy. Retreat, retreat, retreat! None of you should touch that remnant page. Upon seeing this scene, the crowd was simply scared out of their wits. Unexpectedly, the supreme treasure that one would fight for with all one's life would actually take one's life. This was too dangerous and terrifying. Boom! The heavens and earth were in turmoil, and the winds rose up. The true face of that one remnant page finally appeared in front of the crowd, unable to distinguish what material it was made of, revealing a profoundly ancient and simple aura, with densely written runes on it. Floating in mid-air, there appeared a faintly monotonous, sickening drums and flutes. An unfathomable aura emerged from it, supreme and terrifying, causing living beings to be so frightened that it was difficult to catch their breath. Merely glancing at that one remnant page was like having one's soul gnawed at, the pain unbearable. Sure enough, it's the rumored Book of the Dead. The several cardinal archbishops of the Holy See secretly whispered. There were records in the Holy See that in ancient times, a terrifying demon had emerged into the world, and that he was supreme, with an invisible body that was difficult to describe and tell, and that even gods could not look directly at him. There are only records of these bits of information, but nothing else. What a fearful existence that was, even the gods had to be vague and in fear of him. In the end, he, the supreme terror, disappeared into the earth without a trace. There were, however, some beings who were bowled over by his terror and became believers, providing for them. And the Book of Necromancy was created by a crazed believer, on which the terrifying supreme weirdness was recorded. Woo! A strange roaring sound came from the remnant pages of that handle. The words on it bloomed with light, and the black aura that contained a brutal aura slowly emerged once more. Outlining an invisible and shadowless mass of terrifying figures, he floated above the boundless starry sky, his massive body occupying a universe and gnawing madly. He was disorderly, unnameable, great, and blindly demented. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth lost color, the stars in the sky dimmed, and the entire heaven and earth seemed to be devoured. Out of the corner of his eye, he once again aimed at the earth. Poof! That one fifth-order transcendent who had fallen into madness by coming into contact with the remnant pages, his head directly exploded apart, the color of snow and white flying in the sky, his death was miserable. He could not look straight at it. What the hell is this? The crowd of transcendents were horrified to the extreme, such a bizarre scene gave them chills. As expected, anything that could be associated with the bizarre was not something that ordinary people could speculate on. This was just a set of remnant pages that could create a seventh-order bizarre, and now it was even harder to touch and would die a miserable death. A fluctuation of transcendent power rose. Dozens of transcendents sensed the crisis and wanted to withdraw, exerting all their own power and frantically fleeing to the periphery. What they were experiencing now was too terrifying, and they were all scared out of their wits. However, it was too late to flee at this point, as the unfathomable aura above that piece of remnant page surged crazily. Rumble! It directly set off an endless storm, blowing through one piece of emptiness after another. The earth once again crumbled, and the wretched battlefield became even more chaotic. Bang bang bang! A series of loud sounds rose. At the brow of the few remaining cardinals of the Holy See, the sparkling divine blood directly exploded, and the sacred items prepared by the remaining forces also turned into smithereens at the same time. Lacking the resistance of these sacred objects, these nearly 100 transcendents were completely unable to withstand that unfathomable aura, and everyone's spiritual energy was stirred. Ah! Lord! Save your believers! The transcendents were all wailing, and only those few sixth-order transcendents still had a trace of sanity left, praying to their believing deities again. It was hoped that the deity would step in and save them. Only, he was too terrifying. The power displayed by that fragmented page was beyond reason, and the space of this place was all messed up by it, so the deity could not hear it at all. Running the golden light mantra with all his might, Qin Feng still felt his mind tingling, and the golden light that covered his body surged wildly as if it were boiling, resisting that unfathomable wave of information. Clang! As if sensing this unfathomable aura, Qin Feng's regular sword in his sea of consciousness erupted into a buzzing sound, its golden-colored body trembling violently. As if it had met a terrifying enemy, the Xian Yuan sword revived on its own. It blossomed with supreme sharpness, and the unrivaled power caused the earth and sky to boil suddenly, and the entire world was filled with a golden yellow sword chi, and the entire void was filled with frightening sword awnings. The Xian Yuan sword has revived on its own. This sudden change had not been imagined by Qin Feng. At this moment, his entire body was shining with golden-colored swordlight, and that unfathomably terrifying aura could hardly affect him anymore. Seeing that sudden change, the blind Taoist and the others instantly stopped in their tracks in horror and yelled in panic at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, quickly go! That piece of remnant page is too terrifying, don't mess with it for now. Something so secretive was really too dangerous. The transcendence of that various forces had all gone mad at this point, all gradually transforming into weirdness. You guys go first. Looking at the remnant page that blossomed with an unfathomable aura, Qin Feng pondered for a moment and spoke. And throwing out the thunder lightning sword in his hand, he didn't wait for Tu Lei and the others to say anything more, and directly flew into the distance with them. The Xian Yuan sword was clearly able to suppress this fragmented page, so he wanted to try and suppress this fragmented page? See what kind of supreme existence was recorded. One after another, they set off shenanigans on Earth. Ignoring the pressure, Qin Feng came directly in front of that piece of stump page. Swoosh! As a result, before he even had a chance to view it, that remnant page instantly transformed into a cloud of blackened haze gas that directly drilled into Qin Feng's mind from his brow, wanting to manipulate Qin Feng to make him fall and become bizarre. However, this wishful thinking was obviously wrong. The moment that remnant page broke into Qin Feng's mind, the revived Xian Yuan sword directly became furious and directly chopped out a sword. Clang! A sword sound echoed in all directions. The golden-colored Xian Yuan sword chi bloomed with supreme sharpness, incomparably sharp and indestructible. Poof! The remnant page that had intruded into Qin Feng's mind was directly pierced through, and a terrifying sword mark emerged from the center, penetrating front and back. Chapter 104, Summer Country Sensation. The first seventh order in the world. Those incantations that bloomed with arcane light instantly dimmed, and that unfathomable aura was crushed. Before it could make a mess, that secretive remnant page was directly suppressed by the Xian Yuan sword. Like ordinary paper, it could no longer be violent, and fell silent underneath the Xian Yuan sword, completely settling down. Humph! Seeing this, Qin Feng snorted coldly. That was just a small remnant page. Even though it recorded a supreme existence, even if it was complete, it simply couldn't resist the terror of the Xian Yuan sword, which was the human emperor's weapon, a divine weapon of qi. Another glance at the remnants of the page that had been easily suppressed, Qin Feng withdrew from his sea of consciousness. He didn't recognize the runes recorded on it. He could only return to the Summer Kingdom and look for books to study again. Although that chapter of pages had been suppressed by the Xian Yuan sword, however, it was impossible for the transcendence of the various forces who had already suffered a mental breakdown to return to normal. At this moment, these spiritually broken transcendents had a huge increase in their spiritual power, and their entire body was overflowing with an evil aura, and their eyes were filled with tyrannical colors, and they had all but degenerated into a single creep. Guilty as charged. There was not the slightest bit of pity in his heart, since these people dared to make a move against Qin Feng, they had to die. Boom! Golden-colored thunderbolts surfaced, piercing through the gloomy heaven and earth. The Wind Queen's chi sect operated, and the Tanshan method set off a wave of earth-shattering waves. And accompanied by a mournful wail, after a long time, those transcendents who had fallen into the bazaar were all killed by Qin Feng, not sparing a single one. A gust of wind blew by, setting off a strong odor of blood. Qin Feng was sitting on a broken staircase, a thick fury that was frightening to look at. His breath was a bit disorganized, having killed so many transcendents the mana in his body was depleted. However, his body did not have any injuries, swallowed the Phoenix Blood Immortality Pill, suffered injuries will also turn instant recovery. System receive reward. After toning down for a while, Qin Feng's mind sank into the system. When he killed that 7th Order Bazaar, he activated a system icon and received a reward. Reward being distributed, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dao Art, Sword Art. Still a Dao Art. Qin Feng's heart was ecstatic as a look of excitement appeared on his face. Upon trying out the power of the Tanshan method, he was already enraptured by that mind-blowing Dao Art. A mysterious light merged into his sea of consciousness, and countless methods of cultivating the Dao of the sword madly surged into Qin Feng's memory. The Taoist sword art contained more than just the art of sword control, there were many sword arts embedded in it, which finally transformed into a return to the basics. The means possessed by immortals, a casual sword could connect heaven and earth, displaying great power in shaking mountains and rivers. This was one of the incomparable Dao arts of attack, and countless sword immortals had their hearts set on it, no worse than the Tanshan law. Boom! Qin Feng closed his eyes to digest the Dao sword art. Countless sharp sword chi gushed out around his body, stirring the void in all directions and disrupting the yin and yang of the 8 directions. Bang bang bang! A channel of sword chi rages out, like a sharp long sword, spreading in all directions. The earth crumbles, the mixed soil cracks, the sword chi whistles, roaring the 4 directions of the heaven and earth, causing countless people to be amazed to feel that another shocking battle has arisen. Buzz! Qin Feng, who was sitting on a plate, directly rose up in the air at this moment. There was a brilliant sword light around him, dazzling, like a great sun rising from the ground, competing with the stars and the moon. He was about to break through. The cultivation level that had just broken through not long ago was now breaking through once again. A terrifying aura permeated all around him, forming a storm, sound waves roaring and spreading out to the surroundings, the sound of the earth, soil and rocks crumbling endlessly. At this moment, Qin Feng looked majestic and divine, like a true deity enshrined on top of a great hall, making people unable to stop wanting to worship. Extremely far away, Wang 2 people had been using the camera to watch the battle in the city. When saw that a remnant of the page surfaced numerous transcendentals fall into bazaar, the heart cannot help but tense up, as if clenched in a fist, very worried that the sword fairy will fall again. As a result, Sword Immortal Qin Feng suppressed that remnant page and struck out to kill all the transcendents who had become bazaar. Ah! Worthy of being the #1 person in Xia, no? The world, his strength is really too strong. After decapitating a 7th Order bazaar, he was able to exterminate so many transcendentals who had turned bazaar. Wang Li more than exclaimed. Too strong, really too strong. The other person also froze on the spot. After a moment, the duo froze again. They saw that Qin Feng was making a breakthrough. Heavens! Sword Immortal Qin Feng is actually making a breakthrough. He's already at the 6th rank of Qi, he's not going to break through to the 7th rank, is he? Quickly film it and send it back home, the world's first 7th Order Transcendent, how shocking. After the shock, the duo's hands and feet scrambled. A few hours later, a news number on the domestic internet released the news as if it had blown up the sky, making the entire summer country boil. Is this true? Oh my god. Sword Immortal Qin Feng actually went to Little Bar Country and actually beheaded a 7th ranked guile. 2 people were the first to comment. The marketing numbers were much more cluttered nowadays, making it difficult to question whether it was true or not. Absolutely true. Look at those photos of the battle and the fact that the photos covered transcendents from various countries. The Reaction Bureau also announced just now that Sword Immortal Qin Feng had traveled to support the Little Ba country. How could it be faked? Someone made a comment to prove the authenticity. Sword Immortal Qin Feng is really powerful. So many top experts all joined forces and couldn't defeat a 7th Order bazaar, but he actually killed it alone. More and more people flooded in, and numerous transcendents were stunned. And someone began to forward the news, and it began to spread throughout the entire internet. By the time the number of people reached a peak, another news article with various pictures was released. Countless people clicked into it and immediately fell into a state of shock. My god! Sword Immortal Qin Feng has actually broken through the 7th Order, the first 7th Order transcendentalist of mankind. Like a god, just a picture can't stop people from worshipping him. The first human transcendent in the world. Sword Immortal. This news was like a thunderclap in a clear sky, shocking countless people. In an instant, the entire Xia kingdom was like a boiling pot, endlessly boiling. More and more people saw the forwarded news and looked that were dumbfounded, all of them were shocked. Quickly look, news of a madman. Fish Xining, who was meditating and practicing, suddenly received a message from Chunhao and couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart. Thinking that something bad had happened, she clicked on it extremely quickly and directly let out a cry of shock. Sword chopping 7th order guile, becoming the world's first 7th order transcendent. Fish Xining similarly froze, thought it was no longer a liability, but did not want to. The gap between the two seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 105, Ancient La Myth. Attempting to start a divine war. She had become a transcendent because she saw the gap between her and Qin Feng, and now that she had just gotten her own inheritance from the 9 heavenly Shan Maiden, it turned out that Qin Feng was even more powerful. In the middle of staying upright, a majestic female voice appeared in her mind. Want to close the distance between you and him? Fish Xining vibrated. It was the voice of the 9 heavenly Shan Maiden. In the reaction bureau, countless transcendents were looking at the online news with incomparable excitement on their faces. It's so awesome, Sword Immortal Qin Feng has actually become the first 7th order transcendent. Ha ha ha. Those people abroad must be dumbfounded. They can all claim to be at the forefront of the rest of the world. Their exploration of the path of transcendentals far exceeds that of normal people. Their faces must be wonderful right now. Some transcendents were cheering, celebrating Qin Feng's breakthrough to the 7th rank. Others wanted to see the wonderful faces of those abroad now. On the top floor of the reaction bureau, in an office paper, Thai lady similarly looked at the news on the internet with endless shock on her face. Her head was full of questions and she was doubting her life. When did Qin Feng break through the 6th rank? Now it's directly 7th rank. How long has it been since the last ghost infestation in the imperial capital, directly spanning 2 orders? Is this swallowing elixirs? The paper-tying woman had too many questions clogging her mind and was simply going crazy. Little Bagua. Qin Feng broke through the 7th stage, exiting from that mysterious state. His body flew up into the 9 heavens, stepping between the clouds, his eyes flashing with radiant essence overlooking the earth and illuminating the endless void. The vast mana in his body was surging crazily, and the infinite sword-ons around his body stirred up the wind and clouds in all directions, just like an immortal descending from the 9 heavens. Far away, the 4 people who were taken away by the flying sword were frantically rushing back. Suddenly, in the blind Taoist's arms, the thunder lightning sword that was being held in his arms let out a humming sound before transforming into a ray of thunder and shuttling away in the gazes of the crowd's astonishment. What's going on here? Spiritual weapons have spirits. Could it be that Qin Feng met a crisis and went to save his master on his own? Tu Lei exclaimed in shock, an ugly color appearing on his face. A few other people also had a bad guess. That remnant page was too terrifying, beyond common sense, making it difficult to speculate. In the next second, several people fell into endless shock. Only to see, above the 9 heavens, Qin Feng was surrounded by an endless bright light that was extremely brilliant. The thunder lightning sword shuttled away and floated in front of his body, buzzing and bursting as it blossomed with endless sword chi. He raised his hand, his entire body's mana was surging, his fingertips had a refined aura flickering. Between the waving of his fingers, a chopping character was sketched out. Flexing his fingers, the chopping character leapt into the sword. Boom! The thunder light sword suddenly bloomed with endless brilliance, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers shook, and the terrifying sword aura illuminated a side of the heaven and earth. It directly broke through the air and traveled through the boundaries of the Little Ba kingdom. Endless demons and devils were all plunged into endless horror. From time to time, the sound of the sword moved the 9 heavens, and there was a bloody light surfacing as the 4th and 5th ranked demonic scourges were killed again. Surprisingly, the demonic evils of one side of the realm were being put to death. Immortals! The blind Taoist exclaimed in shock. The others were also in endless shock. Standing in the 9 heavens and executing a country's demonic evil with his sword, this was too terrifying. This is a true deity. The 5th rank of the Little Ba kingdom was hissing and shouting. He couldn't stop himself from worshipping the figure above the 9 heavens. A few hours later, a helicopter took off and flew across the hazy firmament towards the Xia country's territory. There were densely packed figures standing below, looking at the helicopter with an incomparably solemn expression, as if they were on a pilgrimage. Even the 5th ranked Yale was, and those of them could never forget the figure that stood above the 9 heavens. He was so magnificent that he killed all the high-ranking demons in the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers with a single sword, restoring peace to the small Ba country, which was riddled with holes. Soon after, countless people in the Little Ba country even erected statues for Qin Feng to pray and worship. That was the deity that had saved them from their misery. The news that Qin Feng had broken through to the 7th stage was like a hurricane, directly sweeping across the globe, shocking countless people into a frenzy, quickly heading to the summer country's internet to check it out, and after looking at it, they were simply astonished. Neon Island. After many days have passed, it is still ravaged by demons. Wailing all over the place, corpses and skeletons everywhere, extremely miserable, as if it was a country of ghosts and monsters. That damnable Xia kingdom even had its first 7th rank born. God! Why haven't they fallen into hell and been completely destroyed? The shogunate's general was furious after seeing the news. How could they stand it when the Neon Island nation was so miserable, but the Xia nation had been rising and getting stronger? The Holy See was silent, incredulous after reading that news, and the Pope was even more furious. Since the recovery of the demons, the Holy See has always been leading the global transcendence forward, calling itself the Earth's Guide. Not long ago, it was even issued that the Sixth Order Transcendentalists were the people of the Holy See who were the first to break through, and in order to salvage the trend, the result was that Qin Feng, the sword immortal of the Summer Kingdom, even directly broke through the Seventh Order, leading all the forces. At this moment, it had been called the first human transcendent. Looks like that remnant page was also obtained by the Summer Kingdom. The Pope's face was gloomy and uncertain. This was also the main thing. After wasting so much effort and even using angel blood, the result was that all the people who went there were directly lost, the chicken flew away and the losses were heavy. This matter is not over. Looking to the east, the Pope said with an icy face. Ancient law. In a temple, the state lord stormed out, his face all livid. Damnable. How dare you kill our Guele's transcendent to give me an order for the Xia kingdom to hand over the sword immortal Qin Feng and cut themselves down as thanks for their crimes. The country lord's face was filled with a murderous aura as he roared loudly. In the squad of transcendents that Gula had dispatched to the Lower Ba kingdom, the leader was a prince, and was even the state lord's own younger brother. Now that his own brother had been killed, he resolutely couldn't stand it anymore. But the prince was transformed into a bazaar. Below, an attendant said cautiously. Right now, the globe's attitude towards the bazaar was very tough. Once met it was a mandatory kill and complete extermination. When someone was transformed into a bazaar, there would be absolutely nothing wrong with beheading them. There was absolutely no fault to pick about this point. Stupid. That Seventh Order Bazaar Xia threw it out to lure our people there, and now that all of the people from the various forces have died horribly, and only the people from Xia are still alive, isn't this even more confirmation? The State Lord said as he glanced at the attendant grimly. The attendant instantly understood and was about to go down when he waited until he reached the door. The voice of the State Lord came again. If the Summer Kingdom's Qin Feng doesn't cut himself, then we'll start the Divine War. Hearing these words, the attendant raised his head violently, his eyes filled with endless horror, with endless shock. This move by the State Lord was targeting the entire Xia Kingdom. Seeing the strong rise of the Xia Kingdom, Gula also finally couldn't sit still. Chapter 106, Public Opinion of Various Countries. Invert black and white. The Hall of Gods was also stunned by this news, and the Hall Master froze on the spot, unable to speak. Too many forces sensed a strong crisis. The rise of the Summer Kingdom was too rapid, like a great dragon, on Earth, charging across the board, no one could take its place. It was even breaking all the situations step by step. They could no longer stop it, and for a while, all the forces were silent. Only this silence did not last long before it was broken. Uraira made a statement that set the world on fire. The country's Prince Hima and the country of Smallba died tragically in the hands of the Summer Country Qin Feng. Gula believes that everything is dominated by the Summer Country. In order to mutilate those who went to eliminate the Bazaar Transcendentalists, ordered the Summer Country to give a satisfactory answer, the Sword Fairy Qin Feng to cut himself to thank for the crime, or else the Gula will start the War of the Gods. The consequences will be borne by themselves. This declaration could be described as a strong and overbearing attitude, directly ordering the Xia Kingdom. It was even using the threat of starting a divine war as a threat, not making any sense at all. Such news directly caused an uproar in the Xia Kingdom, and countless people boiled over as their anger climbed. Excessive, what a bunch of bandits speaking. Sneaking off to the Qin country on their own, not knowing what bad things they are going to do, and being transformed into shenanigans, then they have the right to strike down. Countless Xia people directly climbed over the wall and ran to the official website of Gula to angrily scold its shamelessness. For a time the entire website was read, all nationalists. This kind of thing, the Uraira official at first frantically deleted the comments, but it turned out that they couldn't delete them at all, so they had no choice but to directly turn on the ban, not allowing anyone to speak. Then, the various countries belonging to the Holy See also sent out announcements, also condemning Xia. Ordering Xia to hand over the murderer. The 5 cardinals of the Holy See who saved the suffering died tragically, and Qin Feng of Xia must pay for their deaths with his life. After these countries saw the tragic situation on Uraira's official website, they directly opened bans after the announcement. The White Elephant Kingdom, Pyramid, and the others also began to send out announcements, all of which were meant to let Qin Feng die. Even Neon started sending out announcements in gloating. For a while, all the countries on Earth started targeting Xia, and those that had sent out squads were even clamoring madly. Pressurizing the Summer Country and then forcing Qin Feng to die was something they were all very happy to see. Seeing those shameless speeches, countless Summer Countries were shaking with anger. All of them are shameless robbers. These people just want to destroy the Sword Immortal, this one global first exalted Seventh Order. Barbarians, barbaric genes. Having just entered the country, Wang Li used his cell phone to see the shameless speeches of these countries, and was similarly infuriated to the point of trembling. Directly taking his own cell phone, he boarded Weibo and quickly edited a message to upload. I am the reporter who shot to the world of the small but country, did not think that there are countries inverted black and white, out of the slander, before the shooting of the picture did not send all the way back to the country, now let everyone look at what happened, words do not say look at the picture. Then a picture was released. Not a moment later, before the release of the small but country's news number directly forwarded, now this account is very high heat, countless people have flocked to Wang Li's personal account. Holy! Sword Immortal obviously just killed that one 7th Order Bazaar, and the forces of various countries are sneaking up on him, it's too shameless. Reverse attack. These people are the ones who are against humanity, they themselves are the key to causing the trouble, death is not enough. Such news, directly in the world to cause turmoil, the international people also then forwarded. And yet it was a different situation. The summer country is really already arranged, even can come up with photos in so short a time. Too evil, the Holy See Bourbon Archbishop how good a person, absolutely impossible to do such a thing, now that the person is dead, but will be so vilified, disgusting. Early premeditation, uneasy good intentions, bizarre is the summer country faith of the gods. These people don't believe in these photos, but rather believe in the truth that they believe in. Imperial capital, still in that hidden office. Code, these people are giving them face, still think that the summer country is a corrupt dynasty? Anger rose in the Jennifer's heart, her face was extremely ugly as she roared. Disgusting. Send out circulars, dislike them all. In the end, the Jennifer gave the order with a wave of her hand. Not to start a divine war, afraid of them. Here they come, if they dare to enter the country, leave them all behind. Without a few minutes, a notice from the Summer Kingdom was posted on the official website. Slander addiction, full of absurdity. Don't think of the gentleman's heart as a small man's heart, the East is not afraid of war. A few words but shows its attitude, tough and incomparable, without any point of compromise. It made the blood of countless people in the Xia Kingdom boil, after so many years, one in compromise and forbearance, now finally not tolerated. This kind of tough attitude also let the endless enemies chills, only feel a huge dragon he is revived in overlooking the endless earth, shaking the globe. Imperial capital, Qin Feng, and the others had just gotten off the helicopter, and they knew about these Xianran slopes, the international turmoil. Qin Feng, the entire response bureau as well as the entire empire is standing behind you in this matter. Paper tie woman urgently rushed here, received a message from the Jennifer to come and pacify Qin Feng's emotions, obviously very focused on Qin Feng. Doesn't matter, just some jumping clowns. Qin Feng returned with a bland expression. He really didn't take these people's clamor seriously, since the people of the ancient law wanted to start the divine war, let's do it. The Qinlong, the 9 heavens and the other deities were now whole idle and bored. And the incense was about to reach the number for the next summoning. If they really dared to come that would be, to give away rewards. Well said. That's just a bunch of jumping clowns, bullying things. Qin Feng's words fell, and Tulii responded in kind. The scolding war ended and the entire international community opened up in a depressing manner, a prelude to the emergence of a violent storm. Deep in the gray, boundless starry sky, a depth that was hard for all beings to reach. Misty, dead, endless starry sky, millions of miles of the world are difficult to guess the atmosphere. There was an existence of horror from the first to the highest level, which was unordered, disorderly, unnameable, and impossible to look at directly. His huge formless body occupied the endless starry sky, and there was an attendant staying in the surrounding area. Oh! Suddenly, that supreme being revived from its slumber with a chirp, and 10,000 miles of starry sky exploded as a planet crumbled, as if it had caused a cosmic explosion. His eyes turned in a direction where a familiar aura appeared. Chapter 107, God King Zeus revives. The 7 constellations of the East manifest. The people of Xia likewise knew about the revived gods of Gura. Heavens! Surprisingly, it's God Lord Zeus who has revived. This is the supreme god of ancient law, his strength is absolutely terrifying, not something that ordinary deities can fight against. Are our deities rivals? Countless people were worried, their hearts tense. That god King Zeus had been described as too terrifying in various miracles. The inheritance of the gods on the Xia side had been broken off, and only their names could be explored from the hidden secrets of the ancient books, not quite understanding their deeds. Compared with those gods that have been exaggerated by believers is really too much difference. God King Zeus manifestation, the ancient law believers rampant. A large number of people flooded the Xia website and began to clamor. Seeing the great figure without believing in the bizarre garbage people, that's God Lord Zeus revived, smashing you all. You heretics are going down. Humph. Let you all clamor before, the lowly should know their place well, how dare you try to step on the heads of us noble ones. All sorts of slurs began to appear on the internet, showing even more of a superior stance. Seeing that these Xiagua people began to fight back, directly began to line up against each other. Trashy stuff, a bunch of barbarians who haven't evolved fully by now. A bunch of people who only know nothing but looting, and still call themselves gentlemen, and don't feel ashamed. Watch how your god King Zeus dies, blow him away. Not losing the battle, even if he was worried in his heart, he acted tough in front of those gurus on the internet. The network is very lively, everywhere is in the line. Battling a few people to attack one, those gurus who wanted to insult Xia were directly routed, and were furious to go shake people. Imperial capital. In the General Reaction Directorate, the top brass gathered in one hall again. This time there was also the Duke, who also came and sat on the main seat. There was a screen above the table, showing satellite footage, witnessing the moment when Zeus descended. Surprisingly, it's the god King Zeus who has revived. His legends can be said to be many. His strength is terrifying, one of the first gods to be revived in the first place. On the occasion of his recent revival, he directly used thunder to wipe out the ghostly plague of the entire kingdom of Gora. Seeing such a scene, Jennifer directly exclaimed out in shock with a worried face. The room was a bit depressing. Facing a supreme god that side of the force could not be without pressure. I firmly believe that the gods of the East will win. The 9 Heavenly Maiden, the Green Dragon, and several other deities will not lose. Finally, Tu Lei spoke with a resolute face. In the midst of the entire Xia kingdom being worried. On the other side, Qin Feng was also checking all the news. God King Zeus? Qin Feng revealed a cold smile. Since he wanted to make a move against the Eastern ancient lands, he would have to pay the price. Who cares what kind of gods you are, they'll all dish it out when they arrive on Earth. Suddenly, the system's elevation tone sounded. Congratulations to the host for reaching 8 million incense, rewarding the contracted spirit with 1 summoning opportunity. Coming. Qin Feng was waiting for this moment. The mind immediately sank into the system in his mind and opened the summoning. Ancient Law. In the midst of the nations boiling at the moment, countless people came out of their houses and fell on their knees in the streets, praying to that god King Zeus. In the midst of the world's attention, God King Zeus opened his mouth again, a pair of extremely radiant eyes blossoming with endless killing intent as he looked towards the Eastern ancient kingdom. The ancient kingdom of the East, its inhabitants are evil, each of them committing multiple sins, like demons entrenched on earth. Such a kingdom should not exist, it should be exterminated. The divine voice was vast and majestic, and it began to echo throughout the entire earth, like the judgment of a savior. Once these individual gods descended, all coincidentally wanted to suppress the East, completely unable to see the East rise. The East's past splendor was too terrifying. The central kingdom, whose great light shone for ages, they could only hibernate in the shadows, not daring to touch its sharpness, and could only look up. After tasting the supremacy of being looked up to and worshipped all these years, these individual deities did not want the slightest crisis to shake their altars at all. Sure enough, the East is all evil races. God, Thor the god of thunder, and today's god King Zeus all commented so, there is absolutely no mistake. The many foreigners all looked as if it was right to be so, incomparably agreeing. Hateful, all these gods want to put the East to death. The people of the East were shaking with anger, sort of seeing the faces of these deities. All wanted to bring about the complete demise of the Eastern ancient lands. Today, exterminate the demons. Under the witness of countless believers, Zeus shouted out and conquered towards the East. The radiant divine light of his entire body erupted, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths with a terrifying aura that made the heavens of the world tremble. God King Zeus will win. The God King is the eternal, immortal, invincible God of heaven. Countless believers were praying, firmly believing that God King Zeus was an invincible, unbeatable existence. Turn on the satellite broadcast. Let the whole world see the greatness and invincible power of God King Zeus, and at the same time let the whole world witness the tragic situation of the Xia kingdom's death. The State Lord was incomparably excited as he ordered his men. The live broadcast room opened and countless people flooded in. People around the globe were looking forward to the moment when the Xia kingdom was destroyed. Under the world's attention, Zeus's magnificent figure took one step across 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, wanting to directly descend into the Xia kingdom. As a result, a vision of the Summer Kingdom suddenly rose. From the west, there are endless golden chi rising, each strand is as heavy as 10,000 pounds, like a divine weapon, and the sound of golden spears resounded in the universe. The stars and rivers above the 9 heavens were also glittering, and a single star was vibrating violently, and there was endless starlight blooming, like a galaxy dropping down. Aang. Among the 7 constellations in the east, the green dragon let out a dragon roar that shook the world. Roar. After the dragon's roar, a rigid and incomparable roar suddenly rose. That roaring sound was like thunder, the king's might shaking the heavens and earth, causing a thrill to rise in the hearts of endless people. Their hearts could not stop trembling violently, that was fear engraved in their genes. Boom! Endless golden chi surged wildly, like a divine sword directly splitting the heavens, directly hitting the void above a place. Suddenly, the endless void exploded, and endless radiant divine power erupted with a roar as the heavens and earth roared. Bang! Under the attention of countless people, the mighty god King Zeus had just emerged from the void, stepping into the sky above the east, and was directly sent flying. In the endless void, he fell back 10,000 miles and once again returned over ancient law. People all over the globe were horrified, the invincible god King Zeus was actually knocked back. Wild winds rose in the west of the Summer Kingdom, and a fearful figure was revealed. The divine might was vast, suppressing the ages. Chapter 108 for Elephant White Tiger. Gung Jin killing Chi. The heavens and earth were silent, only that one terrifying and abnormal figure remained, shining for miles. The whole world was plunged into shock. At this moment, all the people stopped their hands, looking at the figure that penetrated the heavens and the earth, as if they were frozen in time. Western Gung Xin Jin, Guamain, its image white tiger, gold god also. In the General Reaction Directorate, the blind Taoist directly jumped up in shock, hissing and howling. Such a big reaction but did not wake up the few people around, they also fell into a similar stupor. The four spirits of heaven white tiger. It was only after half a second that Jennifer came back to her senses, muttering excitedly under her breath. The rest of the few people, who had also snapped out of their stupor, looked at the vast projection of the white tiger divine power in the void and were also excited beyond measure. An ancient symbol of majesty and armies. There are still a lot of relics remaining. The paper-tying woman spoke excitedly. The white tiger, a deity, had just as many traces in the Xia kingdom that ran through the past and present, and it was impossible for it to be erased. That was why its mythological legacy had not completely disappeared. It was reorganized at one point the moment he appeared, reappearing in the Xia kingdom. The Xia kingdom was boiling, all hearts were rolling, incomparably excited. Tiger in white, onyx body like snow, no mixed hairs, whistling, the wind will rise. The white tiger should be Yen. Aha! Another and another and another god has revived. Oriental bulls. For elephant white tiger, this is a main killing deity. Online information after information surged up the hot search list, directly dominating the list. At this moment in time, it was all about the white tiger. This one actually summoned the white tiger out. In the room, Qin Feng was also a bit shocked, not having thought that a four spirit had actually been summoned out by himself. The four elephant white tiger and the green dragon were all four spirits of heaven with positive divine positions, with an incomparably high status, and were worshipped by countless people from the ancient times. In the foreign live broadcasting room, there were endless pop-ups that kept rolling. Even by karma. The summer country even revived a new deity. This is too horrible. It's unimaginable how heavy the legacy is, it's too gorgeous. Can't believe it, it's all fake. The Xia Kingdom's inherited deities are all terrifyingly weird as enemies of mankind. How could they possibly have this kind of brilliant history? Yes, they can't have such a long history of inheritance. It's all fake, absolutely can't believe it. Those gods are horribly bizarre. Zeus will surely defeat them and expose the true nature of these Xia deities. God King Zeus will surely win. After awakening from the endless shock, in order to cover up the horror in their hearts, these people were even more determined that the deities of the Summer Kingdom were weird things. Completely unable to believe that the Summer Country was once bright, is crazy to question its forgery. Demon, seek death. Today, I descended with 50% of my divine power just to sweep the Xia Kingdom, so I'll take you first. God King Zeus was directly knocked out of the eastern boundaries, a face of annoyance and endless anger surfaced. The white tiger stepped out from the 7 western lodges, the wind howling, his body's divine might shining brightly, a pair of eyes like the sun and the moon moving illuminating the heavens and earth, looking towards the furious Zeus. But only how much time has passed, the 4 wild barbarians have dared to step into the ancient land. It seems that all of you have forgotten the rules of the East. 50% divine power pushing across the Xia? What arrogance! I'll blow you away with 20% of my divine power. The white tiger figure seemed to be illusory, suspended in the 9 heavens, a snow-white fur rolled out a fierce gale, like a tsunami of killing intent sweeping heaven and earth. The cold air was rampant, the entire world was as if it had entered a deep winter. Under the horror of countless people, 2 terrifyingly extreme deities, the great battle directly erupted. Boom boom boom. 2 streams of terrifying divine might like an abyss violently confronted each other in the air, setting off terrifying visions. The heavens and earth lost color, the sun and moon dimmed, and the heavens roared. The terrifying power of the deities was simply terrifying to the extreme. Dang! The endless universes roared, and the god King Zeus took the lead in launching an attack, his divine light shining right through the heavens and earth, his divine power seemingly hooking up the heavens and earth. Terrifying thunder spread throughout the entire firmament. Lifting his hand, a terrifying thunder light emerged. Terrifying golden thunder was birthed, extremely bright, like the order of the great Tao tearing through the endless void, fiercely bombarding the white tiger in the air. Roar! The white tiger let out a roar that shook the heavens, and the wind and clouds in the sky tumbled in unison. Bang! A huge snow-white giant claw, like 5 heavenly swords, blossomed with a heart-trembling cold aura, entangled with endless Gangjin power, collided with the golden thunder that was like the order of the great Tao. The divine power collision was simply going to blind people's eyes, and the 8 directions of heaven and earth vibrated, shaking the hearts of the people. The collision between God King Zeus and the 4 elephant white tiger, this is the battle among the top gods, horrible and abnormal, simply beyond all common sense in the world, too bright. Intense incomparable Big Bang. Since the collision, thousands of miles of emptiness directly blasted, the sky of the dome of the sky was torn at 10,000 miles of hideous huge crack, the whole earth moves in violent shaking, the earth tore and collapsed out of a huge scar, the ocean in the roar set off a shocking huge waves, the world seems to be destroyed like. In the battlefield below, the ancient law is even more miserable. The white tiger did not leave a little room for error. Without reservation, strands of gung-gold power fell, directly overturned a piece of land and a piece of land. Zeus, a large number of believers dead and wounded, wailing, "Great God King Zeus, save the believers." There were believers praying up to the sky, towards Zeus' great figure. Previously, Zeus had directly stepped into the Eastern Kingdom, clearly wanting to do so, and now the white tiger, the four spirits of heaven with the heaviest killing aura, directly returned the favor, directly slaughtering those followers of Zeus. The power of these two deities was too terrifying, and the current rules of the earth were too weak to withstand their true power. Even if only a few % of their divine power descended, the result was the sky collapsing and the firmament shattering. Seeing the tragic situation of the believers below, Zeus stormed. The thunder in his hand was even more brilliant, the divine power became more and more violent. However, the white tiger's one sharp claw, the sharpness is too prevalent, nothing can block, tore all the thunder light. That one, as the order of the great Tao, was also directly torn apart. The powerful, incomparable god King Zeus also almost suffered a serious injury. Zeus' face suddenly changed, mouth reading incantation, a shield containing endless magic power appeared in its hand, only to block this horrible blow. White tiger, a snow-white hair fluttering, divine, incomparable, majestic, full, great figure shocked through the 9 heavens and 10 earth, hunting wind from the endless void out, limbs, stirring space tumbling, heaven and earth boiled, and then the war. Chapter 109, the neon deity who touched the porcelain. Instantly gone. The fierce tiger whistled in the sky, the bucket turned to the stars, and heaven and earth shifted in 9 turns. It was that simple swinging of the giant claw that carried the power of 10,000 pounds, the power of Dengjin whistling, causing the god King Zeus to be frightened, and heaven and earth losing their colors. The global human beings in the live broadcast room who were nervously watching this great battle found that the screen violently trembled more than that was in the starry sky. Satellites were subjected to a terrible wave. God! That Xia's deity is too strong, even in and God King Zeus in the battle. 20% of the divine power is still able to wrestle more than just head-on, it's too terrifying. The power of the gods is too horrible. I limit now in the order of a hemisphere, but still can see the power of the gods rampage, are suspected of the sky collapse, the room trembles non-stop. More than 1 billion people around the world are watching the battle, alarmed at the summer country. This new revival of the gods strong, 20% of the divine power descending surprisingly can and the god King Zeus battle contend. Also in horror at the terror of the power of those gods, directly set off a wave after wave of horror fluctuations. Those Gurira's believers are somewhat unable to stand, their hearts are unbearable, and they fiercely send out pop-ups. False, it can't be true. Xia's deity is definitely not 20% of divine power. He's lying. It must be more than the god King Zeus, otherwise the god king would have already burst him. Too abominable. The Xia deities even killed the gurus. This is absolutely bizarre, an enemy of humanity. The god king is invincible and will never lose a battle. The pop-ups were frantically swiping the screen, frantically questioning, double standardizing, and condemning the white tiger's tyranny. Immediately, it caused a large wave of hypocrites to shed tears for it, crying out for injustice and condemning the Xia kingdom. If it was Xiagua who was in distress, these people would probably be cheering and shouting. The true face of these people was truly disgusting to the extreme. Neon Island. Still infested with demons and devils, mountains of corpses and bones, and wailing all over the place. Blood was almost staining the earth. It was like a side of purgatory. A sheltered spot. This is where the shogun hides, and where a large number of neon transcendents have been gathered. Today, this place is full of joy, everyone's face is full of joy. It seems like a happy event has come. Gathering all of you here is for the purpose of restoring Neon's glory. We haven't stopped all these days. Finally, we are about to awaken a deity. The deity descending into the world will surely sweep away the fog, pacify the Nihon ghostly plague, and lead Nihon to regain its glory and annihilate the Xia kingdom. The general stood on a piece of high platform, his blood stirring, his eyes thick with hatred. He believed that everything now was caused by the Xia kingdom, and that Nihon was so miserable. When the gods recovered, they must destroy the Xia kingdom. Destroy the Xia kingdom. Destroy the Xia kingdom. The words immediately caused a crowd of transcendents to roar. Every single one of them had endless resentment and joy on their faces. It was as if they had seen the scene of the gods sweeping across the 8 directions after their descent, the Xia kingdom breaking up and blood-staining the 10,000 miles of mountains and seas. A moment later, a loud roar erupted in the Neon kingdom. A gap opened in the firmament. A divine might descended, and 100 miles of emptiness trembled, intimidating. A deity had descended. Aha! I knew the gods wouldn't abandon their pious followers. The neon gods have finally descended again, great. The remaining neon islanders all began to cheer at the sight of this scene, praying towards the gods that were about to descend from that heavenly dome. Then all of them had a malicious look on their faces, praying towards the deity as well. Exalted deity, please step in and help God King Zeus destroy the gods of the Summer Kingdom and take revenge on these demons. Help God King Zeus destroy the deities of the Xia Kingdom. These days, the ne'er-do-wells were literally living an inhuman life. Every moment they were on tenterhooks, ready for bloodshed. When the gods revived, their first thought was to take revenge on the Xia kingdom and also bring about its demise. This was a twisted kingdom. Ha ha ha. In the midst of the prayers, a strange cry opened and echoed throughout the entire kingdom. In that fissure in the sky, divine light shone brightly as a figure finally descended into the world. With an obese, misshapen body, holding a jumping snapper in his arms and a fishing rod in his other hand, a face that took up half of his body grinning broadly, there was also what looked like a smile on that face. Greetings, Shubiki Fukagen. The Neon Islanders were incomparably excited as they knelt in submission with endless fervor in their eyes. Ebisu God, the god of fortune worshipped by the Neon Islands. The status was noble. Rumor has it that the firstborn son of Izanagi and Izanami, a brother and sister who were mistakenly united, was a leech born with a deformity and was abandoned and thrown into the water. With the river into the mortal world, and eventually became a god. The Summer Kingdom is hateful to the core, having struck down the mother goddess, vengeance must be taken. Amidst the prayers, God Ebisu left behind a grim voice and directly broke through the air, stepping into the battlefield between Zeus and the White Tiger to go destroy the Summer Kingdom. A cheer then erupted from the Neon Islanders. The internet went rampant as well. The live broadcasts around the world frantically swiped up pop-up screens. Don't be rampant, Xia Kingdom, my neon gods have descended and have rushed to the battlefield to help slay the White Tiger. With the help of my Nihon's deity, killing the Summer Kingdom's deity is a breeze. Ha 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 ha. You didn't expect this, did you? I, Nihon, will rise again. Nihon has 8 million deities. Congratulations! Neon has been brutalized by Xia for so long, and now it's finally out of its misery. With the help of Neon's deities, the god King Zeus will surely destroy Xia completely. People from the Lighthouse Kingdom and other countries quickly sent up pop-ups. The fact that a lapdog was back on his feet against the Summer Kingdom was something they were happy to see. The battlefield. The sky collapsed, radiant divine power was intertwining, the god King Zeus and the 4-elephant White Tiger were in the middle of a fierce battle. A figure collapsed the boundary and came, Ebisu hadn't come to stand still in a hurry. Only to hear a rumbling sound. Zeus and the White Tiger was another terrifying great collision, a vast Gangjin force raged out, stirring up the endless void, directly hitting Ebisu. Poof! Divine blood stained the 9 heavens, and Ebisu's body directly exploded apart, dying tragically on the spot. The divine body and divine soul were directly ground out, not even a scream, a clean death. There was a silence in the heavens and earth. The deity that had caused the entire nation of Neon to cheer was easily strangled by an aftershock from the battlefield. The people from all the countries looked dumbfounded. At this moment, the pop-ups that had been sent out earlier hadn't disappeared. Neon was even more dumbfounded, then transformed into despair. Resurrecting a deity that turned out to be gone just like that. This. Chapter 110, Battle of the Deities. A complete crushing stance. This is too weak. It just touched the edge of the battlefield and blew up directly? A pop-up screen crossed, speaking everyone's mind. No! Ebisu God. The wailing voices of countless Neon Islanders crossed the live broadcast room. The people of the Summer Kingdom finally reacted at this moment, and a mocking pop-up screen rose. Pop! Quickly ah! I even had no time to speak. Just this? Quickly! Shout out your 8 million deities and see if it's enough to slap our 4-elephant White Tiger. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off. This maneuver of Neon's really made Xia laugh miserably, directly dissolving the tension of the godly battle. It was completely here to be hilarious, making people unable to stop laughing. Even the Lighthouse Kingdom and the others were looking at them with strange faces. It's over. The Nezumi Shogun's face was incredibly pale as he let out a wailing sound, finally uttering those 2 words again in despair. Ebisu God is gone. What will we do with our Neon Ghost Scourge? All of the Neon Transcendents wailed as well, and a cloud of misery began to surface amongst the crowd. Endless despair began to spread, their hopes had just risen for a moment, only to be mercilessly dashed. All of them were simply like falling into an abyss, making it even more difficult to survive. It's hopeless, flee Neon. Some people said in an incomparable despair. But the demons all over the place simply didn't give them a chance, and started hunting even more severely. Just now, the divine awakening scared them. They all thought it was going to be over, but it turned out that they never expected that Ebisu had made a fool of himself and was directly gone. For a time, the wailing sound of the great land of Neon Island was even louder. No one cares about the Neons dead or alive, the West also just take them to see the dog, useless to throw aside. After the interlude, all eyes were once again placed in the battlefield between Zeus and the White Tiger. People were even more horrified, the power of these 2 deities was too strong. That Neon's Ebisu God was also a deity in his weakness, and his true body descended to be directly obliterated by an aftermath wave, shocking the hearts of the people. In the middle of the battlefield, the battle between the 2 deities had already reached its peak. Buzz! The White Tiger's body was surrounded by divine light that was bright and blinding, shaking the stars of the heavens. A starburst fell to connect the heavens and earth. At the same time, the power of Gungold boiled to the extreme. The long river of starlight and gung-gold power intertwined and converged, forming a terrifying blade, glittering and blooming with endless sharpness. The void exploded inch by inch, killing directly towards Zeus. Kill! Zeus' complexion moved as he opened his mouth and roared. Endless thunder gushed out from his body, spreading all over the sky and earth, shaking the endless heavens, and the shield on his hand had a vast amount of magical power gushing out, interweaving a magical rune, transforming into a tight barrier to protect Zeus in front of his body. Rumble! The heavens were endlessly tumbling, and the universe was roaring. It was as if the laws were colliding with each other, and the terror was at its limit, shaking the ages. Bang bang bang! Zeus retreated back and forth, each step in the void was like a thunderclap. Hand is called the world's strongest defense shield, withstood the white tiger several times the horror of the blow, at this moment also in the gust of buzzing, as if in the whale. The wind gusted, and the white tiger's sharp claws that clawed through everything in the world swung once again, rushing directly in front of Zeus and killing Zeus' divine projection. Boom boom! Endless divine power was colliding madly, as if two worlds were colliding. The white tiger's power was too sharp. He mastered the power of Gung Jin, the four elephants among the four spirits of heaven that were the most skillful at killing, and when he fought, he was like a gale that was fierce and furious, without the slightest respite. God King Zeus was constantly retreating, completely unable to keep up with white tiger's terrifying battle rhythm. Dang! Another terrifying great collision, so intense that all the paths were roaring endlessly. God King Zeus had been invincible all the way since he became the king of the gods, pushing everything across the board and standing at the head of several gods. But at this moment, he suffered a huge crisis. 50% of his divine power projection was now on the verge of collapsing, with a crack surfacing on top of his divine body, causing him to be irritated beyond measure. It had been endless years. Standing at the top of the mountain, he once again tasted such a difficult name, simply unbelievable. This time he was hit incomparably hard, his divine projection was disintegrating, his cloak of hair and his magnificent figure became in a sorry state as he staggered back once more. The hand that was holding the shield was directly tensed, and even which of the shields had cracked, and the magic had dimmed a lot. Let the global people are endless shock, as a god King Zeus unexpectedly in this battle suffered a wound, projection on the verge of collapse. Seeing all such a scene, Giraira's many believers were going crazy, all in a frenzy. God! Zeus's 50% divine power was actually suppressed by 20% of the Xia deity's divine power. Impossible! God King Zeus is an invincible existence, the head of the 12 main gods, controlling everything in the world and ruling over everything. How could he not be a match for this Xia deity? Some believers wailed in the live broadcast room, completely unable to believe this scene in front of them, incredulous. That summer deity is too bizarre. He definitely descended with more than 20% of his divine power. God King Zeus will win and kill the summer deity. A pop-up screen crossed, and believers were frantically praying for God King Zeus to win. Smash God King Zeus! The Xia kingdom, however, boiled over as countless people cheered. The imperial capital of the Xia kingdom. Too mighty! It's really worthy of the 4 elephant white tigers. No wonder many eras would use the image of a white tiger as a totem for their armies. It's ferocious. The Reaction Bureau's group of executives were filled with excitement, their faces unusually excited. The power displayed by the white tiger was truly terrifying, directly pressing down on God King Zeus, making it difficult for him to fight. Damn it! Zeus was roaring in anger, his expression unsightly. Earth's rules are really too weak. It can only allow the descent of 50% of the divine power, otherwise how could it be so miserable? If it was the real body that descended, it would never be my opponent. The voice contained endless killing intent. He had never been so angry in endless years. The aura of his entire body was stirring, and his divine power was blooming radiantly, in the process of sublimating himself to strike a final blow with this Xia deity. Ridiculous to the extreme. 20% of your divine power is no match, your true body is even less of an opponent. In the midst of the astral wind, the white tiger said coldly. As soon as the words fell, the heavens and earth roared, and the 8 directions of the universe shook. The white tiger again direct action, the whole body of the divine light dazzling piercing, a channel of gung-gold power shot out, in the air intertwined into a divine pattern, blossomed out a fearful aura. The entire world was stirring, everything was shaking violently, the 8 directions were cracked, and a brilliant rule emerged. The power was too terrifying for this side of the newly revived world to withstand. Chapter 111, God King Zeus falls. Ancient law faith collapses. The power of the world revived, suppressing the terrifying power of the 2 gods. Endless living beings were terrified in this heavenly collapse. Demons, devils, monsters, and other various evil feelings of the terrifying battle of the gods were even more fearful and uneasy, their souls trembling. Some of them directly fled into no man's land, not daring to show themselves in the world for fear that these deities would track them down and strike to kill them. Humph. God King Zeus had no way to retort, and his face deteriorated a few more points. Yet it was so, 50% of his divine power couldn't suppress 20% of the white tiger's divine power. How could this make him speak? The whole body's breath in the rapid sublimation, full recovery to the peak state. This moment he seems to go back to the ancient times, and his father God won the fight. That is the battle that he proved to be a god king, but also the most memorable battle in his life. God King Zeus was tall and majestic. The thunder light drowned the divine power projection. His divine power was radiant, like a supreme god who opened up the heavens and opened up the earth. The divine power projection revived, and in the glittering thunder light, there was a magic rune shining. The splendor was radiant, and it looked exceptionally shocking and amazing in the vibrating world. Divine power was intertwining, minds were blossoming with endless voices of worship, vast power of faith was gushing out, and a believer surfaced, reflecting back from the long river of time, spreading throughout the ancient and modern worlds, shaking the world. A tall sacred mountain emerged behind it, in the endless mist and chaos, like a world vast. On the mountain, there were endless gods praying and worshipping, and at the top of the mountain, there were a few divine mites with vast aura blossoming, stirring up the endless space and time to penetrate into the present world. The terrifying aura of the endless deities stirred up hundreds of thousands of miles of emptiness, breaking one rule after another, but they just couldn't descend. In the midst of this endless vision, Zeus' figure was like a divine spear nailed to the 9 heavens, the aura of a divine king raging, invincible in the world. It's too splendid, that's my ancient LA's ancient radiance. The ancient Ra's state lord was chanting, looking at the figures of gods and believers that emerged behind Zeus, tears of excitement streaming down his face. God King Zeus shall prevail. God King Zeus shall prevail. The endless believers were chanting. The small domain of the fans, intercepting a period of glory, also dares to compete with the ancient land of the East. Today, let's see who is more glorious and lord of this world's sinking. The 4-elephant white tiger's voice was ethereal and vast, a divine aura was rising. The Gangjin divine lines were intertwining, the stars and constellations of the heavens vibrated and roared, and a hang of starlight that was brilliant to the extreme was poured into the world as if it was in this side of the world. The eyes were incomparably bright, with overwhelming killing intent, the eyes of the long river floating in the world, amazing splendor, a hurried glance, the world is stunning, the world is boiling. The long wind is hissing, and the color of one glance messes with the ancient world. Endless majestic sounds of killing broke the ancient and modern barrier and descended into reality, like gods and demons hissing, terrifying to the extreme. Sacred chi is intertwined with the power of killing and convergence. The white tiger's terrifying breath has also reached its peak. Battle! The two deities collided together again, initiating a shocking battle. Boom! In an instant, the universe all seemed to be destroying, a splendid world rule directly collapsed, everything withered, a pale sky, and all living beings were about to become completely extinct. The souls of all beings trembled at this moment. That divine battle seemed to be happening in front of them. Terrified to the extreme, they directly fell to their knees and worshipped towards those two figures. The 9 heavens are broken horizontally, the sky explodes, like the king's sun, the starry haze seems to be hanging down like a waterfall. At this moment the world is really going to be destroyed. On the global void, there are endless cracks like a spider web cracking, the whole world is like a mirror to be broken, the next second completely finished. Everyone was wailing, and all beings were terrified. This was a battle of the gods, a true battle of the gods. It was too terrifying, the world was about to be destroyed. Once the world shattered, all of it would be obliterated. Buzzing. In the midst of the panic of all beings, deep within the earth, endless light emerged, and endless power of laws rolled out, exerting infinite greatness to soothe the wounds of those worlds. The great battle continued, and the two heaven-destroying auras were still violently colliding. The satellite was affected, the live broadcast had long since stopped, the image was gone, the battle between the two deities could not be seen. How come it's gone? It's at the most lively moment? No matter what, Zeus the God King will win. In the midst of the anxiety, all beings heard the sound of a scream, echoing globally. The live feed resumed. Ah! The wailing sound of Zeus echoed all over the world. The divine shield, which was known as the strongest defense in the world, had shattered, and all of its magical power had dissipated, leaving people horrified and unable to imagine that one, long-famous divine artifact in the world's ancient and modern times, had been torn apart. What is even more frightening is that the divine power projection of the divine King Zeus' greatness is even more lousy and incomparable, and the radiant divine body is torn apart, all torn apart, scattered in the endless emptiness. It was collapsing at an astonishing speed, and no matter how much it struggled, it was unable to recover, and ultimately could only completely dissipate in the midst of wailing. Roar! On that woefully blown-up void dome, the white tiger roared up to the sky, permeated with the joy of defeating the enemy, the king's aura shaking the endless universe. The 9 heavens were in turmoil, suppressing the 8 wastelands and 4 seas. Having shattered the projection of the god King Zeus, his divine projection was only a little dimmer, and was only a little broken physically. Viewing this scene, all beings fell silent, shocked by it. At this moment, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were emptied. It was hard to imagine billions of viewers, but at this moment, none of them were speaking, all of them were in shock. They were all in shock. They were shocked at the outcome of this divine battle. Even by karma, the gods of the Summer Kingdom have won. God, Zeus, the supreme god king, has been defeated, and he fell at the feet of the Xia deities. The summer deity is too strong. The god King Zeus's 50% divine power projection couldn't even defeat his 20% power projection. After a good half a day, dense pop-ups swarmed in the live broadcast room, from which words could be seen in its horrified mood. Not how the god King Zeus will be defeated by the gods of the summer country, the god King invincible and the world commanding the gods, the god power is vast, how will lose? I don't believe it. Zeus would never lose. How can the gods of Xia be so strong? If the god King Zeus is defeated, who else will be their opponent? Is there anything left to fight among the gods of ancient law? All the Uriah believers were wailing, their spirits falling into madness, seeing the god King Zeus defeated, their faith shattered. Chapter 112, The Eastern Land. Is the tomb of the gods. Ancient law. The battle between the two gods was in its sky above. The endless void of the sky was still churning like a tidal wave. The country is in shambles, the land is filled with huge cracks like an abyss, the earth is churning, and the four fields are collapsing. Blood stained the mountains and rivers, thousands of miles were bright red, over 1 million casualties. Countless people were crying out in pain, the sound of wailing filled the sky, countless people kneeling on the earth and the howling, looks of grief to the extreme. The impact of the defeat of god King Zeus on them was too horrifying, the spine of the entire nation was broken, and the tragedy was incomparable. In front of the temple where Zeus appeared, the devout believers who were originally cheering now, all fell to the ground, in a trance, their eyes were not lightless and dim, all of them could not believe that god King Zeus had lost the battle. Woo woo! A sound of wailing suddenly sounded, but it is that the ancient La country lord in despair and cried bitterly, a lousy and incomparable. The body was originally neat and expensive court robes stained with dust, completely no weekdays that a high attitude, even rolled and crawled to the front of the statue of Zeus. God King Zeus, my omnipotent deity, your light cannot droop, your faith when led all beings here, you cannot lose, must defeat that summer gods. Request the supreme heavenly god to revive once again, and put to death that summer demon. The idol, which normally had a divine nature, was silent at this moment, without any movement or response. No matter how much that country lord wailed, he was indifferent. Zeus's divine power had lost 50%, and at this moment, he had no power to break the reality to respond. Ha ha! The Summer Kingdom has won again. For elephant white tiger bull batch. Busted god King Zeus, mighty. Worthy of being the main killing for elephant white tiger, just awesome. Unlike the poignancy of Gula, the Xia kingdom was boiling with countless people cheering. This battle was simply boiling with blood as they watched, and their spirits were incomparably stirred. Not just ordinary people, the nation's transcendents were also cheering. I'm going to make an offering to the statue of the white tiger's divine power, it's so awesome. Some transcendents said so. The power displayed by the white tiger was too sharp, and that Gungjin power was even more terrifying, to the point that the rules of the world could be totally broken. In the General Reaction Directorate, a group of executives were as giddy as children at the moment. Ha ha ha. After this battle, we've defeated the 3 major divine systems in the West, and only the Pyramid Kingdom didn't make a move. Let's see how those countries in the international arena still dare to run wild. The Lord also looked taut at this moment, the corners of his mouth grinning to the base of his ears, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth as he said excitedly. The small movements behind the 4 divine systems could not be hidden from Xia at all. At first it was just that the strength was weak and could not be verbalized, but now it was different, and it was not afraid of anyone. The white tiger is really strong, unexpectedly defeating Zeus' 50% divine power with 20% divine power. The blind Taoist was lamenting. This battle was so terrifying that the world almost ran away from the fight. In the end, it was only the endless power of laws that emerged from the earth that repaired that terrifying world wound. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying things would have happened. The Hall of Gods. All of the transcendents were watching the battle between Zeus and the white tiger, and when they saw the divine projection of Zeus being blown up, all of them froze in horror and then fell into despair. Damn it! The temple master directly stood up violently, waving thunder in his hands, breaking the screen in front of him in one go. His face was livid as he said, "Why aren't these heretics of the Summer Kingdom dead yet? Why are there still gods reviving?" The furious voice, which traveled a long way, echoed throughout the entire compound. The loss of faith in the Hall of Gods is all because of the Summer Kingdom. Those damn heretics. The curses kept echoing, and it took a long time before they slowly subsided. Since the last time Thor, the god of thunder, had been defeated, that had caused an extremely serious trauma to the entire temple of gods, and countless believers' pious faith had been shaken, directly lowering the power of faith by nearly half, making the gods very angry and punishing the temple master as well. And all of these people who resented the temple of gods all added to the head of the Summer Kingdom. Holy See! The Pope led a large group of cardinals to kneel down before God in prayer. O omnipotent Lord! Please send down your glory and exert your power to destroy those heretics. The Pope cried out with a trembling voice. The power displayed by the 4 elephant white tigers terrified and shocked them, and an infinite fear rose in their hearts. The East was truly terrifying. A deity had revived, and they were all completely stepping on the many divine lineages that were rising. That land in the East is the graves of the gods. a cardinal archbishop said in horror. Since the revival of the gods in the East had begun, several of the gods had folded in that piece of land. There were even 3 deities that completely perished, their immortal divine souls completely perishing there. In the 10 years since the recovery of the gods, there hadn't been as many gods appearing as there were during this period of time, even though all of them had been defeated. Thinking back to this period of time, they were all like having a very long nightmare, and there was no way to wake up. After discussing the plan against the Summer Kingdom, the Pyramid Kingdom was now very silent, and the transcendents up and down the country were in awe. The divine power that the Xia Kingdom was now displaying was so terrifying that it made all the nations tremble, and the pyramid executives were somewhat afraid to drop their chess pieces. A battle shocked all the people, and the divine might was immense. The white tiger's magnificent figure stood on the dome of the sky, accompanied by the stars of the heavens appearing, and did not leave. Humph! With a cold snort, the stars of the heavens shook in unison, and endless starbursts dropped down, striking into the ancient wax. Rumble! The earth roared, the void churned, and the terrifying starlight raged across the endless earth. Within the same time, the many temples in ancient law suffered a shocking blow, and all of them collapsed. The statues of the gods enshrined in them were powerless to resist and were directly smashed as well. All the people of Garara were frozen in shock. Demons! The Garara kingdom lord, who had managed to escape with his life, was in a sorry state, like a beggar on the street, furiously forgetting his fear and roaring up to the sky. Those starry and dense temples in the country were all destroyed, the accumulation of countless years were all destroyed at this moment, the weight of the loss made the country vomit blood. Coldly glanced at, the white tiger is not interested in these weak ants to kill again. Tiger body swaying, across 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, descended in the ancient land of the East. In the excitement of the people of the country, stirred the boundless wind and clouds, a starlight and gung-gold power intertwined, fell into the summer country all over the world, turned into a statue of divine power. Having accomplished his mission, the white tiger's figure turned and leapt into the star-filled sky and river, hiding in the 7 constellations of the starry sky. Chapter 113, 36 Changes of the Big Dipper. Upside down yin and yang. Buzz. The sky was filled with bright stars, as if they were trying to compete with the sun and the moon, blossoming with endless starlight, dreamlike and boundless. Hanging one by one at the peak of the firmament, the river of stars was clear and transparent, mesmerizing. The white tiger is located in the western 7 lodges is even more bright and piercing. The eastern 7 lodges also blossomed with endless splendor, illuminating the vastness. The green dragon in the white tiger echoed. Such a beautiful summer, people is mesmerized, foreign countries are muscle chills, they saw endless fear. The 4 spirits of the heavens, worthy of being the star statues that the people of the ancient times worshipped and prayed to. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and spoke in an emotional tone. The white tiger directly smashed the divine projection of God King Zeus. Those eastern sage deities that are even more elevated than the 4 elephants are completely unimaginable in their strength. The history of the East is too splendid, leaving traces in the long river of the past and present is too much, the vastness of greatness reflecting space and time. There are even more terrifying existences among them than the 4 elephants, and that's a completely irresistible existence for the Western deities to resist at all. Congratulations to the host contract spirit for killing Zeus' divine projection, activating a system icon and obtaining a reward. The reward has been issued, please collect it yourself. The system's beeps rose, pulling Qin Feng, who was in the midst of emotions, back, and his mood immediately became excited. The previous system rewards were terrifying. The Tanshan technique and the sword technique were precious Taoist arts that cultivators could only dream of. So now he was looking forward to the rewards this time. Claiming the reward. Resisting the excitement in his heart, Qin Feng said in a deep voice. Reward issued, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tao technique, upside down yin yang. Tao technique. Seeing the reward, Qin Feng all but froze. In Taoism, art and method were 2 levels, with art being second and method being higher than art. Art is the use. It was the external and specific way of applying the law. Dharma is fundamental. That is, jurisprudence is the law of all things in the world. It is constant compliance with the geography, to undertake the heavenly cloth declared way. Between the two, there is a big gap. Art is the superficial use of the law, law is the essence of the road. Art is the means of the cultivator, while the law is the highest means of the true immortal. Taoist law can truly bring into play the greatness of heaven and earth, reversing common sense. The rewards this time were even more powerful to the extreme. Reversing yin and yang, highly profound Taoist law that can cause heaven and earth to lose their order, the sun and moon to lose their normalcy, yang to ambush but not come out, yin to compel but not vaporize, and the reversal of all things. It is said that the divine prisoner of heaven, inverting the universe is also. Such power can really against the sky, shaking the ancient world. A metaphysical light surfaced in front of Qin Feng, vast and brilliant, seeming to have ancient and modern gods and Buddhas litigating, expounding on the most fundamental way of the world. Tao rules coalesced within it, blossoming with infinite greatness, illuminating the long river of space and time, penetrating the barriers of space and time, breaking the common sense of the world. Endless laws surged through them, endless subtleties that scurried into his spiritual platform. Boom! In an instant, infinite Tao rhythms permeated Qin Feng's body, and he himself entered an incomparably subtle state. Silky Tao rhythms surfaced in the world, infecting the present world as many visions surfaced in the surroundings. Outside the room, countless trees swayed and grew rapidly, a piece of half-yellow withered leaves quickly becoming emerald green and blossoming back into life. An illusory golden lotus emerged, slowly floating in the void, its leaves gently unfolding, like a dream. The falling flowers were colorful, magnificent, and illusory. Several people in the surroundings awoke in shock, attracted by the astonishing vision. Oh my God! Is this an ancient saint descending? The golden lotus shines, the dead wood is reborn, it's amazing. Several people were exclaiming in astonishment, feeling endless shock at the sight of the many visions in that void. Chen Hao and Fish Xining quickly rushed out of the doors of their respective homes, looking at Qin Feng's villa at the moment as if it was an immortal palace, amidst endless arcane light and hints of Tao rhythms, feeling equally shocked. Crazy man, this is really going to become a god. It took a long time before Chen Hao collected his greatly open mouth and counted in shock. He had only watched a godly battle at home that hadn't ended for long, only to come out and see such a scene. It was truly amazing. Fish Xining stood not far from Qin Feng's villa, only feeling her own power enter a breakthrough under the tinge of Tao rhythm that had been invoked. Bang! Her aura snapped, becoming even more lingering as a powerful force was contained within her slender body. There was light surfacing around her body, reflecting her even more beautifully and prettily, stunning the world and truly becoming a fairy. I can't stand it. It's even if the madman is a pervert, so are you, the sole inheritor of the 9 heavenly maiden, and in a few days, you even directly broke through the 3rd stage. You couple are both perverts, bullying me, a lonely old dog. Chen Hao saw this scene was even more a whale, heart that was a difficult name. Only he was still an ordinary person. 1 hour later. When the battle of the gods gradually subsided and the globe returned to its daily routine. Buzz! A vision burst forth and the entire world changed. A silver-white residual moon hung high in the 9 heavens, shedding thousands of strands of bright moonlight that fell onto the earth. What made people even more startled was that on the other side of the dome of heaven, a terrifying sun was also hanging high in the sky, shining brightly across the globe. The world was so bright that it was like being under a light. The sun and the moon were in the same sky, and all over the world, they could see it with clear insight. Countless people were looking up at the sky, forcing themselves to endure the blinding bright light to see that horrifying vision, all caught up in endless horror. The sun and the moon surfacing at the same time, is the world about to be destroyed? The battle between Xia's deities and God King Zeus before was so terrifying that the 9 heavens were shattered, and now the world is going to be destroyed. Destroy it! Tired! All over the world, countless people cried out in alarm. In an instant panic, despair, grief, and various other negative emotions were on display. In the midst of this chaos, a mass of auspicious clouds began to float out from the firmament, the celluloid condensed into strands dropping down from the 9 heavens above, and the vast purple chi began to surge. Boom boom boom. The infinite laws stirred up endless visions, a path of order intertwined and hovered, and a terrifying greatness shone through the ages, shaking the heavens and the world. This terrifying vision was the world being promoted. In the midst of the White Tiger's divine battle, the world had been oppressed and almost shattered, but at this moment, it was actually promoted once again. In the midst of this terrifying promotion, all over the world, many terrifying changes were occurring. Humans, demons, devils, monsters, and other various deities living on Earth were all undergoing amazing metamorphoses. This change was even more terrifying and amazing than the previous one, directly reorganizing the world once again. This chessboard of heaven and earth began to reorganize. Chapter 114, Heaven and Earth Recovery Dramatic Change. Qin Feng breaks through. Various countless bitterly cold places in the world that were sparsely populated. All of them had terrifying auras surging, and strong auras shook the endless earth. In the midst of the oceans, the first terrifying great demons revealed themselves. A sea area, vast sea water exploded, a huge thing revealed its true body, it was a terrifying to the extreme whale. Hundreds of meters long, it was based horizontally in the middle of the ocean, like a piece of land. Roar! Leaning up to the sky, it let out a roar, setting off a hunting wind that directly tore through the 9 heavens and clouds, and its terrifying aura stirred up the boundless seawater. This terrifying beast was the first to break through the 7th rank. A snow-white and cold snowplain was even colder at the moment, the temperature had fallen below the limit of what humans could endure. Roar! In the depths of this snowplain, a furious roar rolled straight up into the clouds. Setting off an endless flurry of snow, a dozens of meters tall 7th rank snow monster revealed itself. In the terrified gazes of countless people, it killed its way into the manhwarecap kingdom, setting off an endless storm of bloodshed. Wild winds rolled, blowing up endless yellow sands, in the middle of the desert. There was also a terrifying aura being birthed, a desert lizard, promoted to the 7th rank, metamorphosed its wings, and transformed into a giant dragon from Western history, and began to wreak havoc in the West, slaughtering countless humans. The Summer Kingdom was no exception. A terrifying golden eagle rushed out from the pale mountains, a dozen meters of wings set off a gale with a show of wings. His body was golden and radiant, his eyes gleaming, blossoming a fine light illuminating the dozens of meters of emptiness in front of him. Soaring above the 9 heavens, the lingering breath terrified countless people, just like a golden-winged rockbird that returned from mythology. Barely a few hours later, a large amount of news began to be passed out on the internet. A large number of demons and devils began to advancing to the 7th rank. Just as all of humanity was in a state of panic, humans began to have people promoted as well. In the Holy See, the Pope, who had been kneeling and praying, had worry in his heart, as well as endless fear of the Summer Kingdom. Suddenly, a force of light boiled up in his body, and when it reached the extreme point, it directly propelled his cultivation. Boom! A vast aura rose, and the Pope entered the 7th stage. Ha ha ha! Omnipotent Lord, you really haven't forgotten the pious believers. Sent down a holy sign, causing me to break through the 7th rank, praise the Almighty Lord. The Pope was ecstatic, worshipping this statue of God in unceasing worship. Then the Holy See directly issued an announcement. The Pope has felt the glory of the Lord of all, and has entered the 7th order of Transcendentals. The Lord has been listening to the devout prayers of the believers. It didn't take long for forces such as the Temple of the Gods and Garara to issue announcements one after another. Multiple 7th order of humanity were born. These forces did so in order to remove the shock that the white tiger had left behind amongst the entire human race, and to dismantle Xia's ever-soaring aura internationally. Sure enough, in an instant, endless foreigners were cheering and started celebrating in droves. And so a lot of people on the internet made a large number of videos about advancing to the 7th ranked characters now. Underneath a video with a high level of heat, countless people began to leave messages. Congratulations to the Pope for entering the 7th order of Transcendentals, praise the omnipotent Lord. That's great, this time, it's not just Xia's executioner Sword Immortal who's a 7th order transcendent among humans. A 7th ranked transcendent, what's there to brag about, and the world's number 1, he doesn't deserve it. It's all touted by Xia, totally unworthy. The so-called Sword Immortal is definitely not a match for the Pope and the Lord of the Temple of the Gods, no need to fight to know that. The messages were polarized, on the one hand frantically praising the Pope, these people who had broken through to the 7th order and the like, while on the other hand frantically belittling Qin Feng. Slamming Qin Feng, the first human to advance to the 7th order transcendent, caused his reputation to drop violently. Ha ha ha! Seeing the online messages, the Pope was so excited that he burst out laughing and spoke. To deal with the current Xia kingdom, one must dismantle them from all sides, and now it's time to take on the so-called Sword Immortal. After breaking through the 7th rank, the Pope's confidence was unprecedentedly high again, and he directly began to embark on a plan to target the Xia kingdom. On the Xia side, there were also people who saw the news, and their hearts were filled with endless anger, and they started to fight against those foreigners. As a result, the foreigners seemed to be unable to understand the human language, and their logic was strange to the extreme. Imperial capital. Qin Feng's villa had been surrounded by a large group of people and was on alert. The paper-tying woman and Tu Lei and the others were present, guarding that one place with many visions. The tomb guardian and the corpse scavenger were sitting on the ground with their eyes closed tightly, with alarming auras surging through their bodies. They had been induced by the Tao rhythms emanating from Qin Feng, and their cultivation levels had broken through, both of them entering the 6th stage. Ha ha! Blessed by Qin Feng again, my cultivation level has actually broken through. Getting up, the corpse fetcher said with incomparable excitement. The gravekeeper with a dull disposition also had an endless look of excitement on his face at the moment. 2 more 6th order transcendents had been born in the Summer Kingdom. The paper tie woman and the others were similarly overflowing with joy on their faces, and were just about to open their mouths to congratulate them. The vision changed suddenly. Break! Only a voice of Qin Feng could be heard coming from the villa. Suddenly, the wind rose. Boom! A majestic aura stirred the boundless wind and clouds, causing 100 miles of emptiness to tremble endlessly. Vast and terrifying, like divine might descending, countless people in the surrounding area felt a huge pressure, their hearts as if a stone was pressed on them. Retreat! Beside the villa, Tu Lei shouted explosively and retreated rapidly. In the vastness of the aura shrouded, a few people were even more upset, as if they were facing a god directly, only feeling that they were carrying a high mountain and a great mountain on their own backs. Their hearts were dulled beyond measure, their faces were pale, and it was difficult to breathe. Even they, the 5th order and 6th order transcendents, could not withstand it, and retreated thousands of meters before they felt better. After stabilizing their minds, several people were looking at the villa where Qin Feng was with horrified faces. It was too terrifying. A moment later, the terrifying visions dissipated, the terrifying aura converged, and all the visions disappeared. Creak! The door opened. Qin Feng stepped out from the villa. A hazy arcane light surfaced around his body, and every little spurt had an aura that made people's hearts collapse. His figure was magnificent and tall, with a head of long, black, shoulder-length hair. Stepping on floating light, his figure seemed like a true immortal stepping out from the long river of space and time. One could not help but to worship. A breakthrough? Returning to her senses, the paper tie lady couldn't help but open her mouth and ask. A fluke. Qin Feng, who looked like a true immortal, gently nodded his head and directly admitted that such a commotion could not be hidden at all. Although the heart had long been certain, when Qin Feng said it himself, the crowd still felt an endless shock. Chapter 115, The World's Only Eighth Order. Mount Olympus manifests. The Eighth Order A height for people to look up to, surpassing countless people and leading the entirety of transcendence. When the whole world was clamoring for the 7th rank, it turned out that the first person of the 7th rank had broken through to the 8th rank. How terrifying! This is also too heartbreaking. He was still a brat when I was at the 5th rank, but as a result, now that I've been at the 5th rank for several years, he's already at the 8th rank. This gap is also too big. Tu Lei directly shocked out and said so. The remaining few people's hearts were also wildly shaken, frozen on the spot, unable to speak. The world's networks were buzzing, and the entire human race was arguing over one thing. That was whether or not Sword Immortal Qin Feng was the first human transcendent. The countries were very unconvinced and were ruthlessly stomping on the bottom of Qin Feng. Only the people of Xia were arguing in a fit of pique. Just as the scene boiled over to the extreme point when the summer country official issued a notice. Congratulations to Sword Immortal for breaking through the 8th order, following the 7th order, and opening the way forward for transcendence. This is a milepost in the history of mankind. All transcendents should remember today. This notice quickly spread throughout the entire network under the impetus, like a meteorite falling on the earth, setting off shocking waves. The words were short but contained infinite power, causing the entire world to be shaken. Arguing endlessly boiling online, at this moment a piece of silence, countless people are silent. Congratulations to Sword Immortal. Congratulations to Sword Immortal for once again being the first to enter the 8th rank. The people of Xia were the first to react, so the global network was filled with congratulatory sounds. Ah, Sword Immortal is bullish. Sword Immortal Qin Feng did not think it. I do not play with you guys. The 7th-step master stayed enough by master to go to the 8th step to see the scenery. Where is the person who just clamored? Come out and continue. Not the Pope wants to fight with Sword Immortal to determine the position of the first person. Hurry up and take the Pope out to slip. A bunch of trash. Not to serve to fight, see who is powerful, although the 8th order to fight the 7th order bullying. Facing the clamor of the Xia people, those rampant foreigners just now were silent, not daring to utter a word, all trembling. The 8th rank was a difficult level to look up to, and everyone else in the world had just entered the 7th rank. This difference is not a realm, but the Sea of Wang Yang, like the abyss. Even though they were sophomoric in how they argued right and wrong, there was no way they could change it. Hateful. In the end, 1,000 words could only be reduced to such a sentence. And the Pope who was behind the scenes planning all of this had his entire being dumbfounded at the moment. Breaking through the bottom of the 7th order is also gone. Sitting on the throne only feel a strand of cold air attacked all over the body, cannot stop the whole body trembling, just like falling into the abyss of the devil. Feeling all infinite fear, even to the east have produced fear. The omnipotent Lord. What's wrong with the east? Why has everything become so perverse since the appearance of the gods? After freezing for half a second, the Pope couldn't help but wail and ask God. Since the revival of the gods in the east, that ancient land was truly too terrifying. It was no longer the gods' abandoned land of the past, but had instead transformed into the graveyard of the gods, and there were even shocking things happening over and over again. Now the transcendentals that had been leading in the west were now being surpassed, and the Sword Immortal Qin Feng had been a level ahead of the rest of them. He didn't understand, had trouble understanding, and was just in shock. The ancient La Kingdom Lord was also in endless fear at the moment. He was also very much out on the internet, in order to avenge the hatred of the White Tiger. Turning his head to look at the devastated earth, his face was endlessly ugly. The White Tiger was too ruthless, directly destroying all the development of Gula over the years. This night, people around the globe are destined to have a hard time sleeping, unable to sleep. People abroad because of panic. The summer country is excited hard to sleep. The 4-elephant White Tiger had defeated Zeus, and the Sword Immortal had entered the 8th rank. Every single one of these things was enough to make their blood boil. The night passed in an instant. The vision of the sun and moon in the same sky disappeared, and when the piercing sunlight rose, a new day came. In the villa, the three of them gathered. Qin Feng sat on the sofa, and Fish Xining stood behind him with a comb, combing his hair and pulling it up in an ancient bun. Chen Hao stood in front of the two of them, holding a cell phone and talking non-stop. Yesterday's vision of the earth had an impact that went beyond just transcendent power. The entire environment of the earth has also changed. From the satellite view, the earth has increased in size by several times, with the land and ocean increasing with it. The flowers, plants and trees have likewise changed, becoming more vibrant, and spiritual herbs and precious trees like those recorded in the classics have appeared all over the world, triggering countless forces to explore. Silently listening to Chen Hao's words, Qin Feng secretly pondered in his mind. This time the world was promoted, the environment was advancing in a direction that favored also cultivators, and the aura had revived. The rules were further refined, the power that could be withstood had also increased, the deities were able to descend more divine power, and the battles afterward would be even more intense. Holy! Something's gone terribly wrong. Someone on the extranet saw a vast divine mountain silhouette emerge from the ancient La, like Mount Olympus. Suddenly, Shan Hai exclaimed. Then furiously flipping through the information on his cell phone, more and more news appeared. The heavenly gate of the Holy See, which had been shattered by the fire god Zhu Rong, had likewise surfaced once more. There were also numerous kingdoms in which visions surfaced. In the kingdom where the Hall of Gods was located, there was a divine domain that shone above the 9 heavens, a projection of the Asa divine domain. The deities of these divine systems won't be descending at once. After reading the message, Shan Hai said worriedly. For the Summer Kingdom, the group of people abroad can be hostile, with the gods descending. It's time for them all to come to the Summer Kingdom in one brain. The tiger can't hold back the wolves. This was what everyone in Xia was worried about. No. Without waiting for Qin Feng to speak, Fish Xining behind her was the first to speak, waiting for Qin Feng and the two of them to look over before she opened her mouth to add. Empress Xian is still unable to descend in her true form. Not necessarily. The appearance of a deity is a certainty. Shaking his head, Qin Feng spoke. It's just that those deities with terrifying strength are having trouble descending, and those with weak divine power are the ones that are going to descend. Over the next few days, visions appeared frequently all over the world. The projections of the divine realms and heavenly kingdoms from all sides became clearer and clearer. And there were transcendentals who saw the figures of deities who were gazing at the earth with the appearance of descending. As time passed, countless vast divine might began to surface on the firmament, suppressing the endless heavens and earth. Everything was proceeding just as Qin Feng had guessed, and earth would enter the age of gods. Chapter 116, Gate of Heaven. Legions of angels descend. Wow! Rumble. In the midst of the amazing metamorphosis of the world, a heavy rain was like a pouring rain. The rain was cold and carried an endless chill. From time to time, there were thunder flashes that cut through the 9 heavens, spreading throughout the entire sky. The sound was horrifying. The whole world was like this. This rain was strange. Since the beginning of the metamorphosis, the world had begun to go beyond the norm. In the villa, Qin Feng stood by the window looking at the endless curtain of rain. His mind drifted far away. This time the world was advancing very slowly. It had been going on for a long time. All beings were panicking, even his mind felt depressed. Qin Feng didn't care about the many godly systems abroad, but thought about the weirdness. Since the last time he appeared, he couldn't find any trace of it again, and for some reason there was always a slight sense of crisis in his heart that it definitely wouldn't take much longer until he appeared next. He was too secretive, hard to name, making people worry. While Qin Feng was thinking, a strange change suddenly appeared and a vast divine might awakened him. Humph! It's finally here. Qin Feng's face turned cold as his eyes erupted with a refined aura, looking into the distance through the endless curtain of rain. In the direction he was looking at, there was a gigantic portal towering in the void, with endless divine patterns engraved on it, which at the moment erupted with brilliant divine light, illuminating the endless firmament. In the gate of heaven, a terrifying divine might rose up, ravaging the entire heaven and earth, the 8 directions roaring, taking in the hearts of the people. Immediately afterward, radiant divine light spread out, and a vast path of heavenly kingdoms unfolded between the heavens and the earth, as if it was a passageway that spanned time and space, across the ancient and modern worlds. Boom boom boom. The void trembled and the universe roared. Endless milky white light power surfaced, in shocking all directions. In the midst of this horrifying vision, a single angel appeared, spanning out from the heavenly kingdom's gate, so numerous that they densely occupied a side of the firmament. It was like an army conquering the 4 directions, neatly organized, and its vast aura directly stirred the endless wind and clouds, tearing apart the endless curtain of rain. For the glory of the Lord. Descending into the world, the angels roared up to the sky in unison, like thunder exploding, setting off an endless sonic boom. The sound was so loud that it echoed throughout the globe. Welcome the angels to the world, praise the Lord. In the midst of this storm, countless believers of the Holy See, led by the Pope, knelt down and worshipped the angels. Looking at the endless legions of angels in the sky, the believers of the Holy See were endlessly ecstatic, all excited to the extreme. This was the invincible legions of angels recorded in the Bible, terrifying warriors capable of fighting against the demons of hell. Now that they have descended into the world, what is the Holy See afraid of? Those heretics in the eastern ancient land would surely perish. In the Pope's excited heart, there was an endless spread of ambition, and global domination was not impossible. In the endless shock, the angelic legions in the sky, scattered, spread their wings and flew on both sides of the gate of heaven, lowered their proud heads and looked respectful. They were welcoming a deity. Knock knock. The gate of the heavenly kingdom shook once more, and an even more vast divine might rushed out of the heavenly kingdom. An illusory but magnificent and tall figure stood in front of the heavenly kingdom's gate. 6 huge wings covered the sky. There was endless interweaving of milky white divine power, like a divine chain of order, surfacing behind it, appalling and incomparable. This archangel held a long sword in his hand. A powerful and incomparable battle intent permeated his body. A pair of eyes blossomed with endless radiance staring towards the eastern ancient land, permeated with endless killing intent. Welcome the arrival of Archangel Raphael. The Pope and the Cardinal Archbishop as well as those believers became even more agitated. All of them were hissing, and every single one of them had their faces reddened with excitement. Archangel Raphael controlled the power of healing. It was one of the 7 archangels that stood in front of God's royal throne. His image had always been pleasant. In addition to healing people's ailments, he had also imparted Noah's knowledge and skills in building the ark, and he had not only healed people's bodies, but also their faith. So Raphael had many followers in the church and was loved by many. Raphael's descent into the world at the head of a legion of angels directly shocked the globe, and all beings were in a state of shock. This time when the earth was promoted, all those deities could indeed descend into time. Before this shock dissipated, another wave of shock rose. In the Asgardian Asa divine realm, a radiant divine bridge crossed the endless pale chaotic void from the endless void and descended into the present world, emitting 7 colors of radiant divine light to illuminate the world. It was like a rainbow hanging in the dome of the sky, emitting infinite greatness. On that rainbow bridge, there was a radiant figure standing, a pair of eyes that were radiant to the extreme, watching everything in the world and listening to the voice of all the spirits. Heimdall, son of Odin. It was the guardian god of the rainbow bridge Bifrost. With very powerful divine senses, his eyes could watch the world, whether it was day or night he could see everything in the world, and his ears could listen to the 8 directions, and the slightest sound could not escape past his ears. Mighty warriors of the Imperium, go conquer that land. On the other side of the rainbow bridge, in the Asa divine realm, amidst the patches of shrines, a vast voice came out. 2 dodo ravens spread their wings and flew out, landing on the rainbow bridge with vast divine power. Boom boom boom. The sound of neat footsteps resounded through the 9 heavens as the army like warriors of the Imperium crossed the rainbow bridge to descend into the earthly world. The followers of the Hall of Gods were all endlessly cheering and excited at this moment. The beings were endlessly shaken on this day. Raphael of the Holy See led an angelic legion to descend, the deity Heimdall of the pantheon of gods led a heroic warrior to descend into the world, and there were also the deities of the ancient Rahab that led legions of troops to descend as well. On this day, Earth officially entered the age of mythology. Gods and Buddhas descended from all over the sky, and things from the myths of various countries around the globe appeared frequently. In the midst of this endless shock, Xia was very passive, and too many of these forces were hostile to Xia. The Holy See and the Temple of the Gods were even more eager to bring the summer country to its knees. For a while, the entire summer country had become very depressing, with some black clouds pressing down on the city. In such an environment, Qin Feng's incense had been growing wildly. The transcendents all over the country were running fast, strictly preventing foreign forces from entering the Xia kingdom to cause trouble. The top management of the Reaction Bureau was also busy working back to back. The pouring rain had been raining heavily. In the midst of this storm, Qin Feng's room door was knocked on. It was the paper-tying woman in a wheelchair with snow-white hair spread over her shoulders. After entering the door, with a serious face, she opened her mouth and said, "Qin Feng, you're in danger." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng, who was wearing a loose ancient robe, froze for a moment, a puzzled look on his face. Was this a force from that side that wanted to make a move against himself? Chapter 117, Archangel Raphael. Divine Spirit Siege. As the number 1 person in the Summer Kingdom and the number 1 transcendent at the 8th rank, Qin Feng's target was so big that he was a living target in the eyes of the foreign powers. In the past, they didn't have the power to deal with themselves, but now that the gods have descended, the forces are going to start using the power of the gods to deal with themselves? Only to hear the paper tie woman continue to speak seriously. Those foreign forces have always regarded you as a thorn in their side, and now that many gods have descended, they are bound to take action against you. The Empire has already gotten word that some forces have already begun to act. Most importantly, Qin Feng was able to take the lead in breaking through the 7th and 8th orders, and had been breaking the limits of humanity. This was very compelling, and those deities abroad would definitely be interested. The higher echelons of the Summer Kingdom were blaming it all on the ancient True Path inheritance, but those deities wouldn't give up that easily. I see. After hearing the words of the paper-tied woman, Qin Feng did not panic and spoke calmly. Glancing at the calm and unrivaled Qin Feng, the paper-tie woman didn't say anything more as she believed that Qin Feng would take care of himself. The strength of the Xia State Response Bureau was a behemoth in the eyes of ordinary people, however, in the eyes of the deities, it was just a powerful army of ants that could be annihilated with the lift of a hand. It couldn't play any role in the assassination of these deities and would drag their feet. Therefore, facing the deities that came from nowhere, Qin Feng could only rely on himself to dodge the assassinations and hold out until the deities came. Then, the paper-tying woman told Qin Feng about the many pieces of information. Many of the temples have already been packed up, so you can take refuge in front of the statue of divine power. As the only true Tao of the Summer Kingdom, I believe that many deities will step in to help you deter enemies abroad. Finally, the paper tie woman spoke worriedly. I will when the time comes. Qin Feng nodded, a thick killing chance surging in the depths of his eyes. Those who dared to come, then they would all stay. After sending off the paper tie woman, Qin Feng opened the system. Activation icon 11. Summoning, 0. Incense, 14,760,000. The incense flame had grown a lot in the past few days, and was still more than 1,000,000 short of being able to summon the next contracted spirit. Right now, he had several positive deities under his command, including the fire god Zhu Rong, the 9 heavenly Shan Nu, the 4-elephant green dragon and the white tiger, and the mountain and sea beasts head by Feng, the 9-tailed sky fox, Tao Dai, Xiang Lu, and many other divine beasts. These several gods were all very strong, not as many as those divine legions in the west, but completely able to compete with those divine systems. Since already they couldn't wait, let's have a sparring match. Late night. There were swords that cut through the darkness, blossoming with endless thunderous light, setting off a wave of sword energy frenzy as Qin Feng left the imperial capital in a high profile. In the dark, many of the top brass of the reaction bureau sighed for a while, facing the deities their power was entirely too weak to help in any way. Some of the forces abroad all began to take action the moment Qin Feng moved away from the imperial capital. The heavy rain was still fierce, and a thunderbolt crossed as if it was going to shatter this world. Today's weather was gloomy to the extreme, just like entering the darkness of the night, only the lightning had a little drop of short-lived bright light. In the northern part of the Summer Kingdom, in a deserted Gobi area. At the top of a high mountain, Qin Feng stood with his back hand, his ancient robe glittering with arcane light hunting, his long hair dancing wildly in the wind. He had been standing here for nearly a day, waiting for the enemies who wanted to strike at him. Now he was using himself as bait to lure those people out, wanting to kill them all in one go. The person in the dark was very cautious and never showed up during the day, always observing the surroundings. Qin Feng had been able to feel the prying eyes of those people. Although those people wanted to kill Qin Feng impatiently, they were worried that this was a trap laid for them by the various deities of the eastern ancient land. So, after a whole day of probing in the shadows, finally, someone showed up. Rumble. A thunderclap violently exploded in the firmament, and huge lightning bolts spread across the sky like thundersnakes, illuminating the entire sky. In the distance of the high mountain that Qin Feng was standing on, along with the bright lightning appeared a white figure. With a milky white bright light emanating from his body, he wore a long white robe, had a head of long golden hair, and an incomparably handsome face that was both feminine and resolute, making it impossible to distinguish between a man and a woman. At this moment, this person who had suddenly appeared was looking at Qin Feng, who was standing quietly at the top of a high mountain, with a pair of extremely radiant bright lights, revealing an infinite killing opportunity. The moment he appeared, Qin Feng, who had his eyes tightly closed on the top of the high mountain, also slowly opened his eyes, with the two chi of yin and yang sinking in his eyes. Bang! The two radiant gazes collided, causing the endless void to tremble. You're really bold. Having known that you're in deep crisis, you still dare to stay away from the imperial capital and come to this deserted place. The visitor, a tall figure, stepped in, spanning thousands of meters of distance in a single step, arriving in the void in front of Qin Feng and said grimly. At this moment, in Raphael's heart, he was astonished at Qin Feng's boldness. A human, facing the siege of deities, hadn't even panicked in the slightest, and still dared to come to this wild and uninhabited land and wait. This kind of heart and boldness was truly bold and amazing. It was a pity that a mole cricket could never see the top of the mountain. How could a mortal be an enemy of the gods? Setting foot in the ancient land of the east, you are even more daring. Staring straight at Archangel Raphael, Qin Feng spoke without fear. Are you the ones who want to kill me? Ha! A human who managed to break through to the 8th level before the rules of the earth were fully perfected. There must be a big secret in your body, and these are worth a trip for me. Archangel Raphael opened his mouth, his eyes still very interested in sizing up Qin Feng, only to realize that he couldn't even see through this mortal. There are many secrets, it depends on whether you are qualified to know them or not. Qin Feng said coldly as killing chances surged in his eyes. How dare you? Raphael became furious at his words and opened his mouth to roar. Mortal, you are now facing the Archangel Raphael under God's imperial throne. How dare you be so arrogant? Today, I will let you, an evil heretic, see what the power of a deity means. Raphael stretched out a white palm, on which endless milky white light power surged, wisps illuminating the heavens and directly blocking off a side of heaven and earth. It directly made a move towards Qin Feng, who was standing on top of the mountain. Chapter 118, Six-Winged Archangel. Sword immortal can slaughter gods. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook, and the palm that lingered with the power of endless light grew against the wind, directly grabbing towards Qin Feng. Raphael wanted to grab Qin Feng back into the western, calling stop and torture out all the secrets. Humph. A projection, sneaking into the east, I don't know where to get the face. Qin Feng snorted coldly and said icily. The Raphael in front of him wasn't his real body, it was just a projection of divine power, and as soon as he struck, Qin Feng sensed it. 30% of your power, and it will still easily obliterate you. Raphael's face was incredibly grim, and the movement of his hand was even faster. Dang! Qin Feng also directly struck out. Endless earth-colored power surged madly into his body from the great mountain beneath his feet, a vast aura rising violently as he directly swung his fist over. Rumble! The earth and sky shook. Qin Feng's fist, flickering with earth yellow light, collided with that white palm, colliding with the wisps of bright milky white power of light, incomparably blinding, vibrating in all directions, astonishing to the extreme. This was the first collision between humans and gods since the earth's demonic revival, shocking the hearts of the people. Absolutely no one in the world believed it. A violent large explosion arose between the collision of the two. The mountain top under Qin Feng's feet directly collapsed, splashing earth and rocks in all directions, disturbing the heavens. Qin Feng's body flew out and stood in the void, while also breaking through Archangel Raphael's blockade. What? Such a situation caused Raphael to be incredulous, a perplexed look appearing on his face. A mortal who had yet to become a god had broken through his blockade. This was too alarming. Kill. Taking advantage of Raphael's dazed demeanor, Qin Feng launched a brazen attack, executing the Dao sword art. Thunder light appeared, a flying sword revealed its sharpness, stopping in front of him, and after a flash of thunder, it directly chopped towards Raphael. Above the flying sword, countless sword chi exploded, filling a side of the firmament, transforming into a brilliant shower of sword chi, decapitating towards Archangel Raphael from all directions, like a firework in full bloom, revealing infinite killing opportunities. At this moment, after Qin Feng had broken through the Eighth Order, his flying swords were unbreakable, destructive, and difficult to resist, and the unguarded Raphael's divine projection in a trance almost suffered a wound. Raphael's face changed drastically, shouted loudly, infinite milky white light divine power permeated around his body, extremely bright, his magnificent true body was exposed. 6 radiant, gigantic wings that covered the sky and the sun, a streak of milky white light divine power intertwined on his body, like a chain of order wrapping around his body. Vast divine might broke through the heavens, tearing open the endless void and suppressing thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, suffocating people. It's truly beyond imagination. Raphael's voice was as violent as thunder at this moment, his radiant eyes looking at Qin Feng with endless killing opportunities surging madly. Previously, he had been trying his best to hide himself, fearing that he would be discovered by the Xia deities and follow in the footsteps of Archangel Gabriel. Now, but being forced out of his true form by Qin Feng, the many deities of the eastern ancient land must have already paid attention to this place, and he didn't dare to stay any longer, wanting to escape out of this land as soon as possible after killing Qin Feng. Die! Raphael's divine might was vast, and a loud roar came out of his mouth as if he was pronouncing death. Boom! The heavens crumbled. Raphael showed his angelic divine might. The endless sky above the wisps of milky white light divine power transformed into a divine chain, becoming a party of sparkling cages, suppressing towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng likewise moved. The mortal who had yet to become a god had once again struck out against a deity. This was truly shocking and unbelievable. Raphael was a supreme deity with a divine position, his status in the heavenly kingdom was incomparably high, and his origins were terrifying. Moreover, since ancient times, very few mortals dared to strike out at the gods, and there was even none over the years. And today, such a shocking scene took place under this firmament, and Qin Feng, who was honored as the first human transcendentalist, dared to do so, propelling his power to strike the firmament and instantly killing in front of Archangel Raphael. Upside down yin yang. Qin Feng directly executed the Tao. In an instant, a trace of greatness surged out of his body that could reverse the heavens and earth, obscure the sun, moon, and stars, and tamper with the rules of the heavens and earth. Under the illumination of this trace of greatness, Qin Feng was like a supreme being at the moment, his body stepping on top of the universe of the heavens, and all of heaven and earth had to submit to him, and at the moment, no matter how far away from each other the endless beings of the earth could not help but worship that one fluctuation. Rumble! Terrifying forces collided together, and almost instantly, the heavens and the earth looked as if they had been destroyed, and everything boiled. Imperial capital, in the General Reaction Directorate. At this moment, a large swathe of the top echelons had fallen into an endless state of shock. Ever since Qin Feng had left the imperial capital, the many top executives of the Reaction Directorate had been closely monitoring Qin Feng's whereabouts, with multiple satellites of the Summer Kingdom constantly placed on Qin Feng. Oh my god! What did I see? Sword Immortal Qin Feng is actually fighting a 6-winged archangel. That's a supreme deity. Could it be that Sword Immortal Qin Feng has become a god? Tu Lei let out a cry of shock, his face having endless excitement. For a human to become a god, this had been an extravagant wish for an unknown number of years in human history. The remaining few people were also incomparably moved. It was really because this scene was too amazing. Everyone present had never seen that a human transcendent dared to strike out at a deity. Even the projections had never seen a human dare to go against the will of a deity. Therefore, after all these years had passed, the gods were supreme and unrivaled in the hearts of Earth humans, and had not been shaken for a long time, but at this moment, there were other transformations. It should not be yet, there is still a gap between Qin Feng and the deities. The blind Taoist's pair of pale eyes were radiant, reflecting the starry river as he said worriedly, I hope that the many deities of the eastern ancient land will show up as soon as possible and eradicate that archangel that has entered the eastern realm. Sitting on top of her wheelchair, the paper tie lady had already begun to pray, her heart likewise incomparably worried about Qin Feng's current situation. Although he looked divine and valiant right now, he was facing the projection of the archangel Raphael. In the middle of the battlefield, the endless void exploded, the firmament churned, and the earth crumbled apart, surfacing a crack like an abyss. The two tall and magnificent figures that collided had separated by now. Stepping on top of the firmament, Raphael stretched his 6 gigantic wings, his face even more astonished, feeling shocked at the greatness that had erupted from Qin Feng. That was completely not a power that could be controlled by mortals, or even ordinary deities. That force of greatness was enough to reverse the order of the great Tao and shatter all the common sense in the world. Between the collision just now, his divine power was weakened. After feeling the greatness of that trace of power, Raphael's heart surged. Chapter 119, The Might of Regulus. One sword chopping Raphael. With such power under his control, his strength would definitely skyrocket. The divine power would go even further, and it was not unlikely that he would step into the peak divine position and crush Michael head-on. This summer's sword immortal really did have a huge secret on him. Qin Feng's body blossomed with endless arcane light, surging with an aura of annihilation that caused gods to be terrified. His expression was cold and his eyes were endlessly icy. Although he had not yet become a god, he also had his own bottom line. Even if it was a deity, who was incredibly powerful but had struck out against himself, there would definitely not be any tolerance. There was only one battle. It wasn't impossible to slaughter a god today. Kill. Qin Feng once again let out a roar. A phoenix silhouette emerged behind him. The power of wind and blood erupted. The blood aura overshadowed the world. The Tao surged with a vast sliver of greatness, collapsing the endless void. The most terrifying void cracks in the light of extinction intertwine and entwine, sweeping aside of the sky and dome. The Taoist law isolation inverted the 1,000 miles of heaven and earth yin and yang, taught broken a world rule, dropping endless yin and yang tu qi directly to Raphael's tall body to suppress and go. The terrible power to shake the world. This was the Tao. Even if Qin Feng could not fully catalyze it and could not burst out its full power, a trace of greatness could still thrill the world. Even if I have to pay the price today, I will take you down. Greed rose up and was hard to wear out again. At this moment, Raphael had begun to disregard everything to gain insight into Qin Feng's secrets, saying in a cold voice, "Dang!" Vast power of light erupted from the 6 huge wings behind Raphael's back. A long sword of flames chopped out an endless river of sword chi, resisting Qin Feng's yin and yang, and it was difficult to advance even by a half point despite that strand of power attacking frantically and the endless void around it exploding. Amidst the vastness of the bright divine power, Qin Feng's head full of black hair was dancing wildly, just like a demonic god. In the face of the overwhelming Wang Yang onslaught, a trail of injuries surfaced on his body, yet he himself stood firm, like a great mountain based across the 9 heavens. Hand over all the secrets, this god can spare your life. And let you become the #1 war general under this god, enjoying supreme status and glory. Raphael's body was bursting with divine aura. His bright divine power was like a hanging galaxy, extremely bright, and his vast divine might suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing endless living beings to be terrified. At this moment, after witnessing the strength, he wanted to receive Qin Feng under his banner after squeezing out his secrets, controlling Qin Feng to open up territories and conquer the 8 directions for himself now. Ha ha ha. In the face of the overwhelming killing opportunities, Qin Feng, standing in the endless void and drenched in blood, was laughing rampantly, with endless disdain in his voice, as if he was mocking Raphael's insouciance. Standing at the feet of this god, that is the highest honor. Raphael still wanted to seduce. Submitting to the feet of a small god of the fans is also an honor to talk about? Ridiculous to the extreme. Qin Feng's expression was ghostly cold, and his icy voice directly interrupted Raphael from continuing to speak. Seek death. Raphael made his move. This time killing machines were all around, the icy killing intent through the heavens stirring the endless pallor. This summer sword fairy will become a deity in the future, if not returned to the holy sea today must be killed. Lifting his hand and waving the illusory flaming long sword in his hand, he chopped out a bright light, emitting a clanging sound. Countless sword awns are intertwining, and under the light, he wants to suppress all living beings, and he can cut down the deities. Because of his fear of the gods of the east, Raphael decided to fight a quick battle and showed the true power of the gods. With one sword, Qin Feng would surely die. With this terrifying sword, even though they were separated by thousands of miles, the many top officials of the response bureau far away from the imperial capital felt endlessly terrified, their hearts and minds shaking. Quickly pray to the gods. The paper-tied woman yelled in panic. Pray to the gods to descend and step in to save Qin Feng. This strike is not something a mortal can block, it will kill him. At the start of this great battle, it had long been arranged in the reaction bureau that countless people were praying to the gods. Only, unexpectedly the many deities did not respond, which caused endless panic. Qin Feng has been injured. Must hold on. The several deities of the Green Dragon will inevitably revive, so as long as you hold on until that moment you definitely won't die. Damnable Holy Sea, we must send out troops to overthrow them in the future. Tule's several people were also anxious, with a strong shock on their faces. It was at this moment that they only saw that under that terrifying strike, Qin Feng, who looked like a candle flickering, changed his aura. Slaughter God today. A radiant golden yellow color piercingly emerged around his body as Qin Feng's icy voice echoed throughout the firmament. Upon hearing this, ludicrousness surfaced in Raphael's heart, and he was about to speak out to taunt him for his lack of self-importance, but before the words could be uttered, his complexion changed drastically. Clang! Since that blinding golden light appeared, the sound of endless golden geese echoed in the sky. Suddenly the sky and the earth lost color, the stars and buckets in the heavens were shaking violently. In its horrified gaze, a golden yellow ancient sword appeared in Qin Feng's hand, the sword body engraved with the sun, moon and stars on one side, and engraved with mountains, rivers, grass and trees on the other. The hilt of the sword was inscribed with the art of farming and animal husbandry on one side, and the policy of unification of the four seas on the other. Infinite power erupted. Terrifying to the extreme, a holy Dao Qi emerged in it, the supreme sharpness broke the nine heavens, an endless golden-colored overbearing sword Qi drooped down, causing the sun, moon, and heaven and earth to dim. Buzz! The golden yellow sword body lightly trembled, and 1,000 miles of emptiness directly exploded as the most terrifying and overwhelming sword Qi was erupting, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The god-slaying sword that Raphael had chopped out also directly collapsed and died out in the light trembling of the Shan Yuan sword. At this moment, all the bright light was covered up, and only a long sword with a golden body remained in the heavens and earth. The world was shocked, and all beings were horrified. Supreme artifact? How is it possible? How could you, a mortal, possess such a terrifying divine weapon? Looking at the regulus sword that suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Raphael roared in terror. Endless horror arose in his heart, and his handsome face became incomparably hideous. Every divine weapon possessed great power, and the supreme divine artifact had even more terrifying greatness that was hard to fathom. What was even more frightening was the deity represented behind the supreme divine artifact, which was bound to be a supreme deity, the kind of terrifying existence that even the divine Raphael had to look up to. Anon. In the ancient land of the east, endless dense Qi vaporized and revived, converging into an incomparably majestic golden dragon above the 9 heavens. The sky roared, the universe shook, suppressing endless heaven and earth. Across the void descended in the hand holding the shocking life of the Shan Yuan sword behind the Qin Feng, a huge dragon claw gently lifted him. The golden dragon's majesty shone in the heavens and earth, and an endless crisis emerged. Holding the sword in the dragon's claw, Qin Feng's expression is cold and grim. Daxia's luck is added to the body, an illusory golden emperor's robe emerges on its body, reflecting its endless greatness, just like a terrifying emperor standing in the heavens, overlooking the endless ups and downs of the vast earth. Chapter 120, Unprecedented. Mortal body breaks gods. The domineering and intense emperor's aura filled the entire heaven and earth. It caused all beings in heaven and earth to worship and pray to it, shaking the endless beings. Being right in front of him, Archangel Raphael felt so small in an instant that he couldn't help but bow to him, causing him to be endlessly terrified in his heart. It was truly astonishing that a deity could not bear to pay homage to it. At this moment, the entire eastern ancient land was in the midst of a roar. Countless people of the great summer's heart silent in the bloodline of the inheritance memories revived, and all looked to the northwest land, in worship. To that horrible fluctuation, in prayer. The entire Xia kingdom was in an uproar. This is Regulus? A few senior officers of the Reaction Bureau were so shaken that they rose up in unison in shock, looking at the golden-colored longsword held in Qin Feng's hands in the satellite screen, their hearts shaking madly. The sword body is engraved with the sun, moon and stars on one side, and mountains, rivers, grass and trees on the other. One side of the sword's hilt is inscribed with the art of farming and animal husbandry, while the other side is inscribed with the policy of unification of the four seas. Heavens! This is really the Shan Yuan divine sword in the inheritance of the ancient emperor of the Xia kingdom. The blind Taoist's pair of pale eyes stared extremely wide, the starry river reflected in his eyes vibrating crazily as he hissed out in shock. Even if the inheritance was severed, however, in the ancient inheritance, the sword worn by the great summer patriarch Shan Yuan Huangdi still had many records, and had been worn by a number of human emperors. It was the first long sword between heaven and earth. For the East, the significance is too great. I thought that such a sacred weapon, certainly silent in the ancient and modern river, in the hands of an ancient emperor. However, it had never occurred to me that this divine weapon had been revived long ago, and was actually in the hands of Qin Feng, the true Tao of the Summer Kingdom. Last time during the Imperial Capital Rebellion, when Qin Feng broke that side of the ghost realm underground. Then there were many visions that appeared, sun, moon and stars, mountains and rivers for miles, farming and animal husbandry, the policy of mountains and rivers, what an obvious trace, but unfortunately, because it was too astonishing, it was completely too much to imagine in that direction. The silent tombkeeper also spoke out in excitement at this moment. Associated with the last imperial capital's scourge, and several previous strikes, that golden-colored overbearing sword Qi had caused countless people to be alarmed, but no one had ever dared to imagine speculations in the direction of the Regulus sword. Then, wouldn't it be? Qin Feng is the current human emperor? Thinking of the meaning of the Shan Yuan sword, Tu Lei's eyes snapped open, excited beyond measure. Since the beginning of Emperor Shan Yuan, the Shan Yuan sword had been a symbol of the human emperor, and had been passed down until the record of Dayu before it was severed. Now that it appeared once again in Qin Feng's hands, wouldn't that be an indication that Qin Feng had gained the recognition of the Xianyuan sword as well as many human emperors? The crowd that snapped to their senses were directly frozen on the spot at this moment. In the middle of the battlefield, Archangel Raphael snapped out of his shock, his expression terrified to the extreme, his entire body's divine power surging vastly, directly tearing a corner of space, wanting to flee out of the range of the eastern ancient land. Right at the moment the Xianyuan sword appeared, the entire eastern land seemed to have revived as if the heavens and earth were targeting him, with an infinite crisis covering him. Right now, he couldn't care less about Qin Feng, and the endless greed in his heart was suppressed, only wanting to frantically flee, being scared out of his wits. Kill. However, of course, Qin Feng could not let go of this Raphael's projection, the killing opportunity in his eyes surging madly. The vast eastern human chi was added to his body. At this moment, Qin Feng's body erupted with a terrifying immortal aura. The golden dragon of chi was covered in golden light, too bright, condensing a terrifying human battle pattern. The heavens and the earth were about to be destroyed. The entire body's mana was injected into the Xianyuan sword, directly chopping out a terrifying sword. Rumble. The terrifying golden-colored sword body of the Xianyuan sword directly broke through the endless rules of heaven and earth, cutting out a vast galaxy of heaven and earth made up of golden-colored sword chi, blazing incomparably, as if heaven and earth were being burned. Each strand of sword chi was strong to the extreme, unfathomable, and all of them were flowing with the strongest terrifying power. 10,000 miles of emptiness directly collapsed, a trance like the opening of the heavens, causing the heavens and earth to be terrified and everything to fall silent. This was a truly terrifying power to cut down the gods, the mist surging, endless god and devil shadows floating under that one terrifying sword shadow, as if breaking down the barrier between the ancient and modern worlds, reflecting the ancient enemy, terrifying to the extreme. This terrifying sword directly lifted a corner of heaven and earth. The Raphael projection that had shielded into the endless void had nowhere to escape. Even in the heavens and the earth, it was difficult to escape this terrifyingly supreme sword. Ah! A mournful scream resounded out from the endless void, echoing between the heavens and earth, shaking the stars and the universe. The projected body of 30% divine power frantically exerted its divine power, but it was simply difficult to resist this terrifying sword. The milky white light divine power directly shattered, and the divine power projection directly dissolved between heaven and earth. This was a battle that absolutely shocked all beings. A human transcendent had actually sword-beheaded the divine power projection of a deity, or Archangel Raphael. This such a horrifying scene, if one didn't see it with their own eyes, it was absolutely unimaginable, and even if one said it out loud, absolutely no one would believe it. The most crucial thing was that the battle came to an end, and the human transcendents defeated the divine projections. This was even more shocking to the global beings. This battle, even though it was lost, and was struck down by deity Raphael's divine projection, was not considered a defeat at all. Daring to wield a sword at a deity, this courage and boldness that surpassed all living beings had caused endless living beings to kneel down for it. That was a supreme and unrivaled deity, the ruler of all things in the world, accepting the prayers and worship of all beings, and sitting on the throne of supremacy. The result, however, caused the beings to feel horrified. The ordinary man who dared to wield his sword at the deity overcame the deity's projection of divine power. After killing 30% of Raphael's divine projection, Qin Feng gathered back his own aura and slowly landed on the devastated earth from the firmament. His face was pale and incomparably pale. Just by wielding the Regulus sword once, the mana behind his body was once again depleted, with not a single bit left. The strength of the 8th rank could only swing the Regulator sword once, yet the terrifying power that was displayed still shocked people. Congratulations to the host for killing Archangel Raphael's divine projection and activating one system icon. System rewards have been issued, please collect them yourself. The system's beep sounded, echoing in Qin Feng's ears. At this moment, Qin Feng couldn't care less about this. The emptiness in his body left him without any strength at all. Sitting cross-legged on top of a huge boulder, the incomparably radiant Xianyuan sword was placed on his lap, and he just blatantly tuned into the vault of the sky. Chapter 121, The Holy Sea is enraged. Grilla Talpa dares not shake the sky. This battle caused the world to boil. All beings across the globe sensed that terrifying fluctuation, and also sensed the earth's tremendous roar, and countless people guessed that there were two terrifying deities fighting on the earth's side. However, they were unable to watch the battle as they usually did in the past, which made them all extremely regretful. The imperial capital of the Summer Kingdom. In the General Directorate of Reaction, numerous Xia executives were all caught in a moment of stagnation, staring daggers at the satellite screen in front of them, their hearts tossing and turning endlessly. Holy! Sword Immortal Qin Feng really defeated Archangel Raphael's divine projection. Even though he's holding the Regulus sword, then this is terrifying. This is the creation of a miracle that has shocked people since the beginning of time. After a long time, the Duke who commanded all the Transcendentals in the Summer Kingdom was shocked beyond words. A miracle! The result of this battle is a miracle! Tu Lei exclaimed repeatedly. It's unimaginable that a human transcendent could actually be able to crush a deity's projection. The blind Taoist's mind and spirit were suffering a huge shock at the moment. Qin Feng's battle could be said to have broken the previous thought constraints of everyone in the crowd present, completely shattering their previous worldview. Who said that deities were supreme existences that could not be disobeyed and could not be defeated? Now, this result that shook the crowd had been presented in front of them. Put all these battle videos, all of them on the internet. Listening to the crowd's exclamations of shock, the paper tie lady suppressed the shock in her heart, scanned the crowd, and finally stared at the Jennifer, speaking forcefully. In previous years, we all made plans to create a god because we were too confused and couldn't find a suitable candidate. Now I think that Qin Feng is very suitable, he has that kind of guts and strength. Although the Xia Kingdom's deities have been revived, but more deities are better, Qin Feng finally becoming a god will bring great benefits to the Xia Kingdom. Judging from today, Qin Feng will definitely become a god in the future. The moment these words came out, the crowd of executives who were in endless shock, all fell silent at this moment. The God Creation Program. That was a choice of last resort, and once it was implemented, it would tilt all the power of the Xia Kingdom towards one person. With the power of one country, in order to catalyze one person to become a god, how amazing! In the end, the Gravekeeper and a few others looked at the Jennifer. This plan needed him to make a decision. I agree. In the end, the Jennifer nodded and said with a serious face. Qin Feng holds the Xianyuan sword in his hands, that's the thing that signifies the ancient emperor. I'm afraid that a single word from him now could cause endless masses to follow and subvert everything in the Summer Kingdom, and a plan like ours would just be icing on the cake. At this moment, his mind was incomparably grateful that he was fortunate to be in Qin Feng's hands. Qin Feng's personal character, they also know, is not the kind of ambitious people, will not be the kind of people who call themselves kings and emperors. Now that everything is on track in Xia, once the empire is reorganized, it will undoubtedly be a huge disaster, and will likewise allow countless foreign forces to take advantage of the situation. On the net, countless netizens were boiling with hilarity. Multiple messages were directly topped on the hot search, and even rushed to the first place. Countless netizens below were leaving messages and discussing. Just now, that terrifying fluctuation in the northwest is definitely a battle of the gods. It's a pity that the countries didn't turn on the satellite live broadcast and completely failed to see the battlefield, which two gods were fighting. What a pity! It's really terrifying. Just now a golden dragon came out of the country, and I can't help but kneel to the northwest. Holy! I kneeled too. Ditto. There were countless suspicions and marvels on the internet. At this very moment, the Response Bureau released the video, undoubtedly adding a bowl of cold water in the middle of this rolling frying pan, and the entire network exploded. Within a minute of that video appearing, it was directly topped to the top of the hot search. To the knees. Forgive me for pulling the progress bar straight to the end. Sword Immortal Qin Feng actually beheaded Archangel Raphael's divine projection. Aha! What a horror, worthy of being the #1 human transcendentalist. He even swung his sword at a deity. This is too ballsy. The earth no longer has room for the Sword Immortal. Oh my god. That's Regulus, the sword of many ancient emperors in the east. Regulus. Greetings, Emperor of Man. Watching that video, Qin Feng's courage is amazing, strength is even more terrifying. Holding the Xianyuan sword is simply to break a side of heaven and earth, killing the Archangel Raphael who entered a corner of space. At this moment, all the people in the summer country gradually changed from endless worries to extreme shock, and finally cried out in madness. The scene of the sword beheading a deity was truly too amazing, and everyone was about to worship towards Qin Feng's silhouette. Some netizens, too, quickly transmitted these videos to the extranet. As a result, countless foreigners were also unknown shocked and fell into endless shock. Almighty God! The Summer Kingdom is indeed full of heretics. He dares to challenge the majesty of God. Whoops! Absolutely impossible. How could Archangel Raphael's divine projection behead a mortal? This is absolutely impossible. Fake, all fake. Above that video, countless believers of the Holy See were wailing in agony. Definitely not believing that things really turned out like in the video. The Archangel Raphael who had just descended, the projection of divine power was actually shattered by a mortal in Xia. This was simply a huge shock to the devout faith of these believers, causing their worldview to collapse. Even if they weren't believers of the Holy See, the other foreigners were also plunged into endless horror. How could a mortal dare to swing a sword at a deity? How could one challenge the majesty of a deity? The scene presented in the video was too terrifying for them. While all beings were in shock and countless followers of the church were in a daze, only a long whistle was heard, echoing throughout the entire planet. Kill! Kill the summer heretic sword Immortal Qin Feng! That was the roaring voice of Archangel Raphael. And his tall body also emerged above the firmament, his 6 enormous angelic wings covering the sky and the sun, his milky white bright divine power illuminating the heavens and the earth as he stared icily towards the east. His divine power projection had actually been shattered by a mere mortal. This was a disgrace and would be a stain on his life. Several divine realms around the globe shook under Raphael's outburst of rage. These were the divine systems that were going to strike at Qin Feng. Archangel Raphael merely couldn't help but take the lead in striking the first blow. At this moment, all of these forces were about to strike. Chapter 122, Enemies of the World. The gods of all nations surround the east. Rumble. The void was boiling, and all the 10,000 miles of the sky were bright. At the northwestern borderline of the Summer Kingdom, a large number of angels ascended into the sky and had already ambushed there early on. After Archangel Raphael gave the order, they revealed their true bodies and flew up with their wings spread. Kill! Kill the heretics, for the glory of the Lord! The crowd of angels shouted in unison, their bodies' divine power shining brightly as strands of milky white light divine power intertwined. Endless killing opportunities surged from each angel's eyes, blossoming into a killing aura like that of Wang Yang, rolling and rushing into the eastern ancient land. The world was shaken, and all beings were terrified. The angelic legions that had descended earlier had only been on Earth for how much time? At this moment, they actually couldn't wait to strike against Xia. That was a terrifying legion composed of deities, and each of them was exceptionally strong. At this moment, Xia had already opened the satellite broadcast, and had opened the live broadcast room on every platform. The original intention of the Reaction Bureau's senior management was to allow the people of Xia to witness Qin Feng's majestic stature, but as a result, they never expected that the Holy See's angelic legions would be ambushed at the border of Xia. In the midst of a roar from Archangel Raphael, he revealed his true form, revealing a crazy killing intent to strike out and surround Qin Feng. And so the countless people boiling in the live broadcast room also saw the scene in the satellite, and at this moment, their anger rose, and countless pop-ups were frantically crossing over. The Holy See's deities are really too shameless. Archangel Raphael shamelessly strikes out at sword immortal Qin Feng. Moreover, he has already laid down a legion of angels. Is this wanting to directly invade the ancient land of the east? Raphael is infuriated. As an archangel, he was shattered by sword immortal Qin Feng. He must be furious now. The west is a bunch of robbers, both human and divine. Sword immortal just went through a great battle with the gods. He must have no strength left. Even with Regulus in his hand, he can't cope with the legions of angels. Gods, I pray you, revive. Heaven. We must not let Sword Immortal die, we must save him. The summer country countless people to the church as a piece of abuse voice, as a deity but so shameless, to the mortal transcendent attack, and now even drive the deity legion to attack the eastern ancient land territory. In the midst of this impassioned speech, all four borders of the eastern ancient kingdom rioted, divine might filled the air, and there were deities looking towards the eastern ancient land that wanted to move. At this moment, countless brilliant divine might rose into the air, illuminating the endless darkness of the heavens and earth, and the heavy rain that drifted down above the dome of the sky was as if it had stopped at this moment, with countless pea-grain-sized raindrops stagnating in the void. From the north of the borderline of the Summer Kingdom, there was a divine legion that entered the eastern ancient land from the Manhwa Kingdom, and it was the Yingling warriors under the banner of the Asa divine realm Odin of the Temple of the Gods. Countless to vast divine might illuminated each other, wreaking havoc on the endless heavens and earth, all vaguely looking towards the eastern ancient land. Endless icy killing machines intertwined, as if a divine Tao had cut through the heavens and earth. The darkness of the heavens and earth and the icy coldness of the rain curtains were all cut through. The divine might rose up and was difficult to resist, causing countless people to rise up in despair. These deities are indeed all people with wolfish ambitions, having only just descended on earth. Now they are all trying to make a move on the ancient eastern countries. Do all these deities have to make us die? In their eyes, we in the east are inferior and can only be their slaves to be slaughtered. Once we rise beyond their control, it is a sin to breathe. The Holy See, the Hall of Gods, the Ancient Kingdom, the Pyramid Kingdom, the neighboring white elephants and other countries have all seen terrifying divine power rise, and the gods that have descended from their countries can't wait to strike at the east. God! How can the east hold out with all the enemies in the world? Even if we all die in battle, we won't grovel like those bandits and become slaves. We will not stop fighting until our blood runs out. That's right. The east is no longer at the mercy of others. Even if we die in battle, we will never grovel. Pray to the gods to calm the war. Pray to the gods to calm the war. Pray to the gods to pacify the war. The entire Xia people are roaring. Countless people at this moment are boiling blood, facing the supreme deity. Although they are mole crickets, waving their hands can be destroyed, but the countless people of the Xia country has a proud bone, no longer that the people of the masses are insensitive, stupid, and absurd times. The world is full of enemies, we have no choice but to fight. In the middle of the General Reaction Directorate, a roar rang out. All the transcendents up and down the country took action, and the majestic battle intent in the entire country rose up, stirring the four directions of the unknown. And more ordinary people were praying to the many gods at this moment. The incense value was increasing at an extremely terrifying rate, climbing extremely fast. The northwestern part of the country was in shambles. Qin Feng was still sitting cross-legged on top of a huge boulder, a faint Xian light emanating from his body, and the radiant golden ancient sword resting on his coiled legs. At this moment, he raised his eyes to look around, and everywhere he looked, terrifying divine might ravaged the earth. All of them were enemies. Good. That's great. Qin Feng's face was cold and his tone was gloomy. Originally, he just wanted to use himself to fish for some deities who wanted to make a move against the Eastern Ancient Kingdom because they couldn't hold back. As a result, unexpectedly, half of the countries around the world smelled the bait's breath, and now all of them were eager to make a move against the East. The Holy See and the Hall of Gods were even more impatient, and the 2 legions of deities that descended had already killed their way into the territory of the Summer Kingdom, and were currently circling towards Qin Feng. Aang! Roar! The 7 constellations of the east and west above the firmament were bright and piercing at the moment, and with the sound of dragons and tigers roaring, the stars of the heavens were all shaking in unison, descending a long river of starbursts. The white tiger and the green dragon, 2 deities, have been unable to resist the anger in their hearts, to descend into the world, to kill those who dare to set foot in the east of the deities. A slender figure also surfaced in the endless river of stars, its feet stepping on the heavens, its body surrounded by arcane light, discreet. Endless thunder surfaced, and the thunder god of thunder Zephyr also revealed his figure. Hot flames were also rising, bird songs like jingo, low roars that made people fearful. At this moment, it echoed through the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers in the eastern ancient land. Many deities appeared in unison. Congratulations to the host for reaching 16 million points in incense value, rewarding him with 1 summoning of a contracted spirit. Suddenly, the system's beep rose. Summon immediately. Qin Feng did not hesitate to directly open the summoning. Rumble. It was at this moment that a lightning divine hammer from the edge of the heavens and earth cut through the endless vault of the sky and smashed towards the northwest of the eastern ancient land with a vast divine might. Chapter 123, Only a Hand to Cover the Sky. Destruction Thunder God's Hammer. The Thunder God's hammer, with its body entwined with countless radiant thunderbolts, was discreet, with endless thunderbolts spreading into the air, shaking the heavens and the earth. Countless people were shocked beyond measure. This Thunder God hammer had great fame amongst the earth. Controlled in the hands of the god of thunder Thor, since the ancient times there has been a legend, the last time the projection descended did not reveal any divine power, now this artifact revealed the true face. It struck towards the ancient land of the east, in the northwest, wanting to take Qin Feng's life. Dare! The 9 heavens Shan Nu and the green dragon and many other deities changed color in unison, their expressions cold and unimaginable. A lifetime of furious shouts caused the heavens and earth to lose color, and the sun, moon, and stars of the heavens dimmed and crumbled, crumbling one brilliant rule after another. Seeing such a scene, the entire live broadcast room exploded. In Thor the god of thunder, too shameless to make a sneak attack. He's a god in vain, he doesn't have the dignity of a god, he even attacked a mortal who just experienced a great battle, he's so shameless. They're all scoundrels. Qin Feng doesn't want to die. It's so humiliating to be attacked by these shameless deities. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The real face of these gods is so ugly. All deities, you must save sword immortal Qin Feng. Countless people were opening their mouths to curse angrily, while others were praying to the gods, and some had even closed their eyes, not daring to look at the next tragic scene. Don't! Fish Xining, who was in the imperial capital, had red eyes at the moment, and her heart was pumping violently. Qin Feng was far away from the imperial capital and hadn't told her anything, and it wasn't until she saw the information on the internet that Fish Xining realized how dangerous Qin Feng's situation was. When she saw Qin Feng's victory over the archangel, she only felt a strong heartache. How dignified and brilliant it was to pull out a sword and behead a god, yet how lonely that back was, and how he himself could not stand beside him. At this moment, after seeing such a scene, countless people's eyes turned red, and their killing intent towards the Hall of Gods was raised to the extreme. Unlike the grief and anger of the Summer Kingdom, the many forces abroad were cheering at this moment, a scene of ecstasy. Great! Sword immortal Qin Feng is finally going to die, how dare he offend the supreme deity, such a heretic burdened with evil, he absolutely cannot live, he will definitely fall into hell. Lord Almighty, such an evil heretic must be scorched in the fires of hell, so that he can't transcend his life for eternity. Daring to offend the gods is a sin that can never be forgiven, and now is what he deserves. Demon! Go back to hell! Go back to hell! Qin Feng had shattered the archangel's divine projection with his mortal body, which caused countless Western powers to feel fear and horror. This was the first time they had felt such fear for a human other than a god. Before becoming a god, his strength was so perverted, wouldn't it be even more terrifying if he became a god afterward? Therefore, only Qin Feng's complete death could make these people feel at ease. Countless forces and people in the West all stared with rounded eyes, looking forward to seeing the next bloody scene, where the sword immortal Qin Feng died on the spot. Right in the middle of the world's attention, a sudden change occurred. Above Qin Feng sitting on the boulder, endless space surged and then shattered. A huge palm stretched out from the space, entwined with endless blood chi, bright and crystalline, surrounded by a pale aura that shook the hearts of the people, and a terrifying aura like that of a demonic god spread out, shaking the endless heaven and earth. Dang! The lightning divine hammer, which shone with endless lightning and was discreet, was grasped by that palm. Suddenly, the endless flickering thunder was extinguished, the divine might did not appear, and all the might disappeared in that terrifying giant palm. Such a frightening scene shook all living beings. All living beings were dumbstruck, their hearts shaking violently. It was unimaginable that the prestigious Thor's war hammer had been caught by a huge palm, quite easily. Many gods around the globe were also even more shocked. Thor's thunder god's hammer that mattered was a divine weapon built by the dwarves, and only a few of the endless gods were able to hold it. And now, a huge palm breaks the endless void, easily will that thunder god hammer to catch, not half damage. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded eyes, that huge palm violently clenched up. Endless gaijin blood chi surged wildly, and the tremendous force directly crushed the surrounding space. Ka-bang! And that thunderbolt divine hammer, in the middle of its palm, did not have the power to resist even half a bit, and it directly turned into smithereens, crushed by that palm. No! Above the 9 heavens, thunder god Thor resounded with a wail. The weapon that had been conquered for endless years was completely destroyed in front of him at this moment, which simply made him grieve to the extreme. The world boiled, and all beings were appalled. God, ah! Such a powerful divine weapon has been destroyed, it's too frightening, isn't it? Who was the owner of that palm? Which deity of the Summer Kingdom is it? One hand destroyed Thor's artifact, how terrifying must his strength be? Never, how could this be? Thor's Thunderbolt Warhammer, how could it be destroyed so easily? I don't believe it, it's absolutely fake. Such an appalling scene simply shocked the Western crowd to the extreme, and the followers of the Temple of Gods were even going crazy, their faith collapsing. In the records, Thor, the god of thunder, that was such a horrifying, terrifying existence. A thunder god hammer was even smashing endless demonic giants, and now it was easily crushed by someone. This simply caused their worldview to collapse. In the midst of that worldly attention, the owner of the palm gradually appeared as well, coming from the endless void that broke space. At this moment, 2 brilliant gaze cut through the vastness of heaven and earth, illuminating the darkness and cold, gaze filled with thick wariness and arrogance. The gods of heaven and earth can fight. The 2 gazes swept. More terrifying is that the sun, the moon, and the stars of heaven and earth all lose color. Everything bowed down. He was filled with a terrifying battle intent. Everything in heaven and earth should be dimmed, lose color. The terrifying battle intent that shocked the hearts of the people filled the heavens and earth, causing countless deities to be chilled by it. It's him! In the midst of the universe and stars, the 9 heavenly mysteries with their feet in the heavens also let out an exclamation, their ethereal voices echoing in the heavens and earth. It was another one, the return of the deceased. Chapter 124, Criminal Sky Dance Ganchi. Xia War God. A magnificent and tall body, like that of a demonic god, surfaced in front of the beings. An endless vastness of battle intent surrounded its body, and this terrifying battle intent directly tore apart the heavens and suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The appearance of this giant-like figure caused the entire Xia people to boil. Ha ha ha! The Xia kingdom has revived another and another deity. One hand directly crushed Thor's thunder hammer. This deity is really too strong, a formidable mess. It's strange. This deity is so powerful, how come his head is gone? What kind of horrible existence can be able to chop off the head of such a horrible deity? Of course it's terrifying. The one who decapitated his head is old ancestor Xian Yuan Huangdi. The emperor's dance is always there. The battle general under the emperor of Yan, and the emperor of Regulus, was decapitated, after losing his head, to double such as eyes, navel for the mouth, and then fight the emperor of Regulus. And Xian Yuan Huangdi fight for position, really a fierce god, this is too tough. Countless people were discussing, and there were nets there easily recognized the identity of Interceptor. That appearance after losing his head, the features were just too obvious and too distinguishable. This is Xingtian. Great god Xingtian has revived. Looking at the figure that had lost its head like a demonic god, Tu Lei rounded his eyes in excitement. Ever since he had read through the ancient texts to understand the many hidden secrets, and saw that the pugnacious Xingtian dared to challenge Emperor Xian Yuan, he was simply held in the highest esteem as a celestial being. Ha ha! When this battle is over, I will definitely offer a statue of great god Xingtian's divine power. Tu Lei continued with incomparable excitement again. The taut nerves of the paper tie woman and the others also slowly relaxed at this moment after seeing the figure. Great god Interdictor has taken action, Qin Feng is saved. The paper tie woman spoke. Those many deities, see if they still dare to enter the east. Dare to enter the east again, now that the many gods have shown up, they will only die. The Lord, the blind Taoist, the gravekeeper, and the others opened their mouths and said, their entire body relaxing. Great! Seeing that her lover was unharmed, and that no one was bound to be harmed by the revival of Xingtian's strike, the stone floating in the heart of Yu Xining slowly fell. Ha ha ha! This deity that was like a demonic god that was approaching the world, his abdomen let out a series of magnificent laughter that made the heaven and earth shake. The 2 eyes on his chest that were filled with battle intent were as refined as electricity as they looked towards the 2 angelic legions and Yingling warriors that had rushed into the territory of the Xia kingdom, revealing endless killing opportunities. Quickly raised the battle formation. All of the angels and Ying spirits felt as if they were falling to the 9 hells, extreme fear rising in their hearts palpitating to the extreme, and several generals roared and shouted. Rumble! However, before they could make any extra movements, they saw the endless rays of light on Xingtian's hand converge into a dry qi, directly splitting out. The heavens and earth suddenly split into two halves, and all the bright lights in the world dissipated, leaving only a brilliant axe light in the endless void, and one piece of the void after another was torn apart. Pieces and pieces of miserable screams rang out, setting off a rain of blood. Those two legions of angels and Yingling warriors that had intruded into the Xia kingdom's territory were killed by this strike. That one mighty angel and Ying spirit was like a delicate flower being madly ravaged by Xingtian right in the middle of the gazes of all the beings. A dry qi passed, and the many warriors all dissipated. Heaven and earth lost their colors, and all beings lost their words. Looking at the figure of the demon god, which was as constant as a mountain in the middle of heaven and earth, countless beings felt a great shock. God, the Summer Kingdom has even had a new god revive. What's going on in that land? It's too weird. Whoops. How could it come to this? The mighty legions of angels that descended from the heavenly realm were all wiped out in the territory of the lower kingdom before they could even reveal their mighty combat power. Oh hoo! The spirit warriors are all dead too. That was a powerful army of spirits formed by God King Odin in response to the twilight of the gods, and they were easily killed by that spirit. It's too terrifying. The strength displayed by this deity is truly terrifying. It's all bizarre. The deities of the Summer Kingdom are all terrifyingly bizarre. Deities. Can such a terrifying deity be stopped? A wave of shocking frenzy was set off abroad, as well as the wailing voices of the believers of the Holy See in the Hall of Gods. It was hard to believe this horrifying scene seen before their eyes. Strong and incomparable, the two divine legions that had just descended were directly annihilated, and were all killed by a cadre of qi from Xingtian. Almighty God! This world-shattering scene caused a wave of despair to overflow throughout the entire Holy See. The Pope even spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his anger attacking his heart. The powerful angelic legions were actually annihilated at this moment, which caused all of his many ambitions that had risen to be shattered. In the Hall of Gods, the current situation was just like in the Holy See. Countless believers were like being dealt a fatal blow, wailing and despairing. Gu Dong. With his 6 huge wings open, blossoming with endless brilliant divine light, Archangel Raphael gulped a mouthful of saliva, his heart terrified and his body cold. This was because, at this moment, the icy gaze of Xingtian looked towards him. Suddenly, this archangel under God's banner was like seeing a dead silence, his heart vibrating. However, without waiting for Xingtian to make a move on Raphael, he only heard a furious roar coming out from above the 9 heavens, blossoming into an endless expanse. Die for me! A divine projection of thunder god Thor descended, shaking the boundless void and directly killing towards Xingtian. The thunder god hammer shattered, and thunder god Thor's mind was consumed by rage. It directly descended 70% of its divine power projection and killed the earth. Humph! Interceptor snorted coldly. Even though only 40% of the divine power projection descended, it was still able to suppress everything in the world. Ganqi swung once more, and the bright and incomparable axe awnings once again stunned the world. This time it was even more terrifying, directly tearing apart a corner of heaven and earth, instantly obliterating the endless void. And the Thor projection of the god of thunder that rushed down didn't let out a single miserable scream, and suddenly directly shattered, accompanied by the obliteration of endless emptiness. This is too terrifying. Archangel Raphael, who was watching this scene, revealed an expression of endless horror. In Xingtian's body, he was like seeing the figure of God, that kind of invincible aura of heaven and earth. It was definitely not something that an archangel like him could contend with. Thor, the god of thunder's divine projection, is gone? Countless people trembled and marveled incredulously. Chapter 125, Exasperated Thor, God King Odin revives. Thrilling! The divine projection that Thor, the god of thunder, had descended without even a single screen was directly smashed. The battle that was thought to be evenly matched didn't happen, but it turned out to be only one-sided. Interdictor's battle power was truly terrifying. Looking at the giant who had lost his head but still stood proudly between the heavens and the earth, all beings were forbidden to lose their voices, even the endless deities were in endless shock. There had never been a deity so general. With his head decapitated, he still had such a powerful battle intent. The 4 borders of the Summer Kingdom, those gods who were eyeing the sky intently, at this moment, their hearts gave birth to endless retreat, converging back to their own divine might, fearing that they would be noticed by this god whose battle intent had reversed the heavens. The oppressive force displayed by Xingtian was simply too terrifying, and these deities did not dare to support his front. Hateful. Damnable. Why is this heart revival deity of the Xia kingdom still so terrifying? The god of thunder has even lost under him. The heavens are unjust. Why can the Xia deity descend such a powerful force? In the Hall of Gods, the Hall Master was wailing endlessly, endless tears splattered on his face, agonizing to the extreme. The projection of Thor, the god of thunder, had been directly shattered by a single blow, which completely shattered the last line of defense in his heart, dealing a major blow to his mind and causing him to grieve to the extreme. He even began to complain about the injustice of the heavens and earth, going so far as to favor that initial divine abandonment land so that its deities could rain down more power. Unfortunately, heaven and earth had never favored any side, and the power that the powerful righteous gods were able to rain down was equal and identical. It all depended on each one to play and utilize their divine power to the utmost. Whoa! Thor is defeated. This Xia's deity is too strong, it's terrifying, it directly shattered Thor's divine projection with a single blow. The invincible god of thunder in my heart is shattered. My faith has collapsed. Thor, the god of thunder, is not weak, but it's a pity that he hasn't won even once against the summer governor. First he was struck by the summer god of thunder with a thunderbolt, and now he's even been shattered by this newly revived deity with ease. It's too humiliating. The Lord of the Hall of Gods had been endlessly saddened, and those believers were even more in a frenzy, as Thor, the god of thunder's invincible image in their minds completely collapsed, and the faith of the endless believers collapsed as well. At this moment, only the wailing of the Temple of God's believers remained, and the rest of them were in an endless stupor, dumbfounded and unable to say half a word. Rumble! The endless void shook, the heavens roared, and the cosmic universe boiled. From the sky above the Temple of the Gods, in the Asa divine realm, a terrifying figure rushed out, its raging divine might shaking the endless sky, its face incomparably fierce as it looked at the earth, emitting a series of violent sounds. If it weren't for the suppression of the rules of heaven and earth, you definitely wouldn't have defeated me. The rolling divine voice reverberated in the sky and earth, stirring up boundless wind and clouds. Thor, the god of thunder, did not have a bit of the majesty of a deity at this moment, but instead looked like a gambler who had lost his eyes. Standing in the Asa divine domain, Grumpy Jumping Feet looks very angry. It was no wonder that this was the case. The divine artifact was crushed, 70% of the divine projection was even directly decimated, and hearing the wailing voices of the endless believers, Thor, the god of thunder, only felt that all of his countless years of faith had been lost. Only the defeated, looking for excuses. Only glancing at the furious thunder god, Xingtian stood proudly between heaven and earth, declaring in a domineering manner. Ha ha ha! Standing on a side of fire in the middle of the flame god kingdom, God Zhurong was laughing up to the sky, shaking the endless void. Since the ancient times, the criminal sky is such a character, otherwise it would not have a great war with Xianyuan Huangdi, at this moment even though it is suppressed and silent for countless years, still so. The 9 heavenly basilisks are also stretching her eyebrows, all of a sudden heaven and earth lost color, stunning the endless beings. Qin Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on a huge boulder in the vast expanse of the earth, could not help but feel a little bit overwhelmed as well. This kind of words, for Thor, the god of thunder who was already stormy at the moment, it was simply a heartfelt blow, making him even more furious. You. Thor, the god of thunder, was infuriated and stormy, his face extremely changed and ugly. He was about to say something, but was interrupted by a terrifying aura. Unbridled. From the depths of the Asa divine realm's endless divine hall, a majestic roar came from the depths of the Asa divine realm. Ow! Ow! After the 2 wolf howls, a terrifying silhouette surfaced in the Asa divine domain, flashing with brilliant divine light, and at the same time, the sound of many prayers and worships resounded in the Asa divine domain, as the terrifying might of the divine king revived, spreading out to the heavens and the earth. Rumble! The terrifying divine might twisted heaven and earth, the heavens and earth shook, and the universe boiled. God King Odin's pair of extremely radiant eyes looked towards the earth, the sun, and the moon submitting within his gaze. There were endless avenues of order intertwined within them, extremely shocking to the heart. Thor, retreat! God King Odin said in cold words. Yes. Although anger was rising, Thor, the god of thunder, could only reluctantly retreat. At the sight of this terrifying shadow, the wailing followers of the Temple of Gods all became agitated, endless excitement rising in their hearts. God King Odin. This king of the Asa divine realm, the terrifying god king who commanded endless gods had finally revived at this moment. Endless believers with shattered faith chanted at this moment. Supreme King of the gods Odin, your divine power is boundless, your battle achievements are as dazzling as the sun, I have faith in you for the rest of my life. Supreme King of the gods Odin, use your terrifying power to wash away this shame, take the blood of the eastern deities and recast the splendor of the Asa divine realm. Kill the ancient gods of the east, destroy the summer kingdom, and eradicate the demons that live on that land. Kill them all. Kill all those heretics. The Lord of the Temple of the Gods knelt down and prayed, and all the believers around the world were praying to the God King Odin at this moment. God King Odin has revived. All of the people in the Summer Kingdom, seeing that terrifying figure in the Asa divine realm, could not help but become worried again. God King Odin, the king of the gods who ruled over an endless number of gods, was legendary for his brilliance, and now that revealed magnificent figure was also shocking. In the middle of the field, a great battle was set off. Insult my divine domain, die. Standing in the center of the Asa divine domain, Odin reigned over the heavens. A terrifying divine power crossed the rainbow bridge and descended to earth. Boom! Terrifying sharpness appeared between the heavens and earth, and the eternal lance, which flashed with endless radiant divine light, displayed endless splendor, stirring up endless emptiness and striking straight at the demon god Interdictor, who towered over the heavens and earth. The divine might was infinite, exploding between heaven and earth, and the two blazing lights collided together, setting off the most terrifying fluctuations, and the entire heaven and earth trembled endlessly. Chapter 126, Exciting Battle with Odin, More Terrifying Than the Twilight of the Gods. A violent big explosion set off, and the entire heaven and earth seemed to break apart. The firmament exploded, leaving only a black patch. In a trance, everything in the world went back to the original point, and nothing was left. Endless amounts of brilliant divine light splashed like meteors, striking in all directions. Underneath the splendor lay an endless crisis, and an endless great destruction set off. Two terrifying divine projections were at war, and the huge fluctuations that arose when they collided would cause the destruction of the endless earth, and everything in the world would come to an end. A huge bronze ancient shield appeared in Xingtian's hand, holding up and protecting the entire eastern ancient land. The earth outside the eastern ancient land was directly torn apart, and a large number of living beings were directly extinguished. The terrifying collision between deities was once again displayed in front of everyone, causing unknown thrills to the beings. Those beings that were affected by the waves. At this moment, there was no more cheering and blood boiling, only endless horror remained. God King Odin descended the divine projection, head with an eagle helmet, body clad in golden battle armor, hand holding the spear of eternity, with Draupnir gold ring. Many divine weapons can be said to be ready. That horrifying strike had wanted to directly stir up the divine power projection of Xingtian. However, the eternal lance that was blasted out was blocked, and the terrifying divine power was dissipated. The Gongqi that was held in the hands of Xingtian was truly incomparably sharp, unbreakable, and hard to resist, swinging and smashing directly at Odin. The sharpness that swung up made the majestic god King Odin feel intimidated. The golden battle armor that he was clad in blossomed with a brilliant divine light, but was still buried by the rolling sharpness. Kill! Odin's divine projection roared, the many divine artifacts blossomed with brilliant golden light, his body was also blossoming with piercing divine light, and the eternal lance picked apart the endless fronts, once again killing towards interdictor. Boom! Terrifying to the extreme, battle intent was intertwining. Endless chi and blood erupted above the tall body of Xingtian as if he was a demon god, like a piece of blood-colored king yang shaking the nine heavens, and the Gongqi in his hand was radiant to the extreme. Endless ferocious chi was intertwining crazily, uncountable bloodlight converged onto that blade, supreme sharpness appeared at first sight, slashing fiercely towards God King Odin. Bang bang bang! Terrifying to the extreme, supreme divine might was colliding, the enormous power that transcended the world was roaring tremendously, the rules between heaven and earth appeared fragile under this collision, and the paths crumbled. Divine King Odin was powerful, controlling the endless Asa divine realm and ruling over countless deities. The terrifying majesty of the divine king was like the king of the heavens, causing all beings to submit and all spirits to worship. However, Xingtian was completely unafraid, with a terrifying battle intent weaving all over his body. That terrifying to the extreme battle intent was unusual, making people defy all odds and fight against the heavens and the earth. The battle intent of Xingtian had metamorphosed to the extreme. This was a unique way of the war god. Even if you were a god king emperor, you dared to fight and win. This unique to the extreme battle intent was simply shocking to the gods to the extreme. Dang! After countless years of conquering, countless battles, and killing endless deities, God King Odin had never fought such a terrifying god of war before, and at this moment, this projection of divine power suffered a tremendous heavy blow. A radiant and terrifying crack surfaced on top of its divine power projection, spreading all over its body like a porcelain doll on the verge of breaking. The divine artifact Eternal Lance erupted with a mournful roar, and the body of the lance was trembling violently. The pale hair in the eagle helmet fell out, cloaked in a head of hair, and the tall divine projection staggered backward in the void. It was incomparably wretched and miserable to the extreme. If it wasn't for the golden battle armor and the guardianship of many divine weapons, at this moment, this divine projection of God King Odin had already been shattered. This scene shook the world. The divine projection of King of Gods Odin was actually not a match for Interceptor. How is it possible? In front of the Rainbow Bridge in the Asa divine realm, the real body of Thor, the god of thunder, who had been paying attention to the battle, let out a cry of shock and incredulity. The God King has similarly lowered 70% of his divine power, but he's still no match for this Xia deity. How could this newly revived Xia deity be so powerful? Beside him, the true body of the deity that was guarding the Rainbow Bridge was also endlessly shocked at the moment, shivering, looking at the figure that was like a demonic god and feeling endlessly terrified. On the other side, Archangel Raphael was similarly endlessly shocked, his golden-colored pupils containing endless fear. The strength displayed by Interceptor was too terrifying. After chopping up Thor, the god of thunder, with a single strike, he had nearly shattered God King Odin's divine projection. The supreme king of gods, Odin, was almost defeated. This gorge, this deity of Xia is definitely a terrifying demon. Demon, go back to hell. Whoa. Supreme God King Odin, you must defeat this horrible demon. Seeing that shocking scene, countless believers were wailing, and their blood, which had just boiled up, had once again cooled down. At this moment, the shadow of Xingtian, which was like a demonic god, was like an endless nightmare surfacing among all the believers of the Hall of Gods, causing them to fall into infinite fear, terrified to the extreme. Hateful. You deities of the Summer Kingdom are even more terrifying than the twilight of the gods. God King Odin was roaring in anger, a pair of divine eyes shining brightly, illuminating the endless darkness of the void, vast divine power surfacing, flashy light circling the world, shaking the world. After fighting for endless years and killing many gods, I have never met an opponent as oppressive as you. Today I will let go and fight. God King Zeus stood in the endless void, his voice cold to the extreme. The terrifying aura also boiled to the extreme, and behind him, a huge terrifying vision appeared. The heavens and the world shattered, the sun, moon, and stars cracked, and there was a terrifying divine light being birthed in it. Through the vision, his entire magnificent body was concealed, shocking the living beings. Ha ha ha! Xing Tian once again let out a loud laugh, his domineering voice overflowing with endless mockery as he spoke. That's because you didn't meet me earlier, otherwise where would you dare to clamor in the east? The projection of the divine power of the criminal sky is also terrifying at this moment. Endless majestic battle intent is boiling, crushing a piece of emptiness after a piece of emptiness, terrifying to the extreme of the power of the blood chi, such as a piece of the king's son, that is like a demonic god, like a tall figure will be in the middle of the floating, like a war of the heavens and the earth, invincible in the world.